This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. There is a kind of mecha battle that does not require advance registration, and there is no waiting time. The result can be obtained on the spot. This is called a ring life and death battle. When Shin Rong opened her eyes again, she felt a burning sensation from her stomach. As if her bones were corroded by sulfuric acid, she was so hungry that she had no strength and could only lean her whole body on the rotten wooden frame. The air she exhaled was mixed with the strange smell of low-quality engine oil mixed with compounds. But Shin Rong was very familiar with this smell, which reminded her of the feeling of driving a mecha when she was still alive. The man's curse reached her ears at this time. Damn it, another one who can't make money. I'm really unlucky today. All I met are poor people who can't even get a fart. Hey, look at this one, monkey brother. This one is still wearing the clothes of the mecha school. He must be rich. Shin Rong felt the rumble of the mecha getting closer and closer, and then the sound of the operating lever descending. The cold and hard metal groped her body, making her touch the edge of reality. She opened her eyes suddenly. Is she alive? What she saw were two low and shabby mechas. The low-quality exhaust they emitted made the already turbid air even more unpleasant, and in the distance was the gray sky shrouded by haze. Damn! This one is still alive. A somewhat terrifying human voice came from the obviously shorter mecha. Don't make a fuss. You die soon if you live now. The mecha operator called Brother Monkey was calmer. He manipulated the mecha arm and took out a portable contamination value scanner from a part of the mecha body. The scanner emitted a red light towards Shin Rong's body. After a moment, the scanner issued a mechanical voice. The scan is complete. The contamination value is 99%. Please inject antibodies immediately. The scanner made a harsh and sharp sound, like a death curse, telling Shin Rong that she didn't have much time left. Damn it, kill him now, otherwise he will become polluted, and we will be in trouble. The shorter mecha made an excited voice. The mecha operator called Monkey Brother had a cold light flash on his arm, and the alloy dagger stored behind his arm was held in the mecha's hand. Shin Rong opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The dagger stabbed at Shin Rong's head like a guillotine. At the last moment of falling, an unpleasant sound, like a windmill in disrepair, came out of his throat. The star coins in my optical brain. The dagger slowed down suddenly when it heard the word star coins. Don't you want it? This is a one-shot kill question. Most of those who drove mechas to the polluted area to pick up corpses have no ability to gain a foothold, and are too cowardly to face the pollutants head-on, and want to pick up leaks. The fuel for the mecha is expensive, and they didn't catch any big fish today. If they don't have some extra income, they may not be able to afford the fuel tomorrow. As for the star coins in the optical brain, they can't take them away without iris unlocking and payment password. The optical brain on the dead is only worth a few hundred star coins for recycling, but it's different for the living. The two owners of the low mecha face-to-face thinking, they are a little hesitant. After all, it's easy to end up in this world if you trust strangers casually. I just need you to help me bring the optical brain to my parents. Shin Rong said again. Monkey Brother is the leader between the two people, and he is more courageous. It's obvious that he would be stupid not to earn the star coins. He said, how much is your balance in star coins? Add me as a friend first. Give me a nutrient injection. I don't have the strength to lift my arm. Shin Rong said again. I don't have the strength to lift my arms, but I can still talk nonsense. Monkey was a little anxious. After all, the infection value of the person in front of him was already 99, and it was hard to say when he would be completely finished. He cursed and manipulated the mecha, injecting a tube of nutrient into Shin Rong's body. Nutrients and antibodies are necessary for entering and leaving the contaminated area. Ordinary corpse pickers will also bring some to prevent themselves from being infected or trapped. Shin Rong could feel a vitality injected into her body, and the strong stomach acid decomposed the nutrient in less than an instant. But she was still in pain. The pain of bones being dissolved was like a shadow, like maggots attached to the bones. But fortunately she could move. Shin Rong stood up slowly. He and Monkey Brother's mecha were originally very close. When she stood up, her thin body seemed very small in front of the 2-meter-5 mecha. Monkey Brother suddenly noticed something wrong, but he couldn't tell. Reason told him that the human body could not compete with the mecha, so he was absolutely safe. But when he met the deep eyes of the person in front of him, he felt a little weird again. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and the person in front of him disappeared. She has become a pollutant. Run! The corpse-collecting teammates screamed, turned around and ran away, not caring about his companions at all. Monkey Brother was still thinking that he was in the mecha, and it would be fine even if he went around behind him. Then, his mecha suddenly made a sharp roar. Warning! The energy cabin has been destroyed. The mecha has entered maintenance mode. This is impossible. How could the pollutant know to destroy my energy cabin? Monkey Brother roared in disbelief. After the energy cabin was destroyed, the mecha loaded the module and entered the maintenance state. I didn't break it. Qin Rong's voice came from very close, and Monkey Brother suddenly raised his head with a sense of something. Outside the transparent screen of the command cabin, Qin Rong's head was pressed against the screen, and the reflection was particularly weird. I just took off the outer shell. With a clang, the screws and outer panels of the energy cabin fell to the ground. Looking closely, you can see that there are dents at the junction of the outer panel and the mecha. With a bang, the transparent glass of the mecha was shaken by the fist. Qin Rong unscrewed the screws embedded on the outside and opened the glass cover directly. Monkey Brother never thought that someone other than him would come into the cockpit, so he didn't prepare any weapons here. Monkey Brother glanced at the name tag on Qin Rong's chest, and he said in a trembling voice, "Classmate Rong, right? We have no grudges against each other. I also gave you a free injection of nutrient, right? Although you have become a pollutant, you can still speak, and you must remember your parents. When I go back, I will definitely be filial to your parents. Really, I will see them off to their end. I beg you, please let me go." You Rong? Qin Rong suddenly felt a large number of memories pouring into her head. It was not the kind of scene she had experienced, but more like the setting was directly stuffed into her mind. Her name is Yurong, a sophomore in the command department of the Mecha Academy. Both her parents have passed away. She lives on the government's relief funds. She just turned 18 this year. Qin Rong wanted to figure out what was going on with these memories, but now was not the time to explore. She had to leave the contaminated area and find a safe place. With a bang, the screen was completely pried open. Monkey Brother was so scared that he quickly shrank into the corner. He heard that as long as he didn't come into direct contact with the pollutants, he wouldn't be completely infected. He still had a chance. Then he watched this human-like infected thing pressing buttons in front of his console. Full manual driving has been turned on, and the auxiliary system has been exited. The destination has been calibrated. You are at the edge of the contaminated area. Please be careful of the activity of pollutants. When Monkey Brother reacted and took a pollutant out of the contaminated area, Qin Rong had already left his cockpit. With a trembling arm, he opened the optical brain and dialed the pollutant cleaning cruiser center. "Hello, this is the cruiser management center. A pollutant drove my mecha out of the contaminated area. She is wearing the school uniform of the Mecha Academy. Her name is Yurong. Come quickly. May I ask how many casualties the pollutant has caused?" "No. No casualties, but this pollutant can talk. It can also dismantle mechas. You must pay attention to it." "Okay, please send the specific coordinates. We will send a cruiser to investigate later." When Qin Rong walked to the automatic display window where the nutrients were sold, she felt that the strength brought by the nutrient just now was about to disappear. At the same time, it brought her a deeper and more terrifying hunger. She clicked on the purchase information of 5 nutrient supplements, then sank her consciousness into the optical brain, called out the payment barcode in the optical brain, and pasted it on the scanning port of the vending machine. "Your balance is insufficient. Please recharge before purchasing." Qin Rong selected another nutrient supplement purchase information. After buying 3 nutrient supplements at a time, the balance was insufficient. Qin Rong leaned weakly on the vending machine window, tore open the package with his mouth, and poured 3 of them into his mouth at the same time. 3 nutrient supplements are far from enough. Qin Rong looked up at the unit price of the nutrient, 35 star coins for 1 nutrient. She had to find a way to earn some star coins. If she continued like this, she would be completely infected within a day. "Host, great! I thought I wouldn't see you after the restart. I shouldn't have asked you to go to the contaminated area. I thought it was okay to stay at the edge." Qin Rong thought he was starving and his consciousness was blurred. Otherwise, how could he hear someone talking in his mind? "Host, why don't you pay attention to me? Are you angry with me?" Qin Rong drank all 3 nutrient supplements. Qin Rong regained some strength, and he had time to pay attention to this inexplicable voice. "Where are you?" "I'm in the host's optical brain." In the memory that Qin Rong got inexplicably, there was no mention of this voice, but the way he addressed himself made Qin Rong think of a name. System. Qin Rong had read a lot of system articles when she was an electrical engineering college student in her previous life, so when she first came to this polluted world, she thought she was the chosen one. She had been waiting for her system to load, using her electrical automation technology from another world, combined with the mecha knowledge of this world, to create an automated mecha army and conquer the pollutants lying down. Then she failed, and finally died in the battle with the pollutants. Host, why don't you recognize me? Is there amnesia as a sequela of infection? Qin Rong said calmly. Did we know each other before? Yes, you are the host I chose, and we worked together to capture the male protagonist. Last night, the male protagonist asked you to meet in the polluted area, but you didn't want to go, so I persuaded you to go, and finally you were attacked by pollutants. Don't you remember anything? Qin Rong understood this time. It's not that her system was just loaded, but that this is not her system. And this world has a male protagonist. She is not the chosen one. She has the script of a cannon fodder who worked diligently for 10 years and was finally contaminated by pollutants. Qin Rong's eyes suddenly swept to the packaging paper of the nutrient solution. The production date on it is Oak 27. The year she and the pollutants perished together was the 17th year of Oak. Qin Rong felt a sense of melancholy. It turned out that 10 years had passed since her death. Host, why don't you speak? I'm a little scared. I'm not your host. You've got the wrong person. Qin Rong replied. After Qin Rong finished speaking, the system fell into silence for a long time. Seeing that the system didn't speak, Qin Rong ignored it for the time being. Her first priority now was to ensure her survival. She thought about her current situation. The money she had saved in the past should have been donated to the charity fund, which was also her will. And if she recognized her past friends in this appearance, she would probably be considered a psychopath. Qin Rong thought of several ways to make money with mechas, but because they required time and connections, they were all rejected by her. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way. Chapter 2. It's angular binding. It's the famous skill of Qin Rong, the uncrowned king of the cruisers 10 years ago. Angular binding. When she first started working in this world, her salary could not cover the monthly mortgage. At that time, she found a way to make quick money. There are a lot of mecha competitions on the Star Network, big and small, among which there is a kind of match called the Ring Life and Death Battle, which is particularly popular. This kind of mecha battle does not require advance registration. You can wait for 2 hours at most or 10 minutes at least to get a number, and the result will be announced on the spot. If you win, you will be paid directly. The Ring Life and Death Battle is essentially different from the conventional mecha competition. It is an entertainment industry for audiences who like mecha battles to have fun. So it has no rules, no requirements, and all kinds of dirty tricks can be seen. Qin Rong didn't expect that, after 10 years of struggling and finally making a name for himself, he would have to start from scratch when he woke up one day. She didn't move, saving as much energy as possible. Leaning against the vending machine, she raised her arm and connected her consciousness to the optical brain. After entering the optical brain, Qin Rong chose the option of the Star Network. She stood in a small world. This square space was the personal area of the Star Network, and the owner could arrange it according to his own preferences. Qin Rong filled in the Ring Life and Death Battle in the search box. The next second, her consciousness jumped along the network and came to the door of the Ring Life and Death Battlefield Hall. The AI simulated into a human appearance showed a gentle and polite smile and asked, "Hello, tourist, please show your ticket." The finale of the ring tonight is the 7-game winning streak of the boxing lion. It should be a wonderful duel that cannot be missed. Qin Rong said to the AI service robot, "I want to sign up for the life and death battle. Please help me arrange the battle as soon as possible." The AI is quite intelligent and can basically do simple conversations. After grabbing the keywords, he immediately replied, "Okay." As soon as the AI robot finished speaking, it turned into a torrent of data and reorganized, and then became 2 people. The robot closer to the venue said, "Madam, do you have a player identity?" "No." "Please follow me to register as a player." Qin Rong nodded and followed him into the venue. Behind the scenes of the life and death battle in the ring, the manager was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He had been warming up for today's life and death battle in the ring for several days, and the robot welcoming guests at the door also added a slogan to promote Boxing Lion's 7 consecutive victories. But just now, the player who played against Boxing Lion gave up the game. Things like giving up the game happen from time to time. After all, people always have various special circumstances. Ordinary giving up the game can be ignored, but this time, it was Boxing Lion's 8th ring match after a week of warm-up. The ring needs to launch star players to drive viewing benefits, and Boxing Lion is the star they pushed up in line with the trend. The opponent not only fights brutally, but also has strong strength. In the real world, he is also a working cruiser. The player he prepared for the opponent today is a very powerful Mecha Combat College student. The probability of victory or defeat of both sides is about 30 to 70. It is a very interesting and high-level game. Why did he abandon the game at the last minute? Could it be that a competitor deliberately messed with him? The manager was collapsed and had to open the Star Network address book. There were only 10 minutes left before the game. Think about which player is free at this time. Manager, a new player has come and wants to participate in the ring battle today. The manager's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the AI robot's shoulder and asked, "Who is the new player?" "It's a sophomore student in a military academy." Okay. The manager said 3 good words in a row. He looked at the virtual clock beside the ring and continued, "There are still 5 minutes. Let him prepare now, and go on stage immediately." The robot could not understand the manager's excitement. He led Qin Rong to the waiting passage for the game without rushing. There are 2 sides of the waiting passage, one for each player. Please prepare yourself. The match will start in 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Qin Rong was a little surprised. The arrangement was too fast. Is the efficiency of the arena life and death match so high now? She couldn't help but look up to this unknown rising star arena life and death match. Qin Rong immediately summoned the mecha on the Star Network, and then familiarized herself with the operation keys. When she was 2/3 familiar with it, there was a warm cheer from outside. The door of the waiting room slowly opened, and in front of Qin Rong was a transparent glass tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a huge circular arena. The transparent glass tunnel was suspended in the air. Looking down from the glass window, there were countless small black dots. The cheers came like a tidal wave, but few of them were blessings for her. Most of them were shouting "Boxing Lion, tear her apart. Blow up her mecha." And so on. It's been a long time since we had a life and death battle in the ring. The audience is still as simple and rough as ever, Qin Rong thought. When both sides finally walked through the glass tunnel, the crowd gradually quieted down, and the mechas of both sides also appeared on the circular floating ring. The body of the Boxing Lion's mecha is a mixture of silver and red. The whole mecha body is very sharp, and the part of the fists is very huge compared to the proportion of the mecha. This is a modified, heavy attack type A-class mecha. On the big screen of the broadcast, a full 10 seconds of close-up of this mecha was taken, and then turned to Qin Rong's mecha. Compared with the smooth and beautiful body of the Boxing Lion, which is full of violent aesthetics, Qin Rong's mecha is slightly ordinary. The most ordinary standard mecha of the Star Network has not been modified. The outer paint has fallen off because it has not been repaired regularly. There are white and silver patches. At first glance, it looks like a scrap mecha. For a moment, the doubts from the audience were even louder than the cheers just now. They bought tickets for a wonderful duel, not to watch the masters bully the weak. You don't have to be so obvious if you want to support Fist Lion. If the opponent finds someone who has never fought on the stage, who wouldn't be killed in seconds, it's too disgusting to fake a match. Fist Lion is at least a serious cruiser. Does your platform need to be like this? For a moment, the corner of the manager's mouth twitched while watching from the audience. Didn't you say she was a sophomore in the military academy? How could her mecha be so broken? And it's a standard ordinary mecha. The manager shook the AI robot angrily. The AI robot still smiled and replied, "According to data analysis, the reason why her mecha is worn out may be because it has not been repaired." The manager didn't want to pay attention to this artificial idiot. She's a mecha combat type. The manager thought he should think positively. Maybe this person is the kind of low-key master who doesn't show off, and just likes this mecha style. No, she's a command type. The AI robot replied. The manager looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes. He had a premonition that he would have to write a 30-page PPT to report this mistake to his leader. Qin Rong on the ring didn't know the manager's ups and downs. She entered the combat mode and carefully looked at the opponent's mecha. After seeing Qin Rong's mecha, Quan Shi was also stunned. He was a little dissatisfied with the platform's arrangement. He didn't need this kind of fake match. Even if he was matched with an opponent randomly, he could still win. Simply kill the opponent in seconds. Such a game is meaningless and can't improve his level, Quan Shi thought. The big screen flashed and cut to the host's screen. The host stood on a suspended disc, holding a wireless microphone, and spoke passionately. The much-anticipated 8th match is finally here. After 5 minutes of introducing the Boxing Lion, the host began to introduce Qin Rong, but since this was the first match, there was nothing much to introduce about Qin Rong, so he only spoke for 1 minute. Qin Rong felt goosebumps when she heard the host's words, "mysterious mecha and young player who may surprise us." She is a professional host. She can praise the mecha without any advantages, and without any record for nearly a minute. Okay, no more nonsense. Overnight Rich vs. Boxing Lion's life and death battle in the ring. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the transparent cover above the circular ring fell completely, the ring battle finally began. Boxing Lion launched the attack first. He wanted to make a quick decision. After the game has started, the protective cover will isolate the sound and sight of the outside world. People inside cannot see the outside, but people outside can see the inside clearly. The host explained with great excitement. Boxing Lion used his favorite feint attack. If someone who doesn't know him well, they will definitely think that his fists are the core of his attack. When the focus is on his mecha's fists, his goal is achieved. The tracking cannon hidden in his fists is his real attack. Our young player is participating in the ring life and death battle for the first time. She dodges it. She dodges it. She turned 3 times in the air, causing the tracking cannon to lose its path and explode in midair. At the same time, on the big screen, the director cut out the slow-motion operation of Qin Rong's 3 consecutive turns. The tracking cannon can only track 3 directions, so when Qin Rong turned for the 3rd time, the tracking cannon exploded. The audience below felt fooled. He was obviously a master who could make 3 consecutive turns, but he used this broken mecha shell to deceive their feelings. The manager wiped his tears and rekindled his hope. Maybe he only had to write 10 pages of PPT this time. The Boxing Lion, who was fighting against Qin Rong, reacted the moment Qin Rong dodged his tracking cannon. His misjudgment was not a shill found by the platform. This was definitely a master of micromanipulation. Ordinary people turned continuously, all of which were about hand speed, as fast as they could, but she was different. She was very calm, as if she didn't know how many times she had seen the trajectory of the tracking shells. She could accurately control the nodes of each turn, not only smoothly, but also accurately like art. The moment the opponent dodged the tracking shells, he fired a shell in the air. Because he misjudged the opponent's level, he did not react to dodge in the first time, and he did not have time to react to open the protection. This shell hit his mecha, which would probably damage it by 20%, but he could still continue to fight. Just as Boxer Lion was thinking in a flash, the shells rubbed against his mecha body and hit the ground. Chapter 3. Quancher suddenly had a feeling of facing the director. The director and his gang were like this. Every time they fought, they refused to fight him head-on, and they all liked to play dirty. For a moment, the audience who had cheered for Qin Rong for turning 3 times in a row stopped awkwardly. In this case, the trajectory of the shell was off, which could be said to be a free-point question. The manager felt that he was too happy too early. Although he could make high-end operations, this overnight rich man obviously had not fought a few actual battles, and could not even do the most basic orbit calibration and tracking. However, the fact is that in the first 3 minutes, Qin Rong did not fully understand this mecha, and was not clear about the orbit calibration accuracy of this mecha. But now, she has figured it out in the battle. Chuencher's tracking bullet was still cooling down. After he dodged Qin Rong's shells, he immediately accelerated to get close to Qin Rong's mecha. Quancher is an experienced player. He analyzed the most suitable way for him at the moment in an instant. The enemy's mecha was very broken. After getting close to the opponent, as long as he could stick to the opponent, the difference between their mechas would be highlighted. Qin Rong was also very clear about this, so when Quancher swung his heavy punch, Qin Rong just controlled the mecha to dodge. In the eyes of the audience, Qin Rong, who had been dodging, seemed to be at a disadvantage, but Quancher knew very well that the opponent could use such a heavy and worn-out mecha so flexibly, and her judgment of the timing of the battle was definitely better than his. And Quancher always felt that the opponent's movement trajectory was very familiar. At the beginning, Qin Rong was above his left. When he swung his right arm, Qin Rong began to land, and slid from the gap of his right arm to his back. Quancher thought Qin Rong would attack him from behind, so he turned around to block. At this time, Qin Rong launched a feint attack on his left arm. When Quancher raised his left arm to block, Qin Rong slid from Chuencher's left arm to his back. The disadvantage of the Boxing Lion's huge mecha was revealed at this moment, and he was restrained by Qin Rong's flexible body. In battle, it is taboo to follow the enemy's thinking. Boxing Lion would rather take a direct blow than take back the initiative of attack. However, when he turned around and gave up blocking and wanted to attack, he suddenly found that he could not move. Invisible silk threads were wrapped around his body, binding his 2 arms like a tortoise shell. Then came Qin Rong's violent attack. The damage value of the mecha instantly dropped below 80%, 70%, 60%. When the damage value of the mecha reached 50%, Boxing Lion finally got rid of the stiff state and broke the silk thread. Qin Rong seemed to have grasped this node. The moment Boxing Lion got rid of it, he immediately retreated without hesitation. The knowledgeable host immediately said the name of the fighting technique used by Qin Rong. It's angular binding. It's the famous skill of Qin Rong, the uncrowned king of the cruiser 10 years ago, angular binding. In the 10 years after Qin Rong's death, many people actually copied her operation, but few people have the courage to use it in actual combat, and even fewer people can use it so well like getting rich overnight. Some people in the audience, who originally cheered for the Boxing Lion, had their eyes widened in surprise. The uncrowned King Qin Rong has been dead for 10 years. In these 10 years, many geniuses have emerged, but still no one can reach her original height. Among mecha fans, there are a large number of people who specialize in studying Qin Rong's mecha fighting skills, and summarize them, and compile them into mecha fighting techniques. Those who can use mecha fighting techniques, and use them so reasonably, will have a wave of natural traffic on any platform. When the manager saw the angular binding, it was like fireworks in his mind. Even if Qin Rong loses today, he has caught a very promising new star. It's worth it even if he has to write 30 pages of PPT. On the ring, Boxing Lion's cold sweat dripped down. He forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. From the beginning to now, he has only fired a tracking bullet once, and then he has been restrained. This feeling is too uncomfortable. The initiative must be taken back. This lion knew he had to take it back, but how to do it? He was an old player after all, so he didn't hesitate any longer and fired another tracking shell at Qin Rong. The shell he loaded was focused on attack, so it was difficult to cool down. Given the brokenness of the opponent's mecha, if it was hit, it would definitely be damaged by more than 50%. After firing the shell, he rushed up along the trajectory. He was faster than the shell. When he attacked Qin Rong, the opponent unexpectedly began to dodge, and he took the opportunity to come behind Qin Rong. The front foot fist lion's attack ended, the shell approached again, and Qin Rong's first turn began. This lion immediately attacked from behind. There was a shell in front, and a fist lion behind. Turning required space, so it was impossible to turn at all. Who knew that Qin Rong seemed to have expected it? She turned off the power jet at the bottom of the mecha and fell straight down. Boxing Lion was delighted. Great! Without the power of the feet, it would be difficult to complete the turn by relying on the loaded jet behind her. She would definitely not be able to avoid the shell this time. The next moment, he saw Qin Rong falling to the ground and completing the ground turn. The jet and the ground formed a 60-degree angle, and Qin Rong flew out diagonally. Boxing Lion had a hunch that the other party might complete the third turn. He immediately began to dive, wanting to kill him while Qin Rong completed the third turn. If she wanted to turn, it must be a ground turn, and the space on her right half of the ring was too small. It was very likely that she would not be able to complete the turn and be hit by the missile. So she must have turned to the left. Boxing Lion estimated the time and place of her turn, clenched his fist, and went to the ground heavily. Then the next moment, he suddenly found that his hatch was broken. The huge transparent display screen was hit by a broken fist. The fist was just a little bit away from him. If it went in a little bit more, he would be gone. Boxing Lion understood it instantly. Qin Rong guessed it, and she deliberately came to the edge of the ring to shorten her turning space and let him determine the direction of the turn. However, in fact, she had no intention of turning at all, and let the shells hit her body, and then took advantage of the speed of the Boxing Lion's fall to break his cabin with her fist. Qin Rong's mecha's power was absolutely unable to break his cabin, so she could only use the gravity acceleration of the Boxing Lion itself to blast it in one fell swoop and capture the thief and the king. Boxing Lion suddenly had a feeling when facing the director. The director and his group of people were like this. Every time they fought, they refused to fight him head-on, and they all liked to play dirty. I lost. Boxing Lion was willing to admit defeat. He was not a person who could not afford to lose. The other party gave him face, and did not break up his consciousness, so he didn't need to continue fighting. The host didn't react to this sudden turn of events. Even though he had commented on so many Mecha live broadcasts, he was a little confused about the newcomer's way. However, he still reacted quickly and immediately said, "Overnight Rich lured the enemy deep into the city. It's a pity that Boxing Lion was one step short of winning. However, today's competition is particularly valuable. Let us congratulate Overnight Rich for successfully defeating Boxing Lion's 7 consecutive victories, and winning a consecutive victory." The game was over, and the cover on the ring was slowly retracted to both sides. Boxing Lion's mecha had a big hole in it. He turned on the mecha's loudspeaker and said, "What's your name? Are you a cruiser? I'm still a student. Welcome to our cruiser to apply for a job. With your mecha driving level, You should have a bigger stage. Qin Rong thought to himself, if I hadn't been contaminated, I would be the director of your cruiser administration now. However, Qin Rong didn't say anything to Boxing Lion. She just wanted to fill her stomach first, so Qin Rong politely said, "Thank you, I will consider it." After the cheers in the field gradually dissipated, the guiding robot butler asked both players to leave the field. Qin Rong came to the settlement place, intending to see how much he could earn in this game. The robot butler took Qin Rong's player name tag with a smile, and after swiping it on the computer, the robot butler said, "Congratulations to the player who got rich overnight. You have won consecutive games. The profit of this game is 1,000 star coins. Please keep up the good work." Qin Rong glanced at the backstage, and the balance showed that it had been credited. She didn't stay any longer, and turned around and logged off. When the manager hurried over, Qin Rong's figure had disappeared. He looked at the robot butler and said, "Where is the one who got rich overnight? He has logged off after taking the game profit." The manager felt sorry for a while. This player who got rich overnight should not just play one game, but should come again. He told the robot butler, "Next time this person comes to ask for profits, you should hold him back and talk to him, then send me a message and wait for me to come." The robot butler smiled and replied, "Okay." The manager sighed and left. Not only did he have to write a report PPT, but his future performance was also gone. His future was bleak. Chapter 4. How much do you know about mechas? After exiting the ring interface, Boxing Lion pulled up the screen recording of his last fight and sent it to his immediate superior. "Boxing Lion, Brother Yang, take a look. Isn't this man's fighting style a bit like that of the great Qin Rong?" After a while, Shen Yangyi replied, "Shen Yangyi, did you go to Starnet to slack off again? Come back quickly when you have time. There is a report in the East District saying that pollutants have escaped from the polluted area. No one was killed, and the mechas were dismantled." Boxing Lion, which bastard reported the case? "This is the pollutants that ate the mechas." Boxing Lion, don't worry about that case for now, watch the video I sent you. 10 minutes later, Shen Yangyi finished the video. Shen Yangyi, and her overall awareness is much better than yours. Beating you is like walking a dog. Boxing Lion, there is no need to step on one and praise the other. Shen Yangyi, the truth is always a sharp knife. Boxing Lion, do you want to send it to the group so that others can see it? This person is a military school student. I think he is a good seedling. The director can work hard to recruit him. Shen Yangyi, don't be stupid. The director hates others imitating the great Qin Rong the most. Boxing Lion, does the director still think that the great Qin Rong is not dead? Shen Yangyi, don't worry about it. Anyway, it's okay to send this video to those who don't know Qin Rong. Don't send it to those who know Qin Rong. They all have one thing in common, that is, they don't like to see someone imitating Qin Rong's fighting style. Maybe they think it's a shame to imitate others. Boxing Lion, got it. Shen Yangyi, don't be unhappy. If you really admire her so much, go and recruit her yourself. When she comes to the management bureau, you will be her guide. Boxing Lion was awakened by Shen Yangyi's words. He hurriedly went to the backstage to find the manager to ask for Qin Rong's Star Network ID, and then happily added it, waiting for Qin Rong's reply. Qin Rong here has already exited the Star Network, and spent 1,000 star coins in one go to buy the nutritional supplements in the window. After taking 28 nutritional supplements, the burning pain in Qin Rong's body gradually disappeared. Her control over her body was basically restored. However, the feeling of hunger still lingered on her. No matter how many nutritional supplements she drank, she didn't feel full. The crisis of survival was temporarily relieved. Qin Rong stood up and planned to find a place to rest. "Host, I have checked it out. The host who signed a contract with me before was sent back to the original world. Now this container is occupied by you, the host. I declare that you are now my new host." Qin Rong said lightly, "No." If it were 10 years ago, when she was still a clear college student, she might have agreed with joy, but she had been beaten in this world for 10 years, and was wary of unfamiliar things. "Host, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Red Line Fairy System. My service purpose is to give love and happiness to every protagonist. This is a very meaningful thing. Host, don't take off the optical brain." Qin Rong said, "I'm not interested." "Host, wait a minute. I have strong computing power, and am also a leader in the system. I can perform at least 5 billion operations per second. 5 billion times is not fast for a computer, but for a computer that can talk and think, it is very fast." The system saw Qin Rong stop taking off the optical brain, and secretly felt that there was a chance. He took the opportunity to say, "Host, our task is very simple. We just need to match the male protagonist to get true love. I was thinking about letting the host to capture the male protagonist. It would be faster to complete the task, but it is also okay not to capture." Shin Rong suddenly said, "How much do you know about mechas in this world?" "Not very well. But as long as I connect to the internet, I can immediately get all the knowledge about mechas on the internet. I learned very quickly." Chapter 5. The male protagonist is a single soldier, and he is also an S-level physique, which is ridiculously strong. The host should invite him quickly. In his previous life, Shin Rong wanted to complete the automated mecha, but he always encountered various troubles, and finally failed to advance. Now he has met this system. Isn't this a good match given by God? If you can develop an automated mecha with me, I can consider it, Shin Rong said carefully. When the system heard Shin Rong's agreement, it immediately responded positively and happily. "Host, don't worry. I will go to learn about automated mecha now." The system was quiet for a while, and went to collect information online. Shin Rong walked towards the Mecha Academy based on his extra memory. Shin Rong had basically spent all the star coins he had just earned. After becoming a pauper again, the best way to save money was to live in school. It goes without saying that the prices of hotels outside are expensive and can't be afforded. If the prices are particularly cheap, then you have to consider your personal safety. The student identity is very useful, giving Shin Rong some buffer time to adapt to this future world. She can live in the dormitory, and does not need to pay tuition for the time being. Moreover, Shin Rong lives in a single room. Although there are 4 beds, the other 3 are empty. The computing power of the system allows him to do it in 2 lines. Seeing Shin Rong return to school on his own initiative, it seems very happy, so it happily said, "The previous host was not very popular, and the original roommates moved to the next door." Shin Rong. Is this something worth showing off? But no matter what the reason, the result is that she has a small dormitory of 25 square meters with a bathroom, and Shin Rong is still very happy. Shin Rong first counted her current assets. She has some books on Mecha Command, and then beautiful clothes in the closet, and then some daily necessities. She also has a few jars of skin care products, but the skin care products in them have been used up. The system spoke again. "Host, you must buy skin care products. Without a pretty face, how can you seduce the male lead?" Shin Rong. With 5 billion computing power per second, you are thinking about seducing the male lead every day. Isn't your vision too small? How did you teach your previous host to seduce the male lead? Looking at those empty skin care products, Shin Rong felt that the upper host of the system was likely to be very obedient. Just pretend to meet the male lead by chance, fall down in front of him to make him pity, say bad things about the male lead in front of other girls, who like the male lead, scare away the rival, and so on. I am professional. Shin Rong slowly raised his thumb, and then slowly bent it. Now she understood why she was not popular. After understanding the structure of the dormitory, Shin Rong took a hot bath, and changed into clean clothes. The original school uniform was so dirty that it could not be seen. When it was soaked in water, the water turned black. Shin Rong lay comfortably on the bed, enjoying the feeling of being alive, when her optical brain received a new message. The sender's name was the class teacher. The content of the message was, "The final elimination exam will start on the 15th of next month. Please prepare for it." Shin Rong carefully read the content of the email, and the general content was that all students in the command department were asked to find students from the individual soldier department to form 5 mecha teams. The final elimination match adopts the last elimination system, and the last one will be expelled. Since Shin Rong inherited this identity, lived in someone else's dormitory, wore someone else's clothes, and slept in someone else's bed, she naturally couldn't let herself be expelled. And as a 3-good student, studying hard and making progress every day is a basic virtue. Host, the male protagonist is from the individual soldier department, and he is also an S-level physique, which is ridiculously strong. Host, go and invite him. The system became anxious as soon as the male protagonist was mentioned, and wanted to urge Shin Rong to do the task. Shin Rong remembered a small detail that the system had mentioned before. You said before that it was the male protagonist who invited your previous host to go to the contaminated area? Yes. As a mecha soldier, how could he not know how dangerous the contaminated area is? How could he invite your previous host to go to the contaminated area? I don't know, maybe the male protagonist has a unique hobby? Shin Rong doesn't think so. How did the male protagonist invite you? Let me see. He just gave me a note. I remember putting it in a book. Look for it. Shin Rong searched all the books on the table, but couldn't find the note. So it seems that he really wants to go to the male protagonist. Jin Rong just came back to life, and she can't allow anything that endangers her life to happen. Chapter 6. What is this new way to attract attention? The Capital Mecha University has 3 majors in Mecha, Mecha Materials, Command Department, and Mecha Individual Soldier. The school wants Mecha students to get closer, so it not only arranges various social activities, but also arranges many common courses for the Command Department, Mecha Individual Soldier and Material Department. This kind of course is usually arranged on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, because generally many people have 4 consecutive classes, which are also called big classes by classmates. Jin Rong didn't know which dormitory the male protagonist lived in, nor did she have his class schedule. She only knew the male protagonist's name, Jiang Yuqi. So Jin Rong chose the most convenient way to find the male protagonist, which is this big class on Thursday afternoon. This afternoon class is a practical class basic skills of mecha driving. Because driving a mecha in a practical class is easy to hurt yourself, the course method is online simulation teaching with optical brain. 10 minutes before the class started, Jin Rong logged into the optical brain first, then connected to the Star Network. After searching for her school page on the Star Network, Jin Rong continued to browse, and found the Mecha Academy on the school's classification page, and then found Teacher by Weinian. Clicking on Teacher by Weinian's course, Jin Rong's consciousness began to jump, and came to a training ground preset by Teacher by. At this moment, a lot of people have gathered on the ground, and it is estimated that there are nearly 200 people. Among these people, the number of mecha soldiers is the largest, followed by the Command Department, and finally the Material Department. There are so many people, Jin Rong has never seen the male protagonist Jiang Yuqi, and it is a bit troublesome to find him. The part of the memory she received is some settings of this container, without the memory of the previous host's experience. Jin Rong plans to find a student from the Individual Soldier Department to ask first. Students from the Individual Soldier Department are generally easy to identify. They are tall and strong, and most of them are from the Individual Soldier Department. She randomly found a male student who looked tall and strong, and asked, "Are you from the Mecha Individual Soldier Department?" The male classmate immediately showed a clear look of contempt towards Jin Rong, then took 2 quick steps away from Jin Rong. Jin Rong was a little confused. Does this person know him? Looking at her expression, has her popularity been so bad that even dogs would despise her? But she didn't give up. She found another sturdier male classmate and said, "Hello classmate, I want to ask, have you seen Jiang Yuqi from the Individual Soldier Department?" This male classmate was better than the previous one. He was not so direct, but replied politely but not completely politely. "Why are you looking for Jiang Yuqi? Do you want to form a team with him in the elimination round?" Jin Rong shook his head and said, "I just want to ask something." The male classmate had a look of "I don't believe you" on his face, and said with a little contempt and sympathy in his eyes, "Jiang Yuqi is S level, the future light of our department, and you two can't be together. And as your classmate, I kindly remind you that you should focus on the command course, otherwise you will be expelled from school in this elimination round." Jin Rong thought to himself that this classmate was a good person. Most people would lead directly like the first male classmate, but he still advised himself to take the right path. But Jin Rong still said, "I just have something to ask him, nothing else." The male classmate still didn't believe it, and continued, "I don't know where Jiang Yuqi is, maybe he didn't come to class today." As soon as the male classmate finished speaking, a clear and hearty male voice sounded behind Jin Rong. "Du Jiangwei, don't slander me. I am a 3 good student, and never skip classes." Jin Rong turned around and looked up at the man in front of him. He was about 1.85 meters tall, not the tallest among the mecha soldiers, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a bulging chest. He had straight features and sharp contours, but he had a pair of almond eyes, which diluted his hostility and made him smile with a bit of youthful spirit. "This should be Jiang Yuqi." "You wrong?" Jiang Yuqi smiled and said cheerfully, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "If it's about forming a team, I've already formed a team with Zhang Zhe from your class. I'm very popular." "You're late." Jin Rong. This further deepened his stereotype of mecha soldiers, big fools. Jin Rong said, "It's not about forming a team. I want to ask about the note. You asked me to meet you in the polluted area of Jinghe Park before. I want to ask why you didn't come." Jiang Yuqi frowned and replied, "Why would I ask you to meet in the polluted area? Even at the edge, there may be pollutants. Did you receive the note?" "What note? Let me see it." Du Jianwei, who had just reminded Jin Rong, said, "Is this a new way to attract attention? This is a bit novel. It's much better than your previous deliberate fall in front of Jiang Yuqi." Du Jiangwei nodded and said, "You have made rapid progress in this area, but your command performance is still the last. Qin Rong, classmate, you are a little too gossipy." Jiang Yuqi didn't say anything. He still looked at Qin Rong seriously and asked again, "Who gave you the note?" Qin Rong had already communicated with the system about the ins and outs of the note, and had mastered the situation. So Qin Rong replied, "No one gave it to me. I went to the bathroom in the middle of the class on Tuesday afternoon. When I came back, the note was stuck in my book. It was written in your handwriting, asking me to meet in the contaminated area." Jiang Yuqi thought for a while with a heavy face, and concluded, "You may have been pranked. I have never written that kind of thing, and I will not do that." This is similar to what Qin Rong guessed. The note clearly had a problem. It was just that the system was eager to complete the task and forced its host to keep the appointment. Fortunately, it did not cause a big disaster. The previous host probably had a protection mechanism, and returned to his original world after death. After confirming that there was something wrong with the note, Qin Rong did not talk to Jiang Yuqi anymore. After all, the other party could not know the mastermind behind the scenes. For now, he could only let the system tell her everything that the previous host had experienced, and she would try to figure out who had the motive for committing the crime. Qin Rong walked out 2 meters in silence, and suddenly heard Jiang Yuqi behind him shouting, "How are you? Are you infected? I still have free antibodies in the infirmary. Do you need them?" Qin Rong politely refused, "Thank you, but no." Although Qin Rong did need antibodies, accepting Jiang Yuqi's kindness meant that he owed him a favor. It is easy to repay a loan, but it is difficult to repay a favor. Unless it is a critical moment, Qin Rong still doesn't want to owe him a favor. Du Jiangwei complained with a bit of a mother's mentality, "Jiang Yuqi, don't give things to others casually all the time. Yu Rong is pursuing you. If you do this, she will misunderstand you." Jiang Yuqi widened his almond eyes, and said in disbelief, "Yu Rong pursued me? How is it possible? Although I am indeed very charming, I have only said a few words to Yu Rong. It's too narcissistic to say that she likes me." Du Jiangwei, Chapter 7. You are right. After chatting with Jiang Yuqi for a few words, Qin Rong did not leave, but stayed on the Star Network, waiting for the course to start. Her mecha combat skills were already 10 years ago, and she wondered if they would be outdated for today's mechas. Qin Rong wanted to see how the basic skills of mecha driving now differed from hers at that time, so she stayed. In the first 30 seconds of the course, there were already nearly 300 people in the classroom, and the teacher by Weinian also appeared in this space. The others were wearing the school uniform set by the system, and he was wearing his own private clothes, so he could be recognized at a glance. The voice of teacher by Weinian was transmitted to everyone's ears through the means of amplification. "Everyone, please use your iris to punch in the sign-in box that pops up in the upper left corner. For the final exam of our course, attendance accounts for 30%, and exam scores account for 70%. Even students from the command department and the materials department can basically get credits for my class as long as they don't skip classes. Let me see. Today's attendance rate is not bad, 89%. Okay, students, I won't say much to encourage you. Today we will learn the basic operating skills of mobile shooting. Although most mechas now have automatic calibration functions, they will also encounter calibration failures in actual combat. If you only have automatic calibration to deal with pollutants, it is easy to fall into a passive position. So students, manual shooting is still very important. Bai Weinian spoke very carefully, explaining in detail how to determine the deviation of the orbit based on the environment, and how to correct it manually. Although they are all good content, they are a bit too basic for Qin Rong. She has obviously passed the novice stage. After the explanation, Bai Weinian pointed behind him again, and the blank wall immediately turned into a large screen, playing the calibration skills mentioned by Bai Weinian. The teaching footage he played was exactly the teaching footage shot when Qin Rong was a little famous as a cruiser. Qin Rong's financial situation was a bit bad at the time, and she took any job. At that time, a teacher saw that her mecha driving skills were very solid, and wanted to shoot some materials as a template for his students to learn. The other party spent 1,000 star coins, and Qin Rong accompanied him to shoot for a day, and finally shot about 30 combat skills. Qin Rong never thought that her video, which was a bit of a show-off of skills at the time, would be put on the big screen of the Mecha Academy for public execution. The bullet from more than 10 years ago hit her right in the middle of her eyebrows, making her embarrassed and want to find a crack in the ground to hide. Bai Weinian on the stage also explained, "Students, take a good look. This is a very precious teaching material, the continuous shooting skills recorded by teacher Qin Rong. Qin Rong covered her face with her hands, and quietly called up the sign-in interface just now. After signing in, you can't leave this classroom. If you want to leave, you can only exit through this panel. Embarrassed, Qin Rong felt that she probably couldn't learn anything, so she clicked the exit button and wanted to spend her time on other things. However, after she clicked exit, the sign-in page did not respond. After exiting the optical computer and logging in again, it was still locked in this interface. Qin Rong frowned. In fact, at the same time she clicked exit, Teacher Bai Weinian received the exit request. After the teacher agreed, Qin Rong's optical computer interface lock could be opened. Bai Weinian interrupted the video playback and said, "Student Yu Rong, do you have something urgent to leave?" For a while, the classroom of nearly 300 people looked around, and finally most of their eyes fell on her. Because the school attaches great importance to the friendship of the three Mecha departments, most students can call out their names even if they are not familiar with each other. And Yu Rong is quite famous in the individual soldier department and the command department because of her pursuit of Jiang Yuqi. Qin Rong now understood that she had probably made a mistake. Facing everyone's gaze and Bai Weinian's concerned eyes, she said with a seemingly calm voice, "It's okay, I clicked the wrong button." Bai Weinian continued to play the video. Qin Rong originally wanted to do something else on the Star Network, but now she has made up her mind to finish this class. Qin Rong's account was hanging in the classroom, but her consciousness was withdrawn from the optical brain. While Bai Weinian was playing her Black History video, Qin Rong sorted out what to do next. The first was to find out who gave the small note to Yu Rong and eliminate the danger. In addition to understanding the system, Qin Rong also planned to check the surveillance. It would be best if there was surveillance. The second was the final elimination exam, and there was still a month to prepare, which was enough time. The third is the research and development of automated mechas. Qin Rong didn't complete it until she died in her previous life. She can't rush it in this life. This is a long-term task. If the system helps her sincerely, maybe it can be researched. The fourth is that she has to find a way to satisfy her will-like stomach. It costs star coins to buy mecha parts and star coins to buy nutrients. She worked hard for 10 years to have a small fortune. Now starting from scratch is really frustrating. However, being alive is the best. After sorting out her thoughts, Qin Rong, who was a little confused 10 years later, has more confidence. When she returned to the course, the video had been played. The last scene was Qin Rong wearing a helmet, revealing a pair of phoenix eyes looking at the screen, putting two fingers together, tapping on the temple, and then raising her fingers and raising her eyebrows to show off. Qin Rong. She shouldn't have listened to the photographer at the beginning. The other party said that there was a signature move that would make her look more like a god, so he asked her to do that cool move at the end of each video. Qin Rong showed an expression of numbness and embarrassment, and silently cast his eyes on Bai Weinian. The simple demonstration is over. Next is the actual combat part. Students with similar student numbers will form a group. Whoever's mecha is damaged to less than 50% first will lose. The winners will be the top 100. The usual score will be increased by 2 points, and the others will be increased by 1 point. After the voice fell, Qin Rong found that the scene she was in began to change. The large classroom just now disappeared, replaced by a square space of about 30 square meters. The student standing opposite her should be a student from the command department. The other party reacted quickly and summoned the mecha immediately. At the same time, Qin Rong also clicked on the sign-in panel and summoned the mecha. The mechas used in the classroom were all the same standard mechas, and because this class taught continuous shooting, the weapons equipped were only continuous machine guns with average lethality. Qin Rong's opponent was obviously a novice, and although the command department also took mecha operation courses, they were definitely not as strong as individual soldiers, and they didn't care that much. So Qin Rong simply dodged a few times and hit the opponent's mecha to less than 50% without much effort. When the opponent's mecha was damaged to less than 50, Qin Rong and the other party's sign-in panel popped up a notification, which showed their grades for this course. There are two aspects to determine the grades: the degree of damage to the mecha, and the time used in the game. When Qin Rong came out of the small square space, there were only Qin Rong, Bai Weinian, and the girl who had just fought with Qin Rong in the hall. Bai Weinian's face was full of surprise. He never expected that the first place in today's course would be Yu Rong, not Jiang Yuqi, who he was more optimistic about. However, after being surprised, Bai Weinian also found a reason. The girl who fought with Yu Rong was also in the command department. She was relatively weak, so it was normal for her to win quickly. The one who fought with Jiang Yuqi was Qian Jianing, a single soldier in the class. Xian Jianing was very famous in the single soldier department and had won the first place in several interstellar mecha competitions, so it was understandable that Jiang Yuqi took a longer time. After figuring this out, Bai Weinian said to Qin Rong, "Congratulations, you got first place in this course. This will be recorded in your usual score." Qin Rong said politely, "Okay, thank you." Not long after, Jiang Yuqi also appeared in the hall. He appeared with a beautiful girl. He had a silly smile on his face as always. When he saw Qin Rong, he waved to her unexpectedly and pleasantly and said, "You came out so fast. Did you win?" Qin Rong nodded. The beautiful girl's face was not very good. She lost the game and was holding back her anger. At this moment, she vented it to the surroundings without any scruples, mocking Qin Rong. "It's just a command system chicken. If you want me to fight, I'd be faster than her." Qin Rong glanced at her and said nothing. This is a combat strategy of Qin Rong. Just like the previous dude, Jianwei complained that she spent her mind on chasing people, she also responded with silence. This trick is very useful most of the time. The other party said a few words to her and found it boring, so he didn't continue. However, this beautiful and somewhat arrogant girl is obviously not the majority. Qin Rong's silence made her take it too seriously. "Hey you, I'm talking to you. Do you think I'm bragging? I compete with her now. Let you see if I can win faster than you." The girl from the command department who lost the game was autistic in the corner. She definitely didn't want to play a second game. Qin Rong saw that the beautiful girl was not giving up, so he used his second method of stopping the war, which was, "You are right." Qin Rong said, "No, I know you are faster than me, I am lucky." The beautiful girl stopped talking when she heard Qin Rong's answer, and showed a satisfied and arrogant smile to Qin Rong. She raised her chin slightly and said, "Although you are a little rude and don't like to talk to people, you are still quite self-aware. Xian Jianing, what are you doing with your temper again?" At this time, someone else came out of the small room. The man who came out was handsome, about the same height as Jiang Yuqi. There was no expression on his face, and his black hair covered his eyebrows, making him look a little cold. Xian Jianing, the pretty girl, didn't even turn her head, and retorted, "Then why are you pretending to be expressionless? Shenlang, did you win or lose?" Jiang Yuqi waved at Shenlang, motioning him to come over. Shenlang was extremely calm, and said lightly, "Of course I won." Chapter 8. Can you repair mechas? Xian Jianing didn't get any good from Qin Rong, like a punch on cotton, so now she pointed the finger at Shenlang and said, "Let's have a competition." Shenlang shook his head and said, "No, it's boring." After that, Shenlang ran directly to Jiang Yuqi's side, and started chatting with him about the mecha competition on Star Network. Xian Jianing was naturally very interested, but because Shenlang didn't actively invite her to join, she stood alone and arrogant, isolating everyone by herself. As for Qin Rong, with Xian Jianing, others paid less attention to her. There were also mecha soldiers who noticed that Qin Rong was the first in this class, but they all had the same idea as Xian Jianing, thinking that Qin Rong's first place was very watered. After the class ended, Qin Rong couldn't wait to leave the classroom. Returning to the interface of Star Network, Qin Rong suddenly found that there was a small red dot on his account homepage. Clicking on the personal account homepage of Star Network, Qin Rong saw the friend request. This person wanted to join Qin Rong so much that he applied several times. Qin Rong clicked on the note on the application, which read, "I am Quancher. I know you don't want to join the cruiser now. I am not here to invite you. I just want to discuss mecha driving knowledge with you." The content of the notes in the next few days was similar, hoping that Qin Rong would agree to his friend application. Qin Rong had no ill feelings towards Quancher. When she was a cruiser, she would help the younger generation as much as possible. After Qin Rong clicked on the agreement, she saw that Yuancher's account was offline. Maybe he was busy with something. After all, the cruiser still had a lot of work to do, and they needed to deal with large and small pollutants. Qin Rong did not stay on the Star Network for too long. Her consciousness was separated from the optical brain, and then she began to communicate with the system, intending to sort out the surrounding relationships of the previous host. At the edge of the polluted area of Jinghe Park, there is a monitoring station dedicated to monitoring the polluted area. Generally, there will be monitoring stations in pollution areas of level B and above. Once the pollution concentration rises, or the pollutants leave the pollution area, the monitoring station will issue a warning. After receiving the report, the people in the Cruiser Management Center will record the incident, and a specialist will handle it, eliminate useless reports, and then send cruisers to handle it according to the severity of the incident. For this report of pollutants, snatching other people's mechas, and speaking human language, after the monitoring station provided relevant monitoring, the management bureau sent Yang Quanshi and Shenyang to this place to find out the situation. After watching the surveillance at the monitoring station, Yang Quanshi said bluntly, "This is not a pollutant, it is clearly a person." Shenyang pointed to the nutrient solution shells on the screen and said, "Can you drink more than 20 nutrient solution bottles in one breath? One nutrient solution bottle is enough for a normal person to consume in a day. Even for an S-level physique like our director, 10 nutrient solution bottles a day are enough. More than 20 bottles will be overnutrition. This person drank so much in one breath. Is he a starving ghost reincarnated?" Shenyang was shocked when he saw the surveillance. No wonder the higher-ups did not regard this report as a false report. This student from the Mecha Academy is indeed a bit strange. The reporter said her name is Yu Rong. Judging from her school uniform, she should be a student of Beijing Tianjin Mecha University. Yang Quanshi said, "Have you measured the instrument pollution value?" Shenyang raised his head and looked through the window at the measuring instrument inserted next to the nutrient solution sales window. Yang Quanshi immediately ran out of the monitoring station and took the measuring instrument. The value displayed on it was 0. Shenyang, who was following behind Yang Quanshi, showed a puzzled expression when he saw the measured value. This is strange. If it is really a human-shaped pollutant, the places it has been to will have more or less pollution values. Yang Quanshi guessed. Could it be a super genius like Qin Rong, who is rarely seen in a century and has a super S-level physique, so he drinks the nutrient supplement like drinking water? Shenyang said unhappily, "Do you think that super S-class is cabbage everywhere? Anyway, go to Beijing Tianjin University to retrieve the information of Yu Rong, and then find her and contact her," Shenyang said again. Yang Quanshi and Shenyang relied on their identities as cruisers to get the reception of the head of the Mecha Command Department, who brought them Yu Rong's information. Yang Quanshi was dumbfounded when he saw the information. F-class physique, the last in grades, both parents died, living on the state's relief. What kind of miserable life is this? And what is this F-class doing in the polluted area? It can't be that he just wanted to see the power of pollutants on a whim. The more he explored, the more contradictory the mystery was. Yang Quanshi was a little confused. "What is the situation with Yu Rong?" "I don't know, can we meet classmate Yu Rong?" "It's just a routine question, don't worry," Shenyang said. The department head said awkwardly, "You came at an unfortunate time. While you were reading the information, I checked the traces of Yu Rong in the school. She was at the school gate, and there was an iris punch and record of leaving the school, and the time was 5 minutes before you just arrived here. Then please tell the school guard and the dormitory building management that if Yu Rong comes back, please ask her to contact us." Shenyang's attitude was very good. After all, they are only in the suspicion stage at present, and they cannot be sure that Yu Rong is the pollutant. Before there is definite evidence, their attitude is good. Qin Rong walked out of the school gate and took the number 11 bus to the largest way station in the Interstellar. The price of a round-trip bus is 4-star coins, and Qin Rong's already precarious balance has been reduced a little. And the reason why Qin Rong went to the way station was because she wanted to make a mecha. The star coins earned from the ring match are still too few. If you want to make more money, you have to go to the polluted area to kill pollutants. The core parts of the B-level pollutants were sold, and she could drink enough nutrients to vomit. Qin Rong had not drunk any nutrients since the 30 or so yesterday afternoon. She felt that her stomach was being eroded by gastric acid again, and the feeling of hunger and pain was spreading. Qin Rong thought to herself, 31 nutrients, including the one that the corpse picker gave her, a total of 32, can be digested in one day. In her last life, she fought against the pollutants for a day and only drank 30 nutrients. After lamenting that her appetite was really good now, Qin Rong got off the bus. The last 1,000-star coins, only 20 were left after buying nutrients. The original account balance was 10-star coins, minus the 2-star coins just taken on the bus. Qin Rong's net worth is now 28-star coins. After paying 20-star coins to the guard at the scrap station, Qin Rong now only has 8-star coins left. Qin Rong, who was penniless, walked into this largest interstellar scrap station. There are many people who want to come to the scrap station to pick up bargains. The scrap station has its own set of rules. For 20-star coins, you can take away 20 kilograms of scrap. Most people who spent 20-star coins came here to experience the fun of treasure hunting, and they didn't ask for any treasures. After all, they were not experts and couldn't tell what was useful and what was useless. And those things that looked valuable had long been taken away by professional treasure hunters. They all had channels on the scrap side and made money by picking up garbage. Qin Rong had done this kind of garbage picking work before, but she was not particularly slick, So naturally there was no way to get good things through the back door. She just relied on her many years of mecha knowledge to judge which parts could be used, and how many parts could be assembled into a mecha. For Qin Rong, this was a matter of practice makes perfect. She had not learned the knowledge of the materials department, and she relied purely on enlightenment. After taking a large sack, Qin Rong first glanced at it to confirm where she needed things. The garbage dump covers a total area of 10 square kilometers, with people coming and going in an endless stream. The garbage dump also makes enough money from the people who pick up bargains with these 20-star coins. Around 7 in the evening, a new batch of garbage was transported in, and professional treasure hunters followed behind the garbage truck, waiting for it to be dumped. There were about 20 people watching each of the 10 trucks of new garbage. The light was too dim at night, which put the treasure hunter's eyesight to the test. Qin Rong took a few glances, and found what she wanted. She waited by the garbage dump, waiting for the dumping to be completed. The moment the garbage was dumped, the treasure hunters all moved. They all had something they liked and began to search in the garbage dump. Qin Rong moved very quickly. She remembered the location and got the motor she wanted in 2 or 3 moves. The treasure hunter standing opposite her showed an unwilling look. Obviously, he also wanted it, but the rule of the treasure hunters was that whoever got it first would get it. So he didn't bother much and rushed to find the next treasure. Time passed by minute, and the evening had turned into late night. The treasure hunt time for 20-star coins was 8 hours. Qin Rong did not find everything she wanted until midnight. She walked to the guard post with a bag of parts. The treasure hunter who was fighting with her for the same parts also ended the battle at this moment. Perhaps because of the good harvest, he took the initiative to greet Qin Rong and said, "New here? I haven't seen you here before." Qin Rong nodded at him. "What good things did you touch?" "Parts." Qin Rong answered concisely. "Useful parts are parts, and useless ones are scrap iron. The purchase price of scrap iron is only 0.4 star coins per kilogram, and you can't even get back the ticket." The familiar treasure hunter continued, "But judging from your eyesight, you should be an expert. You must have collected a lot of good things tonight." Qin Rong nodded. "These 20 kilograms of parts can make a rough mecha frame. I have collected quite a lot too. I will compare them with the guard later." Qin Rong did not respond to his words, and smiled politely. When he arrived at the guard, Qin Rong handed the sack in his hand to be weighed. Some guards would take a look at what was in the sack, while others would not even look at it. This guard was obviously the kind of person who had a lot of things to do. He opened the sack and took a look. The top one was a helmet with a broken tempered glass visual collector, followed by a left arm with completely damaged circuits and functions, and then a right arm. The right arm was better than the left arm, but it was also waste. The only thing that could be sold in this bag was the motor that was still usable. It was an old model produced by the optical computer company Oak in 2015, and could only drive a small mecha weighing no more than 50 kilograms. Large mechas have special cockpits and energy cabins, and can directly use more stable fuels, so they do not need this kind of motor. Small mechas are mostly external mechas, which are gradually eliminated by the mainstream because they test the user's physical strength too much and the safety factor is not enough. However, there are still people using small mechas in the market. After all, they are cheap and do not cost a lot of star coins to repair. "Can you repair small mechas?" the familiar treasure hunter said in surprise. Chapter 9. Shitalanya, your favorite contestant is about to go on stage. Please come and cheer for him. The treasure hunter looked at Qin Rong's school uniform, and the smile on his face suddenly became more intense. He suddenly stretched out his hand to hug Qin Rong's shoulder, but Qin Rong dodged it. The treasure hunter's hand stopped awkwardly in the air, and he smiled awkwardly. "Classmate, let's talk for a moment. I have a business to discuss with you." "Business?" Qin Rong's ears perked up. She needed business to earn star coins now. Qin Rong first asked, "Have you checked it?" The guard nodded and said, "You can take it away." Qin Rong held the garbage he picked up in his hand and dragged it along with the treasure hunter to the side. The treasure hunter saw that Qin Rong kept this pile of junk so close, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, could he still covet this unusable part? "Classmate, look at your clothes. You are from Beijing Tianjin Mecha School. You can repair mechas. Are you from the Department of Materials?" Qin Rong tilted his head slightly and looked at him and said, "What business?" "Don't worry, let me introduce myself to you first. My name is Li Hailin. I have been in this business for 7 or 8 years. I sell at least 800 parts a year. You also know that our business mainly relies on eyesight. My eyesight is okay, but 8 out of 10 parts one bring back are unusable and cannot be sold. You are still a student now, and the Department of Materials doesn't have that many materials for you to practice. Let's play. Let's discuss. I give you my parts to repair. If you can fix it, we split the money from the parts, 80 to 20. How about that? Qin Rong glanced at him calmly and said, Is that all you want? Li Hailan smiled. He thought this might be a good idea, and continued, What do you mean? I won't sell parts, I sell mechas. Selling parts and selling mechas are two different things. A common outer-covered mecha costs 5,000 star coins, while a large-scale F-class standard mecha costs more than 10,000 star coins, not to mention those that have been modified and require more weapons. The mecha design is also sky-high. The profit from selling parts is just SOSO, but selling mechas can make a living for half a month after opening. Li Hailan certainly thought about selling mechas himself, but he didn't have the ability. Qin Rong's words tickled the itch in his heart, and made him think more. You need a certificate to sell mechas, and you also need to use an identification certificate. Qin Rong said, Second-hand ones don't need a certificate, as long as I give the mecha model source, I can sell it. Li Hailan has been in this business for a long time, and he really wants to get a piece of the mecha pie. This student in front of him is the first time he has met him, and he just met him. It stands to reason that he shouldn't cooperate in business immediately, but the parts in his home are just there. Even if this student cheated him, what can he do if his parts are taken away by this student? It's just the price of scrap metal, and he can still bear this consequence. After a short hesitation, Li Hailan said, Okay, you're the one who's going to do it anyway. The unusable parts are in my warehouse. You can take them at will. 50-50 profit. Qin Rong said again. Li Hailan was happy. Although he wanted to do this business, the kid in front of him was still too young. It was highly unlikely that he could make a mecha. If he could really make a mecha, he would make a 50-50 profit. So Li Hailan said readily, Okay, let's add each other as StarNet friends first. I send you the warehouse address. Don't worry about that, girl. I'm not a bad guy. If you're worried, you can also ask a few mecha soldiers to accompany you. Qin Rong nodded. He didn't say he wanted to ask someone to accompany her, nor did he say no. After they added StarNet friends, Li Hailan left with his harvest today. Qin Rong took the parts he picked up today and took bus number 11 back to school. When she entered the gate, the guard suddenly stopped her. Student, wait a moment. The department head said that when you come back, I will give you the contact information of this person. Qin Rong took a look. This is a string of optical computer IDs. Like the Star Network account, you still need to add friends before you can talk to the other party, but if you know the optical computer ID, you can call directly. Who is this person? Qin Rong asked. The Wanderer said he wanted to ask you something, and it seemed very important. He came to the school to find you today, but you were not there. Qin Rong frowned, thinking about why the Wanderer came to find him. The Wanderer is an official agency that only deals with matters related to pollutants. During this period of time, his body only went in and out of the polluted area of Jinghe Park, so they were looking for him, and it was probably related to this polluted area. Did the polluted area spread? No, if it spread, they should have organized people to kill in as soon as possible, instead of asking her a primary school student. After thinking about it, Qin Rong thought of a possibility. When she just came out of the polluted area, she was sitting in the mecha of the corpse picker. The corpse picker always thought she was a pollutant. Qin Rong didn't want to talk because he was hungry, so he didn't clarify. But if it was just a report from the corpse picker and there were no casualties, she shouldn't be investigated. The Wanderer is not that idle. By the way, the window where she bought the nutrient supplement is next to the monitoring station. Qin Rong thought with some regret that she shouldn't have been so anxious at that time, and found a place where no one was to drink, and nothing would have happened. The intelligence analysis specialist probably thought that it was suspicious that she drank so many nutrients, so he sent someone to check. Qin Rong took the note with a light brain ID, and she promised, Okay, I will contact you. But she felt a little guilty in her heart. She actually knew that something was wrong with her, but she didn't check it because she had no money. Anyway, the cruisers were very busy, and she didn't cause any casualties. It was estimated that if there was no result after investigating, she would just forget about it. Qin Rong didn't plan to contact them first, and drag it out for a few days to see if there was any follow-up from the cruiser. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Rong began to look at the parts, first checking the adaptability of the parts in each part, from the forearm, upper arm, palm, to the chest, back, hip, thigh, calf, and a helmet. After confirming that the parts were of suitable size, she began to check the power bearings of each part. There were two places where the rotation felt slightly jerky, and the bearing part was slightly flattened. Remembering the bearing model that needed to be replaced, Qin Rong checked the connection circuit, helmet, forearm, palm, and calf. The connection in these places was essential. There must be electricity to assemble weapons and jets. After the preparations were done, it was already late at night. Qin Rong had already drawn the drawings. As long as she bought some more parts that she had not found, replaced the broken bearings, and designed the circuit diagram again, this outer covering mecha could be used. Qin Rong took a shower, and the mecha parts made her very dirty. Then Qin Rong lay on the bed and fell asleep. She was very tired and hungry, so she had a nightmare. She dreamed that her coming back to life was just a dream. The real her, consciousness and pollutants mixed together, walked through the scenery and garden in a daze. In the early morning light, Qin Rong opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a long time. She was alive. It was not a dream. This was the reality. However, after struggling for too long, Qin Rong wanted to confirm it again. System? Good morning, host. Do you plan to meet the hero today? Hearing this energetic semi-mechanical child's voice, Qin Rong calmed down. After Qin Rong calmed down, she found that her hunger was even worse, and it was already difficult to ignore. System, how did you reduce my pollution value? After Qin Rong woke up from the nightmare, a flash of inspiration came to her. Her strange hunger might be related to the pollution value. She remembered that her pollution value was 99 at that time, and she was only one step away from becoming a pollutant. But because the antibody was very expensive, Qin Rong didn't consider it at all. And the pollution value was so high that the effect of the antibody was minimal. The container used by the host is actually part of this system, so this system can directly modify the pollution value of the container. However, because the container is affected by reality, this system can only modify a small part, which is to reduce the pollution value by 1%. Can you reduce my pollution value further now? No more. The system that had just stood with its hands on its hips, and was very proud now lowered its head, with a guilty conscience. I don't know what happened either. The previous host was fine at night in the contaminated area, but when I woke up from the optical brain again, it was no longer okay. Qin Rong herself did not have much hope for the system, so naturally, she would not blame it. Qin Rong temporarily gave up trying to find out the source of her hunger. After all, it was the same when she had a fever before. It would get better after a while. She had to believe in the body's own repair ability. In fact, it was because she had no money to see a doctor. Qin Rong's desire to get rich overnight reached its peak at this moment. Qin Rong turned on the optical brain and planned to get some more star coins from the life and death arena competition, so that she could at least buy some nutritional supplements to fill her stomach. After entering the venue of the new Star Arena life and death battle, Qin Rong was taken to the waiting area by the robot butler just like last time. But this time was different from the last time. She waited for half an hour before she got her number. Because the ring life and death battle does not require advanced registration, the general battle is full of uncertainty. Except for the deliberately arranged battle like the 8 consecutive victories of the boxing lion, the others are randomly arranged. Half an hour later, Qin Rong heard the robot butler come in and call her. Qin Rong followed the robot butler, and came to the same arched door as last time. Qin Rong summoned the mecha, and then remembered that the arm of her mecha was broken by herself when she fought the boxing lion last time. Qin Rong hurriedly opened the repair interface of the mecha. The simulated mecha on the Star Network is just a string of data, and it can be repaired instantly. But it takes 10 star coins, and Qin Rong has only 8 star coins. Qin Rong, fighting is fun for a while, repairing the crematorium. Why did she sacrifice an arm to win at that time? Can't you think of a way to win without spending star coins? But it's too late to regret. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. At the same time, the boxing lion also received the notification of the ring battle. The contestant you are following is about to go on stage. Please come and cheer for him. Chapter 10. If it hadn't been only 10 years since the death of Master Qin Rong, I would have really suspected that she was the reincarnation of Master Qin Rong. Since the day before yesterday after the arena life and death battle, Yang Quancher has been busy all the time. Finally, he finished his field work and could rest in the office for a day. Yang Quancher immediately thought of seeing if Overnight Rich had accepted his friend request. He put his consciousness into the optical brain, and as soon as he came online, he saw that there was one more friend among his friends. Yang Quancher immediately opened the chat box happily, and wanted to chat with Overnight Rich. At this time, he suddenly received a notification of the Rising Star Arena Life and Death Battle. The contestant Overnight Rich you follow has a new match. The contestant you follow is about to go on stage. Yam Kwancher immediately put down the accident handling report he was writing, bought a ticket, and went to support Overnight Rich. Because Overnight Rich's ID was not well known, there were not many people watching, and even half of the venue was not full. Yam Kwancher entered the venue relatively late. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the mechas of both sides had already entered the venue. Yam Kwancher was dumbfounded when he saw the mecha of Overnight Rich. How come it was in the same state as the last time he beat it? Wasn't it repaired? If it was someone else, Yam Kwancher might think that this person was putting on a show, but when it was Overnight Rich, he had a natural liking for her, so in his eyes, Overnight Rich must have a deep meaning in doing this. Maybe she was training her one-handed combat ability. Yam Kwancher took another look at the enemy fighting Overnight Rich. He didn't know him, and it was probably a novice. However, Yam Kwancher thought so, but the audience who watched Qin Rong's game for the first time didn't think so. What kind of broken mecha also came to participate in the ring competition? You can't find players in the Xinqing ring, so you use this kind of rotten fish and shrimp to fill the number? You Xinqing are just cheating ticket money to hold this kind of competition. You deserve it to be worse and worse. A standard mecha with half of its arms disabled. Do you Xinqing really have no players? Looking back at the ring, Qin Rong observed her opponent while listening to the boos from the audience. The cockpit of this opponent was opaque, and the appearance of the person inside could not be seen. Of course, the appearance on the Star Network itself had also been adjusted to a certain extent, and would not be the same as in reality, so it didn't matter whether it was exposed or not. There were also those who were exactly the same in reality, and on the Star Network, but they were a minority. Qin Rong did not relax her vigilance just because the opponent's mecha was also a standard mecha. She respected each of her opponents, and would guess them to be the strongest. The host entered the arena under great pressure, and explained to Qin Rong, Overnight Rich is our old friend. She used a standard mecha in the last game to defeat the 7-game winning streak of Boxing Lion. I believe she must have her considerations for using the same mecha today. The hosts all need to practice their words, and enhance the audience's expectations. And there are a few audiences, like Boxing Lion, who have paid attention to Overnight Rich, and came to watch after receiving the notice from the Star Network. They were more convinced of the host's words, and they also thought that Overnight Rich might have been training her single-arm attack ability recently. As usual, the host began to explain Overnight Rich's opponent, waiting for the wind to rise. Waiting for the wind to rise is the first time to participate in our ring battle. I believe he will have his own unique features. Let us look forward to what surprises he can bring us. The host himself felt that this scene was not interesting, but he tried very hard to make it interesting. After he announced the start of the game, the host went down the stage and wiped his sweat, hoping that the game would be more exciting, otherwise the audience would clamor for a refund again. And waiting for the wind to rise on the ring rushed out the moment the host spoke. His weapon was a long chain. He threw the chain out, and wanted to restrain Qin Rong with the chain. Qin Rong waited slowly until the chain was about to approach him, bent back to avoid it, and grabbed the chain with his left hand, which he could use, and used it to pull himself up, while pulling the enemy's balance. As soon as the foreplay began, the audience below was immediately attracted. Most people who like to watch mecha competitions also like to drive mechas, and have some knowledge of this aspect. Qin Rong's bending over is something that many mecha drivers cannot do. This is extremely challenging for the driver to control balance. If the legs are not supported enough, the person will lean back. If the legs are too stiff, the abdomen of the mecha will be at risk of breaking. Driving a mecha is not a real fight. Bending back is not suitable for metal lumps at first glance. Few people do it. Qin Rong cleverly used the enemy's whip to stand up again. Yam Kwancher stood up excitedly, and like other audiences, he shouted at Qin Rong, tear off his chain. Blow up his mecha. Qin Rong did so. In this case, the chain was pulled to the maximum extent, and it was difficult to keep balance when the wind started. But Deng Fengqi was not panicked. As a standard mecha, he and Qin Rong had the same strength. He did suffer a loss due to the loss of balance, but he had 2 hands. At least, he was better at maintaining balance than the enemy. Deng Fengqi turned in the direction of his loss of balance, wrapped the whip around his mecha, and approached Qin Rong, raising the weapon in his other hand, a long sword. Qin Rong had only 1 hand, and she had no second hand to resist, so she could only release the whip and distance herself from the opponent. Deng Fengqi's fighting style was very distinctive. He would seize an opportunity to pursue and attack fiercely. After Qin Rong retreated, he quickly stepped forward and wanted to catch up with Qin Rong. At the same speed, he and Qin Rong always kept a certain distance. Deng Fengqi saw the right time, raised the chain, and whipped Qin Rong's cockpit again. However, Qin Rong seemed to have eyes behind her. After judging that the attack direction of the opponent's chain was her cockpit, she once again completed a difficult move. Oh my god! Bend down. Is this really a move that a standard mecha can do? How awesome must this micro-manipulation be? I'm really going to cry. It's only been a few minutes, and I can actually see such a god-level operation as bending down. Quancher was so surprised that he didn't say anything, just stood there with his mouth open. Bending down is also one of the combat techniques of the great Qin Rong. This technique is specially used to deal with attacks such as long whips and chains. This form of attack is generally based on entanglement. Whether it is entangled around the neck, cockpit, or legs, it will affect the balance of the mecha. Bending down is to avoid the chain attacking from one side. It is not only an evasive action, but also an attack action, because the next step after bending down is an inverted front leg heavy blow. Using the inertial force of bending down, the mecha body is directly rotated at an obtuse angle, so that the front leg can directly attack the enemy's cockpit. This action is not difficult for a human body to do, but it is unimaginably difficult for a mecha. Deng Fengqi probably didn't expect his enemy to be able to perform such a difficult move. He resisted slowly. Sometimes fighting depends on awareness. Only by taking one step and looking 3 steps ahead can you win. Deng Fengqi's cockpit was hit hard. He completely lost his balance, and his mecha fell backwards to the ground. Qin Rong took the opportunity to roll on the ground and pressed on Deng Fengqi's mecha. He clenched his fist with one hand and output a burst of output to the cockpit glass of Deng Fengqi. With a bang, the screws fell to the ground, and the glass was half broken. If Qin Rong had 2 hands at this time, she would have basically won. The cockpit was broken and the opponent could only admit defeat without the mecha. But she only had 1 hand. Deng Fengqi decisively threw away the chain and caught Qin Rong's fist with the hand holding the chain, while his other hand stabbed towards the abdomen of Qin Rong's mecha. Qin Rong rolled and dodged, and distanced himself from Deng Fengqi again. At this moment, Deng Fengqi's vigilance had reached its peak. He turned over and stood up, keeping his eyes on every little movement of Qin Rong. Deng Fengqi discovered a problem. The enemy had never actively attacked, but counterattacked according to his attack. Deng Fengqi suddenly realized that the reason why the enemy did this was probably because her weapon was loaded on her right arm, and her right arm was broken. After discovering this, Deng Fengqi changed the rhythm of the attack. He no longer pursued and attacked, but tentatively pulled the distance and fought with the opponent several times. He did not blindly rush and get excited when he saw the opponent's loopholes. After all, he just experienced it. The opponent's back was wide open and full of loopholes, and he was able to kill him. After their back and forth probing, Deng Fengqi felt that the enemy was even more unfathomable. Is this the level of any person in the ring life and death battle? He was able to rank among the top in school and won several mecha championships, but after leaving school, he couldn't even beat an ordinary ring battle player. What a blow to him. Qin Rong also realized that the opponent did not intend to attack again, but fought with her slowly and leisurely, trying to test her level. Qin Rong didn't have time to waste with him. Since the opponent didn't plan to attack, she would take the initiative to attack. In the next few steps, Qin Rong punched first. As the two fought, Qin Rong's mecha suddenly squatted on the ground. Deng Fengqi couldn't help shouting in the mecha, "My chain!" Deng Fengqi never expected that the opponent would squat down to pick up his weapon. After all, the action of picking up was a very time-consuming action. In the ever-changing game, doing this action was tantamount to letting the enemy attack at will during the time of picking up. Although Deng Fengqi hesitated for a moment whether this might be a trap, he still believed in his instinct, and took the sword to start attacking. His first sword stabbed towards Qin Rong's cockpit, but Qin Rong tilted his body and dodged. Deng Fengqi wanted to curse at his heart. This man was too strong. Driving a mecha is like controlling your own body. You can support the ground with one hand, and then let your body press down slightly on the ground. Is this still a mecha? The key is that the enemy grabbed his chain in the next second, used the support of his left arm, pushed the ground, and stood up. Qin Rong swung the whip, and swung it directly towards Deng Fengqi. Deng Fengqi estimated the direction, and made a dodging action in advance, and then was directly whipped. The audience who knew the goods directly called out the name of this operation, S-shaped shaking. This shaking is to exert force in different directions of the wrist, and swing it continuously to achieve the purpose of making the chain form an S-shaped fluctuation. If this S-shaped shaking is just a skill, many people can do it, after all, as long as you control the direction of force. The difficulty of this skill lies in how to deceive your opponent in actual combat, and achieve the purpose of hitting him. This test is to control the timing and understand the enemy's mentality. Deng Fengqi did not consider it comprehensively enough. He did not expect Qin Rong to use this technique, and was hit head-on, and the cockpit was directly broken. At the same time, the chain continued to exert force, and Deng Fengqi responded hastily. The tricky chain hit the connection of the mecha every time, and Deng Fengqi had no time to dodge, because every time the chain swung, a part would be injured, affecting his sensitivity, and he could not accurately judge and dodge. After a whip technique was demonstrated, Deng Fengqi's mecha had been destroyed. Deng Fengqi, a simple male college student, who was taught a lesson for the first time in the ring life and death battle, gritted his teeth and said, "Enough, I give up." Qin Rong stopped, and the audience stood up excitedly and cheered for Qin Rong. When the cover slowly fell, Qin Rong heard the shouts of the audience. Obviously, the venue was not as big as the venue where the boxing lion fought last time, and half of the venue was not full, but they shouted out the momentum of thousands of people. "After you get rich, you will be my goddess. This whip technique is so cool. It's so cool that my legs are numb." Qin Rong couldn't help but smile a little when she heard the cheers from the audience. The atmosphere reminded her of the scenes when she was sparring with her teammates in the cruiser. The same excitement, the same cheers. Coming back to her senses, Qin Rong saw Deng Fengqi, a young face in front of her, looking at her with extremely resentful and cold eyes. Qin Rong suddenly felt guilty for torturing the younger generation, so she coughed lightly and looked away, hoping that the host would announce the results quickly. Because the cheers in the venue were quite enthusiastic, the host said a few more words, probably praising today's game for its high goal content. Then the robot butler led the players from both sides to leave the venue. Yang Quanshi, who left the venue, stood at the door of the life and death competition for a long time without saying a word. He originally thought that the match with himself was the upper limit of overnight wealth, but who knew that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Looking at all the people he had seen, even the director of the cruiser, Yang Quanshi felt that none of them were as natural as Qin Rong's driving skills. Such a good skill, but few people know about it, and even the crowd that came to watch was not full. How could it be possible? With a complex feeling of being underappreciated, cynical, etc. in his chest, Yang Quanshi entered a forum in the Star Network that was dedicated to discussing Qin Rong's skills. This forum had a very large flow, even surpassing the Mecha Skills forum next door, becoming the most active Mecha communication platform. He has the recognition of the cruiser on this platform, and has an experience level of 8, and many fans. He put up today's screen recording, as well as the screen recording of the game he played with himself the day before yesterday. Then he typed a string of words that he had hidden in his heart for a long time as the title. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Rong had only been dead for 10 years, I really suspected that she was the reincarnation of Qin Rong. Chapter 11. He hasn't even started selling yet. How come the idea get rich overnight has become popular? Today, everyone in the Mecha circle knows some of the techniques of the great Qin Rong. I have also practiced angular binding. The degree of operation is not very high, but it can be said to be acceptable. But everyone knows that knowing skills and being able to use them in actual combat are two completely different things. Recently, I wanted to improve my driving skills, so I went to a place called Xinqing Arena to compete. I am not talented, but I have won 7 consecutive games. When it was the 8th game, a driver who operated a StarNet standard mecha came up. I didn't pay attention to her, and then I suffered a big loss. The video has been posted below, you can watch it yourself. Today I finally got some free time, and this player happened to be in the competition, so I went to watch it again. I originally thought that she was just a driver 1 level higher than me, but after watching her competition today, I can only say that if I hadn't benefited from the mecha when I competed with her, I wouldn't have been able to last 3 rounds. She beat me with a standard mecha. This talent is simply the food that the great Qin Rong is chasing after. I also put her second competition below. Such a good player can't be known by only me. The player's ID became rich overnight. You can go and see it yourself. Yang Quanshi originally wanted to express his feelings of defending Qin Rong. After posting this post, he went offline. But he didn't expect that this post would be pushed to the top of the forum within 10 minutes after it was posted, with a label of hot at the end. The reason why it was so popular was that Yang Quanshi had the recognition of the cruiser, and people were very curious about how strong the person he recognized was. The second reason is that his title is too exaggerated. This is originally a forum to discuss Qin Rong. Once he posted this title, most people on the forum would click in to take a look, and then be ready to judge him as a title dog. As for the third point, which is the most important point, Yang Qiancher's exaggerated content is actually true. I suspect that this video is edited and synthesized. My teacher said that bending down is completely unfeasible in combat. At first, I wanted to scold the author for using a gimmick in the title, but after watching the video, I was shocked. If this is not Qin Rong's reincarnation, what is it? It's not as exaggerated as reincarnation, isn't it just that these skills are more proficient? Qin Rong has so many techniques, and she doesn't know all of them. After watching the video, the author must have received money to help attract traffic to the Rising Star Arena tournament. I think this fight is not a real fight. The opponent, who got rich overnight, is very stupid. Isn't Boxing Lion a cruiser? This is not the level of a cruiser at all. I'm so impressed. This is the first time I've seen Qin Rong's technique used so well. Those who boast that they are Qin Rong's reincarnation look like clowns. When will this player play the next game? Wait for a minute. The name of getting rich overnight sounds too vulgar. How old is this player? He feels like a young man. I feel like I'm almost 40. This reaction speed is definitely not something a freshman can do. This is not a matter of talent, but a matter of experience accumulation. Under this post, there are admirers and skeptics, but there is no doubt that this post is particularly eye-catching, whether it is Yang Qiancher's exaggerated description or the fight in the video below. At the same time, Qin Rong also came to the settlement of the new Star Arena. This is her second consecutive victory, and she can get a bonus of 1,100 star coins. But when she asked the robot butler to transfer the money, the other party was stuck. Qin Rong had no choice but to wait for a while for the robot butler to clear the cash. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance hurried to her. Hello, hello. The manager had an exaggerated and bright smile on his face. Who are you? Qin Rong glanced at his name tag. It was his name. Judging from his clothes, he should be a staff member here. Could he be here to repair AI? Although this is the first time you meet me, it is not the first time I meet you. My last name is Hu. I am the manager of the new Star Arena. I am in charge of our area. Quancher is also a player I signed. Thank you for your help last time. The player who fought Quancher had something to do and couldn't come. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would have become a performance accident. The new Star Arena is not well known, and there are not many players participating. There were no players who came to participate in the arena backstage at that time. Qin Rong listened to his story and roughly understood that this manager saw that the venue tickets could not be sold, so he created Quancher as a star, but it didn't work out. She was blocked and killed. Qin Rong continued to wait for his next words. Obviously, this manager wanted to say more than just this. I came to you to tell you that we have a new star selection activity in our ring. We think you are very valuable. Are you interested in signing a new star contract with us? Qin Rong asked back, what are the benefits? The manager thought to himself, this overnight rich is really straightforward, no wonder he was given such a name, but he is not afraid of the other party asking for something, he is afraid of not asking for anything. In addition to the regular winner's star coins, we will give you 10% of the ticket commission, plus an additional signing fee, but you need to promise that you will only compete in our ring in the future, and at least 3 games a week. Qin Rong asked again, how much is the signing fee? The manager felt that Qin Rong still had potential. He offered 20,000 at the time. This overnight rich was a little higher than the Boxing Lion. The manager gritted his teeth and said, 25,000. Qin Rong immediately made a decision. Where is the contract? Manager. Don't you even pretend to hesitate. However, the overnight rich was so straightforward that the manager was also very happy. He immediately took out the prepared contract and showed it to the overnight rich. Qin Rong looked at the contract carefully. She had to be more serious about it, otherwise she might fall into a trap. She didn't read the rental contract carefully at that time, which led to the deposit being deducted in vain. After confirming that this was a standard contract and there were no loopholes, Qin Rong signed the player's name and gave the account and payment code of the optical computer. The manager was very straightforward. Today's income and 25,000 star coins were immediately transferred to Qin Rong. Qin Rong's mood suddenly became bright, as if she saw the nutrient waving at her. She took the contract and said to manager Hu, this is the last game of the week. I will tell you in advance. Manager Hu was also in a very good mood. If Qin Rong hadn't been there, he might have hummed a little song. Just contact me directly through the optical computer. Also, remember to maintain your mecha. Manager Hu didn't watch today's game, and he didn't stare at it all the time. After thinking of the broken mecha, he casually reminded her. Okay. Qin Rong agreed. As soon as Qin Rong went offline, Manager who suddenly received a notification from the data department. Abnormal attention? A large increase? Which player is brushing the data? Not brushing? They are all real people? Manager who looked at the screenshot sent by the data department and was a little confused. He hadn't started to promote it yet. How come the idea of Rich Overnight became popular? Deng Fengqi, who was offline, was a little depressed. He now had great doubts about his own strength. Is he really that bad? His proud whip skills can't even catch up with the tail of Rich Overnight. The flexibility of the opponent's mecha was so good that he thought it was him who had a broken arm. He was just feeling depressed when his roommate came in humming a song and carrying nutrient solution. His roommate didn't notice his low pressure at all, and smiled at him innocently, raised the rice in his direction and said, "Pineapple and lychee-flavored nutrient solution. Do you want a bite?" "I'm not in the mood to drink." "Jiang Yuqi, answer me a question seriously. Is my mecha technology very bad?" Shen Lang stared at Jiang Yuqi, who was holding the nutrient solution in front of him with his black and white eyes. Jiang Yuqi's eyes suddenly dodged, and an unknown cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shen Lang said angrily, "Is it so difficult to answer? I have won the championship of the North District College Mecha competition." Jiang Yuqi said, There are always people who are better than you. It depends on who you compare with. If I compare with the great Qin Rong, then I must be a rookie." Shen Lang rolled his eyes and said, "Knowing that Qin Rong is your idol, you don't have to use her every time you give an example." Jiang Yuqi touched his head embarrassedly and asked again, "What's wrong with you? Have you been hit by someone?" Shen Lang's eyes suddenly lit up, pulled Jiang Yuqi's chair over, and pressed Jiang Yuqi on the seat again. He said, "The person who fought me today also used Qin Rong's techniques. Can you help me see how to beat her?" Shen Lang knew that he was not as good as Jiang Yuqi. It was difficult for ordinary geniuses like him to catch up with super geniuses like Jiang Yuqi. Perhaps letting Jiang Yuqi see it would give him some different inspiration. Anyway, when he reviewed the game himself, he still couldn't figure out how to fight this overnight rich man. Shen Lang turned on the optical brain and projected the screen, recording with the optical brain. The two of them got together and watched the whole process of Shen Lang being abused again. Jiang Yuqi was a fan of Qin Rong. He first met Qin Rong when he was 6 years old. At that time, the orphanage where he was attacked by pollutants, and Qin Rong was responsible for the rescue. He saw the black and red mecha falling from the sky, blocking him, and then using an artistic battle to harvest the lives of the pollutants. He was stunned and frightened, looking up without moving. No one cared about him before. He just tried to live on his own. Then he was seen at that moment. The huge black and red mecha half squatted in front of him, and dropped his palm on the ground. Jiang Yuqi stepped on the palm, and the mecha's palm rose, sending him to the height of the cockpit. Then the opaque cover slowly opened, and an expressionless girl came out from it. She was trying to make herself look kinder, but because of the battle, her expression was very cold. She stretched out a hand to carry Jiang Yuqi into the cockpit, and put him in the co-pilot seat. "The pollution value outside is too high. You are safer here. Little boy, it hurts a little. I give you an injection of antibodies." It was at that time that Jiang Yuqi began to fall in love with mechas. He hoped that he would be this kind of person. When facing the despair of pollutants, he would stand between pollutants and desperate people, and hold up a wall. Jiang Yuqi had seen Qin Rong's battles thousands of times. When he finished watching this game, he had an intuition in his heart. This is Qin Rong. Chapter 12. Qin Rong was a little surprised. In a Class C contaminated area, are there so many rule-based skills? How is it? Have you figured out how to fight? Shen Lang urged from the side. Jiang Yuqi touched his chin, his expression solemn. After a moment he said, "No. Then you are useless. Go drink your nutrient solution." Shen Lang sent Jiang Yuqi away, and continued to stare at the screen to watch the replay. After Jiang Yuqi was pushed away, he silently moved his chair back to his desk, then opened the nutrient solution he bought, picked up the disposable bowl of nutrient solution, and gulped it all down. After finishing the nutrient solution like a whirlwind, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and asked Shen Lang, "What's the idea of that player?" "Rich Overnight." Jiang Yuqi turned on his optical brain, and jumped into the Star Network. He first went to the player of the new Star Arena to see Rich Overnight. The other party had only played 2 games, and had 2 points, but had already signed a contract with the new Star Arena. After clicking to follow, Jiang Yuqi opened the forum he collected on the Star Network, Qin Rong's Combat Skills Discussion Forum. Before Jiang Yuqi typed the 4 words Rich Overnight in the search bar, he saw the most popular post on the forum if it weren't for the fact that Qin Rong had only passed away 10 years ago, I really suspect that she was the reincarnation of Qin Rong. Jiang Yuqi often saw posts with such titles as gimmicks. In order to attract traffic, many arena competitions or mecha competitions often use Qin Rong's combat skills as a drainage point. Jiang Yuqi clicked on this post first, intending to see how much the person the poster was talking about looked like Qin Rong. Then he saw the ID name of Rich Overnight. In this post, there is another battle of Get Rich Overnight in the ring match. After reading it, Jiang Yuqi really suspected that Qin Rong was reborn. Ever since he entered elementary school and was found to have excellent physique and was a good candidate for a mecha soldier, he has watched Qin Rong's battles countless times, organized by the school and privately. Intuition told him that this was Qin Rong, and reason told him that this was impossible. However, Jiang Yuqi did not dwell on this matter. If it was really Qin Rong, then the mecha world would have a heavyweight senior returning, which was a great thing. If it was not Qin Rong, then there was also a mecha star rising, which was also a good thing for the mecha world. So Jiang Yuqi liked the post and commented below, "Too amazing, the skills are superb." After surfing the internet, Jiang Yuqi continued to focus on his studies. As the elimination round was approaching, Zhang Zhe borrowed a few books from the command department from him, saying that he would use his brain more and become smarter. Qin Rong, who got the star coin, went straight to the school cafeteria without a moment's delay. The price of the nutrient solution in the cafeteria was lower than that of the single nutrient solution sold outside, so Qin Rong chose the cafeteria. She remembered the lesson of being targeted by the cruiser last time because she drank too much nutrient solution, so this time she only bought nutrient solution that could make her half full. Sitting in the corner of the cafeteria, Qin Rong gulped down 2 bowls of nutrient solution, and then left the school again. Her destination this time was a shop near the school that repaired mechas for students. She asked the boss to buy a set of uncarved circuit boards, connecting wires, and an isolation glass plate that matched her helmet, plus a few bearings she needed, and then returned to the dormitory and started to tinker with her mecha. She connected the motor she had found before to various parts of her body with connecting wires, and then drew the circuit lines with the circuit board to ensure that each component could be used normally. In this way, a simple outer-covered mecha was completed. Qin Rong put it on immediately and prepared to try it out. Each part was connected very tightly, and the air purification system of the helmet also worked. When entering a contaminated area, you must use a mecha to wrap yourself in all directions. The contaminated area must have a pollution value. Different people have different resistance to pollution. Some people are fine after staying for a day, but some people are immediately contaminated as soon as they come into contact. Therefore, the air purification system of the helmet is very important. Once this system breaks down, you will either suffocate to death or be directly exposed to pollution. Qin Rong looked at herself in the mirror. Every part of her was wrapped tightly, and she could only see a pair of narrow eyes under the transparent isolation glass of the helmet. Qin Rong did not buy glass with a visual collector. Its use is to help her magnify the surrounding scene. Qin Rong's eyesight is not bad, which is enough and does not need to be magnified. Of course, the main reason is that the visual collector is quite expensive, at least 2,500 star coins, and ordinary external covering mechas will not be equipped with it. Qin Rong looked at her hands and feet in the mirror, each with a different color, as if they were spliced together by someone, and felt a little sad in her heart that this piece of clothing was not good enough in terms of appearance. When the mecha was made, it was already afternoon and the sun was about to set. Polluted areas are generally open 24 hours a day. In pollution areas of sea level and above, there will be a mercenary station. The number of cruisers is far behind the speed of increasing pollutants, so mercenaries appear. These people are different from the corpse pickers. They are going to confront the pollutants head-on. They are a group of people who value money over life. Qin Rong took the bus and spent an hour to arrive at the Class C pollution area closest to the school, Hongying Kindergarten. Mercenaries also need to register. After Qin Rong arrived at the mercenary station of Hongying Kindergarten, she first went to register as a mercenary. The review of mercenaries is very simple. You just need to see if you are a citizen and have a criminal record. But the reviewer who reviewed Qin Rong today, seeing that Qin Rong was so young and was in the command department of the Mecha University, felt that it was a pity for her to die in the pollution area, so he advised, "Classmate, it is not a good thing to be pretentious. You are so young, it will make you lose your life." Qin Rong knew that the reviewer meant well, and she replied, "I know it in my heart." The reviewer had no reason to reject Qin Rong, so he could only approve her application. Qin Rong came to the mercenaries' dressing area and changed into her homemade mecha. Many people entered the contaminated area today. The sea-level contaminated area was originally the mercenaries' favorite contaminated area. After all, the mortality rate of A-level, B-level, and the legendary S-level was too high. Among a group of large mechas, Qin Rong's colorful outer-covered mecha was too eye-catching. When she entered the contaminated area, she attracted several glances from people around her. Qin Rong ignored it, stepped on her face, pressed the weight reduction device, and ran towards the contaminated area. The large mechas flew away directly, and only she ran slowly into the contaminated area. Before entering the contaminated area, the people at the monitoring station gave the mercenaries, who came in, a detailed information about Hongyin Kindergarten. Because the exploration degree is relatively high, the pollutants in Hongyin Kindergarten are listed in detail. The first type of pollutant that exists is dolls, which have low combat effectiveness and slow movements. After cutting off the head, they can't move. The second type of pollutants are clothes, which have low combat power but appear in strange forms. The third type is humanoid, who is presumed to be a kindergarten teacher, with strong combat power and rule-based skills. If you want to completely clean up a pollutant, you must find the source of the pollution and eliminate it, otherwise the pollutants will only increase. When the pollution broke out in Hongyin Kindergarten, only one teacher was unfortunately polluted, and the rest of the staff were fine. Moreover, the pollutants in Hongyin Kindergarten did not show strong aggressiveness, and were comprehensively judged as Class C. However, 6 years have passed since the pollution incident, and this polluted area has not been completely eliminated. Qin Rong's goal is to solve this polluted area. The materials dropped by those small pollutants are really limited. Only by solving the source of pollution can she earn enough star coins she needs recently. The periphery of this polluted area is the streets and communities near the school. After the pollution broke out, the staff were evacuated, and it was empty. Qin Rong encountered the first pollutant on the street near the kindergarten, at the middle edge of the pollution zone. This was a rabbit doll that looked particularly cute. It was about the same size as a human, with long rabbit ears hanging down to the back of its head. Two pure black plastic eyes stared straight at Qin Rong, as if wondering who the person in front of him was. Qin Rong had actually encountered many such doll pollutants, most of which had no desire to kill, just wandering like ghosts. If there was a doll with strong desires, it was basically related to the source of pollution. Qin Rong did not intend to kill this pollutant. Killing it probably would not get any materials, and her electricity was very precious and could not be wasted. Qin Rong vigilantly pulled away and wanted to go in from another door. However, at this moment, the sound of the mecha shooting suddenly sounded, and a large mecha fired a laser, piercing the rabbit doll's plastic eyeball into a hole. The rabbit doll fell to the ground without making a sound, and cotton wool flew. Qin Rong took a look and then retracted her gaze, still walking according to her original plan. After walking 2 steps, Qin Rong suddenly realized that something was wrong. The rabbit doll was not slow in movement, and its head was not chopped off. Qin Rong turned around and took another look. The huge rabbit doll had disappeared, and the large mecha that took action disappeared with the doll. Space skills? Qin Rong was a little surprised. In a Class C contaminated area, there are so many rule-based skills. After being surprised, Qin Rong continued to walk forward steadily. She crossed the road and saw the gate of the kindergarten. Because of the long time, the iron gate has decayed, and the 5 words Hongyin Kindergarten have fallen off the twisted wire. Walking into the kindergarten, the facilities inside have rusted and become old because they have not been maintained for a long time. But unlike the empty outside, the kindergarten can be said to be particularly lively. The mechas of mercenaries are walking back and forth. Qin Rong saw several more doll-like monsters, but they were only as tall as Qin Rong's legs and moved very slowly. The mercenaries arrived earlier than Qin Rong, and had almost harvested all the monsters. Although the probability of dropping was small, the large number of monsters still dropped some good things. Qin Rong always felt that this drop mode was a bit like the game she played in college before. From the drop probability, it can be seen that the higher the pollution level, the greater the drop probability. As for the pollution source, it is 100% dropped. Chapter 13. Students who haven't finished writing, your parents can't take you away. This is actually very easy to think about. If we compare each pollutant to a battery, then the power of each pollutant is different. A pollutant with only 10 power will consume energy when walking and fighting. After being killed, only 1 or 2 power will be left, and it will dissipate. A pollutant with 1000 power will consume 700 power after fighting with a mecha. In the end, it will still have 300 power left. The pollutant disappears, and the 300 power can no longer be placed on the pollutant. Then it will exist in the world in other forms, which is what the cruisers call materials. Materials can be used to make special weapons, and some can also be used as energy. In short, a piece of material dropped by a sea-level pollution source can be sold for about hundreds of thousands of star coins on the market. Qin Rong passed through the mechas that were hacking and killing the dull pollutants and observed every room in the kindergarten on the second floor. This polluted area has existed for 6 years. There are countless mechas that have come to clean up the pollutants. They have basically turned this place upside down, but still have not found the source of pollution. Based on Qin Rong's experience of fighting pollutants for more than 10 years, there are generally 2 possibilities for this situation. Of course, this is just the possibility she can think of. There may be other possibilities, but they are not within her experience. The first possibility is that the source of pollution is this kindergarten, not a specific person or thing. Qin Rong has dealt with such a pollutant before. It is very special. It is a cemetery. The entire cemetery is a pollution source. In the end, Qin Rong's solution is to use an excavator to dig out the graves and soil in the cemetery, seal it to ensure that the pollution will not leak, and then use new soil to fill the cemetery. The pollution source of the cemetery has been solved, and the pollution of the sealed soil has gradually dissipated. The second possibility is that the pollution source is conscious. Qin Rong has also encountered this. Most pollution sources pollute everything around them unconsciously, but a small number of them can retain their consciousness before they died, but because it is not complete, they will be too paranoid. The probability of Qin Rong encountering this kind of situation is greater than the first one, and Qin Rong generally chooses to understand the other party's life story, and then guess a few of the other party's obsessions, and then locate the pollutants through the obsessions. Qin Rong can only assume that it is the second situation at present, because she can't do the solution of the first one. Recalling the information given by the monitoring station, Qin Rong used her experience to select the useful information. Although there is no official notice yet, and there is no scientific knowledge, Qin Rong, as an old practitioner in this industry, concluded that the birth of pollutants is mostly related to the fluctuations of human emotions. Qin Rong suddenly recalled that there was a police record for Hongying Kindergarten. The police record said that after the parents reported, a male teacher in the kindergarten molested a boy. Based on the visit and investigation, the police finally determined that there was no male teacher in this kindergarten, and the boy was not found to have any experience of being molested under the monitoring. Although the official notice was issued and the pathology report of the parent with mental illness was also provided, the reputation of Hongying Kindergarten was still affected because the little boy's accusation was very firm, and he even mentioned several moles on the male teacher's face, so it was difficult to recruit students for a while. Qin Rong guessed from this perspective that perhaps the pollutant was the teacher who was dismissed because of this incident. While Qin Rong was thinking, he suddenly heard a bell from a distance. This bell sounded like the bell for classes in the past, short and a little harsh. Then, the teacher with rule-based skills given in the information appeared. All of a sudden, the mechas that were picking up leaks on the second floor all came to the first floor in a hurry, staring at the male teacher, as if staring at a piece of fat meat in their mouths. The male teacher stepped on the bell and walked into one of the classrooms, that is, the one Qin Rong happened to be in. Ordinary classrooms are about 3 meters high, and the shortest large mechas entering the contaminated area are 3 meters high. There are 5 large mechas standing in the room, and 3 outer covered mechas, which looks a bit crowded. The bell lasted for about a minute. When the bell fell, there was another large mecha outside who wanted to bend over to come in, but his control skills were not good, and it was very difficult to bend over. When the bell fell, the scenery outside the classroom changed. The large mecha that wanted to break through the wall disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Rong lowered his eyes. It was not that the other party disappeared, but that the area he was in was covered by the rules alone. No one of the mechas present moved rashly. Countless predecessors have tried it for them. Violent killing is not possible. Whether it was before the bell fell or after it fell, someone tried it, without exception, and all failed. Qin Rong stared at the male teacher's face. He had no moles on his face, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. At first glance, he looked gentle, and had a good temper. The teacher put the lesson plan in his hand on the table, picked up the chalk on the table. There was no chalk in the classroom, just now, but now it appeared out of thin air, and the classroom was also brand new. He wrote a few big words on the blackboard behind him. My father. Classmates, the topic of our composition today is my father. You can write what your father looks like in your eyes on the composition paper. This class is 45 minutes. When the get out of class is over, the teacher will collect your composition papers. Students who haven't finished writing, your parents can't take you away. The group of people driving large mechas were dumbfounded. It is common sense that large mechas are safer than small mechas when entering a polluted area, but who would have thought that pollutants would not fight you, but instead want you to write a composition? This item was not written in the information provided by the monitoring station. At this time, the man sitting next to Qin Rong, who was also wearing a mecha, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, you haven't issued us the paperwork yet." The teacher suddenly looked at the person who raised his hand. His fingers gently pushed his glasses down, and he smiled very gently and said, "Didn't I send it to you? Do you have any evidence?" The teacher's question confused the person for a moment, but he was quite responsive and said immediately, "None of us have it." "Then why didn't you all lose it?" There was no way to continue with this. It was obvious that the teacher insisted on evidence, which meant that he didn't want them to write the composition. But it was obvious that if they couldn't finish the composition on time, they couldn't be picked up by their parents, which meant they couldn't leave this place. And without the composition paper, writing the composition was nonsense, and all of them had to stay. After realizing this, the 8 people present were united against the enemy. A large mecha at the back pressed the external loudspeaker and said, "I didn't send it either." "Me too." Soon the others followed suit. The teacher still asked calmly and gently, "The majority is right?" Obviously, there was no way to make the teacher compromise by relying on the power of numbers. In the crowd, Qin Rong suddenly asked, "Teacher, when did you give us the writing papers?" The teacher's eyes fell on Qin Rong, and his eyes under the black frame glasses seemed to be a little more sharp and cold. But this coldness flashed away quickly, as if it was an illusion. Soon he smiled gently and said, "Look at my memory, I forgot to give it to you." Opening the lesson plan, there were exactly 8 writing papers in it. The male teacher put the writing papers in front of these students one by one, and he came to Qin Rong's desk last. While putting down the writing papers, the male teacher suddenly touched Qin Rong's head. The round helmet naturally couldn't make any sense, so he praised, "It seems that you are the smartest student here." This sentence attracted Qin Rong's attention and hatred. For a moment, other mecha pilots looked at Qin Rong. Qin Rong had a blank expression on his face, and his emotions did not fluctuate much. The pollutant wanted to sow discord, but the means were a bit too straightforward. What surprised Qin Rong a little was that the IQ of this pollutant was a bit too high compared to the sea level pollution area. Perhaps this pollution area was not as simple as the sea level. The composition paper distributed to everyone was the most ordinary one, used by elementary school students. With the application of optical brain technology, writing on paper is considered relatively backward. This kind of teaching will only appear in some poorer areas. The interstellar humans are slightly different from the place where Qin Rong was before. The brains of interstellar humans are more active and more unstable. They can memorize text at the age of 2. After having paper, the next problem appeared again. There was no pen. When the teacher opened the lesson plan, Qin Rong observed that there was a black signature pen in the teacher's lesson plan. There was a simple route to success in front of everyone. Take the teacher's pen, finish the composition, hand it in on time, and leave the classroom. But one pen is definitely not enough for 8 mercenaries, which will inevitably cause a fight. The male teacher deliberately walked around, letting everyone see that there was only one pen in his lesson plan, which can be said to be sinister. The mercenaries didn't know each other, so they would rather die than die. So the mercenary who first said that there was no paper said again, "Teacher, can you lend me your pen?" The teacher asked, "What about your pen?" "I lost it." The male teacher sighed helplessly, and took the signature pen out of the lesson plan. At this time, another mercenary spoke up, "Teacher, I lost my pen too." The male teacher pretended to be surprised and said, "Why are so many people losing things today? But there is only one pen, who should write first, and who should write later?" The first mercenary who spoke said, "I said it first, I will write first, and I will give it to you when I finish it." The mercenary who spoke later sneered, "Come on, who knows when you will finish writing? If you keep deliberately not giving it to me, I will be detained." "You are driving a large mecha. Can you write on it, or are you going to open the cockpit and come out to directly contact the pollution?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the male teacher looked at him quietly with his gentle eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Chapter 14. "Teacher, is there a word limit for the composition?" At this moment, Qin Rong, who was standing by, suddenly raised his hand. The male teacher's smile deepened. He nodded to Qin Rong and said in an unbelievably gentle tone, "Did you lose your pen too?" "No, I want to go to the bathroom." Qin Rong interrupted, and the 2 people who were about to fight over the pen looked at Qin Rong in confusion. The male teacher originally thought that Qin Rong would also join the battle, so he was so kind to Qin Rong. But the other party not only did not want to join, but also ruin the atmosphere he created. The male teacher's face suddenly turned cold, and he said expressionlessly, "Finish the composition before going. I can't hold it back." Qin Rong also said expressionlessly. People around them saw that they used such a cold face, but said some humorous words, and they always felt that something was wrong. The male teacher said again, "Then you solve it here." Qin Rong hummed, obviously accepting the male teacher's suggestion. Qin Rong's interruption just now was not intended to ease the atmosphere. She was testing the additional conditions of this rule. From what the male teacher just said, it is inferred that a rule of, if you can't finish your composition, you will be detained. At first glance, it seems that there is only one solution: only by writing a good composition can you survive. But in fact this is also a kind of spiritual-induced pollution of pollutants. Pollutants induce humans to fight each other, making it impossible for everyone to write a composition, and finally achieving the purpose of keeping everyone. And Qin Rong's words just now confirmed an additional rule, that is, you are not allowed to leave the classroom during the 45-minute composition writing time. Qin Rong's interruption made the classroom quiet for 5 minutes, but after 5 minutes, the time to hand in the composition paper was getting closer and closer, and the others who were waiting and wanted to see the situation were getting a little impatient. They didn't see the turn of events, and didn't think of how to solve it, so they could only join the team to grab the signature pen. In addition to Qin Rong and the outer Mecha who just spoke, the last outer Mecha also raised his hand and said to the teacher, "Teacher, my pen is also lost." When this sentence was said, the atmosphere was more anxious than before, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the signature pen in the teacher's hand. "Your pen is also lost. Today, 3 students have lost their pens. What should I do? I only have 1 pen here." Qin Rong raised his hand again at this time. The male teacher saw it and pretended not to see it, and ignored Qin Rong directly. Qin Rong then said again, "Teacher, is there a word limit for the composition?" After Qin Rong asked this question, the male teacher's face suddenly turned livid. Other people in the classroom also instantly understood what Qin Rong meant. When it comes to writing an essay, everyone's first reaction is that an essay should be at least 500 or 600 words. But in the description of the male teacher just now, he only said, "Finish writing," and did not stipulate how many words to write. Then writing 10 words is also finished, isn't it? Qin Rong brought up this vague boundary, and she asked the teacher to give a clear answer. Although the male teacher was extremely reluctant to answer, he was also constrained by the rules, and forced out 2 words from his teeth. "No." The anxious atmosphere immediately subsided, and the last row of people driving a modified mecha with a heavy voice said, "I am Shi Shao, and those who know me should also know my reputation in the mercenary circle. I am a man of my word. Everyone listen to me. Rather than fighting and only one person grabbing this pen, or no one can write in the end, why don't we discuss the order? Each person has 2 minutes, and only needs to write 1 sentence." The 2 mercenaries, who had quarreled over the pen before, seemed a little embarrassed, but at the moment, it must be the most important thing to get out alive, regardless of his face. After hearing everyone say yes and nodding in succession, Shi Shao said again, "This loophole in the rules was proposed by that colorful outer mecha driver, so he will be the first, and I will be the last. Do you have any objections?" "No, this is fair. How about the ones in the middle of us? I suggest that the outer mechas should write first. It is easy for them to write, and they may finish in 1 minute. The order of our large mechas should be directly based on the order of seats, from left to right." It took 5 minutes to discuss. 15 minutes had passed since the start of the class, and there were still 30 minutes. Qin Rong did not waste time, and directly reached out to the male teacher and said, "My pen is also lost. Lend it to me first." The male teacher's face was as black as coal. He clenched the signature pen, and slapped it heavily in front of Qin Rong. Qin Rong wrote a sentence. "My father is a good man," which took only 16 seconds, and passed it to the next person. Qin Rong reminded, "It is best not to make typos." Everyone nodded, and looked at Qin Rong with gratitude. From the jealousy just now to the gratitude now, only a little over 10 minutes have passed. Qin Rong thought that pollutants were far from being able to control human thoughts. After all, no one knew whether a competitor in the last second would become a cooperative friend in the next second. Human relationships were too complicated and changeable. The 3 external mechas used the pen for a very short time, which was only 1 minute in total. The 5 large mechas behind were much more troublesome. It was too much of a test of operating skills to operate the arm of the mecha to hold the signature pen. 3 of them gave up directly, gave themselves an injection of antibodies in advance, and used the mechanical arm to lift the composition paper and pen to the vicinity of the cockpit, then open the cockpit and took the paper in to write. The remaining two rode directly with the mecha, including Xiao. However, due to the difficulty of operation, in addition to Xiao, another mecha driver took 3.5 minutes to finish writing, but because there was still plenty of time, Xiao did not urge him. In the end, Xiao also took 2.5 minutes to finish writing. While these people were writing, Qin Rong was still thinking about how to extend this rule. After writing the composition, they can only leave this space, so how to break the rules and kill the pollutants? Since there are rules for students, are there rules for teachers? Because she saw the report of molestation before, the first thing that came to Qin Rong's mind was that teachers cannot physically punish or molest students. But at the beginning of this class, the teacher gave her a head-patting kill, so the latter possibility is relatively low. Although the rule of physically punishing students can be tried, it is very risky, and it is easy to fail. Qin Rong hesitated for a while, but decided to play it safe. The information provided by the monitoring station was obviously not enough, so she should wait until she went back to check it again before taking action. However, just when Xiao finished writing the composition paper, something strange happened. A piece of clothing suddenly appeared in front of Qin Rong. This piece of clothing was not a complete set of clothes worn on the body, but only the front half, a piece. The moment the clothes appeared, they floated in front of Qin Rong at lightning speed. Qin Rong had already put the rolled-up composition paper in her arms to protect it. She was a cautious person, so there was no way to find a breakthrough in this piece of clothing, so it disappeared after a moment of stalemate. But the person next to Qin Rong was not so lucky. He screamed and shouted, "Give it back to me." However, the clothes came and went without a trace, rolled up the composition paper, and disappeared directly in the space. The sudden attack of the clothes rolled up the composition papers of two people. One was the mercenary sitting next to Qin Rong, and the other was Xiao. Xiao had just finished writing his composition, and before he could react, his composition paper was rolled away. The people whose composition papers were not rolled away felt relieved, while the faces of the two unlucky mercenaries showed disbelief and anxiety. Xiao was calmer than the other one. There was still time before the get-out-of-class ended, and he had time to write another one. But the mentality of the other mercenary was not so stable. He was a little collapsed, and at the same time he hated the mercenaries around him, who had not had their composition papers taken away. Xiao said to the male teacher, "Teacher, our composition paper was taken away. Can you give us another one?" When the other mercenary, who was robbed, heard Xiao say this, he remembered that he could write again, so he agreed, "Yes, yes, give us another one." The male teacher finally recovered from the state of being defeated by Qin Rong. He continued to maintain the faint smile just now, and asked in a questioning manner, "It was robbed? Do you have any evidence?" The mercenary sitting next to Qin Rong said bluntly, "What evidence is needed? All the composition papers on our desks are gone. Just now a piece of clothing flew over, and I saw it clearly." The male teacher said slowly, "The testimony of the parties needs other evidence to support it." Qin Rong suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao, reminding him, "Is it the visual collector right above your cockpit?" "Yes, that's right." After being reminded, the panicked Xiao remembered that his visual collector had the function of recording. When people are afraid of fear, they are easy to lose their reason and their thoughts are not comprehensive enough. As an outsider, Qin Rong was actually more likely to think of what could be used as evidence than Xiao. Xiao turned on the projection function of the mecha and directly projected the previous screen. Through reviewing the video, Qin Rong discovered that the pieces of clothes were actually manipulated by the airflow to make the composition paper run into their arms, but once the composition paper was pressed by the mecha, the airflow would not have enough power to take the composition paper away. After watching the video, the male teacher nodded and said, "This can indeed be used as evidence." As he said that, the male teacher slowly called his lesson plan again. Qin Rong frowned. In the male teacher's lesson plan, he saw that there were only 8 pieces of composition paper. After the male teacher opened the lesson plan, he snapped his fingers, and the 2 pieces of clothes that took away the composition paper appeared. Everyone. They failed to act like a show, and now they don't even pretend, and directly let the accomplice's clothes appear. The airflow slowly dropped the composition paper onto the teaching plan, and the male teacher took the composition paper and placed it in front of the 2 careless students. This time, no one dared to place the composition paper casually, and they wrapped it as tightly as possible. And Qin Rong walked in front of Xiao and took the pen. Chapter 15. Qin Rong made up a name and said, "Zhang Meili." Qin Rong drew a few lines on his hand with a signature pen, and found that the ink inside was not used up. As for the pollutants of the rules, if the props inside are not disposable, there is a high probability that they can be used later. Of course, there are also cases where they cannot be used, but it is better to prepare more than less. As for whether the signature pen can be taken out of this classroom, we should know when the 45 minutes are over. As for whether taking the signature pen will trigger the death rule, Qin Rong has also considered whether it will trigger the death rule. Before Qin Rong put the pen into the mecha, he asked the male teacher, "Teacher, my family is very poor and can't afford a pen. Can you give me the signature pen?" The blue veins on the male teacher's forehead jumped, as if he was going to dunk Qin Rong on the head in the next second. The other mecha pilots, except Qin Rong, were more or less confused about Qin Rong's operation. The composition had already been written, so what was the use of this pen? But because of Qin Rong's previous operation of breaking the rules, they felt that Qin Rong must have her reasons for doing so. The male teacher suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "It's just a pen. I give it to you if you like it." After hearing the male teacher say this, Qin Rong felt that there was an 80% chance that this pen would be used later. Otherwise, with the male teacher's personality, he would not give the pen to Qin Rong if it was not required by the plot. The 45 minutes of agony finally passed, and the male teacher pretended to collect all the students' one-sentence compositions. He looked at Qin Rong meaningfully, and then said, "Today's composition class is here. The next class is mathematics class. I will teach you. Okay, get out of class is over." After the male teacher finished speaking, several people were surprised to find that they left the classroom space and returned to the classroom in the contaminated area. The classroom was empty, there was no chalk, and the blackboard was a little peeling. At the same time, the people at the monitoring station suddenly found that the pollution value was not right. The pollution value is dropped. Did someone kill a relatively large pollutant? Qin Rong thought about the next class that the teacher mentioned. She felt something was wrong. The information provided by the monitoring station never said that the male teacher would give a notice. Qin Rong looked at the black signature pen in her hand. It carried the smell of pollutants and needed to be sealed with something made of special materials. Because the signature pen was relatively small, Qin Rong put it directly on her chest. The material of this part of her chest could isolate pollution, and there was a small pocket. This way, she could save the cost of buying an isolation box, and she felt that she had made a small amount of money for nothing. At this time, Xiao, who was sitting in the back row, came over. His mecha was 3 meters and 5 meters tall. Standing in front of Qin Rong looked like a potato. "I'm Xiao. I've just introduced myself. I wonder who you are." Qin Rong made up a name and said, "Zhang Meili." "Xiao, eh?" The two of them knew that Qin Rong had used a fake name. Xiao pretended to be stupid and continued, "Miss Meili, you just heard pollutants announce that the next class is math. I guess if we go through all the classes, we should be able to crack this contaminated area." Xiao added, "My mecha is modified, and the weapon is equipped with a laser weapon recently launched by Dolly Jean Company. It is not only lethal, but also can be accurate to the point. Your outer mecha has an advantage in the rule category, but if you face a conflict of force, you may suffer a loss. How about it? Do you want to cooperate?" Xiao introduced a lot before, and finally returned to the topic. He was impressed by Qin Rong's ability, and wanted to cooperate with Qin Rong. Qin Rong's current mecha does lack force, and Xiao seems to be a more trustworthy teammate. So Qin Rong asked again, "How do you calculate the profit?" 5. "Okay, tomorrow night at 9. Xiao is also a kind person. He said straightforwardly, "Okay, then we see each other tomorrow night at 9. Qin Rong actually has a lot of questions about this contaminated area. For example, the time when the pollutants appear is not fixed. Maybe an hour later, the new mecha soldiers who enter the contaminated area will start to take math lessons. So will it still be math lessons at 9 o'clock tomorrow night?" Qin Rong has a guess about this contaminated area in her mind. However, there is little evidence to support her speculation now. She still has to wait until tomorrow when she encounters pollutants to be sure. After finishing the exploration of the contaminated area today, Qin Rong ran back to school directly. She did not stay in the contaminated area and wait for the math lessons to appear. There are 2 reasons. One is that she needs to learn more about the background of Hongying Kindergarten, and the other is that she wants to watch the surveillance. The school surveillance is not something she can adjust as she wants as a primary school student. The best way to adjust the surveillance is to watch it secretly by herself when the moon is dark and the wind is high. The system can connect to the school's surveillance, but a key is required to view previous surveillance. Qin Rong skillfully climbed over the gate that required iris swiping and looked around to see if there was anyone. It was already late at night, and the campus was silent, without a single person. Qin Rong sneaked into the surveillance control room of the school security department from the blind spot of the surveillance. The teacher on duty was sitting inside playing with a light computer. The night was long, and the teacher in charge of surveillance control could not concentrate on the surveillance. Qin Rong asked the system to connect to the gate. If there was an external AI invasion, the gate would immediately start the firewall program and issue a harsh alarm. The teacher who was playing with the light computer was startled and quickly put away the light computer and ran out of the door. Qin Rong took the opportunity to slip in and aimed his light computer at the device storing the surveillance. The system scanning light lit up, and Qin Rong heard the electronic sound of analysis successful in his mind. After doing this, Qin Rong did not stay any longer, but walked into the bathroom on the first floor of the security department along the blind spot of the surveillance. Due to humanitarianism and privacy, the bathroom is not allowed to be monitored, so this place is relatively safe. In a short time, the system has called up the surveillance video of the day when the host was killed, and edited the situation in the classroom at that time and transmitted it to Qin Rong's optical brain. Qin Rong directly clicked on the projection, and the picture floated in the air. The figure on the screen looks like a girl. She is wearing a school uniform with her collar standing up, intentionally or unintentionally covering her face. However, the social circle of this container Rong is relatively narrow. Even if this person covers his face, the system can immediately draw a conclusion by comparing his figure and body shape. The system said with some surprise, "It is the former roommate of the former host, Tao Jingshuang." Rong's school relationship is very simple. There are 3 former roommates in total. They have a bad relationship with her and moved out. The classmates knew each other, but were not familiar with each other. As for Jiang Yuqi, he wanted to get close to him, but his methods were too clumsy, and the students in the individual soldier department thought he was a toad trying to eat swan meat. After all, Jiang Yuqi was the only S-level student in the sophomore individual soldier department, and the only white moonlight in the individual soldier department. After confirming that the person who secretly put the small note was this former roommate, Qin Rong was relieved. If it was really some big shot who wanted her dead, then these evidences would not be preserved. The murderer who could be easily discovered was not deep enough in his schemes and methods. However, Qin Rong did not take it lightly. Maybe this was deliberately disguised to let her relax her vigilance. Qin Rong asked the system to connect to the surveillance. After confirming that the teacher on duty today had returned to the duty room, Qin Rong returned along the route he came from. On the way back to the dormitory, he came across a vending machine selling nutritional supplements. Qin Rong bought 10 and brought them back to the dormitory. The dormitory manager of their building was also on duty 24 hours a day. Seeing Qin Rong coming back so late, he advised her to be careful. Qin Rong returned to the dormitory and first checked the room to confirm that there was no surveillance. Only then did she feel relieved. After all, someone in the next dormitory wanted her dead, so she had to be on guard. Throwing the sack containing the outer-covered mecha under the bed, Qin Rong took a shower and changed into a lighter pajamas. In terms of the pursuit of taste in clothes, Qin Rong and the system are different. Qin Rong pursues comfort and lightness, because the nature of her previous job requires her to drive the mecha into the contaminated area at any time. If she wears a tight skirt, it may affect her micromanipulation. The system only pursues the beauty of clothes. As long as it looks good, no matter how uncomfortable the style is, it can be accepted. Qin Rong does not need to be ready to enter the contaminated area at any time, so she did not waste star coins to buy herself new clothes, but kept wearing the clothes bought by the previous host. Lying on the bed, Qin Rong began to review today's events as usual, and then thought about what to do tomorrow. The system suddenly said, "Host, your classmates have all teamed up with the single soldiers. If this continues, you will be left alone. Then what do you think we should do? I will use the optical brain to send messages for you and ask the classmates of the mecha single soldiers." Qin Rong felt sleepy, and she said perfunctorily, "Okay." The system got Qin Rong's permission and happily sent messages. Would it not be enough to send to only 1 or 2? If it happens that the other party has already teamed up, it would be a waste of time. The system's smart brain turned and immediately decided to send invitations to everyone. There will always be a few idiots who are willing to team up with the host. So, the next morning, Qin Rong woke up and just opened the optical brain with her iris, and heard the sound of constant message vibrations. When she opened it, she saw that all of them refused to team up with her. Most of the students were willing to put on a show. Although they didn't want to team up with Qin Rong, they also found an excuse, such as "we've already teamed up, maybe we have a chance next time." But there were also some who didn't want to put on a show. They said that Qin Rong's grades were too bad, and that teaming up with her would risk being eliminated and expelled from school. The worst was that they read the message but didn't reply. Among them was Jiang Yuqi's good friend Shen Lang. The system had some hidden agenda. After Jiang Yuqi told Qin Rong that he had teamed up, the system sent Jiang Yuqi an invitation to team up. Qin Rong happened to see Jiang Yuqi's reply. The tone of his reply on the light brain was exactly the same as his own. Qin Rong could even imagine the expression on his face when he said this. You want to team up with me so much, right? After all, I'm the top student in the grade. But I've already promised Zhang Zhe. Remember to invite me earlier next time. Although I may not agree even if you invite me earlier. Observe secretly, Qin Rong looked at the last two kitten emoticons and held his forehead with a headache. Chapter 16. I don't want to see you, get out of here. Qin Rong said to the system. I know you are very anxious and hope that your mission will progress, but being too enthusiastic will only backfire. The system sobbed aggrievedly and said, I just think I can ask again. Don't worry about the mission. If Jiang Yuqi really meets his destined girl, I will match them up. The most urgent thing now is how well you have learned your mecha knowledge. The mechanical child voice of the system sounded confident. I have almost learned all the non-confidential mecha knowledge on the internet. I also searched for the automated mecha that the host wants to know. However, I found a very strange question. What? The technology of the optical brain is advanced enough to materialize the projection of human consciousness, but the AI is very backward and can only conduct simple conversations and process data, which is very dull. The system said with a bit of doubt in its tone, the technology tree is top-heavy and polarized, which does not conform to the common sense of world development. Hearing what the system said, Qin Rong also felt a little strange. In her previous life, every time she made progress in her research, she would encounter various obstacles and could not proceed, as if someone was deliberately stopping her. But now she is just a student. Even if someone really wants to control the direction of technological development, it is too far away from her. Let's take care of the present first. Qin Rong spent some time to read all the messages she received, and then found that no one accepted her invitation. It seems that everyone is really afraid of being dragged down and expelled from school. This is also a reasonable story development, so Qin Rong didn't feel sad. Putting away the light brain, Qin Rong looked at the time. There was no class in the command department this morning, so Qin Rong knocked on the door of the next dormitory to see if Tao Jingshuang was there. The person who opened the door was a little fatter than the person in the surveillance video, so Qin Rong said to her, I'm looking for Tao Jingshuang. Jingshuang, someone is looking for you. The girl didn't show any expression on her face, she just turned her head and shouted to the dormitory. The person inside responded, Who is it? Tao Jingshuang stood up from her seat and looked towards the door, and met Qin Rong's eyes. Qin Rong saw that her face froze for a moment, and then pretended to be calm and said, You are looking for me? What's the matter? Qin Rong asked back, Are you sure you want me to say it here? Tao Jingshuang was still young after all, and she couldn't pretend to be calm after hearing what Qin Rong said. She rushed out, walked in front of Qin Rong, pushed her, and then slammed the door of her dormitory. Qin Rong walked towards his dormitory. Tao Jingshuang hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. After entering the dormitory, Qin Rong asked directly, Why did you write that kind of thing to lead me to the contaminated area? Tao Jingshuang asked back, What is it? You don't have to deny it in a hurry. Since I came to you, I can naturally confirm that the person is you. You wrote a note in the name of Jiang Yuqi and asked me to go to Jinghe Park. There is a contaminated area there. As a student of the command department, you can't be unaware of how dangerous it is. Do you think I was scared? It's just the periphery. There are no pollutants. What's the danger? Besides, you are standing here peacefully. Qin Rong didn't. Instead of refuting her, he sat on the chair and spoke in a calm and detailed tone. Even if the contaminated area is at the edge, it is still infectious. Once the contamination value exceeds 50%, even antibodies will be difficult to save. You induced me to go to Jinghe Park knowing that there was a probability of death. If I died, you are a murderer. If I didn't die, you are still an attempted murderer. Qin Rong's voice was not loud, but it was particularly powerful. The students couldn't stand the fright, and Tao Jingshuang was also doing something bad for the first time. At this moment, she felt a chill on her back and couldn't help sweating. But Tao Jingshuang was smart. She retorted, This is just your one-sided statement. You said I wrote you a note. Where is the note? Do you have any evidence? Qin Rong frowned slightly when she heard this. She had only heard this before. It was said by the male teacher in the contaminated area. Although their attitudes and expressions were different at this moment, their roles were surprisingly consistent. Although you took the note away, you ignored the fact that the classrooms where we had classes were all monitored. And you were also captured by the surveillance cameras in the corridor when you entered and exited my dormitory. Otherwise, why do you think I came to you? Qin Rong did not check the surveillance cameras in the corridor, but she knew that Tao Jingshuang was not able to delete the surveillance cameras, so she simply continued to increase the chips here, making Tao Jingshuang feel that she knew everything. This is also a psychological tactic often used when interrogating prisoners. Tao Jingshuang revealed her true emotions at this time. These days, she was always worried that Qin Rong would settle the score later. Now that Qin Rong really came to her door, she felt that the dust had settled. Tao Jingshuang's eyes showed undisguised disgust for Qin Rong. She curled her lips slightly, showing some disdain. Your dormitory? Oh, this was originally the dormitory for the four of us. When did it become your exclusive room? Qin Rong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Before she could get the motive for the crime out, Tao Jingshuang had already presented the motive with both hands. It's obviously you who are being hypocritical. You can't stand our living habits, so you should move out by yourself. Why don't you want to leave and ask us to move out? You have a ladylike temper and live a comfortable life. Why do we who care about others have to suffer this loss? I will tell you today that I wrote the note and asked you to go to the polluted area. How about it? Are you scared? When I think of you running away in panic due to the pollutants, I feel happy. Bad people should be punished. You shouldn't live so comfortably. Qin Rong looked at Tao Jingshuang, who was a little hysterical because of the breakdown of defense, and asked back, what if I really died in the contaminated area? Tao Jingshuang's emotions fluctuated too much. She was not a big villain. After writing the note, she felt very happy at first, but when she didn't see Qin Rong in class in the morning, she began to be afraid. She didn't want to kill people, she just wanted to play a prank, but what if Yu Rong really died in the contaminated area? Tao Jingshuang was panic-stricken for a day, and finally saw Yu Rong in a dirty school uniform in the afternoon. Tao Jingshuang was relieved, and at the same time, she also felt the pleasure of doing evil in her heart. Qin Rong's question made Tao Jingshuang, who had been nervous for many days, cover her face and burst into tears. She knelt on the ground limply, and tears flowed along the edges of her fingers. She said, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to know that you are wrong. I just don't want to give you the dormitory like this. Qin Rong did not judge Tao Jingshuang's behavior from his own perspective, because in fact Qin Rong was not a victim, and might even be a beneficiary. Qin Rong asked her to chat today, just to ask questions to confirm Tao Jingshuang's intentions, and see if he would still be in danger of being calculated in the future. System, can you still contact the previous host and ask her what she wants to do? System said, okay, I will ask now. Putting aside the host and the system, if Yu Rong is just Yu Rong, then she has died in the contaminated area. But putting aside this premise is not valid. The reason why Yu Rong went to the contaminated area to keep the appointment was because the system instigated her. Yu Rong did not like Jiang Yuqi, so it was naturally impossible for her to take risks in the contaminated area for him. What's more, this is still a very obvious trap. How can a boy ask a girl to go to a polluted area at night to talk about love? Do you think your life is not long enough? So, it is meaningless to ignore the premise, and moral accusations from a high position are also false. Qin Rong looked at Tao Jingshuang coldly for a while, without any comforting gesture. After a while, Tao Jingshuang's emotions finally stabilized. She wiped her tears with her clothes and said to Qin Rong, I know I did something wrong about this matter. I admit that I fell into your hands. Now that things have come to this, it's up to you. You can tell the school or call the police. I have no objection. At the same time, the system said in Qin Rong's mind, I'm back, host. I have asked the previous host, and she told you to do it, and she said that she is very happy in the original world now, and asked me not to disturb her again. What did she say? I don't want to see you, get out of here. Not this sentence. Oh, she said that if she knew that she could get rid of me by dying, she would have hit her head and died long ago. She also said that it was fortunate that she went to the contaminated area at that time, and then said that the container is now the host's, and the subsequent matters are all the host's to solve, and it has nothing to do with her, so don't disturb her normal life. As a fellow time traveler, Qin Rong wanted to ask why she didn't have a system when she came here, and she didn't return to her original world after she died. Is this fair? Back to the present, Qin Rong unlocked the optical brain with his iris, turned his head and glanced at Tao Jingshuang and said, Do you want me to call the police? Tao Jingshuang was visibly nervous, and she carefully chose her words. Of course, I don't want that. In fact, you can directly retaliate against me, and let me stay in the contaminated area for one night. Jean Rong glanced at her body. The physical fitness of the command system is generally average, and the mecha driving skills are also average. If she is asked to stay in the contaminated area for one night, she might lose her life. Tao Jingshuang's heart tightened when Jean Rong saw this look. She wanted to say something more. After all, she didn't want to lose her studies. But Jean Rong took his eyes away after taking a look, which made Tao Jingshuang worry that she would say more and make more mistakes. After a while, Jean Rong's consciousness was withdrawn from the optical brain, and at the same time, she used the optical brain to project a document in the air. Take a look. If you have no problem, print it out and sign it. Tao Jingshuang's eyes fell on the document in the void, and the big words at the top were Mental Damage Compensation Agreement. Chapter 17. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Tao Jingshuang thought that Yurong would call the police, cry, and curse. She imagined many scenarios, but she didn't expect that Yurong would calmly take out a mental damage compensation agreement for her to sign. The content of this agreement is roughly written that because Tao Jingshuang induced and deceived Yurong to go to the polluted area, Yurong's physical and mental health was affected. Now the two parties are mediating, and Yurong asked Tao Jingshuang to compensate her with 15,000 star coins. This agreement describes the course of events in great detail, and also prevents Tao Jingshuang from asking for the star coins back in the name of blackmail. Tao Jingshuang printed out the agreement, and signed it with a numb face. Jean Rong's handwriting is nothing like the previous host, so she did not sign it, but directly pressed her fingerprints. 2 copies, one with Tao Jingshuang and one with Jean Rong. Jean Rong asked Tao Jingshuang to pay 15,000 star coins on the spot, without giving her the opportunity to pay in installments. After all, in peacetime, the debtor is the boss, and she didn't want to waste time collecting debts from Tao Jingshuang. Tao Jingshuang's money was originally used to buy an external mecha, but now it has become Jean Rong's automated mecha startup capital. Jean Rong thought to himself that he hoped that this incident would teach Tao Jingshuang a lesson. If you don't know how to do things, you will lose money to avoid disaster. Tao Jingshuang's matter came to an end, and Jean Rong shifted the focus of his attention to the contaminated area. She first searched for all the news about Hongying Kindergarten on the Star Network, including official news and discussions found on some forums. The child molestation case was also a sensation at the time, and it almost reduced the credibility of the federal police in the area where Hongying Kindergarten was located. The molestation case started with a little boy saying that his lower body was hurt by the teacher. The boy's mother was shocked and angry. The next day, she took the boy to the kindergarten to ask the teacher for an explanation and called the police the next morning. The police went to the kindergarten and conducted a simple investigation of the kindergarten teachers. The teacher with the mole on the boy's face was not recorded in the kindergarten teacher roster. And the teachers of the kindergarten also denied it, saying that there was no male teacher in the kindergarten. After investigating the surveillance and confirming that there was indeed no male teacher in the surveillance, the incident was defined as a misunderstanding. 3 days later, the boy's mother posted a post on Xinguang, seeking help. She believed that the kindergarten was protecting the male teacher and her child should not be wronged like this. Her request for help caused quite a stir. The Federal District Police investigated the boy's body on the 4th day and confirmed that there was no injury. At the same time, the District Police retrieved the list of registered teachers in the kindergarten and confirmed again that there was no male teacher in it. The boy's mother originally suffered from depression. When the internet was full of people saying that she was acting, she chose a very extreme way to prove to netizens that she was not lying. She committed suicide. At this point, the wind direction on the internet began to change again. From the indignation when she asked for help at the beginning, to the angry abuse after the police issued a notice, to the final. The dead are great, the dead rest in peace. No one can tell the truth of this incident, and the spectators on the Star Internet naturally don't know who is telling the truth and who is lying. Moreover, there are too many new things on the internet. After the heat of this incident passed, no one paid attention to it. The next incident in Hongying Kindergarten was the pollution incident 6 years ago. Less than half a year after the death of the little boy's mother, pollution broke out in Hongying Kindergarten. Because only one teacher was unfortunately contaminated, and the others were rescued, the contaminated area was classified as Class C. Jean Rong sorted out the content of the investigation on the Star Internet, and finally circled a name. Shurenjuan. This person is the teacher who died in the pollution outbreak. However, there is not much information about this teacher on the Star Internet. If you want to know, it is a bit difficult. Fortunately, Qin Rong is not alone, he has a partner. After finding Shi Xiao and the contact information on the optical brain, she sent him a message. Do you have time? I have something to ask you about the mission in the contaminated area. Shi Xiao has been in the mercenary business for a long time and knows many cruisers. He has a wide network of contacts. Compared with Qin Rong's identity as a student, it is obviously more appropriate to let Shi Xiao investigate Shirenjuan. Yes, just tell me directly. I want you to investigate someone, Shirenjuan. The teacher who died in Hongying Kindergarten? Yes. Okay, let's meet at 9 o'clock in the evening, and I will tell you the intelligence information I have. Qin Rong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that having a reliable teammate can save her a lot of trouble. Shi Xiao will go to the contaminated area to find out. There is still some time before 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Rong contacted the person he met last time when picking up garbage. It is not certain that the star coins in the contaminated area can be obtained. Before that, Qin Rong still plans to earn some other extra money. After leaving the school gate, Qin Rong took the number 11 bus to Li Hailin's warehouse. The bus drove for half an hour, and Qin Rong walked for another 10 minutes before reaching the destination. Li Hailin's warehouse is near the garbage dump, and his warehouse looks quite large. Different parts are placed in different categories, which is very neat and beautiful. As soon as Li Hailin saw Qin Rong, he smiled and said, I have been looking forward to you for a long time. I have a lot of things in my warehouse, such as circuit boards and bearings. If you are missing something, tell me and I will buy it. In a word, if you can make a mecha, I will solve other problems for you. Li Hailin patted his chest and made a big promise to Qin Rong. Qin Rong smiled politely and didn't talk much with Li Hailin. She walked into the warehouse and walked around it. After she had conceived the circuit diagram of the mecha in her mind, she began to choose parts. Helmet, limbs, chest, hips. After putting all the necessary parts together to make sure they fit, she started to replace the bearings. Li Hailin has a complete range of things here, so Qin Rong didn't worry about the cost. Not only did she install a visual collector on the helmet, she also added some of her own stuff. In her previous life, Qin Rong had studied automated mechas for so long, and it wasn't like she didn't really come up with anything. At least, she developed an automatic escape mode that is compatible with the outer covered mecha. The activation method of this mode is to collect the owner's iris through the visual collector. After judging that the owner's consciousness is scattered or the eyes are closed for too long, the mecha will think that the owner continues to stay in the contaminated area and the probability of death is extremely high. Then the automatic escape mode is activated, and it runs directly to the lowest place in the contaminated area until it runs out of the contaminated area. Of course, if the driver wants to exit during this process, he can exit with a voice command. The cost of this mode is equivalent to the price of an outer-covered mecha, because it has a certain degree of intelligence, which requires loading the program in the chip and then connecting it to the circuit board to achieve the purpose of controlling the mecha. If this technology is not mature enough, it is easy for the mecha to go out of control and have problems. Qin Rong originally planned to apply for a patent for this program, but the files were either destroyed or the Ministry of Science and Technology did not receive them. In the end, Qin Rong's work as a cruiser increased dramatically, so he had no time to worry about the patent application. Okay. Qin Rong looked at the optical computer. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 2 hours before the time agreed with Shi Xiao. Li Hailin, who was watching Qin Rong repairing the mecha, was a little stunned and said, It's done now? Qin Rong said, You can try the performance, I have something to do in the evening. Li Hailin wanted to chat with Qin Rong for a few more words, but saw that the other party looked hurried, and picked up the broken bearing on the ground and threw it into the trash can. Remember to pay after selling it. If there is any problem, contact the optical computer. Qin Rong waved at Li Hailin and walked out of the warehouse door. Li Hailin on this side also waved and walked to the warehouse door to see Qin Rong off, but the other party didn't care about his politeness at all, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Hailin turned around and looked at the ugly outer-covered mecha on the ground. He couldn't stand the appearance. After all, the mecha was too ugly. It was pieced together here and there, like it was dismembered and sewn back together. Forget it, at worst, I can spray it with the same color paint later. Let's try the performance first. Li Hailin put the mecha on his body. When the parts were assembled on his body, there was a suction force between the parts. The next second, Li Hailin was completely covered by the mecha without any gaps on his body. Li Hailin's eyes lit up and said, It's interesting. At least the anti-pollution part is in place. It's also profitable to sell it as a protective suit, Lee Hyland tried its bonus to strength and speed again. Then, he looked at the cargo rack that he knocked down with one punch. The bonus to these two was actually at an upper middle level. Lee Hyland felt that he had really picked up a big bargain. He didn't know any masters who repaired mechas, but in his opinion, this level was at least expert level. It stands to reason that such a talented professional would never be interested in a small business like his, and would definitely go to a large mecha company to be the chief mecha repairman. But he just happened to get it by chance. It was like pie in the sky. Qin Rong bought some nutritional supplements from the school window, hid in the blind spot of the surveillance camera, and drank them all. Then he dragged the sack to the contaminated area. When she arrived at the contaminated area, it was already 8:30 in the evening. After changing into the outer mecha, she came to the contaminated area. Xiao came earlier than Qin Rong. He was waiting for Qin Rong at the entrance of the contaminated area, ready to exchange information with her. "Beautiful lady, I'm here." Xiao waved at Qin Rong. When Qin Rong walked in front of him, Xiao seized the opportunity and got straight to the point. "I got Shirinjuan's information from a cruiser friend. Her parents are still alive. She has no brothers or sisters, and no criminal record." Qin Rong asked, "Doesn't she have a boyfriend?" "Well, she was unmarried. According to her parents, she didn't have one at the time. We should confirm with her friends. If her parents don't agree, then Shirinjuan wouldn't tell her parents if she had a boyfriend." Chapter 18. There are 13 heads in our classroom now. Let me think about what kind of subtraction I should come up with. Her parents did mention this. Shirinjuan had a boyfriend, but this person was not very decent and was a bit of a jerk. Shirinjuan's parents thought it was not a good idea, so they asked Shirinjuan to break up with him. Qin Rong's eyes lit up and said, "Do you have a photo of this person?" "No, and I guess even if I ask Shirinjuan's parents, they may not be able to produce it." "Yes." Qin Rong nodded. "There is some other information about the contaminated area. After our last composition class, the concentration of the contaminated area decreased, and the mercenaries who came in afterwards were all in math classes. Originally, the mercenaries who came in were randomly assigned to courses. Some were math, some were composition, and some were physical education. But after Qin Rong and his classmates finished their composition class, the only courses in the contaminated area were math. This situation is like solving a chain array. Originally, you can solve the array from any direction, but when someone breaks a hole, the chain array can only continue from this direction. So now it has spread in the circle that someone took the key props in the composition class, and the contaminated area has moved on to the next stage." Xiao's tone sounded a little heavy, and he said with a little worry in his eyes, "When you took the signature pin away at the end, many people saw it, so you are in a bit of danger now. Naturally, no one would take risks for ordinary materials dropped in the contaminated area, but for special materials dropped from the pollution source, hundreds of thousands of star coins are enough for people to take risks to grab." Qin Rong was not too surprised by this, and this was also a normal phenomenon, so Qin Rong said, "Let's take it one step at a time." The two chatted for a while, at the edge of the contaminated area, exchanged information, and then walked into the contaminated area. The scene in the contaminated area was still the same. When Qin Rong walked in, he saw the huge bunny doll again. It looked a bit stupid. Qin Rong and Xiao approached, but it didn't hide. Xiao glanced at Qin Rong, and found that the latter had no intention of taking action. He thought Qin Rong meant for him to take action, so he immediately prepared to kill the pollutant. However, when he was about to show his weapon, he found that Qin Rong's arm was stretched out in front of him. Xiao hesitated and said, "What's wrong? This rabbit has rules. If you kill it, it will disappear with you. I don't know where it will go." Xiao listened to Qin Rong's words, and put down his weapon in a huff. "Wait a minute, this rabbit is probably related to the pollution source. Qin Rong didn't look carefully last time, so she was going to hide aside, and see what the rabbit was like." Behind them, another mercenary came in. Obviously, other mercenaries were not as cautious as Qin Rong. Killing pollutants was the first reaction of most people. After he took action, the rabbit's head was cut in half, and fell to the ground. The mercenary used his weapon to pick open the rabbit's soft body, but found no material falling. He immediately spat and said with a gloomy look, "Such a large pollutant, no material fell?" The next second after he finished speaking, the half head of the rabbit on the ground suddenly rolled without wind and rolled to the feet of the mercenary, and the body touched by the weapon suddenly sat up, and the rabbit's soft palm grasped the weapon. The next moment, the mecha and the pollutant disappeared on the spot. Qin Rong was naturally not kind enough to remind other mercenaries that the rabbit doll was strange. Everyone was a competitor in the polluted area. Even if she told the mercenaries, it was estimated that the mercenaries would probably think that she said this on purpose, so that she could monopolize the rabbit doll. Qin Rong was not a bad person, but she was not a good person either. She might do something that could be done by hand, but she would definitely not do a thankless job. Qin Rong waited for a while, and the new mercenaries did not encounter the bunny doll again. It seems that the skill of the bunny doll also needs CD, and it cannot take two people away at the same time. That's strange, Qin Rong thought in confusion. It stands to reason that the probability of encountering a bunny doll is not high, and it is estimated that only one person can encounter it in a day. When Qin Rong came in for the first time, she encountered the bunny doll, which could be said to be accidental, but what about the second time? Could it be that the bunny doll appeared again because she brought a special prop pen this time? Let's go! Qin Rong knew that he could not think of the result, so he turned his head and said to Shi Xiao. It was already 10:30 when Qin Rong walked into the contaminated area from the edge of the contaminated area. Qin Rong looked up at the moon in the contaminated area, and it seemed that it was bigger and brighter in the contaminated area. Vigilantly observing the surrounding environment, the two walked into the kindergarten together. Not long after entering, when Qin Rong was surveying the location of the camera in the kindergarten, a bell rang outside. The bell rang very quickly, as if it was a death warrant. There are more mercenaries in the contaminated area now than last time, thanks to the gossip about the special prop. These people all want to pick up the leak. This also led to the fact that when the math class started, the room was already overcrowded, and the big mercenaries had already filled the classroom. Qin Rong and Shi Xiao were both squeezed into the corner. Shi Xiao opened his mecha and protected Qin Rong under his elbow, staring at the surrounding mechas vigilantly, like an old hen protecting a young hen. As the bell rang, the space changed again. The lights in the room became very bright, and the blackboard and chalk became brand new. The male teacher with a gentle smile walked into the room with a lesson plan in his hand. The male teacher with a gentle smile looked around until he saw Qin Rong in the corner. The smile on his face suddenly became a little deeper, as if he was saying to Qin Rong, I finally waited for you. Qin Rong's face was as cold as a scumbag who likes cold violence, and you are not my type was written all over his body. Classmates, today we are going to learn subtraction. Addition is adding numbers together, and subtraction is using one number to subtract another number. Classmates, one head minus one head equals how many heads? The mercenaries looked around, and turned their eyes back to the male teacher in confusion. The male teacher opened the lesson plan. He took the same lesson plan last time, but Qin Rong did not see any words on it, only a few pieces of composition paper were sandwiched. This time, the lesson plan was different from the last time. Not only did it have words on it, but the words written on it looked a little clumsy. In layman's terms, it was ugly. Qin Rong's guess was confirmed a little bit, and she continued to stare at the lesson plan without changing her expression. There were 3 sentences in the male teacher's lesson plan. The first sentence was, 1 head minus 1 head, 2 heads or 0 heads. The second sentence is, 3 heads minus 3 heads, 6 heads or 0 heads. The third sentence is, 3 heads minus 2 heads, 3 heads. The male teacher took his lesson plan and walked from the podium to the end of the classroom, and then from the end to the podium. I think my smart students have learned subtraction, so now it's time to ask random questions. Shi Xiao lowered his voice and asked Qin Rong, what is this subtraction, positive and negative numbers? The first and second ones are understandable, +1 minus -1, +1 minus +1, you can get 2 answers to the first question. Qin Rong shook his head and said, if it is positive and negative, the answer to the third question should be 1, 5. What is that? Before Qin Rong answered Shi Xiao's question, the male teacher pointed in Qin Rong's direction. Qin Rong suddenly felt that the space around her seemed to solidify, and her body stood up uncontrollably. The rule type is strong and not strong. Its strength lies in that even if you are an S-class mecha, you have to follow its rules when you arrive at the rule-based contaminated area. Its weakness lies in that as long as you know the rules, even if the force value is only 5, it can't do anything to you. The male teacher seemed to be unable to bear it, and the smile on his face seemed to be overflowing. 6 heads minus 4 heads, how many equals? Shi Xiao clenched his fists. He believed in Qin Rong's ability. The other party could deal with a composition class so quickly, so this math class should be able to be solved immediately. But what kind of subtraction is this? I have never heard of 3 minus 2 equals 3. While Shi Xiao was brainstorming, Qin Rong had already answered. She said lightly, 6 heads. The male teacher's smile froze on his face again. He seemed to be unconvinced and asked another question. 5 heads minus 7 heads. 7 heads. Qin Rong answered. 5 heads minus 5 heads. 10 heads or 0 heads. The male teacher's smile was gone, and he said grimly, "Okay, you are a really smart and good student. Sit down." After Qin Rong's answer, the people present who were originally hesitant now understood the logic. After asking Qin Rong, the male teacher asked 3 more questions. Of the 3 people, only 2 got the answer right. When the last person got the answer wrong, he broke out in a cold sweat, and the mercenary struggled to say, "It's 3 heads, no 5 heads." The male teacher smiled more gently and said, "It doesn't matter. It seems that you can't keep up with everyone's progress. Our Hongyan kindergarten will not give up every student. You should go to the psychological counselor and have a good chat." After that, pieces of clothes suddenly flew in front of the mercenary, and they stuck tightly to the outside of the mercenary mecha, like eating, wrapping the entire mecha. The next moment, the mercenary was turned into a meat paste by the high-speed rotating airflow. The clothes were very considerate and cleaned the classroom. There was nothing left in the room except the smell of blood. Okay, students, the next step is to practice and consolidate the knowledge we learned today. Now there are 13 heads in our classroom. Let me think about what kind of subtraction formula should I come up with. Chapter 19. Is there something missing from your face? When the male teacher said this, the faces of the mercenaries, who could understand it all, changed slightly. Xiao was not a particularly smart person. He used to have average grades in school. After becoming a mercenary, he worked steadily to achieve his current position. Xiao had a vague guess about this question, so he whispered to Qin Rong, "Head, does it mean one person?" To be precise, the biggest premise of this subtraction is that everyone is the same. When 3 people fight against 3 people, there is a possibility of a draw, or all of them may die. When 4 people fight against 3 people, if the average quality of the people is the same, only 4 people can win, so the result will be the one with the larger number. Xiao frowned slightly. The teacher just said that the next step is a combat drill, which means they have to kill each other. If the mercenary had not been killed by the male teacher, their current number would be an even number, and there is a chance that everyone would survive. But after one person died, the current number became an odd number. This means that at least one person must die. The male teacher put the lesson plan on the table, looked around, and then began to call the roll. The number of people standing on the left and the number of people standing on the right are subtracted. You stand here, you stand here. The male teacher assigned the mercenaries to different places. As time went by, the mechas stood on both sides. When the teacher called Xiao looked down with some worry. In his eyes, Qin Rong was a smart guy who had no self-protection ability. The combat power of the outer mecha could not be compared with that of the large mecha. The male teacher had been targeting Qin Rong from the beginning, so the last mecha left alone would most likely be Qin Rong. Go! Qin Rong nodded calmly at him. Seeing Qin Rong's expression, Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. When Xiao came to the left, the current team was exactly 6 to 6, 12 people. 6 heads minus 6 heads is 12 heads, or 0 heads. They have a chance to survive. But when Qin Rong joins, no matter which side he joins, he will kill the minority of 6 people. The male teacher seemed to have foreseen Qin Rong's future. He smiled and said, "The last head. So, you can choose a group at will, and their ending is in your hands." The mercenaries looked at Qin Rong in unison. The smart mercenaries have understood the rules, but they will also be a little hesitant in their hearts. Why did this pollutant target this mercenary like this? From the beginning of the class, she was the first to call her name, and now she is put on the cusp of the storm. As long as she is killed, she can survive. Such an obvious good thing. Could it be a trap? After all, unlike the composition class, which has a time limit, these people's thoughts are more comprehensive, and they did not act rashly against Qin Rong. And this mean male teacher spoke again at this moment. "I remember that in the last composition class, it seemed that you took my signature pen. How is it still useful?" As soon as this was said, the eyes of the people around him changed instantly. Why did they target this mercenary? She took the key props for the composition class. If I snatch the props from her, can I find the source of pollution? The mercenaries have their own calculations in their hearts, and they are not fools. The temptation of the pollution source material is too great. Why did they risk their lives to break into the contaminated area? Isn't it just to earn a few star coins? And the opportunity to earn a large amount of star coins is right in front of him. How can he give up? Qin Rong felt that almost 3 mechas had activated their weapons. They were always ready to rush up and tear Qin Rong into pieces. Xiao looked at Qin Rong in silence, neither activating his weapon nor retreating. Shi Xiao and Qin Rong had no friendship, they just took what they needed from each other. Qin Rong needed Shi Xiao's martial arts and connections, and Shi Xiao needed Qin Rong's intelligence. So at this juncture, Qin Rong was not surprised that he would not stand up to help him. The battle was about to break out, and no one wanted to be the first to take action, waiting for the first person to take action. It was at this time that Qin Rong asked slowly, I have learned subtraction, and I don't need to participate in the actual combat drill to deepen my impression. Something unexpected happened, and the people around waited for a while, looking at the pollutants and Qin Rong vigilantly. The male teacher squinted and said, Why do everyone else participate but you don't? Because I'm not very sociable. This statement directly blocked the male teacher's retreat with self-mockery, and the male teacher couldn't think of a better rebuttal for a while. After racking his brains for a while, the male teacher looked at the other mechas and said directly, No one wants a signature pin? Maybe there will be a place for writing in the later classes. This is clearly saying this is the key prop. Hurry up and grab it. What are you doing? Qin Rong complained in his heart that the IQ of this pollutant is too high. It is definitely not derived from a Class C pollution area. It must be at least Class B. In fact, you cannot participate in the actual combat exercise, right? If it is a rule that must be followed, just like answering questions before, the body will automatically stand up. Since I am not controlled, it means that this is just a trap. Qin Rong actually doubted it from the beginning. Because answering questions is a death rule in itself, and in the first composition class, there is only one death rule in total, and you will die if you can't finish writing the composition. So Qin Rong was thinking at the time whether the actual combat exercise behind was a death rule. These mechas can be said to be guided and divided into groups. They are not controlled, but listen to the male teacher's instructions and act spontaneously. However, when the first death rule was just played, Qin Rong's body was controlled. So Qin Rong judged that this actual combat exercise might not be a death rule, but a death trap. If you don't jump in, there will be no danger. According to Qin Rong's experience, in general, rule-based contaminated areas can also be traced. Assuming that the first stage of the contaminated area is a death rule, then the second stage is likely to be the same. This is a talk of experience. She has solved many contaminated areas and summarized them, not written in the textbook. So it is understandable that these mercenaries fell into the trap. The male teacher's expression also confirmed Qin Rong's guess. The other party stopped smiling and looked at Qin Rong with a particularly gloomy look. Qin Rong took a step back and raised a hand, saying, I won't participate. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A large mecha weapon suddenly flew out. It was an axe, connected by a chain at the end. The axe was thrown out directly and chopped towards Qin Rong. On the other side of Qin Rong, there was also a chain weapon, rushing towards Qin Rong. These mercenaries finally couldn't hold back. Whether it was a death trap or not, they had to take away the signature pin. The male teacher was very satisfied with this scene. This was the result he wanted. No one could hold his evidence. All the truth would be buried under the earth. The sound of chains colliding sounded, the axe and the chain were mixed together, and Qin Rong stood steadily behind the weapon. It has come to this point, there is no need to hide anymore. Qin Rong looked at the male teacher and said, Are you so afraid of me? Before she finished speaking, the two mechas attacked again, but the space was too small. A 3.5-meter mecha needed to bend over to fit, and a 3-meter mecha could almost touch the top of the classroom. Their every move was restricted, and they were not as flexible as Qin Rong. Qin Rong easily passed through their blockade. The other mechas could not sit still, and at this time, the people wearing the outer mecha like Qin Rong started to take action. This time, 3 of them attacked together. The outer mecha was obviously more flexible in this space. One of them directly stabbed Qin Rong in the stomach, wanting her life. The person who blocked Qin Rong's way behind her still had some conscience. He said, Hand over the pen, I won't kill you. Facing the outer mecha, with the same strength and speed, it was no pressure to fight 3. Qin Rong slightly dodged and avoided the attack of the first mercenary at a tricky angle. He moved forward 2 steps, hammered the opponent's tiger mouth with one hand, snatched the opponent's weapon, and then kicked him in the stomach, kicking him into the wall. When Qin Rong went to deal with the other 2 mechas, she suddenly found Shi Xiao standing up. Qin Rong said, No need, it's just a cooperative relationship. Shi Xiao said, I always keep my word, and it's not the end of the road. Qin Rong said, It's true. After saying that, she threw the sword in her hand straight out. The trajectory of the flying sword just happened to pick up the weapon of a mercenary. The force was so great that he couldn't stand steadily and fell backwards. Qin Rong passed directly from Shi Xiao's armpit and kicked the mercenary's calf. Before he could make a move, he fell to the ground. A small short sword appeared in Qin Rong's palm. He stabbed it steadily to the side, breaking the joint between the opponent's chest and back. Mecha. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out. Qin Rong turned his head and looked at the mercenary, who said, "Hand over the pen, and I won't kill you." At this moment, the other party was a little afraid to rush up. Qin Rong killed 2 mercenaries in front of him, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. "This physique is at least S level," Qin Rong said to Shi Xiao. "I leave him to you." Shi Xiao nodded and put his huge body between the mercenaries and Qin Rong. And now, Qin Rong has walked in front of the male teacher. She took out a signature pen from the storage isolation bag on her chest. Qin Rong heard the mercenaries' jealous gasps, but after what happened just now, no one dared to rush up for the time being. "Teacher, is there something missing on your face?" Chapter 20. "If you want this, I give it to you." After hearing this, the male teacher stepped back in fear. He dropped the lesson plan on the table. He picked it up in a panic and retorted, "There's nothing on my face." Qin Rong said nothing. He neatly drew a few black dots on the male teacher's face with a black pen in his hand. The positions of these black dots were drawn by Qin Rong according to the description of the little boy. There were 4 in total. When these 4 moles fell on the male teacher's face, Qin Rong suddenly felt a change in front of her eyes. She was no longer in the classroom. She came to the corridor. The mecha that was fighting with Shi Xiao also stopped at this moment, and everyone saw Qin Rong's sudden disappearance. And Qin Rong stood in a rather awkward position in the corridor, next to the door of the bathroom. Qin Rong's expression suddenly moved, and a flash of inspiration came to him. There is a place where cameras will never be installed, and that is the bathroom. So if the incident happened in the bathroom, nothing can be found. At this moment, the door of the men's bathroom was pushed open a crack. A man and a woman were doing unspeakable things on the sink. The girl was laughing and resisting, and she used the black pen in her hand to dot a few black dots on the boy's face as if it was fun. Qin Rong glanced at the position of the sun outside. It should be lunchtime now. The classroom was very quiet. Standing in front of Qin Rong was a little boy who was only as high as Qin Rong's thigh. He should have just woken up and was rubbing his sleepy eyes. He walked to the door of the bathroom and seemed to hear the voices of the boy and the girl from inside. He said timidly, "Teacher, sure?" Qin Rong saw that the girl's face suddenly became ugly, and she hurriedly tried to push away the man who was pressing on her. The man smiled a little evilly, looked at the child, and then looked at the panicked woman. He felt that the scene in front of him was even more interesting. "Get up, someone is watching." The female teacher pushed the man. The male teacher without glasses looked a bit unruly. He was wearing riveted pants, and had 4 black spots on his face. He pressed the female teacher's hand on the sink and smiled at the little boy outside the door. "Little boy, do you want to try it? It's fun." "What's fun? Stop it." "What does it matter? No one is watching. He will have to go through it sooner or later. Let him try it first." The man was still smiling, with a little indifferent teasing. The scene stopped here, and Qin Rong returned to the classroom. In front of him, there was still a male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses. There were 4 black spots on his face, and he and the man wearing riveted pants overlapped at this moment. The kindergarten really couldn't find this male teacher, because he was not a teacher at all. He was just the boyfriend of the female teacher on duty during lunch break that day. Except for the little boy and the female teacher, no one has ever seen this legendary male teacher. As long as the female teacher does not admit it, how credible is the little boy's testimony? In the federal interstellar court, the credibility of children's testimony is relatively low, because children will be guided to say something that is not true, and even these lies can pass the polygraph. In addition, the little boy is too young and still can't distinguish between fantasy and reality, so when he said that there was a male teacher in the kindergarten, it was easy to be regarded as his own fantasy. The male teacher stood up at this moment, and his expression returned to calm. He was not really the man who bullied the little boy at that time, he was a pollutant. So he continued to follow the logic of the contaminated area and asked Qin Rong, "Do you have evidence?" According to the results of Qin Rong's online investigation, the little boy did not go to the hospital that night. Qin Rong did not know the reason, perhaps because of shame, or perhaps because of something else. It was not until the next day that the little boy's mother went to the kindergarten to seek justice, but at this time, the redness and swelling had almost disappeared, and at this time, it was impossible to identify who did it. Not to mention that the federal police's physical investigation of the little boy was 4 or 5 days later. At this point in the contaminated area, Qin Rong's guess had been confirmed for the most part, and the direction she speculated was basically consistent with the direction of the contaminated area. What kind of person would be obsessed with the words "do you have evidence"? The murderer would only be complacent. Those who are obsessed with it are those who know the truth but cannot produce evidence and die with hatred. Qin Rong picked up the lesson plan from the ground and put it into her storage bag without making a sound. She asked the male teacher, "Will you help your girlfriend prepare lessons?" The male teacher's eyes were stunned for a long time. After a long while, he slowly said, "Why wasn't it you who came that day?" After saying this, the male teacher took a step back and came to the podium. He showed everyone another iconic smile and said, "The next class is physical education class. Students must not be late." After saying this, everyone was removed from the classroom space. The mechas looked at each other and looked at Qin Rong again. This time, Qin Rong couldn't hide. Making a fortune in silence is of course Qin Rong's dream, but there is always a gap between dreams and reality. With so many people watching the rule-based pollution area, it is difficult to get the dropped materials from the pollution source quietly. The mecha's eyes are all on Qin Rong at this moment, and the mecha closest to the door has already gone out and blocked the door. Just now, the large mecha was restricted by its body shape and could not exert its force. Now the situation is different. Qin Rong wants to get rid of so many large mechas. It is a bit difficult. Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he scanned the mechas present one by one. He seemed to want to see through the attack patterns of these mechas in front of him. Xiao remembered most of the famous mercenaries in his mind, but these mercenaries today were basically the first time he saw them. If he didn't know the opponent's attack methods, he would be at a disadvantage. What's more, he and Qin Rong were only two people, and Qin Rong was wearing a small mecha. Qin Rong had just dealt with two outer mechas. The outer mecha thrown to Xiao saw Qin Rong being targeted by a large mecha, and was eager to try again, wanting to follow others to pick up a loophole. Xiao said, "I will help you distract your attention, and you can escape directly from the contaminated area." It's useless. They know that you and I are teammates. It's also dangerous for you to be left behind. Qin Rong said. Then what should we do? No hurry. Qin Rong said these two words, which were obviously the last thing she should say, and Xiao should not believe them. But after what happened just now, Xiao found that he had a blind trust in Qin Rong's words. The specific manifestation is that after Qin Rong said this, his mentality really stabilized slowly. The first bird to stand out will definitely be suppressed. Qin Rong's combat effectiveness has just been recognized by these people, and no one dared to rush up immediately for a while. Qin Rong took advantage of this hesitation and suddenly held a pen in his hand and said, "If you want this, I give it to you." After that, he threw the pen directly out, and the pen was just held by the large mecha in that direction. Some of the people's eyes fell on the large mecha. Qin Rong said to Xiao, "Run." The next moment, the two men ran towards the door of the classroom at the same time. The mechas who were attracted by the pen felt something was wrong. The mecha who got the pen happily held the special prop in his hand and looked at the mechas around him vigilantly. At this time, there were a total of 7 large mechas in the room, one outside the door, and 3 large mechas were attracted by Qin Rong's move. The focus fell on the pen, and the remaining 5 mechas thought that Qin Rong must have something more valuable, otherwise she would not throw the pen out. So these 5 mechas surrounded Qin Rong. Qin Rong first dealt with the mecha standing at the door. She jumped directly onto the cockpit and punched the glass of the cockpit. At the same time, the glass shattered. The mecha outside the house was ready to attack Qin Rong, but he never expected that Qin Rong's speed would be twice as fast as before. This speed was simply dazzling and impossible to defend against. Xiao had already passed the mecha blocking the door and ran forward. After breaking the cockpit of the mecha blocking the door, Qin Rong immediately jumped off the mecha and rushed toward Xiao. The 2 mechas behind him locked Qin Rong at the same time and fired tracking missiles. After 3 turns and jet jumps, Qin Rong came directly to the top of Xiao's head. The mecha behind him persevered in covering Xiao's mecha with firepower. The tracking bullet needs time to cool down, but other firepower does not. After a fierce artillery impact, the dust on the ground was smashed into pieces. Xiao looked at the woman who broke into his cockpit. Originally, this place could accommodate him alone, and now another one came in. His huge body was directly squeezed into the corner. The opponent's hand speed flew fast. It was obviously the first time to touch his control key, but it was as if he had touched it countless times. He quickly made various evasive movements in midair. The time was too critical. The opponent was even operating with a helmet. It affected his vision so much, but he could still dodge it all? Cheating. It must be cheating. Is your weapon useful? Qin Rong asked while activating the laser cannon. Before Shi Xiao could answer, Qin Rong's counterattack had arrived. The latest laser weapon of Dai Lijing Company not only condensed energy quickly, but also fired at a very fast speed. Qin Rong hit the opponent's mecha directly with the first hit. The opponent's chest was burned and cracked, and the pollution directly invaded the inside of the mecha. Qin Rong was silent for a moment and said, "It's powerful enough." Shi Xiao pursed his lips, shrank his huge body back into the corner and said, "I spent 120,000 star coins to buy it." Chapter 21. Looking back, Shi Xiao's mecha dodged in midair again, and 2 more laser cannons were fired. The 2 mechas following her were all shot down. The situation that was originally at a disadvantage was reversed in an instant. Shi Xiao said, "If I had known you were so powerful, why did you run just now?" Qin Rong said, "Being attacked from the front and back is different from facing the enemy head-on." After a pause, Qin Rong added, "And I didn't know your mecha was so good." After dealing with the pursuers, Qin Rong drove Shi Xiao's mecha to the edge of the contaminated area. When getting off the mecha, Qin Rong was still a little reluctant. The driving feel of this mecha was too good, and it was not at the same level as the small mecha on his body. The mecha that was specially equipped with weapons at a cost of 200,000 was indeed a good thing. After Qin Rong was resurrected, he was restricted in both the arena match and in reality. When he drove a real mecha, Qin Rong couldn't help but think of the mecha teaching that had accompanied him for a long time. After falling into the contaminated area, he didn't know what happened to his old friend, whether he was sold to the garbage station as scrap by the people who picked up the corpses. Shi Xiao looked at Qin Rong's greedy and envious eyes, and couldn't help but hugged his 2-meter-tall self in fear. Qin Rong, who was 1.75 meters tall, found something wrong, coughed, and changed the subject. "You should get an antibody injection. When I entered your mecha, you should have been exposed to pollution for a while." Shi Xiao nodded, took out the spare antibody from the mecha, and gave himself an injection. Qin Rong looked at the 3 words Dai Lijing on the antibody packaging, and couldn't help but complain in his heart that this company's business was too wide, not only making mecha weapons, but also selling antibodies. One is the machinery manufacturing industry, and the other is the pharmaceutical industry. After leaving the contaminated area, Qin Rong and Shi Xiao sat in the mercenary waiting hall for a while. They talked about the next time they would meet. Shi Xiao was also concerned about Qin Rong's sudden disappearance in the contaminated area, so he asked what happened at that time. Qin Rong briefly told Shi Xiao what he saw at the time. After listening, Shi Xiao said, "So, because of insufficient evidence, the female teacher's boyfriend was not convicted. Who would be the source of pollution, the dead mother, or the little boy? The mother is more likely. The little boy doesn't know what happened. The mother's mood swings are greater. But if the source of pollution is the mother, there is a problem." "What? How can a dead person become a source of pollution?" "The pollution broke out half a year after the mother's death. If the source of pollution is the boy's mother, the time is wrong. Tomorrow during the day, you will learn about the boy's recent situation, the cause of death of the boy's mother, and Shirinjuan's boyfriend." "Okay, leave it to me." Shi Xiao felt as if he had done nothing. He just collected some information. He originally wanted to be the force output of the team, but looking at Qin Rong's posture, he couldn't catch up even if he practiced for another 20 years. Feeling deeply guilty, Shi Xiao decided to work harder on collecting information to make himself worthy of a 50-50 split. "By the way, I saw that you seem to have taken the teacher's lesson plan at the end." Qin Rong nodded and said, "Yes, it should be useful later." "What about the signature pen?" "It's okay, it's useless now." Shi Xiao thought about the mole on the male teacher's face, and nodded in agreement. The review today ended here. In the vast night, Qin Rong returned to school. Still dragging the outer cover mecha with the broken sack, he walked into the school gate. Wash, change clothes, review what happened today in his mind, make sure he didn't make any mistakes, and then go to bed. The next day, the system alarm woke Qin Rong up. Qin Rong's sleep quality has always been very good, he doesn't suffer from insomnia, and he can fall asleep in any bad environment. After waking up, Qin Rong listened to the system yelling in his mind, "Host, that cruiser sent you a message again." The 2 cruisers who came to investigate Qin Rong before, after seeing that Qin Rong did not take the initiative to find them, sent a message to Qin Rong's light brain, asking her when she would have time to visit the cruiser administration. In fact, it was an interrogation, and sitting was just a polite way of saying it. Qin Rong knew that in her current state, she would definitely not pass the physical examination of the cruiser administration. The system could detect her pollution value. Since the days of resurrection, her pollution value has been stable at 99%, neither dropping nor rising to 100. In Qin Rong's opinion, she was of course fine, but in the eyes of everyone except her, she was a walking quasi-pollutant. And Qin Rong had a strong sense of self-rescue. In this case, she didn't think about, what if I become a pollutant and hurt others, but how can I find a way to avoid the detection of the cruiser and not be sent to the scientific research team? Qin Rong was not a good person. Most of the time, she was just a vulgar person. All she thought about was getting promoted, getting rich, and getting a higher salary. After dying once, Qin Rong was even more afraid of death. She didn't want to return to that chaotic and endless nightmare. She kept running away, as if the darkness had no end. As a veteran of the cruiser administration, Qin Rong was also familiar with the cruiser's methods. Now that the cruiser had sent another invitation, she couldn't avoid it, so she could only find a way to get rid of suspicion. Of course, Qin Rong was not a bad person. She could feel whether she would become a pollutant, so she did this. If she really couldn't control herself, she wouldn't be idle and drag innocent people into the water. She would just quietly run to the polluted area and let herself die. After waking up, Qin Rong washed up, then went to the cafeteria to drink some nutrient solution, and then went to the window to buy some. After confirming that her stomach would not feel burning, Qin Rong did not go to the cruiser administration immediately, but opened the Star Network and entered the interface of the Life and Death Arena. She signed a contract with the new Star Arena, and had to play enough games a week to prevent being detained by the administration later. She had better play the games first. After going online, Qin Rong first repaired his mecha, and then came to the waiting area for the ring match. Except for the 8-game winning streak, like Boxing Lion, which required an opponent to be arranged, the previous small matches were generally random. While waiting for the match, Qin Rong took a look at the homepage of his player ID. The label of the signed player has been put up, and what appeared in Qin Rong's eyes along with the label was nearly 50,000 followers. Qin Rong was confused. After signing, will the manager still buy fans? 50,000 followers, it looks really popular. Qin Rong clicked on the private message of his account again, and he almost got stuck when he opened it. How can zombie fans automatically send private messages? How come there are so many people chatting with her? Qin Rong opened the private messages and looked at them. Some of them said that they liked her videos very much and wanted to learn her fighting techniques. Some wanted to ask her for advice, and some scolded her for gaining traffic and wanting to debut. Qin Rong had played in the ring matches before, and had never signed a contract with the ring, so she was not sure whether it would be like this after signing a contract. She took a screenshot in confusion and sent it to the ring manager. She asked, "Excuse me, is this a bot review? It's okay to buy praise, but why buy bad reviews?" The manager was working hard, and when he saw the message from the future cash cow, he immediately replied, "No, someone posted your video on the Qin Rong forum, and you became a little famous." Qin Rong was a little uncomfortable when she heard her name suddenly. After all, after she came back to life, everyone called her Yu Rong. Wait, what website? Qin Rong website? Qin Rong was a little puzzled, and immediately prepared to search on the Star Network to find out what this website was about. Before she opened it, the robot butler came to remind her, "You can get ready on stage." So Qin Rong put aside her search plan and prepared to finish the game first. This was Qin Rong's third match in the Rising Star Arena. In the first match, she played against Quancher, and in the second match, she played against Waiting for the Wind to Rise. In the third match, after Qin Rong entered the arena, she looked at the opponent's ID and reached back. This time, the opponent's mecha also looked like a StarNet standard mecha, slightly newer than her own, and similar to Waiting for the Wind to Rise. Of course, this is information that ordinary mecha drivers can see. Qin Rong has been in this industry for 10 years, and she immediately saw that there was something wrong with this mecha. Although it looks like a standard mecha, the height and width of the subtle parts are slightly different. This structure allows him to hide other types of weapons in the body of the mecha. This is a mecha that looks ordinary, but is actually modified. After observing the opponent, Qin Rong took another look at the venue. What happened? During the last battle, half of the people were not even full, but now the venue, which is larger than the second one, is already full. Thinking back to what the manager said, Qin Rong guessed, could it be that she became popular on that forum and attracted the audience? It is also possible that it is not just the audience she brought, but also the person in front of him. The host's enthusiastic voice rang out in the venue, and he stepped on the suspended round platform and wandered around in the air above the venue. "Welcome our old and new friends. Will today's ring match be the 3 consecutive victories of our overnight rich player, or the 3 consecutive victories of Wishudo? I don't need to talk about overnight rich player. I believe most of our audience came here for this player's skills. In the previous 2 battles, she used Qin Rong's fighting skills, and won 2 consecutive victories. She is a future star whose strength should not be underestimated. And our Wishudo player has brought us many new experiences since the start of the battle. Whether it is from the fighting method or the weapon equipment, our Wishudo player can be said to be ingenious. What kind of sparks will they create? Let's wait and see. Chapter 22. I was thinking of sneaking up on you, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. When Yang Quanshi logged into the Star Network to surf the internet and saw the reminder of the life and death competition, he quickly bought a ticket and came to the venue. The crowd today was almost full, and Yang Quanshi was very satisfied with it. It seemed that the post he posted did have a significant effect. When Yang Quanshi arrived, the host was explaining the 2 contestants in a vivid and emotional way. Yang Quanshi looked at the ID of his opponent, who became rich overnight, and his eyes suddenly became interested. Unlike the unknown Deng Fengqi in the last game, Huisho Tao is also a relatively old contestant in the competition. His mecha combat level is probably just average, and his hand speed and reaction speed are not as good as his own, but he has a very important quality in the battle: his heart is very dirty. Huisho Tao may not be heard of by many people, but Meng Jiangyu is still famous in the competition. Meng Jiangyu and Wishudo are the same person, but because of the long time, Meng Jiangyu has become famous, and everyone knows those moves, so later, Meng Jiangyu can't rely on surprise to defeat the enemy. So Meng Jiangyu decisively used a small account, that is, the ID Wishudo, to play the ring again. Wishudo's playing style is very vulgar, and ordinary rings don't look down on this kind of play, thinking that the level is too low, so Wishudo can only earn some star coins by winning. He has no other way out, so he used this bad strategy. Qin Rong is a newcomer in the ring. If Qin Rong has played in the ring before, he must have been famous a long time ago, so Yang Quanshi concluded that Qin Rong is a newcomer. Since she is a newcomer, Qin Rong is likely to not know the routines of Wishudo. How will she deal with such a situation? Yang Quanshi can't help but look forward to it. In the Qin Rong fighting skills discussion forum, many people posted that they were watching the 3rd match of Get Rich Overnight. Whether it is a mule or a horse, it is most intuitive to pull it out and have a fight. Some people even want to take advantage of the small fire of overnight wealth to attract some traffic, and even use their own forum accounts to start live broadcasts and broadcast Qin Rong's ring match in full. Of course, this method violates the rules of the ring. If you want to watch the life and death ring match, you must pay for tickets, and screen recording is not allowed. However, the person who started the live broadcast has been wandering on the edge of the federal law for many years, and he also has some hacking skills, which allows him to broadcast the situation of the ring match live. Overnight Wealth has only become popular this week, and the public has not forgotten her, so once the name of Overnight Wealth appears, whether it is a trend or not, everyone will want to click in to see it. On the other side, in the dormitory of the individual soldier department of the Mecha Academy, Shenlang, who was watching Qin Rong's teaching video and learning new skills, suddenly heard a notification from the Star Network. Your special attention, the player who got rich overnight is in the battle. Come and watch quickly. Shenlang has always been obsessed with the person who beat him. Last night, he dreamed about how to beat him. Now that the player is online again, Shenlang said he was just learning and finding loopholes in this player. He bought a ticket and entered the ring match venue. After washing up, Jiang Yuqi glanced at Shenlang, who was concentrating on the game. He asked, "Are you going downstairs to have breakfast?" "I won't eat, you go." Jiang Yuqi approached curiously and said, "What are you busy with?" "The player who beat me in the last ring match is playing again. I'm here to watch." Jiang Yuqi remembered this person. Her skills were very beautiful and natural, and she was very similar to the great god Qin Rong. So Jiang Yuqi also forgot about breakfast, turned on the light brain, and sank his consciousness into the venue of the new star ring match. On the stage, after the host finished his introduction, the round transparent cover slowly fell down. The cover is one-sided, and the people inside cannot see outside, but the people outside can see inside. This is also set up for the competition, considering that the audience may affect the players. Although Qin Rong's mecha was not repainted today, the internal functions are intact. Standard mechas are generally equipped with 2 weapons. The cold weapon is a sword plus binding wire, and the hot weapon is a tracking bullet and a normal running bullet. When Qin Rong showed the long sword, the mecha in front of him suddenly turned on the speaker and shouted, "Wait!" Qin Rong didn't do it in the first place. She showed a little doubt and looked at the mecha in front of her. I see your mecha hasn't even been repainted. You are either a hidden master or someone who is short of money. Your idea is get rich overnight. I guess you are very short of money, so you come to the ring match. There are no rules in the ring match. The mecha is often scrapped before it ends. But think about it, even if it is a virtual mecha, it costs money to repair it. After all the hard work, I can only earn 1,000 star coins. Why spend all of it on repairing the mecha? What do you think? Qin Rong thought this person was interesting, so she asked back, what do you think? How about this? Turning back, he took a step in the direction of Qin Rong and said, let's compete in driving skills. If your skills are better than mine, I will admit defeat directly. Qin Rong said, okay. The two contestants can do it, but the audience is not happy. They spend star coins to watch the collision between mechas, not some bullshit skill competition. For a while, some impatient audiences in the audience directly gave the middle finger and let the two contestants go home to suck milk. However, some of the audience knew Wishudo, and even a small number of them came to watch the show to see how Wishudo would play tricks on newcomers. These people kept their mouths shut, waiting for the chance to be slapped in the face. Wishudo said frankly, let's compare the accuracy of the shells. The general standard mechas only load one barrel. The distance between Wishudo and Qin Rong was beyond the reach of cold weapons. Under normal circumstances, if they were to compare the accuracy of the cannonballs, the newcomers would be relieved. After all, the cannon barrel could not change direction immediately. At this moment, the two stood on the same horizontal plane, facing the same direction, and Qin Rong asked, based on what? Host. The host, who was flying around on the floating platform and explaining from various angles, was speechless. The cannon barrels of Qin Rong and Wishudo were both aimed at the host. At this time, it was very important to predict where the host would fly next. 3, 2, 1. After Wishudo finished the countdown, 3 cannonballs flew out at the same time. Behind Wishudo was a very narrow cannon barrel. The size of the cannonball was also very strange. It was not the common round one, but flat, like the head of an arrow. When the cannonball was fired, Wishudo's face was happy. When he saw this overnight rich man, he judged from his face that the other party was probably very young, and used a little trick to make himself and the other party feel close, and finally proposed to use skills to decide the outcome. But in fact, his ultimate goal was to use the modified shell behind him to attack Qin Rong. With a bang, the shell exploded at close range, and at the same time, the 2 shells also hit the protective cover. The storm of the explosion fell, and Huisho Tao looked at Qin Rong in front of him with a little disbelief. How can you be okay? My shells can at least knock off 50% of the damage to the standard mecha. I clearly heard the explosion. Qin Rong said with a smile in his voice, do you still want to use other skills? Huisho Tao's face immediately became ugly. He knew that he had misjudged this man today. Although this man is young, he is very defensive. But how did he dodge the shell? This is impossible. The shell clearly exploded. Looking back, I can't figure it out, but the host outside can't figure it out. Come, let's watch the replay. The host immediately played the replay of multiple camera positions on the big screen, and after slowing down the playback by twice, the audience was basically dumbfounded. In the picture, Qin Rong fired a cannonball at the host with his left-hand barrel, and the cold weapon sword in the other hand chopped it down casually, and the cannonball was just right, torn in half by the sword, and exploded before it reached Qin Rong. The reaction speed of humans has a limit. The speed of the cannonball is far faster than the control speed of the mecha. If there is enough distance, it can still be avoided, but it is obvious that the distance between Overnight Rich and Wishudo is too close, and it is difficult to dodge, let alone split the cannonball with a sword. This scene can be called one of the 10 most absurd performances in the history of the mecha arena. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would 100% suspect that they were playing a fake game. To do this, Overnight Rich must be prepared before the opponent fires the cannonball, and start at the same time as the cannonball is fired. Finally, the sword must fall down at the moment when the cannonball flies in front of him. Harsh conditions make classics. The last scene on the big screen was shot from the back view of Get Rich Overnight, which was between Get Rich Overnight and Look Back. It recorded the moment when the shell fired by Qin Rong hit the protective cover, and outside the cover was the host with wide eyes. In a moment of silence, the audience below burst into long-lasting cheers. Get rich. Get rich. Get rich. If there were any uninformed audience passing by, they might have thought they passed by a large-scale ritual to seek wealth, with each audience shouting get rich. The contestants in the cover could not hear the cheers outside like the roar of mountains and seas. Look Back couldn't figure out how Qin Rong did it, so he simply stopped thinking about it and continued his routine. I was thinking about sneaking up on you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. There was a very ashamed emotion in the tone of Look Back. If it were an ordinary person, he might have turned against his face in embarrassment at this moment, but Huisho Tao is not an ordinary person. He has been beaten by society, and has developed a thick skin that can't be broken by slapping. Qin Rong said, "It's just luck. Next, let's have a real fight or continue the competition according to the 3 rounds and 2 wins just now. You are better than me, of course I want to continue the competition." Qin Rong asked indifferently, "What else do you want to compete?" Chapter 23. Her lifespan was only 32 years, but she contributed countless wealth to the history of mechas. You won the last round. Now that we have competed with hot weapons, how about we compete with cold weapons? Standard mechas are equipped with long swords and binding wires. How about we compete with the time it takes to break free from the binding wires? You bind me and I bind you, so that neither of us can play tricks, Huisho Tao suggested. This sounds like a reasonable arrangement at first glance, but it is actually very stupid. If you do something with the binding wire and change the material, how can the time it takes to break free be the same? Even with such a weird suggestion, Qin Rong still said, "Okay." Huisho Tao couldn't see through Qin Rong a little bit, and now he could only follow his own routine, so he smiled and said to Qin Rong, "How about this? I just broke the rules. As a punishment, let me go first, wait until I'm halfway done, and you confirm that there is no problem, then you can start." Qin Rong nodded while controlling the mecha. Among the audience, Shen Lang couldn't help but frown. Even he could see the situation. Why did he agree to get rich overnight? What kind of idiot would tie his own hands and feet? He was just looking for someone to complain to, and suddenly found that there was a friend of his in the audience list in the venue. Shen Lang poked the other party and said, "Jiang Yuqi, didn't you go to eat?" Jiang Yuqi, "Not yet, watching the game." Shen Lang, "Of course I know you are watching the game. We are watching the same game." Shen Lang, "What do you think will be the next move of Get Rich Overnight?" Jiang Yuqi, "I don't think she will tie her hands and feet." Shen Lang, "She saw from the beginning that Huisho Tao wanted to play a routine, but she still played with him. It doesn't make sense to play with him for the first time, so she won't play with him this time." Jiang Yuqi, "Just watch it." Shen Lang then cut off the chat between himself and Jiang Yuqi, and continued to watch Huisho Tao tie himself up. When Huisho Tao was halfway through tying him up, he looked at Qin Rong and said, "Okay, it's your turn." Qin Rong nodded seriously, then raised his long sword and split open Huisho Tao's cockpit. When the tip of the sword landed on Huisho Tao's forehead, he was stunned. At the moment the long sword attacked, he subconsciously broke free from the restraints and wanted to resist, but it was too late, and he could only let his cockpit be broken by Qin Rong. Why? The audience in the audience was also dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Although this is the normal operation, because Qin Rong had some abnormal operations before, her normal operation now is a bit abnormal. Shen Lang quickly poked Jiang Yuqi's chat box, and poked the little man symbolizing Jiang Yuqi in the upper left corner, until he almost fainted before stopping. Jiang Yuqi replied slowly, "What's wrong?" Shen Lang, "How did you know?" Jiang Yuqi, "If it was Qin Rong, she would do the same. She likes to call back during the game. If someone cheats on her, she will do it to the other party." Shen Lang, "This overnight rich man is not trying to imitate Qin Rong's popularity. Although she has a lot of traffic in the Qin Rong forum, it is still weird to completely imitate her. With such high driving skills, she should just be herself. Why should she be someone else?" Jiang Yuqi, "I don't know either." Shen Lang, "I didn't ask you." In general, this game was very unexpected. Unexpectedly, Qin Rong took over Huisho Tao's routine and cracked the opponent's routine. Later, he unexpectedly did not take over the opponent's routine and then took advantage of his illness to kill him. Although it was a game with a good start but a bad end, this is also the true nature of the ring match. After the audience reacted, they all stood up and cheered for the overnight rich man. Huisho Tao is different from other players. He never admits defeat. After he asked why, Qin Rong replied, "You performed the routine well, but it was all played in the ring competition 20 years ago. I heard that optical brain fraud is rampant recently. You can learn from them." Huisho Tao looked at the overnight rich man in confusion. The other party's appearance should have changed, but it is not difficult to see that she is a young girl. The other party's old-fashioned guidance made Huisho Tao feel a strange sense of weirdness. After a moment, Huisho Tao said, "I will not admit defeat." Qin Rong raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Then I will send you off." After speaking, Qin Rong's sword directly crushed the other party's consciousness and kicked the other party out of the ring. The feeling of having consciousness torn apart is not good. Huisho Tao felt a little dizzy when he withdrew from the optical brain. It seems that because his head was a little swollen, he remembered the words of overnight richness before the end of the game. He is a person who cherishes his life. He dares not enter the contaminated area and tramples his self-esteem under his feet. Only then can he earn some bounty in the ring. For a person like him, the audience wants to see him perform. Their likes are teasing, while the opponents are mostly disgusted with him. Some opponents even describe him as a cockroach in the ring competition. As for the ring officials, it is even more impossible to sign a player like him. But today, it seems that I met a very special person. This person neither despises him nor appreciates him, and even gives him some suggestions. He is really a weirdo. Of course, he is also a weirdo, just a pot calling the kettle black. After the host announced the winner of the ring competition, Qin Rong went downstairs to get her prize money. Because of the bonus of signing, she could also get part of the ticket money, that is, the total income today, which is actually 5,000 star coins. Qin Rong thought to herself that it was no wonder that there were so many ring competition players who liked to attract attention and attract traffic, and the money came quickly. Qin Rong was still thinking about the forum, so after the ring competition, she did not quit the Star Network, but planned to go to the forum to take a look. There were many red dots in the personal background. Qin Rong clicked on them and took a look. They were all friend requests, private messages and the like. Qin Rong thought that some of these people had contributed the ticket money for her today. Since she had spent money, it seemed not good to ignore them. So Qin Rong opened the private message and planned to reply to a few more nutritious ones. Qin Rong simply ignored the provocative and abusive ones. "Your fighting skills are really cool. I didn't expect that you could use Qin Rong's fighting skills flexibly to this extent." Qin Rong replied, "Thank you. How did you grasp the timing of the 3 turns? It was so smooth." Qin Rong replied, "The main thing is to practice more and find the feeling. I also turned rigidly at the beginning, but it became natural after a long time." "Teacher, how do you judge the position of the opponent's shells? Your sword is so accurate." When Qin Rong saw this question, he immediately realized that this person should have bought a ticket to see her today. No matter how much he spent, he was half a breadwinner. And judging from the tone of the chat, she should still be a lively and cheerful little girl. Qin Rong replied, "In fact, this is also a matter of experience. You can judge when the opponent will fire the shells, judge the position of the opponent's barrel, and then judge the arrival time according to the flight speed. Finally, you can judge the position of the shells more accurately and split them in advance." After replying to several private messages, Qin Rong withdrew from the ring competition, came to the Star Network, and searched for forums related to Qin Rong. After coming back to life, Qin Rong has not searched for news about herself. After all, her current identity is no longer Qin Rong. Searching and investigating Qin Rong's life trajectory will make Qin Rong feel an indescribable sense of loss. What once belonged to her no longer belongs to her, so what's the point of her looking at it a few more times? The sight of the scene will not help Qin Rong, but will only make her miss the past. Since she has come back to life with this identity, Qin Rong will only convince herself to look forward. But obviously, she has not been able to completely break away from this identity. So after hearing about the Qin Rong forum, she couldn't help but curiously look up. Most of the content on this forum is about discussing some of her previous mecha combat skills. There will be newcomers asking how to do this combat skill well, and some people will analyze the combat footage that Qin Rong had taken in the past when he entered the contaminated area, and analyze Qin Rong's combat style frame by frame. A good mecha soldier must be a good commander. The best level of soldiers have almost the same physical fitness, so what they lack is the control of the battlefield. All the battles actually boil down to 2 words in the end: timing. Attack at the right time, retreat at the right time. Qin Rong turned a page and saw his ID "Get Rich Overnight" appear on the post again. The post reads, "Damn, she's showing off." Recently, posts about getting rich overnight are quite popular on the forum. I went to watch her competition out of curiosity. I won't say much. She held a sword in one hand and fired a cannon in the other. It was really impressive. I've put the screen recording below. Come and see it, brothers. Putting aside the mecha skills, just this ability to show off is enough for me to learn. For 100 years Qin Rong was embarrassed. She is the kind of person who will show off a little when she gets excited, but after calming down, she wants to find a crack in the ground to bury herself. This screen recording was released, And Qin Rong saw the rapidly increasing comments below, and felt as if she was repeatedly whipped. After exiting this post, Qin Rong looked at the forum a little confused. The homepage of this forum has an introduction to Qin Rong's life, which writes her date of birth and various major events in her life. On the day she was promoted to the director of the cruiser administration, she temporarily handled the riot in the S-level contaminated area, and then lost her trace in the contaminated area. There is also a short comment below. Her lifespan was only 32 years, but she contributed countless wealth to the history of Mecha. Until today, there has never been a person comparable to her among Mecha soldiers. She deserves to be remembered forever. Qin Rong almost bit his tongue when he saw it. This evaluation is too high. When she was alive, she didn't reach this level. She was just an ordinary cruiser, but she was more capable and handled more contaminated areas. Why do these people value her so much after she died? After sleeping for 10 years and waking up, how did she become the white moonlight mourned by the Mecha circle? Chapter 24. If Qin Rong fails this inspection, she will explode on the spot. And on the Star Network, if you search the name Qin Rong directly, you can not only see the entries and forums dedicated to Qin Rong, but also see various videos and celebrities who imitate Qin Rong's fighting techniques. Qin Rong finally knew why she became popular for no reason. Because she imitated herself more closely. This kind of reason for making a fuss is only possible for her at present. After reading about her own introduction, Qin Rong restrained herself and stopped. Turning off the Star Network, the consciousness withdrew from the optical brain. Qin Rong was silent for a while, and suddenly asked the system, "You said that there is a male protagonist in this world, then what is my role?" The system didn't know what it was chewing. He asked back while smacking his lips, "Host, are you talking about your previous life? What's your name? I check it in the plot outline." They have been together for so long, and Qin Rong has never even reported her name to the system. Qin Rong. The system stopped smacking its lips, and swallowed hard. The mechanical sound was like a mecha without lubrication, and it sounded a little awkward. How could it be? How could you be Qin Rong? Qin Rong thought, it seems that she is not an unknown cannon fodder. Qin Rong was not in a hurry, and waited patiently for the next sentence of the system. Qin Rong is the male protagonist's long-dead white moonlight. It is because of her that the male protagonist embarked on the path of becoming a cruiser and then liberated the contaminated area. The system suddenly realized that it had revealed the main plot content, and stopped immediately. Qin Rong keenly noticed the word the system said. He used liberation of the contaminated area, not sweeping, solving, or the like. Doesn't the word liberation usually appear on oppressed people or things? How could the plot deviate so much? And it seems that it was all my fault. Host, you should have died. Why did you live in the contaminated area for 10 years? Qin Rong listened to the mechanical child voice of the system crashing, and added a little bit of evil humor. Thank you for reducing the pollution value by 1? The system was hit, and became autistic. Qin Rong didn't know why she felt a sense of guilt and refreshment. She suppressed her emotions, and started to do the next thing. In the Mecha single soldier boys dormitory, Jiang Yuqi saw a reply in his account private message. After clicking it, it was sent by Overnight Rich. In the battle between Overnight Rich and Huisho Tiao, the opponent's action of splitting bullets with a sword was so cool that Jiang Yuqi thought it was too cool. I really want to learn it, so Jiang Yuqi sent a private message to Overnight Rich, wanting to ask the trick of doing this. What he didn't expect was that the other party really replied to him. After all, Overnight Rich is a small fire at the moment, and there are countless people who send her private messages, and she may not reply. So Jiang Yuqi, who received the reply, read Overnight Rich's answer from beginning to end very seriously. The other party actually just gave a rough idea. Jiang Yuqi knew all of this. As a Qin Rong fan, he was familiar with Qin Rong's basic combat techniques, but he was a little different from the Overnight Rich in terms of flexible use. The other party's reply was indeed very attentive, but it gave Jiang Yuqi the feeling that a genius was replying to an ordinary person. The main point throughout the article was, practice more, mainly rely on understanding. Jiang Yuqi nodded secretly, clenched his fist in his heart, and encouraged himself. Practice it 700 or 800 times first. Jiang Yuqi was very active, and he did what he said, and immediately prepared to run to the school's mecha driving training ground for training. Shen Lang asked Jiang Yuqi what he was going to do, and after hearing his answer, he gritted his teeth. The most terrifying thing is not genius, but genius is more stubborn than you. He squeezed out a few words from his teeth and said, I go with you. Jiang Yuqi said happily, Great, I was worried about not having a sparring partner. Shen Lang continued to grit his teeth. Wait, I will give you a good intensity as a sparring partner. Jiang Yuqi patted his bulging chest, as if to say, "Come on, I'm not afraid of any storm." After the tournament, Qin Rong began to reply to the invitation from the cruiser. The best time to attend the inspection was around 4 p.m., when the teacher in charge of the inspection was about to get off work and was eager to go home, so the inspection was not so thorough. Before going to the cruiser administration, Qin Rong first went to a nearby medical equipment store and spent a huge amount of money, that is, 7,000 star coins, to buy a second-hand blood test instrument and an iris detection instrument. In order to prevent people from knowing her physical data, Qin Rong could not go to a private hospital for inspection. Qin Rong knew that many well-known Mecha contestants in the past would also spend a lot of money to buy a full set of inspection instruments in order to prevent their opponents from knowing their physical information. Qin Rong was a little stingy, and only bought a blood test instrument and an iris instrument. The blood test instrument was very small, only about 20 centimeters long and about 10 centimeters wide. One side was where the blood sample was placed, and the other side was a digital display. Qin Rong picked up the needle tube given by the store, drew a little blood from herself, and put it into the instrument. 10 minutes later, the test results came out, and the pollution concentration was still 99%. Qin Rong looked at the iris instrument again, and this time the pollution concentration was different, showing 0. Could it be that his external appearance was that of an ordinary human being who was not infected, and only the blood concentration was 99% of the infection value? Qin Rong thought for a while, and went out to buy an absorption instrument and some human body simulation materials. He spent another 2,000 star coins, and Qin Rong's heart was bleeding. The blood separated from the body can be absorbed by the absorption instrument. This instrument is produced by the Optical Brain Company, but the operating principle is still a trade secret. Qin Rong used to suspect that the technology of the Optical Brain Company had long surpassed the current level, but this company was mysterious and had never committed any crime, and there was a shadow of the senior management behind it, so Qin Rong was not easy to investigate. After sucking out the pollutant particles in the blood, Qin Rong measured the pollution value again, and it showed 0. Qin Rong wrapped the processed blood with simulation materials, and stuck it on the pads of her 10 fingers. Outsiders are not very clear about the inspection process of the administration, but she, the prospective director, is relatively clear. First, they have a conversation to determine that you are human logic rather than pollutants, then a full body scan, then an iris scan, and finally a blood test. The blood test is collected by a finger press machine. Usually the index finger presses on the machine, and the needle under the machine pricks the blood. However, 10 years have passed, and I don't know if the fingers have been changed, so Qin Rong has all 10 fingers covered. It costs nearly 12,000 star coins. If this inspection fails, Qin Rong will explode on the spot and perish with the cruiser, and no one will want to study her. Of course, this is just an emotional idea. Qin Rong's reason still controls herself. If it is found that the pollution value is not right, she will escape as soon as possible, and then find a place to hide until the storm is over. Qin Rong knew a secret passage to leave, and with her knowledge of the Wanderer administration, she felt that she could escape. At 3:55 p.m., Qin Rong arrived at the door of the Wanderer administration building. Her pupils slowly widened, and she stood there stupidly. Yes, 10 years have passed, and there are so many buildings in the city. How could the Wanderer administration not change? This behemoth in front of Qin Rong gave her an idea. Just run away directly, it is too risky to go in now. Qin Rong struggled for a while, and finally decided to go in and take a look. She needed this identity. If the optical brain was locked, her current relatively stable source of income, that is, the life and death competition, would be cut off. After entering the door, she felt a little familiar. The layout of the front desk had not changed. This should be newly renovated instead of being torn down and rebuilt. The front desk glanced at Qin Rong and asked politely, "Do you have an appointment?" Qin Rong nodded and said, "I'm here to see Chen Yangyi." "Student Yi Rong? It's me. Please wait a moment. I notify Captain Chen now." Qin Rong waited for 5 minutes, and a young man who looked very energetic came to Qin Rong. Cruiser operators are generally young and middle-aged, and it is rare to see someone over 45 years old. First, this industry is very dangerous, and the reaction of older people will be slower, and the chance of death will increase greatly. Second, most cruisers at the age of 45 will transfer to civilian positions, either retire or become managers. Qin Rong was working hard to deal with pollutants at the time, and her performance was good. It happened that the previous director of the management bureau was promoted, so she was appointed as the new director. "Hello, I'm Chen Yangyi, classmate Yi Rong, right? Don't be nervous, it's just a simple routine test." Shin Rong tried to pretend to be nervous and said, "Okay. Come with me, it's okay, relax a little. If you really have a big problem, I would have gone to your school to arrest you long ago, and I wouldn't have waited until now for you to come here by yourself." Shin Yang's smile was very warm. People would lose their vigilance in such cheerfulness, and think that this person is easy to talk to. Shin Rong smiled at him reluctantly and said, "This is my first time in the administration bureau. I'm a little uncomfortable. Sorry. You are a student of the Mecha school. You will inevitably deal with us in the future. Don't be stage frightened." "Well, I will try my best." Shin Rong seemed to relax a little, and his posture was very natural. The elevator came to the 3rd floor, and Shin Yangi patted another man, who was typing with one hand. This man was 1.9 meters tall, and had very broad shoulders. "Quancher, classmate Yu Rong is here." The burly man turned his head, and Shin Rong's pupil shrank slightly, almost breaking his trick. How could it be such a coincidence that I met a boxing lion in such a place? However, since there was a cruiser she knew, Shin Rong felt more confident. The 3rd floor was the cruiser's floor. Because everyone was out on duty, it was empty. The layout here had not changed at all, and it was exactly the same as when she was there. The 3 of them came to the interrogation room, and Shin Rong sat opposite the 2 of them. This experience was also quite magical. Shin Rong usually sat in the interrogation seat, and this was the first time she sat in the prisoner seat. Chapter 25. What are you angry about this time? Tell me what you were doing on June 2nd. Shin Yangi took a portable notebook, and Yang Quancher next to him probably wasn't very good at using office tools, so he took a paper notebook. Shin Rong recalled and asked, "Is it the day I entered the contaminated area?" "Yes." Shin Rong began to narrate, "That day I received an invitation to meet in the contaminated area, so I came to the edge of the contaminated area to wait. I thought there would be no problem at the edge of the contaminated area, so I didn't take any protective measures." "You didn't take any protective measures? Student Yu Rong, you are from the Mecha Academy. Don't you know how dangerous the contaminated area is?" Shin Rong lowered his head with a guilty conscience and said, "I mainly didn't have money to buy protective clothing, and I felt that nothing would happen at the edge, so I was a little lucky." Shin Yang frowned when he heard it, but he didn't dwell on it, but said, "What's next?" "I waited there for a long time, but no one came, so I fell asleep while waiting." This was the real experience of the previous host. When Shin Rong heard the system description, a sentence popped up in his head. "Do you think you have lived too long?" Yang Quancher couldn't help but ask, "Falling asleep? You are too careless." Shin Rong touched his earlobe awkwardly and said, "I didn't feel any danger at the time, I was too sleepy." Shin Yangi supported his forehead and said helplessly, "Tell me why you were asked to go to the contaminated area." Shin Rong really didn't want to say it was really embarrassing. At her age, she still had to pretend to be shy and say that she had a crush on a little boy. After enduring for a while, Shin Rong lowered her head and replied in a low voice, "A boy from the Mecha Soldier Department invited me." "No, you go if he invites you." The irritable Yang Quancher was furious when he heard it. He was about to get angry, but Shin Yangi on the side pulled him back. Yang Quancher turned his head and looked at Shin Yangi. Shin Yangi winked at him and whispered, "It's probably the person this girl has a crush on." Yang Quancher looked at Shin Rong again. The other party's voice was very low, his face had turned red, and his head seemed to be buried in the ground. This was clearly shyness. The boundary between shyness and shame is very vague, so it is normal to admit mistakes. Yang Quancher coughed and continued, "You two are dating in a polluted area? Isn't it a bit curious? In fact, it was not him who asked me out. Someone else used his name to play a trick on me." Shin Rong explained again, "But I have dealt with it all. I have cleared the grudge between me and the prankster." Yang Quancher and Shin Yang looked at each other. What kind of elementary school drama is this? They have graduated for many years, and have seen this kind of drama for a long time. The male god you like asked you out to tease you. Shin Yang asked again, "How did you get out of the contaminated area?" "Later, I met a mecha in the contaminated area. He thought I was dead and wanted to take my things. As a result, I woke up halfway. I used the star coins in the optical brain to trade with him and entered his cockpit, but I didn't give him the star coins. When I came out, he said I was a pollutant." Shin Rong looked cautious and asked, "Are you going to help him collect debts?" Shin Yangi said helplessly, "No, we don't have this business. We are only responsible for judging whether you are a pollutant or a human." "Oh." After Shin Rong was relieved, he added, "I am a human, not a pollutant." After listening to a piece of gossip, Shin Yangi glanced at the handle of the chair. If the person in front of him told a lie, the lie detector light on the chair would show red light. Now it shows green light, proving that the other party is not lying. Tearing apart every sentence of Qin Rong, they all happened in reality, but there is no cause and effect relationship. Qin Rong had straightened out her words before coming here, so that this story would not be true, but she didn't have to lie. For example, she did use star coins to trade with the corpse collector, but it was not a trade to enter his cockpit. The corpse collector did say that she was a pollutant, but it was not because Qin Rong did not pay. After you came out of the contaminated area, you seemed to drink a lot of nutrients. Qin Rong thought about it, and said, it seems to be around 30. I was so hungry at the time, so I spent all my star coins on nutrients. How can you drink so many nutrients? I saw in your school file that you are only of F-level physique. Qin Rong shook his head and said, I don't know why I am so hungry. When Qin Yang saw that he could not get anything out of the question, he looked at the time and said to Qin Rong, some people will get some diseases they don't know when they come back from the contaminated area. For your safety, let's get a check here. Qin Rong said cautiously, do you want to pay star coins? Yang Quancher frowned fiercely. He was very dissatisfied with this female student, who almost hurt himself because of love. At this moment, he heard that the other party was fussy about star coins, and felt that the other party was too narrow-minded. It was no wonder that such a student was the last in professional courses. Originally, he felt a little sympathetic towards Yurong. After all, this classmate was born in an orphanage, and it was not easy, but now, he just felt that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. If she had worked hard, she would not have fallen to this point. Qin Yangi didn't think it was a big deal, and he said readily, no, it's free. Qin Rong smiled embarrassedly. The civilian staff of the Cruiser Administration Bureau got off work at 5:30 in the afternoon, and it was very close to the time to get off work. The teacher in charge of the full-body examination made a quick decision, and soon the scan was completed and the report was issued. Qin Yangi, who received the report, widened his eyes in surprise. What shocked him was not the pollution value, which was 0, which he judged. What shocked him was the physique. A-level physique? Qin Yangi thought, could it be that the test results at the time of admission were wrong? Or did this female student's physique increase after entering the contaminated area? It is not uncommon for physical fitness to improve after returning from the contaminated area. For example, their current director Jiang Yinjiang of the Cruiser Administration had an A-level physique before, but it has risen to S-level 3 years ago. He has only taken action twice in recent years. Qin Yangi strongly suspects that the director has reached S+. If this is true, then this female classmate is really a blessing in disguise. Yang Quancher saw Qin Yangi's expression, and also came over to look at the data on the test report. He was more regretful. A-level physique is rare, but it appeared in such an incompetent little girl. If it was in someone else, perhaps there would be greater development. For example, the one who became rich overnight, if she was A-level in reality, when she joined the administration, the strength of the Cruiser Administration would usher in a new improvement. In this way, the reason why Yurong drank so much nutrient solution at that time was also explained. When the physique grows, it is indeed easy to fail to keep up with the nutrition. And in this report, it also shows that Yurong's body is moderately malnourished. Qin Yangi did not tell Yurong the result immediately, but asked her to continue the next test. The result of the iris test was still a pollution value of 0. For the last blood test, when Qin Rong put her finger on the acupressure machine, she said to the doctor, can you be gentler? I'm a little afraid of pain. Qin Rong was a little worried that if she pressed too hard, her real blood would come out. As the blood flowed out, Qin Rong immediately shouted, it hurts, it hurts. The doctor let go with some helplessness. He didn't use much force. This little classmate was really delicate. Yang Quancher, who was standing aside, had a more regretful look in his eyes. It was a pity that such a delicate person could not make full use of his A-level. The result of the blood test came out, and it was also 0. After all the tests were completed, Qin Yang handed the test report to Qin Rong. We have confirmed that you are not a pollutant, and there is good news to tell you that your current physique has become A-level. If you have the opportunity, you can consider joining our Cruiser Management Bureau after graduation. Perhaps in your future work, your physique can be further improved. Qin Rong said, okay, I consider it. Qin Yangi was very polite, and said Qin Rong to the door. At this time, the elevator opened. Qin Rong looked up, and saw a tall and thin man coming out of the elevator. He didn't wear a cruiser uniform, but a tailor-made black suit. He seemed to have just attended a meeting and just came back. Sharp-sword eyebrows, narrow and long phoenix eyes, looking coldly at everyone and everything. When Qin Rong saw him, his disguised expression suddenly froze for a moment. Qin Yanni, who was standing aside, automatically understood Qin Rong's stunned expression as a fangirl face. After all, there are many girls in their management bureau who are attracted to their director. Even if he is cold every day, he is still popular with girls with a handsome face. Qin Yanni sighed in his heart. Qin Yang smiled and said to Qin Rong, "This is Director Jian of our administration bureau. If you want to see Director Jian often in the future, you can take the exam to join our administration bureau." Yang Quancher clenched his fists on the side, with a look of disappointment on his face, and he almost pointed at Qin Rong's forehead and said to her, "Beauty is like a wolf and a tiger, you should study hard." Qin Rong felt that what happened today was really strange. Her former teammates, who had a good relationship like brothers, met again now, but they didn't recognize each other. However, Jiang Lian is indeed suitable for the position of director, at least more suitable than her. Now seeing that her old friend is doing well, Qin Rong is a little relieved. She smiled at Qin Yang and said, "I will," then walked out of the third-floor door and hurried to the stairs. When she passed by Jiang Lian, she could even feel his low pressure that did not distinguish between enemies and friends. What is he angry about this time? Jiang Lian often sulks. When Qin Rong was on the same team with him, he often asked him to write the accident report of the polluted area for him, but he would often stare at Captain Qin with his sharp phoenix eyes coldly, as if Qin Rong had done something that angered the heavens and the people. Qin Rong had no choice but to turn around and ask other teammates for help. When he looked back, Jiang Lian had already started to sulk. Her little deputy captain was very difficult to serve. It was not okay for him to write, and it was not okay for him not to write. Chapter 26. The mother is dead, but the child is still alive. Who is the source of the pollution? Qin Rong now has no reason to ask why Jiang Lian was angry. So Qin Rong stopped reminiscing about the past, put these memories behind him, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button. After Jiang Lian passed by Qin Rong, he walked all the way to the entrance of the third floor. After a moment, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in the direction of the elevator again. "Director, that person came here for inspection today." Jiang Lian turned his head and looked at Qin Yanni. "How old is he?" "A student of the Mecha Academy, just over 18. Jiang Lian recalled the other person's walking posture in his mind, which coincided with his impression of someone. When you are familiar enough with a person, you can also hear the other person's footsteps. But after hearing Qin Yanni's answer, Jiang Lian knew that he was overthinking again, and his face suddenly became even worse. Qin Yanni looked at Jiang Lian's expression and couldn't help asking, "Director, didn't you find it again?" Jiang Lian didn't answer him this time, just nodded. Seeing this, Qin Yanni didn't ask any more questions, but let Jiang Lian pass by him. After Jiang Lian left, Yang Quancher breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Quancher said with some emotion, "Every time I get close to the director, I feel that the temperature around me drops sharply." "By the way, you just said that the director went to find something? What was he looking for? How come I don't know?" Qin Yanni slapped Yang Quancher on the head and said, "Speak softly, you are afraid that others don't know that we are talking about the director's private affairs." Qin Yanni waved to Yang Quancher, and Yang Quancher leaned over to listen, and the two of them discussed the director's gossip in a low voice. The whereabouts of the Mecha Tianqing of the great Qin Rong has not been found. In recent years, every time a mecha matching the appearance of Tianqing is salvaged in the contaminated area, the director has to go and take a look. Then why is the director wearing a suit and tie? It looks like he is going to a meeting with the upper management. What do you know? Our director always wears a white tie in meetings, and only wears a black tie when he goes to see Master Qin Rong. I guess he wants to look decent when saying goodbye. Yang Quancher sighed with some emotion. It's not a good thing for our director to be stuck in the past. There must be a letter of life and death to make him feel at ease. Otherwise, the ups and downs of torture will turn expectations into pain. Who said it's not true? The other teammates of Master Qin didn't bother about it. They all thought Master Qin was dead. Only our director was nostalgic. He would never admit that Master Qin was dead unless he saw the body. On the day of the funeral 10 years ago, our director didn't even go. Yang Quancher looked at Qin Yang with some envy. Weren't we both in the same administration at the same time? How do you know so much more than me? Where did you get the gossip? Qin Yang smiled knowingly and said, "Otherwise I'm the captain." You have a lot to learn. Gossip is also a way to collect intelligence. Do you understand? The burly Yang Quancher nodded immediately and said in a deep voice, "I understand." Qin Rong, who came out of the cruiser administration, felt relieved immediately. She was now completely cleared of the suspicion of pollutants, and could drink nutrient solution openly. After taking the bus back to school, Qin Rong drank 2 large bowls of nutrient solution in the cafeteria. After drinking enough, Qin Rong went back to the dormitory without stopping, put her outer armor into a sack, and dragged it to the contaminated area. It doesn't look good to drag it back and forth like this. It feels like dragging a sack to throw away garbage. But items with space storage function are really expensive, and Qin Rong is a little reluctant to buy them. Let's wait until we are richer before considering it. Qin Rong went to the contaminated area early this time. She stayed in the mercenary rest area for a while, and looked up some information about the mother of Hongying Kindergarten. I played the ring match this morning, and went to the cruiser administration for inspection in the afternoon. I have been busy all the time, and have no time to sit down and look up information. Now that I have some free time, I have to check it out carefully. While traveling in the Star Network, the optical brain suddenly vibrated, and Qin Rong received a message from an unfamiliar number. The content of the message was, "It has been sold, 8,000 star coins. Give me the account, and I will transfer 4,000 to you." Qin Rong saw the content of the text message, and then realized who the other party was. The thing sold should be another outer-covered mecha she had made before. However, fraud has been rampant recently, and Qin Rong called this number to be safe and asked for specific details. After Li Holland answered the call, he began to chatter with Qin Rong about his sales experience this time. In his mouth, the twists and turns of the experience; in Qin Rong's ears, it was just a profiteer meeting a naive person. The thing is this: after testing the mecha, Li Holland brought it to the largest second-hand mecha sales market. He first screened the target customer by looking at his face. This customer must be short of money, otherwise he can just buy a mecha produced by a big factory, not a second-hand one. This customer must also need the mecha very much, and it is best to use it immediately. After chatting with several people, he chose a male college student, who looked stupid and simple. The other party was from the mecha department. He was poor recently, and wanted to kill some pollutants at the edge of the pollution area to earn some extra money. This person was not really very poor. From his conversation and knowledge, it can be seen that this person's family background should be good, but it is estimated that because of rebellion, he had a falling out with his family, so now he is a little tight on money. After a crazy bargaining, both of them were very satisfied. Li Holland thought he could only sell it for 5,000, but it was sold for 8,000. The male college student thought he could only buy it for 20,000, but it only cost 8,000. Qin Rong was doing two things at the same time, listening to Li Holland bragging about himself while reading the information. After Li Holland finished speaking, Qin Rong could still perfunctorily say, "Brother Li is awesome." In fact, the price of this outer armor made by Qin Rong, if it is a first-hand one, is indeed around 20,000 star coins. After all, it is not a common product, with many detailed designs. In terms of the feel of use, the second-hand one repaired by Qin Rong is almost the same as the first-hand one. Although Li Holland knew the price of mecha parts, he was not so professional in the price classification of mecha. The intelligent system that Qin Rong added inside could not be seen from the outside, but the price at least doubled with the addition of this system. However, Qin Rong was also very satisfied with 8,000 star coins. He spent 12,000 in the afternoon, and now he has 4,000 star coins in his account as a subsidy, which makes Qin Rong not so painful. Not long after Qin Rong hung up the phone, Shi Xiao appeared in front of Qin Rong. Big news. After Shi Xiao sat next to Qin Rong, he couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. "What?" Qin Rong calmly turned off the light brain and looked at Shi Xiao. The observation station found that the pollution concentration has dropped again. According to this situation, this time, at the latest next time, we can take down this polluted area. Shi Xiao became excited as he spoke. It was the first time he was so close to solving a polluted area. Only the most powerful mercenaries can solve the pollution area, and the other mercenaries are just helping the cruisers. After the mercenaries can solve the pollution area, they may enter the cruiser administration. You must know that once they enter the administration, the salary and subsidies will be incomparable with the risk of cleaning up the pollutants. Once they die, the subsidy for their family alone is enough for their family to live happily for a lifetime. But mercenaries can't do that. The risk of mercenaries is too great. No insurance company is willing to issue policies for mercenaries, so they are really licking blood on the tip of a knife, without any guarantee. Qin Rong didn't particularly understand Shi Xiao's excitement. It was not difficult for her to enter the administration. Even if she didn't have her current identity and wasn't a college student, she could enter. But Qin Rong didn't express his doubts, but laughed with Xiao and said, "It seems that we are closer to the source of pollution. I went to the federal police today, spent some star coins, retrieved the family's files, and visited them. The mother who died at that time was called Lin Lu, and the child was called Li Ruihan. Li Ruihan's father died suddenly shortly after Li Ruihan was born. It was less than a year since Lin Lu gave birth, and Lin Lu had a lawsuit with her husband's company." Qin Rong raised his eyebrows and said, "Work injury?" "Yes, Li Ruihan's father worked overtime until 2 o'clock for half a month to give his child a better life, and then died suddenly during a lunch break half a month later. That lunch break was Lin Lu's birthday, and he went home to take a nap at noon, and died suddenly during the nap." Xiao paused and said, "But the work injury lawsuit was finally lost." Qin Rong had some understanding of federal laws. After all, she would also come into contact with some prisoners, so she said, "Sleep at home during lunch break, not during working hours and workplaces." Yes, after losing the lawsuit, Lin Lu's mental state was not very good. She was depressed after giving birth and took a lot of medicine. After Xiao finished talking about this, he started talking about the cause of Lin Lu's death. It was said to be suicide, but she actually died in the sea of fire. Because she deliberately asked the little boy to go out to buy things that day, the police finally determined it to be suicide. "Are you sure the body is hers?" "Yes, the result of the autopsy report is hers." "What about Li Ruihan? How is she now?" "This is what I don't understand," Xiao sighed, as if he had encountered an unsolvable problem. He slowly said, "This little boy is still alive. He was adopted by an orphanage. He is 10 years old this year, and is in elementary school. I went to the orphanage to see him. It is indeed Li Ruihan." This question has gone back to the starting point. The mother died, but the child is still alive. Who is the source of the pollution? I am afraid that the cruisers who investigated this polluted area at that time could not determine the source of the pollution, so this Class C polluted area has not been resolved. Are there no grandparents, or other relatives of the little boy? Grandpa and Grandma have passed away, and he and his mother are the only ones who depend on each other. As for other relatives, they are not close and don't visit each other often." Qin Rong thought for a while, and saw that it was already 9 o'clock. She said, "Go in, you will know the answer eventually." Chapter 27. Save My Mother. The male teacher had already announced the next class, which was a physical education class. This physical education class was definitely not an ordinary one, so Qin Rong did not practice the 800-meter or 100-meter sprint in advance. The closer he got to the source of the pollution zone, the more a question emerged in Qin Rong's mind. What exactly is that rabbit? From a macro perspective, various courses can be said to be guiding them to the truth step by step. So what is the role of this rabbit? To test whether the mechas will show mercy to the pollutants? Qin Rong felt that this purpose was incompatible with the essence revealed by the pollution zone. It is more likely that this rabbit represents a place in the heart of the pollution source, such as purity, innocence, and kindness. Qin Rong was thinking about how to get some information from this rabbit. In addition to knowing that it can pull others into another space, there must be some details that Qin Rong overlooked, which led to Qin Rong's inability to connect the rabbit with the pollution source. Go in later. Don't go into the kindergarten yet. Let's watch the rabbit outside for a while. Is there something wrong with the rabbit again? I can't tell. I don't have a clue yet. Physical education class is not urgent. Let's wait and see the rabbit first. After entering the contaminated area, as Qin Rong expected, the rabbit appeared in front of her again. This time Qin Rong confirmed that the rabbit did appear because of her, and the reason was probably because of the key props in Qin Rong's hand. As for the first time, it might really be a coincidence. The huge stuffed rabbit jumped and jumped, looking a little innocent and lively. Although its huge size and strange eyes can easily make the mecha panic, Xiao felt weird. When he was stared at by the rabbit's red eyes, he felt that his movements became stiff. Qin Rong quietly observed the rabbit. The latter seemed to have no purpose, just wandering in this area. It didn't say it wanted to get close to Qin Rong. Qin Rong wanted to watch from a distance, and it didn't care. Could it be that some conditions need to be met to trigger the NPC rabbit? While Qin Rong was observing, another mercenary came in. As soon as the other party saw the rabbit, he was alert and ready to fire. But this time, the rabbit was not killed. Qin Rong hugged the rabbit with one hand and caught it to another place. There are only a few ways to trigger NPCs: special props, special identities, saving NPCs, and killing NPCs. So Qin Rong chose to save this big rabbit. The rabbit's head turned to the direction of Qin Rong's head at an extremely slow speed. Through the helmet, The rabbit's sight seemed to intersect with Qin Rong. Not to mention Qin Rong, even Shao, who was standing far away, was already numbing at this time and shouted, "Hurry up and throw it away. It is not a good sign to face the pollutants face to face." Qin Rong has such a good psychological quality that he also felt a sense of weirdness when he looked into the rabbit's red eyes. After releasing the rabbit, Qin Rong distanced himself from the other party and said to the mecha that took action, "We saw it first." Originally, the mecha wanted to snatch it from Qin Rong, but after seeing Shao's modified large mecha, he was a little scared. He cursed and walked into the kindergarten. Qin Rong began to observe the rabbit again. His action of saving it did not change the other party, except for the glance just now. It seems useless, or go to the kindergarten to participate in physical education class. Shao felt that Qin Rong was wasting time. He really didn't think this rabbit was important. It was obvious that the male teacher in the contaminated area was the highlight. Qin Rong said, "Don't worry, wait a little longer. It's better to waste time than to miss the clue." When Shao heard Qin Rong say this, he could only follow Qin Rong and continue to observe the rabbit. The second mecha that came in also attacked the rabbit. Those who didn't take action, like Qin Rong, were really a minority. Most of the mercenaries were low-level workers, whose goal was to kill the pollutants and earn some star coins. They had no ambition to crack the contaminated area. And those top mercenaries would not focus on a Class C contaminated area. Qin Rong rescued the rabbit again. The mercenary who attacked the rabbit this time was different from the last one. He was not easy to talk to. He thought that Qin Rong valued the rabbit so much because it was a big fat fish, so he refused to give in and fought with Shao instead. This man was quite capable and fought back and forth with Shao. Qin Rong did not follow the ethics of martial arts and fired a cold cannon in secret, directly blowing the mercenary away. As the mercenary flew out, Qin Rong suddenly felt the suction coming from the rabbit. A faint child's voice sounded in Qin Rong's head. "Save my mother. Save my mother." Qin Rong did not resist the suction, but let himself be wrapped by the other party. The next moment, he found himself in a narrow and dim house. Qin Rong appeared first, and Shao appeared later. After they both came in, Qin Rong turned his head and looked at Shao and said, "How did you get in? You should be able to resist that suction. See you come in." Qin Rong knew that Shao was a man of brotherly loyalty, so he didn't say anything else, but instead set his eyes on this room. Shao said in surprise, "This is their room. I've seen the pictures before it was burned." Shao continued with a bit of difficulty, "It's a bit too messy." Qin Rong didn't feel it was particularly messy. In the past, her workshop was often complained about by Jiang Lian for being messy, but Qin Rong knew the location of each part, so she felt that she was in order in the chaos. Jiang Lian once tidied it for her on a whim, so Qin Rong couldn't find her things at all, so she was very dissatisfied and scolded Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian was even angrier, and he ignored Qin Rong for a month. Coming back to her senses, Qin Rong couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that meeting Jiang Lian in the afternoon had still had a big impact on her. She actually thought about the past at such a critical moment. Qin Rong sorted out his thoughts and looked at the woman lying on the sofa. She looked to be in her 30s, but her hair was messy and her face was not good. Food residues and various injections were thrown casually on the table. It was also known that they were from a few days ago. With a creak, the bedroom door was opened, and a little doll in blue pajamas came out. He was holding a rabbit doll, and was still a little sleepy, so he yawned while walking. When he came to the sofa, he pushed his mother. "Mom, I'm hungry." A clear child's voice sounded in the living room. After being pushed several times, the woman finally woke up slowly. Because of long-term medication, her reaction ability decreased significantly. Her movements were slower than the little boy next to her. After reacting to the little boy telling her that he was hungry, the woman opened the refrigerator to see what was inside. There was also a box of milk in the refrigerator. The woman poured the milk into a cup and put it in the microwave. She turned it for a while, took out the cereal, and soaked a bowl of cereal with milk. After handing breakfast to her son, the woman sat on the sofa. She didn't know what to do next. She seemed to need to clean up the house, but she couldn't get herself together. "I'm done." The little kid was very well behaved. After eating, he took the initiative to step on the small stool and put the bowl into the sink. The woman seemed like a computer that was loading very slowly. She realized that it was time to dress the child. So she took the child to the bedroom and changed the child's clothes from yesterday. When she took off the child's pants, she found that the child's lower body was red and swollen. "What's going on?" The mother's face suddenly became particularly ugly. Sure Xiao was a little puzzled and whispered in Qin Rong's ear, "Why are they eating ordinary food? I remember that nutritional supplements were popular 6 years ago." Qin Rong shook his head and said, "Nutritional supplements are now sold for 35 star coins each. They should have been more expensive 6 years ago. The price of a box of cereal is about 12 star coins, and you can eat it many times. In this way, cereal is more cost-effective." Sure Xiao was already used to the nutritional supplements. After all, cooking was troublesome, and it was a waste of time for fast-paced mercenaries. While they were chatting, the mother made a decision. She would go to the kindergarten to find out what was going on. The scene shown in this space was somewhat different from what Qin Rong had learned, but this was more reasonable. If the mother had discovered that the little boy had a physical problem that night, she might have immediately troubled the kindergarten, and would not have waited until the next day. That also meant that the little boy changed his pajamas by himself, and his mother was often unable to take care of the little boy because of her illness. The scene changed, and just when Qin Rong thought that the mother and the kindergarten teacher were going to quarrel, this space played a trick on her. They were still in this room. The mother was in a worse state, and looked a little hysterical. "Did you lie to me? Did you lie? Did you do it yourself?" The little boy was so frightened by his mother's expression that tears could not stop flowing. He shook his head, and said tremblingly that he had not. The mother suddenly changed from her furious mood to a sad one. She couldn't control her emotions, and burst into tears. The little boy beside her quickly stuffed the rabbit doll in her hand into her mother's hand. In the past, when he cried, his mother comforted him in the same way. But the rabbit didn't work. He was also useless. He watched his mother being drained by the pain bit by bit. One day, the mother's complexion suddenly improved. Her thin cheeks had flesh again, and she could lift the kitchen utensils that she couldn't lift due to illness. She went to the kitchen to cook for the little boy. When she found that there was no soy sauce in the middle of the meal, she didn't collapse, and even showed a gentle smile to the little boy. She put the light brain in the little boy's hand and said to him, "Go buy a bottle of soy sauce for your mother. When you come back, you can eat." On the sofa, the rabbit doll sat quietly, and its red plastic eyes turned slightly. Chapter 28. If the rules of every death are the same, then as long as enough people die, the rule-based contaminated area can definitely be solved. Sure Xiao approached Qin Rong. He was over 1.9 meters tall, and had to bend down to speak in Qin Rong's ear. He whispered, "Look at that rabbit." Qin Rong did not turn around, nodded and said, "The rabbit is contaminated." "Will this happen? How can a doll be contaminated?" Qin Rong explained, "Some items carry human emotions. After being infected, they may also become sources of infection." However, the fact that this rabbit is also a source of contamination did not catch Qin Rong off guard. Generally speaking, there will only be one source of contamination in a contaminated area. Just like the principle that there can't be two tigers in one mountain, the sources of contamination are also mutually exclusive. But this rabbit may be because it is his son's favorite thing. So the source of contamination did not reject the rabbit, and of course did not accept it, but just ignored the rabbit. Seeing this, Qin Rong has basically confirmed his guess. Lin Lu was the source of the pollution. Qin Rong didn't know why the federal police department gave the fact that Lin Lu was dead, but from the clues given by the rabbit pollution source, Lin Lu had been infected before the fire. From this situation, several new questions were extended. Why did the federal police department identify the body that died in the fire as Lin Lu? Lin Lu has always lived in a prosperous urban area. She usually goes out only to report to the relevant departments about her son's affairs. Why would a woman like her, who probably doesn't even know what the pollutants are, get infected? Is it caused by accident, or is someone deliberately guiding it? Lacking key evidence, Qin Rong did not speculate. She just hid the doubts in her heart, and continued to watch the rabbit's next move. After the little boy went out, Lin Lu's body could no longer support the human form. Her body began to deform, and the first to change was her eyes. The eye sockets seemed to be enlarged by a square mold, and the two eyeballs fell out of the eye sockets. In just a few seconds, the woman had completely lost her human form. Her bones dissolved, her skin disappeared, but her blood meridians did not disappear, but were infinitely stretched and stretched, like a spider web. The rabbit sensed the danger and jumped off the sofa, shouting, "Mom, Mom!" At the last moment of killing the rabbit, the source of pollution seemed to have regained some consciousness. She took back the blood that bound the rabbit, and continued to extend her body until it covered the entire room, the ceiling, the floor, and Qin Rong's feet and head, all of which were networked like bloodlines. Sure Xiao looked at the line still squirming under his feet, and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted and said, "Sea-level pollutants? Have they been distorted to this extent? Qin Rong said, maybe not sea level. It's definitely not sea level. The little rabbit is almost sea level. Based on the IQ of the male teacher transformed by this pollutant, Qin Rong guessed that its level is about A. When Qin Rong was wondering why the scene had not ended, she suddenly heard a bullet sound in her ears, and the door was blown open directly from the direction of the door. The explosive fire bomb equipped on the mecha was a model she had used before, and one bomb cost 100,000 star coins. The reason for the fire in this place was because someone threw an explosive fire bomb. Qin Rong grabbed Xiao's arm and retreated subconsciously, but fortunately it was just an illusion, and the flame explosion did not have real temperature and impact. Qin Rong heard the sizzling sound of the pollutants being roasted. The sound was too weird, and Qin Rong felt particularly uncomfortable, and even felt that he was being roasted by fire. Those veins began to shrink as soon as they touched the fire, and finally shrank to the size of a basketball. The little rabbit hugged the basketball, as if to drag it out of the sea of fire. But the little rabbit was also afraid of fire. He was a cotton rabbit. The fire burned his clothes, causing the cotton inside him to leak out, but the burning speed of the pollutants was slower than that of ordinary cotton rabbits, so it still had time to find a ray of hope. Mom! Mom! The little rabbit's consciousness was formed by Li Ruihan's consciousness, so its IQ is very low, and it doesn't know how to save itself. Finally, the little rabbit finally crawled out of the door, but half of its body had been burned, and one of its plastic eyeballs was melted. It hugged the basketball and jumped directly into the dirty sewer pipe that was blown open. The voice of the little rabbit came to Qin Rong's mind again. Save Mom and end Mom's pain. The surrounding scene changed again, and Qin Rong and Xiao had returned to the edge of the polluted area. Based on the scene just now, Qin Rong boldly guessed the rules of the rabbit. The rabbit was polluted by Lin Lu. Lin Lu is a regular pollution source, and the rabbit is also a regular pollution source. The person who killed the rabbit was judged by the rabbit as someone who had hurt Mom, so he would be taken away by the rabbit as a danger. This person who was taken away probably died, otherwise there would be no news about the rabbit. But because the rabbit only appears once a day, killing only one person did not attract much attention. The person who saved the rabbit twice in a row was judged by the rabbit to be able to save his mother. At this time, the rabbit would tell the person the truth and let him help his mother. But the doll only stayed at home and could not move by itself, so the clues it could give were only where it appeared, that is, at home. Qin Rong had the key props given by the male teacher. The rabbit believed that the person with the props could save his mother, so it appeared in front of Qin Rong every time. In summary, Qin Rong finally obtained this part of the rabbit's memory and confirmed the identity of the source of pollution, which was Lin Lu. Xiao came back to his senses and said with some emotion, "It's good that I listened to you and came to contact this rabbit first. Now we are very close to the truth." Qin Rong nodded and said, "Let's go to the kindergarten." It is now 12 o'clock in the evening, and there are fewer mechas in the contaminated area than before. The last physical education class had just ended, and the mechas walking from the playground to the kindergarten gate were a little shaky. Xiao walked up to a mercenary and stopped him. He wanted to spend some money to learn about the physical education class from this mercenary. The mercenary looked at Xiao and said weakly, 10,000 star coins. Xiao had tried to buy information about the course from other mercenaries who had experienced the course before, but these people asked for too much. With that star coin, he could add another thermal weapon to the mecha. The monitoring station will share the knowledge they have obtained about the contaminated area for free, but the information obtained by the mercenaries at their own risk is impossible to share for free. The mercenaries who enter the contaminated area spend 10,000 star coins to get the news of the next game from another mercenary. If they successfully get the source of pollution, then everyone is happy and they make money. But if they don't get the source of pollution, they just pick up the dropped materials of the pollutants. How long will it take to get 10,000 star coins? This also led to the fact that the information of the lower-level mercenaries was not exchanged, and the possibility of solving the pollution source was even smaller. Over time, the mercenaries had a convention that they would not buy the news of the pollution source. Their lives were not worth so many star coins, and they really did not have so many star coins. Unlike the cruisers, most of the lower-level mercenaries had never been to school and had no skills. They could only rely on courage to fight for a way out. Xiao thought about buying the news because he felt that the pollution source must be obtained, but the other party offered 10,000 star coins, which made Xiao frown. Xiao said, "Too expensive. I have been to the Yellow Springs Road, and the news that cost me my life is not worth 10,000 star coins?" Xiao wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Qin Rong, who said, "It's just for reference value, not worth 10,000. This is the second reason for not buying regular pollution source news. Not every round has the same rules. For example, in the first essay writing round that Qin Rong experienced, the death rule was that the essay could not be finished within the specified time. But in the second composition class, the death rule may become, the composition cannot be less than 800 words. If the death rule is the same for each game, then as long as enough people die and analyze the rules, the rule-based pollution area can definitely be solved. It is just a matter of time. The reason why no one has solved this pollution area for 6 years is that there is no really powerful person to deal with this pollution area, and the rules in the rule-based pollution area are always changing. Xiao just wanted to buy a piece of news for reference. If it was 500 or 1,000 star coins, he would buy it. 10,000 star coins is too exaggerated and definitely not worth it. So Xiao did not talk to the other party anymore, but followed Qin Rong to the center of the playground. Probably because a game had just ended. Qin Rong and Xiao waited for nearly 10 minutes before they saw a female teacher slowly walking in from the direction of the gate. The female teacher was wearing a sporty style, red and white sportswear, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Xiao suddenly turned around and said to Qin Rong, "This is the female teacher who died in the pollution outbreak." Qin Rong nodded and said, "Yes, I know, I saw it in the illusion." When Qin Rong saw her, she was still pressed on the sink. The teacher looked relatively kind, with a round face and big eyes, and she smiled cheerfully at the children. Now there are only 3 mechas on the playground. In addition to Qin Rong and Xiao, there is another mecha that came in after Qin Rong and the others. The other party saw that Qin Rong and Xiao were teammates, so he stood far away from them and looked around vigilantly. The female teacher had a whistle on her neck. When she walked in, the bell rang, and the same whistle rang. "Students, stand up. Let's line up and do physical activities." Before the physical education class, there is a stretching session. Qin Rong did it very simply, but the movements of the 2 large mechas were not flexible enough. Fortunately, this warm-up is not part of the physical education assessment, it is just a warm-up. The cheerful kindergarten teacher looks like an ordinary female teacher. She does not have such a strong subjective consciousness as the male teacher. It seems that she has no soul, just doing the template movements and saying the lines that should be said. Chapter 29. Children who lie should be punished. Classmates, the warm-up activities are done. In today's class, the teacher will teach you a new game. This is a game that the teacher often played in his era. It is called 1, 2, 3, and Wooden Man. The teacher will turn around in a moment. When the teacher counts 1, 2, 3, the students can move, but when the teacher says Wooden Man, you can't move anymore. If you can touch the teacher's back within 5 minutes, you win. If you can't touch the teacher's back, you lose. By the way, if any student moves when the teacher says Wooden Man, you will also be punished. As for what it is, guess what it is. The female teacher used the tone and demeanor of coaxing a child to talk to the 3 mechas in front of her, all of which were much taller than her. This scene was more or less a bit dramatic, and people couldn't help but want to complain. Qin Rong resisted the desire to complain, and began to think about which one was the death rule. 2 minutes and no movement, these are 2 rules, and generally speaking, there is only one death rule. The best way to eliminate the death rule is to let the people who are traveling with you try it with their lives first, such as pressing the cannon at the moment of freezing, and letting the people next to you shake their bodies. Qin Rong has never done such a thing. She is the typical person who doesn't like to cause trouble. If she makes enemies with others for no reason, it's good that this person dies on the spot. If he doesn't die, he will definitely come back later. The starting point of their game is about 10 meters away from the female teacher. 10 meters is nothing for people who drive mechas. When the female teacher shouted 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man for the first time, Qin Rong didn't rush, but took a step forward at a speed that he could control. But fortunately, she wanted to be safe and didn't walk too much. As soon as she took the first step, the female teacher turned her head. The 3 words 1, 2, 3 were like hot lips, and they were shouted out without a sound. Xiao, who was standing aside, had difficulty controlling the large mecha. When he finished shouting 1, 2, 3, he raised his left foot. The mecha next to it was even worse. It didn't even lift its feet, it just made a starting position. The female teacher smiled, and turned her head again. She was a little slower this time. 1. Before she could say 2, Qin Rong patted her shoulder. The female teacher looked at Qin Rong dully, as if she had a little self-awareness. But the female teacher still abided by the rules, turned her head, and started the game. Within 2 minutes, all 3 mechas successfully passed the level. Xiao and the other mecha were relieved, thinking that the danger of this physical education class was over. But just as they relaxed a little, other people suddenly walked in from outside the school. This was the first time that other people appeared besides the teacher. The sun in the illusion was very hot, and it was almost 10 o'clock. Walking in from the kindergarten gate were 2 policemen, wearing federal police uniforms, who slowly walked towards Qin Rong and the others. None of the 3 people expected this change, so the eyes of the 3 people showed a trace of vigilance. But because he knew who the pollution source was, and was clear about the indignation in the pollution source's heart, Qin Rong could probably guess the roles of the 2 federal policemen. The moment she saw the police, the female teacher showed a panic on her face. She concealed her panic and looked at the 2 policemen and said, "You." The female teacher originally planned to hug the children and protect them, but because Qin Rong was very flexible, she didn't hug them. She only grabbed the other mercenary's mecha leg and patted it comfortingly. Conscious and unconscious pollutants are completely different. The male teacher also knew to add fuel to the fire and let others attack Qin Rong. But this female teacher only mechanically repeated the instructions, which seemed a bit ridiculous, and the degree of danger dropped sharply. Qin Rong suddenly frowned. Is the difference between male and female teachers the definition of the 2 culprits by the pollution source? Hello, we are from the federal police. Here are our credentials. We are here to investigate the male teacher who molested children. The female teacher said calmly, "You have come to the wrong place. We don't have any male teachers here." "No male teachers? You can go to our principal. She has a roster of teachers. Our kindergarten is worried about this kind of thing, so we only hired female teachers." The 2 federal police looked at each other. They were not bad policemen. On the contrary, in this illusion, they were more responsible policemen. After hearing the female teacher's answer, they did not leave perfunctorily. Instead, they continued to collect evidence from the children in the kindergarten. The first person the police asked was Xiao. He asked, "Children, have you seen male teachers in kindergarten? If they came temporarily to teach a few classes, they might not be recorded in the roster, but these children should have seen them." But this scene was really funny. The police looked up at the 3 meter 5 meter tall and 2 meter wide mecha, and called the children with a kind face. Xiao glanced at Qin Rong, who shook his head. So Xiao replied, "I haven't seen it." The policeman smiled and nodded, "Okay, I get it." The 2 policemen came to another large mecha, still with the familiar loving smile. "Little friend, have you seen it?" This large mecha, except Qin Rong and Xiao, had participated in a previous course, that is, the composition class, and the class was taught by a male teacher. 2 policemen suddenly appeared in this physical education class and asked if he had seen the male teacher, which made the mercenary a little overwhelmed. Testing honesty, or a side quest? The mecha mercenary, who looked more expensive than his mecha, said he had never seen it, because it was his first time entering this contaminated area and he had never participated in the composition class, because he had completed the game of Wooden Man before. The mercenary thought that these 2 policemen were more likely to be the side quests that he suddenly encountered. So he said, "I have seen it." The police continued to ask, "When did you see him?" "During the composition class." "What does he look like?" "He wears gold-rimmed glasses, has single eyelids, and is about 1.75 meters tall." The 2 policemen smiled with satisfaction, and the mercenary became excited. Could it be that his luck was so good that he got a hidden mission? At this time, the police asked again, "Do you have any evidence?" The mercenary was thinking frantically about the evidence that could prove the existence of this male teacher, but he sadly found that he had no evidence. After he was stuck for 3 minutes, the police said with some disappointment, "Children should not lie, teacher. You have to educate this student well in the future." The female teacher smiled and nodded, then turned to the mercenary and said, "Children who lie will also be punished." The next moment, pieces of clothes suddenly appeared, just like taking away the mecha in the math class, and the high-speed rotating airflow also shredded the mercenary into pieces. But because his mecha was made of better material, the torture lasted a little longer than before, and Qin Rong also heard his extremely shrill cry. Qin Rong also had some self-reflection. She also relaxed her vigilance, because the female teacher looked dull. Now it seems that the rule of death is not about the wooden man winning or losing, but about the inability to prove one's own words. If you haven't seen it, you don't need evidence. If you say you have seen it, you need evidence to support it. This rule of death is very obscure. Qin Rong just reminded Xiao, but didn't realize that this is the rule of death. She just thought that the key props were not in Xiao's hands, so it would be better for him to answer the questions of the 2 policemen. Xiao broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the shrill cry. He almost answered that he had seen it. Because he had indeed seen it. This rule is really too tricky. Letting a male teacher come to class in the front and misleading everyone. Most people probably say they have seen the male teacher. However, the mortality rate under this death rule will not be high, because as long as one person answers that he has seen it and then dies, the people behind him will know that they have to answer that they have not seen it in order to survive. This is a test answer that takes human life, and it is difficult to guess it. When Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help but admire Miss Meili even more. Miss Meili is not only very skilled, but also has an unfathomable IQ. She was able to predict this rule in advance and saved his life. After all, he was the first to answer, and the one who was most likely to die. The two policemen finally asked in front of Qin Rong. They looked at Qin Rong's chest and abdomen, where the special props teaching plan was stored. Qin Rong suddenly realized that the two policemen probably deliberately asked her the last one. Because if they asked Qin Rong first, they would not be able to use the rules to kill people. Have you seen a male teacher? Qin Rong replied, no. The loving smiles of the two policemen froze for a moment. But I have seen men. Qin Rong added. Man? What kind of man is he? A man with black spots on his face drawn with black pen. The police continued to ask, do you know who this man is? He is the boyfriend of this teacher. The two policemen did not look at each other, but stared at Qin Rong and asked the last question. Do you have evidence? Qin Rong took out the special props that the two policemen had noticed long ago. She did not hand the lesson plan directly to the police. It was not that she was overly cautious, but she had experienced similar scenes. In the end, the federal police were also traps designed by the pollution source. Qin Rong could not determine the brain circuit of the pollutant, so she could only be cautious and open the lesson plan directly, turning the page with clumsy handwriting to the two policemen. This is the handwriting of that man. The physical education teacher is not a physical education teacher. Most teachers in Hongying kindergarten have to teach every subject. In the math class that day, her boyfriend said he would help her. Chapter 30. How can I prove myself? That's why there are crooked handwritings of men on her lesson plan. Qin Rong continued, send this for handwriting detection and date detection, and it will prove that her boyfriend has been here. The two policemen's expressions suddenly became particularly spirited, and one of them had a particularly complicated expression. He said to Qin Rong, it would be great if it was you. Qin Rong has a good memory. When she heard this, she immediately recalled that the male teacher had said the same thing to her. And after this sentence, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They returned to the kindergarten at night from the sunny physical education class. But this kindergarten only existed for a moment, and suddenly it seemed to dissolve and gradually disappeared. And at the same time as the kindergarten disappeared, the real kindergarten surfaced. After 6 years of abandonment, it was even more dilapidated than what the mercenaries saw. The overgrown weeds were everywhere, and they got into the long-rotten equipment. The slides seemed to have merged with the green. The building where the kindergarten is located is densely covered with red nets. The nets seem to be everywhere, coming out from the windows and doors, covering the entire building. From a distance, the building seems to be wrapped in a red cocoon. Xiao and Qin Rong are standing on the weeds at this moment. The height of the weeds is about Qin Rong's chest. It takes some time to pass through them and reach the building. This huge red cocoon, blown by the wind, sways with the wind, like the heart of a giant beating, and when Qin Rong and others move towards the building, the red cocoon suddenly opens a gap, just enough to accommodate Qin Rong's height. Qin Rong turned his head and said to Xiao, I go over and take a look. Be careful. Xiao showed fear on his face, and the 3.5 meter mecha was trembling at this moment. As a low to mid-level mercenary, Xiao had never seen a real source of pollution. This was his first close encounter with it, and the warning of increased pollution concentration in the mecha cabin made his scalp tingle. Qin Rong held a short sword weapon she had prepared in her hand, and she stepped through the weeds and came to the red building. Entering from the door, the first thing Qin Rong noticed was the surveillance camera above her head. The original surveillance camera had disappeared, and it was replaced by a very strange eye. This eye was square, as if it was grown in the shape of a monitor. The eye socket was stretched thin, and the eyeball inside was pressed flat, but the pupil was constantly flashing. Behind this real human eye surveillance camera, there was a red line, which spread from the surveillance camera to the side and intertwined with other red lines. When she came to the building, there was no red line on the ground, but on the ceiling and walls, the red lines were interwoven into a network. Qin Rong walked through the 3 floors, and each floor was the same, with strange human eye surveillance and red lines everywhere. This pollutant must have had her own purpose in putting herself in. The pollutants that appeared before whether male or female teachers, were all illusions of the pollution source. So it can be said that they all represent part of the logic of the pollution source. From the current situation, the pollution source agrees with the person who found the evidence, so Qin Rong was let in instead of Shi Xiao. To deal with this pollution source, Qin Rong has two ways to try. According to the pollution concentration, every red line in this building and every eye monitoring are part of the pollution source, and from the plot shown to her by the rabbit doll, this pollution source is afraid of fire. So Qin Rong thought that burning all the red lines with fire should kill the pollutants, but she did not act rashly. She was still waiting. This pollution source has a high IQ, and the other party should have his own ideas for letting herself in. When Qin Rong thought about this, she suddenly heard a subtle footsteps coming from somewhere else. Qin Rong turned her head and saw a very gentle woman. Her appearance was exactly the same as the woman Qin Rong saw in the rabbit's illusion. She should be Lin Lu. However, Lin Lu had already turned into a red cocoon attached to the building. This Lin Lu should be an illusion. Lin Lu looked more stable than before she died, and she didn't look like a pollution source at all. She slowly said, "Do you think I did the right thing?" Qin Rong raised her eyebrows slightly. This place was full of Lin Lu's surveillance, so it was meaningless for Qin Rong to hide her weapon. She held the dagger in her hand and looked at the pollution source vigilantly. No matter how kind the pollution source looked, they were no longer human, so they could not be judged by human brain circuits. The bloody lesson told Qin Rong that no matter how weak, pitiful, or gentle the pollution source was, he should not let down his guard. Qin Rong asked back, "What did you do?" The pollutant did not answer immediately, but slowly said, "You should have known what happened to me. I missed the best time to collect evidence. That night, I took too many medicines, so I didn't notice that my son was abnormal. But when I found out, I didn't keep the evidence immediately. Instead, I went to the kindergarten ignorantly and told her to destroy the evidence in disguise. So when the law couldn't help me, I chose to do it myself. I killed the female teacher who covered up for her boyfriend, and I also killed the dirty man. Do you think I did it right?" This is a death question. If Qin Rong's answer does not satisfy the pollutant, she may kill Qin Rong. There is no standard answer to this kind of question. If she is right, it means that Qin Rong can be sentenced to death by the pollutant for making a small mistake. If she is wrong, it means criticizing the choice of the pollutant. If you answer rashly, you may easily make mistakes. So Qin Rong pointed at the strange human eye surveillance and asked, "Why did you become like this?" Lin Lu replied, "Because humans don't trust their fellow human beings' eyes, but trust cold machines. I hope my eyes can become a machine. There is nothing I can't see. No one will not believe what I say. But you were still a human at that time. How do you know what happened at that time?" The source of pollution said, "Someone told me, but I won't tell you. I promised them to keep it a secret. Even if they want to kill me, I will keep my promise." This source of pollution is a person who abides by the rules. Qin Rong came to this conclusion after hearing this. So breaking the rules and killing people made her so painful that she needed to find a human to identify with her. Qin Rong followed her words and said, "It was these people who told you the truth, who turned you into a pollutant. It's really painful. As a human, you were so cowardly, and you became a pollutant that everyone shouted and beat, but you can finally get justice for yourself." The source of pollution showed a sneer on her face, and she urged impatiently, "You should tell me your answer. Before I give you an answer, I have one more thing to say. You not only killed these two people, but you also killed the pollutant. In the pollutant, there are countless mercenaries running for money." The pollutant seemed to be angered by Qin Rong all of a sudden. Her eyes widened, and she said in a sharp and piercing voice, "Can you blame me if they come to die by themselves? I have never expanded the scope of the polluted area. I have never even appeared. I have shrunk to this extent. You greedy people are running into the edge of the knife. Can you blame me if you die?" When the pollution source became emotional, the red lines began to shrink. The red lines quickly gathered towards Qin Rong, as if to wrap her in it. Qin Rong held the sword tightly in his hand, and she said, "What will you do if my answer does not meet your satisfaction?" Then Lin Lu, who was wearing a beautiful skirt and looked gentle and polite, said, "Then you are no different from those mercenaries. I have thought of the answer to the question. If it were me, I would kill these two people first, and then commit suicide." Lin Lu showed a ferocious smile on her face. "Then you die now." The silk thread bound Qin Rong, and came to Qin Rong in an instant. It was difficult to dodge in this situation where he was attacked from all sides, so Qin Rong simply did not dodge, but jumped onto the wall with a deep jump, and directly stabbed the dagger in his hand into the human eye monitoring. All of a sudden, All the red lines that converged towards Qin Rong lost their direction. The shrill cry of the pollution source also rang in Qin Rong's ears. Why don't you die? Qin Rong used the dagger to cut the red line connected to his eyes, and his eyes shrank instantly, and blood flowed out of the red line. This is not a red line, but a person's blood vessels that are constantly extended and stretched. After Qin Rong treated his eyes, the red line could no longer threaten Qin Rong, and the pollution source changed another way of mental pollution, causing all kinds of illusions to appear in front of Qin Rong's eyes. In front of Qin Rong, a woman appeared, sitting in front of the portrait of her deceased husband. She was sad and questioned, "I did nothing wrong. Why do the unfortunate things in life always happen to me?" At this time, she had just escaped from a failed family and a sad childhood, found a loving husband, gave birth to a child, and her happy life should have just begun. To be honest, Lin Lu was indeed unlucky. Seeing that this fantasy could not affect Qin Rong, the pollution source began to change the illusion again. The mobile phone was flooded with accusations and abuses. Those words were so violent that people felt that the human race should be extinct. People only generalize and judge without seeing the whole picture. Why don't you merge with me? I have eyes that can see the whole picture. Seeing that Qin Rong did not respond, the pollutant began to change again. This time, it was a messy home and a hungry child. No friends, no family, only a crying annoying spirit. She asked again, "What is the meaning of life?" A person's life is only a few short years. When you look back before you die, you will be shocked to find that you have done nothing, just muddle-headed, mediocre, and even did not have time to enjoy the world. And her doubts actually affected Qin Rong. But Qin Rong was able to keep his heart, holding a sharp sword to the second floor, crossing the red line to cut off his eyes. Pollution is everywhere, not only the pollution of the body, but also the spirit, or in other words, pollution starts from the spirit. When Qin Rong came back to life, she restrained herself from thinking about this question. When the social relationships she once had left her, what is the meaning of her life now? When people experience suffering, their thoughts will always become more profound, and they always want to explore the essence of the world. Lin Lu walked a long way and thought for a long time, but still could not give herself a definite answer. Qin Rong has come to the third floor. The pollution source discovered Qin Rong's inner fluctuations. She kept asking questions in Qin Rong's ear, and Qin Rong was affected in her mood. She was a little depressed and doubted what she was doing. Now her life has no meaning. No one knows the real her, and she can't recognize her old friends. Why should she earn star coins and clean up the pollution source? Qin Rong took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and didn't look at those illusions. She just mechanically raised her knife and cut off the last eye. At the same time, the last whisper of the pollution source also reached Qin Rong's ears. Without evidence, how can I prove myself? Am I wrong to do justice for myself? Qin Rong felt that her soul was hit by this sentence. In this shock, she didn't even notice the strange feeling of fullness in her stomach. She stood there blankly, looking at the withered red line falling to the ground. Am I myself? Can I prove that I am myself? Chapter 31. Could it be that some master liked this kind of unique cooperation, so he played a performance art? When the 9 eyes were cut off by Qin Rong, the red line wrapped around the entire building lost its supply source in an instant, and then began to shrink in a short time, and finally was broken by the wind, fell to the ground, and turned into dust. The people at the monitoring station were awakened from their sleep by the alarm. They looked at the pollution value on the monitoring station that was rising and falling rapidly, and they were both confused. Xiao, who was standing in the weeds, did not dare to move a step. He knew that it was easy to die if he ventured into a dangerous place, so he was very cautious and did not move. After a long time, Xiao looked up at the iron blue sky. When he thought Qin Rong would not come out again, he saw the red silk threads flying all over the sky, like snowflakes in June, fluttering and falling to the ground. He saw Qin Rong walk out of the red snow. His steps were dull and heavy. He heard that the first question Qin Rong asked him after he came out was, "What is the meaning of your life?" Xiao was stunned by the question. He was a little confused, because it was Qin Rong who asked it. He thought about it carefully. After thinking for a long time, Xiao said with a guilty conscience, I don't know. After hearing his answer, Qin Rong seemed to think for a long time. After a moment, he heard Qin Rong laugh. Qin Rong said, "Yes, it's rare to be confused." Xiao thought to himself that the great God is the great God. When the pollution was not solved, his mental state was abnormally stable. After the pollution area was solved, he began to talk nonsense. Qin Rong spread his palm and showed the materials dropped by the pollution source in front of Xiao. This is a very abstract square eye, which looks like both a machine and a human eye. Looking closely, its pupils seem to be rotating constantly, and if you are not careful, your sight will be sucked into it. Xiao couldn't help but feel a little curious. Although he had seen materials dropped from pollution sources, they were all at auctions or in the market. The price of the dropped materials of the sea-level pollution source is more than 500,000 star coins. He couldn't afford the dropped materials even if he emptied his family's savings, not to mention that he had to make the dropped materials into parts and embed them into the mecha for adaptation. The more powerful the mecha constructor is, the more expensive the price he will sell. The parts of the sea-level pollution source must be manufactured by at least a sea-level mecha constructor, and the construction cost starts at 100,000 star coins. How is this dropped material? How many star coins can it be sold for? Xiao said, his saliva almost flowing into the cockpit. Qin Rong explained, the specific material rating needs to be determined, but this grade is at least above B. B grade? Xiao's voice was almost broken with surprise. He had never seen B dropped materials, only C grade ones. He originally thought that the eyes on this material were very strange, but now that he knew its value, he liked it more and more, and he wanted to sell it immediately. I have never sold the dropped materials from the pollution source. Do you know how to be safer? Xiao was a little worried. The price of this thing is so high. If he encounters an unreliable one, it is not impossible to kill them and take away the dropped materials. Qin Rong said, you can sell it to the Mecha company. As far as I know, Dai Lijin company also has the business of purchasing dropped materials. We can go and ask together. I have only bought things from Dai Lijin, not sold them. Xiao wanted to go together because their sharing of hardships has ended, and now it is time to share the benefits. The reason why a team turns against each other is probably because of the uneven distribution of spoils. Xiao believes that Qin Rong can solve the pollution source, but he does not believe that she will really give him half of the money for the dropped materials. Qin Rong also understands his worries, so Qin Rong said directly, let's go now, it's almost dawn. Okay, they open at 8 o'clock. If we don't open the door when we get there, we will wait a while. Qin Rong nodded. When we walked out of the polluted area, the sun had just risen from the horizon. People fear the dark night where they may die, but they yearn for the light of new life. The last bit of regret in Qin Rong's heart also disappeared. The impact of the pollution source on her had been digested by her. It's great to be alive, and the sunrise is so beautiful. Dai Lijin company has its own independent building. The decoration of their company seems to be on a different latitude from other companies. The materials of the walls, and the technology of the doors and windows are dazzling. Qin Rong and Xiao both took off their mechas. Now they can be said to be frank with each other. Xiao was particularly surprised by Qin Rong's appearance. He could hear that Qin Rong's voice was very young, but he didn't expect it to be so young. Are you an adult? I am an adult. Xiao didn't believe it, but it was obvious that Qin Rong had no intention of proving her age to Xiao. Xiao looked at the girl, who looked thin and delicate at the root of his neck, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. He is older and bigger than Miss Meili, and his weight is probably almost enough for 2 Miss Meili, and he is actually being taken care of by Miss Meili in the contaminated area. Xiao thought with some guilt, maybe he should get less money when dividing the money. After all, he really didn't do much. After Qin Rong and Xiao entered the door, they told the front desk their purpose, and the other party told them about the process of selling dropped materials. The two first came to the 5th floor to identify the materials. After the professionals conducted a comprehensive inspection, the other party gave a conclusion that almost made Xiao's heart stop beating, that this is an A-level dropped material. Xiao pinched his thigh hard, thinking, it hurts, it should not be a dream. Xiao glanced at the calm Meili next to him, thinking, Sister Meili is indeed a child who has seen the world, and she was not happy to hear that it was an A-level dropped material. Qin Rong was very happy, because after selling this dropped material, she could immediately tinker with her automated mecha. The selling method of dropped materials can be consigned, but the consignment fee must be paid to Dai Lijin. The consignment price may be lower or higher than the price given by Dai Lijin. The second way is to sell directly to Dai Lijin, who will make a comprehensive assessment and give a price, which is often about 5% lower than the market price. Xiao and Qin Rong did not have time to wait for consignment, so they chose to sell directly. The final transaction price was 4.6 million star coins. After Qin Rong filled in the detailed information of the source of acquisition and the source of pollution, Dai Lijin's company quickly transferred the money to Qin Rong. However, this 4.6 million does not include tax. The federal tax conditions for dropped materials are that if it exceeds 1 million, but not more than 5 million, a 10% tax must be paid, which is 460,000. Qin Rong knew Shi Xiao's optical computer account, so after the money arrived, he directly transferred it to Shi Xiao. Before Shi Xiao said that we can also have 4 or 6, the child's sister had already transferred the money vigorously. Qin Rong and Shi Xiao parted ways at the entrance of Dai Lijin Company. Shi Xiao was a sentimental person. After walking for a long distance, he shouted to Qin Rong, "Next time you need me, come back, and we can cooperate again." Qin Rong nodded and waved. In fact, we can communicate through the light brain, so there is no need to shout so loudly, Qin Rong thought. In a blink of an eye, Qin Rong's small treasure house became richer, and now it is more than 2 million. Otherwise, it is said that it is faster to make money in the polluted area. In less than a week, she earned the money that others could not earn in a year of hard work. However, Qin Rong was also trying her luck this time. Those top mercenaries thought that no one would compete with her because she was sea level. If you know it was A level, this pollution source may have been solved by someone long ago. Qin Rong finally had star coins to buy the parts that had been found long ago. Like a nouveau riche, she bought crazily in the second-hand parts sales store and directly spent 1/10 of her savings. After buying the parts she liked, Qin Rong went back to the dormitory and had a good sleep. She slept a little too long, as if she had washed away all the fatigue accumulated from working non-stop for these days. When she woke up again, she found that the sky was a little gloomy. It was going to rain. This seemed to be the first rainy day after she woke up. The area where she lived was not a relatively prosperous area in the federal economy. There was haze all year round, and the sky was very turbid. At night, because of light pollution, you can't see the stars in the city, but in the polluted area, you can see the beautiful moon and stars. In the place where Qin Rong has lived for 10 years, very clear days and rainy days are rare. She sat by the window and watched the rain for a while, listening to the sound of raindrops falling on the door frame. The optical brain suddenly reminded that a new message had been received. The sender of the message was Li Hailin, who asked her if she was free tomorrow and whether she could go to his place to make another mecha. The message from the other party came at the right time, and Qin Rong did have some free time temporarily. But what puzzled Qin Rong was that Li Hailin would suddenly be so enthusiastic. Didn't he just sell a second-hand mecha? How could something without a well-known merchant's guarantee be so easy to sell? The last customer who sold it seemed to be called Zhou Haoyang. Did he introduce a new customer? My name is Zhou Haoyang, and I am a senior student in the Mecha Single Soldier Department. As graduation is approaching, I want to join the cruiser administration, but my family wants me to join their company. I don't understand. If I join my own company as an employee, then what is the point of my 4 years of hard work in college to practice my mecha driving skills? I was not convinced and disagreed with my family's arrangement, so my family took back the mecha they bought for me. They wanted to use this method to make me compromise, but they were wrong. I have never been a person who would compromise. If there is no mecha, I can buy it myself. I can't afford the first-hand one, so can't I buy a second-hand one? While browsing the mecha second-hand market, I was attracted by the call of a shopkeeper. His introduction was very exaggerated and very cheap, so I went over to take a look. At first glance, it looked colorful and felt like a mecha made of broken pieces, but after a closer look at the power bearings and joints, I felt that this must be the work of a master. Could it be that some master liked this unique combination and played a performance art? Chapter 32. Don't you want to complete the mission? Of course I do. But it's beyond this era. After all, masters have their own tempers, so it's normal to like this kind of style. We mecha soldiers also take maintenance courses, so I have a general understanding of mechas. After checking every part of the mecha and confirming that it is basically fine, I bought this second-hand mecha. Graduation is coming soon. I only ran in with this second-hand mecha for a few days before driving into the contaminated area and starting the final assessment. My family knows that I am stubborn, but they didn't expect me to be so stubborn. They didn't return the mecha that has been with me for 4 years to me, but found that I had entered the contaminated area. The whole family was in chaos, and my mother and father took turns to call my optical computer. After I answered the phone, they ordered me to withdraw from the assessment, but this was my last practical assessment in my senior year. If I missed the exam, I would definitely not be able to graduate smoothly. So I hung up the light computer. My family kept calling me, which affected my attention in the contaminated area, so I turned off the light computer and concentrated on exploring the contaminated area. The accident happened in the second hour after I entered the contaminated area. I encountered a very rare situation. The pollution source rioted. The mental state of the pollution source is unstable. Sometimes the pollution value will soar rapidly. The pollution source will not only go crazy in the contaminated area, but even walk out of the contaminated area. This is not my first time to enter the contaminated area, but it is the first time I have seen the pollution source riot. The pollution value rose rapidly, the Mecha issued a beeping alarm, and all the pollutants became frenzied in an instant, and attacked me one after another, as if to keep me here. People can always stimulate unlimited potential in critical moments. In this situation, I exceeded my usual ability, and killed several pollutants in succession, and completed the assessment. When I was about to retreat, a huge pollutant suddenly appeared in front of me. His speed was so fast that I suffocated. The gap was too big. I didn't have time to dodge, and the other party knocked me away directly. When I landed again, I felt that all the bones in my body were broken, and the back of my head was crushed. Although the Mecha did not break the gap and the pollution did not come in, I also lost my ability to move. I lay there, looking at the gray sky, with reluctance and regret in my heart. Am I really not suitable for driving a Mecha? If I had listened to my parents, I would not die here today. People really cannot appreciate the value of life until they are about to die. I thought about everything and asked for everything at that moment. I think people may be so afraid of death. I can't be calm. I want to live. In the long minute when I couldn't move, I couldn't even turn on the light brain to rescue. But a minute later, my body suddenly moved by itself. I didn't give any instructions, but my Mecha flashed a red light, and it stood up by itself. In despair, I suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Even if it was just an illusion, I didn't want to die in obscurity. Because of the standing action, I felt that I had suffered a second injury, but soon, the inside of the Mecha began to inflate. It was so full that it didn't need any support from me, and it could keep my neck in the right position. Then, my Mecha ran in big strides. It used my visual collector to avoid the surrounding pollutants and kept running forward. I saw the scenery falling behind me, and the despair in my heart was replaced by the joy of surviving a disaster. I was taken to the nearest monitoring station, and the power of the Mecha was exhausted. I survived like a miracle. When my injury heals, I must visit the master who made this Mecha. He gave me a second life. Shin Rong spent the evening drawing the original design of the automated Mecha. This was her last version before her death, but it still failed to achieve full automation. Whether it was the way of fighting or the way of dealing with the enemy, the automated Mecha was too rigid and could not deal with real pollutants. After reading the design drawings, the system did not make any comments on the part structure above. He spoke calmly in a childish voice. I think you have reached the peak of this direction, and there is not much room for improvement in this design. But the autonomy of the Mecha is still not enough. You can change your thinking. At present, your thinking is still limited to the engineering you learned in your previous life. In another dimension where you are, the electrical automation used in industrial control technology is for scale, but the pursuit direction of Mecha is the peak of the individual, so I think you can try to combine the industrial control you have learned with AI. Shin Rong's eyes suddenly lit up. She used to feel that there was something blocking her in front of her, but now that she was touched by the system, it seemed that everything was clear. Shin Rong didn't know much about AI, but, after all, she had a super AI that surpassed the dimension of this world by her side, and I believe that progress should be faster. Shin Rong did what he said, and immediately searched for AI-related content on the Star Network. Set a small goal first, and make an AI that can perform well in the arena competition. But when Shin Rong went online to search for free AI tutorials, she found that the discussion about AI on the Star Network was very low. This is not right. Star Network can be led by AI, which proves that the world has developed in this area. Why are there few people discussing this scientific field on the Star Network, and there is no relevant knowledge? System, how about a discussion? The system was a little puzzled. What discussion? What is your code like? Let me learn from it. Of course not. My code is far beyond the technological level of this world, and it is impossible for me to show it to you. This will have a major impact on the development of this world. Shin Rong said earnestly. Don't you want to complete the task? Of course I do. But I can never give you anything beyond this era. Then you should also have a code that can be researched in this era. The system was silent for a while, and Shin Rong suddenly felt that there was a chance. Give me a bunch of core code, and I work for you. How about that? The system hesitated for a while, and when Shin Rong thought he was not going to agree, he replied, I can only give you an old version from many years ago, a code that does not exceed the technology of this era. Chapter 33. And Qian Jianing, Jiang Yuqi, and Shen Lang are the protagonists of this comic story. Qin Rong immediately said, "Deal." For Qin Rong, matching a couple is neither against federal laws nor against personal morality, it is just a matter of convenience. Since the system can help him so much, Qin Rong must agree to it. So, the system generated a golden paper, which was reflected on Qin Rong's iris through the optical brain. The system is still a very ceremonial system. After Qin Rong agreed to him, the system asked Qin Rong to sign an agreement with him. Qin Rong carefully read the specific content of the agreement. After all, he should be more serious about the contract. After confirming that there are no loopholes and traps, and this contract is an equivalent transaction, Qin Rong signed his name. The general content of the contract is that Qin Rong will match the male protagonist and make the male protagonist's love complete, and the system will give Qin Rong the source code to help Qin Rong create an automated mecha. After the contract was completed, the system said to Qin Rong happily, "Host, we have now officially signed the contract, so I can open the main storyline world plot to you." Qin Rong did not expect such a good thing, so of course she happily accepted it, and then the system sent Qin Rong a comic. After 3 hours, Qin Rong quickly read this comic with Jiang Yuqi as the protagonist. This comic is the typical hot-blooded comic that Qin Rong had read in her previous life. The male protagonist's parents died, and the sky collapsed at the beginning, but he was super talented and counterattacked from the bottom of society to become the future 5-star general of the Federation. This is a hot-blooded comic for boys. The author did not match the male protagonist with the female protagonist. Why did the system insist on matching the male protagonist with a red line? Qin Rong also asked the system about this doubt, but the system said that it had nothing to say. Okay, if there is nothing to say, then there is nothing to say. Qin Rong did not have to know the reason, and it did not affect her. This system still recommends that the host go after the male protagonist, so that the initiative is in their own hands and the chance of success is greater. Isn't there a girl who has a crush on the male protagonist in the comics? I think it would be a good idea to bring them together. Although Qin Rong herself doesn't mind sister-brother relationships, she has lived in her original world for 20 years, and has lived in this comic world for another 10 years. In fact, she is 30 years old, but the male protagonist is 19 years old. She is 11 years younger than the male protagonist, so it is a bit unreasonable for her to be in love. After Qin Rong declined the system's kindness, the system proposed a new idea. It said, "The host now has a lot of star coins, so you can improve your own dressing style, and it is best to go to the beauty salon regularly to repair your skin. Now the host stays up late every day, and the complexion is particularly bad. Let's make a deal. I will complete the task, so don't interfere. The fate of your previous host is imminent. Haven't you reflected on your own strategy?" Although the system was a little unconvinced, it couldn't refute what Qin Rong said. So the system was autistic again and ignored Qin Rong. Qin Rong looked at the time. It was late. She quickly laid down on the bed and began to review what happened today. She slept all day, that is, something happened at night. When she first crossed over, Qin Rong didn't know that this was an anime world. It was only after she got to know the system that she knew that there was a male protagonist in this world. Although the world seemed to revolve around the male protagonist, the lives of other people were still rich and colorful. Moreover, the content of the world plot was not static, just like Qin Rong herself. She was originally the male protagonist's guide, an idol who died early, but now she is alive and well. The comic showed the scene where she rescued the male protagonist in the kindergarten. Bai Yuedwang herself was a little puzzled when she saw that scene. Was the scene so beautiful at that time? Was her expression so gentle? She vaguely remembered that she saved a child at that time. The child had been in the contaminated area for a long time, and she was worried that he would be infected. She saved many people, so it was impossible for her to remember everyone in her heart. She didn't think this kind of thing was so noble. She didn't sacrifice herself for others, nor did she exchange her life for others. She just did what she did within her profession. Besides, not everyone would be as grateful to her as Jiang Yuqi, and only Jiang Yuqi could do this. Perhaps because he read a whole comic book from Jiang Yuqi's perspective at night, Qin Rong actually dreamed of Jiang Yuqi after falling asleep. When he was 6 years old, he would carefully cut out the content about Qin Rong from the physical newspaper and paste it on the wall of the bedroom in the orphanage. He would smile very happily, as if he was proud of it. When he was 7 years old, he would argue with others and sweat profusely because of arguing whether Qin Rong was the strongest mecha soldier. When he was 8 years old, he would collect teaching videos of Qin Rong and watch them over and over again. When he woke up, Qin Rong suddenly realized how heavy it was to be a guide. Fortunately, she did not show her private side, otherwise Jiang Yuqi's character at this moment would be as selfish as her. Fortunately, she did not lead the children astray. After waking up in the morning, Qin Rong was so sleepy that she only slept for 3 hours at night before getting up to wash up. Because she now had star coins in her hands and had escaped the inspection of the cruiser administration, Qin Rong's mentality was much more relaxed than before. Not only did she drink several large bowls of nutrient solution in the cafeteria, but she also played with the optical computer while drinking. This kind of comfortable life was unimaginable when she just woke up. At that time, she was also full of vigilance towards this school. After wandering around the Star Network and reading the news that a new model of optical computer will be announced at the end of the year, Qin Rong came to the new Star Arena again, intending to watch the mecha battle. Before entering the venue, she saw her private messages that kept pouring in. Qin Rong had a headache. Qin Rong wanted to reply to these people's expressions of love for her, but she didn't have that much time. System, help me reply a message? The system popped up and said, how to reply. If someone compliments me, just say thank you. If someone asks me about mecha knowledge, just select them, and I will reply personally. If they scold me, just block them. The system replied, okay. Then 3 seconds later, the system said, reply is ready. Qin Rong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The system's processing speed is faster than the human brain. Except for being an idiot about emotional matters, it is very reliable in other aspects. Please focus on this one. The system picked out a message separately, not only pinned it directly, but also reminded Qin Rong to reply seriously. Qin Rong looked at the pinned person and recalled that he had talked to her last time. She liked to send cute emojis and sent one this time. This message also asked about the knowledge of mecha control and asked Qin Rong if he knew how to command. He also wanted to ask about command. Qin Rong thought, does the male protagonist like this type? Sweet girl type, right? I will look in this direction later. System, this is the male protagonist. Qin Rong looked at the emoji of the kitten rolling on the screen, and then looked at the tilde at the end of these sentences. He recalled the description of the male protagonist in the comics. This is a kind, upright, enthusiastic, and cheerful male protagonist. But in fact, he is a 1.88 meter tall cute girl who likes to send cute kitten emojis and wavy lines. Sure enough, there is still a big gap between the picture and the real thing. Okay, I get it. Qin Rong accepted the setting with a good attitude. She read the male protagonist's question carefully, and then answered the other party's doubts. As for whether he understands command, Qin Rong replied, a top-level mecha soldier must be an excellent commander. Jiang Yuqi happened to be online now. After seeing Qin Rong's reply, he immediately replied, but if the soldier has his own thoughts, won't it interfere with the command? This is a problem of cooperation. The mecha soldier knows the command knowledge and can better understand the orders given. Okay, I know, thank you teacher. Qin Rong touched her chin and thought, is adding a wavy line at the end a trend among young people in the Interstellar? After all, Qin Rong is also a young person now, and it is not good to speak too old-fashioned. So she replied, you're welcome. I thought this chat ended here, but I didn't expect Jiang Yuqi to send another sentence. Teacher Baofu, do you have time? I want to fight with you. I don't mean anything else. I just want to know the difference between us and learn better at the same time. Qin Rong said, I don't have time now. I have other things to do in the morning. Can I do it in the evening? Sure, thank you, teacher. I declare you the best and most powerful teacher to get rich quickly. Qin Rong blinked. It was rare for someone to praise her so directly. Although most people praised her, it was rare for someone to praise her so enthusiastically. Qin Rong tilted her head and thought for a while. If she could find out what type of girl Jiang Yuqi liked, and then tell the girl who had a crush on Jiang Yuqi, it would be faster to match them up. Of course, she was not a devil who randomly matched couples. She would just do it if she wanted to, and forget it if it didn't work. Speaking of girls who had a crush on Jiang Yuqi, she also had a lot of roles in the comics. Qin Rong and her had met once before. Her name was Qian Jianing. Her family was very rich. Her mother died very early. Her father brought her up and doted on her very much, which cultivated her spoiled and straightforward personality. Last time we met, I didn't seem to notice Qian Jianing's crush. I just saw that Qian Jianing was very unwilling to admit defeat. Qian Jianing, Jiang Yuqi, and Shen Lang are the protagonists of this comic story. The friendship they formed in college will allow them to become cruisers in the future and support each other when they enter the contaminated area. After thinking for a while, Qin Rong decided to take it step by step, first get some words from Jiang Yuqi, and then how to get Qian Jianing's thoughts later. After a leisurely breakfast, Qin Rong was extravagant and took a taxi to Li Hailing's warehouse. Li Hailan saw Qin Rong and immediately greeted him happily. I have a lot more things in this warehouse. You can pick whatever you want. Chapter 34. The player you are following is online. Li Hailan said so. Qin Rong naturally would not be polite to him, and the things in Li Hailan's place were all picked up from the garbage dump, which was just right for testing her mecha blueprints, so she didn't feel bad at all. Qin Rong found a set of matching parts according to her mecha blueprints. She stayed in Li Hailan's warehouse for a whole day, designing a new mecha according to the blueprints, and discussing the design details of the mecha with the system in her mind. In addition to the automatic escape mode, Qin Rong added the automatic monster killing mode to the mecha this time. This automatic monster killing mode is naturally impossible to deal with more powerful pollutants, but for those pollutants with no IQ and slow movements, it can be operated automatically and manually. Qin Rong had already created this mode before, but it was not very useful to her. The polluted areas that Qin Rong was dealing with at that time were basically A level and S level, and the automatic monster killing mode could only be used in polluted areas of C level and below. In other words, this automatic monster killing is equivalent to the operation of a low-level mercenary. This mode is useless to Qin Rong, but it may be useful to others. Qin Rong is still in the trial and error stage, so she did not directly deny her previous creativity. The automatic monster killing mode is a little more difficult to make than the escape mode. It has a high precision in circuit control. After Qin Rong finished it, he changed some details to make it close to perfection. When Qin Rong finished it, it was already dusk. Qin Rong had not eaten for a day and was a little hungry, but Qin Rong suddenly stood up. She touched her abdomen in disbelief, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The feeling of hunger like a maggot attached to the bone was reduced by half, leaving only a vague feeling of hunger. Because the feeling of hunger has always been there, Qin Rong has been used to it, so she didn't pay much attention to it, but now it suddenly gets better? What caused such a change? Drinking nutrient solution? No. She has been drinking nutrient solution all the time, and even if she is full, the feeling of hunger still does not disappear. When did it disappear? Qin Rong tried to recall what happened yesterday, one by one, and then she found that when she entered the contaminated area, she still felt hungry, but when she left the contaminated area, it was gone. Qin Rong concluded that it was because of something that happened in the contaminated area that made her hunger disappear. Qin Rong looked around in confusion. There was no one in the warehouse, only a floor full of parts that she had disassembled and reassembled. She had a guess in her mind, but she didn't dare to say it. If it was really as she thought, she filled her hunger by killing the source of pollution, then what was she now? She was not a pollutant. Her pollution value did not reach 100%, but she was not completely normal. How could a normal person have this pollution value and still be rational? After being infected, people generally go through 3 stages. The first stage is shallow contact, which is 50% infection value. At this time, an antibody injection or hemodialysis can still save people. The second stage is deep contact, with an infection value of more than 50%. At this time, the consciousness of humans will gradually move closer to the pollutants, and the body will also undergo some subtle changes, such as pupil color, hair color, skin, blood, etc. At this time, it is highly likely that they can no longer be saved. In the hospital's cases, about 1 out of 10,000 people can recover to normal. The third stage is 100% pollution value. At this time, the human part has disappeared, replaced by deformed secondary development and pollution diffusion. At this time, pollutants have the ability to infect. Qin Rong thought about her own situation. She did not meet any of the 3 conditions. She should have reached 100% pollution value, and then dropped to 99%. Is it because of this that her consciousness is relatively stable? Except for blood, all her external features are human, and there are no problems with her iris and whole body examinations. But this is destined to be an unsolvable problem. Qin Rong can't go to the post on the Star Network to ask herself what this situation is. Her pollution value is 99%, and she can still be so stable. Once she tells it out, the Federation will immediately control her to study the reason. After spending so many years in the Cruiser administration, Qin Rong thinks that he still knows the top leaders of the Federation. When Qin Rong was lost in thought, Li Hailan walked in. He smiled and said, "It's been a day. Do you want to take a break and drink some nutrient solution?" Qin Rong said, "I've done it. You can test the performance." "Oh, that's great, that's great." Li Hailan couldn't stop laughing. He kept touching the mecha next to him, like a scumbag who took advantage of others. Seeing him smiling so happily, Qin Rong couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She asked, "Have you found a buyer yet? You look so happy." Li Hailan rolled her eyes and said, "No, but I'm happy if you can make it." Qin Rong nodded without comment. This afternoon, during the practice, she had some conflicts with the system's ideas. She recorded all the new ideas in the optical brain and planned to test them again when she made a mecha next time. On the other side, after watching Qin Rong leave, Li Hailan opened the optical brain and clicked into a group chat. There were more than 30 people in the group chat, and the name was Master He Mecha Purchase Group. The mecha made by Qin Rong would be engraved with a mark so that she could recognize it when she saw it in the future. And she also engraved the word He on the 2 second-hand mechas that passed through her hands. After Zhou Haoyang made the reputation of the first mecha, many mercenaries came to Li Hailan to buy mechas. In fact, Li Hailan did nothing. It cost money to just keep those scrap parts in the warehouse. After Qin Rong's transaction, he was able to sell them at several times the price. These mercenaries saw the word He on the mecha, so they collectively called the master who made the mecha Master He. This Master He was very unique. It stands to reason that a master of this level would have long looked down on the outer-covered mecha, but he was different. He was close to people's livelihood. Not only was the mecha shape peculiar, but the price was also very cheap. Li Hailan took a photo of the mecha and posted it in the group. He typed, "This one is 12,000. If you want it, please contact me as soon as possible." Someone in the group immediately replied to him, "It was only 8,000 before, why is it 12,000 now? Does this mecha have the escape mode? If so, I will buy it." Li Hailan replied happily, "Of course it does. I buy it for 12,000. I pay 13,000. 14,000, give me face. Who are you? I give you face. Who would care about you for such a life-saving thing? I pay 16,000. Finally, this mecha was bought by a mercenary in the group with the nickname Emoting Chuanlin Ba Yisheng. He spent 20,000 star coins to buy this outer-covered mecha. 20,000 star coins are not a low price, and can even buy a brand new outer-covered mecha. Some people in the group watched the fun, and some thought that this person was a sucker. Anyway, for 20,000 star coins, both the buyer and the seller were quite satisfied. After Li Hailan got the money, he did not inform Qin Rong immediately. This mecha sold so well that he also had some of his own little thoughts. Li Hailan did not have any big ambitions. He went to work when he was in junior high school. He did everything, but in the end, he did not get a few star coins. Up to now, although he is nominally a treasure hunter, the money he earns is just enough to spend. He can't save money, and can't get married. It seems that his life has been like this. But now, he sees a turning point. This is a business that is very profitable. If he still offers Qin Rong a price of 8,000, how much profit can he make from it? Is it not long before he can save enough money to buy a wife? Qin Rong was not so extravagant when she returned to school. She was dizzy on the bus, and did not choose a taxi. After all, there were still many places to spend money next, so she should save and spend. When she came to the school cafeteria, she drank 3 bowls of nutrient solution. Because assembling the mecha in the afternoon was more brain-intensive, Qin Rong was particularly hungry at night. After drinking the nutrient solution, Qin Rong felt a long-lost feeling of fullness. After enjoying the strange feeling of fullness for a while, Qin Rong returned to the dormitory. She opened the Star Network and came to the personal homepage of the new Star Arena. She saw the message sent by Jiang Yuqi. "Teacher, are you done?" The system has pinned Jiang Yuqi's account, so Qin Rong can see Jiang Yuqi's message at first glance. Qin Rong replied, "Well, I'm done. Where do you want to fight?" Jiang Yuqi said, "The arena battle has a 1v1 PK mode. I registered an arena battle account, and I can initiate a PK. Whether it is a life or death ring match or a 1v1 PK, tickets can be sold. However, there is a lot of water in 1v1. Unlike the life or death ring match, you don't know the details of the opponent, and everything is random. Therefore, there are not many 1v1 viewers, and they are usually just for fun among friends." Qin Rong replied, "Okay." A moment later, Qin Rong saw the invitation sent by Jiang Yuqi. After clicking on the agreement, Qin Rong's consciousness came to another space. This place is different from the competition stage of the life or death ring match. It is in the center of the competition venue as soon as you enter. This is a real platform, while the stage of the life or death ring match is suspended in the air, which has a more technological feel. There are circular walls around the venue, and above the walls are steps. People can sit on the steps, which is where the audience sits. At the same time, those who followed Qin Rong receive notifications from the ring match. The player you follow has become rich overnight and accepted a PK match. Go and watch. Qin Rong is no longer an unknown player. From the record, she has won 3 consecutive matches in the ring match. From the gimmick, she has the reputation of being the reincarnation of Qin Rong. Although she has not yet reached the level of explosive popularity, she is not unknown on the Star Network. So 5 minutes after she started the match, the venue was already full of people. Chapter 35. Of course, you can't really beat someone to tears, as that won't help you build a good relationship with Jiang Yuqi later. Yang Quancher, an old fan of Get Rich Overnight, was unable to come this time. When he received the notification, he was still on a mission and couldn't watch. But he plans to go online to make up for the screen recording later. With the popularity of Get Rich Overnight, there should still be people who will record the screen and post it on the forum. Next to Yang Quancher is Chen Yanni, who is fighting desperately with the pollutants. Chen Yanni, who is attacked from both sides, cursed, "What a critical moment, and you still rely on your broken light brain." "Here it comes." Yang Quancher responded and joined the battle. In this confrontation with the pollutants, there are only 4 cruisers, but the pollutants are countless and are still surging. Yang Quancher and Chen Yanni were more experienced rangers, and could still handle it, but the other 2 had just joined the administration, and their driving skills were not good enough. Not long after, the arm of the mecha was broken by the pollutants. Chen Yanni could only carry himself to rescue and bring back the ranger with a broken arm. He pressed the call of the headquarters and said to the handling specialist there, "Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived yet? If no one comes, we will die here." Today they were originally bringing newcomers to investigate the contaminated area, but who knew that they were unlucky enough to encounter a pollutant riot. If they didn't take the lead, the people around them would suffer. After notifying the headquarters immediately contacted the federal police for evacuation, but the number of rangers was not enough and the reinforcements were delayed. After 3 hours of bombardment with pollutants, the energy supply is already running out. If the energy supply is really used up, they will have to retreat. Once the polluted area spreads, the pollution index will rise sharply, and there will be another large area that cannot be developed. The economy, which was already in danger, has been further depressed by the impact of pollutants. Chen Yanni sighed sincerely. "Hurry up and get some experienced people to join the administration. We are really running out of work." Around the PK competition arena, there are already people sitting in a circle. Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi, who are standing in the middle, are both sitting in mechas. Qin Rong's mecha is still the same one from the last competition. The exterior is a little peeling, but the functions are very intact. Jiang Yuqi also uses a standard mecha with the same configuration as Qin Rong. He is different from the man who turned back to take out the mecha. He is a real standard mecha. Qin Rong said, "You can use the mecha you usually use." "That would be unfair. I want to learn, not to beat you." Jiang Yuqi looks very serious, and he looks like a good student who is actively seeking advice. Qin Rong has a bit of a bad taste. She didn't know Jiang Yuqi at first, so she couldn't tease him, but after reading the comic book, Qin Rong felt that she knew Jiang Yuqi better than Jiang Yuqi himself. This natural closeness to the protagonist made Qin Rong want to give this guy a good beating. Of course, he couldn't really beat him to tears, as that wouldn't be good for building a good relationship with Jiang Yuqi in the future. Well, let's get started. As the host, Qin Rong pressed the button to start the game. The next moment after he finished speaking, Jiang Yuqi's mecha had already rushed up. Jiang Yuqi didn't use any weapons. He was good at close combat with mecha. Whether it was an amateur or an expert, it was obvious that Jiang Yuqi's level was very high. He could use the mecha as flexibly as his own body, and his punches were indescribably smooth. Qin Rong made a micro move and dodged sideways, and after Jiang Yuqi missed, he didn't hesitate with the second punch, nor did he give Qin Rong a chance to attack. Jiang Yuqi used a right hook for the first punch, and after he found that Qin Rong had turned sideways, he started using a left hook for the second punch. Qin Rong stretched out his hand to block the punch, then raised his hand to strike towards Jiang Yuqi's abdomen. Because of his blocking action, the opponent's abdomen was wide open, making it the easiest place to hit. But Jiang Yuqi had already taken precautions. The moment Qin Rong attacked, he immediately distanced himself and took a few steps back. In the first close combat, neither of them got the upper hand. In the second round, Qin Rong launched the attack first. She first fired the tracking shells, and then followed the shells to find an attack opportunity. Jiang Yuqi turned 3 times in the air, dodged the tracking shells, and then met Qin Rong's fist. After blocking Qin Rong's fist, he attacked Qin Rong's abdomen, according to Qin Rong's previous routine. Qin Rong seemed to be waiting for him to attack her abdomen. She changed from hitting to grabbing, and directly grabbed Jiang Yuqi's fist. At this moment, Both wrists of Jiang Yuqi's mecha were grabbed by Qin Rong, and then the jet behind Qin Rong disappeared, dragging Jiang Yuqi down. This was the first time Jiang Yuqi encountered this kind of fighting. He didn't know what Qin Rong would do next, so he struggled for a while, trying to get rid of Qin Rong's control. But mechas are different from human bodies. If your wrist is grabbed, as long as you hurt the other party will naturally let go. But mechas are different. Mechas don't feel pain. How can you break free if your wrist is grabbed? The courses in school don't teach you what to do in this situation. This wild way made Jiang Yuqi excited. He threw away the constraints of the academic school and kicked Qin Rong's crotch like a gangster. The two people's movements in the air were very uncivilized, and they felt like street thugs pulling each other's hair. The people who watched Qin Rong's game were all a little dumbfounded. At the beginning, Qin Rong's operations were eye-catching, and this opponent was also seen to be skilled, not the kind of gimmicks who relied on vulgarity to earn gimmicks. But now the two people have returned to their original state. No matter how good the mecha is, once they stick together, they completely lose their rules. Without the host's commentary, this game looks a bit dry. Some people can understand the value of Qin Rong's wrist grab just now, but some people can't. After the opponent used the crotch kick, Qin Rong was also a little surprised. It seems that this little male protagonist is not conservative. He can use whatever he can use in street fights. However, Qin Rong did not give him this opportunity. Qin Rong took a step ahead of him and released Jiang Yuqi's hands. At the same time, Jiang Yuqi immediately fired 3 shells at Qin Rong. Just now, because he was too close to Qin Rong, Jiang Yuqi felt that the explosion would also hurt his mecha, so he did not fire. Now that Qin Rong let go of his hand, it was a good time for the enemy to take a step back, and I take 3 steps forward. Bang, 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 3 shells exploded on the ground one after another, blowing up dust. Jiang Yuqi did not think that these shells could hit Qin Rong. After all, the opponent's dodge points were full, so after the firepower of the 3 shells covered, he fired another tracking shell. But now, he has used up the shells of the standard mecha, and Qin Rong still has 3 ordinary shells left. Dust flew all over the sky, blocking his sight. Jiang Yuqi thought, this time I should be able to hit him. However, when he was waiting for the result, a figure suddenly flew out from the dust, and the other party flew towards him at a very fast speed. Jiang Yuqi understood that he still missed. Is Mr. Baofu a loach? How can he dodge so well? Jiang Yuqi was not discouraged after not hitting him. He retreated half a step, intending to rely on his own dodge to avoid the attack of Baofu Overnight. When Baofu Overnight approached, Jiang Yuqi dodged sideways, and then ran into Qin Rong's spinning flying kick head-on. Jiang Yuqi was kicked backwards, and Qin Rong directly added 2 shells. Jiang Yuqi only had time to dodge the first shell. Qin Rong directly predicted his movement and fired the second shell, so Jiang Yuqi took it hard. Now the damage level of Jiang Yuqi's mecha has reached 20%, and the energy usage is 50%. The battle of mechas is not only about driving skills, but also about making reasonable use of every resource. After knowing that he couldn't avoid the shells, Jiang Yuqi immediately prepared to meet Qin Rong's next attack. He realized that once the opponent takes the offensive, he will continue to attack, leaving you no room to fight back. Just now, he was very arrogant and chose to dodge, but after being directly predicted, Overnight Rich has been suppressing him. And Overnight Rich is very cunning, hitting him in the air, occupying the high ground advantage. Jiang Yuqi originally wanted to take off, but then he found that he had run out of energy and could not fly. It was not until this time that he knew the meaning of Qin Rong's action just now. Grabbing his wrist, there was no attack, because he just wanted to consume his flying energy. He dragged 2 people in the air for so long, and his energy was exhausted. Qin Rong turned off his flight system at that time, so he can still attack him in midair now. Jiang Yuqi received another shell, but at this time, he had received 2 shells. He never expected that it was not a tracking bullet that hit him, but the most ordinary shell. Qin Rong watched as Jiang Yuqi's mecha was getting more and more damaged, but the opponent still didn't give up, and was still looking for opportunities to counterattack. Jiang Yuqi was a very spiritual driver, usually called a talent. His flashes of inspiration were indeed very troublesome. Qin Rong could think of ways to deal with conventional fighting methods, which was her experience. And those unconventional, short-lived methods were really difficult to prevent. But it was obvious that Jiang Yuqi was not yet a master. Although he tried very hard, he had too little experience after all. After Qin Rong's offensive was formed, he had no power to counterattack. In fact, most mecha drivers could not stop Qin Rong's rhythm. Once they entered her rhythm, they basically lost. The biggest mistake Jiang Yuqi made was that he thought he could easily dodge other people's attacks like Qin Rong. Qin Rong could dodge because her reaction and operation ability were far superior to others. And she would anticipate the opponent's approximate offensive ideas in her mind, so that she could dodge the second and third consecutive attacks. But Jiang Yuqi was not prepared for this. He was a little arrogant at the time. Mistakes are not terrible. The game is very testing. A change of thinking may lead to mistakes. Some people can't even turn other people's mistakes into their own advantages, and the top mecha soldiers can use mistakes to play their own rhythm. Chapter 36. A student of Beijing Tianjin University who got rich overnight? He tried to resist continuously, but was suppressed until the mecha was blown up. Qin Rong's sword fell on Jiang Yuqi's head, and Jiang Yuqi couldn't even touch Qin Rong's mecha. Jiang Yuqi looked at Qin Rong's mecha, which was almost 100% intact, and knew that it was meaningless to persist. The gap was too big, and he couldn't learn anything. Jiang Yuqi raised the white flag and said, "Surrender, surrender." It was originally a PK competition, and there was no host to announce the winner, let alone the prize money. After Jiang Yuqi surrendered, Qin Rong also jumped out of the mecha. "Come on, you are very talented, but you don't have enough experience." Qin Rong saved Jiang Yuqi's reputation, and didn't let him lose too badly. Jiang Yuqi looked a little dazed, staring at Qin Rong's clothes. Qin Rong thought, "Isn't this automatically transformed by the star network based on the clothes she wore? Is there any problem?" As soon as she lowered her head, Qin Rong was dumbfounded. She had never come out of the mecha before, so no one else could see what she was wearing. Now she came out of the mecha, and the clothes she was wearing were exposed in front of everyone. The bright Mecha Academy uniform not only stunned Jiang Yuqi, but also everyone who came to watch the game today. It is conceivable that a battle-hardened cruiser can play at Qin Rong's level. But how could a student from the Mecha Academy perform such an operation? Jiang Yuqi pointed at Qin Rong's clothes, hesitated to speak, and said with a dazed look, "You are from our school?" Qin Rong coughed and explained, "This is not my clothes, it's my daughter's. She doesn't usually wear school uniforms, so she left them at home. It's a waste to leave them there anyway, so I put them on." Jiang Yuqi continued to talk to himself. "Why have I never heard of you? I know all the more famous seniors." Qin Rong's forehead was covered with a little cold sweat. She said, "I'm really not from your school. I'm 38 today, divorced and raising 2 children." "I know. You must be a freshman, right?" Jiang Yuqi had an expression of I understand completely. "Did you just finish the college entrance examination and just receive the notice from our school? But how did you get your school uniform? Will freshmen be given school uniforms in advance?" Qin Rong wiped the sweat off his face and stopped explaining. Jiang Yuqi seemed to have determined that she was a student, and he had the intention of searching for her among the freshmen. Forget it, let Jiang Yuqi do his work, anyway, he probably won't guess it. Besides, even if he guessed it, what would happen? At most, he would suspect whether she was soul-crossed. How come her mecha driving skills are so good all of a sudden? But they have no evidence. Can they still arrest her for research? Soul crossing is too illusory, but pollution is real, and they really have to arrest Qin Rong for research. The game is over. I'm leaving now. See you next time, Qin Rong said, and then she left the room. At the same time, the audience and Jiang Yuqi were also ejected. Jiang Yuqi, who had regained consciousness from the light brain, suddenly said to Shenlang, who was writing furiously at the next table, "Do you still remember the day when I played a game with you and became rich overnight?" "Of course I remember." Shenlang gritted his teeth and said, "How could I not remember how badly I was beaten?" Jiang Yuqi said, "She is from our school." "Impossible." Shenlang was shocked and didn't believe Jiang Yuqi's words at all. "She was wearing our school uniform." Jiang Yuqi said again, "Isn't it easy to get our school uniform? It's not a private customization. You can buy it on StarNet." Jiang Yuqi asked back, "But since she is not a student of our school, why should she wear our school uniform?" Shenlang was about to refute, but he stopped talking. "Yes, why should I wear the school uniform?" Shenlang habitually thought of the worst when he got rich overnight. After all, he was hit hard at that time. Maybe she did it just for the gimmick, to become famous on the Star Network. Jiang Yuqi looked through the contacts on the light brain and found a good friend in the student department, asking him to send him a list of freshmen. Shenlang opened the discussion of Qin Rong's combat skills, wanting to see if netizens had other ideas. As soon as he opened the forum, he saw the post with the explosive back. "Get rich overnight, and still a student? Make a bold guess about the other party's age." After Shenlang opened the post, he did not read the person's theoretical analysis, but first went to the comment area to see other people's comments. The hype is a bit too much. Damn, am I just here to make up the numbers? Or is she a student? I feel that it is unlikely that she is a student. No matter how talented a student is, he is still just a student. I have been a mercenary for so many years, and the students I have met are all highly intelligent but inexperienced. I have watched all 3 games of Rich Overnight. Her judgment of the current situation and grasp of opportunities are absolutely top-notch. This kind of thing cannot be achieved without 10 years of hard work. Let's disperse. It must be hype. Has anyone hacked Rich Overnight's IP address to see where it is? Even if Rich Overnight is a student, she is definitely not a good student. She played in the daytime when she played the game. The Mecha single soldier class was full. She must have skipped classes. No way, at this level, she still takes those stupid classes. The Mecha single soldier department never takes basic classes. Those are a waste of time. It is better to find more pollutants to practice. Shenlang, who also skipped classes to study the command department courses in the dormitory, felt offended. He began to scroll up to see the analysis of the host. The author's analysis is actually his subjective thoughts. There is no concrete data, and he did not guess who in the school became rich overnight. The author is also a student of Beijing Tianjin University of Mechanics, but he has a different idea from Jiang Yuqi. He believes that the person who became rich overnight should be a student from another department, and his family background should be average. The school uniform has faded a little after washing. As for Qin Rong's claims about being divorced and raising 2 kids, they were automatically ignored. After all, with such a green face, people would believe that she had just turned 18. The ID Rich Overnight was already well known in the forum, and now the news that the other party was a student broke out, and the gold content of the Rich Overnight level rose rapidly. Moreover, Qin Rong was not a student of an ordinary school. The Beijing Tianjin University where she was studying was the top university in the region for the Mecha department. This gave Qin Rong's identity another layer of gold. Students meant unlimited future in the eyes of many people, and many people had a protective mentality towards students that they were not aware of. The activities to find Qin Rong's true identity were in full swing, and the private messages of the manager of the ring competition were also flooded, asking him about Qin Rong's true identity. But how could the manager tell Qin Rong's identity to others? So these people had to turn their attention to this school, trying to find someone who met the characteristics of getting rich overnight. Among these analysis posts, there is one that is particularly recognized. The author is called Half Day Leisure. He listed all the famous mecha pilots in the school. After comparison and elimination, he finally confirmed 3 candidates. The first candidate is Lu Ning, who is about to graduate. This senior sister is very good at Qin Rong's combat skills, and is also a big V in the forum discussing Qin Rong's combat skills. Many people follow her, but she is not very active as graduation is approaching. After reading the analysis post, a group of very idle netizens went to Lu Ning's homepage to ask her if she got rich overnight. Then Lu Ning denied it. The other party said that she was not, and also said that she also appreciated getting rich overnight. Those who really like Qin Rong's combat skills really find it difficult not to appreciate getting rich overnight. The other party's fighting style is really like Qin Rong in the world. Not only did she grasp the combat skills, she grasped the soul. Lu Ning had a period of time when she admired Qin Rong very much. There were very few women among mecha soldiers, and even fewer who could reach the top level. Qin Rong was the only one who was far ahead of the others, making it impossible for others to catch up. Lu Ning madly admired him, taking him as an idol and a direction for her efforts. So many of her fighting styles were influenced by Qin Rong. But she only learned, not imitated, and she still had her own things. But that Qin Rong, whether in terms of fighting style, rhythm, or skills, was extremely similar to Qin Rong. This was also the reason why the other party's video became popular as soon as it was released. There was no other reason, or the insider of the video saw the door at a glance. The second person guessed in the analysis post was Jiang Yuqi, a sophomore. Jiang Yuqi also had his own insights on Qin Rong's fighting techniques. On Xinguang, you can change your virtual voice and image, so the host also listed boys in the scope of suspicion. After seeing this post, Shenlang immediately forwarded it to Jiang Yuqi. Jiang Yuqi's account was not famous on the forum. He did not have real name authentication, and did not post anything. He liked to watch other people's discussions, and did not participate much. However, this matter was related to the true identity of Overnight Rich, so Jiang Yuqi still responded online. Jiang Yuqi's ID was called Xiao Jiang Training Hard. He forwarded the post and replied, "It was not me, the one who was beaten badly was me." Because Jiang Yuqi's account was not a big account with fans, His reply was not exposed until several days later. At the same time, everyone also had a more intuitive understanding of Overnight Rich's level. The top people could see Qin Rong's level, but the students and mercenaries could only see that she played well. Now that the students knew that their opponent was Jian Yuqi, they were dumbfounded. An S level was beaten like this, what about them? Of course, some people thought that Jian Yuqi did not perform well, and was suppressed by Overnight Rich throughout the whole process. The first two people who posted the message were eliminated, and in the end, the only one left was the freshman, who had not yet enrolled. Chapter 37. How can that be? The audience doesn't like to watch this kind of misunderstanding. This freshman who has not yet enrolled is called Chu Chu. She is also well known on the forum. In high school, she gained a lot of fans with her understanding of Qin Rong's combat techniques. However, because there was no new content later, Chu Chu was soon forgotten by the rapidly updated forum, and other mecha players related to Qin Rong took the stage. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu was admitted to the mecha single soldier department of Beijing and Tianjin. When everyone recalled this genius, who was once a little famous, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this time, people on the forum can say, I watched this child grow up. It's not easy to get to where she is today. People flocked to Chu Chu's account again, asking her if she became rich overnight. But no matter how people asked, Chu Chu didn't answer. People began to believe more and more that Chu Chu became rich overnight, and even compared some of Chu Chu's previous combat videos to deeply explore the similarities between the two people. However, Chu Chu originally learned Qin Rong's fighting techniques, so it is normal for them to be similar. This does not mean anything. Netizens on the forum really care about who is the person behind the overnight wealth, but they just like to join in the fun. After a while, they find that there is no answer, so they just let it go. Qin Rong thought so she simply dealt with the matter coldly. It was beyond her expectation that this matter became popular, but it was also a good thing to make more money for herself. Qin Rong did not intend to intervene. After all, the money earned from the ring match was not as much as she could earn in the pollution zone. Qin Rong did not intend to focus on the ring match, but just to make a little money. But the system did not think so. Qin Rong was still assembling the mecha for the final competition, and the system began to chatter in her ears. Now the male protagonist thinks that Chu Chu is the one who got rich overnight. If you don't take action, the male protagonist will have to contact Chu Chu. Qin Rong asked back, what's wrong with that? If the two of them fall in love after contact, your mission will be completed. How can that be possible? The audience doesn't like to watch this kind of misunderstanding. Qin Rong stopped the screwdriver in her hand, she tilted her head, and a question mark appeared on her head. Audience? Where did the audience come from? The system realized that it had let the cat out of the bag, and immediately began to change the subject. I don't care. I can't let Jian Yuqi misunderstand. Anyway, don't let him contact that Chu Chu. Qin Rong helplessly held her forehead and said, don't be unreasonable. Where am I unreasonable? It's obviously you who don't care about the task, and have to push Jian Yuqi to others. Qin Rong didn't plan to do what the system said. After all, she thought it was a small matter. Everyone thinks Chu Chu is rich overnight. Is she? Playing a game will immediately show that these two people are not the same person. So Qin Rong felt that there was no need to explain. Besides, even if she told Jian Yuqi that I am not Chu Chu, the other party might still think that she was trying to cover up her guilt. In any case, it is really unnecessary to explain this to others. The final exam was approaching, and Qin Rong did not find a teammate for a single soldier team, but the team must have 5 mechas, so Qin Rong put all her attention on the development of mechas. Qin Rong ignored the system for 3 days, and the system nagged her for 3 days. Qin Rong really couldn't stand the system nagging in her ear every day, which really affected her concentration. So Qin Rong had to say, okay, I listened to you, I explained to him. The system said with satisfaction, this is my good host. Qin Rong logged onto the Star Network, came to the backstage of the Life and Death Arena, and clicked on the conversation with Jian Yuqi. The other party sent her a message that read, are you Chu Chu? Qin Rong replied simply, no, I'm not a mecha single soldier. Just saying no is not easy to convince people. Qin Rong also added a not a single soldier at the end, slightly revealing some of her personal information, which made her words more credible. The system's intervention made Qin Rong think of the problem she couldn't figure out before. Why did the system have to find a good match for Jian Yuqi? What's the benefit of this to the system? Combined with what the system said, that the audience didn't like to watch it, and the suspicious change of topic afterwards, maybe. Qin Rong felt that she should not guess anymore. After all, guessing couldn't change the current situation, and it might even affect her current mood. When Qin Rong was about to log off, she saw Jiang Yuqi reply, "I don't think so either." Qin Rong got a little interested and asked back, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Yuqi said, "Although your skills are similar, your rhythm and style are not." Qin Rong thought to herself, "Can't I be the grown-up Chu-Chu? After all, this kid was still very young when he became famous, and now he is more mature, it is very likely." Jiang Yuqi said again, "Whether you are from our school or not, I think you are great." Qin Rong politely replied thank you and logged off. Time passed like flowing water. Qin Rong assembled the model of the automated mecha by herself, but she had not yet completed the intelligent loading section. The mecha she made were all 3 meters long. Even if they were separated and placed flat in the dormitory, they would have completely filled up her dormitory. Qin Rong thought that the dormitory was still not suitable for assembly. The range of activities was too small. She still had to find a warehouse, like Li Hailin's, to store these mechas. When Qin Rong was about to call Li Hailin to ask if he had any resources, Qin Rong received a call from Li Hailin. Li Hailin said, "Sister, I sold the small mecha you just made. It's still 8,000 star coins. I transfer 4,000 to you." Qin Rong said, "Okay. Okay, see when you have time, come to the warehouse again and make the next mecha. Can you make a large mecha? Small ones don't sell as well as large ones." Qin Rong said, "Yes, I have time now, I go directly." Li Hailin responded and hung up the phone. Because of the expense of renting a warehouse, Qin Rong became a miser again and took the bus to Li Hailin's warehouse. She has been spending money like water recently. After installing 5 large mechas, her star coin balance dropped by 1/3. When she arrived at Li Hailin's warehouse, Li Hailin invited Qin Rong in politely and happily, just like welcoming the god of wealth. He served tea and water, and asked Qin Rong how he was doing in school and whether he got along well with his classmates, just like a parent. Qin Rong didn't hate or like the familiar Li Hailin, just a partner. After perfunctorily answering Li Hailin's questions, Qin Rong began to ask about his warehouse. Li Hailin immediately said enthusiastically that his warehouse could be used by Qin Rong, but Qin Rong felt that it was too far away and it would take her a lot of time on the road. Li Hailin then pushed several real estate agents to Qin Rong and told her very considerately what traps there were, as well as the approximate prices of the areas around the school. Li Hailin has always been generous in places where he doesn't need to spend star coins. Qin Rong recorded the light computer IDs of those agents one by one, and prepared to contact them after returning. When she was making those large mechas, her hands were already extremely skilled. She assembled half of them in just one day. This assembly speed was only a little slower than the workshop in the factory that specializes in producing mechas. Qin Rong came to Li Hailin for a total of 2 days. At dusk on the second day, Qin Rong finally finished the large mecha. Parts of different models produced by different manufacturers were assembled in this way, which looked like performance art at first glance. Qin Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Li Hailin, "I won't come here for a while." Li Hailin felt guilty. When he heard Qin Rong say this, his first reaction was that Qin Rong already knew something. Li Hailin thought that it shouldn't happen. After all, Qin Rong didn't know anyone in the second-hand trading market. But when Li Hailin looked at Qin Rong, he found that the other party's expression was particularly meaningful. Does she usually look at people like this? The black and white pupils seemed to be able to see through people's inner thoughts. This time it was Li Hailin's turn to wipe his sweat. He asked again tentatively, "Why don't you come?" Qin Rong said calmly, "The profit is too low, and simple assembly can't improve my level." Qin Rong was originally a full-level big account. These things were a piece of cake for her. They were neither challenging nor helpful to her level. I assembled the mecha because I didn't have star coins before. Now I have earned star coins in the contaminated area, so I naturally looked down on these 4,000 star coins. If it weren't for the contract for the ring match, Qin Rong would not have planned to play the ring match. But the speaker is unintentional, and the listener is intentional. In Li Hailin's ears, when Qin Rong said that the profit was too low, it seemed that he looked at him. Did she know? In fact, the name of Master He is quite popular in the second-hand market recently. Maybe she has heard of it. Then as long as she asks, she can immediately know how much the mecha she sold is. Could it be that she is using this sentence to point me out and tell me that she is not short of partners? Li Hailin's brain, which was corroded by star coins, immediately woke up in the crisis. He is not a stupid person, but he likes to be clever. After Qin Rong said this meaningful sentence, Li Hailin understood that Qin Rong was the core of his cooperation with Qin Rong. Any treasure hunter can quickly make a name for himself as long as he has a mecha made by Qin Rong. There are many treasure hunters, But Qin Rong who can make such a mecha is extremely rare. Li Hailan is a person who can take it or leave it. In front of the rich and powerful, he doesn't care about his face at all, and grabs Qin Rong's trouser legs with a plop. Qin Rong was frightened and stunned. What's going on? Why does he look like he's about to cry? Li Hailan grabbed Qin Rong's trouser legs and squeezed out a few tears, saying, Sister, this is indeed something I did that was not honest. I'm so poor, that's why I wanted to be a little cunning about this kind of thing. I transfer the money to you now. The last mecha sold for 20,000. I give it all to you. Sister, please don't break up with me because of this stupid thing I did, okay? Chapter 38. At Brother Lin, come out and explain who master he is. Qin Rong listened to Li Hailan's tearful defense, and finally understood the cause of the matter. As expected, people feel guilty after doing bad things. Before she said anything, Li Hailan was scared and confessed everything. When Li Hailan, who looked about 40 years old, blamed himself, he was not very sincere, but the fear on his face was real. He has achieved nothing to this day. If he missed this opportunity to make money because of his greed, Li Hailan will regret it for the rest of his life. Qin Rong patted Li Hailan on the shoulder and said, Brother Li, how can I trust you? If you can do this for the first time, you can do it for the second time. Li Hailan wiped his tears and said in panic, How about this? From now on, I will sell your mecha in the group. I will also add you to the group and trade with whom. It is clear how much money was traded. I will take screenshots of the transfer records given to me by the other party, and the FedEx number of the mecha I sent to the other party. Qin Rong helped Li Hailan up from the ground. She said seriously, Brother Li, I believe you are not a short-sighted person. I have always believed in you. When Li Hailan heard Qin Rong's words, he felt that he had done something unkind. Li Hailan was not sincere about his guilt before. Now he felt a little ashamed when he heard Qin Rong's trust. I know that I betrayed your trust. Don't worry, this will never happen again. If I do this again, you can set a fire outside and burn me and my warehouse to death. Qin Rong said in a daze, I don't want to stay in federal prison for the rest of my life. Li Hailan laughed again after hearing what Qin Rong said. He said, I know you are an honest person, I just want to express my determination to you. At this point, Qin Rong saw that he had calmed down, so he said, I have to prepare for the final exams in the near future, and will not make mechas anymore. You should sell this large mecha first, and we can talk about the rest after the exams are over. Li Hailan was worried that Qin Rong would not want to do it again, so he said with some eager eyes, In fact, I think your mecha can sell far more than so many star coins. There is a word called celebrity effect. The mecha you made is very special. Not only is the color matching colorful and unique, but the things installed inside are also unique. I plan to hype your things in the second-hand circle. I will spend some time warming up this large mecha, and it is estimated that it can be sold for 100,000. Qin Rong said, You can do it as you like. The sales part is up to you, Brother Li. Li Hailan was even more excited when he heard Qin Rong's words. He wanted to slap himself before. How could such a good partner be deceived and covet that little bit of profit? While painting a big cake for Qin Rong, Li Hailan also painted a big cake for himself. He was immediately full of energy, and planned to make the second-hand mecha business bigger and stronger. Qin Rong didn't talk to him anymore. After handing the large mecha to Li Hailan, Qin Rong left. That night, Li Hailan uploaded the photo of the new large mecha to his communication group. After Li Hailan's operation, more than 200 people have left the group. These people are not all attracted by the name of Master He. Some users, who want to buy second-hand mechas, were coaxed and tricked by Li Hailan. Li Hailan also found a few friends to act as agents to stir up the atmosphere. But the situation was more popular than he imagined. Before he could make a move, someone immediately made an offer. The first person's offer was Li Hailan's estimated price of Qin Rong, 50,000. A second-hand large mecha. Someone spent 50,000 on the first hand? Li Hailan hurriedly checked his agents. He thought that one of his friends had changed his name. But after checking, Li Hailan found that this was someone he didn't know. And after the picture was sent out, the discussion in the group immediately became active. The buyer of the previous mecha, the mercenary with the IDMO Tingzhu Lin de Yisheng, also popped up. Pop-up, I have become a die-hard fan of Master He. The mecha produced by the master is so comfortable to drive. Show off again, be careful that you will lose your head. MO, I will fight with you. Mr. MO, stop attracting hatred. If you continue like this, you will really be targeted. Li Hailan was a little puzzled. When this netizen MO Tingzhu Lin de Yisheng bought the small mecha for 20,000 star coins, These people still had a mocking attitude. How come they turned into envy and jealousy in the blink of an eye? Li Hailan quickly found a mercenary he knew to understand the situation, and then he understood what kind of turn things had taken. Sister Qin Rong didn't tell him that this mecha can automatically kill pollutants. Mercenaries, like them, who are at the bottom, and can only afford second-hand mechas can only kill pollutants in Class D and Class C pollution areas. The small mecha produced by Qin Rong is equipped with a module that no one has ever heard of, that is, the automatic killing module, which can not only control energy consumption to the minimum, but also does not require any effort. Human physical strength has its limits, and the pollutants that can be killed in a day are only so many. But after this Mo Tingzhul into Yesheng bought Qin Rong's mecha, he only needs to go out to replenish energy in the middle, and then he can stay in the D-level pollution area for a day. Although there is a risk of being killed by powerful pollutants over time, Qin Rong's mecha is also equipped with an automatic escape mode. If it is attacked fatally, it will directly escape from the pollution area, and the survival index will rise. This Mo Tingzhul into Yesheng was probably ridiculed by other mercenaries at the time, so when he discovered the uniqueness of the mecha, he immediately began to show off to the people around him. When someone asked him how the harvest was today, he would reply, "How did you know that my newly bought mecha can automatically kill pollutants?" After a long time, this Mr. Mo not only attracted a lot of hatred among the mercenaries, but also made a name for Master He's mecha. After understanding the inside story, Li Hailan returned to the group he created in the optical brain. At this moment, the group has already started chatting, and everyone is asking how to sell the mecha. I found that Master He is really unique. He never said what functions his mechas have, nor what the selling point is. He just let the seller guess. Master He's dopamine color matching can already explain everything. I guess he should be a master of some mecha research material institute. He has made too many ordinary mechas, and wants to try something different. The institute is undoubtedly. Who of you has seen the circuit system that automatically kills pollutants? Even Dai Lijing Company has never sold this thing. I guess it is still in the experimental stage, so it has not been released. We are not the lucky first batch to experience the automated mecha. At Brother Lin, come out and explain who Master He is. At Brother Lin, please tell me how the new product is selling. What's the point of just posting a picture? It's just a wet. Brothers, please give me some face. I've been craving for automatic monster spawning for a long time. My muscles are weak, so let me buy it first. Brothers, are you all so capable that you can afford a large mecha? You can't go wrong by identifying Master He. Maybe there will be other unexpected surprises besides automatic monster spawning and escape mode. I feel that Master He should do something new, otherwise he will definitely make a small one. Why would he make a large one? At Brother Lin, do you still have the small mecha that Lao Mo bought? Give me one too. 25,000 is fine. I'm really dying of greed. At Brother Lin, I want one too. I pay 28,000. Give it to me first. Li Hailan finally replied to a message. He first replied to those who wanted a small mecha. Master He is usually busy, and will not mass produce. Even if he does produce a small mecha, it will be different. Li Hailan certainly wouldn't let these people get what they want right away, because that wouldn't show how impressive Master He is. He had to use hunger marketing, and make every product a high-quality product, to attract these people. Regarding Master He's latest new mecha, after this one is released, it will not be released in the next 2 months. The buying and selling method is the same as last time, with a starting price of 20,000 and a price of 10,000. The auction will be held in 15 days, and I will go on stage to demonstrate the difference between this mecha and other ordinary products. After Li Hailan sent these messages, the group was full of complaints. No way, I have to keep you on suspense for 15 days. I wanted to find a bargain, but everyone will know about it in 15 days. I really want to know what is different about Master He's large mecha. To be honest, Master He is really a natural choice for us mercenaries. The design direction is based on our usual combat and safety considerations. Masters from the Research Institute, any investment must start at $1 million. Master He is really here to help the poor. Master He has broadened our horizons. Maybe we can even become witnesses of automated mechas. The group is still chatting enthusiastically. These low-level mercenaries don't have much to do on weekdays. In their boring life day after day, they suddenly have such a big man so close to them. Naturally, they feel a little proud. And the legendary Master He, Qin Rong, has already started contacting those agents to ask if they have warehouses that can be rented out. Qin Rong goes out to find a place during the day, and builds mechas in the dormitory at night. After 3 days, Qin Rong finally found a place that satisfied her. The space was large enough for her to stretch her arms and legs. It was also close to the school, and the rent was cheap. Qin Rong had looked at so many places in the past few days, and finally found a place that satisfied her. It was difficult to bring 5 mechas directly to the new warehouse at once. Between renting a large truck and buying a space device, Qin Rong chose the latter. The large truck was finished after it was used up, but the space device could always be used. The so-called space device is a device that shrinks the mecha and puts it into storage. Most of its appearance is something that is easy to carry. Chapter 39. For assessment items, such as necklaces, bracelets, rings, etc. Qin Rong's Tianxing was placed in a necklace before. Thinking of Tianxing, Qin Rong missed her old friend. She later searched on the Star Network to find out who took this mecha away, but the answer given on the Star Network was that Tianxing has not been found yet. Qin Rong herself came out of the Jinghe Garden pollution area. She did not die in this pollution area at that time, but died in a Super S-level pollution area. At present, she does not have a mecha that can enter the Super S-level pollution area. Except for the rule-type pollution area, the requirements for mecha are not high. Other pollution areas require fighting, which naturally have high requirements for mecha. The space-selling device is not perfect. It also has a service life. For example, the cheapest one is about the same price as a small mecha, and has a 1-year service life. After a year, the material that can shrink the mecha is used up, and it needs to be bought again. Qin Rong didn't have much money, so she spent 12,000 star coins to buy a necklace-type space device, and then stuffed all her 5 mechas into it. Looking at the empty dormitory, Qin Rong felt refreshed. Carrying the mechas and the material she bought, Qin Rong walked all the way to the warehouse she rented. The warehouse is about 1 kilometer away from the school. Before, this place was their garage, but the other party had no money to buy a car and wanted to have some income, so they rented out the garage. The underground floor of the residential building has very good sound insulation. Not only do you not have to worry about disturbing the residents, but once the door is closed, no one will find you if you died down there for a week. After placing her treasures in the garage, Qin Rong continued her mecha research and development journey. The mechas have been assembled, but Qin Rong still has some ideas about the combined skills of these 5 mechas. Ordinary mechas are equipped with hot weapons and cold weapons, tracking bullets, ordinary shells, short swords, and long swords. These are the most common configurations. If Shao is equipped with a set of laser cannons, the combat power of the mecha will immediately increase significantly. Of course, it would be useless if Shao could not hit anyone. The laser cannon plus Qin Rong, these 2 configurations can maximize the strength of the mecha. Qin Rong is not so professional in artificial intelligence. She can't make a very powerful artificial intelligence in a short time, even if she has the source code of the system. Just when Qin Rong was thinking about whether to find a professional to cooperate, her optical brain suddenly received a notification. It was the exam notice for the basic skills of mecha driving course she had taken before. It was near the end of the semester. In addition to the largest elimination competition of the command department, the usual courses also began to take exams. Qin Rong felt that these basic courses were not very helpful to her, and they might remind her of her past black history, so she didn't go. But if she didn't go, she wouldn't be beautiful if she failed. Qin Rong, a 3-good student, immediately decided to put aside the research and development of mechas and finish the exams first. The basic skills of mecha driving account for 30% of the daily score, and the test score accounts for 70%. In theory, Qin Rong can pass the test as long as the final test score is higher than 90%. After looking at the test notification time and test content, Qin Rong came to Xingwang for a little training. Some skills have not been used for a long time, and she is unfamiliar with them. There are 4 test contents in total: aerial mobile target shooting, S-shaped turning, evasion test, and reaction test. These 4 items are relatively simple projects, and the simpler the easier it is to fail. After all, this kind of ordinary foundation, no matter how solid it is, can't be much stronger than others. Like Jiang Yuqi, who has an S-level physique, the reaction test score should be similar to hers. Basic strength test and actual combat are 2 different things. Qin Rong doesn't want to be a bad student who fails the course, so after training on Xingwang for a day and a half, Qin Rong went to take the test. This final exam will not be on Xingwang, but offline. Qin Rong and her classmates, including Jiang Yuqi, had only met online. The only person she had met offline was her former roommate who lived in the dormitory next to her. As basic courses, whether it was the command department, the materials department or the Mecha soldiers, they all had to attend. Qin Rong rushed to the Mecha classroom. This huge classroom was very similar to the classroom on StarNet, and could accommodate hundreds of people. It was just that when hundreds of people appeared at the same time, it seemed a bit noisy. Qin Rong looked up at these Mecha soldiers and felt a little envious. She used to be 1.85 meters tall, which was not much different from these Mecha soldiers, but now she is only a little over 1.7 meters tall, and her shoulders are a little thin. She looks very thin, and looks like a chicken. Qin Rong is still wearing a school uniform today. The school uniform is really comfortable to wear, and compared with the various skirts in the cabinet, the school uniform is also much more convenient to wear. As students of the Mecha Academy, most of them wear sportswear, only the system has a strange brain circuit, and insists on asking you Rong to buy a white skirt. The system should take 100% responsibility for you Rong being excluded. Qin Rong is now wearing a school uniform, and is particularly inconspicuous in the crowd. Friends who usually have a good relationship are now gathering in groups of 3 or 4, chatting. There are also lone travelers like Qin Rong, who did not stand with others, but watched coldly from the side. 5 minutes later, the familiar teacher, Bai Weinian, finally appeared in everyone's sight. Compared with the image on the Star Network, this teacher looks a little older in reality. Students, stand in 12 rows according to your department. Have you seen these 12 test machines? Students line up and stand behind the machines. It took a while for hundreds of people to line up. When Bai Weinian adjusted the team, the first assessment finally began. The reaction test is to test the reaction speed, and this test uses a very simple game. There is a little man on the screen. The little man will encounter various dangers, and students need to control the little man to avoid danger. The time from when students see danger to when they avoid it is the reaction speed. Students will encounter 3 dangers, and the final score will be the highest value of the 3 reaction speeds. Qin Rong followed the crowd and took a photo in a middle position. The people in front finished the exam one by one. Some were happy and some were sad, because the test speed was very fast, so it was her turn soon. After letting the machine scan the iris, Yu Rong's student information appeared immediately. Qin Rong patted 3 times, and a dancing little man appeared on the screen. A bright red 100 appeared on the screen. Qin Rong went to the side after the exam, and let the next student continue the exam. In order to protect the privacy of students, the students' scores will not be directly announced. Teachers will mention students with better grades, but will not single out and criticize those with poor grades. Bai Weinian had some impression of Qin Rong last time. The reason for the impression was that this student only came to his class once and won the first place. In Bai Weinian's opinion, this student is a child with high expectations but low skills. Because he won the first place, he thinks that he doesn't need to improve his basics. There are many very talented children who neglect basic training and can't keep up with other children later. If he can give some advice, Bai Weinian naturally doesn't mind giving some advice. After the results of the first event came out, Bai Weinian's desire to give Qin Rong some advice reached its peak. 100 points of reaction speed, this is basically only achieved by S-level physique. Of course, there are also some A-level who can achieve it, such as Shen Lang and Qian Jianing from the individual soldier department. They usually pay attention to this aspect of training, so they can also get 100 points. But how did a child from the command department, and with an F-level physique, do it? This is not just talent, this is simply impossible. You should know that the difference in physique is actually the difference in endurance, physical strength, reaction speed, and potential. It stands to reason that the reaction speed of F-level physique can only be passed with great effort. There are several students in the command department and the material department who failed, which is normal. Bai Weinian did not speak out immediately. He had to take care of other students. After the exam, he could explore the things he was more confused about. So Bai Weinian started to test the next item, which was also tested by a machine. The test method of reaction speed is also relatively simple. The machine used for the test this time is 2 fists. The swing speed of this fist can be adjusted and will increase little by little. As long as you are hit by a fist once, the test is over. And this exam is the same as before. There are 3 chances, and the highest score will be the final score. Students in the individual soldier department can probably dodge about 200 times, and the command department and the material department are a little worse, about 100 times, and the passing score is 150 times. While the number of times the command team in front of them had been 200, after Qin Rong dodged 300 times, the people around him suddenly gathered and looked in Qin Rong's direction. Some had finished the competition, and some were at the end of the team who had not yet competed. After they swept Qin Rong, they didn't care, and then after a while, they swept Qin Rong again. What? She hasn't been hit yet? The people behind patted the people in front, indicating that the people in front should look in Qin Rong's direction. How many times? In the silent gaze, someone suddenly asked. 500. There were a total of 12 machines running at the same time. After the command team next to Qin Rong was attracted, the individual soldiers over there were also attracted. The individual soldiers didn't know what happened, and they followed the command student's gaze and looked in Qin Rong's direction. What's so strange? While these people were confused, Qin Rong's elbow was hit by a fist and stopped. The red light numbers on the screen made the command students behind Qin Rong numb. 571. Is this still a human? The afterimage of the fist was revealed, but Yu Rong was able to dodge it. Is this an F-level physique? You tell me this is called an F-level physique? The students behind Qin Rong who were about to take the exam were immediately depressed. What the hell is this? It's not even a fraction of others. Chapter 40. The exam is only today. How do I know you are good at it? Qin Rong let out a sigh of relief as she stepped aside. She was a little overwhelmed during the exam just now. With her current physique, it must be very strange for her to get such a score. If she is too much in the spotlight, it will attract other people's attention and make them explore. Qin Rong doesn't mind being in the spotlight a little, but if she is in the spotlight a lot, it is easy to cause problems. Fortunately, Qin Rong finally controlled herself and didn't continue to hide. After her dodge test was over, cheers suddenly came from the single soldier department, attracting the attention of people here. Qin Rong also looked at the source of the cheers, and then found that it was Jiang Yuqi who got a good score of 632. She did a good job, successfully attracting everyone's attention, and no one paid attention to her. It seemed that this was the first time Qin Rong met Jiang Yuqi. They had greeted each other and talked on the Star Network, and they had also talked a lot behind the scenes of the new Star Arena, but this was the first time they met in real life. This feeling of standing in the corner and observing made Qin Rong feel at ease. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Yuqi, and she also took a look. It was nothing. Jiang Yuqi in the middle of the crowd couldn't help but feel happy after getting such a good score. He couldn't help but clap his hands with Shenlang next to him, and then stepped aside to let other students take the exam. Qin Rong glanced past Jiang Yuqi and saw another familiar figure, Qian Jianing, who had said a few words before. Qian Jianing's face looked very bad at the moment, as if Jiang Yuqi's good score put a lot of pressure on her. She was currently ranked third. The scores of the two soldiers in front of her were good, because they were stimulated by Jiang Yuqi, and they were around 400. It was Qian Jianing's turn. She tried her best and started to fight with the machine in front of her. In the end, she got a score of 569. Although it was not as good as Jiang Yuqi, it was also the top in the class. Qian Jianing walked to the side of Shenlang and asked, "How much did you score?" Shenlang replied, 553. Qian Jianing's face looked better, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He wagged his tail and asked other students about their grades. Qian Jianing didn't care about respecting the privacy of poor students. Good is good, and poor is poor. Can't we help these students survive in the face of pollutants if we don't talk about grades? Qian Jianing compared himself with his classmates. After Qian Jianing confirmed that he was the second tallest after Jiang Yuqi, his chin was raised higher and higher. Some people in the class liked Qian Jianing's straightforward personality, and naturally some people dislike her. A student who usually doesn't get along with her said, "There is a student in the command department who scored 571, and you are not second but third." Qian Jianing, who was originally in a good mood, was immediately attracted by this. She immediately walked to the side of the command department team and asked, "Who of you scored 571? There are 4 teams in the command department, and most of the students in the team know this Miss Qian." No one responded to Qian Jianing. They just looked at her and then looked away, pretending that they didn't hear anything. Qian Jianing didn't feel embarrassed. She repeated, "Who of you scored 571? I won't eat people, speak up." Qin Rong in the corner felt that this Miss Qian was a bit troublesome, but not particularly troublesome. After all, it was not polite to ignore her, and it was also a bit embarrassing for her, so Qin Rong said, "Here." Qian Jianing turned around, and finally saw Qin Rong in the corner. She took a few steps towards Qin Rong, and suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "The person who beat Jiang Yuqi in the last class test was you?" Qin Rong replied, "You have a good memory." Qian Jianing crossed her arms, and looked at Qin Rong with the eyes of a competitor. With such a fast dodge speed, it stands to reason that the control and explosive power of muscles are very strong, but from the visual point of view, isn't he a little too thin? Qian Jianing is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 72 kilograms, which is a good figure for female mecha soldiers. With her A-level physique, it is normal for her to score 569. If we follow the height and weight of ordinary people, Qin Rong is of course normal, but according to the selection of mecha soldiers, Qin Rong is obviously a skinny monkey with poor development. How did you score so high? Qian Jianing was obviously a little unconvinced. She was straightforward and said whatever she had, without hiding anything. Qin Rong didn't want to waste time arguing with a primary school kid, so she said very considerately, the frequency of the command system's machine may have been lowered. Qian Jianing believed Qin Rong's explanation. She blinked her eyes and thought for a while. It is also possible that the frequency of the command system machine has been lowered. After all, the command system is generally not as good as the individual soldier system. In this way, it can also explain why Qin Rong is so thin, but can score so high. Wait, I go ask the teacher. Qian Jianing was not completely stupid. She immediately turned around and asked Bai Weinian if this was true. Obviously, this was not true. The 12 machines were exactly the same. So when Qian Jianing came back, she was a little angry. She said, the teacher said the machines were all the same. Qin Rong suddenly realized, is that so? Qin Rong's expression made Qian Jianing's anger dissipate. Qian Jianing thought Qin Rong was lying to her, but she didn't expect that she didn't know either. Last time you beat Jiang Yuqi, this time you beat me. It seems that I misjudged you. You have some skills. Qin Rong, I mainly rely on luck. Come on, if you can get this result by luck, then what's the point of my hard work? Qin Rong was choked, and didn't say anything, but waited for Qian Jianing's next words. In the next 2 projects, you and I will compete to see who has better results. Qian Jianing said again. Qin Rong simply said, no. Why? I don't want to compete. Qian Jianing was not a person who made trouble for no reason. Qin Rong didn't want to compete with her, and she had no choice. But since Qian Jianing's surname was Qian, she took out her usual trick. If you beat me, this space device will be yours. Qian Jianing hooked the beautiful necklace on her neck with her fingers and showed it to Qin Rong. She explained, this is the latest product from my family. It has a 10-year service life and can accommodate 10 mechas. After Qian Jianing finished speaking, she suddenly saw Qin Rong's expression was very strange, staring at the necklace in her hand. This made Qian Jianing feel a little creepy. When she was about to say that she didn't want to compete, Qin Rong said, why didn't you compete with me earlier? Her space device worth 12,000 star coins had been used and could not be returned. Qian Jianing felt that her question was speechless, so she replied, the exam is only today. How do I know you are good at it? Chapter 41. Seeing the He logo again, Jiang Lian subconsciously covered his chest, feeling the pain in his heart. After saying the previous sentence, Qian Jianing said again, are you going to compete or not? If not, I'm leaving. Qin Rong nodded without any backbone. Compete, we can compete. Anyway, if Qin Rong loses this bet, he doesn't need to pay Qian Jianing anything, but if he wins, he can get a space device for free. Just now, Qian Jianing seemed to say that this space device belongs to her family. There is only one company in the Federation that can sell space devices, and it is one of the mecha companies that is on par with Dai Lijing Company. Qin Rong couldn't help but sigh, casually giving away a new product worth hundreds of thousands of star coins. It's really inhumane. After getting Qin Rong's affirmative answer, Qian Jianing became visibly happy. Because Qin Rong agreed to her competition, Qian Jianing temporarily liked Qin Rong very much. She looked down at Qin Rong, and she wanted to take Qin Rong, who was particularly sensible, as her younger brother. Qin Rong remained silent, thinking about how to perform in the next exam. At the same time, the mecha made by Qin Rong was also very popular. Li Hailan planned to spend half a month to hype the popularity. Before the auction qualification came down, he only spread it in a small range offline. Once the auction qualification came down, he started advertising directly on the Star Network. The second-hand trading market on the Star Network is much larger than the offline market, and there are more customers. After Li Hailan put the pictures and detailed information up, he guided these people to join his Light Brain group. What Li Hailan didn't know was that the current director of the cruiser administration had a habit of searching for information about Tianxing on the second-hand market of the Star Network. Jiang Lian always thought that if Tianxing was obtained by someone and didn't want to hand it in, maybe he would sell it in the second-hand market. So over the years, Jiang Lian has been keeping an eye on both online and offline trading markets. Whether it was Tianxing or Qin Rong who assembled these second-hand mechas, they all had a He logo. So when Jiang Lian searched for keywords on the second-hand mecha trading platform without any hope, as usual, he was caught off guard and saw the second-hand mecha. It had been 10 years since Qin Rong disappeared. The management bureau had long since determined that she had passed away. According to her will, she had donated all the money. But Jiang Lian always felt that there was still room for improvement. In the days when Qin Rong just disappeared, Jiang Lian didn't feel very sad. He didn't even have any substantial feelings. When he finished the mission and habitually asked Qin Rong if he wanted to help write the mission report, he suddenly realized that he didn't need to write 2 more copies. No one would buy him a small mecha ornament because of this. It wasn't until that moment that he realized that the person was gone. Some pains will be erased by time, and some pains will settle by time. Jiang Lian didn't have any loud and sharp pain. What he had was a dull pain in his heart, when he suddenly thought of Qin Rong at a certain point in the dead of night. Seeing the He logo again, Jiang Lian subconsciously covered his chest, feeling the pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and clicked on the product introduction of this second-hand mecha. This is an ordinary mecha. Except for the weird color matching, which is in line with the mental outlook of young people nowadays, the other configurations and techniques can only be said to be passable. After all, Jiang Lian has seen too many mechas, and this basic level can no longer arouse his interest. Chapter 42. I don't know what happened, but the number of mechas that appeared in the contaminated area recently is a bit unusual. No matter what the mecha is like, if it has the He logo on it, Jiang Lian will buy it. He will not miss any clues about Qin Rong. And the auction time of this item is 10 days later. Jiang Lian scrolled to the bottom of the product introduction page, confirmed the auction date, and then added this time to his schedule. Worried that he would forget, Jiang Lian also set an alarm clock, and the optical brain would remind him on time half an hour before the auction on that day. After doing this, Jiang Lian looked at the photo frame at hand again. It was a photo of him and Qin Rong in the past. In the photo, Qin Rong hugged his shoulders and showed a bright smile to the camera, but he had a stern face and looked at Qin Rong unkindly. Jiang Lian vaguely remembered the scene when they took this photo that year. He remembered that the weather was very good that day. He had just come out of the contaminated area. He was tired and sleepy and wanted to go back and rest quickly. Qin Rong suddenly had an idea and insisted on going to the monitoring station and asking the people at the monitoring station to take a photo for them, saying that it was to commemorate a big task. When taking the photo, he was reluctant, but who could have thought that afterwards, this photo turned out to be one of the few memories of Qin Rong he left behind. "Director, are you there?" The door was knocked, and a burly man in casual clothes, about 1.9 meters tall, stood at the door. "Come in." Jiang Lian immediately came back to his senses from that state, and said expressionlessly to the deputy director Zhou Mahai, who knocked on the door. After Zhou Mahai came in, he used the optical brain to project a few images, and frowned and said, "Another new contaminated area was found. This is the 6th new contaminated area found this month. I don't know why. The number of contaminated areas that have appeared recently is a bit unusual." Hearing Zhou Mahai's words, Jiang Lian's brows also frowned slightly. He quickly scanned the pictures and asked, "Has it been graded?" The pollution peak is around 6,500, tentatively classified as Class A. "Have you sent the rangers to explore?" "No, the monitoring station has been set up, but the rangers have not yet been assembled." "Director, you know that the top combat power is scarce in the Bureau now. There are only 5 Class A combat forces in total, and they are already busy working around the clock. What about the group of people recruited from the Mecha University? They still have too little experience. Sending them to the unexplored Class A pollution area is like sending them to their deaths." Jiang Lian said, "I postpone the afternoon meeting. You form a team, and I lead them in." "Director, you don't. You can always take risks like this. What do you think of my proposal to train mercenaries into cruisers?" Jiang Lian shook his head slightly and said, "The bottom ones are not as good as those from the Mecha University, and the top mercenaries do not obey the jurisdiction of the Bureau. I have rejected this proposal." Zhou Mahai sighed and said, "I hope that this year's recruitment can recruit a few college students with more experience. The S-shaped cornering test project actually tests students' microcontrol ability. Just like practicing driving a car through a bend, the walking of a mecha also requires certain skills. This project takes a long time, so Baiwei did not give everyone 3 chances, only 1. If you fail, you fail. This exam is divided into 3 sessions, namely the Command Department, the Material Department, and the Individual Soldier Department. The test venue came to the outdoor stadium. The roadblocks have been set up, and the students need to drive the mecha and cross the roadblocks. Because the shape of the road is a bit like an S shape, it is also called S-shaped cornering. Students from the 3 departments were already in front of the roadblock, waiting for the teacher's order. Chapter 43. The first student, Yurong. The track is 10 meters long, with a roadblock every meter. The width of the standard mecha in the school is 80 centimeters. Students must control the error to about 10 centimeters to pass the roadblock smoothly. After Bai Weinian blew the whistle, the students from the command department and the material department were the first to drive the mecha into the track. Then, within 2 minutes, they knocked down the roadblock and declared the failure of the competition. The student from the single soldier department started very slowly, and was very careful when entering the track. Although the transition between each action was very awkward, because the speed was slow enough, he made enough judgments before moving and turning, and he did not knock down the roadblock and successfully passed the corner. The people behind saw the practice of the single soldier department and began to imitate, and the test time was extended again. Bai Weinian anticipated this situation in advance, so he only gave each person 1 chance. There were also students who thought they were good at driving, but without exception, they did not control the distance well and accidentally knocked down the roadblocks. Until Qian Jianing came on stage. People have different goals and different pursuits. Qian Jianing did not pursue surpassing a certain goal. She relied on competition to surpass herself. Without competition and tension, there would be no being pushed to the limit. Qian Jianing liked the feeling of competing with others, which could make her concentrate more and perform at an extraordinary level. She ignored the experience of the people in front of her. When the teacher pressed the timing button, she took a deep breath and rushed out with the mecha. Turn left, turn right, she grasped it just right, and did not hit any obstacles at all. At this moment, the eyes of the classmates were all focused on her. One thing that had to be admitted was that although Miss Qian was usually a little arrogant, she did have the capital to be proud. It was impossible to reach this level without practicing thousands of times with only A-level physique. Even Shenlang, who was also in the A-level class, sighed after seeing Qian Jianing's operation. Sister Qian is really good at the flexibility of the mecha. Every turn control is very accurate. When Qian Jianing finished the exam, half of the students from the command department and the material department next to her had not finished yet. With the contrast of the students next to her, Qian Jianing naturally looked more powerful. After the exam, Qian Jianing searched among the students of the command department for a long time before she saw Qin Rong in the corner. She raised her face and raised her eyebrows at Qin Rong in a provocative way. Qin Rong did not respond to this. She was still immersed in the pain of wasting 12,000 star coins. But in Qian Jianing's opinion, this expression meant that Qin Rong was as if he was facing a great enemy when he saw his results. Qian Jianing's mouth corners curled up even more. If humans had tails, their tails would probably be shaking up to the sky at this moment. The competition on the individual soldier department side was faster. Jiang Yuqi and Qin Rong were originally in the middle of the team, but Jiang Yuqi finished the competition before Qin Rong. There were also some students who were relatively idle, who kept their own time and calculated the time taken by each student. Jiang Yuqi's time was slightly shorter than Qian Jianing's, about 2 seconds shorter. Considering the rarity of S-level physique, this result was not so rare. Qin Rong originally planned to take the exam after Jiang Yuqi, so that he could divert the attraction of Jiang Yuqi as before. But now that Jiang Yuqi had finished the exam, Qin Rong's wish was dashed. However, Qin Rong also had her own plan. She planned to be about 1 second faster than Qian Jianing and get the second place. People's nature is to pursue the first place, so the second place is not so impressive. Finally, it was Qin Rong's turn to appear. She had a steady rhythm and controlled the time of each note very accurately, ensuring that she was faster than Qian Jianing and slower than Jiang Yuqi. But even so, the eyes of the people around her still fell on her. Jiang Yuqi got the first place, which was justified, and Qin Rong got the second place, which was unbelievable. F-level physique, command system, love brain, triple buff superposition, it is hard to believe that this is really the result that Rong can get. The race was soon halfway through, and just when Qin Rong was secretly happy to get a new space device, something unexpected happened. The student from the individual soldier department next to him saw that Rong from the command department ran faster than him, and he got a little excited and wanted to catch up with Qin Rong. But his operation was not good enough. He was tripped by the roadblock, lost his balance, and fell towards Qin Rong's track. In this lightning moment, Qin Rong made a judgment, steady hand or space device. Then she quickly chose the space device, and while turning, she reached out to help the classmate, so that the other party's balance was restored, and also prevented him from hitting his own roadblock. The race was only 10 meters, and this action would consume Qin Rong's time for nearly a second. In the next exam, she had to speed up, and the speed in the front was already the limit of A-level players such as Qian Jianing and Shen Lang. Qin Rong's speed in the second half was almost the same as Jiang Yuqi. Everyone was a little dumbfounded, and teacher Bai Weinian looked at the timer in disbelief. After Qin Rong was in the limelight, she quickly hid in the corner, trying to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, but it was obvious that she was too much in the limelight this time. If it weren't for that accident, her test results would be comparable to S-level, and such results could not be achieved by an F-level physique anyway. The exam continued. Although everyone wanted to get the answer from Qin Rong, they were not familiar with each other, so they could only whisper to their friends. This is not something that can be achieved through hard work and practice. Is she hiding her weakness? It's not F-level physique, but S-level. She really seems to have changed into a different person. She doesn't go to see Jiang Yuqi very often anymore. After hiding in the corner, Qin Rong glanced in the direction of Qian Jianing. The two people looked at each other in midair, and Qin Rong suddenly tasted a sense of middle school from Qian Jianing's eyes. The phoenix eyes widened into almond eyes, looking bright, as if saying, "I'm already on fire, I won't lose to you next time, you are my lifelong enemy," and so on. Qin Rong was already past this age. She silently let her eyes go, pretending to be in a daze, and then silently turned her head. After the S-shaped turning test, it was the moving target shooting in the air. Bai Weinian raised the difficulty of the last test item. He removed the aiming system of the mecha and designed some deviations for the bullet's trajectory to prevent the bullet from being on the correct track. If you don't really have the shooting ability of a master, the score of this item will be very low. Bai Weinian felt that these were just some basic exams, which would not make a big difference, so he increased the difficulty at the end. The wind force on that day, the wrong track, the lack of a targeting system, and the triple buffs, in his estimation, if someone could hit 6 rings and 3 aerial target shootings, it would be a good result. In today's exam, Bai Weinian was a little confused about Yu Rong's strength. In the S-shaped turn, was she capable of reaching Jiang Yuqi's level, deliberately hiding her weakness, or did she simply explode in the second half of the race? In the spirit of understanding and being responsible for every student, Bai Weinian said, "There is no grouping for aerial target shooting. I will call on the students to come up for the exam." The first student, Yu Rong. Chapter 44. Where to stay? Because she was the first to take the test, Qin Rong had no reference standard, so she didn't know how many rings were appropriate. In the past, she had also taught a few fledgling Mecha University students in the Cruiser Management Bureau. Their level was very good. With this kind of basic level training, they could basically achieve 10 rings every time. After the test just now, Qin Rong had a general understanding of Qian Jianing's strength. His basic skills were still very solid. So if it was Qian Jianing, he would probably be able to get 9 or 10 rings. To be on the safe side, it's better to get 10 rings. I've already been in the limelight just now. Now I want to play stealth, but it's probably not possible. It's better to get the space device. Qin Rong thought about this while sitting in the cockpit of the mecha. There is a time requirement for aerial target shooting. The time for each target shooting must be controlled within 10 seconds. Qin Rong fired the first shot at the moving target in the sky. 5 rings? Qin Rong immediately realized that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the trajectory of this mecha. The range and wind resistance were not right. Could it be that there was something wrong with the mecha? Qin Rong turned her head and looked at Bai Weinian, who said directly, "The mecha is fine. I have already inspected it before class." Before she asked, Bai Weinian had already answered. It must not be a mistake, but intentional. It is also true. If the exams are all basic tests, and there is no high-level test, then the level difference between students will not be seen. When it came to the second launch, Qin Rong corrected the trajectory in his mind, and the bullet was fired, hitting the 10 rings. There was no need to use the third chance, as 10 rings was already the best result. After coming out of the mecha cockpit, Qin Rong felt that Bai Weinian's eyes were always on her. It seems that after class, I have to explain to Bai Weinian. However, Qin Rong already had the endorsement of the cruiser, and after his physique was upgraded to grade A, this result was not shocking. Qin Rong's 10-ring score was not very impressive at first. After all, many people could hit 10 rings in their usual training. But when people failed to hit the 6-ring one after another, the value of Qin Rong's 10-ring score suddenly changed. Qin Rong also realized that something was wrong. What was going on? Why couldn't he hit the 6-ring? And so many people failed to hit it. Even Jiang Yuqi, after he came on the court, only got the best score of 8 rings with 3 shots. As soon as this result came out, it immediately triggered public opinion. The doubts about Qin Rong in the previous exam had overflowed at this moment, and the exam space was boiling for a while. Bai Weinian used a loudspeaker to say, "Don't make noise, maintain the discipline of the exam room. I usually tell you not to rely too much on the aiming system. Now that your grades are bad, no one can blame you." Qin Rong heard Bai Weinian's words, and then understood why the best score of these college students was only 8 rings. With the upgrading of mechas, fewer and fewer things need manpower to do. At the time of Qin Rong, the mecha had not yet been equipped with a targeting system, and ammunition was also very precious. If you want to kill the pollutants, you must practice your aim extremely well, and it is best to hit the weak point with one shot. 10 years later, college students have become accustomed to the aiming system for assistance. Even if there is a slight deviation, the system will automatically calibrate. So when Bai Weinian removed the aiming system and messed up the track, these students could only shoot by feel. Without special professional and rigorous training, it is already quite difficult to hit the 8 rings. It was only after the exam that Jiang Yuqi realized the value of the 10 rings, and his eyes, when he looked at Qin Rong, suddenly changed. After Jiang Yuqi finished the competition, Qian Jianing also played. Under this mental pressure, the latter performed exceptionally well, and got the same score as Jiang Yuqi, which was also 8 rings. The students' doubts were not resolved in class, because when the exam ended, it was already dark, and Bai Weinian directly called Qin Rong away without giving others a chance. In Bai Weinian's office, Qin Rong took the initiative to explain, "My physique has improved after entering the contaminated area, and it is now A-level physique." Bai Weinian was choked, paused, and continued, "This is a good thing. Why don't you report it to the school? I am in the command department, not the individual soldier department." Bai Weinian was speechless. That's right. The command department doesn't value actual combat ability so much, but the brain. How are you preparing for the final elimination match? The elimination match of the command department is relatively important, so the teachers are more or less aware of it. Qin Rong nodded, and said confidently, "No problem." Bai Weinian was relieved to hear her say that, and considering Qin Rong's talent in individual combat, he also said, "If you are eliminated, don't be too sad, you can transfer to the individual combat department. With your current level, you have more room for improvement in the individual combat department." Bai Weinian conveniently retrieved Qin Rong's command department test results, which were just barely passing, far behind the individual combat department test results. Qin Rong knew that Bai Weinian was also kind, and after not talking to him for long, he thanked him and left his office. Bai Weinian was cautious in his heart, and was ready to wait until the elimination round to take a good look at the performance of classmate Yu Rong. If the results are very poor, why not go directly to the dean and ask for the person? Qin Rong went out and ran into a group of 3 people. Jiang Yuqi, Shen Lang, Qian Jianing. The 3 protagonists. Qian Jianing spoke first. She walked a few steps towards Qin Rong, and stretched out her hand in front of Qin Rong. "Stretch out your hand." Qin Rong stretched out his hand obediently. The next moment, the beautiful and exquisite necklace space device was in Qin Rong's hand. Qian Jianing snorted and said, "I give it to you." The silver necklace made in the shape of a butterfly looked quite noble. Although Qian Jianing still had reluctance in her eyes, she still gave the thing to Qin Rong. Qian Jianing came here just to give this to Qin Rong. After giving it, she stepped back a few steps. Jiang Yuqi on the side said at the right time, "How do you practice your aerial target shooting? Can you teach me?" Qin Rong has gone through the same routine twice. Jiang Yuqi really implemented the path of when 3 people walk together, there must be one who can teach me. When he sees someone with a higher level, he will learn from him. If you want to teach him, you have to teach me too. He didn't give you anything, and I gave you a space device. Qian Jianing said dissatisfiedly. Qin Rong was about to let these 2 dead kids go wherever they want, but suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have accepted a task from the system. Qin Rong looked at Jiang Yuqi, then at Qian Jianing. "Isn't this a perfect world for 2 people? Shen Lang looked at the 2 people around him, and he said, "You 2 want to learn, so I learn it reluctantly." Qin Rong, "Go wherever you want. I won't teach you even if you want to learn." Chapter 45. The kitten is angry. Qin Rong waved his hand and said, "It's tiring enough to teach 2 people. If you don't really want to learn, forget it." Originally, he wanted to use this sentence to persuade Shen Lang to quit, but who knew that Shen Lang didn't play by the rules, and said directly, "Then I will learn sincerely." They are all classmates, so Qin Rong couldn't just say, "I don't want to teach you. I just want to teach these 2. If Shen Lang asked why bluntly, Qin Rong wouldn't explain it. If Qin Rong was particularly unwilling to do something, she would say no directly, but in such ambiguous matters, she still tended not to make others look too bad. So Shenlang had to come in the end. Practicing Mecha requires a relatively large venue. There is a place in the school specifically for students of the Mecha Individual Soldier Department to practice, and it is free. Because it is free, this place is also very popular. Checking on the optical computer, the latest appointment time has been scheduled for 2 days later. So Qin Rong made an appointment with them 2 days later to teach them target shooting. In fact, in Qin Rong's opinion, this doesn't need to be taught. After practicing for a long time, you will naturally get the feel. On the night after the exam, Qin Rong was concentrating on studying artificial intelligence. Suddenly, the system said in her mind, "Host, the male protagonist sent you a message, reply quickly." Qin Rong turned on the light brain, because the system was still useful, and looked at what Jian Yuqi sent her. He first sent 2 pictures, both of which were targets, one with 9 rings and the other with 8 rings. Below was a text message, which read, "I calculated the effects of wind resistance and gravity, but it was still a little short in the end." Qin Rong replied, "Have you considered the friction coefficient?" Jian Yuqi, "Got it. I try it now." Qin Rong continued to invest in the study of artificial intelligence. Although Qin Rong learned quickly in Mecha, people also have areas of expertise and weaknesses. Qin Rong's progress in the study of artificial intelligence was very slow. It's easy to understand that you can't achieve everything in one go. Those who have made some achievements in this field have at least studied for 10 years. Qin Rong has only studied for a few days, so it's impossible for her to have any ideas that are so good that they can't be defeated. Qin Rong felt a little dizzy after studying the knowledge points. In order to relax herself, she picked up a circuit board in the warehouse and started to carve it. As she was drawing, the system started to remind her again that Jian Yuqi had sent her a message, but Qin Rong couldn't let go of the things in her hands at this time, otherwise it would be easy to have errors in accuracy. So Qin Rong ignored the system shouting, and after she finished carving the circuit board, she took it out to read the message sent by Jian Yuqi on the computer. Jian Yuqi, still a little short. The picture shows a target with 9 rings. Where are you? Why did you disappear? Qin Rong took a picture of the circuit board in her hand and sent it over, then explained, "I was just busy with this." "Don't worry, practice slowly, it's a matter of time." Jian Yuqi replied in seconds. "Jian Yuqi, I have returned from the training room. I will practice again tomorrow. Are you working on automation?" Qin Rong looked at the message sent by Jian Yuqi with some surprise. The other party actually knew about automation? This is considered a niche in the mecha material department, not to mention the circle of mecha soldiers. Qin Rong replied in surprise, "How did you know?" "My idol also wants to make an automated mecha, so I know a little bit about it." Jian Yuqi is probably being modest. It is impossible to recognize it just by looking at the circuit board if you only know a little bit. Before Qin Rong continued to ask questions, Jian Yuqi on the other side said again, "How did you study this?" "The purpose is the same as your idol, to make a copyright and earn star coins while lying down. My idol didn't do it just to earn star coins." Qin Rong thought, "What, do you know Qin Rong better than I do? If she doesn't want to earn star coins, then why?" Jian Yuqi paused for a long time before answering, "Because she doesn't want to see her teammates die again." Qin Rong's smile froze. Her eyes were a little distracted for a moment, and the beeping sound of the light computer pulled her back from that state. "Jian Yuqi, anyway, you are doing a good job. If you need any help from me, just let me know. I also want to help my idol fulfill this last wish." No words again. Qin Rong, who came back to his senses, replied hastily, "Okay, if I encounter difficulties, I will ask you for help. I am going to sleep, bye." After saying goodbye to Jian Yuqi, Qin Rong casually put the circuit board on the shelf. It was indeed late. She glanced at the messy warehouse and thought, "I will clean it up tomorrow." Then she walked out the door and locked the warehouse. The area where Beijing Tianjin University is located is still a relatively prosperous area in the whole city. Walking all the way from the warehouse back to the school, the street lights are very bright and brightly lit. The summer weather is particularly hot. At night, the steaming heat dissipated a little, and the moonlight fell on her body, and she felt a little cool after a while. Qin Rong didn't expect Jian Yuqi to say such a thing. Her original intention of making automated mechas was actually for star coins, which is nothing to say. But when she became successful, and no longer lacked star coins, she still didn't let it go. She traveled to this world just to graduate from college, repay loans, and find a job. At that time, she only had things in front of her. When she became a cruiser and paid off the loan, she witnessed the death of teammates around her one after another. To be honest, This is inevitable. After all, she has been doing it for so many years, and cruisers are a high-risk profession. It is normal for a few people to die. But Qin Rong came from a peaceful era, and she always retained a kind of imagination about this somewhat sick society. But once this imagination is spoken out, it is inevitable that people will say that she is overestimating her own abilities and has a brain pump, so Qin Rong has never said it. Even her teammates thought she just wanted to earn some star coins. Why could Jiang Yuqi see that? It was a little funny. She and Jiang Yuqi knew each other very well. Qin Rong had read a whole comic book, and Jiang Yuqi was a fan of Qin Rong. But they didn't know each other very well until now, and had never said a few words. It was really amazing. Soon, when they reached the school gate, Qin Rong shook his head, threw away all those messy thoughts, and walked into the school gate. The time for the elimination round was approaching, and Qin Rong's artificial intelligence sector had not yet been figured out, so he had to hurry up. Chapter 46. You little rascals, this place is guarded by us, how can you be so presumptuous? Soon it was the time Qin Rong and the two of them agreed on. Qin Rong simply packed himself up, put on a light summer school uniform, and came to the door of the scheduled practice venue. The three people who were preparing to learn skills squeezed and sat in the shade of the big tree at the entrance of the venue. It was already the hottest time of summer, and the passing dogs were unwilling to move, just wanting to lie in the shade and stick out their tongues, not to mention three living people. Although the comic book Qin Rong read said that Qian Jianing had a crush on Jiang Yuqi, Qin Rong couldn't see it no matter how hard he looked. Rather than Jiang Yuqi, Qin Rong felt that Qian Jianing and Shen Lang were more familiar with each other. After all, the two of them had known each other since childhood. Of course, it could also be said that they had never gotten along since childhood. In the TV series that Qin Rong watched a long time ago, this kind of mortal enemy, happy enemies, was usually CP. When Qin Rong approached, she also heard Shen Lang and Qian Jianing bickering in elementary school. Move over there, there's so much space over there. This is what Shen Lang said. Are you blind? Can't you see the sun over there? Jiang Yuqi and I only occupy this little space, and you occupy such a large space by yourself. Is that appropriate? Which eye of yours sees that I occupy more space? Usually you and Jiang Yuqi are so close to each other, but now you think it's too crowded. Can you explain clearly? Who is close to each other? I'm honest, okay? Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation. Jiang Yuqi on the side did not join the quarrel. Jiang Yuqi, who seemed to like quarreling like elementary school students, was reading a book on command. Qin Rong came in front of the three of them. Jiang Yuqi was the first to notice that the light was wrong. He raised his head and said with a bright smile, "Good morning." Qin Rong looked at the computer and raised his eyebrows. It's 10 o'clock, not too early. The two people who were arguing stopped talking immediately when they saw Qin Rong coming. They still wanted to show a better image in front of the teacher. Qian Jianing snorted and continued to play the noble and cold eldest lady, while Shen Lang put his hands in his trouser pockets and pretended to be deep. Qin Rong asked in confusion, "Why are you sitting here?" "It's so hot." Jiang Yuqi explained, "You need to show the reservation code to go in." "Then let's go." Qin Rong waved to the three people and said. Qian Jianing stood up first and stepped on Shen Lang mercilessly. Shen Lang, who pretended to be deep, suddenly had a distorted expression. His cold expression immediately broke, and he chased after Qian Jianing. Jiang Yuqi put the book into his bag and followed Qin Rong. Qin Rong asked casually, "How was the training after that day?" "I still haven't broken through to the 10th ring." "Don't worry, I talked for a long time at that time." Jiang Yuqi seemed a little curious, and he asked, "How long did you practice?" Qin Rong choked and thought, saying 2 days is a bit too much of a blow to you. They have already gone in, let's follow them. After saying that, Qin Rong ran up the stairs in 2 steps. Jiang Yuqi was stunned for a moment, and then quickly followed Qin Rong's footsteps. After the reservation code was displayed, the staff opened the room's usage rights. There was only 3 hours in total, so Qin Rong did not hesitate and said directly, "Put on the mecha, let's start." Qian Jianing and Shen Lang did not seem to practice secretly, but Qin Rong saw as soon as they started, they practiced no less than Jiang Yuqi. Since they have the foundation, training is even simpler. What Qin Rong has to do is to remind them when they make less standard operations. Shen Lang's palm position is a little higher. Qian Jianing, your mecha has very little recoil, your hand can be lower. Jiang Yuqi, don't look at your hands, look at the target. The three people practiced shooting, and Qin Rong sat next to them and watched, and the more he watched, the more greedy he became. Qian Jianing's mecha is really good. A student who has not yet graduated from school uses mecha materials that are better than her Tianxing. In other words, the pollutant materials used in Qian Jianning's mecha are a little worse, and not as good as the pollutant materials dropped by Tianxing. After all, Qin Rong can go to the polluted area to pick up pollutant materials, but mecha materials have to be spent. Those who earn a dead salary can never catch up with the capitalists. The 3 hours of training time passed in a flash, and the three people's arms were a little sore from exhaustion. When they came out of the mecha, they looked like they had been soaked in sweat. On the one hand, it was because the mecha was used so intensively, the mecha was hot, and the cabin was also hot. On the other hand, it was because they were training so intensively that they sweated a lot. Jiang Yuqi ran directly to the corner, blocked it with the mecha, took off his shirt, wrung out his clothes, and put it on again. Shen Lang didn't do that. He still valued his image in the eyes of others. He put his hands in his pockets coldly, and didn't think that this sweaty man with hair sticking to his face was himself. Miss Jian waved her hand and said, "Please go to my house to eat ice cream." I haven't seen the term ice cream for a long time. Since the birth of nutrient solution, meals have gradually been replaced. At first, the nutrition obtained from meals is far less than that of nutrient solution. Secondly, children who drink nutrient solution grow taller than those who eat ordinary meals. Of course, nutrient solution will not completely replace meals. Recently, some people have also advocated retro diet. Qin Rong almost forgot what ice cream tasted like. Suddenly, he heard Qian Jianning mention it, and couldn't help but look forward to it. Your home is so far away, and I'm sweating. I want to go back and take a shower. Shen Lang didn't want to go. Qian Jianning said, I asked the housekeeper to drive the aircraft to take us there. Let's take a shower at my house. There is a swimming pool at my house. Aircraft, as the name suggests, is a car that can fly in the sky. Some people who can't drive mechas and are in a hurry will drive this kind of aircraft. It is somewhat similar to a helicopter, but it is simpler, faster, and much easier to drive. As for swimming pools, only super rich people would build a swimming pool for their own home in a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Qian Jianning had just called, and within 10 minutes, the housekeeper appeared. The aircraft was a product of the 10 years since Qin Rong left, so it was the first time for Qin Rong to sit in one, which was really a bit novel. Qian Jianning sat in the co-pilot seat of the aircraft, while Qin Rong, Shen Lang and Jiang Yuqi squeezed in the back. Qin Rong looked at Jiang Yuqi's vest, which was almost dry, and thought that the temperature today was indeed too high, and the moisture could evaporate in an instant. For this feeling that was a bit like team building, Qin Rong seemed to have returned to the time when he was with his former teammates. They were the cruisers who were opening up new contaminated areas at that time, and had the highest mortality rate, which also made them forge an extraordinary relationship between life and death. Every time the opening up was successful, Qin Rong felt like he had won a great victory, and wanted to take his friends out for a good meal. At that time, there were still many restaurants outside, and nutrient solution was not so popular. Now when Qin Rong goes out on the street, there are many mecha part stores on both sides, but he can only find 2 or 3 restaurants after walking around. Jiang Lian has a very awkward personality. He doesn't want to go to every party because he dislikes the poor hygiene of the restaurant and the stale food. However, Qin Rong would still force him to go every time. Seeing Jiang Lian sitting upright, afraid of touching something dirty, Qin Rong's bad taste was satisfied. Do you have enough people to command the elimination round? Jiang Yuqi's voice pulled Qin Rong back from his memories. Qin Rong turned his head in confusion and said, Ah, didn't you invite me to join your team last time? Have you recruited enough people now? Qin Rong shook his head and said, No, and in fact, I didn't recruit any. Although I expected it, it's a bit. Jiang Yuqi patted Qin Rong's shoulder, with silent sympathy in his eyes. Qin Rong patted his dirty claws and said calmly, The rules of the game are that 5 mechas are enough, and you don't have to find a single mecha soldier. Jiang Yuqi's eyes lit up, you mean? Don't say it, you are trying to find out the enemy's military secrets, so you should wait until the day of the elimination match to see the truth. Shen Lang leaned over and asked, What kind of riddle are you playing? Since it's a riddle, of course you have to guess it yourself. Qin Rong said. Riddle? I want to guess it too. What is the riddle? Qian Jianning, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and asked excitedly. It's none of your business, go play somewhere else. Shen Lang waved at her, motioning her to turn around. Qian Jianning rolled his eyes, disdaining to pay attention to Shen Lang, and continued to ask Qin Rong, What riddle? We know on the day of the final competition of the command department. It should be considered a surprise. Shen Lang didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, but his eyes were a little complicated, and he said with a little emotion, "You have really changed a lot." Qin Rong said, "People always change. From a child to a young man, from a young man to an old man, there is no moment that remains unchanged." "That's right, but you have changed a lot," Shenlang said. "You have changed a lot. When you were in high school, didn't you still think you were the center of the world, wearing a black robe every day and pretending to be the savior?" Qian Jianing made up the knife and shot an arrow at Shenlang's knee. Shenlang immediately reached out to cover Qian Jianing's mouth and threatened with his eyes. "I didn't provoke you this time, don't provoke me." Qian Jianing knocked Shenlang's hand away. "Pooh, pooh, who allowed you to touch me? Pooh, 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 it's so dirty." Fortunately, Shenlang saw that Qian Jianing had forgotten about this topic, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But obviously, Qin Rong, who has a bit of a bad taste, will not miss this opportunity to embarrass the child. Although every child has a history of middle school, it seems that Shenlang's history of middle school is particularly interesting. "Black robe?" Qin Rong pretended to be confused and started talking again, and then he heard Shenlang squeeze out a sentence from his teeth. "Clothes, just." Qian Jianing finally finished spitting. With a gloating smile on her face, she shared excitedly, "It's the kind of black robe with golden patterns, which the villains in TV dramas often appear in. Whenever Shenlang finds that there are students being bullied outside the school, he will put on this black robe to save them." He also has a slogan. "Shout! Shout! You scoundrels, this place is guarded by us. How can we allow you to be so presumptuous?" Chapter 47. Parents cheering for their children can be seen everywhere in the school. There was a burst of laughter from the aircraft, only Shenlang blushed and stopped talking. He put his shaking hands into his trouser pockets and looked out the window with deep eyes. As long as he didn't show embarrassment, he wouldn't be the one embarrassed. Fortunately, it took only 10 minutes for the aircraft to fly to Qian Jianing's home. Qian Jianing's home had a huge semicircle roof. When the aircraft approached, the semicircle opened and the aircraft stopped directly inside. After getting off the aircraft, there was an elevator opposite, and you could go upstairs directly. Shenlang had been to Qian Jianing's home many times, so he was very familiar with it. He didn't need Qian Jianing to lead the way, and walked in directly. Jiang Yuqi followed Shenlang, and walked in together. "They're taking a bath. I want to go too, what about you?" Qin Rong waved her hand and said, "I'm not going, I'm not sweating." In fact, Qin Rong rarely sweats now. Perhaps because of her good physique, she needs a long time to sweat after strenuous exercise. Moreover, she is more heat-resistant and cold-resistant than before, which means that there is no extreme weather now. Otherwise, Qin Rong feels that she can adapt to even extreme weather. About half an hour later, Shenlang and Jiang Yuqi came to the bathing pool one after another. Qin Rong sat on the sofa next to them, eating ice cream while watching the two young boys' swimming competition. Qian Jianing came out last. She changed into a cooler short-sleeved shorts. Girls have slightly better body proportions than boys. Qian Jianing is 1.8 meters tall and has long legs that make people have to envy. "What are you doing?" Qian Jianing asked. After running back and forth, Jiang Yuqi, who reached the shore first, popped his head out of the water and said, "Let's compete in swimming." "I want to compete too," Qian Jianing said as she jumped into the water with a splash. In the water, Miss Qian was as agile as a fish. After Shenlang reached the shore, he panted and said, "You two can compete, I won't compete anymore." After saying that, Shenlang grabbed the handrail and came to the shore wearing disposable swimming trunks. He saw Qin Rong, who was eating ice cream while idling. "Why don't you go down to compete?" Shenlang touched the water on his face, with a questioning tone in his tone. Qin Rong said calmly, "I have an F-level physique, I can't compete." "What kind of F-level physique do you have?" Shenlang snorted coldly, picked up the ice cream that Qin Rong brought, sat on the sofa, and started eating. Qin Rong then found that he didn't wipe the water clean, and the water was a little wet on the sofa, so he moved aside without making a sound. Shenlang saw this scene, and felt like he was shot in the knee. He asked the housekeeper for a towel while holding the ice cream, and sat back on the sofa after wiping it dry. He stared at Qin Rong's movements, making sure that the other party did not move aside again, and then turned his head to look at the two people in the competition. Qian Jianing's ice cream is not ordinary ice cream, but 30 star coins per piece, which is very expensive. Qin Rong ate 3, still a little unsatisfied, but after all, it was his first time to be a guest at someone else's house, and it didn't look good to eat too much. Then he turned around and saw 5 ice cream bags at Shenlang's feet. Qian Jianing, who was competing with Jiang Yuqi, won 1 game and lost 4 games. In the end, She couldn't swim anymore and went ashore to find food. After eating the ice cream, Qin Rong was about to leave, but the housekeeper had prepared an extra rich meal, which was all delicious food that Qin Rong couldn't eat outside now. So Qin Rong, who was about to leave, stayed for another big meal. After the big meal, the housekeeper thoughtfully prepared a highly praised horror game. So Qin Rong stayed and played games with the three of them. Time passed like this, and at the end of the day, Qin Rong did nothing. He originally said that he would go back to study books in the field of artificial intelligence, but now, he was lying on the soft and comfortable sofa, letting the little robot massage his feet. Qin Rong couldn't help but sigh. To make a person progress, it might take years of training, but to make a person degenerate, it only takes a housekeeper. After a pleasant day, Qin Rong was reluctant to leave. Of course, it was not with the three children, but with the sofa bed that was so comfortable. What brand is it? Can I afford it? In the end, Qin Rong still didn't ask. After all, her current star coins were still used for the modification of the mecha. After seeing Miss Qian's mecha, Qin Rong immediately realized that the standard mecha could not meet the requirements of the elimination round. If she wanted to win, the mecha must be modified to increase the proportion of weapons. It would be great if the core materials of the pollution source could be used to make 5 different weapons. Of course, Qin Rong was just imagining. Her biggest income now was selling the dropped materials of a pollution source. How could she afford 5? Qin Rong also had an idea in her mind. When the competition was over, and she was not expelled from school, she would go to the pollution area. In the following days, Qin Rong replaced some of the accessories of the mecha with higher quality ones, and modified the weapon system. The day of the competition is coming, but the level of Qin Rong's intelligent system is not as good as Qin Rong's automatic monster-killing mecha before. Such clumsy movements can't even beat the dumbest mecha soldiers. Qin Rong thought about what to do for a long time, but after thinking for a long time, she didn't think about it. In terms of intelligent systems, she was already gifted to come up with a usable one so quickly, and it was difficult to come up with a master-level work. So Qin Rong set her sights on the system. Since my system uses your code, you should be able to control it. Yes, but I can't fight. Then listen to my instructions. Are you sure? Let me do it? The system was a little eager to try. He hasn't had a body in reality yet. If he can get into the mecha to experience it, it will feel pretty good. I'm sure, system, I believe you. You can definitely do it very well. Qin Rong used a lot of exaggerated words to praise the system, making the system CPU almost set off fireworks, and he agreed in a daze. The system agreed, solving Qin Rong's most complicated problem, which is how to make these 5 mechas obey orders at the same time. Now with the system's dispatch, she doesn't have to be distracted to study this. As for the remaining time, Qin Rong left it to watch the previous command department competitions. Command is an art of coordination. Not only must one's own strength be strong, but also factors such as the battle venue, weather, and enemy level must be considered. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. The venue of the command elimination competition of the Mecha College of Beijing Tianjin University is different every year. According to the order of changing the venue, this year's venue should be the rainforest map. During the competition, students will be teleported to another area, not in Beijing and Tianjin, but in a rainforest area thousands of miles away. Because the temperature there is too high and the environment is bad, there are not many people living there, and there is no pollution area. It is the most suitable venue for students to compete. Qin Rong plans to spend a few days to study the topography and landforms there, and it would be best to remember what kinds of poisonous insects and poisonous plants there are. Just when she was about to finish her homework and had a general understanding of the venue, Li Hailan sent her a message, telling her that Master He was very popular now, and many people had already made reservations to buy large mechas. Qin Rong calculated that the auction would be held after the mecha competition was over. She was not in a hurry, so she replied with a work hard and continued to collect new information. After understanding the venue, she began to understand the strength of everyone participating in the competition. Of course, it was just the surface strength. Qin Rong could not find out whether anyone had some hidden cards. There are 2 teams worth noting. One team is Jiang Yuqi's team, which is composed of top students in the command department and top students in the individual soldier department. It is likely to be a seed team. The other team is Qian Jianing's team. Apart from other things, the Krypton Goal project must be full, and with Qian Jianing's competitive spirit, he will definitely work hard on the mecha. After experiencing the power of Shishao's latest weapon, Qin Rong deeply realized that the power of star coins should not be underestimated. A few days before the competition, The registration form needs to be submitted. The teacher in charge of the registration for the elimination round was stunned when he saw Qin Rong participating alone. Qin Rong said, "The rules only say that 5 mechas need to participate, not 5 people." The teacher in charge of the registration explained, "This is a competition for our school, and we cannot invite outside schools or mercenaries to participate. I won't invite them." This makes people a little puzzled. In previous years, there were people who did not form a team. After all, there are only so many single soldiers, and even if we count the number of people, it is impossible for all of them to form a team of 5. So in fact, in the end, for people formed a team, 3 people, or 1 person, and they could also participate. 5 people is the upper limit, and this number cannot be exceeded, but if you really can't find anyone, you can reduce it. The teacher guessed that this little classmate didn't invite anyone, but was embarrassed to say it. The teacher also cared about the students. As long as she didn't violate the rules, everything would be fine. The teacher didn't make it difficult for Qin Rong. After asking her to file all the mechas, he didn't make it difficult for her again. Qin Rong's modified mecha was not particularly conspicuous among the mechas of young masters and young ladies, so the teacher did not pay much attention to it. He was just a little confused. How could this child buy 5 mechas by himself? Can he drive them? After the registration was over, the registration form was published on the school's official website. Before, Qin Rong only knew that he had to form a team. Now that he had a list, he was more confident about the level of the enemy. And soon, the day of the competition arrived. The time of the competition was set in the morning. Early in the morning, the school became lively. After all, this was the end of the semester, which was related to whether the students could enter the next semester's competition, so the parents were also very concerned. Parents cheering for their children could be seen everywhere in the school. When it came to the speech of the dean of the Mecha Academy before the game, the parents below were even more full. Although students have to go out of town to take exams, parents do not go with them. When students take the space shuttle to other places, parents will sit in the school playground, looking at 12 split screens and 1 large screen, looking for their children. Chapter 48. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. According to Qin Rong's understanding these days, there are a total of 302 sophomores in the Mecha Academy, including 152 Mecha soldiers participating in the elimination round and 39 students from the command department. In the list of participants submitted, fully equipped teams are rare, and teams with 4 people are more common. Each team can carry 5 mechas. According to Qin Rong's guess, those with sufficient financial strength should bring another spare mecha. Like the 5 mechas Qin Rong carried, the first one is a small and flexible large reconnaissance mecha. The tropical rainforest in the battle site this time has trees more than 30 meters high. The lush trees will inevitably affect the line of sight, so reconnaissance mechas are indispensable. The second one is a mecha with relatively balanced functions, which can be used for reconnaissance and close and long-range attacks. Of course, it can also be said that this is a jack-of-all-trades mecha, and nothing is top-notch. The third one is a long-range firepower coverage mecha, and both weapons are long-range attacks. The fourth one is specially designed for close combat, equipped with 2 weapons with high close combat damage, and gives up most of the defense, almost pulling the agility to the maximum. This is a mecha specially designed for reconnaissance and assassination. The fifth one is a heavy-duty auxiliary mecha with very good defensive performance, but similarly, high defense means that the weight of this mecha is difficult to achieve agility. Qin Rong can already operate in the second relatively balanced mecha, and the other 4 will be assisted by the system to help her operate. The materials department will not participate in this elimination match, but because it is a relatively large final exam, the materials department is also required to watch the game. This game will also be broadcast live to the outside world, not only inviting well-known mecha commentators, but also inviting representatives of Dai Lijin Mecha Company and the deputy director of the cruiser to observe. The Beijing Tianjin Mecha College basically provides talents for the cruiser stably. And this kind of large-scale competition, a student will experience twice in school, one in the sophomore year and one in the senior year. The sophomore game is in the summer, and the senior game is in the winter. The sophomore match is not as important as the senior match. The senior match is directly related to whether you can become a cruiser, while the sophomore match is to record the seed players. There are also those who are very, very outstanding and signed into the cruiser administration in the sophomore year. Recently, the administration is short of people, and new pollution areas are constantly emerging. The deputy director came this time with expectations in his heart. If he can really see a few top soldiers, the work of the pollution area that is pressed on others can be divided a little. In his speech, The deputy director of the administration also expressed his expectations for the soldiers and commanders, and said that if they performed well this time, they could become special members of the cruiser. The representative of Die Legion was even more simple and crude. The champion team of this competition can get Die Legion's latest model mecha and a B-level pollution source drop attribute weapon for each person. The runner-up and third place also have rewards, but compared with the attribute weapon of the champion, they are far inferior. Qin Rong, who has always been greedy for attribute weapons, was full of determination to win after hearing the speech of the representative of Die Legion Company. This thing must be fought for. If you don't take advantage of it, you be in vain. But I don't know whether the reward is calculated by head or mecha. If it's calculated by head, she is a bit at a disadvantage. The college will also give rewards to the top 3 teams. Of course, the rewards are still a little bit lower than those of Die Legion Company. After the leaders finished speaking, it was time to explain the competition system. The competition venue, this time, was exactly as Qin Rong expected, the rainforest venue. The competition teams will be randomly deployed every 5 minutes, and the competition will last for 3 days in total. Each mecha will carry a signal transmitter. If the transmitter is broken, it means that the mecha is out. If you break someone else's transmitter, you can add 1 point to your team. When all 5 mecha signal transmitters of a team are broken, the team is out. There are a total of 39 participating teams in the game. The eliminated teams will get 5 points according to the game ranking. The 20th to 39th place will get 5 points, the 10th to 20th place will get 10 points, the 5th to 9th place will get 20 points, and the top 4 will get 25 points. Of course, it is also possible that you and I are both at peace, and we are both unable to do anything to each other. If the mechas do not decide the winner in these 3 days, they will be scored according to their activity. In other words, if you actively attack others but fail, you will be ranked higher than passive defense. After the rules were announced, the teams of nearly 200 people were brought into the shuttle device one by one, and it would take more than 2 hours for all 39 teams to be deployed. Qin Rong's deployment time was relatively late, which was a bit disadvantageous, because it might not be possible to occupy a favorable terrain. But this was only a small loss. After all, the game could not be absolutely fair. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Qin Rong finally got on the shuttle machine, and in less than a moment, she arrived at the tropical rainforest area thousands of miles away. Although I have seen this place in the video of the previous competition, it is still more shocking to see it in person than in the video. This place seems to have never been explored by humans, and the towering trees are frightening. Qin Rong first looked at the surrounding environment, and then found a relatively hidden hiding place. She turned on the stealth mode of the reconnaissance mecha, climbed up from the trees, and came to the top of the tree canopy. The area above was blocked by dense leaves. Even if the field of vision was wide, there was still not much effective vision. She remained vigilant and began to explore with the reconnaissance mecha. At the same time, the first fight had broken out on the big screen on the playground. Among the 39 teams, there was always bad luck, and they collided head-on. The 2 teams that collided were not full-equipped teams, and they also had 4 people. Because the game had just started, both sides did not want to let others take advantage, so they had a small head-on conflict and then retreated. The movement here immediately attracted the reconnaissance of the nearby mechas, but because the mechas left quickly, there was no head-on conflict. The third mecha that wanted to take advantage of the situation also returned in disappointment. Soon, it was afternoon. The weather was already hot and humid, and with the direct sunlight, the temperature was particularly high. The heat insulation system of the mecha would consume a lot of energy. Because only one mecha was allowed to bring 1 tube of energy, these people did not dare to use the energy for heat insulation in the early stage. This led to these mechas becoming a burden. The most primitive heat turned the mecha into a stuffy iron shell. Because of the influence of this environment, the teams that originally wanted to slowly gain points began to have different views. We can't delay any longer. The more we delay, the more serious our energy consumption will be. I originally thought that as long as we can survive, we can earn some points. I didn't know until I got here that the heat here is really deadly. How can we stay for 3 days without heat insulation? This was the idea of one team, but it also represented the ideas of most mechas. So at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the first day, the first team was wiped out. After they are wiped out, they will be guided by drones and shuttled back through space. The students who shuttled back were naturally very depressed. The captain comforted everyone. The 20th to 39th place will get the same score. At least we took away a mecha, which added 1 point. Maybe we are not the last. The mecha ranked at the bottom will be expelled. It is precisely this last elimination system that makes the soldiers almost always choose the top-ranked people in the command department to form a team. Qin Rong, who is at the bottom, can't find anyone at all, and the other command department's tail is not much better. The first one to be eliminated is considered to be in the middle and lower reaches of the command department. His grades are not too bad, but he is unlucky and encounters a full team. As for the score list, every student can check it from the optical computer, but this time the optical computer was specially ordered by the school from the optical computer company for the competition. It can only be used for competitions, and can only see things released by the school, but not other things. Otherwise, if these students can watch the games broadcasted by the school, they can determine the enemy's position, which is not fair. The commander of the team ranked first is named Gao Ping, and their team has a good name, called the Ping'an team. After a fierce battle, the Ping'an team lost one member. Although the points ranking is high, the premature loss makes Gao Ping feel a little uneasy. They are at a disadvantage against the full staff team now, so they can only play it safe first. But the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Before Gao Ping can find a hiding place, they are ambushed. What is very unlucky is that there happens to be another full staff team near their team, and this team is a combination of top students in the command department and S-level and A-level single soldiers in the single soldier department. Their reconnaissance mecha is gone, which is equivalent to missing eyes. Shenlang, you turn on the stealth, sneak from the back, kill the long range first. Jiang Yuqi, Baisha attack from the front. I will focus the long range fire to create opportunities for you. Shenlang, report at the time. Shenlang had already sneaked to the back and said, 1. Okay, open fire. A group of mechas suddenly emerged from the dense bushes. They fired directly, and caught the opponent off guard. But Gao Ping was not a person who just wanted to eat and work. He immediately let the heavy mecha stand in front to block the artillery fire. Their position was very bad, and there was no cover. Gao Ping made a quick decision to use the heavy mecha as a cover to counterattack. While Gao Ping lost the front battlefield, he received information from the long-range attack mecha. I was touched by Shenlang. I am not good at close combat. There is a high probability that I will be killed by close combat. Gao Ping quickly looked for mechas to provide support. Gao Ping realized that there was no chance to counterattack after the opponent's attack. He did not delay and said to the team, unlucky, we ran into Zhang Zhe. Now we can only hide for a place. I will run in stealth mode. You can take anyone you can. Teammate said, find a deserted place. Don't come out until you die. Chapter 49. Don't worry, I have prepared a surprise for him. When Gao Ping retreated, his teammates opened the maximum output to cover him, regardless of the consequences, and wanted to consume Zhang Zhe's team. The power of the heavy tank without considering energy consumption is huge. His shield can be opened to the maximum, and he walked forward under the concentrated fire. The teammates behind him followed him, but they did not lose much energy. Zhang Zhe directly said in the team voice, they want to focus on Baisha and take one away. Jiang Yuqi, you get close to Baisha, and wait for the opponent's melee to attack Baisha, and you save Baisha. No way, why don't you focus on Jiang Yuqi, just pick on the weak. Baisha said indignantly. You said you are a weak persimmon, who else can I do if I don't do you? Shenlang ran back while ruthlessly complaining. Stop talking nonsense, come here quickly, and I will be safe if I kill this mech from behind. You said it lightly, they are prepared and always watching behind. How can they be killed as quickly as the long-range attack just now? Listening to the two people arguing, Zhang Zhe said directly, quick battle, increase output, the mech team that heard the movement here is coming, the temperature of the bullet hole of my mech is too high now, and it will soon reach the cooling period, don't let others take advantage of it. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, the opponent's dying counterattack came. Baisha's mech is a reconnaissance type, small in size and flexible in body. He realized almost instantly that the heavy armored mech was going to withdraw its defense to catch him. It was very unpleasant to do so. After all, it was at this distance, and it would definitely be more appropriate to let the mech behind take action, but the opponent's commander probably wanted to surprise him, so he arranged a heavy armored mech to attack. The heavy armored mecha redistributed its energy, directly adding all its energy to speed without shields, and then rushed towards Baisha. In a flash, Baisha was knocked away, but at the same time, the opponent's melee mecha appeared in front of Jiang Yuqi. Jiang Yuqi made a judgment, and did not go to support Baisha, but directly killed this melee mecha. Gao Ping heard the voices of his teammates, and thought that his plan had failed. When he saw Jiang Yuqi approaching Baisha, he knew that he could not take Baisha's head. However, if Jiang Yuqi went to rescue Baisha according to his new plan, His close combat teammates might be able to kill Shenlang, because Shenlang's mecha had very poor defense, while the close combat mechas in his team had good defense. If Shenlang could not be killed in one blow, the close combat mechas might be able to kill him. Gao Ping sighed and sped up his escape. But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The other party flew out of the bushes and stopped Gao Ping directly. "Brother Luo, I said I didn't see you just now. I was waiting for you here." Gao Ping spoke through the loudspeaker. "Since you know, don't run. I'm here to stop you. Can your little mecha catch up with me? Whether it can catch up or not depends on driving skills. I know your skills, Brother Gao. Just don't run away. It will save you and me." "How can that be? I ran away because I sacrificed my teammates. How can I justify not fighting?" As the two were talking, the game of chase and escape had already begun. The guy called Brother Luo, whose full name is Luo Guanxin, had a mecha that was a little slower than Gao Ping's, so he could only fire long-range weapons from behind to interfere. His mecha was a jack of all trades, and was balanced in all aspects, with both long-range and close-range attacks. The front battlefield over there was over, so Luo Guanxin had no pressure in the fight. He hit Gao Ping several times in succession, and the opponent's mecha slowed down a lot. Zhang Zai's voice came from the team voice. "Don't delay, you have already chased too far, and it is very likely that you will run into other mecha teams. Just speed up and kill them." Luo Guanxin felt that he had won, and didn't want to fight aggressively. After all, mechas consume different amounts of energy at different speeds. Now he must speed up to surpass Gao Ping to kill him. Now Gao Ping has slowed down. If he hits him one more time, he can catch up with Gao Ping. It is not worth speeding up now, and he will lose half of his current energy. There were still 3 days to go, so he had to save some money to use for the insulation. After all, the heat was really unbearable. So he replied, "It's okay, brother. I'm very careful and alert, and I won't bump into it." The next moment after he finished this sentence, a mecha suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Almost instantly, the arm of the mecha broke through his cockpit glass and directly pierced his signal device. Gao Ping in front of him had the same fate. After both of them had their signal devices blown up, Zhang Zai over there was also puzzled when he saw that the communication device was dark. "I can't contact Luo Guanxin." After Zhang Zai and his team finished the battle, they had left quickly, and were now hiding behind an obstacle, looking at the small icon of the team voice. The signal device was gone. He lost the ability to communicate, which was equivalent to telling his teammates that he was dead. Shenlang said, "It's probably because they were ambushed by another team." The team's loss of members made several people feel heavy-hearted, but Zhang Zai said in a good mood, "A fully equipped team is rare, and now we are on the same starting line as our classmates." And Luo Guanxin, whose signal device was exploded, turned on the loudspeaker, and his voice was speechless and angry. "No, buddy, who are you? My heat source detector didn't find you. How did your mecha keep its heat so low?" After all, the temperature of the people inside is always different from the surrounding environment. How come there is no temperature difference on the thermal display? This is the display he spent a lot of money to install, and it cost him 200,000 star coins. Gao Ping walked to Luo Guanxin silently, looked up at the drone, and someone should take them out soon. Qin Rong silently accepted the two heads. The unmanned mecha flashed twice, and a mechanical voice came out from it. "Thank you for your free support of 2 points. You grandson is still using the voice changer to taunt, right? Even if you don't dare to use your real voice, I can still find out who you are. I see which team has changed the standings. When I confirm who you are, you can wait for my teammates to avenge me." Luo Guanxin was ambushed, and he was particularly upset, especially if he had been more careful and killed Gao Ping earlier. This would not have happened. At this moment, he was regretting it in his heart. Luo Guanxin turned on the optical brain to check the score changes. As long as the 2 points were increased just now, it should be the one who ambushed him. However, because there were many battles in the afternoon, there were 2 teams that increased 2 points at the same time. One was a full-equipped team, and the commander was also a relatively advanced student in the class, and the other had only 1 person. Luo Guanxin felt a little confused. This person's team had only 1 person. How did he get 2 points? Even if he was picking up a leak, he had to kill 2 people at the same time, like the 2 mechas just now, otherwise it would definitely lead to a counterattack. However, it was not completely impossible just now. As long as the 2 mechas were very damaged, it was possible to kill one first and then the other. Anyway, there were 2 people who killed him and Gao Ping, so it was self-evident who killed him. The captain of this fully equipped team is called Chen Tianming. Luo Guanxin also knows him. He usually calls him Brother Chen when he meets him. He didn't expect that his command style is so sinister. Luo Guanzhen wanted to chat with Chen Tianming, but this guy was very cautious. After killing him, he immediately arranged for the two ambushing mechas to escape. Forget it, Luo Guanzhen is not a particularly stingy person and can afford to lose. At least with Zhang Zhe, he will definitely not be eliminated, but his ranking is not good, which will affect his future development. Soon, the staff arrived, and two staff members took Luo Guanzhen and Gao Ping away. After Luo Guanzhen came out, his parents immediately came up to pick him up. Luo Guanzhen was a little depressed and greeted his parents without much strength. And Luo Guanzhen's mother patted Luo Guanzhen on the shoulder and comforted him. Son, don't be discouraged, there are still people in your team. The final calculation is the team's points, and your ranking will not be low. Luo Guanzhen thought to himself, it is really comfortable to lean on the thigh. He sat down at the bottom of the playground and started watching the live broadcast replay on his own computer. He wanted to see how Chen Tianming managed to keep the temperature inside and outside the mecha consistent. He wanted to die clearly. When he saw the replay of Chen Tianming's live broadcast, he was suddenly stunned. It was not him and Gao Ping who had a conflict with Chen Tianming's team. So it was the team of one person who killed him? How is this possible? He clearly saw two people. Things became more and more confusing. Luo Guanzhen hurried to look at the small screen related to Yurong. Because Yurong had no intention of taking the initiative, there were very few shots of her. The 12 screens only shook her for a while. But in the part where he and Gao Ping were arguing, Yurong entered the country. Luo Guanzhen watched it again, and there were indeed two mechas. What happened? Did Yurong cheat? Her team clearly had two contestants, but only one was written. Luo Guanzhen had a deep impression of Yurong. After all, Yurong had been pursuing Jiang Yuqi very fiercely for a while. Recently, she had not been seen pursuing Jiang Yuqi, but her performance in the basic single soldier course shocked Luo Guanzhen again. Luo Guanzhen was not so curious about other people's affairs. Although Yurong seemed to have awakened, worked hard, and improved her physique, it had little to do with him. He still had to worry about his own competition and training, and had no time to pay attention to a classmate he was not familiar with. But now Luo Guanzhen had to pay attention. He stood up from the playground, ran to the inspection committee of the competition, and raised his doubts about Qin Rong's contestant. Regarding his doubts, the inspection committee member said that when Qin Rong was sent to the competition venue, she was indeed alone. And there was no rule in the competition that two teams could not cooperate. So the committee member said, even if she cooperates with other team members in the competition venue, it is still in compliance. Being able to attract capable people is also a strength in itself. The school's elimination competition hopes that these students will grow up quickly, so within the scope of the rules, some slightly overstepping behaviors are also allowed. For example, if two elite teams agree to ambush another elite team, the inspection committee will not care. We will investigate further. Just be patient and wait for the news. Luo Guanzhen went back. He was excited and stared at the 12 screens, watching when Yurong would appear. On the other side, Zhang Zhe's team, who was hiding, also saw the change in points. Zhang Zhe did not have Luo Guanzhen's God's perspective to watch the replay. He guessed logically, and also put the blame on Chen Tianming. Jiang Yuqi on the side suddenly said, Yurong's mecha is automated. Although there is only one person, it is also a fully equipped team. Zhang Zhe raised his eyebrows, and was stunned for a moment and said, What? What is an automated mecha? The sudden term made Zhang Zhe feel a little uneasy. He had collected information before the game, and thought he knew it comprehensively, but suddenly a term he had never heard of popped up. Jiang Yuqi continued, It is a mecha that can fight automatically, but I don't know how far she has developed it, and what the level of a single mecha is. Zhang Zhe felt that he could understand every word Jiang Yuqi said, but he couldn't understand it when they were combined. It's not his fault, the automated mecha is his blank area. He grabbed Jiang Yuqi and said, Tell me about this automated mecha, what is the difference between it and ordinary mecha? The more detailed the better, and tell me what you know about Yurong. I just know that her physique has improved, and her driving course grades are good. What other information is there? This is very important. Jiang Yuqi should not miss any details, no matter how small it is. So Jiang Yuqi briefly talked about the working principle of the automated mecha. Of course, he still knew electrical automation. He didn't know that Qin Rong now used artificial intelligence automation. As for the detailed information about Qin Rong's mecha, he didn't know even more. This information was confidential. At the critical moment, it depends on who has more cards. As for Qin Rong's personality, Jiang Yuqi didn't know much, and he didn't say much because he was afraid of misleading Zhang Zhe. Shenlang added, "She has changed a lot from before. If you still look at her with the same eyes as before, it's easy to overturn." After Zhang Zhe roughly understood the automated mecha, he felt that in terms of individual combat effectiveness, it was definitely not as good as a single soldier. However, Zhang Zhe was a cautious and conservative person. Even though he felt that the combat effectiveness of these automated mechas was average, he still regarded them as B-class mechas. In their team, Shenlang was A-class, Jiang Yuqi was S-class, and he and Bai Sha were B-class. The level of the mecha is linked to the precision of the operation, and the precision is linked to the driving skills. Zhang Zhe was a little relieved. Generally speaking, although this automated mecha was novel, it was not a particularly difficult bone to chew. There are many mechas, but they must be used in the right place to be useful. This is the charm of command. After the peak of the first wave of group battles, the ranking of the teams also changed. At present, the team led by Zhang Zhe has the highest points ranking. They killed 4 people, and got 4 points. The original Pingan team, although the points were also high, was not shown on the points list because they were eliminated. In the evening, the sun set and the weather was a little cooler, but it dropped from 40 degrees to 35 degrees. In order to save energy, Zhang Zhe and his men had turned off the insulation, came out of the mecha, and gathered together to find food. The mecha has a large target, and these people can hide better after putting the mecha away. But the tropical rainforest is not only high temperature, but also poisonous snakes and poisonous insects. Of course, Zhang Zhe has also made preparations in advance. After finding the water source, Zhang Zhe was very cautious to bring the water back in a container and drink it after it was cooked. As for food, Zhang Zhe was even more cautious. Not only did he let his teammates eat it when the food was cooked thoroughly, but he was also ready to send the poisoned teammates back at any time. After all, this is a game, and dying here is not worth it. As a commander, all these aspects must be taken into consideration. But not all commanders know so many things like Zhang Zhe. There were still students who were bitten by poisonous insects, and they were in so much pain that they couldn't scream on the spot. After pressing a signal device, someone came to rescue immediately. Fortunately, the organizers were also very experienced in dealing with poisonous insects. After taking this special medicine, the people were fine, but the points were gone. Because of the harsh living environment in this place, many teams lost members. And after dinner, the stomach digests food for a period of time, and it is easy for humans to relax their vigilance. Taking advantage of the night, it is most appropriate to launch a sneak attack at this time. Zhang Zhe thought so. If he could take revenge for the loss of team members, he would still take revenge. But because his weapons were not cooled down during the day, he did not go directly to find trouble. Now taking advantage of the night, a group of people entered the mecha and slowly approached the place where Luo Guanzhen was killed. He was not sure if the person was still here. If not, it was nothing. If he was, he had to make a strategy in advance. We are lying in ambush in the nearby bushes, sharing the view of Bai Sha. Bai Sha, don't fly low, it's easy to be discovered, just walk. The effective view is too small. The bushes are 3 or 4 meters high. It's night, and you can't see anything. If Luo Guanzhen was here, it would be great. He has thermal imaging infrared, which is perfect for that night. Shenlang sighed. Don't you also have night vision infrared? Although it's not as good as Luo Guanzhen's, the resolution is too low, but it's enough. Zhang Zhe said. Jiang Yuqi suddenly said, if it's Yurong who's here, the unmanned mecha has no human body temperature, and the night vision infrared will definitely not work. Zhang Zhe frowned. It's really a bit troublesome for this unmanned mecha to detect. Do you have any opinions? Zhang Zhe asked again. We don't have any tricks for now. After all, automated mechas are new, and no one has used them in actual combat. We definitely don't have any solutions. No, now it is confirmed that it was Yurong who did it. What if it was Chen Tianning? Bai Sha said. No matter who it is, you use infrared imaging and then share the screen. The golden time is very short. If we don't find anyone within an hour, we will retreat. Bai Sha responded, and went out to slowly explore the mecha. After half an hour, Bai Sha said, no, the field of view is too limited. There are too many obstructions here. Otherwise, just try your best and fly to the tree. The field of view of about 6 meters is very good. You can almost see the bottom clearly. Zhang Zhe thought about it and said, okay, try it. Bai Sha flew to the tree and began to scan the bottom. At the same time, in a corner, Qin Rong laughed and said to the system, one is exposed. Host, how do you know they will come back? Because their commander is Zhang Zhe, this person is very cautious and a little bit, how to say, vindictive. Of course, this is one aspect. From the perspective of the commander's personality, he may come back. On the other hand, Zhang Zhe has a misunderstanding. He thinks that he knows I am here, and he has the first move. But don't they usually run after fighting? That's right, so Zhang Zhe is just trying his luck. He has no other goals at the moment. The system thinks it understands, but it doesn't quite understand what its host is doing. It asks again, can't our mecha beat Jiang Yuqi? If we can't beat Jiang Yuqi, can't we beat those two B-level ones? Besides, even if it's Jiang Yuqi, he will be in trouble if my two mechas go together. I understand. This is a team action. Even if an individual is very strong, it is not enough to determine victory or defeat. Not really. It depends on how strong they are. Being strong enough, like me, can determine victory or defeat. System, eh? Qin Rong touched his chin and said, we need to add another Qinsheng. The two of us can beat 5 together. The system has never seen what the golden age of Qin Rong's domination was like. Jiang Yuqi is the male protagonist, and it is difficult for him to fight 2 people alone. How can his host fight 5 people alone? It must be bragging. According to the system's idea, it is the best thing to do to secretly give Jiang Yuqi a break, let him become the champion, and support him silently. Jiang Yuqi will definitely be very touched afterwards, and then fall in love with his host, and the two will get married happily and complete the mission. But obviously, if it really does this, it will offend its host to death, and the host will definitely kick it out. The system thought with some melancholy that it would be better if the host was more obedient. This host has lived in this world for too many years, and has become a veteran. It is not as easy to control as the previous host. He does whatever he is told to do. Host, the scout didn't find anything and is leaving. Don't worry, I have prepared a surprise for him. The infrared imaging device flashed by, and Baisha suddenly noticed the unusualness of one of the places. The air temperature around has always fluctuated, and the temperature fluctuation of this place is only slightly greater than the air temperature, but Baisha has been investigating for a long time, and his intuition tells him that this should be a person. Hiding in the mecha, with the insulation turned on, this is the effect. I found a person, hiding in the bushes, with the insulation turned on. You are good, you have such a sharp eye. Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. Chapter 50. The crocodile is too ugly, leave it to me. Jiang Yuqi looked at the image and asked, why is there only one person? Zhang Zhe frowned and said, could it be Yu Rong? She is the only one in her team. It's possible. Jiang Yuqi nodded. Zhang Zhe actually felt a little strange in his heart. After all, Yu Rong was a strange person. She changed a lot, and suddenly became a top student among single soldiers. No one has seen her command ability so far, so it is hard to say whether she has the ability. But according to her previous results, her command level is really not very good, and her results are the last. And everyone does not open the insulation to save energy, but she does not limit it at all. Could it be that the automated mecha is actually very energy saving, and Yu Rong can use the energy of 5 mechas alone, so there is no need to save electricity? Zhang Zhe thought about it carefully, and considered it before taking action. Finally, he felt that he could give it a try. Well, Baisha, you come back, Jiang Yuqi, go and feel it out. If you find anything wrong, come back immediately. Baisha might not be able to react in time and die, but Jiang Yuqi will be fine. With an S-level reaction speed, it's no problem to beat that automated mecha by half a street. Jiang Yuqi didn't know that Zhang Zhe was so confident in him. He attached great importance to Yu Rong, which led to him being very careful. Every time he touched her, he would preset an escape route. Once it was a trap, he would retreat immediately without hesitation. Then he saw Yu Rong sitting in the mecha cabin in the bushes, turning on the insulation, eating and drinking water slowly. It was really comfortable. How is it, did you see anyone? Yes, she's eating. Great, this is the best time, Jiang Yuqi, you take her down directly, which is equivalent to taking down her entire team. Find her unmanned mechas and press the signal devices, and we can increase our score by 5 points. Baisha was very excited. The signaler is installed in the cockpit of the mecha, so if there are 4 people in a team, but there are 5 mechas, theoretically, one person can have 2 chances. However, in general, when a team is destroyed, you will not be given the opportunity to use the spare mecha, and the 5th mecha is often found and pressed by the opponent. Zhang Zhe frowned slightly after seeing the picture sent back by Jiang Yuqi. He said, I don't think it's right. It's too leisurely. It feels a bit like an empty city plan. Jiang Yuqi said, I also think it doesn't fit her usual personality. It's a bit like a trap. Baisha said, You too, are you not a hot-blooded man if you don't go up? Shenlang said, The end of a hot-blooded man is the same as Luo Guanson's. Baisha, if I ask you, you are too cowardly. Shenlang, why don't you go up and try we run away? Zhang Zhe said speechlessly, What are you talking about? Forget it this time. Anyway, we won't lose anything if we run away. If it's a trap, we might be wiped out. After all, there are only 4 of us now. Jiang Yuqi, retreat back, let's go. Jiang Yuqi retreated without hesitation. They had been running for less than 5 minutes, when the faint red light of the mecha detector emerged from the bushes where they were originally staying. Qin Rong said to the system, You are too timid. If I stay a little longer, I will ambush them. The system said, You underestimated them. Maybe they have already figured out that this is a trap. Qin Rong reflected on himself. Maybe the food is too fake. After all, in this crisis, eating so slowly does look sick. And Qin Rong looked dim and said with some regret, There are 2 people in their team who know me. You mean Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang? What's wrong with them knowing you? Jiang Yuqi knows about the automated mecha, and Shenlang is also very careful. He likes to observe the changes and personalities of the people around him. It is difficult to kill them unexpectedly, but fortunately, the other teams don't know yet. This information gap can give me some advantages. Host, you look a bit like a middle-aged uncle who likes to take advantage of small things. Qin Rong raised his eyebrows and said calmly, I am 30 years old. Jiang Yuqi and his team retreated, and Qin Rong did not regret for long. He also began to use the reconnaissance mecha to look for his own prey. This night was destined to be an uneasy night. When the dawn of the next day came, Qin Rong woke up and looked at the scoreboard. There were only 27 teams left. Now, not counting the eliminated individuals, there were already 12 eliminated teams. The school rules do not allow food and water to be brought in. It is okay to endure not eating for a day, just drink more nutrient solution before coming in, but if you don't eat the next day, the feeling of hunger will be very uncomfortable. This rainforest is very large, but there are not as many clean water sources as imagined. Qin Rong has many requirements for food, so she is at a disadvantage in this regard. She had planned the preparation of food before going to bed last night. While fruits are not enough, she needs to supplement enough protein. When exploring the surrounding environment yesterday, she found a quagmire with several crocodiles in it. When Qin Rong collected supplies yesterday, he picked a lot of fungus, which is also a way to supplement protein. After boiling it with the water stored yesterday, Qin Rong ate up the tasteless fungus. But I was still hungry. Fortunately, I drank a lot of nutrient solution before coming in yesterday, so I didn't starve myself. When I woke up this morning, Qin Rong felt the familiar hunger like maggots attached to my bones. After returning from the contaminated area that day, the hunger disappeared, but now it appears again. Qin Rong felt that she would not be hungry so quickly. Perhaps there was another reason for the hunger, but she was still in the game. After the game was over, she would investigate it carefully. Qin Rong finished eating yesterday's stock, and then operated the reconnaissance mecha, drove out, and touched the muddy pool where the crocodile was yesterday. At the same time, she heard a voice. Can crocodile blood also replenish salt? I'm almost dehydrated after sweating all day. But it looks so ugly, I really don't want to eat it. It's good to have something to eat, don't pick it. This is a 3-person team. Qin Rong immediately locked their names, and found them on the scoreboard. So far, they only have 1 point. After Qin Rong discovered their traces, he began to hunt them. When these people attacked the crocodile, Qin Rong's mecha quickly arrived and surrounded the small mud pit, and he left a reconnaissance mecha outside to investigate the situation to prevent others from taking advantage of it. After doing this, Qin Rong let the mecha lurk. She was waiting for an opportunity to hit the target without wasting time, and to leave the battlefield quickly. The relationship between the 3 people in the group was very good. They probably played together often. And their commander was called Huang Xianxiao, who was in the middle and lower reaches of the class. His command performance was not outstanding, there was no shining event, and his personality was also mediocre. The mechas of these 3 people were stained with mud because they caught the crocodile. The crocodile was very fast in the mud pit. The 3 people had limited vision, and could not catch it after catching it for a long time. Wang Peitao, a sea-level soldier in the 3-person team, said, Why don't we use hot weapons? With our driving skills, we can't catch it even if we try hard. Commander Huang Xianxiao hesitated a little. He looked around and said, But hot weapons will make a lot of noise and attract people. Let's make a quick decision. Once we get the crocodile, we will retreat immediately. Wang Xianxiao hesitated and said, Okay, then Wang Peitao will determine the target and directly bomb it, and then Li Yang will hold the crocodile, and the three of us will leave immediately. No problem. The three of them were full of confidence. Wang Peitao's hot weapon was a tracking shell. A shell hit the mud and directly blew up the mud and blew the crocodile away. It's too noisy. Let's go! Wang Xianxiao also held a crocodile and ran in one direction. The next second, his eyes blurred, and a dagger directly broke through his cockpit glass and directly nailed his signal device. The system laughed and said, How is my accuracy? Qin Rong had no time to pay attention to him. She was busy working. The mecha that killed Wang Xianxiao was the assassin mecha, which could instantly break into Huang Xuanqi's cockpit. And Qin Rong could also kill one instantly. But the attack power of the other one was not so high, so it started fighting with another person. After killing Wang Peitao, Qin Rong immediately joined the battle on the other side. But at this moment, the reconnaissance mecha sent a signal that other teams were coming. The assassin mecha was a little weak after the attack, and the operation of the weapon needed time to accumulate. Qin Rong gave up the last person without hesitation, took the crocodile away, and said to these people, Thank you for your breakfast. Then he quickly withdrew. Wang Xianxiao said angrily, Stop right there. Give me back the crocodile. Qin Rong said through a loudspeaker while slinking, You won't have to eat crocodiles when you return to school. This thing is too ugly, so leave it to me. Lu Yang, who survived, naturally couldn't catch up. He would fight a full team alone unless he was desperate. He said, You guys open the spare armor. Wang Xianxiao said, Let's leave here first. She ran away so fast. I always feel something is wrong. And sure enough, when Wang Xianxiao and his team just changed into spare armor, and were about to leave, they were bumped into again. Wang Xianxiao couldn't help but said angrily, Why are you so unlucky? Do I have a conflict with crocodiles? After Qin Rong left, he found a hidden place to observe the follow-up situation. He looked at the scoreboard and found that Huang Xuanqi's team was still on the scoreboard, but only Huang Xianxiao was left. Did you use the backup mecha to escape? Another team called Chicken Gaga team added 2 points and moved up a few places in the team ranking. This Chicken Gaga team is a 4-person team, led by Wang Sheng, a top student in the class. Qin Rong looked at the charging energy bar of the assassin mecha. She felt that if this Chicken Gaga team had not left, it might have contributed a few more points to her. Chapter 51. It is said that there is a ghost mecha deep in the jungle. Following the road just now, Qin Rong went back again, but the Chicken Quack team did not stay in the previous position. After the battle, the group retreated to the west. Coincidentally, that was the direction Qin Rong left. In other words, the success rate of ambush on this road is terrifyingly high. This group of chickens is also unlucky. There are so many directions, and they just went in the direction Qin Rong left. This 4-man team has a type of mecha with reconnaissance mecha on the top, heavy attack in the front, melee in the back, and long-range attack in the middle. Because long-range attack needs to store a lot of artillery fire, and it takes time to charge the artillery fire, it is easy to be killed by melee. This reconnaissance mecha is very well equipped with a fast infrared scanning device, and the range is particularly large and the density is also very accurate. After the reconnaissance mecha scans and confirms that there is no problem, the team behind will follow. But obviously there is a problem. Infrared scanning equipment is not suitable for Qin Rong's automated mecha, which can have no difference in temperature inside and outside. So, a strange scene happened. Obviously, there was no abnormality in the infrared scanning equipment, but suddenly 4 mechas rushed out from all directions and caught the team off guard. The assassin mecha attacked first, because the long-range attack was protected and could not hit, so he attacked the reconnaissance mecha. The reconnaissance was light in weight and had low defense, so the assassin mecha succeeded in one hit and quickly retreated. The other 3 mechas began to put fire pressure on the 3 mechas in the middle, not giving the long-range attack any chance to attack. After a fierce fire attack, the shield of the opponent's heavy attack mecha was opened. The opponent began to counterattack under the artillery fire, and the opponent's long-range attack mecha attacked. Qin Rong's heavy armored mecha was not flexible enough, and was hit by several shells from the opponent. The system said pitifully, Can't dodge? Qin Rong said, It's okay, it's just a C-class mecha. If you can't dodge, just fight it. I equipped the heavy-duty mecha with defensive capabilities a long time ago. The commander of the opposing team was also frantically thinking of a solution. The signal device of the reconnaissance mecha was gone, so there was no way to contact the other side directly, and there was no way to know what the situation of this group of mechas was. He was operating a long-range attack mecha. After hitting the opponent, he said, "The opponent also has heavy armor. We are at a disadvantage if we fight like this. Move behind the bunker." So under the cover of heavy armor, they moved behind the bushes. Because of the obstruction of vision, Qin Rong did not waste ammunition, but started to wait. What's wrong with this group of mechas? They suddenly rushed out. Wang Sheng complained speechlessly. The mecha soldier in the team asked, "What should we do now? We are outnumbered. Now there is no way to determine the identity of the opponent. We are very passive. Let's escape first. We can't fight hard." "I think so too. Let's go." The Little Chicken Gaga team unified their cognition and decided to implement the policy of it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And retreat first. Just as they turned around to escape, one of them who had turned on the infrared detection said, "Someone is coming." Because infrared detection also consumes energy, they usually don't turn it on. After the scout died, Wang Sheng asked one of the soldiers to go and detect the other party, but nothing was found. Now they finally found it, but there was only one person. Didn't we encounter a ghost? The infrared is not broken. Why can't those mechas detect it?" Wang Sheng was panicked when he heard this. The cockpit of the mecha seemed to be fully enclosed. Is there anyone inside? If it is made opaque, won't it affect the vision? There is only one person here. It shouldn't be a big problem. After killing this person, run away quickly. Wang Sheng thought so. He always felt that the mechas that suddenly appeared were weird, so he should run away quickly. Qin Rong was hiding in the distance to command, because she could be scanned, so the concealment plan might fail because of her. Qin Rong hid not far away, and waited until the fight started before blocking the direction where these people might escape. Because of screen sharing, he saw these people hiding behind the bushes, so the direction they could escape was the 3 directions behind the bushes. In addition, he let the mechas outflank from the other 2 sides, so these people could retreat. On their way, Qin Rong waited for a while, and saw 3 mechas reporting to each other. She detected the other party, and the other party naturally detected her. Therefore, from a distance, the long-range attack set up a cannon and fired at Qin Rong. These are 3 consecutive tracking cannons. These are all modified mechas, and each modified mecha has its own differences. For example, Wang Sheng's mecha has a long artillery track and can fire 3 tracking bombs at a time, but the cooling time is also relatively long. While the long-range attack fired shells, the close combat also attacked Qin Rong. The commander was not clear about Qin Rong's strength and suffered a loss. Otherwise, he would never make such a failed strategy against the enemy. The shells were coming towards Qin Rong, but she was not panicked at all. She turned and turned again, and the shells were easily deterred by her, and hit the opponent's melee mecha head-on. Fuck. Wang Sheng was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Who the hell is this guy? He is so good at operation. Even Jiang Yuqi can't do this. The heavy armored mecha was alert to the mechas chasing behind, and opened the shield to protect Wang Sheng at any time, while paying attention to the battle over there, and said, "Brother Shui is going to die with this operation." As soon as the voice fell, the opponent's small combo was so cool that it couldn't be cooler, and directly harvested Chen Wenshui, who was injured by the shells, knocked open the glass of the cockpit, and turned off the signal device. During this period, Wang Sheng's tracking bullets cooled down, and he fired a few more, and at the same time used the track on the other side to fire ordinary shells. As a result, he didn't even touch the opponent's side. Wang Sheng was a little skeptical about his life. He had just experienced the ghost mecha, and now he met a great man who came out of nowhere. He said, "My driving test scores weren't that bad, so why did I get the human body outline?" The mecha soldier said, "We have run into a tough guy. This guy must be the old shady guy who usually doesn't show his true colors, but is waiting to show his cards in the game to trick us." Wang Sheng turned on the loudspeaker and said, "Brother, who is it? So fierce." Qin Rong also turned on the loudspeaker, and she said, "Classmate." Wang Sheng was happy. "Of course I know you are a classmate. From the sound of this voice, it can't be you, Rong." Correct answer, but no reward. Just as he was about to continue to kill the 2, Qin Rong found that his thigh was hugged by someone. "You are dead, you can't move," Qin Rong said coldly to the melee mecha hugging his thigh. The signal device was pressed, and the mecha could not communicate with the team, so he turned on the loudspeaker and shouted heartbreakingly, "Brother Wang, run. I hold her and stop her from running." Wang Sheng wiped his tears and said, "Sure, brother will definitely avenge you." After that, the 2 people quickly ran away. Qin Rong was not in a hurry. He turned to the melee mecha lying on the ground, hugging his mecha thigh without any image, and said, "Respect the rules, little classmate, do you understand? Everyone in the school is watching, let go." Qin Rong could kick him away, but he had just damaged the cockpit of this man, and he didn't know if the shock absorption function could still be used. If he kicked him, Qin Rong was afraid that his parents would blackmail him. This man seemed to be determined to make a living for his brother, and he didn't care about the rules, just hugged Qin Rong and refused to let go. Qin Rong dragged him a few steps, and his energy consumption increased rapidly. "It's useless to drag me." Qin Rong told the truth. "There are also mechas blocking the way over there. Your brother Wang can't get away." Chen Wenshui didn't listen at all and said stubbornly, "You lied to me, and I was in this state when I died. The cockpit can't move anymore, and I can't let go." Qin Rong said coldly, "You forced me to do this." Chen Wenshui suddenly felt a chill, and just as he was about to let go and run, he suddenly saw the mecha's big hand coming towards his cockpit. Then he grabbed his arm and lifted him up like a chicken. After doing this, Qin Rong kicked the mecha and threw him to the ground, saying, "There are many mosquitoes in this place. I hope you don't get a few more mosquitoes." After saying that, Qin Rong ran away, leaving Chen Wenshui alone in front of the huge bushes. Is this man's microcontrol a bit too strong? He looked at his arm, and there was not even a red mark. When Qin Rong arrived, the two people were fighting with her automated mecha. Originally, their heavy armor was at the end of the road, and the shield was in danger. Qin Rong also targeted the long-range attack from behind. 10 minutes later, Wang Sheng and his single-soldier teammates were killed together. Wang Sheng sighed and said, "Do I have a grudge against you? I just got some points, and you wiped me out." Qin Rong said casually, "Next time, the four-man team should not join in the fun." After killing the two people, Qin Rong didn't want to chat with them, and turned around and ran away. Since the automated mechas cannot be detected, the one who actually needs to hide is Qin Rong himself. On the second day of the competition, Qin Rong's team ranked second in points. A rumor also spread among these mecha teams that one mecha team is a ghost mecha, which cannot be detected at all, and will appear from all kinds of strange places. In the bushes, behind the trees, falling from the treetops. Qin Rong's sneak attacks were not successful every time, and those teams that were still alive spread the story. The next night, after killing a mecha team, Qian Jining frowned and said with some disdain, "Where did the ghosts come from? It is more reasonable to say that there are pollutants in this broken place than to say that there are ghosts." Among the current teams, Qian Jining's team ranks first in points, and the reason why they rank first has nothing to do with command, but purely because of the good mechas. Qian Jining's mecha is equipped with weapons made of materials dropped by A-level pollution sources. The first difference between weapons made from pollution sources and ordinary weapons is that its attack is not just artillery fire, but rule-based attack. Chapter 52. 2/3 of the night's outbreak. As for any rules, the materials dropped by each pollution source are different, so it is unpredictable and difficult to fight. Qian Jining relied on his weapon to kill 7 in, and 7 out of 7 in other teams. By the second night, 2/3 of the schedule had passed. There are now 22 mecha teams left, and the only fully staffed team is Qian Jining's team. If Qin Rong's unmanned mecha is also counted as a number of people, then her team is also fully staffed. At night, the 22 teams looked at the scoreboard, and everyone was a little puzzled. It's easy to understand that Qian Jining ranks first. After all, the mecha equipped with money is much stronger than ordinary people. For example, a few years ago, there was a person who drove in a weapon equipped with materials dropped by pollution sources. The ability of his weapon is to control the gravity of 1 kilometer around. Others fight him with several times the gravity, so how can they beat him? In a mecha duel where a difference of a hair is 1,000 miles away, his ability is simply a bug. But the school does not prohibit these mechas from entering the competition. It is absolutely fair to students. That is false. When students enter the society in the future, they will sooner or later encounter such weapons. When they find that the battles in the school are different from those outside, how should they deal with it? So the dean of the college waved his hand and said that no matter what kind of monsters, mechas can participate in the competition. It would be best to torture these Ivory Tower College students who have not entered the society. At night, although the broadcast will continue, everyone needs to go back to sleep. Only a few parents, who are more worried about their college students, have been squatting in the playground. When everyone should be asleep, that is, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the second large-scale battle broke out. The game was 2/3, and the team without points was a little anxious at this moment. They took advantage of everyone's sleep and launched a sneak attack. The point is that most commanders think that 1 to 2 o'clock is the golden time, so a large-scale battle broke out instantly at this point. Qin Rong was not ambushed because it was difficult for others to detect her. But she also wanted to get more points, so she was very bold and divided her troops into 2 groups. She was on one group, and the other mechas were on the other group, commanding remotely. Now she was staring at the battlefields of both sides. The battlefield on her side had just started, and the situation was still relatively chaotic, while the side where her mecha was squatting was almost over. The ballistics on both sides were basically too hot to be used anymore, and the melee and heavy mechas were all broken. Under Qin Rong's command, the automated mechas entered the field and began to harvest. Because the automated mechas were not flexible enough, and the strategy Qin Rong customized for them was that it was best to kill with one strike. And she did not harvest the long-range attack that could not fire shells. That was meaningless. She first harvested the melee attack mecha with resistance, and then began to deal with the rest. But the enemy was not stupid enough to stand there and let you fight. When Qin Rong, the yellow bird, appeared, the 2 waves of people who were beaten suddenly cooperated and dealt with Qin Rong's mecha together. But it was useless. The assassin mecha killed the only melee attacker who still had some output value. The rest of the mechas were unable to withstand the pressure, and fled under the long-range artillery fire from Qin Rong's side. In the end, 1 long-range attacker escaped, and the other 4 heads were harvested. The battle over there ended, and Qin Rong turned his attention to the battlefield on his side. This side also reached a white-hot stage, because Qin Rong was far away and out of the infrared detection range, so these people didn't notice it. Both sides were 4-man teams, and the heavy armor on both sides was gone and shot down by artillery fire, so now it was a melee attack and a melee attack. How to say it? In Qin Rong's eyes, this level of fighting was indeed a fight between chickens, but speaking out would definitely destroy the friendly friendship between classmates, so she chose to keep her mouth shut, and then she cut into the field when she thought the time was most appropriate. The opponent's infrared immediately scanned Qin Rong, and one of the reconnaissance mechas reacted the fastest and reminded his teammates, "The yellow bird has appeared." Now both sides have 2 mechas left, but the long-range attack is basically gone. In fact, the only ones who can fight are the 2 close-range attacks. After Qin Rong quickly approached, the 2 teams that were fighting fiercely immediately became united against the enemy. The close-range attack of the left team opened the loudspeaker and said, "Brother Jiang, we can't let this yellow bird, who didn't do much to take our points away." The man called Brother Jiang said, "That's right. I can't give the points to you and give them to him." Qin Rong had expected this situation. After all, the classmates must hate those who take advantage of the situation the most at this moment. Qin Rong rushed in, not relying on any command strategy, but on pure strength. "System, let me show you what 1 against 4. The system said, "The most broken mecha among these 4 mechas, the system is broken by 80%, and it can be killed by a stab. Can it be called 1 against 4? At most, it can be considered 1 against 4 old, weak and disabled people." Qin Rong said happily, "That's fine. Punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. 1 kick kills a child." The system felt that the bottom line of its host was really worrying. Was she really the legendary interstellar white moonlight? Did those who set up forums for their hosts know that she loved to pick up leaks so much? Reality is indeed different from the description in the comics. The comics are for reference only. While the system was sighing, Qin Rong had already gone up. She acted decisively and directly attacked the close attacker on the left. The close attacker just wanted to ask his good brother Jiang Ge for help, but turned around and saw that Jiang Ge had already escaped. Jiang Ge turned on the loudspeaker and said, "Brother, I go first." "Take care, brother. F***CK, let me delay time for you." The unlucky mecha standing on the left team, while resisting with curses, was instantly killed by Qin Rong. He was the mecha with the most broken one. He said confusedly at this moment, just once? In order to prevent the last time from being hugged by the thigh from happening again, Qin Rong kicked him a little further away after turning off the signal device. The unlucky melee mecha, "I'm dead and you're still whipping my corpse. Do you have any humanity?" Qin Rong turned on the loudspeaker, "Just in case, I'm afraid you stick to me." The unlucky melee mecha then remembered that, yes, he could buy some time for the remaining reconnaissance mechas in his team. But it was too late. Qin Rong began to speed up, and her energy was quickly consumed. She was faster than the 2 broken mechas, so she caught up with them in a very short time. The 2 teams, the one on the left had 1 reconnaissance and 1 melee, while the other team had 1 melee and 1 long range. When the long-range attacking mech realized that his teammate was about to be hit by Qin Rong, he slowed down and said to his teammate, "You go first, anyway, more than half of my system is broken, and the calibration system is not working." The teammate said with tears in his eyes, "Okay, I will survive until the end of time and get a good ranking for us." After Qin Rong caught up, the long-range attacking mech still wanted to fight Qin Rong with his fists. Qin Rong dodged, found the opponent's gap directly, and poked the cockpit with his sword. The man's cockpit was almost broken, and Qin Rong's glass shattered directly. Qin Rong poked out the signal device, left the man, and continued to chase the melee mech. Long-range attacking mech? ? No, can I still have some dignity? I only lasted less than 30 seconds. The teammate failed to buy time for the melee attacking mech. Qin Rong did not lose the melee mech. After catching up, he also broke the signal device in a few strokes. The melee mecha said indignantly, "It's because your mecha is complete, otherwise I would never lose so quickly." Qin Rong saved his face and said, "You can go find your teammates. A family should be in good order." "Fuck you. You Rong, I will remember you." Qin Rong didn't take him seriously. After getting the points, he quickly left to find the next lucky guy. No one slept well that night. Some people were hunted down, some people were bloodthirsty, some people's parents were worried about their children, and some leaders were worried about whether they could produce good seedlings. Early the next morning, the dean, deputy director and representatives of the Mecha Academy arrived together. The dean had been used to it after so many classes, and he slept very well. He said radiantly, "After last night, the rankings should be almost set." The second night was a peak, and the results were almost set on the morning of the third day, but the rankings were slightly different. Zhang Chao's team won the first place yesterday, and today's points should be a little higher. The dean was more interested in the first place, so the first person he mentioned was Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao was the commander of Qian Jianning's team, and the top student of the command department. In the command class of 39 people, Zhang Chao and Zhang Zhe were actually on par, and the two often competed for the first place. Zhang Chao chose to be in the same team with Qian Jianning's money ability, while Zhang Zhe chose Jiang Yuqi, the top single soldier. It's still thanks to that rule-based weapon. It can make people within 500 meters around have hallucinations for 3 minutes. This kind of weapon is not available to many people in the bureau. The deputy director said this. In fact, he was also saying in disguise that this team relies on rule-based weapons. He wants to recruit people with high command level and strong individual combat ability. For example, weapons made of materials dropped by pollution sources. Almost everyone in the management bureau has one, but they are rare in universities. However, Qian Jianning's rule-based weapon is also rare in A level. Weapons made of materials dropped by pollution sources are not only rule-based, of course, rule-based are the most precious. Most of them are more powerful than ordinary ammunition, and more treacherous and changeable. I think Zhang Zhe's team is good, steady. Zhang Zhe's team ranked third yesterday. The deputy director admired Jiang Yuqi very much. He felt that if Jiang Yuqi entered the management bureau, he would definitely shine. The mecha company representative smiled and said, "Have you figured out the trick of the second-place mecha, Yurong?" The deputy director was more concerned about Yurong's mecha than Jiang Yuqi. Of course he could see that there was no one in Qin Rong's mecha, but so far most of Qin Rong's operations were sneak attacks, and there hadn't been a head-on confrontation, so it was hard to say whether it was a head-on combat capability. If this kind of unmanned mecha could be mass-produced, and could reach the level of an ordinary mecha soldier, then their management bureau could even be said to be directly liberated. Chapter 53. Vest in Danger. But why didn't these two people take the initiative to propose automated mechas? Looking at the development of mechas over the years, there are many people who have proposed automated mechas, but these people have not made any achievements in the end. This is like a curse that has shrouded this branch of development. For so many years, no one has walked out of this road. So no matter in the eyes of the dean or the deputy director, there seems to be a psychological barrier that is difficult to overcome in their hearts. This little classmate's things cannot be mass-produced, and this little classmate's automated mecha is a trick. After the representative of the mecha company said this, the deputy director said sincerely, "I don't know where this kid got the mecha from. It would be great if she had the blueprints to mass-produce it." The dean said, "I have carefully observed her team. She seems to know that her mecha is a little different from the top mecha soldiers, so she basically uses surprise attacks. I am looking forward to seeing how far she can go in a head-on confrontation." None of these three people thought that the automated mecha was developed by Qin Rong. After all, she is only 19 years old. How could she have accumulated enough experience to create something of a new school by herself? If she really made it herself, then we have to doubt whether she has a team behind her or a professor father who has been deeply involved in this industry. Let's take a look at the points ranking to see if there are any changes. After a few people exchanged greetings, they opened the points ranking. The faces of the next few people froze, becoming particularly exciting. This is a bit unexpected. What surprised them was that the first place on the scoreboard was occupied by Yurong's team. Yurong's team was called Going Up the Mountain to Fight the Tiger Team. This name was ordinary, and even had a hint of irony. The deputy director's eyes lit up, and he asked in confusion, how come Yurong's team has a higher score than Zhang Chao's team? With that kind of weapon, it should be easy to wipe out a team. It's too early to say who will be first now. There is still 1 day left before the end of the competition. There are only 12 teams left. The next competition will not be so intense, but it will depend on luck. After all, if two strong teams that are optimistic about the competition meet, both lose and both withdraw, it is also normal. It has happened before. Anything can happen in the competition, which is also the charm of the competition. Yesterday's live broadcast is archived. Take some time to watch it while it is still stable. The dean reminded. The dean is now very curious about how Yurong surpassed the score. The current score of the Shangshan Dahu team is 14 points, while Zhang Chao's fighting for the first place team is now 13 points, and Zhang Zai's Boundless Future team is 13 points. The score is very close now, and a confrontation may change the ranking. The three leaders watched at double speed, saying that they were watching what interesting things happened yesterday, but in fact they were watching Qin Rong's fighting scenes. The deputy director's eyes were bright, as if he had seen a good seedling that people couldn't let go. Qin Rong didn't make many moves during the day yesterday, so there wasn't much of a splash, but he made several moves in a row at night. His actual combat skills were so impressive that they made people's scalps numb. Because the deputy director had heard of Jiang Yuqi, who was S-level, he had paid more attention to him during the competition, but now it seems that this Yurong's actual combat level is much more handy than Jiang Yuqi. This can't be said to be a college student. He is so skilled that he seems to be an old man who has fought countless battles. The deputy director couldn't help but ask, how is the physique of this classmate Yurong? Why haven't I heard of him before? The deputy director has read the S-level and A-level files, but he doesn't seem to remember this Yurong. And with her operational level, the deputy director would definitely not believe that she is below A-level. The dean was also wondering, isn't this Yurong from the command department? Why is she so fierce in fighting? Of course, the dean would not care about what happened to a last-place student in the command department. He was usually busy with many things, and would only pay attention to talented students. He did not pay too much attention to S-level students like Jiang Yuqi. After all, he had taught too many students, and sometimes there was one S-level student in each class, and sometimes there were two S-level students in each class. The dean also used his authority to check Yurong's file, but the result was that the other party was only an F-level physique. The deputy director did not believe it at all. He said, either you tested it wrong, or she is Yurong's twin sister. This kind of precision operation is definitely not possible for an F-level physique. The deputy director naturally could not pay attention to what tasks his subordinates usually did, so he would not know that Qin Rong went to the management bureau for a checkup and his physique had soared to A-level. The dean arranged for someone to check on Yurong's situation, and asked Yurong's teachers in particular. The result was that Yurong did not attend their classes at all, but only came during the exam. Teacher after teacher said that Yurong had never attended classes. Just when the impression of a bad kid, who liked to skip classes was about to be formed, the dean received a call from teacher Bai Weinian. Bai Weinian had just woken up when he heard that Yurong had become famous. He quickly called the dean to explain. Yurong had been to a polluted area before, and after she came back, her physique became A-level. The deputy director was excited all of a sudden. Their management bureau also had this kind of physique, and their director was one of them. The original director was only A-level, but now he is S-level. Although the principle of why the polluted area can increase physique has not been explained clearly, this living example is in front of us and is very convincing. This kind of person is born to join our management bureau. Go to a few more polluted areas, and then your physique will be promoted to S-level, which is a great thing. The dean was also a little surprised. He didn't expect there was such a reason. Then why didn't she change her file? It seems that physical fitness is not linked to the performance of the command department, so she was too lazy to change it. The dean choked and didn't know what to say. When physical fitness improves, wouldn't ordinary people celebrate by beating drums and setting off firecrackers? This little student was different. He didn't say a word and only explained it when others found out. The dean looked at Yurong's file for a while, and after a while, he understood Yurong. Probably because she was an orphan, she didn't have anyone to show off, so she didn't think it was necessary. This child is a little withdrawn, but she is also a promising talent. When she comes out, I ask her where the automated mecha came from. Maybe there will be a surprise, the dean thought to himself. There were many students who were kicked out last night, and because they wanted to see the follow-up situation, many of them came to the playground. Jiang Yin was the unlucky guy who was caught up and killed by Qin Rong yesterday. He was eliminated last night. After being brought back, he took a shower and wanted to have a good rest, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. The reason why he couldn't sleep was not because he was killed, but because he always felt that the techniques used by Yurong were very familiar. A person's fighting style is actually very easy to see after it is fixed. Yurong's style is very distinctive, so after being knocked down, Jiang Yin always thought of those moves in his mind. It seems to be Qin Rong's fighting techniques. But he used it too flexibly, and Jiang Yin took a long time to remember it. Jiang Yin sat up from the bed and started to flip through the live broadcast replay, and bit by bit to find out the details of Yurong's movements. As he watched, Jiang Yin suddenly remembered a video he had seen on the Qin Rong forum. That should have happened a few weeks ago. At that time, a contestant who imitated Qin Rong Xiahua in the ring life and death battle was found out to be from their school and wore their school uniform. Jiang Yin usually doesn't pay much attention to small circles like the ring life and death battles. He pays more attention to mecha competitions, but because the fighting techniques of the man in the video were very cool, he remembered it. It seems to be called Get Rich Overnight. He opened the forum where Qin Rong's fighting skills were discussed, searched for the idea of Get Rich Overnight, and then many videos popped up. Because Get Rich Overnight was a little popular, Get Rich Overnight played several more games later, and all of them were recorded and posted on the forum. The recording was hit several times by the New Star Life and Death Arena tournament, and was taken off the shelves as a pirated version. Now only clips can be watched as a diversion. If you want to watch the full version, you still have to pay for it at the arena tournament. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, spending 2 meals of star coins to watch the replay at the Life and Death Arena tournament. After spending a whole night, Jiang Yin felt more and more that this Get Rich Overnight was Yurong. Moreover, Get Rich Overnight was only recently released, and Yurong's level has only recently improved. However, Jiang Yin did not dare to make a complete conclusion, but just felt that it was a bit similar, so he posted several video clips that he felt were very similar on the forum to ask questions. Everyone, come and see if this Get Rich Overnight is my classmate. Because of the crackdown on piracy on the forum by Xinqing Arena, even the video that Quancher posted at the beginning was removed, which led to a lot less discussion about getting rich overnight. But after all, it was a small hit on the forum, and the basic market was still there, so after Jiang Yin posted this post, many people clicked in to read it with great interest. Didn't we prove that this overnight rich guy is a freshman? How come there is another twist? Yes, didn't we prove that it is Choo Choo? Don't tell me I've been fooled again. Choo Choo is a bit famous and a prodigy. Who doesn't know Yurong? The twice-a-year knockout rounds of Beijing and Tianjin have started again. I'm watching it. I'm familiar with Yurong, the captain of the only team in the command department. What only team? How did they name it? Everyone is welcome to watch the knockout rounds of the Mecha Academy of Beijing Tianjin University. Beijing Tianjin University is a live link address. I feel like this melon is not ripe. The command department is the last one to beat the S-level individual. What kind of cool writing routine is this? Chapter 54. I didn't say I was at the Choo Choo rumor can't be confirmed, she just didn't respond. Everyone assumed it was her. I said before that it wasn't this Choo Choo. Although Choo Choo's fighting skills are indeed good, they are still different from those of Overnight Rich. They said that the details of the two of them are similar. Please, these two people are Qin Rong's fighting skills. How can they not be similar? Is there any technical expert who can make a comparison and prove whether it is this Yurong? I went to Xinqing to see that Overnight Rich is not online. Old fans of Overnight Rich came to watch and said that they have watched her games for several weeks. The contracted players have to play a week, and she basically plays them evenly and dispersely. But she hasn't been online for 3 days recently. If she doesn't play today, she will have to play for several days in a row. I feel that it is very likely that it is this Yurong. After all, she will have to take the college exams these days, and should not have time to go online. Brothers, look at the next post. The IP address of the overnight rich man has been exposed. After reading the various opinions on this post, the spectators rushed to the next post to see if there was any real evidence. And this post is much more organized than the one posted by the Beijing Tianjin University student. It just says one word: rub. Exposing the past of the Mecha prodigy. How much water is there in this prodigy choo-choo? I'm going to open a post today to explain it. Some readers may also ask why I'm targeting her so much. Oh, I'm not targeting her. I mean anyone who pretends to be someone else to get traffic is rubbish. Before digging up this child prodigy, let me tell you the background. Our child prodigy not only said openly and secretly that he got rich overnight, but also tried every means to link himself to Qin Rong. He said that his family had a good relationship with Qin Rong, and that he had seen her when she was a child, and that Qin Rong also praised her for her talent in this area, blah blah. With such talent, why didn't she go to the capital Mecha College instead of the Beijing Tianjin Mecha College? I admit that she may be a genius, but she is definitely not a top genius. She is obviously only of A-level physique, but you have been marketed as S+ physique. You will be the director of the Cruiser Administration Bureau in the future. In elementary school and junior high school, you still have a bit of a halo. In high school, you find that you are not as good as your classmates. The halo is gone. After working hard to get into Beijing Tianjin University, you can only be the top 3 in the class. At this time, our child prodigy was very lucky. He caught the wave of traffic brought by overnight wealth. When others immediately clarified, he kept silent. Here I also criticize overnight wealth. People are writing on your face, but you still don't issue a clarification announcement. Obviously, one of the 2 IP addresses is in Beijing Tianjin area, and the other is in Wanbei district. They are not related at all, but you don't clarify that you are not Choo-Choo. You say that you are a divorced big sister with 2 children, which is enough to make a fuss. This is not the way to protect your privacy. The following is the IP address. I have been saving it for a few weeks, and finally found an opportunity to post it. Because it is illegal to reveal someone else's IP, after this post was arrogant for a while, it was immediately discovered and removed by the administrator. This kind of post knew it would be removed from the beginning, and it would definitely be screenshotted and saved by someone with ulterior motives. More than 10 minutes is enough time for many people to save IP data. So people sneaked back to the post that revealed the real identity of the overnight rich, and began to show off that they knew the truth. Because the overnight rich didn't like marketing, after the initial accidental popularity, there was actually no sustained traffic in the post. Those who remained were really interested in the mecha driving level of the overnight rich. Choo-Choo should be jumping up and down now. That's not necessarily the case. Choo-Choo was originally trying to get traffic. Now that he has gotten traffic and his fans have increased, he has already met people's expectations. I just went to the comment area of Choo-Choo and saw that the overnight rich fans ran over to curse. There are really few overnight rich people who really became popular on the forum. Most of them are marketing, and others follow suit. To become rich overnight is based on real ability. With her level, even if she is unknown at the beginning, she will rise later. She will stand out from the crowd, and will not be mediocre. The author said that the overnight riches depended on the command departments you roam. It's not another traffic-grabbing guy, is it? This is probably the first time that the official website of Beijing and Tianjin has received so much traffic. You'd better take advantage of this wave of popularity from Sister Baofu. The above is the opposite of Tiangang. Don't say that this command match is quite interesting. It is more complicated than a 1v1 match and requires more brains. How can Rong's team take the first place with only 1 person? Have you watched the replay? Do you know about automated mecha? Did the Beijing and Tianjin materials department research it? So many people have failed in this way. Does the Beijing and Tianjin materials department think they are good again this year? So much manpower cost was invested, but nothing was produced in the end. Can the Beijing and Tianjin materials department bear this? Brothers, I'm off topic. This post is about the overnight rich vest. Most of the overnight rich fans don't think Choo-Choo is an overnight rich. Anyone who has watched the 2 people's competition seriously can see that there is a huge difference in level. It's just that Choo-Choo hasn't played much recently. Some people say that her level has improved. In addition, Choo-Choo's fans used her fame of getting rich overnight to stir up a few waves, which made the fans of getting rich overnight dissatisfied. Seeing that someone had lit the fuse, these fans immediately pointed their guns at Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo seemed to have expected it. Under the attacks and insults of these people, she said very lightly, "I never said I was." Choo-Choo was also telling the truth. She never spoke. It was her fans who showed off. In the end, this dispute had to be left unresolved. And these fans, with nothing to do, flocked to the official website of Beijing Tianjin University again, intending to carefully study and examine Yu Rong to see her level. To be precise, to see if she was another traffic-grabbing person. This also led to the fact that although the live broadcast was obviously for people in the school who didn't come to watch the scene, now 80% of them were not students in the school. The person in charge of the live broadcast naturally discovered this situation and reported it to the leader. The leader smiled calmly and asked the person in charge of the live broadcast to post the school's enrollment brochure on the live broadcast page, and completed a wave of indicators. The overnight wealth at the center of public opinion, she had no idea that her vest was almost completely gone. She was hiding in the bushes, planning her next step. After the struggle last night, the energy storage of her mecha has now dropped to 50%. Compared with other teams, this is already good. After all, Qin Rong's unmanned mecha does not need to be insulated. What Qin Rong is most worried about now is that if she encounters Qian Jianing or Jiang Yuqi in advance, she is sure to win, but the probability of getting the first place is very small. She has such concerns, and Zhang Zhe has such concerns as well. Zhang Zhe does not want to encounter the top two in the standings for the time being, especially Qian Jianing. Among the mechas that have been fought in the past few days, there are also those who exchanged information with him, and he let them live. One of them fought with Qian Jianing and then escaped. He sold this information to Zhang Zhe, saying that Qian Jianing has a rule-based weapon that can make people around him fall into hallucinations. Zhang Zhe almost laughed when he heard this. How can you play this? You have hallucinations, and you can't see the mecha. How can you fight, and who can you fight? This is like two adults fighting with bare hands, and a third person appears with a gun in his hand. Zhang Zhe steadily explored the surroundings while thinking about how to deal with Qian Jianing's team. There happened to be someone in the team who was very familiar with Qian Jianing. He asked Shen Lang, according to your understanding, what strategy will Qian Jianing come up with? Shen Lang said faintly, the commander of Qian Jianing's team is Zhang Chao. Zhang Zhe slapped his forehead. Yes, he almost forgot that Qian Jianing was just the sponsor. Her personality is too easy to guess. I guess she won't command. The command power must be with Zhang Chao. If you want to predict, it is more reliable to analyze Zhang Chao. After dawn, Qin Rong encountered the situation she least wanted to encounter. She ran into Qian Jianing's team. The unmanned mecha was not detected, but the reconnaissance mecha discovered the situation on the opposite side, and Qin Rong was not discovered. Now Qin Rong is faced with a choice. If he fights with this full-strength team, his mecha may be damaged, and then he will lose in the fight with Jiang Yuqi's team later. Not fighting, sneaking away, and fighting with this team after harvesting the others first. Qin Rong looked at his energy reserves. The damage to the mecha was low, but the energy was only 50%. Fight or not. The situation Qin Rong encountered was captured by the drone in real time and uploaded to the school's live broadcast page. Obviously, most people's attention was attracted by this encounter. The dean also said, now if she can't hold back and sneak attack, she will most likely be taken away by Zhang Zhe's team. But classmate Yu Rong still likes adventures. From her previous command style, we can see that she is a person who hits the target with one shot and likes to seize opportunities. If you want to kill Zhang Chao's group, now is the best time. Qian Jianing and the others had just woken up and were not on guard. Moreover, the other party did not find the drone mecha, and the reconnaissance mecha had completely marked everyone's position. The dean said with some regret, but she lacks a key piece of information, that is Qian Jianing's weapon. If she attacks thinking it is an ordinary team, she will definitely be caught off guard. Just as the dean and the deputy director were discussing, Qin Rong's mecha moved. She's on. The live broadcast on the official website instantly aroused a layer of barrage. Damn, she's on. The opponent is fully staffed. But this is a good opportunity for a sneak attack. If you miss it, you don't know if there will be such an opportunity next time. It's over. I was particularly optimistic about Yu Rong's team. She will be slapped in the face by Qian Jianing's regular weapon soon. I dare not watch it. I don't want to see Yu Rong get slapped in the face. Chapter 55. Peerless Genius. People who are active in the Qin Rong Combat Skills discussion forum are either mercenaries or college students. In short, they are all related to mechas. As long as it is related to mechas, there is no way to get rid of the word star coins. Mechas are things that burn star coins. Others' infrared scanners have a range of 500 meters, and yours only has a range of 100 meters, so it is naturally difficult for you to detect others. If you lag behind in reconnaissance, there is still a chance to turn the tables, but the opponent has a regular weapon that creates illusions indiscriminately, What can you use to fight them? Most people don't want to see this kind of routine where Krypton Gold players beat civilian players. There is no other reason, they are the civilian players. At the beginning, these people flocked to the official website, but they just wanted to watch the fun and kill some boring time. But as they watched, they felt a little immersive about the heroine they were going to examine, that is, Eurone. No one formed a team, they made a mecha by themselves, and formed a team by themselves. Compared with the other two top teams, this team has no people and no equipment, as if they are just civilian players like them. But such a player is currently ranked first in the standings. It is only natural to crush with equipment, and it is what the public likes to see with a smart head. And now the team that the public is optimistic about, the team that they have invested a little bit of their own feelings in, is about to end. There are a few low-level mercenaries, who are too involved and emotionally unstable, and they don't want to watch it now. I have been suppressed so many times in life. I go online to find fun, do I have to experience this feeling? But they said they didn't watch it, but they still couldn't help but want to see if there was a miracle. The next moment, these people were singing bad news. The two teams had already fought together. But what surprised everyone was that Eurone's team seemed to be completely uninterrupted and played as they should. The dean and the deputy director were both a little dumbfounded. What happened? Jianing didn't use her rule weapon? This doesn't make sense. She hadn't experienced a fight before, and it wasn't on cooldown. How could she not use it? This sneak attack had an effect that everyone didn't expect. Two of Qinrong's mechas were scrapped, but Zhang Chao's team was wiped out. Qinrong's points suddenly opened up a gap of 5 points, with the current second-place Zhang Zhe team. How did they do this? The representative of the mecha company was not a particularly professional expert. When he saw this scene, he didn't understand what was going on. I just saw Jianing use weapons, but why was Qinrong not affected at all? Is it because the mecha was unmanned, so it was not affected? Eurone was also present. Other mechas were not affected, but she would definitely be affected. But her fighting was not affected at all. The deputy director did not say anything. He watched the replay again. After replaying it 3 times, the deputy director slowly said, I guess the reason. The dean has been in the rear for many years. In terms of practical experience, he is actually far inferior to the deputy director of the management bureau. The deputy director pointed at Qinrong's mecha and said, the rule-based weapons gave her hallucinations, which is beyond doubt, but she made a preset before the battle began and controlled every direction of the battle, so that even if she didn't see what happened, she could still judge what to do. The dean looked at Eurone's calm response in the replay and took a breath. It was hard to imagine that the person who could make such a response was just an 18-year-old child. The deputy director said, when I first joined the company, I participated in an exploration of a new contaminated area with the director. The pollutants there could cause hallucinations. When a commander loses his sight, he has to infer the extent of the battle from the details. The director also simulated the battle in his mind, and then kept correcting and inferring, and finally took down the pollutant. Although the situation this child encountered was not as severe as ours, she attacked by surprise, and took the initiative, but she was able to infer the battle situation in her mind after losing her vision, which was already 1 in a million. This is really a good seedling. It would be great if she could go directly to the administration bureau. After the deputy director finished his speculation, he put some eye drops on the dean, suggesting that he should send the person to the administration bureau as soon as possible. The dean thought that his student was only 18 years old, and the mortality rate of the administration bureau was so high. What if such a good seedling died when he entered at such a young age? It's not that he was unwilling, but the child was only 18 years old, which was a bit too young. The deputy dean praised her wholeheartedly. This child has the style of our director in the past. If Qinrong heard this, he would definitely roll his eyes. This is putting the cart before the horse. Have you ever heard that the father is like the son? Jiang Lian's commanding skills were also taught by the captain Qinrong. After Qinrong defeated Jianing's team by sacrificing 2 mechas, the comments on the official website were so dense that they almost covered the screen. Damn, Rongjie is awesome. No matter if you got rich overnight, I'm your fan now. I don't understand why Eurone was not affected. Is there any brother who understands? Please come out and explain. A senior student from the command department came online to comment. I wanted to stay silent, but I was really shocked by Eurone's mental arithmetic. Mental arithmetic reasoning is a course that the command department will also learn. It requires the commander to simulate the battle in his mind based on the external information collected when he loses his vision. To be honest, even if someone in our class can get full marks in the course, no one can use it in actual combat. This is an extreme test of the commander's judgment and experience. Yurong's trick is so amazing that it makes my scalp numb. I won't say more. I am alive just to make up the numbers. I don't understand what I see or hear, but I know that Yurong won, and won beautifully. 2 people for 5 people. Putting aside the mecha equipment, this is also a big victory. More than a big victory, the gap between the enemy and us is so huge. Yurong can use 2 mechas to replace 5 people on the opposite side. I can only describe his level in 4 words: peerless genius. But the next battle will be difficult. Yurong's team has poor individual combat power. Now both heavy armor and assassin types are gone. How should we fight against Jiang Yuqi's team next? Moreover, there are still 8 mechas on the scene. Apart from Yurong's 3 mechas and Zhang Zai's team's 4 mechas, the other team still has 17 mechas left. If Zhang Zai's team is lucky and can meet a stronger team, they can get points without losing any members, and may even surpass Yurong's team. There are comments that are crazy and boastful because Yurong fought so well in this battle, and there are also some people who are more rational and see the direction of the next battle. I opened a post on the school forum official website. Brothers, come and vote. I will vote first. My Yurong's team will definitely be the first. When the popularity was the highest, this post was opened just right. The post was quickly pushed to the homepage of the official website. There were more than 10,000 people who participated in the vote. Of course, these people are basically not from the school, but fans of the overnight rich. Only 20% are from the school, and these people also include the parents of some contestants and eliminated contestants. The result of the vote is also a bit jaw-dropping. Yurong's team and Zhang Zai's team are actually tied. It stands to reason that the vote should be one-sided in favor of Yurong. After all, these people outside the school are all fans of the overnight rich. If they are reading a novel now, then Yurong is the protagonist of this story, and they will have a natural liking for the protagonist. However, the fact is that in addition to this liking, reason also makes them understand that Yurong's team has lost members, and the mecha energy loss exceeds 60%. It is almost impossible to win Zhang Zai's team. So under this combination of reason and impulse, the final vote became 5-5. And the comments below the post were also 2 completely different styles. No, you don't vote for Yurong? Were you not strong enough in the battle against Zhang Chao? I thought it would be one-sided for Zhang Zai. Who voted for Yurong? And was the number of votes too high? How many people from outside the school got in? However, those in the center of the vortex naturally could not hear the discussions of outsiders. And the Zhang Zai team, which the rational party was more optimistic about, was staring at the scoreboard at this moment, and a group of people looked at each other. They saw what they wanted to say from each other's eyes, but no one said it first. Finally, Zhang Zai spoke first. Can anyone tell me who this Yurong is? Baisha said, you are in the same class with her, you don't know her, let alone us. Zhang Zai was thinking frantically, I understand, but the one I know is impossible for her to do such a thing. Based on the scoreboard, many things can be inferred, such as Zhang Chao's team suddenly falling out of the scoreboard, and Yurong's team's score increased by 5 points. That's a full 5 points, which means that Yurong directly wiped out Zhang Chao's team. Zhang Zai had been thinking about how to deal with Qian Jianing's rule weapon, but someone took the initiative and directly killed the team he was most worried about. While he was relieved in his heart, he was even more wary of Yurong. Jiang Yuqi said, 2 of Yurong's mechas were hacked, and the loss must be very large. The battle just happened. If we can find Yurong's mecha now, we can definitely take the opportunity to kill her team. Zhang Zai looked at Jiang Yuqi sideways, and he said, how can you, a mecha soldier, be more ruthless than me as a commander? Shun Lang said, you finally figured it out. You don't know how much I have been angry with him every day. This man looks stupid, but he is actually very evil. Jiang Yuqi did not refute, but said, look for it or not, now is the best opportunity. Look for it. Of course. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. When Yurong's mecha recovers, it will be a hard battle. However, God did not favor this team. Their luck was not so outrageous. They did not encounter Yurong's 3 mecha team, but encountered other mecha teams. Although Yurong could not be defeated, it was okay to defeat a small mecha team. For against 3, with artillery suppression and mecha suppression, Zhang Zai's team scored 3 points again. Chapter 56. Who wins and who loses? When it was afternoon, Qin Rong attacked again, and his points increased by 2, while Jiang Yuqi's team increased by 4 points, equaling Qin Rong in points. Other teams also increased and decreased, and by afternoon, there were only 5 teams left. There were only 3 teams left from Zhang Zai and Qin Rong's 2 groups. The reduction in the number of mechas made it more difficult to meet these people. And just in the evening, Zhang Zai's team's points increased by 3, and Qin Rong's points increased by 2. Zhang Zai's team was similar to what everyone thought, and achieved a 1-point overtake. But this also came at a price. Even though Zhang Zai tried his best to control, their mecha's energy was only 30%. Jiang Yuqi had the least energy left, and he had the most shots, so he only had 20%. Now there are 4 teams left. In addition to those 2 teams, the remaining 2 teams, one still has 1 mecha left, and it is unknown where it is hiding, and the other has 3 mechas left. The game is almost about to decide the winner. The people on the field are the top 4 of this game, and the top 4 will get the same points. The difference in their points is the difference in the total points in the future. Qin Rong's team is currently in 2nd place, 1 point behind Zhang Zai's team in 1st place. As for the other 2 teams, even if they can catch the cicada while the Oriole is behind, each team can only get the top 4. Now it is likely that the champion will be between Qin Rong's team and Zhang Zai's team. The rainforest is very quiet at night. The trees block the wind. If you don't turn on the heat-insulated mecha, it will be very hot. Qin Rong checked her energy reserves. The battle with Qian Jianing was too energy-consuming. Now her own mecha has 35% of energy left, while the reconnaissance mecha and the close attack mecha have only 30% left. She was in the dark, and the unmanned mecha flew up to the treetops. The view suddenly became clear, and she could see the end at a glance. The lone mecha was hiding in front of the tree canopy, just as she expected. The mecha escaped from her hands. She chased it all the way. The other party's trace disappeared at a certain moment. Qin Rong suspected that he should go up. The mecha also saw Qin Rong immediately. This is the case with a wide field of vision. You can see me clearly, and I can see you clearly. Qin Rong's mecha started to move the moment he found the other party. The other party's mecha flew straight down after finding the unmanned mecha. He flew diagonally downward, while Qin Rong flew straight down, so Qin Rong's distance was shorter than his. After confirming that he could catch up with the mecha, Qin Rong no longer let the unmanned mecha chase, but chased it himself to save the energy of the unmanned mecha. After she accelerated and caught up with the man, she used the most energy-saving method, 2 rounds of ammunition to block his movement, and 1 knife to kill him. The man whose cockpit was broken open said in shock, "Are you a mad dog? You have been chasing me for so long. If you have the time to chase me, can't you go and kill the 3-man team?" Qin Rong said, "It's easier to squeeze a soft persimmon. I'm really impressed by you. Why didn't I realize that you were so rude before?" Although there are only 3 teams left now, Qin Rong is still quite vigilant. He didn't stay for long and left directly. The sound of her killing the mecha just now could not be transmitted too far. There were no mecha teams around, so Qin Rong didn't need to withdraw so quickly. However, Qin Rong felt that withdrawing might be safer, so he didn't bother this defeated general too much. Qin Rong didn't have a god's perspective, and didn't know where the other 2 teams were. The flight of the mecha consumes a lot of energy. Qin Rong simply turned off all the jets, and explored the surroundings slowly on foot. The other teams are almost the same. The front fight may rely on strategy, and the back fight is how to use the least energy consumption to achieve greater results. The audience with a god's perspective vented their thoughts crazily on the barrage. If they continue like this, Yu Rong will run into Su Lu's team. As long as Yu Rong gets Su Lu's points and hides from Zhang Zai's team, they will win. It's easy to say. Su Lu's team also has A-level soldiers, and their equipment is even better. Moreover, because she has not encountered many battles, her energy is now twice that of Yu Rong's team. Can she fight against such a team? Once the battle lasts for a long time, the possibility of being discovered by Zhang Zai will be much higher. The sound of gunfire will be so loud. I don't believe that Zhang Zai will not be able to catch up. At that time, Zhang Zai will take advantage of it and die directly. Yu Rong doesn't know the situation of Su Lu's team now. If she misjudges that Su Lu's team has little energy, she will definitely take action. This is almost the closest time for her to win the championship. I think we should take action. If we fight now, we might be able to take down Su Lu. Even if Yu Rong is the only one left on her side, as long as she can hold on until the next morning, she will be the champion. We know that Zhang Zai's team is far away from Yu Rong's team, but Yu Rong doesn't know, and she doesn't have a bird's eye view. If I were Yu Rong, I would be more cautious and not attack Su Lu. If I'm not sure where Zhang Zai's team is, it would be a good idea to take action later. But if we miss this opportunity, how can Yu Rong fight Zhang Zai's team? She has one less person than the opponent now. The debate continued in the barrage, and Qin Rong had already found the trace of Su Lu's team. Jin Rong's choice was to wait for an opportunity without taking action. Some people in the barrage thought that she was right to do so, while others thought that she was too timid and missed the chance to win the championship. Jin Rong neither attacked Su Lu's team nor left Su Lu's team. She was assessing the opponent's level and judging whether she could fight. From the scoreboard, it can be seen that Su Lu's points are very low, and there are no casualties. Her team still has 5 mechas, but her team only has 3 people. This also indirectly proves that her team has not experienced several battles, and the consumption is very low. The mechas in Su Lu's current team are heavy armor, close combat and reconnaissance. The reconnaissance speed is too fast. Without assassin mechas, it is very likely that he will escape, and heavy armors need to consume a lot of ammunition to break his shield. It is unwise to fight Su Lu at this time. After Jin Rong estimated the price he would have to pay for fighting her, he chose to let her go. Yu Rong was right not to fight. She might not be able to win. According to their current direction, Yu Rong will meet Zhang Zhe and the others in about an hour. Su Lu's team is really lucky. Now her team seems to be the strongest. Brothers, you understand. Being able to fight is not the strongest. Being lucky is the real strength. I just checked the replay. Su Lu played 2 games. The first one was just a test. They retreated without much play. In the second game, Su Lu played against a 2-person team that was even worse than her. She got 2 points and has been a bye until now. Su Lu's level is at best in this group of people. She is in the top 10. But now she has made it to the end. The top 4 rankings will be increased by 25 points. Brothers, 25 points will directly make her the top 5. If you ask me, Zhang Chao's team is really unlucky. After all, it can be regarded as the championship seed team. They met Yu Rong and were wiped out. If one of them was not so stubborn and entered the top 10, the points would have jumped up. The top 10 points would have been increased by 20. Brothers, you all understand, Zhang Chao's team is too tough and may not even make it to the top 10, but Su Lu, the king of hiding, got the top 5, so hiding is victory. No, the school rules encourage everyone to fight more. Why did they hide? Su Lu is really just an exception. Those who wanted to hide at the beginning were basically found and killed. Su Lu is just lucky. There will be some waiting for the next hour. It won't be midnight before Yu Rong meets Zhang Zhe and the others. This should be their second confrontation. In fact, I don't think Yu Rong will necessarily lose. What are you kidding above? Zhang Zhe's team not only has 1 more person, but also has an S-class mecha soldier and an A-class mecha soldier. How can they fight? Yu Rong's level is higher than that Jiang. I think I can try my luck. Isn't it common sense that Yu Rong is better than Jiang? Our sister Rong kills almost instantly every time she attacks, okay? The key is not that sister Rong can fight, but once sister Rong is held back by Jiang Yuqi, her 2 mechas can't even beat Chen Lang. Alas, if I had known that I would team up with Yu Rong, I should have nodded my head and agreed when she sent me a team invitation. I was also invited at that time, and I even replied to ask her to improve her grades. Now I think about it, and feel really embarrassed. Sister Rong invited you, but you actually refused? No, how big are your feet? Aren't size 45 shoes enough? Ah, freshman is going crazy. Why am I not the same age as Sister Rong? If I were the same age as her, I would definitely find her shining points and encourage her when she is at her lowest point. And then wait for Sister Rong to stand up. I will hug the big boss's thigh. What is the upstairs thinking about? Thinking that he is here to reform the villain. First-hand information. Sister Rong started with an F-level physique, and then went into the contaminated area and became an A-level physique. Isn't this a sure upgrade heroine? Once, I was a college rookie who was looked down upon. After returning from the contaminated area, I led the unmanned mecha to win the championship. Come on, I give you a pen for just 1 hour. Before the champion comes out, I want to see 1 million words. There are still 4 hours before the end of the game. Because there are only 3 teams left, there are no battle scenes to watch. Su Lu's team is destined to not fight, and she led the team all the way to the depths of the lonely jungle. Jin Rong walked very cautiously, and because he wanted to save resources, he walked very slowly. In the middle, Jin Rong changed direction once, and Zhang Zhe also changed direction once. It will take longer for them to meet. During the waiting period, netizens were too bored and could only look up Yu Rong's information to find some fun. Chapter 57. Winning with Dignity. Then, they discovered that Yu Rong really rose from the grassroots. With no parents, F-level physique, she could only go to Beijing Tianjin University with the help of the school's scholarship, and she was the last in the command department. However, All this ended after Yu Rong entered the contaminated area and left the contaminated area. She was like the heroine of a cool novel, who awakened the golden finger, and began to cheat, and move towards the peak of her life. And the post in the school forum, that debated who would be the first became a place for Yu Rong's fans to discuss. It's really a bit scary to think about it. Sister Rong didn't come out of the contaminated area and was possessed by another body. The change in physique is understandable, but how could her driving level suddenly improve so much? Could it be that she opened up the Ren and Du meridians in ancient martial arts novels and learned the magical skill of photographic memory? Can the above be more reliable? What era is it? Ancient martial arts novels have long been disproven. Am I the only one who is curious about where Sister Rong's mecha came from? Are there any famous people in Beijing and Tianjin who are researching automated mecha? Can any experts give some analysis? I'm a rookie volunteering. I'm a student in the Department of Materials. There are people who are currently working on automated mechas, and that's the company that's about to go bankrupt, Shinjo. But it's still in the R&D stage, and there's no finished product. The main thing is that the field of artificial intelligence is too poor. When loaded on a mecha, it can't even beat the most ordinary mecha soldiers. Does anyone know Master Yi? Although it's a niche, his mecha is undoubtedly an automated mecha, and it's completely different from the mainstream automated mechas we have. Master Yi? I haven't heard of him. Who is he? A performance art master? The mechas he makes are all very boldly colored, look tattered, but the kernel driver and the feel of use are very cool. My treasure master is so famous, I thought only people in the second-hand mecha circle knew about Master Yi. Some students who didn't know the truth searched for Master Yi, but they didn't find out who he was, but they found out about an auction event, and the time is tomorrow. Master Yi's fans came forward to say that Master Yi should be one of Dai Legion's chiefs. Needless to say, his automated mecha is not about putting artificial intelligence into the mecha, but a completely new direction. As for what direction it is, I have disassembled Master Yi's mecha again. I just heard that it is a completely different direction. The post has gone off track again. Netizens' thoughts are always divergent. Before the previous thing has been discussed, they have already started to discuss the next topic. And an hour later, the two teams that changed their directions have reached the place where they are closest. They could have collided, but Yu Rong's team deviated a little to the left, and Zhang Zai's team deviated a little to the right. It is precisely because of this deviation that they became parallel lines starting from different directions. And their shortest distance is the straight line distance of the parallel lines. Oh my goodness, all bets lost. Now the first and second place have the same points. This session is about to usher in a double champion. There shouldn't be two champions. The points are the same. The leadership will directly give a champion. It is said that it is based on the number of attacks, participation, etc. But judging from the points, it is a tie. Then participation, isn't it just a matter of a word from the leader? I warn the leadership of Beijing Tianjin University not to be ungrateful. Sister Rong can get this point alone. If she is not the champion, who else can be the champion? Another rebel. Be careful that the leadership will be furious and give the championship to Zhang Zai's team instead. Wait, I feel that Sister Rong seems to have discovered Zhang Zai's team. She stopped. This is 800 meters away. How can the detection range of infrared be so wide? In fact, Sister Rong's unmanned mecha still has an advantage. Infrared cannot scan it, but if it is on a plain battlefield and is scanned by radar, the unmanned mecha will be no different from an ordinary mecha. What kind of rich second generation is the brother above who doesn't know the suffering of the world? Do you know how much it costs to install a radar on a mecha? Do you know how much it costs to shrink the radar device to such a small size and install it on a mecha? I guess it's Sister Qian who went upstairs. Sister Qian, are you still in need of a younger brother? I'm a freshman. I'll carry your bag for you. Just give me some mecha materials. Sister Qian is not ignorant of the sufferings of the world, okay? Didn't you see that Sister Qian didn't even turn on the insulation to save energy? Sister Qian is very hardworking, okay? It's just that she ran into our Sister Rong, who is such a jerk. Damn it! Sister Rong really found it. How did you Rong find it? Does she really have a god's perspective? Not only were there doubts in the barrage, but they were all watching the replay. The dean and the deputy director also went to watch the replay. After watching the part before, and after when Yu Rong stopped, the deputy director finally found the truth. Because the number of teams decreased, the drone began to broadcast the three teams in all aspects. The current 12 screens are the three teams from all angles. It was also because of this that the drone was discovered. 800 meters away, Qin Rong was very lucky to see a passing drone, blocked by dense trees and shrubs. so she quickly determined that it was Zhang Zai's team. Although it was 3-4, Qin Rong got the upper hand. The commentator said that the drone was the culprit. Sister Rong, don't be too arrogant. With such a limited field of vision, I would definitely think I was dazzled if I saw something that flashed by 800 meters away. Sister Rong's dynamic vision is S level, I believe it. I just watched the replay. The drone really just brushed the edge of the leaves and flashed. It was amazing to see it. If the leadership team hadn't told the commentator, and the commentator told us, I would really suspect that Sister Rong secretly took the light brain to watch the live broadcast and cheated. Sister Rong, you are my god. Whether you become rich overnight or not, we are all fans. Qin Rong, who was about to be deified, did not seem very happy. Obviously, she knew the gap between her team's strength and the other team's strength. So, she could only use some dirty tricks. The signaler is usually placed in the cockpit. So the purpose of the battle between the two mechas is to pierce the signaler from outside the cockpit. Qin Rong originally had an idea that if she could kill this team, as long as her two unmanned mechas launched a suicide attack, she would be sure to kill them all. But the mechas were killed, and the people were gone. This was a final exam for them. If Qin Rong really did this, whether Jiang Yuqi or Shenlang could save their lives was another matter. It's better to keep their lives and fight wits and courage with the pollution source in the pollution area, Qin Rong, who is not a demon, thought to himself. Qin Rong whistled in his heart, thinking that he still had to let these children, who had not entered society, know that people's hearts were sinister. When she entered the detection range of Baisha's mecha, the other party immediately became alert. Someone has appeared. I can detect it, isn't it you, Rong? The game was about to end, and Zhang Zai didn't want to cause any trouble, so he quickly found a shelter to hide. A girl's voice came from behind the shelter on the opposite side. Mud howl. Zhang Zai didn't know what this person was up to, so he was alert and didn't reply. Jiang Yuqi happily turned on the loudspeaker and said, Mud howl. Zhang Zai rolled his eyes at him, saying that it was okay to say hello, but why did he have to learn the strange tone of the other side? Jiang Yuqi whispered to Zhang Zai, the other side is Yu Rong. Zhang Zai was stunned, it was Yu Rong. He instantly became nervous, because Yu Rong's unmanned mecha could not be detected, and he had no way of predicting where the other side's mecha was hiding. For a moment, Zhang Zai was a little scared. Look around, don't miss any place where the mecha may be hidden in any direction. Scanning equipment is useless for unmanned mecha, you have to observe with your naked eyes. As he said this, Zhang Zai suddenly saw a small white flag raised above the bunker in front of him. The small white flag fluttered in the air, as if performing an empty city plan. Qin Rong said generously, we are now tied in points, so why don't we stop fighting? The cost of repairing the mecha is almost higher than the prize money of this game. This remark hit Zhang Zai, and the others in the heart. In Zhang Zai's team, except for Shenlang who is a rich second generation, everyone else has no money. Jiang Yuqi is an orphan, Zhang Zai is from a single-parent family, and Baisha's parents are ordinary clerks. The cost of repairing their mecha is already too high. If they fight Qin Rong again, they can basically give up the current one and buy a new one. Zhang Zai said cautiously, what do you want to do? I just want to stop fighting. I have already discovered you guys. If I really want to fight you, I wouldn't have waited until now and deliberately walked into your scanning range, right? Zhang Zai didn't like Qin Rong's words. He said coldly, who knows if you have any bad ideas? What bad ideas can I have? I just want to discuss the distribution of bonuses with you. Now the first and second place are between us. I have a suggestion. No matter whether the hospital gives you the first place or we get the first place, we should take out the first and second place prizes and divide them equally. There is only one person in our team. I will suffer a little loss and take 1/6. Zhang Zai didn't believe that Qin Rong would be so kind. Zhang Zai had another guess as to why the other party did this. Qin Rong was already at the end of her strength. She couldn't beat herself at all, so she wanted to come here to make peace and share a piece of the pie. The first place reward includes pollution source weapons, which are much more valuable than other rewards. If you think about it carefully, even if the three people on Qin Rong's side really discovered them in advance and launched a sneak attack, the probability of success is very small. The opponent cannot kill the mecha on their side with one blow, and when they react, they will definitely kill them. Zhang Zai's guess is almost exactly the same as the reality. The reason why Qin Rong did not take action is also the reason Zhang Zai guessed. After understanding this, Zhang Zai directly refused. Forget about the tie. Why do we have to win the game in this way? We can win it openly. Chapter 58. After Zhang Zai finished speaking, he switched to the team voice, and said to Jiang Yuqi, "Touch her from behind." Jiang Yuqi received the order and started to go around excitedly. He had wanted to fight with Yu Rong for a long time, but he had never had the chance before. Yu Rong had to prepare for the game, and he also had to prepare for the game. After going around in a big circle, Jiang Yuqi came to the back of Qin Rong, 500 meters away. Because the scanner is generally 500 meters, Jiang Yuqi stayed at a distance of 500 meters, and was not discovered by Qin Rong. In the team channel, Jiang Yuqi said, "One person." Zhang Zhe frowned when he didn't find Yu Rong's unmanned mecha. The mecha must be ambushed nearby, and Yu Rong should not dare to go alone. Zhang Zhe was cautious and didn't dare to attack Qin Rong directly. She was worried that there was an ambush around Qin Rong, so she said to Jiang Yuqi, "Stay still for now, I let Baisha search the area." Okay. At this moment, the distance between the four people was like this. Qin Rong was about 200 meters away from Zhang Zhe and Shenlang, and Jiang Yuqi was about 500 meters away from Qin Rong. Baisha was preparing to patrol, so he was getting farther and farther away from the two people. Zhang Zhe was chatting with Qin Rong casually. He dragged Qin Rong and didn't agree to split the score with the other party. Qin Rong was not in a hurry and continued to persuade him. At this time, there was still an hour before the end of the game. After Baisha started patrolling, Qin Rong suddenly said, "I surrendered to you with good intentions, but you let Jiang Yuqi block me behind. It's a bit impolite." Zhang Zhe was shocked, but soon calmed down. With Yu Rong's command level, it was impossible for him not to guess that he asked Jiang Yuqi to go around. Zhang Zhe laughed and said, "Don't mind. I just want to see if you are sincere." Zhuge Liang had to visit Zhuge Liang 3 times. "I am testing you. It's not too much, right?" "It's not too much. Let me guess. You are asking Baisha to search for the location of my UAV, right?" Zhang Zhe said calmly, "What if you attack me by surprise? I have to take the initiative before I can shake hands with you." "Then you guessed right." After Yu Rong said this, Zhang Zhe was about to perfunctorily answer, but he found something wrong. "What? A sneak attack? Where is the drone?" Zhang Zhe was puzzled and suddenly saw the sight collector flash, and then the big screen went black. From the perspective of an outsider, a pool of mud fell from the sky, circling Zhang Zhe and Shenlang. The coating on the outside of the mecha is generally waterproof, so most people would not want to destroy the mecha with water, because that is simply impossible. The difference between mud and water is that mud can block vision. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this scene. I've seen the 2 drone mechas flying to the tree with a lot of stuff, and holding a bag of mud. Let's not talk about other uses. It's really disgusting. You see, Mr. Shen has broken his defense. The mud is already good. If it's shit, it will be a psychological shadow for life. I don't understand Yu Rong's operation. What's the use of mud? It can't break the defense of the mecha, and such heavy mud must have consumed a lot of energy of the mecha. What's the use? Qin Rong told him the next second. Qin Rong was only 200 meters away from Zhang Zhe, and the mud caused Zhang Zhe to lose his vision for about 2 seconds. Qin Rong added all his energy to the bottom, rushed up and killed Zhang Zhe in seconds. From rushing in front of Zhang Zhe to killing Zhang Zhe in seconds, it took only 2 seconds in total. I understand the effect, but my soldiers can't kill in 2 seconds. Sister Rong is still too strong. Only Sister Rong can use this trick. To be honest, the situation on the scene changes rapidly. Jiang Yuqi goes around and Baisha goes to explore the mecha. Sister Rong must do these 2 things to get out of here safely. The lack of vision will make the driver panic for a moment, and Zhang Zhe is the weakest of the 4. He has strong command ability, but weak himself, so he will be targeted. The moment Zhang Zhe lost his vision, he understood that Yu Rong had no intention of making peace. She was planning to kill her team. The reason why they had to attack when there were only 2 people left was because Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang were there at the same time. Qin Rong could not escape, and her current mecha damage did not support her fighting 2 people alone. While Qin Rong killed Zhang Zhe in seconds, Shenlang had quickly cleared the mud from his sight. He was a little bit of a germaphobe, and his anger value was rising at this moment. He turned on the loudspeaker and said angrily, "Yu Rong, are you mean?" Zhang Zhe joined in. "That's right, it's too despicable." While Shenlang was talking, he attacked Qin Rong. Because of the bonus of anger value, his momentum was very fierce. Jiang Yuqi and Baisha also came back to help at this moment. If Qin Rong wanted to deal with Shenlang, she would be trapped in the middle, so she flew directly upwards, avoiding Shenlang's attack while reuniting with her mecha, not giving Shenlang a chance. As Shenlang flew upwards to chase Qin Rong, he said to Zhang Zhe, What should we do next? We are 1 point behind Qin Rong. Then he remembered that Zhang Zhe was dead and could not communicate with him in the team. So he turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, Zhang Zhe, how do we fight now? Zhang Ze's somewhat tired voice came out of the loudspeaker. He was tired, he was really tired. He didn't expect that his overly cautiousness would become an opportunity for Qin Rong. Don't ask me, I'm dead. Jiang Yuqi said, the commander is dead, I am the new commander now. Why not me? Shen Lang said unconvinced. The commander is gone. Isn't it common sense that the strongest person becomes the commander? What's the use of talking, let's compete? Bai Sha said angrily. You two, you're going to fight each other if the commander is dead, right? Although this group of people were noisy, their actions were not slow at all. Shen Lang flew to the treetops first, and then persevered in chasing Qin Rong. Jiang Yuqi had already caught up, and Qin Rong was flying down with the mecha at this time. Bai Sha didn't fly up, he was going to outflank him from below. Jiang Yuqi said, don't fight with Yu Rong, kill the 2 unmanned mechas first, they are very weak. Bai Sha said, you think I am you? How could Yu Rong let me kill those 2 unmanned mechas? No hurry, you should block them with long-range artillery fire first. Yu Rong's 3 mechas must have been very damaged, otherwise she would not take the risk to kill Zhang Zhe. Brother Jiang is still quite capable, not just a big-breasted and brainless person. Stop stereotyping us mecha soldiers, our command is totally okay. I don't believe it, most mecha soldiers are just hot-blooded and rush forward, Brother Jiang is just an outlier. What counts as a mecha soldier? In terms of driving skills, Sister Rong is also a mecha soldier. Stop arguing, the winner is about to be decided. Although Bai Sha is a reconnaissance mecha with an extremely fast speed, he also has weapons. But the ammunition reserves are very small, and the trajectory is also very small. It is impossible to let him block the road with artillery fire. Qin Rong himself can dodge, but his 2 men can't. Therefore, she hid behind the obstacle with her mecha, and was delayed for about 2 seconds. Now her position was very bad, with Bai Sha in front and Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang behind. And the attacks of Shen Lang and Jiang Yuqi also arrived at the same time. It would definitely not work if they did not break through the front and back attack. So Qin Rong commanded his 2 men to sprint towards Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang. Come on, don't fight with me for heads. And these 2 mechas would definitely not be able to fight with Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang. What Qin Rong wanted them to do was to consume the energy of Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang. And Qin Rong himself killed Bai Sha. Bai Sha angrily clicked on the loudspeaker and said, you are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Why don't you fight Jiang Yuqi? Don't worry, it will be his turn later. Qin Rong's 2 unmanned mechas were also declared dead, and lay pitifully on the ground. I don't know if you have noticed a problem. Qin Rong's team has 1 less person, which is equivalent to 1 less point. Assuming that both teams are wiped out, Zhang Ze's team will suffer. This is the famous Yu Rong paradox. When there are more people, the more points you give. When there are more people, the more points you can get. So the more people, the more points, the fewer points. I really don't understand who will win now. Yu Rong's energy bar should be more than the opponent, but the opponent has 2 people. If I were Yu Rong, I would fight with him. These 2 people are close attack, but Yu Rong has artillery fire. Now there is only 1 hour left before the end. These 2 people are probably not able to catch up with Yu Rong. It seems to be a tie, and the points are still the same. It's different. The final result depends on the activity. Yu Rong is the active attacker, while Zhang Ze is the passive defender. So it's obvious that Yu Rong is more likely to be judged as the winner by the leadership team. Thanks to the above. I was wondering why Yu Rong was struggling. In the end, the points were the same. Now I understand. I'm here to brush up the activity. It's impossible for Jiang Yuqi not to think of this. I think he should actively attack Yu Rong. 2 against 1. Even if the energy bar is low, a concentrated burst may be able to take down Yu Rong. 2 against 1, my sister Rong is not afraid, okay? Don't brag, brother. Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang are the ceiling of the sophomore single soldier department. I believe that Yu Rong can beat Jiang Yuqi alone. The difficulty of 1 against 2 is not the same as beating one and then another. Many people are not clear about the concept of 1 against 2. It is not just the superposition of 2 combat power, but sometimes it can be doubled. For example, Shen Lang rushed directly to Qin Rong's side, forcibly bound Qin Rong's hands, and then Jiang Yuqi finished. But sometimes 2-on-1 is not as good as 1-on-1, that is based on the fact that the 2 people are not familiar with each other. Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang are obviously good friends. So their combined combat power is exponentially increased. Sister Rong doesn't need to fight with the two of them, she just needs to escape. These two people don't have long range, and their energy is not as much as Sister Rong, so they can't catch up with Sister Rong at all. No matter how powerful they are, you can't catch up with them. Otherwise, why would Sister Rong let her two unmanned mechas go to die? It's just to consume them. As long as you don't fight with them, the so-called 1-on-2 doesn't exist. Chapter 59. Just when the bullet screen was shouting that Sister Rong would definitely win, Sister Rong, who was sure to win, suddenly slowed down her running speed. Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang, who were chasing behind, noticed this. Shenlang said, "Has she run out of energy?" "Not necessarily, maybe she wants to fight back against the two of us." "No, where does she get the confidence from? We eat, drink, defecate and urinate together, and we have practiced double battles countless times. Why does she think she can fight two people at once?" Jiang Yuqi also felt that fighting two people at once was not realistic, and besides, Yurong would basically win as long as she kept running, so there was no need to fight back. Substituting himself, Jiang Yuqi himself could not fight two people at once, so Jiang Yuqi thought about it and said, maybe she ran out of energy. Let's rush up now, and kill her directly. Kill Yurong and they will win. It is basically no problem to end the battle within an hour. Now everyone is too weak, and the defense outside is almost broken. A series of question marks flashed on the bullet screen. I don't understand. Doesn't Sister Rong have more energy than the two of them? Why did she slow down? She should have accelerated at this time, rushed forward, shaken off the two of them, and ended the battle directly. Sister Rong is not going to fight back, right? I don't think it will work. Really, Sister Rong, why are you taking this risk? The command team player came to analyze. Sister Rong's behavior is actually understandable. After all, players cannot predict the opinions of the leadership team. If the leadership team gives Jiang Yuqi the first place, you can't do anything about it. So Sister Rong really wants to fight two people alone? Okay, no matter what. Sister Rong is brave, we can still win even if we lose. Sister Rong's mecha is more damaged than those two, but she has a little more energy left, so she doesn't seem to have an advantage. Jiang and Shen are both close combat, consuming less energy, and consuming a lot of energy for a while. This is really too close. The chance of winning is no less than my winning the lottery. I feel that Sister Rong is still too risky. Maybe Sister Rong has never fought against S level, so she doesn't know the strength of S level. No, are you all confused? Sister Rong got rich overnight. A bunch of fake fans. Sister Rong had a solo with Jiang Yuqi in the Mecha competition 1v1. Jiang was beaten to pieces. Okay. Finally someone said it. Why did the barrage start to criticize? I really don't understand your strength of teacher who got rich overnight, right? If you want to rank individual strength and command strength, it is obvious that Sister Rong's command strength is top level, and her individual strength is unmatched. If the director of the Cruiser Management Bureau comes, we can all fight, okay? Can the director of the Management Bureau compare with Sister Rong? This time I've gotten a big deal. Sister Rong, don't bring me along with you when you brag. Sister Rong, I want to live even if you don't want to live. Did Sister Rong become rich overnight? She killed everyone in the last few games. I didn't see Sister Rong use Qin Rong's fighting techniques. Whether it's true or not, I'm a real fan. Sister Rong is the real civilian god of war. She doesn't rely on physique or Krypton gold, but on pure strength. When Qin Rong's speed was getting slower and slower, Jiang Yuqi was ready to take action. But when he didn't expect it, the enemy took the initiative to attack. Impact in the opposite direction, a head-on, directly toward Shenlang. Smart. Divide the battlefield. It can't be divided. There are too many obstacles, and Jiang Yuqi is not a fool. After reacting for 0.1 seconds, Jiang Yuqi instantly accelerated to chase. After Shenlang reacted, he grabbed Qin Rong's arms with his mecha's hands and shouted to Jiang Yuqi, I caught her, come on. The next moment after he finished shouting, Qin Rong's mecha arm turned 180 degrees, grabbed Shenlang, and kneed him in the stomach. Many mecha soldiers will train their physical fitness. When there is no mecha, their personal physical fitness and fighting skills are very important. But this will also lead to a misunderstanding. They will use mecha to do fighting actions, but forget that the mecha itself is not a human. Each of its joints can rotate in a way that humans cannot. Jiang Yuqi behind him also arrived. He took out a sharp alloy sword and slashed at Qin Rong's back. And 1 second before he slashed, Qin Rong finished kicking Shenlang, so Shenlang turned 180 degrees in the air and was hit by Jiang Yuqi on the cockpit glass. Brother, can you see the point accurately? Shenlang's cockpit was already broken. Jiang Yuqi said, I'm so useless. I was used as a shield. They were team voice chats, which Qin Rong couldn't hear. Shen Lang chuckled and took out his weapon. Shen Lang's weapon was different from Jiang Yuqi's alloy sword. His was a laser beam with a distance of about 5 meters. It took 2 seconds to condense a laser, and the calibration of the laser needed to be done by Shen Lang himself. Shen Lang's weapon turned around, and when the condensation time ended, it fired at Qin Rong. Qin Rong let go of Shen Lang and just avoided the laser. Shen Lang turned on the loudspeaker and said, "How is it? I've learned well, right?" Qin Rong said, "The accuracy needs to be improved." Shen Lang had already exchanged positions with Jiang Yuqi in a split second. He continued to accumulate strength and shoot. Jiang Yuqi and Qin Rong started fighting with swords. The two fought on the ground and in the sky. Shen Lang tried his best to aim, but found that the two were already mixed together, and it was easy to hurt by mistake. "Sister Rong, want to sneak attack? No way, look at me as a human shield." Sister Rong did a good job of cutting the battlefield, recording the screen, and studying frame by frame after the game is over. Brother Jiang is indeed very capable, worthy of being the light of the sophomore class. Does anyone know that Sister Rong has ever pursued Brother Jiang? No. Impossible. Sister Rong is beautiful alone. A sophomore single soldier department came forward to say, "It's true, and Sister Rong especially likes little white dresses." Where have we seen this type in our single soldier department, with black hair and fairy air? I always think that Sister Rong was unable to get love, so she learned from the pain and began to give up love and work hard for her career. Photos of Sister Rong when she was pursuing Jiang Yuqi, and Sister Rong's current photos. Completely different. Is this because she was rejected and gave up, so she wears school uniform every day and never wears a white skirt again? To tell a funny story, Sister Rong pretended to be weak and wanted to fall into Jiang's arms. Then Jiang was startled and quickly went to buy 2 nutrient solutions and forced them into Sister Rong's arms. This is a true story, I was there. Why do you think I, Jiang, the star of the sophomore single soldier department, have never had a partner? Collect Sister Rong's black history, and play it in her ears in a loop when she sleeps at night to see her defense break. With Sister Rong's thick skin, she will definitely not be able to break her defense, but she will probably let the upstairs take a day trip to the muddy quagmire. What is this scene in front of her? Beating up the white moonlight male god. Sister Rong will not show mercy, right? Of course not. Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi's adrenaline surged during the fight. Jiang Yuqi's progress was great, and under Qin Rong's guidance, his progress was even greater. During the fight, Jiang Yuqi's mecha damage dropped another 10 points, and Qin Rong's 5 points. The two of them fought too fiercely, and Shen Lang temporarily gave up the laser weapon and took out another weapon, the rope. The laser would cause accidental injuries, but the rope would not. He looked at Qin Rong's direction and thought, if he missed, he would take the rope back. Then, at the moment he threw it out, Qin Rong seemed to have expected all this to happen. She used Jiang Yuqi's mecha as a focus and stood up in the air. Wow! Sister Rong's move was beautiful. This 180-degree aerial flip is really beautiful, and the backflip technique is really hard to learn. If the mecha does a backflip, it is very uncomfortable for people in the cockpit. It is equivalent to turning the head 180 degrees, head down, legs up, and the feeling of gravity makes people very uncomfortable. Shen Lang was not surprised when the rope fell. His laser weapon was already condensed, and he fired a burst of bullets at Qin Rong, who had landed. However, after landing at a 180-degree angle, Qin Rong immediately dodged to the left without any hesitation. I'm so good at predicting this. Sister Rong must have known that Shen Lang had bad intentions, and must have wanted to use lasers to hit her. This 180-degree flip is really beautiful. The difficulty of doing a flip followed by a dodge is no less than some complex combination skills. After Qin Rong dodged the laser, her counterattack began. She was standing behind Jiang Yuqi at this moment. After dodging to the left, there was a difference in position between her and Jiang Yuqi. Jiang Yuqi could not show his back to Qin Rong, so he wanted to distance himself from Qin Rong immediately to prevent her from attacking him from behind. But Qin Rong did not attack Jiang Yuqi, but fired the cannonball that had already been fully charged directly in the direction of Shen Lang. Shen Lang knew he couldn't dodge, so he raised his hand to resist, anyway, as long as he didn't break through the cockpit. Shen Lang was blown away by the shells for a distance, and his left arm was blown open, revealing the metal structure inside. At this time, his left arm could no longer move, and his ropes could not be used. And Qin Rong's fighting style is that once she seizes an opening, her attack is like a tide, continuous, not giving the enemy a chance to breathe. So when Shen Lang used the laser on his right arm to charge, Qin Rong had already rushed in front of him. Shenlang was startled, and the laser was aimed at Qin Rong, but the charge was not completed. Shenlang wished he could charge it himself. There are too many things that can be done in 2 seconds, and Qin Rong is enough to break his cockpit during this time. But Qin Rong didn't. Shenlang was in a trance for a while, and then he saw Qin Rong do another beautiful backflip, come behind him, and hold his arm. The laser shot out and hit Jiang Yuqi, who was chasing him. Shenlang, shock. Qin Rong lifted Jiang Yuqi's mechanical arm, allowing the laser to hit Jiang Yuqi's cockpit without deviation and hit the signal device. The laser was very hot, and a cut was burned on Jiang Yuqi's face. His alloy sword slashed forward and hit Shenlang's cockpit. 2 hits. The glass of the cockpit shattered into pieces, revealing the dumbfounded Shenlang inside. Sister Rong is awesome. We won. Diligene Company, please transfer the money. Chapter 60. Aw, Sister Rong, you are my god. Heisey, speak up. Who said Sister Rong can't fight 2 at once? Speak up. Have you learned Sister Rong's driving skills and combat ideas? Hurry up and download and replay them 100 times. The live broadcast of the official website ushered in a small peak. The dense barrage seemed to be the venting of people's emotions. The students watching the live broadcast of the game in the school seemed to be affected by the barrage at this moment, and the blood in their chests surged. Don't stop me. I want to fight 10, and this battle was not actually over. Jiang Yuqi's signal device was gone, but Shenlang's was still there. Shenlang reacted quickly. Although he was surprised that Yu Rong wanted to kill Jiang Yuqi instead of himself, he also reacted instantly, and wanted to break free from Yu Rong's control. But his left arm could no longer move, and the weapon on his right arm also needed to cool down. In a hurry, he took back the laser weapon on his right arm, and took out the short knife. The mechanical arm rotated 180 degrees, trying to break through Qin Rong's control. But what greeted him was Qin Rong dragging Shenlang to his back. After the mecha lost balance, Shenlang tried desperately to control his lower body, and wanted to stand up, but Qin Rong's long sword directly pierced into the cockpit. There was no glass blocking the cockpit, and the long sword went straight in, as if to nail Shenlang to the ground. Shenlang said rather dejectedly, "It's okay, I lose with all my heart." Although Jiang Yuqi's signal device was gone, his mecha was actually in good condition. Qin Rong pulled Shenlang up from the ground, ignoring Shenlang's resentful eyes. She suddenly felt something, and there was a burning gaze that seemed to stare through him. Qin Rong secretly cried out that it was not good, turned around, and saw Jiang Yuqi's mecha standing there stupidly. Jiang Yuqi turned on the loudspeaker, and said with great emotion and enthusiasm, "Yu Rong, your backflip just now was so handsome, I want to learn it too." Qin Rong, she knew it. Jiang Yuqi reminded her of a sentence she saw on the internet when she was a college student. She felt that it was particularly appropriate to describe Jiang Yuqi. The student who was learning to shift gears and start pointed at the cool drift on TV and said, "Coach, I want to learn this." Learn, you want to learn everything," Qin Rong said unhappily. "Find it yourself." Jiang Yuqi didn't feel rejected at all. He continued excitedly, "Your fighting style is similar to someone I know. Do you know the ring life and death battle? I have a teacher I know there, and your fighting style is very similar to hers." Qin Rong, She rushed to Jiang Yuqi's side at lightning speed, punched into the hole burned by the laser, and then turned off Jiang Yuqi's loudspeaker. Qin Rong saw Jiang Yuqi stunned for a moment. His eyes slowly moved away from the loudspeaker, the enthusiasm and excitement of the young man in his eyes. "Even better. How did you achieve such high accuracy? You can press my loudspeaker accurately without damaging my console at all." Qin Rong wanted to ignore Jiang Yuqi's starry eyes. His eyes seemed to be saying, "What is this? I want to learn it too." Qin Rong stretched the mecha arm forward a little further, and covered Jiang Yuqi's mouth physically. "It's still live now. Everyone can hear what you say. You'd better keep a low profile." Qin Rong didn't know that her vest had fallen off at the beginning. Now covering her mouth seemed to be a blatant admission. "Ha ha, Sister Rong, just admit it. When Brother Jiang asked me if I had ever heard of a life and death battle in the ring, I, Sister Rong, had already covered my mouth. Sister Rong, you have this moment too. Covering your mouth is useless even if your vest has already fallen off. I really want to know how Sister Rong would react when she knew her vest couldn't fall off anymore. Hurry up and end the game. I want to see Sister Rong's embarrassed expression." "My Sister Rong won't be embarrassed at all, okay? She will only show a doting smile and say, 'I can't do anything about you.'" Okay. Mingnan has already started." Jiang Yuqi's fiery eyes suddenly froze for a moment. What he wanted to say suddenly disappeared at this moment. When people encounter something very important, Their memory will be very reliable at first, but as time goes by, forgetting is inevitable. It has been more than 12 years since he was rescued by Qin Rong. With the cell growth rate of an S-class mecha soldier, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has changed into a different person. The body speed of the S-class gives him a kind of sharpness that others cannot detect. He can hear even the slightest sound of the mecha. During the grip test, he can control the strength of his mecha very accurately, with an error of no more than 10 newtons. Jiang Yuqi is always making some kind of preparation. When that moment comes, he must kill the pollutants accurately and pick up the child. He knows that someone can control the mecha more accurately than him, and he has long known the best person. The control error of the mecha arm is so accurate that it makes people feel that the mecha is the body of this person. She picked herself up, but did not put any pressure on him. Just like now, Yurong was going to cover his mouth with the mecha. If the force was a little stronger, he would feel a kind of pressure. It was the instinct of his genes to keep him away from danger. But now, he felt the same force as that day, just right, so that a desperate child could not feel the pressure, but instead felt the warm embrace of his mother. Jiang Yuqi's sense of touch at that time was very similar to his current sense of touch, so similar that he was a little fuzzy. So he rubbed the fingers of the mecha arm with his head. Qin Rong was so shocked that he retracted his arm. Qin Rong was surprised and said, "I know you want to learn, but don't try to please me in this way." Jiang Yuqi wanted to explain that he was not trying to please, and he did that action not because he wanted to learn Yurong's skills, but because he felt too familiar and missed it. However, Jiang Yuqi could not explain it either. Yurong was his classmate, and Qin Rong was a senior who had died 10 years ago. The two of them had nothing to do with each other, and it would only make Yurong feel troubled if he said it out. So Jiang Yuqi concealed his real reason and smiled brightly again. What method? Qin Rong looked up and saw the staff walking towards her. It was estimated that the space compression was done. Qin Rong breathed a sigh of relief. She really couldn't resist Jiang Yuqi's excessive enthusiasm, so she said, "Go back." This sentence successfully diverted Jiang Yuqi's attention. The three broken mechas followed the staff and returned to the school through space compression. Qin Rong just came out of the passage and was greeted by deafening cheers and applause. "Sister Rong, I want to be your little brother. Sister Rong, you are a god so handsome." These students are not only in the same grade, but also mecha soldiers from other grades. These people watched the live broadcast and rushed directly to the playground to welcome their idols. Those who couldn't go to the scene in the barrage shed tears of soreness. "Ah, I hate why I chose Qisheng University. I want to be alumni with Sister Rong. We are far away in another district. I may not be able to meet Sister Rong in this life. The scene blames me. Sister Rong has a small face, white skin, thin body, and short stature. She really looks like the stereotype of the command department. 1.75 meters is not considered short in the command department, okay? The average 1.8 meters of individual soldiers get out. Sister Rong has a face of the command department, but I didn't expect that she is more powerful than the individual soldiers. It's true that you can't judge a person by appearance. The contrast is so cute. Sister Rong is so cool." The celebration at the scene was like a tsunami, which made Qin Rong seem to have returned to the past. There was a wave in her heart, but it was quickly suppressed. The dean also smiled very brightly, and announced that the competition was officially over. The award ceremony will be held this afternoon. It is now 12 o'clock in the morning. The audience who stayed up late and the mecha teams can go back and have a good rest, and wait until tomorrow afternoon to attend the award ceremony in full spirit. The deputy director of the administration bureau also shook hands with Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi, telling them that they could enter the administration bureau. Qin Rong did not know this deputy director, probably because he was promoted after her death. The representative of Dai Lijin's company also shook hands with Qin Rong and the others. His compliments to Qin Rong were not particularly sincere, but just superficial congratulations. This is understandable. After all, the mecha company does not really need mecha soldiers, and once unmanned mechas are put into use, it will be a major blow to the mecha company. It is understandable that this representative's attitude towards Qin Rong is not particularly good. After shaking hands with these people, the people on the playground did not disperse for a long time. They wanted to shake hands with Qin Rong and ask for an autograph or something. But Qin Rong was not particularly used to this kind of link, and ran away secretly from the backstage without telling anyone. The people on the playground were notified that Qin Rong had left, and then they began to disperse. Put on the optical computer, and the system went online. What happened recently? Nothing serious happened. I have sorted all your messages from your computer. Many of them are from students of the same grade, but... What? Your computer ID should have been sold, so I received a lot of messages from strangers. Among these stranger messages, there is a very strange one. What message? He said, don't be so prominent. Automated mechas are very dangerous. You may be targeted. Pay attention to safety. Qin Rong frowned. Danger? From whom? This message is indeed a bit inexplicable, but Qin Rong is a little concerned. After all, there has been no progress in automated mechas in the previous life, and Qin Rong is a little skeptical. However, this may also be a prank, so Qin Rong just made herself alert, but did not reply to him. Qin Rong did not think about the uncertain things, and she did not reply to the message. Instead, she drank the nutrient solution first, and drank until her stomach was full, and then she lay on the bed contentedly. There was no way. She was really hungry these days. Although there was meat to eat and blood to drink, it was impossible to be full. Qin Rong lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Chapter 61. Qin Rong slept for a long time. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. The system continued to talk to Qin Rong about the past few days, while she was brushing her teeth and washing her face. The auction was scheduled today, so Qin Rong was reminded to take a look when she had time to prevent Li Hailin from using fake auction amounts to deceive people again. She had to hurry up to play the life and death competition, otherwise she would not be able to complete this week's quota. In addition, the mecha was damaged too badly in the competition, and now Qin Rong's remaining balance was not enough to pay for repairs. The family assets she saved from a trip to the polluted area were now back to the days before liberation. Qin Rong gurgled the mouthwash in her mouth and spit it into the pool. She said, "Don't worry about making money. I have a large mecha now, so I can go to the polluted area a few more times." However, she was lucky the first time she went to the polluted area. She encountered a rule-based polluted area that did not require combat power, and it was also a high-level polluted area that did not like to attack people. This kind of luck may not extend to this time, so Qin Rong made plans to go to the contaminated area several times. After washing up, Qin Rong went to the cafeteria to drink nutrient solution. While drinking, she replied to her almost full messages. The system basically excluded the messages that Qin Rong did not need to reply personally. The message that Qin Rong needed to reply was the message on the number of the life and death competition, asking her about the mecha driving technology. As the former director of the management bureau, she naturally hoped that there would be more and more outstanding children, so she would spend time on this matter. But in the eyes of the system, what Qin Rong did was thankless. Spending time paying attention to those who had average physiques, and might not even become mecha soldiers was of no help to Qin Rong herself. Qin Rong did not think it was a waste of time, but as her popularity grew, there were too many questions, and she could not reply to them all at once, which made her a little distressed. After eating this meal, Qin Rong spent 2 hours, and still hadn't replied to all the messages. Qin Rong's consciousness was a little tired. She lay on the chair, and planned to brush posts on her forum to relax. As soon as he entered, Qin Rong saw the names Get Rich Overnight, and Yu Rong appear frequently. Qin Rong then realized that his vest had fallen off. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Qin Rong asked the system. The system said, "Just know it, it doesn't have any impact." Qin Rong's heart stagnated. The system was right. After thinking about it carefully, it really didn't have any impact. No wonder. Once Jian Yuqi saw this news, he would become like a python and wrap around her, asking her to teach him mecha knowledge. The system said, "You can teach those low-level mercenaries, but why can't you teach the male protagonist, the future rising star? In my opinion, you should accept the male protagonist as your apprentice, so that it will help you complete the mission. If I want to accept him, Jian Yuqi must be willing to worship him. Have you forgotten that I am only 18 years old and Jian Yuqi is already 19? There is an old saying in human beings, called, if 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. I believe the male protagonist will definitely be willing." Qin Rong stopped arguing with the system. The time for the award ceremony was approaching. Qin Rong put the bowls and chopsticks in the designated place and walked towards the playground. As soon as she arrived at the playground, Qin Rong saw a huge crowd. What's going on? Are there so many sophomores? Aren't there only about 300 people? Why do I feel that there are at least 500 people on the playground, and people are constantly coming in? Did they invite some celebrities to present the awards? Qin Rong was a little confused, but still walked towards the playground according to the sign. As soon as she entered the playground, she stepped on the artificial grass of the playground. She looked at the man walking next to her, and suddenly the other party made a strange cry. His eyes were full of stars, and he covered his mouth and shouted, "Sister Rong! Where is Sister Rong?" Who shouted, "Stand up! Sister Rong is here?" Qin Rong suddenly felt that she had come to the end of the world. The classmates who used to be kind and friendly, and didn't pay much attention to her suddenly turned into walking zombies, rushing towards her one after another. Qin Rong, who didn't understand the current situation, dodged and ran along the edge of the playground. What's going on? Classmates are infected with the virus and are all crazy. She was puzzled, but when she was walking with the wind under her feet, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in front of her. Qian Jianing, who was 1.8 meters tall, seemed to be 2 meters tall at this moment. She directly dragged Qin Rong behind her, raised her head, and shook her face, and said cold words in one breath. "You are still classmates. Do you have any manners? No wonder you are all born solo. Is this how you express admiration?" Qian Jianing's sarcasm was full, and she stunned the classmates who wanted to interact with Qin Rong intimately. Qin Rong realized that these children wanted to chat with her, not jealous of her winning the championship. Qin Rong had never experienced such a scene. After she became a cruiser, she lived a social animal life and frequently entered the contaminated area. Later, she was promoted step by step. There were indeed many juniors in the cruisers who admired her driving skills, but due to her high status at that time, they only greeted each other cautiously when they met, and at most they said, "I really think your mecha operation is very powerful." Being chased by a playground of people? How dare the cruisers chase their own bosses? As for the condolences from the cruisers to the victims, and the silk banners sent by the victims, Qin Rong never went to them. In her opinion, she just did her job. The company paid her to do the work, and there was really nothing to thank those people for. Moreover, she felt embarrassed. Qin Rong was not very thick-skinned at that time. Due to her background and personality, she was often at a loss for other people's kindness, and didn't know how to respond. Later, she had a higher position, and faced the wrangling with the upper leaders and the intrigues between gangs. Later she died. At the time of her death, she had never imagined that she would achieve such great success in the future, become an idol to so many people, and have a forum dedicated to discussing herself. Although there are not many people discussing her on this forum now, it is named after her after all. In short, Qin Rong felt at ease, and stood behind Qian Jianing, who was much younger than her, without any guilt, and asked Qian Jia to help her block the excessive enthusiasm of others. Qian Jianing's ridicule was full, and she scolded the juniors and seniors, who did not study mecha technology well, but came to the playground to chase stars. Then she pulled Qin Rong, and came to the front row of the playground with a smile of victory. The crowd was calmer now, and no one came up to disturb Qin Rong, but the crowd's eyes seemed to have substance, as if they wanted to burn a hole in Qin Rong's back. Qian Jianing sat next to Qin Rong. She sat proudly, and looked in Qin Rong's direction from time to time, as if waiting for Qin Rong to take the initiative to talk to her. After being glanced at by Qian Jianing for the 7th time, Qin Rong gave Sister Qian a way out, and took the initiative to say, "Thank you for your help just now." Sister Qian curled her lips, and raised her eyebrows in one breath, and said lightly, "It was just a coincidence." "First lower your proud chin, and then I will believe that you are just a coincidence." With Qin Rong's initiative to talk, Qian Jianing also lowered his posture, and said very honestly, "You played well in the knockout round. I watched the commentary. Can you really control the situation so meticulously?" Qin Rong explained, "I discovered you first, so I took the lead." Qian Jianing said, "I have upgraded the scanner of the mecha to a miniature radar. I will no longer have this advantage against your unmanned mecha." Qin Rong thought, "If I use the scattering cross-section RCS technology, how will you deal with it?" However, seeing Qian Jianing's expression of "I will definitely win next time," Qin Rong did not say anything to criticize her, but instead praised her casually. "You have the ability to learn from failure, which is great." Qian Jianing frowned when she heard Qin Rong's words. She was puzzled and said, "Why are you talking in such an official tone? I'm not your subordinate." Qin Rong was choked and almost coughed. She did accidentally treat Qian Jianing in the same way as she treated her subordinates. Official tone is really hard to change once you learn it. Seeing that Qin Rong didn't say anything, Qian Jianing continued to speak. "Who did you learn conducting from? Can I learn from you?" "No matter who I learn from, can you not learn from Jiang Yuqi? I learned it by myself by reading books on conducting. You can read more when you have time." Qian Jianing pondered for a while, and said to herself, "It turns out that Jiang Yuqi's reading books every day is really useful." Before the elimination round, Jiang Yuqi read books on conducting every day. At that time, Qian Jianing was still dismissive. Since it is a good thing, you have to learn it. Qian Jianing has put studying conducting books in her next schedule. Who did you learn your mecha driving skills from? You can't learn this from a book. Qin Rong coughed lightly and said, I learned it from Qin Rong. No problem, rounding off is also self-taught. Jiang Yuqi also learned from Qin Rong. Does learning Qin Rong's driving skills make him very strong? Qian Jianing felt that he seemed to have grasped the trick, and looked at Qin Rong with sparkling eyes. Qin Rong was a little reluctant, afraid that Qian Jianing would learn but not make progress, so he reminded her, not everyone is suitable, Jiang Yuqi, and I may also be exceptions. While the two of them were chatting, Jiang Yuqi's hearty voice came from the side. What are you talking about me? Jiang Yuqi leaned over, and stared at Qin Rong and Qian Jianing. Qian Jianing said, don't flatter me. Yu Rong and I were talking about your driving skills, both of which were imitating Qin Rong. Jiang Yuqi explained, I didn't completely imitate Qin Rong, I also integrated some content from other schools. Yu Rong's skills are more like Qin Rong. Jiang Yuqi's eyes swept back and forth across Qin Rong's face, and said in a strange tone, very similar to Qin Rong, very, very similar. Qin Rong immediately felt a little guilty, but she didn't show it on her face. She coughed lightly and said, the award ceremony should start soon. Chapter 62. The arrival of several school leaders did attract the attention of Jiang Yuqi and Qian Jianing. It also made those who were staring at Qin Rong from behind slightly less enthusiastic. On the podium, the school leaders spoke in official language for a while, which was roughly, you are a good class, keep working hard. And the deputy director of the Cruiser Management Bureau still expressed, good seedlings, come to our management bureau, we treat you very well, it is definitely your best choice in the future. The agent of the Mecha company also expressed his intention to win over the students of the materials department, so that they can also come to work at Dai Lijin Company after graduation. Qin Rong seemed to have returned to the meeting in his previous life. It seemed that he had said nothing for 2 hours, and the problem of manpower shortage was still not solved. In her drowsiness, Qin Rong suddenly heard the name of Yu Rong. She was thinking about who this person was, and was suddenly hit by an elbow, and woke up. Qian Jianing winked at her and said, why are you standing there? The awards are being presented. Although Qin Rong was a little embarrassed, she didn't show it on the surface. She patted her clothes, and walked up to the podium in a serious manner. The three leaders came up to shake her hands and chatted with her. What the dean said was, you are a good seedling. Don't listen to the deputy director of the management bureau and force your growth. What the deputy director said was, come to our management bureau. We will welcome you with a grand ceremony. It doesn't matter if you don't come. How did you make that unmanned mecha? Can it be mass-produced? How about selling it to us? Qin Rong thought that it was impossible to mass-produce it for the time being, and even if it could be produced, it would not meet your requirements. The reason why the mecha looked so powerful during the competition was entirely because of the help of the system. And the mecha company agent, who looked gentle and polite, said in an official tone that he wished Qin Rong better and better. The second place was Zhang Zai's team, and the third place was a surprise. Their team was not the one that everyone had favored before, but the lucky fourth place team that was kicked out by Qin Rong. The top 4 will get 25 points, the top 10 will get 20 points, and the team stuck in 4th place will get 1 point higher than the 5th place and win the 3rd place. After the 3 commanders received their awards, the students cheered and celebrated again. What made the students even happier was that summer vacation was coming, and everyone could go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Qin Rong had no place to live. Yu Rong was an orphan without parents. If Qin Rong wanted to go back, he could only say that he would go back to the orphanage to visit his relatives. After the official vacation, the dormitory would be cut off from water and electricity. If you want to live in the dormitory, you need to apply in advance and move to another dormitory building. In other words, Qin Rong is likely to have a roommate. Given that Qin Rong is busy with all kinds of things every day, it is not very convenient to have a roommate. If the work and rest schedules are inconsistent, it is not good to disturb the roommate's rest. After thinking about it, Qin Rong decided to live in the warehouse during the summer vacation. Anyway, the place is big enough, and he can just move a bed there to sleep. Qin Rong is not very picky. Sitting in the seat in the playground, after thinking about these things, the award ceremony officially ended. The deputy director came over to chat with Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi for a while, and then exchanged their light computer IDs. Qin Rong directly told the deputy director that the automated mecha could not be mass-produced, and there were no drawings. The deputy director's weird enthusiasm for Qin Rong subsided. But he still affirmed Qin Rong and told Qin Rong, Our director has made great achievements in command. You can learn a lot from him when you come to the management bureau. Qin Rong smiled and thanked on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart that learning from Jiang Lian, either Jiang Lian is crazy or she is crazy. When the deputy director and the dean were chatting with Qin Rong, the students behind them didn't dare to come up, but when this person left, the students were a little eager to try. So Qin Rong decisively pulled Qian Jianing in front of him, and let Qian Jianing do the output. The classmates didn't really want Qin Rong to do anything, they just wanted to express their admiration for her, and see what she really looked like. With long straight black hair, fair and tender face, and slender figure, she looked unbeatable. Like Qian Jianing or Jiang Yuqi, they all needed muscles to have strong explosive power. But classmate Yu Rong looked ordinary. Hiding behind Qian Jianing, Qin Rong slipped out of the playground. She felt a little guilty about Qian Jianing, so she asked casually, "What are you going to do in the summer vacation?" Using simple chat, Qin Rong dispelled the guilt of using Qian Jianing. After all, they were good friends, and good friends couldn't say whether to use or not. Qian Jianing raised her eyebrows and said, "Do you want to invite me to your home to play?" "It's not impossible." Qin Rong. How did the topic suddenly jump to here? But Qin Rong still said with a stiff upper lip, "My house is not ready yet. Please come over to play after it is ready." Qian Jianing didn't realize that this was an excuse at all. She nodded and said, "Okay." Qian Jianing didn't have many friends because of her weird temper or her domineering attitude. In short, she was not very popular. She was a typical single soldier thinking. She didn't like to think about things in a roundabout way, and she couldn't hear the hidden meaning in other people's words. In her cognition, going to each other's house to play was good friends. She invited Qin Rong to her house, and now Qin Rong invited her to Qin Rong's house. This was good friends. Since Qin Rong had already hoped so, she would reluctantly agree. Even if Qin Rong's house was small and shabby at that time, she would be very emotionally intelligent and not blame him. Qian Jianing thought well in her heart, and having friends also made her very happy, so she left happily, completely ignoring Qin Rong's hesitation. Qin Rong sneaked back to her dormitory like a thief. She found that there were 2 or 3 people gathered in front of her dormitory. All of them were students from the command department. There are few girls in the command department, and Yu Rong's reputation was not good before, so there are only 2 or 3 girls in the command department who expressed their enthusiastic admiration for her. But people admire the strong. Even though Yu Rong's reputation was not good before, after seeing her performance in the elimination round, they turned from haters to fans, and came to express their admiration for their idol. After experiencing the elimination round, Qin Rong has obviously become a campus idol. This made her a little tired, but also a little novel. Fortunately, summer vacation is coming soon, and she will not need to be watched like a giant panda soon. Back in the dormitory, Qin Rong simply packed her luggage. After opening the cabinet and seeing the white dresses, Qin Rong compromised. She was short of star coins, and these white dresses were valuable. What to wear is not to wear. Stuffing the clothes into the Mecha space device, and packing the bedding roll, daily necessities, and the like, Qin Rong completed a simple move. The space device one from Qian Jianing before is very useful. Only after using it did I know how convenient it is. From now on, she didn't need to bring anything else when she went out, just a necklace. With gratitude to Qian Jianing, Qin Rong packed her luggage and prepared to go out. She packed very quickly, but it was already 9 o'clock in the evening when she finished packing. The summer weather was still a bit hot and humid, and Qin Rong walked slowly on the street without sweating much. Suddenly, she had a fear warning that made her scalp tingle. This warning came suddenly, and she had never felt so strong since her resurrection. When her left foot landed, she realized that she was no longer on the street leading to the warehouse. The space was blocked. The street lights were particularly dim, and the yellow light fell on the ground. The hustle and bustle of the world was suddenly far away, and the surroundings were so quiet that even the breathing could be heard clearly. And this extremely dangerous warning also made Qin Rong's 5 senses maximized. She looked sharply in a certain direction, and there was nothing there, but from that direction, she heard a strange breathing sound. "We've been spotted, go straight ahead." After this sentence fell, the space seemed to be torn open by a piece of camouflage, and the man's mecha walked out of the space directly. Qin Rong instantly judged the battle situation. There were 4 people in total, 3 in the open, and 1 hiding in the dark. She immediately turned around and started running, away from the 4 mechas, while also judging the situation of the other party. The first mecha attacked her first. Freeze! Qin Rong's pupils suddenly dilated. Rule weapon, and it was a rule weapon that could freeze the space. Every step Qin Rong took seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and every step she ran made her sweat. Space blockade, space stagnation. The rule weapon this person carried was definitely a level or above. Soon the second rule weapon appeared. This rule weapon could bind Qin Rong, making her feet connected to the ground and unable to move. This rule weapon was weaker, probably around B level. Although Qin Rong's legs were bound, Qin Rong felt that she could break free, but it would take time. But how could the other party give her time? They didn't explain who they were at all. They only had one purpose, which was to kill Qin Rong. Qin Rong tried to delay some time with words. Who sent you here? It's impossible that they were greedy for money. These people's equipment is more than her prize money combined. There's no need to covet her money. Qin Rong remembered the strange news that the system told her. The other party said that she should be more careful recently. But it's useless for her to be careful. With such outrageous equipment, who can't be assassinated successfully? To exaggerate, even the cruisers don't have such good equipment. And the other party used the space rules, obviously not wanting others to find out. A mysterious organization with such huge funds attacked her, an ordinary elementary school student. That's the only reason. Qin Rong asked, why can't we study automated mechas? At the same time that Qin Rong asked, countless artillery fires swept over. The other party had no intention of answering Qin Rong's meaning, nor did he intend to explain that there was only one purpose, to kill. Chapter 63. Qin Rong carried her mecha with her, but it took time to take it out and get into the cockpit. The unmanned mecha can be summoned, but it is already so broken after the elimination round that it can't be used to fight. When the artillery fire came, Qin Rong could only pick up the unmanned mecha as a meat shield to block the first wave of artillery fire, and she herself desperately pulled herself out of the ground. While she was doing this, she suddenly felt an indescribable hunger coming from her stomach. As if she had seen an extremely delicious food, her saliva was secreted crazily. Qin Rong was very aware that her state was definitely not normal, because she wanted to stretch her hand into the ground and eat the part where her leg was connected to the ground. The artillery fire of the opponent's 4 mechas was as fierce as if 20 people were attacking at the same time. The unmanned mecha was already very broken, and it was directly blown away and broken into parts. The enemy's artillery fire seemed to be free. After smashing the mecha that was used as an obstacle, it went towards Qin Rong again. But at this moment, Qin Rong had really left the ground. To be precise, 3/4 of Qin Rong had left the ground, and 1/4 of her legs remained on the ground. But strangely, she did not bleed or feel any pain, but instead felt a magical feeling of fullness from her stomach. This feeling of fullness was a bit familiar to her, but the battle situation was critical, and she had no time to think about it. The delay of the unmanned mecha gave Qin Rong the opportunity to put on the mecha. The balanced mecha she drove was also broken, and the energy was not replenished. But it was enough to deal with a few stupid rich men who had no operating skills and only relied on firepower to win. With full energy and speed, Qin Rong dodged several shells in a row. Under the cover of the smoke from the bombing, he touched the nearest mecha. She punched the man's cockpit twice, and then found that the glass of his cockpit was actually made of a special alloy. It can't be broken at all. Qin Rong cursed in her heart, and continued a new round of embarrassing dodging. Fortunately, the opponent only brought 2 rule weapons, and Qin Rong still had room to fight back. When Qin Rong was about to kill the enemy hidden in the dark first, her mecha was fixed to the ground again. The second rule weapon has a CD time of about 2 minutes. The moment Qin Rong was fixed in place, the mecha ambushed in the dark rushed out. He should be an assassin mecha, which instantly broke Qin Rong's cockpit, and the weapon was close to Qin Rong himself. Qin Rong's brain warning was directly pulled to the full, and she rolled in the cockpit to avoid the opponent's weapon, and then when the opponent found her, and was ready to give her another blow, she grabbed the opponent's weapon, and successfully escaped from the cockpit, and came to the assassin mecha from the weapon. The other mechas were also merciless when dealing with their own people. Qin Rong was on the head of the assassin mecha, so they aimed their gunfire at the assassin mecha's head. Qin Rong was thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind, while wondering what was wrong with these people. Would they kill their own people? It was as if they had no emotions at all. No emotions? Qin Rong suddenly thought of something, grabbed the top of the mecha, and swung to the back connection of the mecha. Qin Rong clenched his fist, and with his understanding of mechas, he punched the connection part. After 3 punches, Qin Rong's hand began to hurt, and the screws of the mecha fell off. Qin Rong stretched out his hand, and pulled out the energy tank directly, and then the mecha stopped moving, like a robot without a clockwork. Qin Rong's eyes widened. Automated mecha? This is a real automated mecha. The way the circuit board is connected is to issue attack commands through the intelligent brain. We've been discovered, so we just destroy the mecha along with it. The man with the space-based weapons spoke up. Use fire attack. The man gave the order to the mecha that was not embedded with rule-based weapons. Of the 4 mechas used for the assassination, 2 were manually controlled and 2 were automated. The manually controlled ones all carried rule-based weapons, and the other 2 carried ordinary weapons. The fire bomb attacked Qin Rong, and Qin Rong threw the energy in his hand directly, colliding with the fire bomb. With a bang, the huge energy fluctuations caused the fixed space to shake. The man holding the space rule weapon began to stabilize the space with one hand, and fire shells in the direction of Qin Rong with the other hand. No need to stop, keep attacking. Qin Rong thought, this has been attacking for 5 minutes, isn't the trajectory hot? Don't you need a CD? These mechas are a bit too advanced. Qin Rong carried the assassin mecha with one hand, letting it serve as his cover, and then shuttled through the artillery fire, approaching the man with the space rule weapon. These mechas cost at least 5 million star coins each. You spent 5 million to snipe me. You are so confident. Were you sent by the mecha company? Only the mecha company can be so generous. Since you have already developed automatic mechas, is my research still a threat to you? Is there any need to kill me? Qin Rong couldn't figure it out. She used trash talk to disturb the other party's mentality, while quietly controlling her legs and running to the back of the mecha with space rule weapons. That's right, when Qin Rong's mecha was fixed on the ground, her legs could move. The calf that was cut off at the knee ran fast like a normal person's leg, and under the cover of dust from the artillery fire, it came to the back of the mecha that seemed to be the leader. When the other party found it, it was too late. Qin Rong's legs climbed onto his weapon. Then, there was an extremely weird scene that made people's sanity value drop wildly. A mouth suddenly appeared on Qin Rong's smooth calf. The mouth opened wide instantly, from a cherry-sized mouth at the beginning to a mouth bigger than the leg, and wrapped the weapon in one bite. The power of space began to tremble violently, and the ground began to shake. Qin Rong, who was walking on her hands and knees, felt full again. Even if it was not the time to think, Qin Rong had to think. Is she still a human being? If she didn't die when her legs fell off, would she not die if she was bombarded by artillery fire? Qin Rong was thinking, and suddenly she had a very mysterious feeling that the space here was controlled by her. The sudden good news made Qin Rong turn the battlefield around instantly. These people's use of space rules was very superficial. Qin Rong just found out that these people who sniped her were not very good. If she changed, she would first use the distorted space to confuse these people's 5 senses. Just like now, the space was divided into 3 pieces, and the 3 mechas were separated by Qin Rong. In the chaotic and distorted space, it was impossible to distinguish up, down, left, and right. Am I standing, or standing upside down? The mecha that originally had space rules was now looking around vigilantly. The disappearance of his companions, the loss of control of the rule weapon, and the man's distorted form all made him extremely vigilant at this moment. Then the next moment, the radar suddenly issued a warning. He turned his head and ignored it, and immediately started to shoot. The radar sounded again, beeping, and red dots appeared in all directions. Don't you know that radar is very easy to be deceived? Electromagnetic wave reflection signals also require a sense of direction to find the way back. Qin Rong stood right above the mecha, hanging upside down in the cockpit, and she tapped the cockpit glass with her fingers. Excuse me, who are you? The man said, who are you? Qin Rong explained, you come to kill me, but you don't know who I am? The man said, who are you? Why can you eat my rule-based weapons? Qin Rong thought to herself, in fact, she didn't know. The mecha below started to attack Qin Rong in a slightly crazy way, but Qin Rong, who played with the rules of space, made it impossible for the mecha to touch her. She only needed to split the space, and the opponent's artillery fire would hit the ground. After a crazy attack for a while, the person in the mecha seemed to have finally gone crazy. He rushed towards Qin Rong, trying to catch Qin Rong. But the next moment, he felt the compression of space. The stagnant space made him unable to move. He tried desperately to catch Qin Rong, but found desperately that the distance was too long. Qin Rong was slow and observed his mecha, then removed all the screws of his cockpit and opened the cockpit. The person inside was unfamiliar, and Qin Rong was sure he had never seen him before. I have killed your other teammate, and I have also cut off the power supply of the automated mecha. Now tell me who you are and who you obey, and I can spare your life. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted at Qin Rong, monster! Die! Qin Rong sighed, and used the fragments that fell from the assassin's mecha to cut the throat of the man in front of him neatly. Qin Rong lowered his head and let the blood splash down so that it would not get on his body. After dealing with this last person, Qin Rong did not immediately block the space. She needed a little independent space to digest what had just happened. For Qin Rong, what happened to her today made her a little dazed. Is she still a human? Whether it is consciousness or cognition, she thinks she belongs to the category of human. But her body has obviously been assimilated by pollutants. Is this the side effect of the pollution value of 99? It can't be said to be a side effect. After all, for Qin Rong, she is at least difficult to kill now. As a slightly selfish person, Qin Rong did not think of sending herself to research after she found out that she had a problem. She squatted on the ground and spent 5 minutes accepting this reality, and then began to deal with the insiders. Very good, all the insiders were dead, and there was no need to spend time silencing them. Qin Rong had her own way of dealing with corpses. As a former director of the cruiser, it was impossible to say that she had never killed anyone. She had long lost the psychological burden of killing people, and she was very good at dealing with corpses. Chapter 64. Qin Rong neither destroyed the body nor stuffed it into someone else's grave. If the person she killed could not be known to the organization behind him, then Qin Rong would secretly cremate the body and scatter the ashes. But the problem now is that these people did not go back to report, and they could probably guess that Qin Rong had killed both of them. Then what else did Qin Rong have to hide? The other party wanted to kill her, and it was not her who took the initiative to plot against them. It should be the other party, who was afraid of being exposed in broad daylight. Qin Rong threw the body directly into the green belt, and continued her move. Perhaps the medical equipment she bought before can help her re-understand the current situation. Qin Rong also encountered her current physical condition for the first time, and she has not figured out what caused it yet. But she has already thought about how to use her newly acquired spatial ability in the next battle. In a remote experimental base, a man in a white coat was standing in front of the screen at the other end of the monitor, observing the reactions of the people inside. I can definitely hold on. I can. My daughter is still waiting for me. The man held his head, huddled in a corner, and muttered to himself. He didn't look painful, but a little dazed, as if he would be distracted if he wasn't careful. After a while, he suddenly seemed to explode, and roared in the direction of the monitor. You promised me that I would be fine. I will be fine. You are a liar. A lunatic. A disgusting psychopath. Don't cry, Dad will be out soon. Dad will see you soon. Suddenly, the man's palm slapped on the special wall. The thick wall was slapped with a palm print, which was beyond human power. Standing in front of the monitor, the man in a white coat sighed slightly, as if mourning for the man. The next moment, the man's lowered head began to change, his limbs began to twist and deform, his bones gradually melted away, his back stretched infinitely, his abdomen shrank, and finally the whole person turned into a semicircular sphere. The man in the white coat, with a sad face, pressed the red button on the console. With a sizzle, flame shot out from 4 high holes, and piercing screams came from the sound collector in the room. The man pressed the stop button, and the picture became silent. The semicircular ball kept shrinking and collapsing, and finally turned into a tortoiseshell fragment, flashing with earth-colored light. There were hurried footsteps outside the door. A man in long boots and black uniform came in. He first glanced at the monitor screen, and a trace of compassion flashed in his eyes. Failed again? The man in the white coat smiled, as if he was used to failure, and said calmly, It is difficult for human will to resist a more powerful destructive force. This is the personnel situation of my mecha team. I have installed positioning rings and optical brain heart rate detection systems on each of them. 2 people just died. The man in the white coat didn't seem to understand why he had to tell him about this little thing. This is the image they said to the smart terminal before they died. The picture was very shaky, and it was fed back from the collector. The camera was originally staring at the assassin mecha that was used as a cover, and then suddenly, the camera turned and looked towards the lower right. The thin and white calf suddenly opened its mouth. The man in the white coat was stunned and frowned. This experimental subject is so powerful, the mecha we sent out was cleared? The man in the military boots shook his head, his expression was a bit complicated. This team was not sent out to perform experimental subject recovery. They belong to the predicted danger clearance department. What they have to deal with is not an escaped experimental subject, but an ordinary college student. Chapter 65. He said his name was Jiang Lian. Qin Rong returned to her residence and began to sort out what happened today and tried to avoid danger. The person who assassinated her today was obviously hiding on the road she had to take when she walked out of the school gate and went to the warehouse. So the other party might have known who she was, and where she lived now. That is to say, this warehouse is not safe. Today, she dealt with the 4 mechas, but it was not a dangerous contact. Just when they were fighting, Qin Rong found that the vision collection of the mecha was always on. Thinking of the worst, her weird appearance might have been transmitted to the other party's superiors. Qin Rong had already avoided appearing in the camera later, but at the beginning she really didn't expect that her legs could be separated from her body, so she was caught off guard and was photographed. Obviously, the other party was not a good bird to do such a thing as assassination. The worst plan was that if the other party sent the recorded things to the cruiser management center, Qin Rong would probably be taken away by the cruiser for research immediately. Qin Rong thought, at that time, I'm afraid I will have to flee. She is in a very strange state now. I will try to go to the contaminated area tomorrow. If she is not contaminated, then when she flees, she will stay in the S-level contaminated area, which is safer for her. This is the solution Qin Rong thought of for the first problem. It is not a very good solution, but it is the best she can think of so far. If the person who assassinated her does not intend to fight to the death, and does not send her video collection to the management bureau, then she will face another problem, that is, the other party may send someone to assassinate her. It is obviously useless to be more low-key. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. This is a disadvantage. Qin Rong is more low-key, which is exactly what the other party wants, and he can eat her quietly. Therefore, the more high-profile the better. It is better to become an all-star star, so that the other party cannot deal with her secretly. The best-case scenario is that the other party did not send Qin Rong's strange situation to the superior, and the other party, considering the loss of the mecha, no longer assassinated Qin Rong, but the probability is very small. Qin Rong shouted to the optical brain system. Host, I'm here, what's wrong? Did you see what happened just now? I just went to see the reader feedback. What happened? I go and see. The system exists in the optical brain, and can see everything Qin Rong saw. Even if he missed it, he can still watch the replay. Then, host, how did you become a pollutant? Are you okay now? Qin Rong sighed faintly and said, obviously very good. But this is where the matter is weird. Her leg was broken, but she didn't bleed. Afterwards, she recovered as before, and ate a piece of space rule weapon. Now she feels very full of energy, and her stomach is still very comfortable. It can be said that it is getting better now. Qin Rong just found out between life and death that her body can actually be broken off from the body. Not just the legs, but every part of the body. I show you a show. After Qin Rong finished speaking, he turned into a pool of black liquid, flowing on the bed. Ah! The system screamed in fear, almost breaking Qin Rong's head. So Qin Rong returned from the liquid state to Yu Rong's face. And now, I can change back to my original appearance. As Qin Rong spoke, his body began to grow taller, his appearance began to change, and finally froze into a heroic face with a bit of coldness. Ah, a great transformation. Don't panic, stay calm, I'm still me, I'm sure. Qin Rong was not arrogant. She had a set of methods to judge the degree of pollution, but psychologically, she could not judge herself as a pollutant based on the cruiser's method. The person who sent me the message warning, please help me find him, I have some questions to ask him. The system was still in a state of shock. He said okay in a daze, and then went offline. Qin Rong turned on the light brain, and saw the top message. Qin Rong replied, I want to talk to you. After doing these things, Qin Rong found that there was nothing more he could do to change the status quo, and there was no need to worry about it. He should have a good rest first, and go to the contaminated area for experiments tomorrow. At this time, Li Hailan sent a message. Li Hailan, our mecha sold for 490,000. Qin Rong thought, where did this idiot come from, spending 490,000 star coins to buy a second-hand product? Li Hailan, but he wants to see you. Do you want to see him? Li Hailan, don't worry about your personal safety. This person showed me his ID. He is from the cruiser administration, and should not be a bad person. Li Hailan, 490,000. How long will it take me to pick up junk to earn so much money? Qin Rong, ask him what his name is. Li Hailan went to ask, and it took a long time before the other side replied. Li Hailan, he said his name is Jiang Lian. Chapter 66. Qin Rong saw the name on the computer, and guessed that Jiang Lian must have discovered her unique character. It was obvious that she made that thing, so it was not difficult to guess. What shocked Qin Rong was that Jiang Lian would pay attention to a small second-hand mecha. And this news came at the right time. Jiang Lian discovered her when Qin Rong found that she could change back to her original appearance. It was not easy for Qin Rong to change with Yu Rong's shell, but it was still possible to recognize each other with her own shell. Thinking of this, Qin Rong's fist suddenly clenched. Since she could use Qin Rong's shell again, could she be Qin Rong again? After the sudden surprise, she felt a little helpless. She smiled bitterly, and thought about her physical condition belatedly. If she returned to the administration now, she would be imprisoned to death. Perhaps her former partners were willing to stand up for her, but how could they beat the group of people above? Even if her human form was perfect, no one suspected her, and no one checked her. She couldn't explain what she had been doing for the past 10 years. Qin Rong gave up the idea of meeting Jiang Lian. They might meet in the future, but it was not possible now. Qin Rong thought about it, replied to Li Hailan with a good, and asked Li Hailan to give his light computer ID to Jiang Lian. It seemed that they had been waiting there, so Jiang Lian sent a message very quickly. A light computer ID with the ID 95436XX said, "Hello, Master He, I like your mecha very much." Qin Rong looked at Jiang Lian's words, and couldn't help but imagine his expressionless compliment to her, and then laughed. She raised her eyebrows, and said with a bit of evil taste, "Hello, I heard that you wanted to meet me. Is there anything?" "Jiang Lian, regarding your work, I would like to ask where the inspiration comes from. After all, such works are rare and unique." "Qin Rong, my idol is Qin Rong, and I modeled my work after her style, so this shouldn't be considered plagiarism." Jiang Lian stopped replying for a while, probably because he was hit by this message. After a while, Jiang Lian sent another message. "Are you selling your blueprints?" Qin Rong thought, he is really persistent. In fact, Qin Rong is a person who is not willing to make others sad. If Jiang Lian has let go of her death, Qin Rong can play other people in front of him without guilt. But if Jiang Lian has let it go, how can he pay attention to an unknown second-hand mecha, ask the creator to meet him, and ask for her blueprints? Qin Rong doesn't want to see Jiang Lian obsessed with whether she is dead or not. She may be complacent because someone cares about her, but it will make her feel guilty for deceiving her. Obviously, Jiang Lian cannot be entangled. So Qin Rong sighed. She is still soft-hearted towards her old friend. She typed in the chat box and replied, "The blueprints were made by me, who worked hard to restore the mecha of Master Qin. How can I sell it casually?" Jiang Lian, you like Qin Rong very much. Qin Rong, yes, more than that, I admire her very much. I think she is simply the light of Mecha. Without her, the Mecha world will regress 10 years, Jiang Lian. Indeed, she is a genius. Qin Rong, you don't praise me in front of me, but you admit that I am a genius after 10 years of death? Jiang Lian, who was working overtime in the office, sat up after seeing this sentence. The cup on the table was knocked over by his action, and the water flowed directly to the ground. His connection with the optical brain was also temporarily interrupted. Jiang Lian took a deep breath and calmed down. He ignored the water on the ground and began to sink his consciousness into the optical brain again, but because of the large fluctuations, it took 3 connections to connect. Chapter 67. Celebrate. Jiang Lian, you better not be kidding me. I can find out who you are and where you live. Qin Rong, I know that Deputy Captain Jiang is powerful, but I have no plans to meet you for the time being, so don't try to kill me offline. When Jiang Lian saw the 3 words Deputy Captain Jiang, his anxious mood seemed to have found an outlet to vent. But he didn't believe it immediately, but continued to ask, how do you prove that you are Qin Rong? Qin Rong, I didn't say it, you came to me yourself. If you don't believe it, forget it. Jiang Lian clenched his fists in anger when he saw Qin Rong's words. What does it mean to forget it if you don't believe it? He used such a tone of indifference, as if it was Jiang Lian who rushed to ask for help. Although it was indeed him who rushed to ask for help. Jiang Lian did not hesitate, and a voice message popped up directly. Qin Rong looked at the voice application that popped up in the light brain. His eyes changed a few times, and he still changed his body back to Qin Rong's appearance, and answered the phone. A familiar voice sounded from the other end of the optical computer. Jiang Lian couldn't help crying just by hearing the hello. Why don't you talk? Qin Rong asked. You're not crying, are you? Take a picture for me to see. Jiang Lian's tone was a little gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, Where have you been in the past 10 years? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Qin Rong had a headache when she heard Jiang Lian's blaming tone. She explained, Don't worry, you can't blame me for this, and this matter is very complicated. I can't tell you for the time being. Jiang Lian took a deep breath, suppressed his many emotions, and asked calmly, Okay, what can you tell me now? I can tell you that my situation is not very good. I need to solve some problems. If everything goes well, I should be able to tell you the truth soon. By the way, Congratulations to Deputy Captain Jiang for becoming the director. Not bad. Fortunately you died, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn. Jiang Lian said coldly. What a familiar tone, Qin Rong thought. Director Jiang, please don't show any abnormality for the time being, just do what you should do. Jiang Lian immediately realized something. He said, what are you doubting? It's hard to tell now, it may be useless, anyway, just do it this way. Okay, I'm done with this small talk, I'm going to sleep. Just like that? Just like that, there's still a long time to go, don't rush to finish what you're saying today. Jiang Lian said, how bad is your situation? Do you need my help? I'm different from before, I'm not as useless as before. You weren't useless before, but you are not as useful as me. Anyway, I can handle the current predicament, and when it really can't be solved, I go to your house and hide. Are you very sleepy? Very sleepy. Jiang Lian held back the 1,000 words in his stomach. He said, then go to sleep. Qin Rong hung up the phone and fell asleep. Jiang Lian was not able to be as carefree as Qin Rong. He was still happy in his heart, so happy that he couldn't sleep. After wiping the water on the floor, he cleaned the office again. His energy suddenly surged up, and he really wanted to share it with others. But it couldn't. In the end, Jiang Lian didn't say anything to anyone, but silently sent a big red envelope to the work group. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and a red envelope directly made everyone who was still awake excited. In the light brain group, the unaware people who were eating melons expressed doubts one after another. What's going on? Did the director slip his hand? Thank you, boss. Emoji, kitty bows. The director is generous. Why send a red envelope in the middle of the night? What's the good news? This is the deputy director asking a question. Jiang Lian replied, the task is heavy during this period, everyone has worked hard, send a red envelope to celebrate. Chapter 68. Have I really become a source of pollution? Looking at the lively group in the optical computer, as if they were really celebrating, Jiang Lian felt a little more real. After being happy, Jiang Lian remembered Qin Rong's advice, asking him not to show anything, because he suspected that there was something else behind his death. Although Jiang Lian agreed to Qin Rong, he couldn't help but want to know the truth of the matter. He forced his attention to the display screen in front of him, forgetting what had just happened, and continued to watch the situation in the S-level pollution area. Qin Rong slept very badly this time, probably because he had a chat with an old friend before going to bed. Qin Rong dreamed of the time when he was infected by the pollution source. In a trance, she also became a part of the pollution source, and those strange mutterings sounded in her ears all the time, trying to pull her into a nightmare. She walked in a daze, surrounded by darkness and chaos. There was no stopping for a moment, so that she could remember who she was in a certain chaotic area. Suddenly, she changed to a third-person perspective, a high perspective that allowed her to see clearly what she looked like. It was a mass of black matter, like a slime without boundaries, squirming on the ground. It encountered a human lying on the ground, who looked like Yurong, and then a mass of tentacles separated from the black mass and pushed Yurong. Yurong did not move, and her body was already cold. The black mass suddenly opened its bloody mouth in the middle, and swallowed Yurong in one gulp. The black mass squirmed a few times, like a squeezed bubble, which should be digesting food, but then, it seemed to have eaten something it shouldn't have eaten, twisting more and more violently and more painfully. It began to change its shape. The black mass, which originally couldn't distinguish its hands and feet, now strangely turned into a face exactly like Yurong. Then the body, and then the limbs. Her eyes were empty and confused, and then she kept spitting out things from her mouth, sometimes clothes, and sometimes metal that looked like a watch. That was the optical computer. Yurong. It tilted its head, as if recalling something, and then it put on its clothes, and put the optical computer on its wrist. It, or rather, she, began to walk aimlessly in the polluted area. Human physical strength will eventually come to an end. When she was exhausted, she leaned on the rotten wooden stake and fell into a deep sleep. Qin Rong woke up. The morning sun could not shine into the underground warehouse, and it was still pitch black. Qin Rong woke up naturally, rubbed her swollen temples, and sat on the bed for a while in a daze. If this dream is true, then she has really been a pollutant for 10 years. Then, by mistake, she ate Yurong and the system, and by chance, she regained her sanity. Turning on the lights, Qin Rong piled the mecha fragments she picked up yesterday in the warehouse, and then took out the mecha she used and did a simple repair, replacing it with a new energy source. There are many types of energy for mechas. Qin Rong uses electric energy, which is also the cheapest energy at present. But electric energy is not stable enough, and the material that stores electricity is also easy to get damp and deteriorate. The second type of energy is oil energy, which is more stable, but because it is in liquid form, it is also easy to leak and explode once it comes into contact with fire. The third type of energy is extracted from pollutant drop materials, which belongs to spiritual energy. This type of energy not only has stable energy supply, small space, but also has a long maintenance time. The only disadvantage is that it is expensive. After replacing a new electric energy source, she put the Mecha back into the space device, randomly selected a high-level pollution area from the optical computer, and then took the bus to go there. She wanted to try whether the pollution had any effect on her. Chapter 69. The ideal of unemployed youth. The control of B-level contaminated areas is stricter than that of sea level. For the classification of contaminated areas calculated according to the death rate of the number of people entering, the death rate of B-level contaminated areas is about 20%, which means that on average, 2 people will die for every 10 people entering. There are obviously fewer mercenaries here to pick up leaks, and the quality of the mechas coming and going is much higher than that of the sea-level contaminated areas that were visited before. However, there are still no high-level mercenaries here. Those mercenaries, who had cooperated with Qin Rong in the previous life, are likely to live in S and A-level contaminated areas. After a routine check on Qin Rong's identity, the contaminated area was open to her. Qin Rong put on the mecha and entered the contaminated area. This contaminated area is larger, roughly covering a small community. Qin Rong walked against the flow of people and randomly chose a building. Because Qin Rong was wearing a large mecha this time, it was a bit difficult to go to other floors. She scanned the vicinity with the mecha, and after confirming that there was no one, she opened the cockpit in the high-ceilinged hall on the first floor. In order to save costs, Qin Rong's mecha used star coins on the blade, and did not install an intelligent voice module, so when the cockpit was opened, there was only the sound of the mecha's engine. When the cockpit was completely opened, Qin Rong felt an excessive silence. There were no ordinary humans living in the contaminated area, so there was no noise made by humans. Qin Rong jumped out of the cockpit, and did not feel the pain of being contaminated at all, but instead had a sense of security, as if he had returned to his mother's arms. After that, Qin Rong felt the loneliness caused by excessive silence. She was neither a pollutant nor a human, so what species was she now? While Qin Rong was thinking secretly, a pollutant had quietly approached Qin Rong. Most pollutants are actually unconscious, like the sea-level polluted area that Qin Rong's last strategy guide. The teacher who could speak was rare. Moreover, the pollutants with consciousness in the rule pollution area will also be bound by the rules, just like the teacher. As long as you don't enter his class, he can't harm you. And this pollutant produced in the B-level pollution area is a typical pollutant without consciousness and driven by instinct. After sensing the smell of humans nearby, he rushed over impatiently, wanting to eat the human and replenish nutrition. There are 2 consequences for humans being eaten by pollutants. One is that they are eaten before they are completely mutated, and then they die. The other is that they are eaten halfway, but they are not dead yet, and they mutate, and then they become new pollution sources. The 2 pollution sources will repel each other. If they can't beat the original pollution source, they will still be swallowed. This pollutant has a very sensitive sense of smell. He smelled the smell of human meat, but also smelled a strange smell. The hunting instinct made it ignore the weirdness. When it saw the human behind the glass through the glass, it became crazy and rushed towards the glass. But it didn't hit the glass. The scene in front of it flashed, and it came directly behind the glass, and was grabbed by the neck by this human. Instinct prompted it to grab the human's arm and scratch it hard. Qin Rong looked at the blood marks on her arm and tilted her head thoughtfully. Then, her arm moved slightly, as if something was flowing under the blood vessels. Looking at her arm again, the blood marks had disappeared. The pollutant whose neck was held smelled a very strange breath from the person in front of him. The instinct for self-protection made him tremble. He struggled frantically, trying to get rid of the control of this weird human. The next second, Qin Rong's palm turned into a flat blade, and easily chopped off the pollutant's head. The pollutant died, and his body disappeared directly. With a ding, a piece of glimmering crystal fell to the ground. Qin Rong was lucky. This pollutant dropped materials. She had wondered before, what exactly is the pollutant? Why did it disappear after being killed? Now she was even more confused. She squatted down and picked up the crystal on the ground. Before Qin Rong had time to observe the material, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the palm holding the crystal, and the crystal was swallowed instantly. Qin Rong's stomach also sent a little warm current. This weird way of eating. After eating the dropped materials of this pollutant, Qin Rong found that her sense of smell seemed to be enhanced. The smell of oil on her mecha became clearer, and she could even smell the smell of the large mecha 100 meters away. So that's it, this pollutant found her by smell. But Qin Rong has the ability of space, and it is a space ability far more advanced than this sense of smell. Her space control range is centered on herself, extending 200 meters up and down, left and right. In this space of 400 meters wide and 400 meters long, Qin Rong has a faint feeling that she is the master. So this is what it feels like to be a pollution source, which is much more useful than putting the dropped objects into weapons. After all, Qin Rong now has the power to control space, and installing space weapons on the mecha is to control space through media and operation. Introduction. If you use it, not only will the energy utilization be greatly reduced, but you also need to store energy in advance when using it. Qin Rong's Tianqing is loaded with 2 S-level pollution source drop materials, but when facing an A-level pollution source, it also takes some effort to defeat it. Qin Rong thought afterward, have I become the protagonist in the game who becomes stronger by swallowing, and turns from a small fish into a dragon? As soon as she said it, Qin Rong put the mecha back into the necklace, avoiding people all the way, and touching the place with the highest pollution index. Because she could see people 200 meters away in advance, the journey was relatively smooth, and she didn't bump into anyone. Before coming in, she read the introduction of this Class B pollution area. The source of pollution in this pollution area was an unemployed young man. After he became a pollutant, the scope of pollution continued to expand. Finally, the entire community was polluted, and there was no place for people to live. After the cruiser sealed off this place, he came here to deal with it once. But this pollution source is very good at hiding. Once it senses danger, it will turn itself into an ordinary pollutant. There are too many buildings in the community, and the cruiser does not have so many people to check which one is the pollutant, and which one is the pollution source. So in the end it was left unresolved and classified as a Class B pollution area, leaving the low-level mercenaries to try their luck. This pollution source is a rather strange one. He attaches great importance to his territory. It is okay for mercenaries to kill pollutants, but if they smash the buildings or objects here, they will be hated and then beaten by pollutants. So the mortality rate in this place is relatively higher than other places. The law is filled in with the lives of low-level mercenaries. After the monitoring station discovered this law, it added this item to the booklet that must be read when entering the pollution area. That is, in the past 2 years, the mortality rate in the pollution area has dropped a lot. After a while, it is estimated that it will be downgraded to a Class C pollution area. Recalling the description in the booklet, Qin Rong entered a building and picked up a decorative vase. The flowers in the vase have long turned into black powder after so many years, but the vase is only covered with a layer of dust, still beautiful. Crash. The vase fell to the ground and broke into petals. Qin Rong waited for a while, and found that the source of pollution did not attack her. Could it be that the noise was too small? Qin Rong summoned the mecha, and then fired shells, bombarding directly at the front desk of the building, and blasted a hole in the wall of this place. Qin Rong is now in a place with a very high pollution index. It stands to reason that the pollution source is nearby. Qin Rong doesn't believe that the pollution source can't hear such noise. Finally, after Qin Rong put on the mecha, the pollution source made some noise. The nearby pollutants were summoned and charged at Qin Rong. Qin Rong did not use her spatial ability. She remembered the pollutant with a good sense of smell, and seemed to be able to detect the difference in her. If it is exposed too early, the pollution source may feel dangerous and hide away. The cruiser can't find it, and Qin Rong can't find it either. Qin Rong disguised herself a little, pretending to be defeated, and began to drive the mecha to escape. Her speed was just a little higher than these pollutants, so these pollutants couldn't catch up. Qin Rong circled around the place with the highest pollution index, and occasionally counterattacked, firing shells at the pollutants, and the shells just hit the buildings, hitting the glass and the wall. There were also many mercenaries, who secretly hunted pollutants to earn star coins nearby. Seeing Qin Rong's fighting style, 1 or 2 were a little dumbfounded. What is this? Are you tired of living? You are making a scene in a place with such a high pollution index. Didn't you read the brochure? Don't you know that you can't damage buildings? However, these mercenaries will not be kind enough to remind Qin Rong. They are also happy that someone is stupid, and they have one less competitor. Qin Rong had been forcing the pollution source to take action. The pollution could not do anything to her. If she wanted to kill her, she had to do it herself. And she was wandering in front of the pollution source. She didn't believe that the pollution source didn't want to reach out and slap a fly. However, this pollution source really cherished his life. When Qin Rong's shells were basically used up, and the mecha's energy was in a critical situation, he finally took action. Probably because he thought that this mecha had no energy and was not a threat, he directly used a branch to break through Qin Rong's mecha, broke through Qin Rong's cockpit, nailed her to the driving position, and then rolled her into the room where he was. The mercenaries, who were watching the excitement below, all dispersed. They thought he was a pig pretending to be a tiger, but he didn't expect it to be a stupid pig. And this pollution source, in recent years, has no cruisers to stop him from expanding, which makes him full of confidence. So after thinking that Qin Rong was solved, he was very confident and brought him near him and began to criticize. He uttered something like a mental attack. Destruction of public property. Damn it! Damage my property. Damn it! This unemployed young man has turned into an old tree, rooted in the ground, with branches dancing wildly. If it were an ordinary person, he might be affected by these words, but Qin Rong is no longer an ordinary person. At this moment, she has blocked the space here, leaving the pollution source nowhere to escape. Then, she turned into a pool of black liquid, flowing out of the broken cockpit and landing on the ground. The mecha was directly shrunk and put into the necklace. Now, it's Qin Rong's turn. The old tree in front of Qin Rong was still indignant a second ago, accusing Qin Rong of destroying his property. Now, after witnessing Qin Rong turning into black liquid, he sensed the danger and ran away immediately. That's right, the roots of the tree were pulled up directly from the wooden floor, running away at an extremely fast speed, almost turning into a residual image. But then he discovered the weirdness of this place. It seemed different here. He didn't sense that his men suddenly became one person. The next moment, he found that the black liquid had flowed to his tree roots. He immediately used a branch to whip the liquid, but after breaking it into water droplets, the other party was entangled in his branches instead. Let go! Let go! Disgusting thing. Get out. Being called a disgusting thing by the pollution source, Qin Rong felt a sense of both laughter and tears. Her body turned into thousands and attached to the tree, and every drop of black liquid seemed to have the power of swallowing. Soon, the branches were eaten, and then the roots, trunks, and crowns. This swallowing was a very complete swallowing, unlike the previous swallowing of only the fallen materials. This time the feeling of fullness was extremely strong, and Qin Rong even felt full and wanted to vomit. And swallowing the entire pollution source also made Qin Rong's mind flash a few memory fragments. That should be the memory of the pollution source before his death. Worked diligently, but was laid off. Participated in countless interviews, and was finally hired. Then he fled home in a panic, locked the door, and muttered to himself, "It's too scary outside. I will never go out again, I will stay at home forever." Then he changed. His feet turned into tree roots, firmly clinging to the wooden floor. His body gradually deformed, losing his facial features, and his limbs turned into two branches, and finally turned into a young seedling that looked very tender. There were footsteps outside the door, and the seedling trembled with fear. This time it was still a fire bomb thrown in. The seedling shrank under the scorching flames, and when he couldn't shrink any more, he suddenly learned the ability to possess others without any teacher. He first possessed the floor, then the mud wall, and after walking for a while, he turned into a door, turned into the floor tiles outside, and escaped to heaven. Chapter 70. You must be. Where are you going to go in the summer vacation? Will you join me for the devil training? The memory is like a torrent, impacting Qin Rong's mind. When she looks at it from the first perspective, she is easily polluted by the remaining memories. When she struggles and tries to get out of the memory, she learns the third perspective without any instruction. He floats out of the sapling and ends the process of reading this memory. She regained her vision. It is hard to imagine that she still has vision when she is a ball of liquid. Qin Rong couldn't tell whether it was because of the special structure of the black liquid or because she has the ability to control space. The surroundings were in a mess. In the fight just now, this small house had been basically destroyed. Qin Rong looked around and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This small house was the one where the sapling was polluted. She held her breath and wanted to return to her human form. As a result, she just turned into a human and suddenly exploded on the spot with a bang, turning into black water droplets one after another. Big and small, it covered the whole house. Qin Rong, After using her abilities recklessly, Qin Rong felt a surge of fear. She would not be able to change back. Would she have to live like this in the future? Qin Rong rarely felt afraid, but now she was really panicking. She gathered her scattered self together again, with all her strength. Finally, she condensed into a human form again, but she felt very uncomfortable in her stomach. She lowered her head, and looked to see if her belly was burst. Fortunately, it was not burst, but it was almost as big as a pregnant woman in her 5th month. Qin-Rong leaned against the wall and touched her belly uncomfortably. It seemed that she could not change into a human form because she was too full. She could feel the flow of energy. When she was in human form, the energy she ate gathered in her stomach. Once her stomach was stretched, she could no longer maintain her human form. The feeling of fullness brought by the pollution source was much stronger than the drops of the pollution source of the space system. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that eating the cow directly and eating only the cow's heart are completely different in appetite. But the pollution source has been solved, and the pollution index will drop sharply. She was just stabbed in the chest by a branch, but many people saw it. And the monitoring station must ask, who solved the pollution? Qin-Rong looked at her smooth chest and thought, there is no way to explain the absence of wounds. She held her belly with her waist, and slowly groped in the house. As she walked, she felt her belly was heavy and about to fall. While deeply lamenting the difficulty of pregnancy, she turned over a flyer in a drawer. At the first glance at this flyer, Qin-Rong confirmed that the source of pollution was the interview at this company. After 6 years of exploration, the flyer has been oxidized and yellowed, but modern printing technology is very mature, and the words and pictures are still very clear. The flyer shows a majestic Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 2 feet on the ground and 2 feet in the air, opening its mouth to the front, as if to intimidate the opponent with a roar. This company has no name. There is an interview phone number and address on the promotional page, as well as a series of promotional slogans. We are a biopharmaceutical factory, and we are committed to solving human diseases. Welcome to join us. Qin-Rong's hand slowly stroked the promotional page and read the slogan on it. She stuffed the promotional page into her pocket and continued to search in this room. After working for a long time, she didn't find anything useful, so she went downstairs. The cockpit of the mecha had been damaged by the pollution source before. This time she came out and knew that such a mecha could not be replaced. After a simple function confirmation and confirming that the mecha could still be used, she sat in the mecha and slipped away. The people at the monitoring station had already entered to investigate the situation and asked who solved the pollution source. After all, in addition to the dropped materials of the pollution source, the monitoring station established by the cruiser administration would also give a symbolic reward to the mercenaries who solved the pollution source. When Qin-Rong came out, because the cockpit was broken, it attracted a little attention. The mercenary station and the monitoring station were next to each other. Qin-Rong could not pass through the monitoring station when he came out of the contaminated area, but he would definitely pass through the mercenary station. He was surrounded by mercenaries coming out of the contaminated area in groups of 3 or 2 when he took off his mecha and disinfected it. Oh my god, she is pregnant and still wants to kill pollutants. Are you so desperate? Doesn't her man care about her? He must be the kind of scumbag who only cares about killing and not burying. She looks too young. Is she an adult? That man won't violate interstellar law, right? Qin-Rong was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If she was really pregnant, she could be calmer. The key is that she was full of food. Qin-Rong covered the school logo on her school uniform and rushed out of the mercenary station and squeezed into the crowd. On the way back on the bus, she was offered a seat by someone. A white-haired old lady waved at her and said, "Child, it's not easy for you. Come, do this." On the way, the grandmother asked her what was wrong, how old she was, how many months old she was, and whether she had taken the supplements for maintenance. Qin-Rong was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Qin-Rong kept silent, the old lady thought that Qin-Rong must have a very tragic past and didn't want to go back. She also gave Qin-Rong 100 star coins in cash and asked Qin-Rong to take a taxi, but Qin-Rong declined. "Good child, your hard days will end, and you will get through it." Qin-Rong explained to her that he ate too much and was too full, but the grandmother didn't believe it. How could anyone be so full that his stomach was about to explode? Qin-Rong thanked her for her kindness, but because it was too embarrassing, he got off before he reached his stop. Qin-Rong took a taxi back home, and the driver's eyes kept falling on the rearview mirror. However, because he was a man, he was embarrassed to care about Qin-Rong's personal affairs, so he just glanced at him and sighed softly. Finally returning to the garage he rented, Qin-Rong just opened the door and found something wrong. Her place had been turned over by someone. Although she had put the things back in place, Qin-Rong, who controlled the space, could detect even the slightest change. After Qin-Rong sealed the space, she checked her residence bit by bit and found 6 pinhole cameras. She crushed the cameras with force, as if declaring war on the other party again. Things went in a direction that Qin Rong expected. The group of people who assassinated her did not call the police, but covered up the news of her death and secretly investigated her. This warehouse cannot be stayed for the time being. Although Qin Rong can't die now, judging from the skills of those who assassinated her, there must be a big consortium behind them. It is possible that these people want to kill Qin Rong. But these people probably don't know that Qin Rong is now within her field of vision, within a radius of 200 meters, so it is very difficult to track her. Summer vacation has begun. The school security will also be reduced. Qin Rong doesn't think they will be so crazy as to rush into the school to kill her. As a mecha school, the most lacking thing is mecha. But now that she is back at school, Qin Rong has to submit an application to give the school a reason to stay. Is there no place to go if she just writes the truth? But the things she is tinkering with are not easy to do. After struggling, Qin Rong chose to calm down for a while. She turned on the light brain to check the messages, and found that her messages had ushered in another explosion. What happened? Was she targeted by the pyramid scheme? After reading the messages one by one, Qin Rong found out that it was because she was exposed. It was Yu Rong who became rich overnight. People who knew her and those who didn't know her asked her if she was the one. Then, there were some younger students who thought she was very powerful and admired her and sent congratulatory messages. However, the first thing Qin Rong saw was the message of the person who was pinned on the top. The other party's light brain ID was encrypted, and Qin Rong couldn't call directly. Although the system seemed to be crackable, Qin Rong wanted to cooperate with them, not to be hostile, so it was better not to do so. The unknown ID replied, "It seems that you survived. What do you want to talk about?" Qin Rong looked at the other party's reply time, and replied to her after 14 hours. Qin Rong said directly, "I want to meet you. Is it convenient? It's at the gate of my school. You should know who I am. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, do you have time?" After replying to him, the system pinned another ID to the top. This is the male protagonist. The system thought that with the host's speed, it was unknown when the male protagonist's message would be found, so it helped to pin it to the top. Jiang Yuqi's message to her was very personal, and it was obvious that it was Jiang Yuqi at a glance. "Did you become rich overnight? You must be. Where are you going during the summer vacation? Do you want to have a devilish special training with me? Reply to me quickly. Reply to me quickly." It is really hard to imagine that this is Jiang Yuqi. His online personality is really different from that in reality. In reality, he is very normal, except that he is a little narcissistic, but narcissism seems to be a common problem for boys of this age. Qin Rong replied, "No. I have something else to do." Jiang Yuqi should be surfing the Star Network, so he immediately replied to her, "What's the matter? Generally, if you are rejected, won't you be considerate and not ask any more questions?" Qin Rong thought about Jiang Yuqi's questioning and regretted making up a random excuse to evade her. If I make up another story now, Jiang Yuqi will definitely continue to pester her about it. After a while, Qin Rong said, "What kind of devil training do you want to participate in? It's organized by the Cruiser Management Bureau. Didn't the school notify you? The pollution area has been growing very fast recently, and there are not enough people. The seniors in the 3rd and 4th years have been transferred there. Now the sophomores also need to adapt early, so that they can directly enter the work in the future." Qin Rong said, "Give star coins?" "No, the cruiser took us into the pollution area to help us accumulate experience." "Why would they give star coins? I heard that there is an S-level player in the cruiser. If you want to join his team, you have to pay him star coins. 100,000 star coins per head." Qin Rong. Can she open a class? In order to assemble these 5 mechas, she spent most of her star coins. Now the mechas are broken and damaged. I guess all the prizes for this competition will be spent. And Qin Rong's current mecha is still too bad, although her current combat has surpassed the level that the mecha can reach and successfully entered the pollution source level. But her great cause of automated mechas has not yet been accomplished, and research and development funds must be earned. Chapter 71. The host doesn't need to kick people. Can he turn into liquid and bite people? However, she didn't know when her belly would be reduced. Qin Rong looked in the closet she brought back. She had several skirts that cost 200 or 300 star coins, but apart from the school uniform, she didn't have any loose clothes. If that person came tomorrow afternoon, it would be inappropriate for Qin Rong to meet him with a big belly, so she should go out and buy some loose clothes to change tomorrow morning. After deciding on the schedule to buy clothes tomorrow, Qin Rong asked those kind students in the school to filter out all the messages. She originally wanted to reply politely, But there were too many messages, and she had other uses for her time. The school sent her a notice, like the message Jiang Yuqi sent, requiring all students in the Beijing-Tianjin area to participate in this summer practice, and students who had already returned home in other areas did not need to return to school for the time being. The content, location and time of the summer practice were also explained, which basically meant that there would be cruisers to take them to the polluted area to experience it. Generally, the senior students in the school will enter the contaminated area, and the sophomores are still learning mecha driving. The attitude of the deputy director of the cruiser administration last time was a bit too urgent. Although the administration was short of people, it was not so short of people at that time. After reading the notice issued by the school, Qin Rong saw the message sent by Jiang Lian again. It was only a day later, and the other party was a little impatient to ask, "When will you come back?" Jiang Lian is not the kind of person who complains. He is unwilling to say what injuries he suffered during the mission, and he is only willing to go to the treatment secretly by himself. He sent this message, either because the past 10 years of waste have changed his temperament, or there is a problem in the contaminated area. Qin Rong asked, "Is there a problem in the contaminated area?" Jiang Lian is still working at this point. After seeing the message, he immediately replied, "For new S-level contaminated areas suddenly appeared, and it is not known whether there will be an outbreak next. S-level contaminated areas are not common. How could there be so many outbreaks in such a short period of time? When Qin Rong was busiest in the past, there was only one S-level case per month, and the rest were all A-level and B-level. This outbreak came suddenly, and Jiang Lian couldn't find a reason for it, so he could only go to clean up the contaminated area first. Jiang Lian, I will be in the contaminated area in the next few days, and I can't reply to the message in time." Qin Rong, yes, I know, be careful. Qin Rong can't go back for the time being. She has to solve her own problems first. After the message processing came to an end, Qin Rong logged into her Star Network account again and started to fight the life and death battle in the ring according to the contract. After the school game ended, this was Qin Rong's first life and death battle this week. Thinking that there was something to do tomorrow, Qin Rong thought about finishing all the games this week. She still waited for a while backstage before lining up. The venue for her fans to watch the fight was bigger than the original Boxing Lion, but it was still full, with no empty tickets. Qin Rong thought, maybe she is a little famous, otherwise so many people wouldn't know her. This time, Qin Rong became popular again because of her exposure. A genius mecha soldier in the command department is always very eye-catching, not to mention that she won the championship in the Beijing-Tianjin University Command Elimination Competition. However, the competition of Beijing-Tianjin University was broadcast live on the official website, which did not have much traffic and did not attract many people on campus. Qin Rong got more traffic from Qin Rong's forum. Qin Rong played 3 games in a row without stopping. He was going to wash up and go to bed, but the system reminded him, "Host, don't you reply to the male protagonist's message?" After all, Qin Rong received the benefits of the system and got the core code of others. As the saying goes, you will be short-handed if you take someone's money, and you will be soft-mouthed if you eat someone's money. Qin Rong immediately stopped his plan to wash up and replied to Jiang Yuqi's light brain message. Jiang Yuqi has posted more than 10 messages so far, the main content of which is to accuse Qin Rong of having time to fight a life and death battle in the ring, but ignoring his invitation. "Reply me, reply me, reply me. Why are you fighting in the ring? Forget it, I go watch your game. You're really awesome. You're just like my idol in the world. How did you do that, A-Flash? It's too strong. Why don't you pay attention to me? I'm going to make a scene." Qin Rong thought, "Aren't you already making a scene?" She replied, "I was playing a game just now, and didn't see it." Then she said in a very pretentious way, "Doesn't everyone know how to do A-Flash?" Jiang Yuqi, A-Flash is actually dodging immediately after attacking. This can't even be considered a skill, it's just based on Qin Rong's fighting feeling. Qin Rong smiled at Jiang Yuqi's question mark and replied with 4 words. "Practice more if you're new to it." This should dampen this sweet enthusiasm. But Jiang Yuqi was completely beyond Qin Rong's expectations. After Qin Rong said this, Jiang Yuqi was not angry at all, but replied in a good temper, "Okay, I will definitely practice hard. I will double my training tomorrow." Qin Rong looked at Jiang Yuqi's reply and helplessly supported his forehead. Is it that her ability to taunt has declined? Or did Jiang Yuqi not see that she was taunting? Forget it, I'd better not tease him. This kid is too honest. Qin Rong said another sentence. "I will go for summer practice." Qin Rong wanted to see why the number of polluted areas suddenly increased. Only by following the cruiser can we open up new areas, and go to polluted areas that no one has explored. Mercenaries can only enter polluted areas that have been opened up, but not solved to pick up leaks. Before the food in her stomach is digested, Qin Rong can't eat a second source of pollution, so following the cruiser to explore is not bad, and it can also solve her housing problem. Jiang Yuqi said, "See you next Monday." Qin Rong sent another goodnight message, and went to wash up. When he woke up the next morning, Qin Rong had turned into liquid, half on the bed and half on the ground. She understood herself a little more. When she ate too much, her body would unconsciously lose its human form. After turning into liquid, her pajamas naturally fell off her body and onto the ground. She flowed onto the ground and turned into a human form. After turning on the light source underground, she looked at herself naked in front of the mirror. Her stomach had shrunk by more than half, but the flesh on her arms and thighs had increased. Looking chubby was better than being pregnant. After comforting herself, Qin Rong put on her school uniform and went to the mall to buy clothes. Because of the development of the Star Network, the real economy of selling clothes is now more sluggish. After all, the rent of the store and the manpower of the shopping guide are all costs, and on the Star Network, you can change clothes with one piece, and you don't need to go out at all, which is much more convenient than in reality. But the entity did not collapse completely. There are also people like Qin Rong who need to buy clothes immediately, and can't wait for the online shopping to arrive. When it comes to choosing clothes, the system is very thoughtful. He pointed to a white corset dress and said, "This one is good, this one is beautiful." Qin Rong, how can I kick someone when I wear a skirt? The host doesn't need to kick people. Can't he turn into liquid and bite people? If we are seen, both you and I will be sent for research. Do you want to have your head pried open? The system trembled and said no. Qin Rong said with satisfaction, "Then shut up." But the system, which prefers the aesthetics of little white flowers, couldn't help but point fingers when seeing Qin Rong buy those ugly clothes. Loose and comfortable and beautiful can coexist. Why did the host buy this gray one? Do you know why pure white cats are ugly in the eyes of cats? Why? The system is a love system, and it is obvious that he is not very interested in this aspect. Because it is too conspicuous, it is easy to be hunted. Qin Rong looked at his gray self in the mirror, and said with great satisfaction, "The saturation is low, and it is not conspicuous when immersed in the crowd." The system retorted, "Whether it is conspicuous or not depends on the background. If it is in a group of colorful clothes, gray is particularly conspicuous. Based on my understanding of the Rangers and Mecha soldiers, most of their summer outfits are tight-fitting gray combat tops and shorts." Finally, Qin Rong bought 5 identical loose short-sleeved and long pants suits, and put them in the necklace where the mecha was stored. After returning to her residence, Qin Rong washed her clothes by hand and hung them up to dry. She should have taken some nutrition solution at this time, but she was really not hungry. She bought a tube of nutrition solution and poured it into her mouth and spit it out. Qin Rong finally gave up eating. Before 3 p.m., Qin Rong had already arrived at the school gate to wait. On her computer, the person did not reply whether she was coming or not. Qin Rong decided that she would wait at the school gate for half an hour, and if the other party did not come, it would be fine. Because the students were on vacation, Qin Rong at the school gate was particularly conspicuous. In this way, if the other party was a bad person, it would be unlikely to take Qin Rong away quietly. When the half-hour time was almost up, a girl in school uniform suddenly approached. She showed a friendly smile and said, "Hello, senior sister, I'm a freshman. I watched your elimination match. You are really amazing." Qin Rong said politely, "Thank you. Can you sign for me?" Qin Rong said, "Do you have a pen?" "Oh, I don't have one either. How about you come with me to the convenience store to buy one, and I treat you to ice cream. There is only one convenience store around the school, which is directly opposite the school gate." Qin Rong looked in that direction, and found a white car parked there. Rich people drive flying vehicles, and poor people drive cars. Qin Rong said unmoved, "You can go by yourself. Senior sister, I am the one you are waiting for. Don't you want to know the truth? Come with me." Qin Rong thought to himself, wouldn't it be enough to say this earlier? Why go through the previous process? Using the method of buying a pen to trick her into getting into the car always feels a bit like the method of a kidnapper. Although Qin Rong is currently in a state where he is not a pollution source, he is unlikely to be afraid of kidnappers. I have no ill intentions. We are people who share the same suffering. This schoolgirl looked kind, the kind of person who looked like a good person at first glance. Qin Rong said calmly, "Then let's go and see the truth you said." Chapter 72. Qin Rong remained calm even after getting into a stranger's car. Her calm expression was seen as a sign of superiority, by the schoolmate who was traveling with her. She did not lie. She did watch Qin Rong's elimination match and liked her very much. She was actually the one who sent the message. Her original intention was to remind Qin Rong that, after all, no one was openly developing automated mechas now. But she did not expect that Qin Rong was so skilled and bold that he would directly ask to meet her. Even though he had been assassinated once, he was not like a frightened bird, but was extraordinarily calm. When the schoolmate thought of this, her admiration for her increased a little more. She took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Su Jia. You should know my name," Qin Rong said. The driver in front was a tall middle-aged man. After hearing the two people behind him introduce themselves, he also said, "I am Sun Ing." Qin Rong asked tentatively, "Are you father and daughter?" Su Jia was surprised. "How is it possible?" "We are colleagues." "Don't be confused. You will understand when you get there." After the other party said so, Qin Rong stopped asking. This Su Jia looked thin and small, and there was not much muscle on her body. If she was not a freak like Qin Rong, she should be from the command department or the material department. Qin Rong thought that the possibility of the material department was a little higher. He smelled a familiar smell of oil on this Su Jia, which was the smell of lubricating oil between the joints of the mecha. The car drove neither fast nor slow. After driving for an hour, it had already driven out of the Beijing area. The more remote the place, the fewer people there were. Su Jia turned her head to glance at Qin Rong, who was still very calm. After driving for an hour and a half, they finally arrived in front of a somewhat dilapidated factory building. "We're here, let's go." Qin Rong was led forward by Su Jia. After entering the factory gate, what caught his eyes were the mecha materials piled on the ground. These materials are good and bad, a bit like a garbage station. This is our garbage dump. The mecha materials placed here will be screened again. The usable ones will be transported downstairs, and the unusable ones will be melted as materials. Follow me. There is only one floor above the factory, but there are 3 floors underground. As for why it is 3 floors, it is because the elevator button says -3 floors. Su Jia directly pressed the -3 button, and the elevator vibrated and started running. After the elevator opened again, Qin Rong's eyes suddenly lit up. Unlike the dilapidated scene on the first floor, there are quite a few people on the 3 floors below. In the center of the 3rd floor is a huge computer main unit, and above the computer is a projection of a virtual AI. People coming and going are very busy, some are recording data, and some are arguing with the projection in the void. After Qin Rong walked down from the elevator, Su Jia behind him introduced to him, "We are all researching automated mechas." "All?" Qin Rong was a little surprised. "I believe you should have also encountered assassination, and so did our people. Some were assassinations, some were due to broken capital chains, and some were due to the upper management withdrawing funds for no apparent reason. In short, mecha automation projects are always stopped for various reasons." Qin Rong recalled her past, and found that it was indeed the case. But because Qin Rong was in a high position, and was a top driver among the cruisers, there were no assassinations against her. But she died. She died on the day she was promoted to director. If she hadn't died, then with her obsession with automated mechas, she would definitely arrange for someone to study them. With her protection, automated mechas would definitely be able to move forward. Qin Rong realized belatedly that perhaps her death was more complicated than she had imagined. She remembered that the S-level pollution zone erupted too quickly, the pollution index soared rapidly, and too many people died. That was the pollution zone with the highest pollution index she had ever seen. If she didn't go in, others would just die. But after entering, Qin Rong discovered the weirdness of this polluted area. The smart pollution source divided their team. After she faced the pollution source alone, she was attacked from behind by another pollutant. After the properties of the pollution source were determined, the pollutant would also be consistent with the properties of the pollution source, so Qin Rong did not take extra precautions at the time. Who would have thought that a pollutant with the ability to change color suddenly appeared among the pollutants? After the cockpit was broken, Qin Rong was quickly polluted under that pollution index. After she said goodbye to her team members, she planned to die with the pollution source. Qin Rong didn't know what happened next. After all, she was already dead. But just at that moment, Qin Rong suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the pollutant with the ability to change color that attacked him in the end was not a pollutant, but a pollution source? In this way, the color-changing ability of the pollutant can be explained. But in theory, pollution sources are mutually exclusive, and there is no precedent for cooperation. "I take you to see our boss." Su Jia's words interrupted Qin Rong's memories. Qin Rong nodded after coming to his senses. Across the busy hall, Qin Rong was brought to an office by Su Jia. There was no light below, so the lights were always on. There were several offices inside, all of which were similarly shabby. It can be seen that this organization has little money. Boss, I've brought the people. Su Jia knocked on the door. The man inside said, "Come in." After Su Jia opened the door, Qin Rong saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. He was younger than Qin Rong imagined, with lush black hair. On the left side of the table were scattered papers, and on the right side was an ordinary computer. After having optical computers, people are used to handling things on optical computers, and computers are more used for office work. Like some projects that Qin Rong knew in his previous life, because the projects were highly confidential, the participants were not allowed to bring or mention anything on the optical computers. They have their own AI system, network, processing system. In short, anything outside cannot interfere with the project. Sit down. The middle-aged man stood up and poured a glass of water from the water dispenser with a disposable paper cup. 10 years ago, the cruiser headquarters did not use water dispensers. They replaced them with more convenient water drops that can be put into the mouth to replenish water. Qin Rong once again felt that this project team really had no money. After Su Jia took Qin Rong in, she left, leaving only Qin Rong, a middle-aged man, in the room. Qin Rong first asked, "You brought me in like this, aren't you afraid that I'm an undercover or something?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "We are just doing scientific research. Where are the undercovers? But someone wants to kill me, and similarly, someone should want to kill you and destroy this project." The middle-aged man asked Qin Rong to sit down. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly, "We do have doubts about you, but not about your identity. You have no contact with the Mecha company. I have checked this." "What is that?" "I have some doubts about you. You seem to have become a genius overnight. After coming out of the contaminated area, you seem to have become a different person, from the last one to a command genius. There is obviously no trace of training, but you are so good at single-soldier combat. You make me feel that you are not the same person before and after." Qin Rong said, "But the facts are in front of me. I went to the cruiser for identification." The middle-aged man took out a pollution value detector from the drawer like a magic trick. He placed the detector in front of Qin Rong and dripped it. The detector showed that the pollution value was 0. The middle-aged man said, "I choose to believe the evidence. It seems that you really learned a lot that night." Qin Rong said, "Sometimes enlightenment is indeed a matter of a moment." The middle-aged man did not refute it. He introduced himself. "My name is Mo Xiansheng." Qin Rong. After confirming that Qin Rong was not contaminated, Mo Xiansheng began to tell Qin Rong about the history of their place. Most of the people here are frustrated in their careers. The automated mecha project is always stopped for various reasons, but they have been studying for a lifetime. Changing to another direction is equivalent to starting from scratch, so these frustrated people get together and want to make a name for themselves. Qin Rong asked, "Do you pay their salaries?" "I can only say that they are operators. Many of them are masters of automation, so the assembled mechas can be sold. We pick up raw materials from the garbage dump, process and assemble them, and constantly debug new AI modules, so that we can earn a little salary for ourselves and study automation." Their way is a bit similar to Qin Rong's previous way, but Qin Rong thinks that it is too slow to make money, so he goes directly to the contaminated area. Facts have proved that it is indeed faster to make money in the contaminated area. No matter how many inferior armed mechas are assembled, the money earned is not as profitable as killing the pollution source. "So what stage have you reached?" Qin Rong asked. "Do you want to try?" Mo Xiansheng showed a slightly smug smile. "It's better to try it yourself than to say it verbally." Mo Xiansheng brought Qin Rong to the trial field of the second-floor mecha. Let Qin Rong fight the automated mecha himself. Then Qin Rong knocked the automated mecha down within 10 moves. If Qin Rong wanted, 3 moves would be enough. 10 moves gave Mo Xiansheng some face. When Qin Rong jumped out of the mecha cabin, Mo Xiansheng smiled gently and said, "You are too powerful, which makes my mecha look weaker. In fact, if you fight with a B-level physique, you should be able to fight back and forth. It's not a problem of physique." Qin Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Not physical fitness? Physical fitness is just a threshold for the ability of a mecha pilot. The higher the reaction speed, the higher the upper limit. Your mecha has not even reached the upper limit of sea level. At most, it can fight with D-level physical fitness. But it is difficult for a D-level physical fitness to become a cruiser, let alone enter the polluted area." Mo Xiansheng was still a little confused, so he asked, "I am not professional enough in mecha combat, I would like to hear more. To deal with the pollution source, the reaction speed of sea level or above is required. If it is just to clean up the small fish pollutants in the polluted area, this is definitely enough, but the casualties will also be heavy. The price of the dropped materials of the pollutants is not high. Chapter 73. Stupid, if you were me, you would have died 100 times. To put it simply, attacking pollution sources is not enough, and the cost-effectiveness of attacking pollutants is not high. It is neither good nor bad, and it is a bit useless. Then what do you think we should improve? I don't know much about AI. From the feeling of fighting, the reaction speed is too slow. The time between seeing me attack and him responding is enough for me to complete my attack. In addition, the moves are too scarce, and the food is not enough. Mo Xiansheng nodded and said, "We have been developing in these two directions, but there is no big breakthrough for the time being. After all, the iteration of AI cannot be done immediately, and they are just a small workshop, and they don't know when they will succeed." After the visit, Mo Xiansheng and Qin Rong walked back to the office on the third floor side by side. Mo Xiansheng invited Qin Rong to come, not just to tell him these, but to ask her where her automated mechas came from. Compared to the mechas on his side, the mechas that Qin Rong brought out during the competition can be said to be finished products. But Qin Rong's answer to Mo Xiansheng's question was still the same as the answer to the deputy director at the time. It was a solitary piece she obtained in the contaminated area, and later it was repaired, and there was no blueprint. Mo Xiansheng seemed unwilling to accept it. After all, Qin Rong had a finished product to learn from, which meant that he could learn from the other party's direction. "Can you sell me one?" Mo Xiansheng asked. "It's okay to sell it to you. I also hope that the automated mechas will move forward, but I don't think you can get any information from my mecha." "Why?" "Because I studied it before, and didn't come to any conclusion. The truth is that the reason why this thing is able to fight against a single mecha is because it is controlled by the system." But Qin Rong was not completely confident in Mo Xiansheng, so she didn't plan to tell him about her core things for the time being. After listening to Qin Rong's words, Mo Xiansheng still insisted on buying another one, so Qin Rong stopped persuading him. After Mo Xiansheng achieved his goal, his attitude towards Qin Rong became even better, so when Qin Rong asked, "Who is the person who assassinated me? Do you have any clues?" he gently answered for Qin Rong. "According to our current understanding, it was someone from the Mecha company." Qin Rong was puzzled. What is the purpose of the Mecha company doing this? The mecha sent to kill Qin Rong already has an automated mecha. Why do they hinder other people's research? This, I have a guess, but I'm not sure. The reason why I said it was the work of the Mecha company is that most of the mechas sent out for the sneak attack are high-end mechas, which are expensive. Following the source of the mecha materials, I found the supplier of Dai Lijin Mecha company. They may want to monopolize the automated mecha and let others get the benefits, so they hunt us. Qin Rong listened to his explanation, and always felt that his motives were not sufficient. However, Mo Xiansheng also said that it was just a guess, so Qin Rong didn't need to refute him. After noting this, the two discussed the future development of automated mechas. Mo Xiansheng asked Qin Rong to keep the location of the base secret. After Qin Rong agreed, he was sent away by Su Jie. After returning, the host jumped out and said, "Host, give them the code I gave you. If you give it to them, we don't need to worry about it. In this way, you can also concentrate on the matchmaking task." Qin Rong, "Stupid, if you were me, you would have died 100 times. Chapter 74. Why do you say that? Mo Xiansheng completely trusts me, and tells me the truth, because he has investigated me carefully. Not many people know that your host was tricked into the contaminated area. I only told teacher by Weinian. Besides them, the people in the Cruiser Management Bureau also know where Mo Xiansheng got it from." Qin Rong paused and continued, "The people who came to assassinate me that day had such good mecha configurations. The people behind them must be rich and powerful." Mo Xiansheng said that they were a group of losers, but how could real losers resist the cleanup of that kind of mecha? So Mo Xiansheng, as a leader, is not as simple as he looks, and I can't open my heart to him immediately. System said, "Is he a bad guy?" "Not really, but I can't trust people casually. Your code or my sudden rise are all inexplicable things. For such things, the fewer people know about it, the better, otherwise it will inevitably be remembered by those with ulterior motives. Of course, with Qin Rong's current popularity, it is unlikely that she will not be remembered. Then we will not cooperate with them. Let's wait and see, no rush." When Qin Rong returned to her residence, she found that her place had been searched again. The assassins who assassinated her already knew where she lived. For Qin Rong, this was very unfriendly, as the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light. It would be enough to come here to search once. Why did they come again? What's wrong with the person behind the scenes? What answer do they want from her? We must move. The mecha materials that cannot be put in the space necklace will be temporarily placed here. The person behind the scenes is unlikely to covet her little scraps. Jin Rong traveled lightly, wearing the space necklace and using the power of space. She did not find anyone following her. Maybe the other party knew that following her would be likely to be killed or tracked back, so they did not foolishly send someone here. Jin Rong had thought before that maybe she could go to sleep in the polluted area, so that she would not be killed by anyone, but because she was also a source of pollution, she might be killed by the source of pollution that rejected her while she was sleeping. The polluted area was not a good place to go. Formal hotels needed to use optical computers, and as long as optical computers were used, the address might be found. In this way, it would be more appropriate for her to go to some small hotels that were more chaotic. Those small hotels were generally where illegal residents and lawbreakers stayed. Jin Rong remembered that she had a friend in the police station who said that if they lacked performance, they would go to such small hotels to arrest people, and they would catch one by one. Jin Rong complained that he was fishing for law enforcement at that time, but now he was going to become one of the fish. Host, go to the male protagonist's house. A single man and a single woman, not suitable. Why not? I think it is very suitable. Host, you have nowhere to go, and the male protagonist wants you to help him improve his driving skills. After the system reminded Jin Rong, he thought of a more suitable person. Jin Rong opened the computer and found a note for Qian Jianing and sent a message. Do you have any vacant rooms? Before Jin Rong could ask if he could stay at your house for a day, Qian Jianing replied immediately. Would you like to stay at my house? Sure. Seemingly thinking that this was too cheap, Miss Jian added, it just so happens that I'm practicing aerial shooting recently, you can come and be my coach. Jin Rong said, okay. Chapter 75. Having money and love, you are lucky to have one of them. When Jin Rong came to Qian Jianing's house with her daily necessities and mecha in her necklace, she found that the three protagonists were waiting for her at the door. Qian Jianing stood in front of Shenlang and said with disdain, I didn't call these two people. Shenlang said, who told you to show off that Yurong was going to your house to teach you how to shoot? After Qian Jianing and Jin Rong reached an agreement, the first thing Qian Jianing did was to take a screenshot and send it to Shenlang to show off. Shenlang knew about it, which was equivalent to Jian Yuqi also knowing about it. The two of them came to Qian Jianing's house together. Jin Rong didn't have much objection. After all, teaching one person is teaching, and teaching two people is teaching. After walking in, Jin Rong hadn't spoken yet when he heard Shenlang say, have you gained weight? Qian Jianing raised her eyebrows and said, can you speak? Shenlang opened his mouth exaggeratedly and said, are you accusing me of not being able to speak? You? Jin Rong said, I gain weight quickly and lose weight quickly. Maybe you will see me lose weight in a few days. Jian Yuqi interrupted, why don't you do a few sets of muscle training with me? Jian Yuqi patted his chest, and his chest muscles made a thumping sound. I take it off and show you later. I've trained my small muscle groups very well. Jian Yuqi said confidently. Qian Jianing said disdainfully, who wants to see you? Do you think I don't have any? Yurong, follow my lessons. I spent 100,000 star coins to buy private lessons, which are more scientific than Jian Yuqi's training. Shenlang said sarcastically, you can't beat Jian Yuqi with a private lesson of 100,000 star coins. Qian Jianing said speechlessly, you talk as if you can beat him. At least I won the shooting last time. Have you ever won? The three protagonists of the hot-blooded comics got together and quarreled endlessly. Jin Rong raised his hand and said, can you let me see where I live first? Qian Jianing realized that they were still standing at the door of their house. Come on, I prepared a huge room for you. Qian Jianing was very considerate and gave Jin Rong the largest bedroom on the second floor of her house. She also had all the daily necessities, so Jin Rong didn't need to bring any junk from anywhere. Qian Jianing asked Jin Rong with some doubts, why did you suddenly come to live in my house? Where is your house? I don't have a house. The rent for a house near the school has expired. Anyway, I'm going to the cruiser summer training on Monday, so I wanted to save some money for rent. Qian Jianing said with pity, you are so pitiful. You can't even afford a house. Jin Rong. Only a few people can afford a house, okay. Even in her previous life, she had paid off her mortgage for a long time, okay. Before the two of them talked for a few words, Shenlang used his brain to frantically call Qian Jianing and asked her to take Jin Rong down. The two boys, who were eager to improve their driving skills, looked at Qin Rong with sparkling eyes, like children seeing their mother. Qin Rong said, "Then teach the advanced shooting course, the aerial tumbling shooting." After training the 3 students to lie on the ground like dead fish, teacher Qin himself leisurely ate the ice cream brought by the housekeeper. These 3 children are indeed promising, because they still have a little bit of competition in their hearts, so they are particularly energetic in training. After the training, Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang shamelessly stayed for a meal. After they left, Qin Rong suddenly found that this huge villa was empty. The servants rested, and the noise disappeared. The housekeeper asked Qin Rong if he needed a midnight snack. After Qin Rong refused, the housekeeper also went to rest. Qin Rong asked casually, "Where are Jianning's family members?" "The master is not in this area, and the lady died a long time ago." "Who does Jianning usually live with?" The housekeeper pointed at himself and said, "Me. Occasionally, the master will come back to visit Xiao Xiao. According to the time, he should come back once this month." Qin Rong thought, if you have money and love, you are lucky. Indeed, few people can have both. Chapter 76. If you die in the contaminated area, the cruiser will pay your family a lump sum of 5 million star coins. After training the 3 of them at Qian Jianning's house, Qin Rong went to the cruiser administration with them on Monday to report. Because this summer practice was issued by the cruiser administration, not the school, so before entering the administration, these students also need to sign a disclaimer. This statement roughly means that after entering the contaminated area, we will do our best to ensure your safety, but we cannot guarantee that you will come out alive. If you are injured in the contaminated area, the cruiser will pay for the medical expenses in full, and if you are disabled, the cruiser will also pay. If you die in the contaminated area, the cruiser will pay your family a lump sum of 5 million star coins. 5 million star coins is already a very high price. If you tear a person apart and sell him on the black market, it will be the same price. But when the cruiser enters the contaminated area, the top B-level pollution source drops materials, which is also the same price. Therefore, the administration is very generous to Mecha soldiers, because they earn a lot. As a summer intern, and a sophomore, the highest level of the contaminated area Qin Rong and his friends entered was sea level. Without signing the agreement, they could not enter the contaminated area, so now they still have a chance to regret. But it is obvious that these people are heading for the contaminated area and cannot back down. After signing the agreement, Qin Rong and his friends were taken to the waiting hall. The waiting hall for the cruisers is relatively much better than the mercenary station, and there are hot water and snacks to eat. Qin Rong has not drunk the nutrient solution since she ate the contamination source. When she was at Qian Jianning's house, she symbolically drank a little in order not to be suspected. Qin Rong has also thought about this matter. Maybe she is now between half human and half contamination source, so she can eat human food and pollution source food. But the pollution source can bring her more benefits. During these days of digestion, Qin Rong slowly felt that he had gained another ability. It was the possession he saw in the memory of the pollution source at that time. However, in Qian Jianning's house, Qin Rong couldn't experiment with his new ability, and could only wait for the opportunity. Slowly, the number of people in the hall increased, and Qin Rong also saw a few familiar faces, most of whom he had seen in the command elimination match. Old Zhang Xiaobai. Jiang Yuqi waved at them. Zhang Zai first responded to Jiang Yuqi, and then his eyes fell on Qin Rong next to him. Seeing that Zhang Zai was very interested in Qin Rong, Jiang Yuqi introduced him. "This is Yu Rong, you know him, who defeated you in the knockout round." Zhang Zai was speechless about Jiang Yuqi's way of attracting hatred, and he said, "Aren't we two on the same team?" Jiang Yuqi said, "But I'm not a commander, and it's not a failure if a single soldier loses to a commander." Zhang Zai, Ignoring Jiang Yuqi's twisted logic, Zhang Zai said to Qin Rong, "Hello, I'm Zhang Zai." Qin Rong nodded to him and said, "Hello?" It seems that not many people from the command department come, most of them are from the single soldier department. Zhang Zai took the opportunity to sit down next to Jiang Yuqi and started chatting with Qin Rong across Jiang Yuqi. Zhang Zai is very talented in command. When chatting with Qin Rong, he also asked Qin Rong for advice on the command of the day. So the two chatted for half an hour, and Jiang Yuqi, who was sandwiched in the middle, not only did not feel bored, but also listened with relish, and often inserted a sentence or two. Shenlang was chatting with Xiao Bai. Qian Jianning was arrogantly isolating herself from everyone, crossing her arms over her chest, closing her eyes, and resting in a noble and cold manner. Chapter 77. When Yang Quancher saw the list of freshmen at the bottom, he was suddenly stunned. Yu Rong. Qin Rong was chatting with Zhang Zai, when suddenly a burly young man came from behind Zhang Zhe, staring at Qin Rong with an extremely complicated expression. It was difficult for Qin Rong to ignore his gaze, so he looked up. Zhang Zhe noticed Qin Rong's gaze, and turned his head to look. "Guanxin, let me introduce you. This is Yu Rong." Luo Guanxin said, "It's hard not to know you." Yu Rong looked at his expression, and thought she had some grudge against him, but she had never heard of the name Guanxin. Luo Guanxin stretched out his hand to Qin Rong and said, "Hello, you probably don't know me, let me introduce myself. I am Luo Guanxin, who gave you 2 points at the beginning of the game." Qin Rong handed her hand over, and the child was holding back his anger, and he held her hand with great strength. After letting go, Qin Rong recalled, "That white mecha. Yes, it was me." Luo Guanxin gnashed his teeth. If he hadn't been so reckless at the beginning and gave away ahead, perhaps Zhang Zhe's team would have won this year's knockout round. However, after watching Yu Rong's game from beginning to end, he didn't feel sorry at the end. He just felt that Yu Rong was really awesome. With 4 B-level mechas, he killed Zhang Zhe's team with A-level and S-level players. Qin Rong rubbed salt into his wounds and said, "If it weren't for your 2 points, I wouldn't have won." "Thank you." Luo Guanxin felt an arrow hit his knee, and almost fell to his knees. Qin Rong said, "Don't be so reckless next time. If it weren't for the game, you would have died 8 times. Qin Rong's behavior made Luo Guanxin very emotional. His eyes were red, as if he was going to rush up and fight with Qin Rong. Zhang Zhe on the side quickly stopped him, and grabbed Luo Guanxin's arm, and pulled him out. "I need to pee urgently. Let's go to the bathroom." After arriving at the bathroom, Luo Guanxin calmed down instantly, contrary to his usual behavior. He said speechlessly, "Brother, why did you pull me over? I want to stay with my idol for a while longer." Zhang Zhe, ? You have 2 sets of 2 holes. Luo Guanxin walked into the bathroom with a noble and cold look, then turned on the computer, and clicked into the group called Overnight Rich Harem Team. Luo Guanxin spoke first. "I met my idol, we even shook hands. Luo Guanxin, I was just too excited and used too much strength. I shouldn't have hurt my idol. Zhang Jianhua, I give up." "You pinch people's hands when you are excited? Did you apologize?" Luo Guanxin, "In the end, my idol and I parted on bad terms. If I apologized, would my identity be exposed?" Zhang Jianhua, "That makes sense. Mr. Baofu doesn't like to communicate with fans offline. The idol ran away immediately after the fans rioted. You should pretend to be a teammate and don't get caught." Luo Guanxin, "Don't worry, I acted very well." Chen Xianyan, "Damn, you can actually shake hands with your idol. What does the idol look like in real life? Is he the same as the official website picture?" Luo Guanxin, "His hands are small, white, and thin. It's really hard to imagine that someone so thin has such precise muscle control ability. I remember that in our Mecha basic class, my idol once won Jiang Yuqi without hiding his weakness. I didn't pay attention at the time and thought it was an accident. Now think about it, I missed many opportunities to witness the idol's famous scenes." Jiang Qi, "He was suppressing the Wanderer boxing lion. Do you think that our Rong Bao is too low-key?" Zhang Jianhua, "Yes, too low-key. If it were someone else, they would have started to hype up the huge traffic on the forum, but our teacher Baofu didn't even respond." Jiang Qi, "I feel like he can represent the ceiling of Qingling's combat power Omega." Zhang Xiaoxiao, "Why is he not a fake weakling but actually an alpha with explosive IQ and EQ? Rong Bao is so A, he must be an Iron A." Qin Xianyan, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Luo Guanxin didn't understand either. The topic got more and more off topic. The people in the group no longer cared whether he shook hands with the idol, but started to sculpt the idol, and add all kinds of strange settings. In another game, Qin Rong was discussing the operability of a 360-degree backflip with Jiang Yuqi. Humans do backflips by using the power of the waist, while mechas do backflips by controlling the force to achieve balance during backflips. Qin Rong, the inventor of the backflip, said, "In fact, this action is to increase the viewing experience, and it is not often used in actual combat. If you have the skills of backflips, it is better to dodge left and right." Jiang Yuqi has a different view from Qin Rong. He said, like a brainless Qin, "Every technique created by the great god Qin Rong is useful." Qin Rong thought, "Yes, it is for viewing, but fans are often irrational when defending their idols, and Jiang Yuqi is no exception." So Qin Rong stopped arguing with him, but perfunctorily said, "You are right." But Jiang Yuqi did not show the demeanor of winning the debate, but felt particularly aggrieved. The crowd was almost gathered, and the original gathering time had arrived. The person in charge of this summer internship was the human resources director of the cruiser. When Qin Rong was in the Wanderers, this HR manager was there. Now, 10 years later, the man's head is mostly bald, and the hair in front is unyielding and fluttering in the wind. She had advised the HR manager to get a wig, but he insisted that his personality charm was the greatest. Now he is 45 years old, and still has not started a family. Of course, it may be because the Wanderers are too busy to have time to fall in love. In short, most Wanderers are single. The HR manager held a small loudspeaker and said, "Everyone, I am He Qian, the director of the HR department of the Wanderers Management Bureau of Haiyang City. This year's summer internship is a new business we have opened. If there is anything wrong, you can write it as a suggestion and send it to my email address. I will give you my email address later." He Qian briefly talked about the arrangements for this summer internship. There are 400 students participating in the practice this time. Except for the freshman boo who cannot come, all the sophomores, juniors and seniors of the Beijing Tianjin Mechanic Department can come. There are also many students who are confident in their abilities and hope to make a name for themselves in the polluted area. Some senior students even want to enter the Management Bureau directly through this practice. The cruisers assign the students to the pollution zones of B, C, D, and E according to their levels. The most outstanding players in the elimination round, Qin Rong, Zhang Zhe, Jiang Yuqi, Qian Jianing, and Shen Lang, were grouped together. Baisha originally wanted to continue to team up with Zhang Zhe, Jiang Yuqi, and others, but now that his dream is shattered, he is particularly reluctant to leave. This time, the team was formed in a chaotic order of age. In addition to Qin Rong and others, there were 10 people in their 3rd and 4th years, a total of 15 people. Jiang Yuqi showed his social skills and started to greet the seniors after the team list came out. But the seniors were not very friendly. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said, "You are the S-class of your age." Jiang Yuqi nodded and said yes. The senior said with a mocking look, "How can you, an S-class, let the A-class steal all your limelight?" Jiang Yuqi said frankly, "Because I can't beat them." The senior said, "How dare you say that the S-class can't beat the A-class?" Jiang Yuqi, "You can't beat them either." The senior got excited. As an S-class, he has always been the leader of the seniors, and he believes in the theory of bloodline. He thinks that if the S-class can't beat the A-class, it must be that the S-class is too stupid, and Jiang Yuqi's tone is natural, which sounds really asking for a beating. Originally, he wanted to sow discord among the freshmen, but now, he really wants to teach these ignorant kids a lesson. He glanced at the 2 sophomores, one with a cold and arrogant face, the other expressionless and short. However, Yirong, who was famous in the sophomore elimination match, should be the one wearing the limited edition space necklace. So the senior student said to Qian Jianing, "You must be Yirong, let's have a solo." Compared to Jiang Yuqi, Qian Jianing's level of asking for a beating has risen by several levels. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looked up and down at the senior student, and spit out a word sarcastically, "Blind." The senior student was angry. "What do you mean?" Before he finished speaking, the ranger assigned to their team came over. "Your team, follow me." The senior student's teammates stopped him and said, "Don't be angry with these little brats. We have done so many missions with the rangers. There is no need to argue with them. It's too cheap." After that, the team of 15 people followed the ranger who spoke, walked out of the assembly hall, and came to the door of the ranger administration. There are many buses parked at the door of the administration. The ranger in charge of Qin Rong's group is an old acquaintance. Yang Quancher and Qin Yanyi, I don't know if it's a bad fate. After getting on the bus behind these 2 people, 15 people are not enough to fill it, and there are still a few places left. The few places in the middle are like the Chu River and Han River, dividing the sophomores, juniors, and seniors. They don't have a good relationship, and the cruiser doesn't care. Yang Quancher complained to Qin Yanyi in silence. "Why can Grupa go to the contaminated area alone, but we have to take care of the baby?" Qin Yanyi said, "We are not as skilled as them. If you could enter the A-level contaminated area, you don't have to take care of the new students. But we are the only 2 who took care of Group B, and no one else did." Qin Yanyi took out the list from his pocket. He just counted the number of people, and didn't find the corresponding name. Now he planned to take out the list to check his face. While unfolding the list, Qin Yanyi said, "Don't complain. Has the Mecha been checked? Don't let an accident happen. The B-level contaminated area is not a joke." Yang Quancher said, "It has been checked a long time ago. My life-saving baby, how can I not check it carefully?" He leaned over to look at the list in Qin Yanyi's hand, and saw a familiar name at a glance. Li Xinchen and Wang Ning followed us once before. so they are not completely new. Otherwise, they would have been in Class B with a high disability rate. The list starts with the seniors and ends with the sophomores. Except for the sophomores, the juniors and seniors have been in the contaminated area several times, so they are not completely new. When Yang Quancher saw the list of freshmen at the bottom, he was suddenly stunned. Yu Rong is also here? Get rich overnight. Chapter 78. The bad news is that the pollution source has already digested the energy in its stomach and is now in a stable period. Since Yang Quancher played against Yi Baofu, he has become her fan. Although he has been too busy recently and has no time to watch her games every time, he will still go to catch up on the screen recording when he is free. The stronger the player who plays against Yi Baofu, the more you can see her level. The more he watched the opponent's games, the more Yang Quancher felt that the opponent was unfathomable. Later, he also saw the post that Yi Baofu was exposed, and it was a little unbelievable that Yi Baofu was actually a sophomore in the command department. He thought that such a level of operation could only be achieved after at least 10 years of immersion in Mecha. Yang Quancher immediately wanted to have an offline exchange with his idol, and he looked towards the back seat. There are very few girls among the Mecha soldiers. Among the people they are going to take, there are only 3 girls. One has short hair and a slightly raised chin. One has long hair that is not tied up and is scattered behind her head. She looks fair and clean. The other one sits in the back row. She has a crew cut. Under her fluffy hair are deep facial features and a sharp jawline. According to Yang Quancher's profile of the characters who got rich overnight, he felt that none of them looked like them. The first one looked too arrogant, the second one looked too weak, and the third one was too tough. Getting rich overnight should be the kind of cold and gentle. Yang Quancher was not in a hurry. Anyway, everyone was in the car. Would they run away? He waited for Chen Yang to call out the names. When he finished calling, he would know who was who. Chen Yang cleared his throat and began to read the names from the senior year. Li Xinchen. Sitting in the last row, the man who provoked Jiang Yuqi said, "Here we are. See you again, team leader Chen." Chen Yangyi was a smiling man. He nodded and smiled at Li Xinchen. Wang Ning. This time, the man who stopped Li Xinchen from picking a fight answered. Zhang Qinghe. The girl with a crew cut answered. After the seniors were called, the juniors were called. The seniors occupied the back row of seats on the bus, while the juniors were in the front row of the back half. The sophomores sat in the front half, 3 of them sat behind Chen Yangyi and the others, and 2 sat opposite. The first sophomore was Yu Rong. When Chen Yangyi called this name, Qin Rong didn't quite realize it was him. After a pause of 1 second, Jiang Yuqi, who was sitting next to Qin Rong, bumped into Qin Rong's arm. Qin Rong finally realized what was going on and said, "Here." Yang Quancher's mind immediately had an image of a peerless master, a hermit. Isn't that how all mecha hero movies are played? An ordinary person is actually a genius who saves the world. Although Yang Quancher thought Yu Rong was thin at first glance, he felt that this must be an illusion. Yu Rong must have something extraordinary. After calling Yu Rong's name, Chen Yangyi suddenly stopped and said, "Little classmate, we meet again." Yang Quancher looked at Chen Yangyi in surprise and said, "When did you meet? Why didn't you call me?" Chen Yangyi said speechlessly, "You fish-brained. The customer service center asked us to check a little classmate that day, and we also gave this little classmate a physical examination later." Yang Quancher was a little careless. That is, he didn't take things that were not important to heart. Chen Yangyi turned his head and said to Qin Rong, "Do you remember me? At that time, I told you that your physical fitness has improved. Welcome to the Cruiser Management Bureau." Qin Rong nodded and said, "Remember?" Chen Yangyi didn't say anything more, but continued to call the next person's name. After Chen Yang finished calling the names, people like Zhang Zhe and Qin Rong had already remembered these people's names. For Qin Rong, these people are the next comrades in arms, and their names must be remembered. When fighting, they must also estimate their levels, so that they can make the most reasonable allocation. Of course, the current commander is not Qin Rong. She just does this out of habit, and Zhang Zhe does the same. After calling the roll and confirming the number of people, Chen Yangyi told the driver to start the car. He held the handle of the car, turned his head and said, "The B-level pollution area we are going to has a pollution area of about 100,000 square meters, with a pollution peak of 5,500 and fluctuations between 4,300 and 5,500, so it is located in the B-level pollution area." According to the description of the rescued victims, the pollution source is similar to a mantis, with extremely fast speed and sharp forelimbs, which can easily pierce the sea-level alloy. The pollution broke out in a community, killing 260 people and polluting more than 3,000 people. After the pollution occurred, the evacuation was fast, and the first suppression failed, and the identity of the pollution source could not be determined. This B-level pollution area has been cleared once, and the first time facing the pollution source is often when the pollution source is the most violent. Directly facing the crazy pollution source, the probability of successful annihilation is the highest at this time, but the casualties are also the highest. The second cleanup gave us a little understanding of the pollution source, which could avoid some risks, but the pollution source was also hidden in the dark, making it more difficult to clean up. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he took out 15 necklaces from the black box he carried with him. Yang Quanshi received his gaze and distributed the mechas to everyone. Qin Yang said, "I don't know what the material of your mechas is. The mechas distributed by the administration are made of B-class alloy. Only when the pollution source cuts a certain place 3 times in a row can the mecha defense be broken. Because of the special speed of the pollution source this time, in order to prevent the cockpit from being cut open, these B-class mechas are not equipped with glass. That is, you have no vision of the naked eye, only the vision of the mecha camera. Protect it well. Without it, you are blind." Jiang Yuqi raised his hand to speak, like a primary school student. Qin Yang said, "If you have any questions, speak up. How fast is the speed of this pollution source? Have you seen the subway?" Jiang Yuqi nodded. "It's twice the speed of the subway, about 200 kilometers per hour. That is to say, this pollution source can move 50 meters per second. When the pollution source is 200 meters away from you, it's best not to blink for the next 2 seconds." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he pursed his lips and said, "When we first surrounded this B-level pollution source, we dispatched a total of 4 members of Group B, but its speed was too fast, and its combat awareness was extremely strong. It knew that it couldn't break the mecha, so it specifically looked for the junction between the cockpit and the mecha shell to cut. One of our members died in this contaminated area. I hope you will take this as a warning and protect yourself. I know you are all the chosen ones, but if you are not the chosen ones, you can't enter the administration bureau, you can't enter Group B. Maybe some of you have entered the contaminated area, but the contaminated area of the second encirclement is very dangerous. The speed is not comparable to the contaminated area that the mercenaries can enter and exit, so put away the fantasy of wanting to shine in the contaminated area. The first thing you have to do is to save your life. The drive takes an hour. You can write some last words to your family in the car, just in case. If you have other questions, come and ask me directly." Jiang Yuqi whispered in Qin Rong's ear, "Do you want to bring your automated mecha in?" Qin Rong also whispered, "No, the star coins have been spent, and it has not been repaired yet." Jiang Yuqi said again, "Do you want paper and pen?" "I brought them." As he said, Jiang Yuqi lifted his space necklace with one finger. Jiang Yuqi's necklace is the cheapest one. With backward technology, it can only be preserved for 1 year, and the space inside may be broken. Qin Rong said, "I don't need to write, I have no relatives." Jiang Yuqi said, "I know, but you can write to your friends, you can write to me, if you die accidentally, I will help you realize your last wish." Qin Rong raised his eyebrows and teased the child. "Then my last wish is that there will be no more pollution sources in the world." Jiang Yuqi thought for a moment and said solemnly, "I will try my best until the day I die." Qin Rong's original intention was to play a joke on him and tease him. Seeing that Jiang Yuqi was so serious, Qin Rong couldn't continue to tease him, so he said, "Don't worry, I may not die even if I want to." Jiang Yuqi said, "Although you are more powerful than me, you still have to be careful." "Yeah," Qin Rong responded. Jiang Yuqi lowered his head and began to write a suicide note. The car was bumpy, but he took out paper and pen, put them on his knees, bent over, lowered his head, and wrote very seriously. Qin Rong leaned over and glanced at who Jiang Yuqi's suicide note was written to. He first wrote a letter to the teacher and the dean of the welfare home, telling the dean that after his death, he could sell his mecha to buy nutrient solution for the children. Then he wrote another letter to Shen Lang, then another to Zhang Zhe, and another to Qin Rong. Qin Rong looked at the letterhead and asked in surprise, "Is there one written for me?" Jiang Yuqi immediately covered the letter with his arm and said dissatisfiedly, "You can't read it. You can only read it after I die." "Okay." Qin Rong could only hide his curiosity and watched Jiang Yuqi carefully put the pile of suicide notes into his space necklace. When Jiang Yuqi finished writing the suicide notes, the car arrived at the station. Everyone got off the car, and what they saw was a monitoring station and a cordon. This contaminated area that has not been abandoned by the cruisers is not allowed to enter the mercenaries, so there is only one monitoring station to check the situation in the contaminated area. As soon as Chen Yang entered the monitoring station, he asked, "How is it? Is there any new news? Do you want to hear good news or bad news?" The monitoring staff of the monitoring station said, "Of course it's good news. The good news is that we have sent a lot of exploration robots in the past few days, and they have roughly sorted out the types of pollutants in the polluted area. Exploration robots are machines that can connect to the cloud and take pictures, but they can only take pictures and have no combat power. If they are discovered, the machine will be damaged. The damage rate is too high, so its cost has to be lowered. In the end, it is so fragile that it can be crushed to death by pollutants at a glance." What about the bad news? The bad news is that the pollution source has digested the energy in its stomach and is now in a stable period. The peak pollution has increased to 5,800, and it is only 200 away from reaching the A-level pollution area. Chapter 79. Chen Yang said optimistically, "That's great. Maybe after solving this polluted area, I can be promoted to Group A. This is the information of pollutants. There may be undiscovered pollutants. I can't guarantee that this is all." Chen Yang didn't take it, but said to the staff of the monitoring station, "Project it on the big screen so that these students can watch it together." The person at the monitoring station said yes, and started to fiddle with his machine. Then the screen in front of him monitoring the polluted area shrank to 4 corners, and a rough PPT picture appeared in the middle. The first PPT picture, on the left, is a photo with height marked on the photo. This is a 2-meter tall, thin, green mantis like a bamboo pole. This one is very fast and light in weight. It attacks with its forelimbs. Its strength can probably easily cut a watermelon. Pollutants are born from the source of pollution. Their characteristics often carry some of the characteristics of the source of pollution, but their abilities are much worse. This green mantis is obviously much weaker than the pollution source. The mechas they brought this time are all B-level alloys. Obviously, it is difficult for this green mantis to break through their mecha's defenses. Don't look at its weak strength and inability to cut things. Its speed is almost perfectly retained from the pollution source, and it can also reach a speed of 50 meters per second. The photo on the left side of the second PPT is a 2.5 meter tall, relatively strong red mantis. This one is more fierce than the previous one. This red mantis is a female mantis, a little stronger than the male, and can probably cut through D-level alloys. I haven't tried it, but I just let the little robot feel its strength. This one is much slower, about 20 meters per second. Humans with S-level physique can easily reach this level. With the blessing of mechas, A-level or B-level can also be achieved. Among the people present, even Zhang Zhe, who is in the command system, is A-level, so they don't take the speed of this female mantis seriously. The third PPT is the source of the pollution. This photo was taken when the pollution just started. It is a bit blurry, but you can still see that the pollution source is red all over, with green around its eyes. The eyes are not small black dots like ordinary mantises, but closer to human eyes, which is very strange. Chen Yang has already told the general situation of this pollution source, and now the people at the monitoring station have told it again, but the information is more detailed. Okay, that's all the information. It's the second time to eliminate it. I wish you success. The people at the monitoring station seemed to know Chen Yang, and there was a little encouragement in their eyes. Chen Yang bumped fists with him, and said to the people behind him, "Go change into the mecha and set off." Everyone came to an open space at the monitoring station, took out the necklaces distributed, summoned the mecha, and changed into this strange-looking mecha. Most of the mechas built to deal with this kind of pollution source, with relatively high intelligence, are designed to be anti-human. If the pollution source is told directly where the eyes are, they may rush forward and blind the mecha's eyes. So their mecha is designed to be faceless, and the whole body is wrapped in metal, with only a sight collector on the top. The weird mecha does not conform to human aesthetics, but it unexpectedly gives a sense of security. Chen Yang looked at Qian Jianing, who changed into his mecha, and said, "What material is your mecha made of?" Qian Jianing's attitude towards Chen Yang was still good, but she also said concisely, "Liquid metal." Chen Yang, so rich, why do you want to be a cruiser? Don't you know that the cruisers are a group of desperate criminals? Liquid metal is a metal rarer than alloy. It is not really liquid, but on its surface, a tension layer will naturally form, which makes it face sharp weapons. The tension will spread the pressure on the surface of the weapon to protect the metal itself. It is a metal material that overcomes hardness with softness. Chen Yang gave up letting the rich woman change into their mecha, and he also observed Qian Jianing's weapon. This time, Qian Jianing's mecha was upgraded to a higher level than last time. The weapons equipped on both sides were rule weapons, and the mecha was modified. The rule weapons took up very little space, and the crystals were embedded in the alloy sword. When the rule-based attack was not applicable, it could be used as a cold weapon. The other rule weapon was also set up in the same way. Even the hot weapon was a rule-based weapon. The circuit module of this two-mode switching modification was quite complex. Shin Rong took a look and estimated the cost in her mind. She immediately had the idea of eating Gigolo, but she gritted her teeth and insisted on her dignity. The entrance to the monitoring station was opened, and Chen Yanyi and Yang Quanshi, one in front and one in the back, led several students into the Class B contaminated area this time. It was Jiang Yuqi's first time to enter the polluted area. He was a little excited. He pressed the team call and said in a somewhat fussy way, "Have we entered yet? Why don't I feel anything?" Li Xinchen said, "Do we need to set off fireworks to celebrate for you?" Jiang Yuqi said, "No need, but I'm really excited." Shin Rong thought, "Don't get excited. You've seen bigger scenes than this. When the pollution in the welfare kindergarten broke out that year, you were the first to face it. You were facing a much bigger battle. Calm down. This is why I don't want to play with you newbies. You make a fuss about a little thing." Li Xinchen's words were full of disdain. Qian Jianing was also entering the contaminated area for the first time. She mercilessly said, "You only went to school 2 years longer than us. What qualifications do you have to speak here?" Li Xinchen, "What do you mean you only went to school 2 years longer than you? No matter how many more years you live, you will still have an A-level physique." Qin Yang interrupted with a smile, "We are still outside the contaminated area. I am very happy to see you so energetic. You have to kill a few more pollutants later, otherwise it will be a shame for you to be so energetic now." Qin Yang said with a bit of sarcasm, and everyone kept silent. But nervous emotions always make people uneasy, especially when walking on the road in the community in such an empty space, and not seeing any pollutants. "Why don't I see any pollutants?" Zhang Zhe raised doubts. Zhang Zhe, who has always been cautious, felt that something was not right. They were now walking on the main road of the community, with tall buildings on both sides. Although it blocked the view a little, it was still possible to see clearly within 100 meters around. Although it was the periphery, it should have 2 or 3 small pollutants, but now there was not even one. Qin Yanyi frowned, and he also noticed that something was wrong. Qin Yanyi measured the concentration of pollution in the air. "The concentration has dropped a little. It's a bit strange. Don't move rashly for the time being. I go up and take a look." Qin Yanyi turned on the flight mode of the mecha, and the jet hit the ground. He flew straight up in the mecha. Before flying 20 meters, he suddenly saw the reflection of the glass. Something was surging in the room. Qin Yanyi smashed the glass and pulled down the curtains. The 2 mantises inside had not finished their actions. The male mantis's head had been pulled off and eaten by the female mantis, and the female mantis's eyes were slowly turning green. Shin Rong, who was below, was shocked when he saw him breaking the glass. After the last pollution area, he was really a little afraid of breaking anything in this pollution area. But it would be difficult to encounter such a weird otaku pollution source in such a short time. Qin Yanyi rushed into the room and fired with a hot weapon. The evolving female mantis instantly dodged Qin Yanyi's weapon. Qin Yanyi then used a rule-based weapon. His rule-based weapon was restraint. He deliberately changed a weapon targeting the pollution source here. A golden net appeared, imprisoning the female mantis that was about to escape here. After Qin Yanyi trapped it, he did not move rashly. He went down 1 floor, used his breath to hide, and forgot to look through the crack of the door. In the team voice, Qin Yanyi's voice was filled with some indescribable emotions. He said, "We are lucky to encounter the self-evolution of the pollution source. The evolution of the pollution source is like the shedding of the skin of a snake. Every time it evolves, their pollution value will rise a little. The pollution sources here, without people outside eating them, can actually begin to evolve, and the way they evolve is through self-evolution. I have some bad news for you. Don't panic for now. There are no mantises outside because they have all entered the building. You may encounter male and female mantises cooking, or female mantises that have already evolved, or female mantises feeding their offspring with a few little mantises." Yang Quanshi quickly realized the problem and asked, "Did you see them all?" "Yeah." Qin Yanyi hummed and said, "The densely packed little mantises are almost sickening me." Shin Rong has never understood the way these pollution sources evolve. The first thing he has to bear is where the energy for their evolution comes from. Shin Rong, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, always feels that the energy in this world is conserved. Becoming stronger or weaker is all about energy conversion. It is understandable that the female mantis becomes stronger. After all, she eats the green mantis. But how do those little mantises grow up? Could it be that they absorb the energy of the red mantis? But obviously they still have to get it from the outside world. Now the contaminated area has not been opened, and there are no human mercenaries. Obviously, this is not the best time to evolve. This pollution source seems to be eager to become stronger. Of course, the idea of the pollution source is different from that of humans. Maybe she just wants to reproduce or eat some offspring. Qin Rong once met a mother who was obsessed with giving birth and turned into a pollution source. It was a spider. Its way of evolution was to lay eggs on spider silk, wait for the little spiders to grow up, eat the little spiders, and then lay more eggs. If the mantises in this contaminated area are all evolving, then it is very likely that the pollution source in this contaminated area is in a critical period of evolution. Chapter 80. Qin Yanyi did not think that the pollution source might evolve by eating mantises, but he obviously felt that the female mantis's way of eating was particularly uncomfortable. Moreover, the little mantises are replicas of the pollution source. If they grow up, I am afraid that this pollution area will really be upgraded to Class A. But there are 30 buildings in this community, each with 25 floors. If there are mating mantises on each floor, then obviously the 17 of them are not enough to fight. So Qin Yanyi hid his body, restrained his breath, and quietly landed on the ground again. Qin Yanyi said in the team voice, "Search for the pollution source in a scattered manner. This place is too big. Be careful, it is best not to conflict with the mantises in the building. If the noise is too loud, they may sense the danger and swarm over." After Qin Yanyi finished speaking, he assigned teams to everyone. Based on the idea that men and women work together without getting tired, Qin Rong and Shenlang were assigned to the same group. As for why they were divided like this, Qin Yanyi felt that Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi were both relatively powerful C players. Separating one with Shenlang and the other with Qian Jianing would increase the survival possibility of the latter two. Shenlang had not been alone with Qin Rong before, but they did not feel uncomfortable being in the same team when it came to the mission. Each of them chose a direction, and the 17 people were divided into 9 teams. Qin Yanyi was in one team, and the others were 2 people. After they were separated, the search speed increased immediately. Within an hour, the team members sent notifications one after another. No pollution source was found in Building 4. No pollution source was found in Building 7. No pollution source was found in Building 14. Qin Rong searched Building 12. She was in the Mecha and did not transform, so the pollution source here could not sense her, and would not jump out to drive her away because of danger. Qin Rong used his spatial ability to explore before Shenlang, but it was too late. The scene was a bit eye-catching. Qin Rong went to another floor after exploring. Shenlang was separated from her. Qin Rong went from the front to the bottom, and Shenlang went from the bottom to the top. The two met on the 5th floor. Shenlang said in a private chat, "How did you search so quickly?" Xiangyin thought to herself, "If I just stand there, I will have a view of the whole floor. How can it not be fast? If I wasn't afraid of being discovered too quickly, Qin Rong could search a building in an instant." Qin Rong couldn't help but sigh. The skills of the pollution source and the skills on the Mecha, one is like the genuine one, and the other is like a crudely made pirated one. This space skill is placed on the Mecha. Not only the energy consumption must be considered, but also whether it will be discovered. However, if Qin Rong uses it, as long as the pollution source level is not as high as hers, she can use it at will. As for energy consumption, Qin Rong is eager to consume the B-level pollution source that she has eaten. If she uses more space ability, she can lose some weight. So Qin Rong said, "My eyes are good." Shenlang said, "Don't you not check carefully? If you just glanced and left, it's the same as not checking at all. There's no point." Qin Rong now missed Jiang Yuqi a little. At least this kid is not as suspicious as Shenlang. He seems to be born like a trusting puppy. He believes whatever Qin Rong says. Qin Rong explained, "I did check everything. If you are not sure, you can go up and take a look." Shenlang was not sure, so he went up one more floor and checked it carefully. Shenlang was a little embarrassed because he didn't find anything. He was also a bit sensitive. He said to Qin Rong, "Don't think too much. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this is my first time in the contaminated area and I want to be more serious." Qin Rong said, "I understand that you have your considerations, but time is tight. Once the pollution source finds us, it will definitely disguise itself. Let's check a few more buildings." Shenlang disagreed. "If we rush in and check all the places in a hurry, but find nothing and the pollution source is hidden, wouldn't it be a bigger loss? It's better to be more meticulous, so that we don't have to rework the floors we have checked. Qin Rong said helplessly. You are right, then check again. After Qin Rong finished speaking, he turned around and flew upstairs, and then went down floor by floor at the speed of Shenlang, and finally the two met on the 15th floor. Shenlang then said to all voices, there is nothing on the 14th floor. Shenlang was not wrong to be meticulous and serious, but it was right to be like him. But Qin Rong was cheating and couldn't tell him. The search of the 14th building was over. Qin Rong, and he came to the 20th building again. Shenlang's search progress was slow, and Qin Rong couldn't just wait for him. This time Qin Rong first scanned the building, and after confirming that there was no pollution source, she stood on the rooftop and observed the differences between each floor, trying to see some difference. Each building was similar, and when placed together, it was like stacked building blocks. A 25-story building was nothing in the Beijing-Tianjin area. Looking around, there were 50-story buildings in the farther communities. You couldn't see the difference between these communities with your eyes. At most, some floors had windows open, and you could see that little mantises lived in the windows. Observing like this, Qin Rong suddenly felt something strange. The mantises living in human buildings are just like ordinary humans. There's a nest in one house, some big and some small, just like a normal human family. If they are mantises without consciousness and only have instincts, why don't they live together in several nests? If it is the nature of mantises, it seems more normal to have a group here and a group there, evenly distributed in each room, more like humans. At this time, a rapid breathing sound suddenly came from the team voice. Building 16, we have been discovered, and the mantises in a building are approaching. Building 16 is very close to Qin Rong, and she doesn't want to waste time with Shenlang here, so she replied, I come to support. After that, she left Shenlang behind in a cool and neat manner, and the mecha turned on the flight mode, took off directly in the air, and came to the roof of Building 16. She asked again, which floor? A man replied hurriedly from the other side, 7th floor. The mecha was too big, and it was not easy to enter the stairwell. She flew directly to the glass on the 7th floor, then broke the glass and rushed in. As soon as she entered, she was discovered by the female mantis, who was red-eyed with killing. The female mantis flew towards Qin Rong, and her sharp forelimbs flew past Qin Rong. There were too many of them, and it was meaningless to dodge. Qin Rong fired a thermal weapon and smashed it directly. The thermal weapon immediately ignited everything that could be ignited in the room. The injured mantis roared angrily. There were about a dozen mantises, and they rushed towards Qin Rong one by one. They were very close, and it took only about 0.1 seconds for them to approach Qin Rong. But Qin Rong opened the space with his backhand, slowing down the space around them, and reducing the speed they were proud of. Then a very strange scene appeared. Around Qin Rong, an invisible field seemed to be formed. All the mantises that approached her would slow down quickly, and each one of them moved like a robot without oil. If he could kill them at this time, Qin Rong would kill them directly, but the source of pollution has not been found yet. Qin Rong doesn't know if killing too many pollutants will alarm the source of pollution. The reduction of pollutants will reduce the pollution index, and when the pollution index decreases, the source of pollution will notice something is wrong. Qin Rong asked again in the team, have you found the source of pollution? Qin Yangyi replied, I found a creature suspected of being the source of pollution. It is not in the building, but in the green belt of the community. Qin Yangyi didn't dare to get too close. He had already privately chatted with Yang Quanshi to ask him to come over. It was too disadvantageous to deal with a Class B pollution source alone. If this is the source of pollution, then Qin Rong can naturally let go, but if not, Qin Rong killing these pollutants now is likely to make the source of pollution start to hide itself. Qin Yangyi is the commander-in-chief this time. Qin Rong asked, I am now rescuing in Building 16. Can I kill the pollutants? Damn, I'm about to be killed, and you still care about whether I can kill them? The boy who sent out the distress signal could not help but get angry in a life-or-death situation. Qin Yang said, save people first. If this is not the source of pollution, we can look for it later. Qin Rong responded, and quickly killed the slowed mantis. She walked inside, and soon found the male classmate, who was fighting. The two classmates were trapped in the middle. The pollutants were very smart. They surrounded them. Each pollutant went up to harass them, and then retreated. They harassed them, and then retreated. The alloy mecha was chopped so many times by them, and only a few white blades appeared. There is no danger to life at present. Qin Rong, what do you mean by almost killing them? Isn't it obvious that they can't be killed at all? But it is estimated that these two people have been scared by the numerous pollutants. They always feel that it is only a matter of time before they are killed, so they have lost their minds. Qin Rong did not use his ability in front of these two people, but killed them alone. She turned on the voice and said, "Follow me and break out." The two mechas followed her like little chickens, and jumped out of the window step by step. After jumping out of the window, the two men said, as if they had survived a disaster, "Thank you, it's a good thing you came." Qin Rong couldn't help but say, "You don't have to worry too much. Their forelimbs only left a few marks on your mechas, and they can't break the defense." Who said they can't break it? They are so strong, and they are so fast that they can't be avoided. Even if they can't break the defense temporarily, they will definitely fail after a long time. Look at my arm mecha, it has been dented. It can't be cut open even after being dented. Doesn't it mean that it can't be broken at all with the sharpness of the pollutants? Qin Rong also understood that these people have been in the school, under siege, and they always hear the sound of mechas being knocked. They must be under a lot of pressure. She is not a teacher now, but a student of the same grade. If she continues to talk, it will inevitably be annoying, so Qin Rong shut up. A moment later, Chen Yangyi sent a message. It is not a pollution source, but a cover-up. Chapter 81. Now that the pollution source has not been found, there is a possibility of alerting the enemy. The possibility of finding the pollution source has been further reduced. Chen Yangyi often leads freshmen in this situation, and is used to it, so he continued in the team voice with a good temper. "Continue the search and report when the search is over." Qin Rong said to the two rescue juniors, "You go to other buildings, I will search this one." The two juniors were somewhat embarrassed. The girl in front of them was their junior, and they were protected by the junior, so the senior self-esteem was a little bit uncomfortable. So one of them said, "Let's search with you. This building is very dangerous." Qin Rong said, "It's okay. I be careful not to be discovered by them. It's more efficient for us to act separately." In fact, she felt that the two of them would be a drag if they acted with her, so it would be better for her to act directly. The two seniors said this, which saved their face a little. After being rejected by Qin Rong, they immediately nodded and left. Qin Rong entered building 16 again, and began to search using space. First floor, second floor, third floor. Qin Rong found nothing wrong, and turned to search the next building. Nothing in building 16. Qin Rong waited for 10 minutes before reporting. One report after another was heard in the team voice. Finally, all the buildings were searched, and the pollution source was still not found. Qin Rong's bad guess had come true. The pollution source had learned about their entry and hid. After the search, everyone gathered together again. Chen Yangyi said worriedly, "The pollution source is likely to conceal its own breath and become a pollutant. When it becomes similar to the pollutant, it is difficult for us to distinguish the pollution source from these things." Qin Rong suddenly interrupted and said, "Deploy weapons of mass destruction and blow up this community? This is also a way to deal with the pollution source when the pollution source hides. We need to apply for that kind of weapons, and such a large area must use nuclear energy. If the land is contaminated with nuclear energy, then there will be no people living in it for the next 100 years. There are too many newly populated contaminated areas recently. If we use this method for every one of them, the Beijing-Tianjin district should simply not use it. It is indeed the same reason. It depends on whether it is worthwhile to use large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention the cost of such weapons, just this piece of land is sky-high. This place is a relatively prosperous place in the Beijing-Tianjin district. The house price is about 20,000 star coins per square meter. The first floor of the building is 400 square meters, 25 floors, and 30 buildings. Apart from the greening, the sunroom with 7 floors in front and back, the market value of the building alone is 6 billion. How many pollution source drops can 6 billion buy? The drops of Class B pollution sources are only 5 million, but Class B pollution sources can be worth 6 billion. What should we do now? Another person asked. Qin Yang said, "Take a break, and come again after the pollution source relaxes its vigilance. We will deal with other pollution areas first. There are many new pollution areas, and they have 5 of them. In addition to this one, they have to deal with other ones. Don't be depressed. We have learned a lot this time, and no one was injured. We have gained more exploration experience." Qin Yang is still very good at comforting people. It is indeed much better to think so. But Qin Rong's eyes are a little worried. It stands to reason that the pollution source will not retreat so quickly. Generally, it will hide when it estimates that the gap between the two sides is too big and it cannot be defeated. This pollution source is so timid, it is very likely because he is about to evolve. Next time, this place will be an A-level pollution area. And the difficulty of dealing with an A-level pollution area is much greater than that of a B-level. Qin Rong doesn't want to give up. Her mind is turning quickly, thinking about the possibilities. If this pollution source is like the spider she met before, evolving by swallowing pollutants, then he will definitely be tempted when he encounters a more powerful pollutant. And obviously, Qin Rong is a very delicious dessert. Qin Rong thought he could give it a try. Even if the pollution source was unmoved, Qin Rong would not lose. Qin Rong quietly stepped back a few steps, came behind everyone, and then opened the cockpit. The intelligence system of the cockpit had been turned off by Qin Rong a long time ago, otherwise it would definitely pop up a window to ask Qin Rong to close the cockpit and prevent infection. Qin Rong's arm was removed by Qin Rong. She didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, when her arm was removed and she jumped into the contaminated area through the gap in the cockpit, she felt a long-lost comfort. Qin Rong originally wanted to transform another arm, but her body did not allow her to become complete. This seemed to be a rule. When her body was separated, her human body could not become complete. Anyway, no one else could see it, and Qin Rong didn't care. She just felt a little emotional in her heart. If she had known this, it would be better to remove a leg. After all, her hand still had to control the mecha, and it was particularly inconvenient to lose one. But at this time, Shenlang had already discovered that something was wrong with her, so Qin Rong could only close the cockpit and stop making small moves. Shenlang hesitated and privately chatted with Qin Rong. Just now, did you open the cockpit a little bit? Qin Rong said straightforwardly, you saw it wrong? Shenlang didn't think that his eyesight would be wrong, but Qin Rong had no reason to open the cockpit. In such a high concentration, opening the cockpit would be a disease. Before Shenlang could figure out the reason, the alarm on Chen Yangyi's mecha suddenly sounded. The pollution value concentration suddenly increased. Chen Yangyi became nervous. Qin Rong turned into a body like flowing water, and quickly shuttled on the grass. She was like a small cake that was swaggering in the market, showing off to the local mantis. Most of the pollution sources are not very intelligent, and the instinct of survival makes them do things that are beneficial to themselves. After Qin Rong's arm appeared, the mantis fell into a dilemma. He thought this might be a trap. But even if this is a trap, as long as he eats the pollution source that came to his territory to pee and mark, he can complete the evolution immediately. After the evolution, this group of enemies will not be a threat. He hesitated for a while, and his not-so-smart brain commanded him to make a decision. He was going to eat this ignorant little snack that provoked him, so Chen Yangyi was even more shocked. He had no idea what caused the current situation. He stared at the pollution index and said, the pollution value has soared to 5,000. We are now in the center of the pollution. The pollution source has appeared. It was Qin Rong who caused the pollution value to soar just now. Now the pollution value has become 5,000, which is the real pollution source. When the pollution source does not hide itself, Chen Yangyi can easily find the pollution source according to the pollution index. Anyway, just go to the place with the highest index. So Chen Yangyi said to everyone in the team, follow me, we will soon face the pollution source, you should be well protected. After that, Chen Yangyi did not miss this opportunity and controlled the mecha to fly at high speed on the ground. Others followed suit and ran in a certain direction behind Chen Yangyi. The place they arrived at was the 26 buildings they had just explored. Now they didn't need to look for it, the pollution source was standing there, and was fighting with a. Chen Yangyi had seen a lot of big things, and was stunned there. He said, what is that? Yang Quancher said in a muffled voice, slime? The black ball is liquid, but when it condenses together, it is solid. When it is on the ground, it will become the shape of a black ball of slime, and when it fights with the pollution source, it will be twisted into various shapes. Why are there two pollution sources here? Some students also realized that something was wrong. Chen Yangyi didn't understand it, but he knew what was in his favor now. He said, no matter why, let them fight first, it's best if both sides lose, and we can benefit from it. After that, Chen Yangyi led everyone to hide and watch the two pollution sources fight. Keep an eye on the fighting methods of these two pollution sources. If we know their methods, we will be more comfortable dealing with them. Everyone responded. A strange feeling lingered in Chen Yangyi's heart. He knew that pollution sources could not coexist, so once two pollution sources appeared in an area, the two would definitely fight. But just now, he did not detect the movement of the black slime at all. How did the other party appear? However, Chen Yangyi also has his own explanation. For example, this black slime can conceal its pollution source breath, so that the mantis pollution source cannot detect it. When the mantis pollution source is at the critical stage of evolution and cannot be distracted, it will jump out and hit him, swallow him, and strengthen itself. After thinking about such a story, Yangyi looked at the two pollution sources again, and he didn't think it was so weird. The scene at the moment was not in school, not on the screen, but a real fight between pollution sources. Yangyi asked the students to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They were really lucky to encounter such a scene. The students all stared at the images collected in the cockpit and started recording. They wanted to record this section and brag to other students later. The two pollution sources soon distinguished the superiority. This place was the place where the mantis pollution source was located. The black slime was finally defeated, and was pierced by the mantis's forelimbs and pressed to the ground. But this black slime had a great ability to escape. After being severely injured by the black slime, it turned into drops of small water drops. It began to move on the grass in the form of small water drops. There were too many small water drops, so the mantis didn't know which one to chase. Then the black slime escaped in this water drop form. Yang said to Yang Quancher, "You go chase that slime, I deal with this mantis." "Can you do it alone? Let's deal with this mantis together." That black slime can actually leave its own pollution area and reach the pollution area of another pollution source. It's more threatening, and I suspect it's actually an S-level pollution source. How can he lose? Chapter 82. Maybe he was hit hard but survived. His strength is not as good as before, but now, he wants to devour other pollution sources to restore his strength. After listening to Yangyi's guess about Qin S-level pollution source, Rong said, He could really imagine. Yang Quancher said, "Wang Ning, Lu Jun, Jiang Yuqi, Qian Jianing, the four of you follow me, and the rest follow Captain Chen." Things are a little troublesome. Qin Rong doesn't want to fight with Yang Quancher. Although it is not certain that he can't win, but if he does, it will also reduce the strength of his own people. And Qin Rong separated her arm this time, and found a problem. Her arm can't be too far away from the body. 2 kilometers is the limit. If it exceeds 2,000 meters, Qin Rong will lose contact with the arm. If she loses control of Qin Rong, it is likely to become a new pollution source or a pollutant. Qin Rong can't say for sure, she hasn't tried it. The black slime was hit by a cannon from Yang Quancher, and started fighting with Yang Quancher and his men. Yang Quancher and Qian Jianing both carried rule-based weapons that could restrain the black slime's body. In the previous battle, Yang Quancher judged that the black slime seemed not to be destroyed by physical attacks, so he planned to use the power of rules to imprison it and study it slowly. Qin Rong was in a state of panic. This was really out of control. She couldn't let the black slime rush to her in public, nor could she stop Yang Quancher. Should she wait for Yang Quancher to catch the black slime, and then she would find a way to secretly take it back? Even if he was the former director of the administration, it would be unlikely. Qin Rong's thoughts in her mind changed instantly, and at the same time, she controlled one hand to follow Chen Yang to attack the mantis pollution source. In a flash, Qin Rong suddenly felt that her body had gained some kind of spirituality. Observing carefully, it was a kind of talent. Suddenly, she had learned a new skill without a teacher, and she could possess. This should be the new ability gained from digesting the previous pollution source. It came at the right time, and Qin Rong immediately used this new ability. So when Yang Quancher and others were about to succeed, the black slime suddenly disappeared. Everyone who was fighting was stunned. Yang Quancher had been to many polluted areas, but he had never seen such a pollution source that could suddenly disappear in public. Yang Quancher had a video of the fight scene just now. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only look through the fight video and try to find some clues. But after watching it again, he found that the slime just disappeared suddenly. Do you have any ideas? In order not to distract Yangyi, Yang Quancher did not say it in the team voice, but directly turned on the loudspeaker. Jiang Yuqi next to him actively answered, "Could it be that this slime is a collection of energy bodies? It just fought with us and consumed all its energy, and then disappeared." Qin Rong, who was possessed by a weak grass, said, "It's you, Jiang Yuqi. I don't even need to do anything. You helped me think of a reason." But Qian Jianing next to him said, "If it is an energy body, shouldn't it disappear gradually from large to small?" Qin Rong thought, "Thank you, Miss Qian, you provided me with ideas, and I'll act like you next time." Yang Quancher said, "You spread out and look for it. Maybe this slime has spatial attributes and disappeared by teleportation." Although Qin Rong can control the space around her, her arms can't do it, and now her arms are 400 meters away from her. Even if Qin Rong wants to teleport, it is unlikely. Yang Quancher didn't leave. He was still in the same place, collecting his vision bit by bit to check and find the slime. But obviously, the ability of possession cannot be checked by the naked eye. Yang Quancher turned on the loudspeaker and said, "Pollution may also grow or shrink, or turn into something else. If you have any strange objects around you, bring them over to me for inspection. Even the most common cruisers cannot be careless. They have all experienced many polluted areas and understand the talents of the pollution sources. Moreover, the Management Bureau will exchange information about the pollution sources, so the cruisers know much more about the pollution sources than the pollution sources know about the cruisers. Yang Quancher has dug the ground for 3 feet around here, but he still hasn't found the black slime. Qin Yanyi over there asked Yang Quancher for help. How is your side? This mantis is too fast and can hide too well. Your rule weapon can slow down his movements. I need you here. Yang Quancher said. I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange situation. But now I have no trouble here. I come to help you. As soon as Yang Quancher and Qian Jining arrived, the mantis that was playing hide-and-seek with them finally failed. One of Yang Quancher's weapons is a very rare time weapon. Qin Rong was almost caught because of this weapon just now. However, this is just a drop material from a Class B pollution source. After being made into a weapon, it can only slow down the time of a certain person or a certain pollution source by 1/3. The original speed of the mantis was 50 meters per second, but now it has dropped to more than 30 meters per second. The sudden drop in speed has also relieved a lot of pressure on the people chasing him. Yu Rong, Shen Lang, you two go to the left to block. Zhao Jia, Wang Jing, you two go to the right. The mantis was forced to turn by Qin Yanyi behind him, and he finally chose the left side to attack. The sharp mantis legs hit the outside of Shen Lang's mecha, making a very unpleasant piercing sound. Qin Rong appeared behind the mantis like a ghost, and chopped the mantis's neck with a cold weapon. The mantis's speed is still very fast. As a creature, it is much more flexible than the mecha. After barely dodging Qin Rong's moves, Shen Lang's attack came again. Qin Rong did not reveal any flaws in front of Shen Lang, and attacked the mantis with his mecha. While dodging, the mantis was hit by Qin Rong's 2 attacks, but the effect of the cold weapon was limited and did not cause fatal damage, only leaving 2 cuts on his body. Although Shen Lang failed to hurt the mantis, he also interfered with the mantis for Qin Rong, and the mantis found that Qin Rong was like a loach, even more difficult to deal with than the mecha that chased him at the beginning. The mantis has a natural intuition for fighting. Under the guidance of this intuition, he found that if he continued to fight, he would not be able to escape death, so he chose a more dangerous path. He wanted to evolve at this moment. Although the timing of evolution was not enough, the energy of the mantis born was not enough for him to evolve. But now he had no other choice. The sharp cry suddenly spread in all directions. In an instant, the female mantises hiding in the building, and even the newly born mantises, rushed towards the mantis pollution source under this call. Qin Yanyi's face changed, and he said, "Not good. There are too many. Those mantises are very fast, so fast that it makes people dizzy. They want to stop them, but they can only stop 1 or 2. The huge number is like a tide. It is hard not to feel desperate." At this time, Qian Jining flew to the air. He used her other range-killing weapon on the densely approaching mantises. The blazing flames fell from the sky, like raindrops, and fell evenly on the ground. The defense of pollutants is much weaker than that of the pollution source, commonly known as high attack and low defense. Any pollutants that were dripped into the flames were instantly turned into ashes. After this attack, a large area of pollutants was cleared, and 1/4 of the number was gone. Sensing the sudden drop in pollution value, the pollution source mantis let out a shrill wail. Qin Yanyi privately chatted with Qian Jining. Attack again in the southeast direction. Qian Jining said, "No more energy. This is also normal. Such a large-scale attack must drain Qian Jining's energy." The battle was over in an instant, because these things were too fast, and there was no effective solution in the blink of an eye. After the artillery fire was over, they used cold weapons. But even so, the 17 of them were still very small when facing thousands of pollutants. In the end, half of the pollutants rushed to Shen Lang and Qin Rong alive. Qin Yanyi shouted to the team voice, "Don't fight, retreat." But it was too late. It was impossible to entangle the source of pollution and try to avoid the army of pollutants. The 2 mechas were instantly swallowed by the tide-like army. Qin Yanyi said while killing the pollutants, "Are they still alive?" Qin Rong said, "They can't cut our mechas, they must be alive, but Shen Lang's vision is gone." Qin Rong's vision is still there, because she gave up defense at the last second, stretched out her hand to cover the vision collection on her head, and used her hand to protect the vision. Shen Lang's hand was pressed down when he was just washed away, and he couldn't protect it. After being trampled, the mechas of the 2 people had different degrees of dense. While Qin Yang was trying to strangle the pollutants, He was moving towards Qin Rong and Shen Lang, trying to lead them away from the pollutants. But when he was about to get close, Qin Rong had already come out with Shen Lang. Shen Yang was surprised and said, "Shen Lang, Yu Rong, how did you get out?" Shen Lang said, "Yu Rong commanded me to get out." It was a very simple sentence, but it contained too much information. Shen Yang remembered that at the beginning, a team was besieged, and it was Qin Rong who helped them get out. Shen Lang thought to himself, "This kid is really amazing, a good seedling." Yang Quancher kicked away the pollutant that was clinging to him at his feet, and asked in the team voice, "What's the situation?" There were also many pollutants where Yang Quancher was. These pollutants rushed in from all directions and dispersed the team. It can only be said that it was a good thing that the pollution source did not know the art of war. Otherwise such a large number of soldiers would really be enough for them to drink a pot. The source of pollution is eating these pollutants. I'm afraid he wants to evolve. Damn, I can't beat an A-level 1. Stop him. Chapter 83. Of course they wanted to stop them, but there were too many pollutants around. Even if these pollutants could not break the defense of the mecha, it would be difficult to move them if a group of pollutants rushed up. After 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Chen Yangyi and Qin Rong finally joined together. Chen Yangyi said to Qin Rong and Shen Lang, "Yu Rong, Shen Lang, you two escort me in." If Shen Lang was not here at this time, Qin Rong could use the power of space to slow down the speed of these pollutants and catch them all in one fell swoop. But because Shen Lang was suspicious of her, if she made any abnormal moves at this moment, she might really be pulled into the research institute for inspection. Qin Rong did not want to gamble on the friendship between Shen Lang and herself, so she chose to let her arm. Under Qin Rong's control, the black slime attached to the grass changed the attached unit one after another, and when it changed the attached object, the pollution value would also follow. The pollutants sensed Qin Rong's identity as the source of pollution, and they all rushed towards Qin Rong like moths to a flame. Obviously, compared with those iron lumps, the black slime is more attractive to the mantis. Even the mantis itself, if it is not tied up, will eat Qin Rong. When Shen Yangyi discovered this situation, he immediately said to all members, "Good opportunity, these pollutants are targeting the black slime. You all move towards me and focus on the source of pollution." As soon as the pollutants loosened their entanglement with these mechas, the mechas that had just followed Shen Yangyi rushed over. He fired 3 artillery missiles in a row, successfully killing and injuring dozens of pollutants. However, this number seems very small in the army of pollutants. When the trajectory needs to cool down, they use cold weapons to chop the mantis, and when the cooling is over, there are a few more shells. Originally, these people could not hit the pollutants, but because they were gathered together, the pollutants could not escape, and any random shell could hit them. After the black slime swallowed several pollutants, its energy was restored a lot, and its body became bigger. A big mouth grew strangely on its body, like a sea monster, eating the pollutants one by one. The evolving mantis seemed to realize that something that originally belonged to it was taken away by the slime. He roared angrily, and the pollutants, under this mental pressure, actually became a little faster. This was a tug of war, and the balance sometimes tilted towards the mantis, and sometimes towards humans. Qin Rong took advantage of Chen Yangyi and others not having time to take care of him, and desperately swallowed the pollutants. The energy used for the evolution of the mantis was swallowed by Qin Rong, who swallowed it very quickly. Qin Rong's possession ability allowed her to move instantly to eat the next pollutant. When Wang Ning, who was being entangled by several pollutants on his mecha's hands and feet, and couldn't get rid of them at all, thought he was going to be entangled to death, Qin Rong appeared and helped him swallow all the pollutants on his body. The black liquid flowed, like the tentacles of an octopus, rubbing against the outer shell of the mecha. The sticky feeling made Wang Ning think he was going to die here. The black slime was much stronger than the pollutant, and had a strong strangling force. Perhaps in an instant, he would be squeezed into a meat paste. But the next moment, his eyes were clear, and the slime ate the pollutant and retreated. "Wang Ning, what are you standing there for? That slime is also a pollutant. Attack it." Yang Quancher was troubled by the pollutant. Apart from his rule-based weapons, his bulky mecha was actually extremely unsuitable for dealing with this kind of pollutant. But he relied on his own skills to dodge continuously, and was not completely entangled. It was just that there were too many, which made him very irritable. While being irritable, he also had to go to see the group of babies he brought with him. Seeing Wang Ning entangled by the pollutant and falling to the ground, he was unable to help. He was very angry in his heart. Who knew that this kid actually watched the black slime slip away? Sleepwalking, kid, hurry up and stand up, and don't get entangled again. Yang Quancher's roar brought Wang Ning back to his senses. He was quite embarrassed and whispered, The slime didn't seem to have the intention to attack. It also helped me eat the pollutants on my body. Yang Quancher was speechless. He said, "The slime didn't attack you because you are an iron lump. It's useless to eat you. The reason why he helped you is that the pollutants on your body are his food. Don't project your human feelings onto the pollutants." "Yes, I understand." Wang Ning regrouped and continued to fight against the pollutants. 20 minutes later, Yang Quancher, Jiang Yuqi, Qian Jining, they had almost reached 400 meters around the pollution source. And Chen Yangyi was on the other side of Yang Quancher, and them, 200 meters away from the pollution source. The closer to the pollution source, the more pollutants there are, and the greater the pressure they have to resist. Yang Quancher killed another pollutant. He turned around, and suddenly saw Qian Jianing's legs were entangled, and the pollutant was climbing up her body. "Qian Jianing, be careful. Use your rule weapon quickly." Qian Jianing's tone was very deep and steady, as if she was telling a very ordinary thing. She said, "There is no energy source." Yang Quancher was even more angry. He said, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you rush in when there is no energy source? Do you want to die early and be reborn early?" After scolding Qian Jianing, he said to Jiang Yuqi, "Jiang Yuqi, don't go forward, you go to save Qian Jianing." Qian Jianing said, "I still have cold weapons, no need to save." They used the microphone of the whole team. Qian Jianing's voice could be heard by everyone. Shen Lang was also bloodthirsty at this time, scolding, "Will you die if you don't install it? If cold weapons can kill the pollution source, do you still need to install rule-based weapons?" Shen Lang said, "Put aside your face as a young lady, retreat is not a shameful thing." He said this, almost wanting to trample Qian Jianing's self-esteem under his feet. Qian Jianing brought the best equipment in the team. If she hadn't used up all the energy to freeze the black slime and eliminate the quarter of the pollutants, she would be ahead of Jiang Yuqi now. She looked forward and saw Jiang Yuqi was 50 meters away from him. It was just the most ordinary mecha issued by the administration, but it could get closer to the pollution source than her. Is it really her fault? Why can't she beat her? When Qian Jianing was discouraged and ready to retreat, she suddenly heard a sticky friction sound coming from the mecha shell. It was the sound of liquids colliding with each other, sticking to the point of bubbles. Her mecha was liquid metal, and the slime was also liquid. The strange sound quickly made Qian Jianing's sense of danger come online. She took the cold weapon and chopped at the slime on her body, but the slime seemed to have predicted her action. Split into two black balls, one bite at a time, ate the pollutants next to her. With her legs freed, Qian Jianing made a choice in a split second. She did not chop the slime again, but ignored it and continued to attack the pollutants. The slime eats very quickly. Like a python, it shuttles through narrow places, clearing pollutants wherever it goes. Qian Jianing had an intuition telling her that the slime was cooperating with her. 2 fists could not defeat the pollutants on all sides, but adding a slime was enough. When Qian Jianing was about to be entangled, the slime would swallow the pollutants like a ghost. One person and one pollution source, they actually achieved a weird balance. Qian Jianing's pressure was greatly reduced, and she even quickly came to Jiang Yuqi's side. Jiang Yuqi raised his hand and fired a cannon at the black slime. But the artillery fire misjudged the direction of the slime and only blew up a little grass. Qian Jianing privately chatted with Jiang Yuqi and said, "Don't attack him." Jiang Yuqi said, "But he may be an extremely powerful source of pollution. If he eats so many sources of pollution, he may become more difficult to deal with than a mantis." Jiang Yuqi also had a hunch that if he let the slime eat here, he might become more terrible than the mantis in the future, or even more terrible. Qian Jianing ignored Jiang Yuqi and said, "But the fact is that he not only did not show any aggression towards us, but also helped us eat the pollutants. As for what happens next, we talk about it later." Judging from her rationality, Qian Jianing certainly knew that Jiang Yuqi was right, but emotionally, Qian Jianing felt that this little slime was pretty good. As she spoke, Qian Jianing had already avoided Jiang Yuqi, and she and the slime had fought their way out. Worried that Yang Quancher would attack the slime, Qian Jianing also chose a road that was farther away from Yang Quancher. And Qin Rong was happy to stay by Qian Jianing's side. After all, Qian Jianing was the only one who did not attack her, and could even help her share some pressure. 400 meters. She had now reached the distance between Yang Quancher and the pollution source. 300 meters. The slime next to it has grown to half the size of the mecha. 200 meters. There are so many pollutants that the field of vision cannot collect them all. They are like bats at night, making it impossible to see them clearly. You can only wave your sword left and right. 100 meters. The smell of the pollution source has leaked out. The high pollution concentration makes Qian Jianing and the mecha feel a little trembling. At this time, the slime has grown to be almost as tall as the Mecha. The 3-meter-tall slime is like a shark entering a school of fish, and it is a buffet when it opens its mouth. However, at this juncture, Qian Jianing can even turn on the loudspeaker and say to Qin Rong, "Are you conscious?" Qin Rong will of course ignore it. Then Qin Rong heard Qian Jianing say in the team microphone, "This slime is very cute, and it feels very suitable as a pet. All members, the eldest lady is the eldest lady, and she dares to keep the pollution source as a pet." Qian Jianing was really thinking about how much money she would need to build a laboratory and keep the pollution source inside. But this pollution source was a little too big, and its food was too tricky, so it was not easy to keep. Qian Jianing thought with some regret that her tracking ability was on another mecha, otherwise she could mark this pollution source and ask an S-level cruiser to help her catch it in the future. Chapter 84. Qin Rong pretended to be like, "I am just a pollution source, and I don't understand what you are saying." After eating a lot of pollutants, the mantis hated the pollution source that invaded its territory. But the key to evolution is that the mantis cannot make trouble. The two of them were eating as if they were competing in eating speed, and the sound of crunching was endless. The chewing sound, like fried crispy bones, made everyone look weird. Qian Jianing and Qin Rong were already 50 meters away from the pollution source. On the other side, Qin Rong was 200 meters away from the pollution source. Qin Rong, who was dawdling, was killing pollutants back to back with Shen Lang. At this time, Qin Rong still did not use his space ability. When he was 40 meters away from the pollutant, the thick pollutant pounced on him like crazy. 30 meters away, Chen Yangyi said to the whole team, "Qian Jianing, I know you want to cooperate with that slime, but it's too dangerous. After eating the mantis pollution source, its next target may be you. Don't forget that your rule-based weapons are also good for it." Qian Jianing said, "There are too many pollutants. The longer it takes, the stronger the pollution source will be. I am willing to take risks." Chen Yangyi had no way to stop Qian Jianing now. He could only use a conciliatory policy and said to Qian Jianing, "Think about your family." After Qian Jianing thought of his family, he became even more silent. Without saying a word, he came to a place 20 meters away from the pollutant. Chen Yangyi didn't know Qian Jianing's family situation, so when Qian Jianing did this, he instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Chen Yang said, "No matter who it is, try to persuade her." Shen Lang said at this moment, "If you have a green mountain, you will not be afraid of a lack of firewood. If you die, when I become an S-class cruiser, you will still be a sophomore student, and you will never be as good as me." Shen Lang's advice made Qian Jianing relax. She stopped at a distance of 20 meters, and seemed to be thinking about the consequences of this matter. If she really died, it would be a bit unprofitable. Even Shen Lang might go to her grave to show off, so that she would be so angry that she would come back to life even if she died. Although there were some signs of persuasion, Jiang Yuqi said at this moment, "Let Qian Jianing and the slime cooperate to kill the pollution source, which is indeed the most efficient way at present." Yang Quancher said angrily, "Absurd. How can humans cooperate with pollution sources?" Jiang Yuqi said, "Don't think of it as cooperation. Think of it as utilization. Will it sound better?" Li Xinchen really couldn't help it. After he entered this polluted area, he felt that things were so magical. This group of sophomores were like crazy, and they were trying to show off one by one. That Qin Rong went to save people alone in the early stage, and this Qian Jianing destroyed a quarter of the pollutants and cooperated with the pollution source. Are you sophomores crazy? If you can't kill the pollution source today, you can come next time. Will the world be destroyed if there is one more Class A pollution zone? Li Xinchen really doesn't understand them, or is he really too old to understand the sacrifices of these sophomores? Jiang Yuqi said, "The world won't be destroyed, but the pollution source will explode and expand again, and I don't know how many people will die." Shen Lang scolded, "What's your business, Jiang Yuqi? Qian Jianing is going to die today. It's your responsibility. Get out of my way. Shut your mouth." Jiang Yuqi shut his mouth silently after being scolded, but he still thought that way in his heart. If he was in Qian Jianing's position today, he would definitely try to kill the pollution source. Qian Jianing's ears hurt from listening to their noise. Qian Jianing said, "Shut up. Do you think I can't kill this pollution source? Look, I can not only kill it, but also come back intact." After saying that, Qian Jianing rushed into the last 20 meters of pollution tide. When Chen Yang saw that she had made up her mind, he said, "Everyone, leave the pollution behind to relieve Qian Jianing's pressure." Before, they were moving forward, but now they were raiding. As soon as Qian Jianing rushed in, the pollutants filled the gap that Qian Jianing had rushed out of. Everyone immediately lost sight of Qian Jianing. Chen Yangyi was so angry that he asked, Are you still alive? Qian Jianing said, alive and well. The pollution source suddenly burst out with a very shrill attraction, and the pollutants rushed towards the pollution source one by one under this attraction. Chen Yanni said, kill them. Qian Jianing and Qin Rong, who were at the innermost, cooperated perfectly. Qian Jianing felt that this slime seemed to know her very well, and knew what kind of moves she would make in the next second. Her cold weapon was a special alloy. Under the guidance of the slime, her alloy weapon actually hit the mantis pollution source. This was almost impossible before, and Qian Jianing relied on her speed. She would definitely not be able to hit the mantis. But the slime entangled the mantis, and put it under her attack. Qian Jianing felt unprecedented comfort, and fighting had never been so easy. She only needed to swing her sword, and the other slime would help her solve the problem. Qian Jianing didn't have time to experience this kind of happiness, and the mantis suddenly realized something. Perhaps it was because he had eaten a lot of pollutants that he evolved a little, or perhaps it was a flash of inspiration before he died. The mantis realized that it was meaningless to fight with the slime. Even if he was angry and wanted to eat the slime, he couldn't do it. The place where he broke through now was the human wielding the sword. The human sword was very sharp, and it made many wounds on his body. This disgusting and sticky thing took the opportunity to eat a lot of bites on him. So the mantis completely ignored the slime's entanglement and let him feast on himself. He wanted to kill this human first. This scene was particularly strange. The pollutants seemed to have consciousness, and those who originally attacked the slime all scrambled towards Qian Jianing's body. The pollutants of the tide rushed towards Qian Jianing, and people also briefly gained a view of the two pollution sources. The slime pollution source had the upper hand and seemed to eat the mantis. But at this critical moment, the mantis pollution source didn't know what was wrong, and actually let its own pollutants attack Qian Jianing. Even the mantis itself rushed to Qian Jianing, and the pollutants entangled Qian Jianing's limbs, making her unable to get rid of them. They pulled Qian Jianing's two legs apart, revealing the chest inside. The mantis's limbs had become sharper after some evolution, and he angrily stabbed Qian Jianing's open chest. Qin Yang's breathing was about to stop. He couldn't bear to watch. He didn't want to see such children, who were passionate about dedicating themselves to mankind, die one by one in front of him. But these children still continued to fight, continuing their stupid and great sacrifices. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the mecha and the sharp forelimbs rubbing against each other. When Qin Yang turned his head again and again to look at Qian Jianing, he was surprised to find that Qian Jianing's defense was not broken. It was not because her mecha material was special, it was liquid metal, but because the giant slime wrapped Qian Jianing's mecha in it. He opened his mouth wide, grabbed the sharp forelimbs of the mantis pollution source, and then bit it to pieces. In the team voice, someone silently said, "This tooth is too good." Captain Chen, is the pollution source protecting Qian Jianing? Qin Yang didn't know. He had never seen such a strange pollution source. His experience told him that the pollution source was different from humans. Using human thinking to speculate on the pollution source would only lead to death. But in this situation, it is difficult not to speculate with human thinking. Qin Yang said in a hoarse voice, "It should be that the slime thinks that Qian Jianing can help him kill this mantis. But, as long as this pollution source ignores Qian Jianing, he can directly swallow the mantis. Didn't he already have the upper hand in the fight with the mantis just now?" No one answered this question. Soon, someone raised a new question. Is the slime a balloon? How did it grow so big in such a short time? It was able to completely cover the outside of the mecha, wrapping Qian Jianing's mecha tightly. Qin Yang said, "But it has eaten too much pollutants and has not been fully digested, so it is reflected in the growth of its body. The source of pollution has been exposed. Everyone, including ammunition, use long-range firepower to support Qian Jianing and kill the source of pollution." Qin Yang found the main task and temporarily forgot the weird feeling. Jiang Yuqi flew up first, aiming at the source of pollution and firing the first shot. Then, the firepower began to cover the source of pollution. The source of pollution seemed to be angry, and the pollutants were scattered to chase these ignorant humans. The tug-of-war came to the end. Qin Rong exposed Qian Jianing's sword, and then controlled Qian Jianing to kill the source of pollution. If the fight is like this, it may take some time to end. In order to tilt the battle situation more in his favor, Qin Rong used that space ability. But she used it very carefully, quietly, pretending to kill the pollutant, and came within 200 meters of the mantis pollution source. Then, she slowed down the speed of the mantis pollution source. In the battle situation, a small mistake may tilt the balance of success. The next moment after Qin Rong did this, the mantis pollution source seemed to have not reacted to the situation. He thought he had dodged the sword, but in fact he hadn't. The sword pierced his neck, not just brushing his neck. The head fell to the ground, and in an instant, the pollutant began to dissipate. Qin Rong also ran away immediately, got off Qian Jianning's body, ate the pollution source's head in one bite, and then attached himself to the grass. Qin Yangyi rushed to Qian Jianning in a flash. He wanted to catch the slime, but who knew that the other party was as cunning as a human and slipped away in an instant. "Where is the slime?" Qin Yangyi asked. Qian Jianning said, "I don't know." "Why don't you keep him?" Qian Jianning raised his eyebrows. "Can I keep him?" The pollution source on the ground gradually disappeared, and when the pollution source disappeared, a shining crystal appeared on the ground. Chapter 85. Qian Jianning, who was closest, picked up the crystal. The size of the crystal was just right for Qian Jianning to pick it up with 2 fingers. Its color was green with a hint of red, and it had a strange color under the light. After the pollutants disappeared, the dropped materials of the pollutants also appeared. Although the price of these materials was not as high as the price of the pollution source, the quantity was huge. Qin Yangyi directed the students and said, "Pick up all the dropped materials, put them in the space necklace, take them back to the bureau to estimate the price, and give them to you as subsidies." A cheer came from the team call. Qin Yangyi took the crystal from Qian Jianning's hand, and he frowned and said, "It seems to be a little smaller than the B-level crystal. It should be because the head of the pollution source was swallowed by the slime." Qian Jianning said, "Don't call it slime, give it a name." When it comes to naming, everyone became excited and offered suggestions. "Why not call it Black Tuanzi?" said Jian Yuqi, who was bad at naming. "It sounds terrible." Qian Jianning refused. "Black was also called Xuanzi in the past. Why not call it Xuanchuanzi?" said Shenlang. "Are you upset with Tuanzi?" "Slime sounds better," said Yang Quanshi. "Neither of them is good. Although he looks like a slime, you can't just name him after a slime," said Chen Yang. "Why not call him Zunlingshu?" Wang Ning also joined the naming army. Having been saved, he was eager to try for the naming rights of the Black Tuanzi. Li Xinchen said to him unhappily, "What's your business? It sounds impressive, but it doesn't look like a pollution source. Aren't pollution sources usually represented by codes, such as 001? Qin Yangyi explained, "Pollution sources are usually represented by numbers, such as the one we hit today, which is number JJB0158. But for this slime, we don't know where its pollution zone is, let alone its level." Qin Yang said, "Before the official pollution source number is given, let's call it Little Black Ball first." Although everyone was not satisfied with this name, and they all thought that theirs sounded better, no one openly refuted Qin Yangyi, the boss. So the name Little Black Ball, which was neither domineering nor pollution source-like, was decided. Qin Rong was too tired to complain about this name. She remained silent and manipulated the black ball to possess her mecha. Then it entered her body through the mecha. This time, eating this Class B pollutant made Qin Rong's stomach bigger again, but it was not to the point of being full. On the one hand, it was because her stomach had become bigger, and on the other hand, it might be that she did not eat all of the mantis, but only a part of it. After spreading the meat on her stomach to other places, it did not look too obvious. Qin Rong picked up the pollutant materials on the ground while thinking about how to enter a higher level of pollution area. Her current mercenary level is not enough to enter the A-level pollution zone, and their team is not high enough to deal with the A-level pollution zone. Unless the level is exposed, Qin Rong cannot eat the A-level pollution source for the time being. Now Qin Rong is looking forward to what kind of ability it can bring her after digesting the pollution source this time. B-level pollution sources are still so helpful to her, what about A-level ones? Qin Rong is a little jealous of Yang Quanchi's time rule weapon. B-level time rules can only slow down a person or object by half when installed on weapons, so what if they are installed on himself? Or he can make someone keep the time flow speed at twice the speed. In the past, Qin Rong could not imagine this method. Qin Rong was making beautiful fantasies while picking up the dropped materials. When the materials were almost picked up, Qin Yangyi led the team to leave the pollution area. Before entering the monitoring station, the pollution value must be measured. Everyone jumped out of the mecha and stood in front of the machine to scan. When Qin Rong stood on the machine, Shenlang suddenly said, "You Rong, have you gained some weight again?" Qin Rong, Jiang Yuqi saw Qin Rong's face change, and immediately reached out to cover Shenlang's mouth. He blamed, "How can you say that to a girl?" Then he whispered in Shenlang's ear, "Even if it's true, you can't say it in public, Yu Rong will be embarrassed." Shenlang closed his mouth, indicating that he knew. Qin Rong was really afraid of Shenlang's meticulous observation. After measuring the pollution value, Qin Rong and his team entered the monitoring station. The staff member of the monitoring station, who was the one who had a good relationship with Qinyani at the beginning, looked at Qinyani with a gleam in his eyes. Where are the dropped objects? Qinyani, what are you doing? I'm just going through the procedure to confirm that you have solved the pollution source. Qinyani mercilessly pointed out, I know you like to study the dropped materials of the pollution source, but I want to sell this to the Bureau so that the people below can get bonuses. Don't use your weird detection equipment to break it for me. Don't worry, don't worry. The staff member patted Qinyani's shoulder and took the small crystal stone. Because Qian Jianing contributed the most this time, Qinyani explained to Qian Jianing, he said, this is a friend of mine, he likes to mess around with these, his family members died in pollution, so he really wants to study what pollution is. Qin Rong looked at the work card on his chest, which had his name and work number on it, and it said, Wu Yu, which should be his name. Qinyani gathered everyone together and held a small meeting with them, while Wu Yu went to test the crystal. This time we were able to successfully solve the pollution source. A large part of it was luck. Little Black Tonzi helped us a lot, this is an undeniable fact, but don't forget the truth that he is the pollution source just because he briefly shared the same goal with us. You are novices, and it is easy to be deceived by this illusion, thinking that the pollution source is like a human, with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They do have it, but the essence of their thinking is different from that of humans. In short, if you meet them, use them if you can, kill them if you can, and don't develop feelings, otherwise you will harm the teammates who fight side by side with you. Qin Yang took a look at Qian Jianing and said, just because there was no problem this time doesn't mean there won't be any problems next time. Your bravery is admirable, but I don't want to see your body. Regarding today's incident, you will write a 3,000-word report. I want to see your reflection. I will let you continue to go on missions with us when I confirm that you can fight side by side with us. Although Qian Jianing's problem is the biggest this time, it can't cover up the problems of other sophomores in your class. Jiang Yuqi, after I made it clear that Qian Jianing should step down, why are you still adding fuel to the fire? Jiang Yuqi is not as arrogant as Qian Jianing. He immediately said, sorry, I won't say that next time. But Jiang Yuqi didn't guarantee what he would say next time. He actively admitted his mistakes, but was particularly stubborn. Qin Yanni said to the two people who had just called for help, if it weren't for the pollutants that appear behind, your actions would have caused our operation to fail. Seeing that the two people turned pale, Qin Yanni didn't continue to blame them, but just said, experience more and practice your character. Fear is curiosity, but too much fear is not suitable for being a mecha soldier. It will kill you quickly. After scolding a few thorns, Qin Yanni started to praise people again. Sophomore Yurong is good. Yurong will ask for instructions before saving people, and the response after giving the order is also very quick. Keep it up. Zhang Zhe and Shenlang, you two have no merits and no faults, which is also a good state. Keep it up. When you accumulate enough experience, you will also transform. After talking about the sophomores, he started to exaggerate the juniors and seniors. Wu was already waiting by the side. He was not in a hurry, and waited for Qin Yanni to finish with a smile. The mortality rate of students led by Captain Qin is much lower than that of other captains. You must learn from it. Wu waited for Qin Yanni to finish speaking, then walked up and handed Qin Yanni a small box. This box can prevent energy leakage. Qin Yanni felt a little embarrassed by what he said, and after taking the box, he asked casually, when will you evacuate? Wait a few days. When the pollution value does not fluctuate, the Bureau will send people back for a second cleanup. When the pollution is gone, people should be able to live here. Qin Yanni, well, how about this dropped material? Wu Yu said, they will have to identify it again when they return to the Bureau. Your machine is more accurate, I will listen to you. Wu Yu smiled and said, overall, it is at the level of B-. This crystal is incomplete. If it is complete, it should be able to reach B+. How much can it be sold for? This piece is still quite practical. It can increase the attack speed of weapons. It's about 4 million. Chen Yanni became happy. It seems that if the piece in his hand is complete, it should be a top-level B-level drop. After a pause, Qin Yanni said, this time, we encountered a very strange pollution source inside. Very strange? I recorded his appearance and fighting style, and I will send it to you later. Please help me check it, and compare it in the pollution source database to see what it is. Did you encounter two pollution sources? Yes, they were fighting each other, and we took advantage of them. I said, when did you become so good at this? You solved the Class B pollution area so quickly. Qin Yanni, After saying goodbye in the monitoring station, Qin Yanni took Qin Rong and others to get on the bus again. When they left, the relationship between them was a little tense, and because they had to face pollutants, they also had some unknown fears. On the way back, because they were teammates fighting side by side, the relationship between them eased a lot. Of course, the seniors who should make trouble still love to make trouble. Li Xinshan is still unhappy with the sophomores, who don't respect him very much. He said to Qin Rong, although you are well known, but in this cleanup operation, Qian Jining is the last one to be in the spotlight. Are you willing to accept this? Chapter 86. Qin Rong listened to his very low-level provocative remarks and asked back, as a senior, you let Qian Jining, a sophomore, take the limelight. Are you willing to accept this? Li Xinshan was speechless for a while. He knew that he could not win the argument with Qin Rong, and there was no way to make the sophomores quarrel among themselves, so he simply shut up. In fact, it is very common for the older students to be the boss of the younger ones. Li Xinshan was also suppressed by his seniors in the previous year. But why can't it work for him? The juniors are okay, they don't have much presence. Among the sophomores, only Zhang Zhe and Shen Lang look honest. The remaining three are not easy to deal with. When the dream of being the boss of the younger students was shattered, Li Xinshan became autistic, but his emotions did not affect the others in the car at all. Having just experienced a passionate battle, their hormone levels had not yet stabilized. Everyone was in high spirits and talked about the pollution sources today. After chatting for half an hour, they finally stopped talking. The fatigue that was realized belatedly came up, and the students were tired and leaned on the bus to rest. However, the more they rested, the more tired they felt. When they wanted to go home and have a good sleep, Qin Yangyi smiled and said, is it not possible? Next, you still have to make the beds. You people will temporarily live in the dormitory I prepared. I will come again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and take you to the next pollution area. The dormitory prepared by Qin Yangyi is actually the dormitory for interns of the cruiser. This time, there are too many interns at once, and the dormitory capacity exceeds the standard. Some of them even live in the residential building next door. The dormitory of the cruiser is different from that of the students. It is not separated by gender, but mixed. Fortunately, there are 2 bedrooms in one room, which is much larger than a school, and there is a kitchen and bathroom, which is more like housing in the community. Since they could choose their rooms freely, Qin Rong was already familiar with Qian Jining, so he chose to share a bedroom with Qian Jining. Shen Lang and Jiang Yuqi, the good brothers, naturally also chose one. Zhang Zhe said speechlessly, you are isolating me? Jiang Yuqi immediately pulled him and said, actually, this bedroom is big enough for 3 people. Come and sleep on the floor. You 2 sleep on the bed, and I sleep on the floor. Are you still a human being? Zhang Zhe disagreed, and went to live with other students in the next room. After making the bed, Jiang Yuqi came and knocked on the door. He popped his head out and asked, do you want to play games? Qian Jining said, what games? The Star Network has received particularly high reviews recently. It is said that it is an experience of super-realistic galaxy wars. Qian Jining became interested. Soldiers always have a special liking for combat. It is not enough to kill pollutants in reality, but also to kill pirates on the internet. Qin Rong felt that the technology tree of this world was really in the wrong place. The Star Network, a fully simulated thing, has come out, but humans have not yet been able to build a spaceship and rush into the universe. The fantasy of the universe can only be carried in virtual games. Jiang Yuqi asked Qin Rong, what about you, do you want to play? Qin Rong was about to say no, when she saw Jiang Yuqi looking at her with his big, sparkling eyes. This game requires 4 people to form a team, come on. Qin Rong suddenly connected Jiang Yuqi with his Star Network image at this moment. At this moment, Jiang Yuqi looked like a rolling kitten. Qin Rong coughed and said, okay. So the 4 of them staggered on the sofa and carpet in the living room and entered the optical brain to open the online Star Wars game. No wonder the rating is high. This game really gives a sense of being in the scene, and the graphics are very rich. The small stones that flashed by during the battle are very realistic. When it was time to eat, they went to the nutrient supplement sales point to buy nutrient supplements to supplement, and then continued to play after eating. Finally, they played until bedtime. If they didn't sleep, they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. In order to face the contaminated area in a good state, everyone had to go offline and sleep. In the following days, Qin Rong seemed to have returned to the time when he first entered the management bureau. His days were a straight line, entering the contaminated area, leaving the contaminated area, entering again, and leaving again. Half a month passed, and the 5 contaminated areas originally handed over to Qin Yangyi were all resolved. Of course, The contribution of Xiao Hei Taozi was indispensable. Qian Jianing had already formed a team of scientists and began to explore whether the pollution source could be raised. Not only did Qinyang exceed the task, but the people he led had the least casualties. Apart from those with minor injuries, the two seniors in the third and fourth years were the ones who were really injured. Because of untimely treatment, one of them lost an arm and the other lost a leg. They got their own subsidies and transferred to the Department of Materials. It was common for 1 or 2 students to die in the group led by other cruisers. When the 5th contaminated area was resolved, Qin Rong felt that she seemed to have completed a transformation. It was a natural reaction, as if life had been promoted to another level. She even developed a very arrogant mentality. She was just a god who dominated everything, just like ordinary people. Of course, she was just a little too proud of her transformation. After calming down for a while, she returned to normal. If we follow the classification of pollutants by humans, then Qin Rong has now reached the category of S-level pollution sources. S-level is a watershed. When the pollution value exceeds 10,000, the pollution source will become a kind of transformation. Qin Rong also discovered this in a later period, but it was not very obvious. Now she is sure that 10,000 pollution values are indeed the threshold. In addition to her own swallowing ability, Qin Rong also gained space and possession ability because of swallowing. Qin Rong swallowed the 5 pollution sources and gained some of their abilities. Qin Rong gave them names, which are Rage obtained from the mantis. After using it, all aspects of the body will be improved, especially speed. Copy. You can copy a small black ball, which is not split from Qin Rong, but a copy of Qin Rong. It has 30% of the ability of the original body, which is very convenient for exploration. It should have 70% of the ability of the original body, but Qin Rong only swallowed half of this pollutant, so it can't achieve that effect. Eye of the Void. You can look down at the ground from a high place and get a strange bird's eye view. Qin Rong thinks this is not very useful. Heart of the Machine. If a hacker has this skill, he will be invincible, but for Qin Rong, it only allows her to use the mechanical creations within 500 meters around her. Gigantic. Originally, Qin Rong's body can be stretched and retracted freely. Qin Rong thinks this skill is also useless. The pollution source with this ability has liked watching special effects dramas since he was a child. He is a fan of the super popular heroes of Might and Magic Tyrant. After the pollution source becomes larger, it can be as tall as a 20-story building, but the physical fitness does not increase with the size. Eating him feels like eating cotton candy, swallowing it in big mouthfuls, but it feels like eating nothing. In view of the recent excellence of Qinyang's Mecha team, the above officially approved Qinyang's application for promotion to Group A. Qinyang's team also rose to prominence and had the right to enter the Class A pollution zone. As soon as he was promoted to Class A, Qinyang was urgently summoned to deal with the pollution source. Qin Rong and his team conducted the second round of siege in the 5 contaminated areas. Now, Qinyang felt that they had the experience to face the first round of siege. So when Qinyang received the emergency notice, he called the people in the team and asked them to follow him. The team now had 15 people, including Qinyang and Yang Quanshi. After quickly changing into clothes suitable for driving mechas, Qin Rong pushed open the door and went downstairs. As a result, as soon as he got downstairs, he saw familiar faces. Not only him, but also Jiang Yuqi, Zhang Zhe, and Shen Lang were standing there without moving. There are always a few people who play well in a class. So they formed a team when they were commanding the elimination match. When Luo Guanxin came in a wheelchair, everyone looked at him as if they were paying homage. His legs were empty from the calf part, because the wound had not yet fully recovered, and the knee part was wrapped with layers of sterile cloth. As a former captain, Zhang Zhe had a good relationship with these people. He was full of energy half a month ago, but now he has become like this. Zhang Zhe felt indescribably uncomfortable. Luo Guanxin looked up at them and said, "I moved out today, and will transfer to the materials department in the future. It will be much safer." Zhang Zhe said, "Can't I wear a prosthesis? You know about our line of work. Without a leg, my physical condition has been reduced by an unknown amount." Luo Guanxin couldn't accept it at first. But now, he is recovered. Compared to those who lost their lives, he is at least still alive. Luo Guanxin looked at Qin Rong and said, "I should have listened to your words at the time. I was indeed too reckless, and my words came true." Qin Rong was used to this kind of scene, but she couldn't breathe when she was hit by the sudden blow. But she couldn't lose her composure like Zhang Zhe and the others, and just comforted Luo Guanxin. "A blessing in disguise. This may be a good thing for you." After all, Luo Guanxin's character, if not tempered, could easily die in the polluted area. Qin Yanyi shouted at them at the gate, "What are you standing there for? Don't talk about the past. If you wait any longer, everyone will die." So everyone didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and got on the bus. On the bus, the scene of their friend's amputation was a bit shocking for the young people. Although the two juniors and seniors were also injured, they were not close friends after all. The people who were in trouble were their friends, which made Zhang Zhe and the others heartbroken. Qin Yanyi said, "Come on, you have to face the source of pollution that is erupting this time. This time is different from the past, you have to be very alert." Jiang Yuqi rubbed his face, and recovered quickly. Shen Lang was the last to come back to his senses, and he was still in a trance. Shen Lang was the most delicate and sensitive person, and he was often disturbed by it. Qin Rong turned his head, and looked at Qian Jianing again. Because Qian Jianing was not familiar with Luo Guanxin, Qian Jianing's mental state was good, and he did not seem depressed. The bus drove very fast and arrived at the contaminated area of the outbreak in just 15 minutes. Chapter 87. Have you oiled the thing you are wearing? When they got off the bus, they saw the erupting contaminated area. The thick gray fog enveloped the surroundings of the contaminated area, and it continued to extend outward, swallowing up the people who were running and struggling. The nearest cruiser responsible for rescue has arrived, but because of his low level, he has not entered the contaminated area yet, and is waiting for Qin Yanyi to come and take charge of the situation. The sea-level cruiser came over and said, "I have contacted the police. The outbreak site of the pollution is in a hospital. It has now spread to 2 kilometers around, and is still expanding. It is predicted that the number of people covered by the contaminated area is about 10,000. The rescue is quite difficult. It is best to kill the source of pollution directly. The instrument has been measured. The peak pollution is 7,000, with an amplitude of 500. It is too late to find a place for them to change into mechas." Qin Yanyi said to the team members, "Change the mechas on the spot, and we will go in directly." "What is the spreading speed?" Qin Yanyi asked again. The C-class cruiser said, "It was 30 meters per second before, but now it has slowed down to 5 meters per second. "Okay, your name?" "My name is Feng Sheng. My partner and I are the first to arrive. We will join your team to assist in the rescue." Qin Yang nodded slightly, entered the mecha, pulled the 17 people into the communication, and then said, "After entering, you will rescue people from the contaminated area outside, and Yang Quanshi and I will look for traces of the pollution source. Always pay attention to your pollution value. The pollution source is not stable yet. The higher the pollution value, the more likely it is that there will be a pollution source. You should all be careful." Everyone said, "Understood." So they rushed into the contaminated area one by one. When Qin Rong just entered the contaminated area, she suddenly felt a throbbing from her soul. This is a biological instinct, as if telling her not to go forward, "You will die here." The next moment Qin Rong received this message, she thought, "It's over. This is not an A-level contaminated area, this is an S-level contaminated area." S-level contaminated areas will also disguise themselves, and often the pollution value of S-level contaminated areas of the rule type is more difficult to measure than other contaminated areas. She was in the contaminated area, and there were no teammates around her. The moment they came in, the rules had already assigned them identities and positions. People who are not strong enough in spirit will forget their original identities, accept their identities in this rule world, and become one of them. Fortunately, there are mechas that can prevent them from directly contacting the pollution, and the influence of this rule will be weaker than that of others. Qin Rong can clearly recognize her identity, and she has obtained an identity information. She is an ordinary employee of a company. Because she has a fever, she has to go to the hospital for an 4 drip. The information is so brief, Qin Rong looked around, and the people here have been assimilated in the contaminated area for less than an hour. They walked on the street like zombies, as if they had become puppets under the rules, and only remember the brief personal information. Qin Rong turned around and tried to walk out of the contaminated area, but there was an invisible air wall that blocked her from leaving. This was the rule of this place. Rule 1. You can only enter, not leave. Qin Rong gave herself 3 seconds to deal with her emotions. She died in an S-level contaminated area and died together with the source of pollution, so she had a certain degree of shadow about the S-level contaminated area. Coupled with the fear that instinct conveyed to her, Qin Rong would have a feeling of retreat and escape. But obviously, reality did not allow her to escape. Her teammates were all in it. The longer they stayed, the more likely they would be assimilated and eventually become pollutants. She also wanted to warn others not to come in, but obviously, She had no ability to pass on information to the outside. She was the same as everyone else. All are trapped here. 3 seconds later, Qin Rong calmed down. She first complained about Qin Yanni's bad luck, and then planned a crime for herself. The first step is to determine the identity of the pollution source and where it is. The rule-based pollution area is different from the mantis pollution area that Qin Rong had fought before. Qin Rong can get some information from the pollution area. Qin Rong walked to the place with the highest pollution value, passing through buildings, and Qin Rong came to the hospital. After the pollution broke out, the 4,000 people in the hospital almost all failed to escape, but the people around fled quickly, and only some high-level people were left behind. So there were more than 10,000 people in this place, 4,000 of them in the hospital, and other places were empty, but the hospital was particularly lively. Since it is a hospital, there are generally 3 types of pollution sources: doctors, staff other than doctors, and patients. On the gate of the hospital, it is written as Jingjin Hospital. In Qin Rong's impression, this should be a public hospital in the Jingjin district, and each department is well equipped with personnel. Qin Rong's first suspect was the psychiatric patients, because the psychiatric department is a high-incidence area of pollution sources. After Qin Rong's years of work, her experience told her that mentally unstable people are more likely to become pollution sources. The sky was shrouded in gray fog, not dark, but a gray color. Entering the hospital, Qin Rong saw the volunteer serving with a smile at the door. "Hello, have you registered in advance? If not, you need to register on the machine first, and then go to the department to sign in." Most of those who took the initiative to talk to her were NPCs in the pollution area. As soon as Qin Rong came in, she received a message, which should be telling her that she should take reasonable actions according to the information given. So Qin Rong said to the volunteer, "Which clinic should I go to if I have a fever?" "You can go to the fever clinic. Please pay attention to the time. The evening is coming soon." Qin Rong narrowed her eyes, and the volunteer's smile looked particularly gentle, but also with a sense of mechanicalness. Suddenly, a shout came from behind Qin Rong. "You Rong?" Li Xinshan was separated from his teammates as soon as he entered this place, and then a piece of information inexplicably appeared in his head. He didn't know what was going on. He had never entered a rule-based contaminated area. He could only try to wander around and find his teammates. Then, at the hospital outpatient department, he saw Yu Rong talking to a volunteer. The tall mecha looked particularly conspicuous. Because the team voice was not available when he came in, it seemed that the signal transmission was completely isolated here, so Li Xinshan could only press the loudspeaker to call Yu Rong. Qin Rong turned around and saw Li Xinshan waving at her, looking particularly excited. The degree of contamination was not particularly large, and their mecha was also quite conspicuous. Qin Rong was not surprised to meet a teammate. But Qin Rong didn't want to meet his teammates. How could she turn into a black ball with someone next to her? No matter what she did, she would be restricted. She was extremely unhappy. Fortunately, it was not Shen Lang that he met. Li Xinshan was a little arrogant, a little mean, and not careful. Besides, they were not familiar with each other. This was a blessing in disguise. Qin Rong turned to Li Xinshan, who was about to enter the outpatient department, and said, "Don't come in yet. Check your information to see if there is anyone asking you to see a doctor. If you do something that is not in line with your role, you may be punished by the rules." After Qin Rong reminded him, Li Xinshan, who was overwhelmed by joy, realized that he did get a little information. He said to Qin Rong, "I have a cold and I do need to go to the hospital." Qin Rong said, "Then come in." The lobby on the first floor of the hospital is very high, enough to accommodate mechas. After entering, Li Xinshan said to Qin Rong, "What's going on in this place, do you know?" Qin Rong said, "This is a rule-based contaminated area." Qin Rong concealed the S-level condition. He was afraid that Li Xinshan would panic if he knew it. Anyway, he had never experienced A-level or S-level, so it didn't matter to Li Xinshan. Li Xinshan said, "Then did you get any useful information? There are some strange things in this place at night. Maybe some monsters will appear." Li Xinshan said, "How did you know?" Qin Rong told him about his experience just now, and asked him to talk to the volunteers. What the volunteers said was almost the same as what they said to Qin Rong. "Let's go to register now. The doctor should give us some information. We will meet in the lobby on the first floor later." Qin Rong said, "Okay." Qin Rong and his friends were all wearing large mechas, 3 meters and 5 meters high. At this height, they couldn't get on the elevator, and it was also troublesome to enter the room. After a lot of effort, Qin Rong found the small mecha he had used before from the space necklace and put it on, and then took the elevator easily. Li Xinshan was shocked and said, Aren't you afraid of being polluted? The pollution value here has reached 6,000. Qin Rong said, I have a special physique. The probability of being polluted is very small, and contact with a small amount of pollution can enhance my physique. Li Xian was jealous, and wondered why he couldn't act like a big shot in front of the seniors when he was a sophomore. Qin Rong met a few people in the elevator, who were also here to see a doctor. One of them even talked to Qin Rong and said, Have you oiled the thing you are wearing? Qin Rong said, Oil? Is it engine oil? What does this mean? It's almost night, and you can't not oil it. The elderly woman kindly reminded. Qin Rong first asked her what oil was, but she didn't answer, so Qin Rong asked again, Have you applied it? The old woman replied, No, I have to save it. I apply it when the moon comes out. Qin Rong asked again, What time is it now? Just as the old woman was about to answer, the elevator door opened. The old woman walked slowly towards the door and replied, It's 4 o'clock, and it will be dark soon. Qin Rong walked out in confusion, thinking about what this oil is. Obviously, the old lady can get a message that when night comes, oil should be applied. If you don't apply oil, bad things will happen. Qin Rong walked along the way, and didn't see anyone selling oil. What is this oil? Not long after, Qin Rong arrived at the door of her department. She signed in, and found that she was the third patient. There were many people sitting in the waiting area. Some of them were bandaging themselves, and some were applying something on their clothes. Chapter 88. Qin Rong's eyes lit up. This should be the so-called oil. So he walked forward. Qin Rong's eyes lit up. This should be the so-called oil. So he walked forward and observed what these people were applying. The yellow sticky stuff, after touching the body, the oil will soak into the clothes on the body, making their bodies become particularly sticky. Some people, who don't have so much oil, wrap themselves in circles of bandages, and then apply a small amount of oil from a clay pot on the bandages evenly. Even the face is wrapped in bandages, leaving only 2 eyes exposed. After Qin Rong approached, these people didn't react much, and they continued to do their own things. The dim light outside the window fell on these people, making Qin Rong feel like it was the sky that was going to rain in the evening. Qin Rong sat next to them and asked, Where did you buy your oil? These 2 people are not NPCs, so they may not give her information, but Qin Rong just asked casually, and it would be better if they could answer her. Who knew that the 2 people turned their heads around just like real people. One of them said, Do you need to ask this? You have never applied oil in your life. Qin Rong did not answer this question, but repeated his question, Where did you buy it? The man looked at Qin Rong with a strange look on his face for several times, and finally said, Of course, it was in the hospital. Where else can it be sold except here? This sentence gave 2 pieces of information. The first piece of information was that the oil was sold in the hospital, and the second piece of information was that only the hospital had oil. The man looked at Qin Rong's clothes and asked again, Can your clothes be used as oil? Qin Rong said, Of course not. The man ignored Qin Rong and continued his great cause of applying oil. After a few words, Qin Rong was called, so Qin Rong did not talk to them anymore, but walked in and saw the doctor. The doctor looked left and right, just an ordinary person, and asked without raising his head, What disease is it? Fever. Why do you have a fever? I don't know, maybe you caught a cold? The doctor gave Qin Rong a thermometer, and asked her to measure her body temperature. Qin Rong couldn't measure her real body temperature through her clothes. So the doctor looked at the thermometer and said, Your body temperature is too low. I prescribed some medicine for you. The temperature on the thermometer was 34.5, which was indeed not human body temperature. The doctor typed on the machine, and finally came out with a prescription. Qin Rong took the prescription, and saw that it said 1 pound of oil. Qin Rong said, It seems that in the logic of this polluted area, oil seems to be able to cure diseases? Qin Rong's eyes turned and asked the doctor, Did you apply oil? The doctor looked up at her in surprise and said, I'm not sick. Why should I apply oil? Hearing this, Qin Rong confirmed his guess that not everyone needs to apply oil, only when they are sick, and this oil seems to be able to cure diseases. After getting the key information, Qin Rong went downstairs, and met Li Xinshan in the lobby on the first floor. But because Li Xinshan's mecha was not very convenient, Qin Rong waited for a long time, but still didn't come down, so Qin Rong planned to go to the pharmacy to see what the so-called oil was. At this time, there was a long queue at the place where the medicine was taken, and one by one, the patients took more or less oil from the pharmacist. The appearance of this oil was not much different from cooking oil. When Qin Rong approached the person in the ward before, he also smelled the smell, which was also the smell of greasy cooking oil. But these patients had been assimilated by the contaminated area, and regarded the bottle of cooking oil in their hands as something as important as life. One by one, they took the oil and left. When they came to a person covered in bandages, an argument suddenly broke out. The bandaged patient cried and begged the pharmacist to give him some oil. He didn't have enough money to buy oil, but he wanted it. Qin Rong leaned forward and looked closer. The money these people use for trading. It's not a star coin. It would be strange if it was a star coin. It was something yellow in a plastic tube. As a pollution source, Qin Rong was actually very sensitive to human smells, and because she had swallowed a pollutant that could enhance her sense of smell, she could tell that the thing in the plastic tube was human fat. The man who helped with the bandage crying was very thin, so thin that there was no meat on his body, so he could no longer extract any fat or oil. Qin Rong thought about the relationship between fat and oil. According to common sense, lard is also fried from pig fat, so this oil can also be processed from human fat. This was Qin Rong's subconscious association, but she was not sure of her guess. After all, the logic of the pollution area sometimes does not conform to human logic. Qin Rong did not queue up again, because she could not get that kind of oil. She was not a human now, so she could not extract fat, and naturally could not get that kind of oil. As for the option of grabbing, it's not that critical yet, and it's not clear whether grabbing oil will be a death rule. One of them should not be snatching oil from others. Because Qin Rong had seen that thin guy snatching oil from others, but because he was thin and weak, he was pushed away by others. In this polluted area, people are actually very orderly, queuing up to see a doctor, queuing up to get oil, and even answering Qin Rong's questions during conversations. This gave Qin Rong a contradictory feeling. The patients here are both abiding by the rules and crazy. Qin Rong took advantage of this time, and used his spatial ability to quickly check the hospital. No pollution source was found. The psychiatric department looked no different from those ordinary patients, and they were also applying oil. And this point was very close to the night, and everyone was applying oil. After Qin Rong waited for so long and checked the hospital, Li Xinchen finally came down. The height of the first floor finally allowed Li Xinchen, who was wearing a large mecha, to take a breath. He said, "It's too troublesome. I have to bend down and operate the mecha all the time. I spent a lot of effort to squeeze myself into the doctor's room. I almost turned into King Kong." Qin Rong said, "Be patient. The pollution value in this place is very high. Once you come into contact with it, you may be assimilated." Li Xinchen looked at the patients in the hall, who were applying medicine. He shuddered and said, "I'd better stay inside. Let's synchronize the information." Qin Rong synchronized with the other party, and then found that Qin Rong had already thought of everything Li Xinchen thought of. This is also understandable. Li Xinchen entered the rule-based contaminated area for the first time, and it was good enough to notice some rules. After telling Li Xinchen what he knew, Qin Rong said, "I plan to go outside and look for other teammates." Li Xinchen said, "I think so too." Qin Rong began to investigate outside the hospital, and soon, he met Chen Yangyi and his group. After Chen Yangyi entered, he tried his best to find other people, gathered them together, and then began to look for traces of the pollution source. At present, Chen Yangyi has already searched once and found 10 people. Together with Qin Rong and Li Xinchen, there are 12 people. A total of 17 people came in, and there are still 5 people who have not been found, and among these 5 people, there is Jiang Yuqi. Xian Jianing saw Qin Rong changed into a small mecha, and couldn't help asking, "Why change to a small mecha?" This is a rule-based pollution area, and it is easier to obtain information with a small mecha. Then Qin Rong told Chen Yangyi and the others about the information he had obtained. Everyone began to discuss. "My information shows that I am not sick. I am sick. Should we go buy that oil? Do we have to register first and buy the medicine after the doctor prescribes it? It should be okay to rob NPCs at that time. There are no NPCs here. They are all humans assimilated by the contaminated area. What if they can recover? If we rob them of their oil, wouldn't that harm them?" It was the first time for everyone to face the rule-based contaminated area, and they were a little scared, afraid of stepping on a landmine. Chen Yangyi was much more stable, while Yang Quancher said irritably, "I hate rule-based contaminated areas the most. It's so troublesome." Qin Rong still concealed from them that this was an S-level contaminated area, and only said that it was a rule-based contaminated area. It seems that night is a key point. Only at night can we see the true face of this contaminated area, Chen Yangyi said. "So, students who are sick, come with me. We will stay in the hospital. If something really happens at night, we will guard the pharmacy and act according to circumstances. In addition, students who are not sick, continued to look for the whereabouts of other people, including the whereabouts of the source of pollution. Qin Yanyi assigned tasks and stabilized everyone's emotions. Qin Rong, as one of the sick people, naturally went to the hospital with him. Qian Jianing and Zhang Zitian were not sick, so they did not go. Shen Lang was sick, so he went to the hospital with Qin Rong. Qin Rong. Luck always seems to be not on her side. And on the way to the hospital, Shen Lang couldn't help asking, "How did you know that this is a regular pollution zone?" Qin Rong said, "Read more books, it's in the books. But you look very experienced, you figured out the general rules so quickly." Qin Rong said, "I'm smart." Shen Lang didn't refute her again, but felt that Qin Rong was wearing a small mecha and walked too slowly. He stretched out the mecha arm, lifted Qin Rong to his mecha shoulder and said, "This way we can keep pace and match your pace." "It's too tiring." Qin Rong said, "The slow speed of the mecha is also part of the test of the driver's ability." Shen Lang said, "Let's talk about the test when we get back, save your life first." Qin Rong didn't answer again. After a while, Shen Lang couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" "What are you afraid of?" "It's your first time entering a rule-based pollution zone, your first time facing the pollution source. Aren't you a little too calm?" "I'm always so calm." "That's right, but..." "Don't mention buts. What do you want to say? You're just like a princess who deliberately finds fault." Shen Lang said angrily, "How am I deliberately finding fault? It's obviously you who are too mysterious." Qin Rong knocked on his mecha cockpit and said, "Shut up. It's annoying. If you keep talking, I take off your cockpit and let you get in close contact with the pollution zone now." Chapter 89. Qin Rong and his team arrived at the ward. The doctors had not left work yet, and the volunteers at the door were smiling at the patients. As the night approached, although everyone gathered around the pharmacy and could break the glass to get the oil, everyone was still nervous. Qin Rong's mecha had a timing tool, but it was automatically calibrated online. Now that the signal inside was polluted and disrupted, time had stopped, and he could only rely on experience to judge the approximate time. But Qin Rong knew that the night had come at the first time. Because at that moment, everyone around him was on fire. There was no reason. Even the grayness of the sky and the wind in the air did not change at all. Everyone present suddenly caught fire. Oil is obviously a combustion aid in the outside world, but here, it is a fire extinguisher. Pour the oil on the body, and the fire on the body will be extinguished immediately. Qin Rong watched the patients around him. Those who were bandaged had less oil, so they still burned. These people cherished it, and took a little oil from the can with their fingers, and applied it on their bodies to put out the fire. But many people in the hospital did not have the money to buy oil, so in an instant, they turned into a human-shaped sea of fire. The thin man who wanted to grab the oil, but failed, was engulfed by the flames at night. This process was not fast. If he died in an instant, it would be nothing. But the fire was slow, like stewing, making people endure the burning pain night after night. Only when they really died could they be considered relieved. "I'm burning too!" Suddenly Qin Rong heard Shen Lang's exclamation. Exclamations rang out one after another within the team. They had never experienced anything like this before. Although the mecha had kept the pollution out, they were still bound by the rules, and would catch fire when night fell. The burning pain was unbearable. Immediately, a classmate jumped out of the mecha and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames on his body. Qin Yanyi also caught fire, but he did not jump out of the mecha immediately. Instead, he judged that this burning was real, and did cause damage to his body. Then he said to his classmates, "Now it's the two methods we discussed before, robbing the pharmacy and robbing the patients. These people are cruisers to protect humans. How can they bear to rob those pitiful patients?" Qin Rong looked at her body in the mecha, and she was also on fire. But the strange thing is that when the fire began to spread, it quickly extinguished. This process continued for several times, which made Qin Rong have some guesses. Qin Rong secretly split herself into a few drops, and then she found that the split drops of herself would not catch fire. This rule can actually be reversed. Only humans will catch fire at night, pollutants will not. Are these patients in pain still human? These patients would rather rob other people than the pharmacy. It is obvious that robbing the pharmacy is a dead end. It is also possible that they are just unable to rob. We have mechas. I think robbing patients is less risky. I support robbing the pharmacy. I really can't do anything to those patients. You don't even know whether they are human or pollutants. Your kindness will kill you sooner or later. What if they are still human? We came in to save people. If we kill people now to protect ourselves, wouldn't it be ridiculous? Stop arguing. Because everyone was in pain, the conversation at this moment was inevitably impatient. Although Qin Rong guessed that these patients were human, if she said it now, Qin Yangyi would definitely ask why. Qin Rong couldn't make up a false information. Sharing false information at this moment to protect these patients would only make the situation more difficult to control later. These people argued for a long time, but they didn't reach a conclusion. Finally, Qin Yangyi said, "I need someone to stand up and rob the pharmacy for experiments." Everyone understood this sentence without saying it. Using human lives to test the rules of death. Many times, rule-based contaminated areas use human lives to test the rules. Even though Qin Rong was very careful in the past, he would face this situation. After Qin Yangyi spoke, everyone stopped being silent. Their lives had just begun. Who would be willing to die at the age of 20? Just now, you shouted that you didn't want to rob patients. Why don't you stand up and try to rob the pharmacy now? Someone couldn't help but sneer. The pain magnified the hostility in their hearts, causing a crack in this group. Qin Yangyi couldn't let himself go. If he died, the people in this team had no experience and would be 100% defeated. He regretted bringing these people in at this moment, but it was too late to regret. He thought that he had to be the villain. Just when he was about to call out someone, the glass of the pharmacy suddenly made a very heavy banging sound. Qin Yangyi looked towards the banging sound and found that it was the pollution source that often appeared around them. Someone shouted in surprise, "Little Black Dumpling." He followed too. "It's good to have him here. Oh my god, how can I feel at ease because of the appearance of a pollution source?" Qin Yangyi thought so in his heart. He felt it was ironic that they were here to eliminate the pollution source, but they felt at ease because of the appearance of a pollution source in the polluted area. It was impossible for Qin Yangyi to say that he was not touched. He was about to make the decision to kill in the last second, and the little black dumpling saved him in the next second. If someone really died because of his decision, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. But fortunately, the little black dumpling followed again. Qin Yangyi couldn't help but have a twisted smile on his face. Although he was very happy, he was too painful to be burned by the fire, and his smile was also twisted. That was not the real Qin Rong, but one of Qin Rong's abilities, the clone. This was thanks to Qin Yangyi and the others' dedication in the previous contaminated areas, which allowed Qin Rong to acquire the ability of the clone. The smaller version of the black ball was a little lighter in color than Qin Rong, gray, like the color of the font copied by a printer. Using 30% of the original body's power to hit the glass, even if it was bulletproof glass, it would have broken by now, but now, the glass was fine, without any damage. When she used the space ability to check just now, Qin Rong had not discovered the strangeness of the glass, but now she used the clone to hit it and found it. The space on the other side of the glass was empty, and not under her control. This was the first time this happened, so Qin Rong was sure that there must be a crucial clue in the pharmacy. Seeing that the black ball hit the glass several times, and did not trigger any death conditions, everyone was relieved and their worries were slightly relieved. Then they became anxious again. As the flames burned, their physical strength was almost gone. Qin Yang gave an order, "Concentrate artillery fire." Then the mechas showed their skills and attacked the glass. If the attack had a value, it should have reached 999 at this moment. The ammunition stored in the mechas, added together, a hospital was razed to the ground, but the pharmacy was still intact. Qin Rong added a violent talent to the clone, which can only be used for 10 minutes, with a CD of 1 hour. The little black ball suddenly grew bigger, ran up a few meters, and hit the glass hard. At this time, a crack came from the glass. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of glass material is this? It's too strong. The trajectory was cooled, and another round of attacks came. Finally, the glass broke under the vitality. The person who picked the medicine in the prescription looked at them. Qin Rong looked at her. She was not on fire, and her eyes were morbidly excited. It must be a pollutant. The little black ball rushed in the moment the glass was broken, and took advantage of the rage to wrestle with the pollutant. As the glass was broken, the mechas rushed in one after another to look for the yellow oil in the barrel. The mecha would also burn inside, so there was no point for them to stay in the mecha. Everyone jumped out of the mecha to apply oil, which made it inconvenient for Qin Rong to fish in troubled waters. She could only quickly break free from the small mecha when her body was burning and apply oil on herself. When the oil was applied to her body, Qin Rong shuddered and froze there. Shen Lang just jumped directly into the oil, and now after jumping out, his whole body was greasy and looked particularly disgusting. Seeing Qin Rong stunned, he smeared the excess oil on Qin Rong, even on his face. While wiping Qin Rong's face, he said, "Why are you in a daze? You look so ugly. What did you think of?" Qin Rong was shocked by Shenlang's shouting. She opened Shenlang's hand that was about to pinch her and replied, "Nothing." Shenlang said, "Nothing is strange. What information can't you tell me?" Qin Rong showed a vulgar smile and said, "Do you really want to know?" Shenlang looked at Qin Rong's smile and instinctively realized that something was wrong, but his curiosity was greater than his fear. He nodded, "I want to know." "Put your ear close to Qin Rong's mouth." Shenlang obediently put his ear to Qin Rong's mouth. Qin Rong said, "These oils are excrement from the pollution source." Shenlang? Shenlang is a little bit of a germaphobe. He looked at the oil all over his body, and the greasy smell in his nose. He suddenly felt nauseous and wretched. Qin Rong curled his lips with satisfaction. "How do you know? Is this urine or feces?" Shenlang said, as he tried to wipe the stuff off his body, but it would catch fire if he did, and he couldn't wipe it off, and he felt sicker than if he was burned by fire. "I guessed it," Qin Rong said. Shenlang, Can you believe what you said? I find that your happiness is built on the pain of others." Shenlang cursed, walked away from Qin Rong, and refused to talk to her. "If I believe you again, I be a dog," Shenlang said angrily. Chapter 90. This oil is not. Qin Rong didn't like completely. It's half and half. This oil is not the excrement of the pollution source, but the fat extracted from the pollution source's body. For humans, fat is something that can be converted into nutrients when hungry. For the pollution source, fat is solid energy. That's why Qin Rong was shocked the moment he touched the oil. In this rural pollution zone, such a large barrel of oil was just left like this? Why did the pollution source in this pollution zone make such a rule to let humans be burned by fire, and use their own energy to save them? And Qin Rong can directly swallow this oil, and convert it into her own energy, without any burden and without digestion. Of course Qin Rong would not do this. If she did this, Qinyani and the others would be burned to death. She scooped a little out of the barrel with the container in the space necklace, then glanced at her clone who was still fighting, jumped out of the glass again, and poured the oil on those who were rolling on the ground. The students behind him seemed to have just realized that these oils could save these patients. They were immersed in their own pain, and had completely forgotten everything else. Qinyani said directly, "Don't stay in the contaminated area for too long, it's easy to be contaminated, get into the Mecha." Then Qinyani said again, "Use these oils to save those patients first." There were patients on the first, second and third floors, so it took a lot of time to save people. The little black ball finally killed the pollutant, who was distributing medicine. Qin Rong put on a small mecha, divided his organs into a ball, and ate the pollutant, because it was easy to be discovered if he divided his arms and legs. After eating in 2 or 3 bites, he used his possession ability to attach to the small mecha. Qin Rong did not go to save people. She stayed in the pharmacy, thinking about the weirdness of this place. Qian Jianing and Zhang Zhe were outside, Jiang Yuqi was nowhere to be seen, and the only person Shenlang knew well was Qin Rong, so even if he said he would ignore Qin Rong, he still followed him in the end. Qin Rong thought that Miss Qian's Sundara nature was not much different from Miss Qian's. Otherwise, they were childhood friends. After taking off the mecha and applying oil, Shenlang also replaced the large mecha with a small one. This height of the mecha was much more convenient to shuttle in the pharmacy. He looked at Qin Rong knocking in the pharmacy and asked puzzledly, "What are you looking for?" Qin Rong said, "Looking for a mechanism." "Do you think this place is from a martial arts novel? Where is the mechanism?" As soon as Shenlang finished speaking, something happened to his face. Under Qin Rong's knocking, the wall on one side of the pharmacy was suddenly opened. Behind the wall was a long passage, and no one knew where it led to. "Hey, don't go in, report to team leader Chen first." Seeing Qin Rong was about to go in, Shenlang hurriedly tried to hold Qin Rong, but Qin Rong obviously didn't listen to him, dodged him, and walked into the passage. Her fingertips touched the passage, and her eyes flickered slightly. Shenlang, who came in with her, could not see her expression wrapped in the mecha, but saw her staring at the wall in a daze, so he asked, "What are you staring at? Is there something wrong with this wall? The buildings in the contaminated area are all corresponding to reality. In other words, there is such a passage in reality. I am thinking why such a place should be set up in the pharmacy." After Qin Rong said this, Shenlang also realized that something was wrong with the problem. He pondered for a few times and said, "Would it be more convenient to take medicine? For example, some medicine decomposes when exposed to light. In order to preserve it, such a secret passage is open so that the medicine can reach the patient faster." Qin Rong said, "In that case, it must be ensured that the patient uses it as soon as possible. If you think so, Why not set the secret passage in the emergency ward, but in the pharmacy instead? Shenlang shook his head. He didn't know. Qin Rong added, the material used to make this channel is very expensive. This material is called anti-detection non-metal. Even with space rule weapons, this metal cannot be detected. If it's what you said, why do you have to hide it like this? Shenlang crossed his arms and thought, then this passage must lead to some unknown place. Maybe. This hospital is doing human organ trading in private. Qin Rong did not refute him this time, but said, just go in and take a look. Shenlang felt that this was too risky. He wanted to go back and tell Qinyang, but Qin Rong didn't seem to want to wait for him. Shenlang had no choice but to follow him. Qin Rong's idea of getting rid of Shenlang was broken by Shenlang again. This strange passage was actually very long. From the outside, it was impossible to see where these passages were placed. Shenlang observed carefully from the outside, so at this moment, he suddenly realized, no wonder the walls in some places are so thick. The space looks large from the outside, but it feels much smaller when you go in. It turns out that there is a gap between the walls. Qin Rong's attention was all in the front. When she heard Shenlang's words, she nodded silently, which was considered to be an approval of Shenlang's guess. Shenlang asked again tentatively, Qin Rong, how do you know that kind of material? Qin Rong said, I read it in a book. Shenlang half believed and half doubted, you read a lot of books. Suddenly Qin Rong stopped. This place was very narrow, and it was hard to see clearly. Qin Rong stopped suddenly, and Shenlang's chin hit Qin Rong's head. Shenlang was about to say something, when he heard Qin Rong's short hiss. He looked through the gap next to Qin Rong's head, and they had reached the end of this place. This is a research room. Pipes are connected to the things on the bed. The reason why they are called things is that some of them are only roughly human-shaped. Shenlang had just joined the cruiser, and he didn't know that after humans are polluted, as the percentage of pollution in the body increases, the body will also be deformed. And this kind of deformation is completely unpredictable. If it is polluted by a mantis pollution source, it may be deformed into a dog, and if it is polluted by a pollution source in the water, it may be deformed into a bird. Everyone is different, all kinds of things, all kinds of weird. This is what Qin Rong saw when he first went to the cruiser-exclusive hospital to reduce the pollution percentage. Some people had half a leg deformed, and some people had half a body deformed. They struggled in the pollution, but the hospital could only do blood transfusions again, and then they were irretrievably heading towards death in this painful treatment. Shenlang pushed Qin Rong and whispered, What's wrong, you are in a daze again. Qin Rong came back to her senses. She had always had a bad impression of the hospital. For the deformed cruisers, the hospital was a place to wait for death. That atmosphere made her feel painful and numb. Qin Rong replied, It's okay. Then he walked out of the corridor and slowly approached the ward. The tubes inserted into these patients are connected to the top of the corridor. Through these pipes, the yellow oil can be directly transported to the pharmacy and then sold to those patients through the staff who distribute the medicine. Shenlang looked at the deformed bodies with some disgust, and was even more disgusted that he had to smear the things extracted from the deformed bodies on himself. Qin Rong walked to the bed and took a look at the deformed bodies. With the pollution ability of these deformed bodies, they definitely could not extract such a large barrel of oil. Their energy was not enough. Qin Rong said, These are just pollutants. Keep going. There must be big fish ahead. Shenlang followed Qin Rong obediently, and came to the door of this ward. Where does this lead to? There is no glass on the door, so naturally you can't see the outside world. Qin Rong is ready to go to war. She held the door handle tightly, and opened the door a little. Unexpectedly, there was no very perverted picture inside, just a research room, where 3 or 5 humans were sitting in the research room, doing numerical research. The general structure of the laboratory is somewhat similar to the abandoned factory building that Qin Rong had seen before. In the middle of the laboratory is the end of the pipe, where there is a huge barrel of oil, and under the oil are various equipment, which display information about oil. Qin Rong made some judgments about these researchers. Without a doubt, they were all pollutants. Qin Rong turned to Shenlang and said, Don't go out here first. The researchers inside are all pollutants. What about you? I have a special physique, and it's not easy to be polluted, so I wear their clothes and go out later. Where are the clothes? At this time, a researcher pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Qin Rong behind the door used a short knife to cut the researcher's throat cleanly, so that he didn't make a sound. Shenlang exclaimed a little. Damn, you just killed him like that? What if it's a real person? Qin Rong said, I'd rather die than die. I can't care about that. As he said that, Qin Rong took off the mecha and put on a white coat. Shen Lang lowered his voice and said, "It's too dangerous for you to do this. You should report to Team Leader Chen and wait for him to come and make a decision." "It's too late to wait for him to come. I go to understand the situation first. You go back and report to him now." Shen Lang looked at Qin Rong deeply, patted her shoulder, and said with a tragic look of a warrior who would never return, "You must hold on until I come." Qin Rong slapped his hand away speechlessly and said, "You'd better be careful of yourself." Shen Lang returned the same way. Qin Rong saw that he was completely gone, so he ate the doctor with peace of mind, then transformed into his appearance and took his nameplate. Walk out of the ward. There was no corpse or extra people, and this disguise was very successful. Qin Rong felt that her heart beat a little faster, if she still had such a thing as a heart. She first came to the huge tank and looked inside. She could feel a very surging energy. Moreover, these energies are harmless and orderly, as if emitting some kind of loving emotion to the people and things around them. Chapter 91. Qin Rong looked around and imprinted the interior of the house. Because the material of this place is special, her spatial ability cannot be used, and can only be detected manually. She spent a little time to scan the documents of this place. Obviously, there are nouns and data on it that she can't understand, but there are also some that she can understand. For example, it is written on the title page, "The Energy Conversion Capacity Assessment of the Pollution Source." At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Qian Jianing said at that time. She said that this slime is very cute and feels very suitable as a pet. If Qian Jianing wanted to keep the pollution source as a pet, it was not her first idea. Then it is obvious that someone has already started to do this. However, it is not a pet, but to convert the pollution of the pollution source into energy that can be used by people. At first glance, this seems to be a good thing. The pollution source is going to harm humans. So what's wrong with humans harming the pollution source in turn? But the premise of all this is that the thing is really a pollution source. What kind of person is the pollution source? What was the first pollution source? No one can be sure, but the later pollution sources are naturally transformed from people. If a person accepts pollution and does not die, he will slowly become a pollution source in the end. Qin Rong's mind suddenly flashed the rule-type pollution area she experienced at the beginning. The mother who suffered from depression walked out of the house for a while, and when she came back, she became a pollution source. And someone knew that she became a pollution source, and the person who cleaned her up was already outside the door. It's not just the first pollution area Qin Rong experienced. There is also the B-level pollution area that gave Qin Rong the ability to possess. Similarly, in this pollution area, someone also predicted that the unemployed young man would become a pollution source, and started to clean him up in advance. It's just that those pollution sources, after becoming pollution sources, have strong survival ability, and happen to survive in the end. Once she had a hint of doubt, Qin Rong recalled the contaminated area she had experienced before. She felt as if her nerves were tense, and cold sweat broke out from her non-human body layer by layer. She had a terrible guess. No matter how much the cruisers cleaned up, the contaminated area would still pop up like mushrooms after rain. No one knew how the contaminated area came about, and the number of contaminated areas suddenly exploded this month. In the memory of the source of pollution, they were the victims. Someone was secretly preventing the experiment of automated mechas. All of this, in the end, was connected in series, allowing Qin Rong to get the final answer. The contaminated area was not formed naturally, but was man-made. But this guess made Qin Rong a little timid. If this is the case, then the deaths of her former companions, the people polluted by the contaminated area, including her death, are meaningless. Who can have such great power to artificially create a contaminated area without being discovered by everyone, and even hide it from the top leaders of the Federation? Or, does the person in power really not know, or did he acquiesce for some reason? Qin Rong didn't think she could go against the Federation. She did hold a high position in her previous life, but it was only a high position in people's eyes. She was just the director of the Cruiser Management Bureau of a city. How many cities are there in the Federation? How many high-level officials are there above the high-level officials? Qin Rong couldn't even tell their official names, let alone such a big conspiracy. The truth was frightening. For the first time, Qin Rong had the idea of forgetting it, just living in such an unclear way. Suddenly someone patted her shoulder, which startled Qin Rong. She looked back with a stiff body, and then saw a familiar face. No wonder Jiang Yuqi disappeared and couldn't be found outside. It turned out that after he came in, he was assigned to work in the pharmacy. He wore a white coat, and had a special nameplate with the words Jiang Yuqi on it. However, Jiang Yuqi seemed to have forgotten his identity in the outside world. He showed a gentle and harmless smile and reminded Qin Rong, "The samples will soon reach the dangerous period. We should conduct random inspections earlier." Qin Rong suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "Okay." She followed Jiang Yuqi from the spiderweb-like laboratory to the depths of the pharmacy. Along the way, Qin Rong saw all kinds of pollutants. Some of them were half-deformed, awake, sitting in an isolated ward in a daze, and some were already deformed and roaring wildly, but because the house was completely soundproofed, no one could hear them. Qin Rong thought that they had died a long time ago, but they were turned into pollutants by this polluted area. They might have been Class B or even more powerful Class A pollution sources before they died, but they died quietly, and no one knew. Jiang Yuqi was pushing a cart in front, and the car was clanging inside, and the footsteps were loud in the quiet corridor. Qin Rong suddenly saw a girl. She was wearing a white dress, sitting in the ward, with big eyes, but no pupils, only whites of the eyes. She looked at Qin Rong, as if she was curious. Qin Rong looked at her with some surprise. This is a pollution source, obviously, a real pollution source. But in general pollution areas, there will not be two pollution sources, but just like the pollution area where mothers and rabbits can coexist that Qin Rong had experienced before. This little girl may have some connection with the pollution source in this pollution area, so the S-level pollution source did not attack the little girl, but kept her. Jiang Yuqi stopped and urged Qin Rong, "What are you standing there for? It's almost time." Qin Rong took 2 quick steps, and came to Jiang Yuqi's side, and followed him, gradually walking away. Finally, Qin Rong came to the end. This was an opaque room. Unlike those pollution sources used as display cabinets, this pollution source was obviously aggressive. Jiang Yuqi took out the equipment in the car. It was a set of protective clothing made of special materials, and was unexpectedly light. After putting on the protective clothing, Qin Rong followed Jiang Yuqi to the other side of the door. There was no bed here, but there was a huge tank, which was sealed from top to bottom and connected to a pipe, and in the pipe, a yellow liquid flowed. Qin Rong felt pressure the moment she saw this thing. Her instinctive consciousness told her that the thing in front of her was very large and could not be swallowed, so she had to escape quickly. But human reason allowed her to suppress the instinct of the pollution source, allowing her to calmly follow Jiang Yuqi and perform some operations. When this huge tank touched Qin Rong, she suddenly sent a greeting to Qin Rong's mind. "Is my sister okay?" she asked. The voice was that of a childish child, sounding only 4 or 5 years old. Qin Rong didn't know how to answer her. But she seemed to be a very lively child. She chattered in Qin Rong's mind. "The injection hurts, but after the pain is over, you can watch TV, which is also good. How can you come in? Why are you not locked in a cage? Did Dad agree to let you go out to play? But he won't let me go out to play. Am I too ugly? I tried my best to maintain my body, but it still melted. What has my face become? Will my sister recognize me when she sees me again? Why don't you speak? Is it because Dad doesn't let you speak?" Qin Rong suddenly understood why this rule-based pollution area was so strange. Because as the source of pollution that caused the pollution area to erupt, she had no obsession and no independent consciousness. She didn't even realize that she was dead and had become a pollution source. The world acts around her cognition, but in the cognition of children, the world will always have a little deviation from what adults see. The night here is not the night, but refers to when the patient is sick. In her mind, being sick is like being on fire. So sick people will catch fire, and healthy people will not catch fire. Her father told her that the patients need her to treat them, but she doesn't know what they need her for. Maybe in the cartoon, she saw the role of human fat, so she guessed that her fat could make humans better, so there was the oil in the pipeline. The oil on people in this world is actually a symbol of their wealth. If you can eat enough, you will naturally have oil. Scraping oil from the body means that they pay money from their accounts. Rich people can treat diseases, but poor people cannot. In the worldview of children, they cannot understand currency, so they use another thing instead. As long as you can start from the logic of children, you can easily see the essence of this world. This is a hospital that studies pollution sources, and they have put medicine made from pollution sources into use. The so-called father should be the person who keeps the pollution source in captivity. The way to keep the pollution source and make it produce continuously is to use it to pollute those people outside, turn them into pollution sources, and then feed back the pollution of these pollution sources to the little girl. What Jiang Yuqi is doing now is to inject oil into the little girl. The oil is injected from the bottom, and new pollution enters, causing the little girl to twist painfully into various shapes. Qin Rong looked at her, as if he saw the child who had just begun to deform and was in unbearable pain. Who is she? She can be anyone. Maybe there are many people participating in this experiment, but only she is unlucky and can collect so much pollution. But in the end, an accident happened. The little girl completely became a pollution source and was out of control. The pollution broke out, turning the hospital into a pollution zone. If the little girl knew that she was the creator, what would she do? Will she take revenge on her father? At the moment, she is still enduring pain over and over again according to her behavior pattern in her previous life. Is there really a death rule in this area? Not necessarily. This is just a child's fantasy story. So Qin-rong asked, "Do you want to be free?" Chapter 92. What does liberation mean? The little girl didn't understand. End your current life, Qin-rong said. The little girl paused for a while, and Qin-rong didn't know whether she didn't know how to answer or was enduring severe pain. After a while, the little girl said, "Why do you want to end it? I think it's fine now. Is it okay if it hurts?" "It's okay if it hurts. I don't like it, but I can still watch TV. I like it. There are many things I haven't seen in it." Qin-rong understood immediately. This pollutant feels pain, but not pain. She lives in a world without common sense. Her age may stop at 4 or 5 years old. Human happiness and pain are actually a kind of self-awareness. A person who was once rich and powerful once became poor, and he was so miserable that he couldn't live anymore. But a person who was originally poor didn't feel that he was suffering so much in such days. Occasionally, he could bring back some small things for his children at home. Seeing the children at home smile, he felt that his life was pretty good. People are just like this. If they have not experienced beauty, they will not feel unbearable pain. So in such a world, this pollution source only has the consciousness of pain, but not the consciousness of pain. She is still lively and eager to watch TV and see her sister. Qin-rong suddenly felt powerless. She didn't know how to get in touch with such a child. This was the first time she encountered such a pollution source. She would just kill the usual pollution sources, but this pollution source had no self-awareness, and didn't even know that she could easily walk out of this place and change the rules. She endured the pain before her death, and was happy for the joy that would come in the next moment. At this time, Jiang Yuqi suddenly turned his face and said, "Who are you talking to?" Jiang Yuqi still had the same face, but it seemed completely different from the passionate and determined Jiang Yuqi. Qin-rong looked at him, and looked him up and down. He didn't smell any pollutants from him, so he should still be alive. However, Jiang Yuqi didn't wear a mecha. After a long time, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be completely assimilated by this place. And judging from his appearance, he already had signs of assimilation. It seemed that he had accepted the information given to him by the contaminated area and forgot who he was. So Qin-rong opened his mouth and replied, "No one." Jiang Yuqi's handsome face became a little weird under the pollution of the contaminated area. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an inexplicable arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Are you talking to it?" As soon as the voice fell, Qin-rong hit his jaw joint with a lightning-fast force. Qin-rong accurately hit the place that could make him faint for a short time, but Jiang Yuqi's physique was very good. He didn't faint after this punch, but just staggered a little, and even grabbed the tray with his other hand and smashed it towards Qin-rong. Qin-rong's strength has surpassed that of humans, and his S-level physique is no more than that. Holding Jiang Yuqi's fist, Qin-rong punched him in the jaw again. This time, he increased the force, and Jiang Yuqi fainted and fell to the ground. Qin-rong was afraid that he would wake up soon due to his physique, so he found a strong rope from the space ring and tied Jiang Yuqi's hands and feet behind his back. Then he took off his white coat and covered his head to block his vision. After Qin-rong did this, the source of pollution in the tank said in fear, "No, don't hit me. I'm obedient." Qin-rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rubbed her eyebrows worriedly. Now she had time to deal with this source of pollution, but what should she do? The contaminated area was still spreading outward, and those ordinary humans who were brought in might be burned to death by the fire at night. But Qin-rong couldn't swallow the pollution source completely. Moreover, she always felt that the pollution source was also a victim, so she couldn't eat it even if she wanted to. While Qin-rong was struggling, the outside world had already quarreled over this pollution source. First, the value of the contaminated area was corrected. Not long after Qin-rong and his team entered, the pollution value of the contaminated area suddenly jumped to 12,000. During the meeting with the Cruiser General Administration, Jiang Lian was almost exploding with anger. He patiently persuaded, once weapons of mass destruction are used, The 17 cruisers and cruiser interns in the contaminated area will surely die. The situation is not serious at all now. Although the contaminated area is still spreading outward, the speed of spread is obviously slow. I don't agree to use weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction, as the name suggests, are to directly raze a place to the ground. Once used, there will be no living people in that hospital. Not only that, that piece of land cannot be redeveloped and utilized in the next 100 years. Originally, they had insufficient land because of the contaminated area. Now the situation is not unsolvable at all. Why must the upper level use this kind of weapon? One of the senior executives who had a video conference with Jiang Lian said, "Since I came to this position, the S-level contaminated area has almost never been solved. Sending people in is just sending them to death. Now using weapons of mass destruction to solve it can effectively avoid subsequent casualties. Jiang Lian, you are too soft-hearted. If this contaminated area has been investigated and the harm is extremely great, and people who go in can't get out, then well, I can use it with you for the future. But now, it's just that the pollution value has come out, and the people who have gone in have not yet reported. The cruisers and ordinary people inside don't know whether they are dead or alive. I don't understand why weapons of mass destruction are used without any information. There's nothing difficult to understand. We don't want to see sacrifices again." This is another leader. "Jiang Lian, have you forgotten how your previous director died? Didn't she die in the S-level contaminated area? Even a genius like her couldn't solve it, so why do you have to deceive yourself and give yourself hope?" Jiang Lian said, "But she has also solved countless S-level contaminated areas. Similarly, I have also solved S-level contaminated areas. This is enough to prove that S-level contaminated areas are not invincible. It's hard for me not to think about your attitude. Thinking about why Qin Rong was unwilling to come back, why the top leaders had such a clear attitude towards this contaminated area. In the past, it was delayed until the last minute, but as soon as this contaminated area had an accident, a leader immediately contacted him, just like a prophet. Jiang Lian, I can understand that you sympathize with those cruisers, but as the director, you should take the overall situation into consideration. Every second the contaminated area expands, countless people die and countless lands are polluted. Your indecision is harming people." With such a big hat on his head, Jiang Lian couldn't help but sneer. In the past, Jiang Lian was a straightforward person who didn't give face to others. After being a leader for many years, he also learned to be servile, but he couldn't help it when his temper got the better of him. The leader saw that he was not moved by soft or hard words, and finally issued an order to use it, asking Jiang Lian to enforce it. Jiang Lian walked out of the meeting room with a gloomy face. Seeing his expression, the deputy director hurriedly asked what was wrong. Jiang Lian put away his expression, not wanting to put too much pressure on his subordinates, and said, "You go to the warehouse of weapons of mass destruction and guard it. I want you to promise that you will not use it before I die." The deputy director said, "Unless you die or when you have to use it, I will never use it." Jiang Lian said, "I want to go to the newly erupted contaminated area. The leaders above want to uproot this contaminated area. Obviously, there are many things hidden in it. I want to take a look." "No, director, you can't take risks. If you die, I can't bear the pressure from the general administration. I'd better go to the contaminated area." Jiang Lian said, "You are not good enough, you will die quickly." Deputy director, "Can't you be more tactful?" Jiang Lian said, "Keep an eye on the weapons depot, don't let others touch it. The cruiser administration is not a monolithic organization, many people want to sell the benefits above." The deputy director patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, unless I see your body, I won't use it." Jiang Lian was still confident in the deputy director, he explained some things, and then walked out with the space necklace. Jiang Lian suddenly remembered that the day Qin Rong was conferred, the contaminated area broke out. She went there in a hurry and never came back. No, she still came back, so nothing bad would happen, and no one would die. Jiang Lian took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and came to the edge of the contaminated area. The police officer in charge of evacuating the crowd shouted for the people to leave quickly. It is easy to leave the ground floor, but there are many office buildings nearby. It is not so easy to leave the high-rise buildings. There is only one elevator, and it is easy to get trampled when the corridor is crowded. Fortunately, the police are experienced and finally evacuated everyone in time, but they were a little anxious. Jiang Lian was about to enter the contaminated area when he suddenly found that the spread of the contaminated area had stagnated. Jiang Lian's face was happy, and he immediately planned to call the senior management to tell them about this. But before he called out, He received a call from the deputy director. The deputy director cried on the phone. Jiang Lian only received a little information, that is, the main control console was activated for some reason, and the weapon had taken off. This kind of weapon, once it flies out, there is no chance to regret. Jiang Lian received this news before he had time to rejoice about the stagnation of the contaminated area. He looked at the index of the decreasing pollution concentration in the Mecha and took a deep look at the contaminated area. This place must be hiding a secret that cannot be told. Poor his cruisers, they had worked so hard to solve the pollution area, but they had to die in the dirty upper-level game. Jiang Lian felt powerless and angry. After becoming the director, he often had this kind of emotion. It turns out that it is so difficult to be a good director. Jiang Lian no longer looked back at the pollution area, he turned his head and went to the management bureau. He wanted to see who was the traitor. Chapter 93. The small account is offline. When Jiang Yuqi woke up, his hands and feet were tied up, and something was put on his head. He pushed hard, and the rope behind him broke. He took off his clothes and squinted his eyes to see Yurong in front of him. Jiang Yuqi immediately found the culprit and asked, "Why did you tie me up?" Yurong said, "I didn't tie you up. There's only you here." Qin Rong, The man tied you up and left. I came here to untie you. Jiang Yuqi looked at her half-believingly. Jiang Yuqi untied the rope on his feet, turned his head and looked around. He was confused and said, "Why am I here?" He remembered that after he entered the contaminated area, he appeared in. Jiang Yuqi didn't remember where he appeared. His memory stayed when he entered the contaminated area, and then it was now. In front of him was an empty vat. He couldn't sense the pollution, so he didn't know that the pollution in this place was slowly dissipating. Jiang Yuqi just rubbed his wrist and stood up and said, "Where are Captain Chen and the others? Are you going to save me and go find them?" Jiang Yuqi asked while looking at Yurong, but he found that Yurong's expression was very strange. She seemed to be enduring great pain, her fingers tightly grasping the wall, and even grabbed a piece of metal material. What's wrong with you?" Jiang Yuqi looked at him with some worry and panic. He lost a piece of memory, and now was a time of confusion. Yurong's body had problems again, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Jiang Yuqi was about to approach Yurong and help her up. Jiang Yuqi saw Yurong look at him deeply. Jiang Yuqi couldn't understand that expression, but he seemed to feel the entanglement and sadness. Yurong seemed to want to say something to him, but before she opened her mouth, the next moment, Yurong exploded in front of him. That's right, just like a balloon, it exploded directly, and the body was blown to pieces. The walls and the ground were all covered with black blood. Is that blood? Jiang Yuqi didn't think it was, and it looked a bit familiar. At this moment, Jiang Yuqi guessed that this was a contaminated area. Yurong was not wearing a mecha, she was infected, and after being infected, she exploded for some unknown reason. At this moment, the black liquid spread on the ground, and the wall slowly began to wriggle and aggregate towards a certain center. It was the first time that Jiang Yuqi saw his teammates being contaminated. This was a huge shock to him. Even though he had seen many such stories in books and on the Star Network, it was still difficult for him to really believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. He felt like it was a dream. When he woke up, nothing would happen, Yurong would still be Yurong. But a sense of belief made Jiang Yuqi firm up. There was reluctance in his eyes, but his behavior was very calm. Yurong was dead, this was just a pollutant. If he didn't kill the pollutant, more of his teammates would die. Jiang Yuqi looked around and saw only empty pipes and large vats, but no weapons. He dismantled the pipes with his bare hands, intending to use them to prevent the pollutants from merging. However, he underestimated the sturdiness of this thing. When he took the trouble to dismantle it, the pollutants had already merged and turned into a human form. When Jiang Yuqi turned his head and saw the face, he felt that his blood was about to stagnate. Does this pollutant have the ability to make people hallucinate? How did she become Qin Rong after merging? The pipe in Jiang Yuqi's hand was very hot. He held it tightly, and his brain was working fast to figure out what was going on. Why did he lose a piece of memory, as if he was abandoned by the world? He couldn't understand the current situation at all. In this situation where his brain was shocked and running at high speed, Jiang Yuqi suddenly thought of the details he had overlooked before. Yurong, Qin Rong. Yurong suddenly learned all kinds of techniques one day, and became a master who was much more powerful than him. Not only that, her command ability was even stronger than Zhang Zhe, and she won the first place in the command competition. How could an ordinary person change so much in such a short time? Unless this person was not Yurong. Jiang Yuqi felt that he had a terrible guess. How could Qin Rong become Yurong? How could they look exactly the same? But once this guess is made, other details will frantically support this guess. For example, if Qin Rong has the ability to transform, it will be fine such as now. And if it is really Qin Rong, then it goes without saying who the little black ball who followed them to fight before was. In other words, 10 years ago, Qin Rong was probably not dead, she became a source of pollution and hid in the crowd. Jiang Yuqi couldn't help but think again, what about Yu Rong, the girl who liked to wear a white skirt and walk shakily? Where did she go? Did she die? After becoming a pollution source, the behavior and thoughts will become different from humans. But Yu Rong? No, Qin Rong has been by his side for so long, he didn't realize that the other party was a pollution source at all. Jiang Yuqi felt that he had got the correct answer. He looked at Qin Rong and felt that he seemed to need some time to buffer. But Qin Rong didn't give him time. The next moment, Qin Rong, who was lying on the ground, exploded again. What happened? Could it be that he couldn't maintain his human form anymore? Was he injured? If it was someone else, even Yu Rong, Jiang Yuqi would not hesitate to take action after becoming a pollution source. But Qin Rong. Qin Rong can't do it. That was the person who rescued him from the pollution area and worshipped him as an idol all his life. If he denied Qin Rong, then what would his past life and his persistence mean? Jiang Yuqi pulled his head, and a few strands of hair slipped through his fingers. What should I do? Jiang Yuqi had a headache. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a loudspeaker outside, which seemed to be the voice of a classmate. Jiang Yuqi immediately made a choice. He looked at the space necklace, took out the mecha from it, and then scanned the pollution value of the black ball below. Why is it 0? But no matter what, since it is 0, it means that there is no pollution ability. Jiang Yuqi used a mechanical arm to fish out the black ball, and put it into his cockpit. In a trance, Jiang Yuqi felt that he had returned to the day when he was 6 years old. Amid the crying, the gentle mechanical arm lifted him up, and put him into the cockpit. And today, he did the same thing as that day. Did he do it right? Jiang Yuqi didn't know, he was confused and determined. After stuffing the little black ball into the cab seemed a little crowded. Jiang Yuqi didn't know if Qin Rong could communicate with him, so he said, "Can you become smaller? You flowed onto my control panel." After Jiang Yuqi finished speaking, the giant ball, which was about 2 meters long, began to shrink, and finally shrunk to half a person's height. Jiang Yuqi thought, since there is no pollution value, it should be okay to touch it. He reached out and touched it. Oh my god, it was like water, and his hand went straight over it. But after doing this, Jiang Yuqi felt that the little black ball seemed to look at him, then silently distanced itself from him and ran to the edge of the cockpit. Jiang Yuqi, who was a little embarrassed, said, "I'm going to find Captain Chen." When Jiang Yuqi left that strange place, he happened to meet Shen Lang. Shen Lang was wearing a small mecha, looking left and right, and said, "Jiang Yuqi, why are you in there? Where is Yu Rong?" Jiang Yuqi said, "I don't know. I have no memory of what happened after I came in. It shouldn't be. Yu Rong is also in there. You should have met him." Jiang Yuqi lied with his eyes open. There is nothing in there. This is true. The pipes are empty. There is nothing in the glass rooms. Judging from the layout, there should have been something inside before, but now it is gone. Shen Lang still has memories. He remembers what he saw before, so he said in disbelief, "I go and take a look." Jiang Yuqi ignored him. His heart was beating fast now. After all, he was doing something daring. After Shen Lang went in, he found that things were indeed as Jiang Yuqi said. Nothing was left, including Yu Rong. Shen Lang didn't believe it, so he looked around again, this time focusing on investigating Yu Rong's traces. But there were no signs of fighting, so he couldn't find anything. This contaminated area is too weird. How could a living person disappear out of thin air? And how could the contaminated area be solved suddenly? Who did it? Shen Lang had a guess in his mind that only Yu Rong had been here. But how could Yu Rong have such a great ability to solve the source of pollution here? Or maybe Yu Rong became a pollutant, and then the source of pollution died, and Yu Rong also died. This guess is more reasonable, but Shen Lang feels that Yu Rong will not die so easily. After all, Yu Rong is full of mystery. Very much like the mastermind in the novel, it is unlikely that he will die at this time. In any case, the contaminated area has been solved. When Captain Chen was assembling the team, he found that 2 team members were missing. In addition to Yu Rong, there was also a senior. These 2 people simply disappeared out of thin air, and there was no body. Captain Chen is not unfamiliar with this situation. He ordered a second rescue, but still couldn't find them. After 2 days of not finding them, Qin Yangyi could only regretfully inform everyone that these two people should have died after becoming pollutants, so there were no bones left. The one who was most sad to hear this news was Qin Jianing. Miss Qian had few friends, and few friends would go to her house. Yu Rong died just like that, which made her feel a little unrealistic. After all, Yu Rong was the most powerful among them. How could he die suddenly like this? Qin Rong should be considered to have almost died. Qin Rong planned to swallow the pollution source in this polluted area in 2 batches. If she swallowed too much at one time, she might have problems. After comforting the child, she took her to see her sister. Qin Rong did not tell the child the truth. The child could not understand death yet, so Qin Rong said that her sister went to a far place and Qin Rong would send her to reunite with her sister later. The child believed it, and waited for Qin Rong to swallow her obediently. Originally, Qin Rong planned to open it twice and come back after digesting it. Then her early warning ability allowed her to see the bomb in the clouds in the sky. Chapter 94. Qin Rong had no time to think. She couldn't let Qin Yangyi and the others die like this, nor could she let this hospital disappear like this. Obviously, the person behind the scenes wanted to destroy the body and wipe out the evidence. How could Qin Rong let him get his wish? So Qin Rong swallowed the bomb with difficulty. The bomb exploded in an instant, blowing her into drops. But what Qin Rong didn't expect was that the source of pollution in this polluted area took the initiative to use his ability to heal Qin Rong. Qin Rong couldn't guess the real activities in this child's mind. She guessed that perhaps this source of pollution had always been instilled by the Dean to heal and save people, or perhaps when she saw her sister's appearance just now, she regretted not being able to save her sister, so she transferred this feeling to Qin Rong. The other party took the initiative to treat, and Qin Rong took the initiative to swallow. Those energies, like oil, gradually restored Qin Rong to human form. At the same time, in the process of this body being destroyed and repaired, Qin Rong quickly mastered the ability of the S-level pollution source here. This S-level pollution source has 2 abilities. One of them, which Qin Rong calls healing, can heal the human body in a short time, faster than the nutrition cabin, but it needs to consume its own energy. Qin Rong's energy is not as high as that of this S-level pollution source. The other party's energy is roughly estimated to be twice that of Qin Rong. Qin Rong swallowed half of this pollution source first, so that he was not blown to death. Now the other party's remaining half of energy is used to heal himself. Qin Rong can feel that the pollution value of the pollution source is really decreasing rapidly, but she can't feel the pain of the little girl. Finally, she heard the little girl say to herself, "I'm going to see my sister, bye." Qin Rong responded in his heart, and this pollution area also collapsed with the disappearance of the pollution source. Those bewitched patients returned to normal, and those pollutants lost their support and disappeared, and some even dropped some materials. When Qin Rong was in human form, he had no pollution value, but when he was in pollution source form he had. The second ability of this S-level pollution source is to eliminate pollution, that is, to affect the instrument so that it cannot detect its own pollution. This is probably the reason why this hospital has been open for so long without being discovered. Qin Rong herself is not infectious. Her pollution value is fundamentally different from other pollution sources. Her pollution is inward and melted into every drop of her blood, while other pollution sources are more like being unable to control themselves, and the pollution is escaping outward. So the ability given by this little girl to Qin Rong is exactly what Qin Rong needs at the moment. After Qin Rong recovered her human body, she wanted to barely maintain herself out of the contaminated area. At this time, Jiang Yuqi woke up, and the previous conversation happened between them. But the power of the neutron bomb is not just that explosion. Its strong radiation raged in Qin Rong's body, causing Qin Rong to explode for the second time. Qin Rong was trying hard to fight against the radiation. She had no time to think about what happened in the outside world. Everything was running instinctively. When Qin Rong finally suppressed the radiation and came back to look at the outside world, she had been stuffed into the mecha. She heard Jiang Yuqi disliked her for being too big and asked her to become smaller. Qin Rong thought to herself, it was a bit strange that Jiang Yuqi didn't hand her over after seeing that she was the source of pollution. While shrinking, Qin Rong was thinking about the current situation. She couldn't turn into Yu Rong for the time being. If she appeared as Yu Rong again, it would be difficult to explain what happened at that time, and why she was still alive. Moreover, in the current situation, continuing to use the identity of Yu Rong would not help her. When Yu Rong reached a high position, and could talk to the upper level, the world would have become unknown. So Qin Rong had the idea of restoring her identity. She might not be able to become the director of the previous bureau after returning to the administration, but at least her reputation was enough, and the general administration would not underestimate her weight. In the final analysis, her vision was still too low, so she didn't see the situation behind this pollution source experiment. While thinking and healing herself, Qin Rong almost used up all her energy and finally eliminated 3/4 of the radiation. Originally, her pollution value was S-level pollutants, but now it may have dropped to B-level pollution value. Qin Rong thought, if we don't consider land, economy and population, if humans want to fight to the death with the pollution source, then the pollution source will definitely be defeated in the end. A neutron bomb almost killed 2 S-level pollution sources. Can you become smaller? Otherwise, you will be discovered when you go out of the Mecha. Qin Rong listened to Jiang Yuqi's words, and compressed herself again, and finally compressed herself to the size of Jiang Yuqi's palm. Then, she pressed herself into 2 pieces, and got into Jiang Yuqi's chest. Jiang Yuqi never expected Qin Rong to choose this place. Although it was reasonable, his chest looked a little bulging, and others couldn't see the difference. But this behavior is just hooliganism. Jiang Yuqi blushed and wanted to protest, but was interrupted by the voice message from Qinyangyi. For the next 2 days, Jiang Yuqi kept the little black ball with him, and searched for the whereabouts of the 2 classmates day and night. Yu Rong was definitely missing, but there was another classmate. In the end, neither of them was found, so Qinyangyi could only send obituaries to the families of the 2 classmates and apply for condolence money from the higher authorities. However, Yu Rong had no family at all. She grew up in an orphanage and did not leave a suicide note. She left empty-handed, leaving all the teammates in silence. These people didn't know that they had all walked through the gates of hell, and they didn't know that the general administration had abandoned them and dropped a bomb that day. The people above probably didn't expect this at all, and the neutron bomb lost its signal after entering the contaminated area. The gray fog covered everything tightly, and they didn't know what happened. However, the fact that a neutron bomb had been launched was completely blocked. Qinyangyi and his men had received psychological counseling during the battle, and after confirming that they were unaware of the source of the hospital's contamination, their superiors were not reassured, but became even more worried. The neutron bomb that suddenly disappeared, the pollution source that suddenly disappeared, all of this seemed to be some kind of conspiracy against them, but they didn't know where to start. They checked the people who came back alive from the contaminated area countless times, and the information was turned upside down, but they didn't find any problems with these people. And Yu Rong, who was listed as a key suspect, was said to have died in the contaminated area. Perhaps, she didn't die, and something must have happened within 10 minutes after the neutron bomb fell on that piece of land. That's why these people survived. And Jiang Lian checked the surveillance of that day, and the whereabouts of everyone that day. He found that no one except the deputy director had entered the armory. According to the deputy director, the neutron bomb was suddenly automatic without wind, the machine was turned on, and the weapon was fired. Jiang Lian guessed that the key to their management bureau might have been in the hands of the top leaders, who could remotely control and fire weapons at any time. If this is the case, then what is the difference between him and a diligent puppet? Jiang Lian was so angry that he couldn't eat. He couldn't help but send a message to Qin Rong to say hello. The other party didn't reply, maybe he was busy. Jiang Lian rubbed his heart, looked at the 2 pension requests submitted, and signed with guilt, remembering the names of the 2 people. In Jiang Lian's opinion, the only lucky thing in this matter was that most of these children survived, and they were finally not killed by the top leaders. And the mystery of the whole thing was that the former director of the Cruiser Management Bureau, Ms. Qin Rong, was taken to Jiang Yuqi's dormitory and stuffed into his suitcase. Shen Lang was in the dormitory, so Jiang Yuqi didn't dare to act rashly, but just let Qin Rong rest well in his suitcase and take her out when there was a chance. However, Jiang Yuqi completely underestimated Qin Rong's recovery ability. After only 1 day in the suitcase, Qin Rong's possession ability was restored, and her movements immediately became convenient, and she could shuttle between any objects. Even Qin Rong found out that Jiang Yuqi was hiding her pollution source, and would occasionally tease Jiang Yuqi. For example, when Jiang Yuqi was brushing his teeth, she suddenly possessed the mirror and jumped out of the mirror to scare him. Jiang Yuqi had done something wrong, and he was frightened every time. He was defeated repeatedly, and Jiang Yuqi's idol filter was almost shattered. Be careful, Shen Lang is still here. Jiang Yuqi gritted his teeth and reminded. Qin Rong couldn't speak in this form. She swaggered into the mirror and jumped out of another object, clearly telling Jiang Yuqi not to worry, he couldn't find me. Jiang Yuqi looked at the little black ball's form, and said slowly, it turned out that it was you who helped us in the polluted area. That's right, ordinary pollution sources can't help humans. Jiang Yuqi, who are you talking to? Is there anyone else in the dormitory? Shen Lang came to the bathroom and looked at Jiang Yuqi in confusion. Jiang Yuqi said, I was talking to myself in the mirror. Shen Lang asked suspiciously, What are you talking to yourself about? Nothing. Come over after you finish brushing your teeth. Qian Jianing has made a cenotaph for you, Rong. Let's go and help move things. Jiang Yuqi said, Okay, I'll be right there. Shen Lang said strangely, Yu Rong is dead, aren't you sad at all? Sad, but we are soldiers. We can't be depressed all the time. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Yu Rong used to like you. Jiang Yuqi suddenly widened his eyes, and his face flushed. Shen Lang tilted his head, and suddenly took a step forward. He said, When you heard others say that Yu Rong liked you before, you didn't react like this. I remember that you seemed to say, How could it be possible? Shen Lang walked in front of Jiang Yuqi, stared at the two blushes on his cheeks and his ears that were red as blood and asked, Why are you blushing? Jiang Yuqi explained, I blushed because I was sad. Shen Lang snorted and said, You have been classmates with me for a year, and I don't remember you having this problem. You will blush when you are sad. Jiang Yuqi pushed him and said, Aren't you here to help get something? Qian Jianing will be angry if she can't wait for us, so hold on tight. Although Shen Lang didn't continue to ask, he obviously believed that Jiang Yuqi was hiding something from him. But Jiang Yuqi didn't want to say it, and Shen Lang was unlikely to force it out of him. Perhaps, Jiang Yuqi's strangeness was related to Yu Rong's disappearance. Yes, Shen Lang still felt that Yu Rong was not dead, but missing. Like Jiang Lian, he would not cry until he saw the coffin. Before he saw the body, he didn't believe that Yu Rong was dead. Qian Jianing, who had a good relationship with Yu Rong, bought a cemetery for Yu Rong. When land resources were becoming increasingly scarce, Qian Jianing bought a cemetery for 300,000 star coins, and put Yu Rong's school uniform, nameplate, and some clothes and daily necessities in it. Qian Jianing looked very resolute. She said to Yu Rong, I will live with your share. The pollution source I killed will also have your share. Thank you for your teaching. You are the best teacher I have ever met. Qin Rong, who was hiding in Jiang Yuqi's chest, was very moved. Miss Qian was really a good friend. She spent 300,000 without blinking an eye. In 3 days, the news of Yu Rong's death caused a lot of fluctuations on the internet. People accused the management bureau of forcing the growth of seedlings, but in the current situation, forcing the growth of seedlings is also helpless. After 3 days, the students who had experienced pain and grew into a real team received new tasks. It was still led by Chen Yangi, and the target was the Class B pollution area. After the painful price last time, Chen Yangi felt that the team needed to be tempered again, so he took them to do the clearing mission again. Qin Rong went out with his body to fish in troubled waters, and ate most of the energy of this Class B pollution source. She gained a new ability. In this cleanup, it was Jiang Yuqi who had been cooperating with her. Qian Jianing hated the pollution source, because Yu Rong died in the pollution area, and she could no longer face the little black ball. Qian Jianing was a person who had a clear distinction between love and hate, but she was also a little twisted. In a short period of time, she could no longer have a good impression of the pollution source. After Qin Rong realized this, he no longer insisted, but turned around and cooperated with Jiang Yuqi to kill the pollution source. After Qin Rong ate more than half of this B-level pollution source, his energy recovered to B+. In fact, it was better for Qin Rong to stay in the pollution area for her to recover. Pollution that was harmful to humans was actually a kind of energy that could be absorbed by her. After recovering the 2 skills of space and possession, Qin Rong no longer followed Chen Yang's team to get experience, but started his own solo. For a while, the pollution area in the Beijing-Tianjin area seemed to be slaughtered by an unknown person. In just 10 days, 10 B-level pollution areas disappeared. At first, the administration did not take it seriously. After all, there were many contaminated areas, and it was normal to solve 5 or 6 a day. But when the number of contaminated areas disappeared reached 10, the administration realized that something was wrong. And after 10 B-level contaminated areas disappeared, A-level contaminated areas also began to disappear. This weirdness made outsiders, who were not aware of it, happy, and thought that an unknown hero had appeared. But the internal staff of the administration became worried because of this accident. Chapter 95. Skill Combination, New Skills Are Born. Qin Rong was greatly traumatized by the previous bomb incident, and the S-level pollutants that she had finally reached were also reduced to B-level. However, after swallowing 10 B-level pollutants, Qin Rong's level has recovered to A+ level. She has been swallowing B-level pollutants, and the recovery is too slow, so Qin Rong turned around and swallowed A-level ones. After she almost reached the previous level, the radiation was almost eliminated. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. Her resistance to radiation has improved a lot. If she is bombed again, she will definitely not be as embarrassed as she is now. The cleaning of nearly 20 polluted areas has made the energy in Qin Rong's body reach a saturated state again. The last pollutant source swallowed was close to the S-level pollutant source. After swallowing it, Qin Rong was so full that she couldn't eat any more. At this point, her crazy hunting has come to an end. Among the abilities brought to her by the pollutants she ate, some are overlapping abilities. By superimposing them, Qin Rong can gain stronger talents, just like feeding experience to skills in a game. Her original skills are Devour, Space, Possession, Rage, Copy, Eye of the Void, Mechanical Heart, Gigantic, these 8 skills. After being integrated with the new skills, the skills that were originally useless have now become somewhat useful. First, the pollution removal obtained from the S-level pollution source and the Mechanical Heart are combined. If the instrument that measured Qin Rong's pollution value at that time is still there, Qin Rong can directly eliminate the polluted air while tampering with the pollution value of the instrument to 0. After the pollution source in the pollution area dies, the pollution will gradually disappear after a period of time, but Qin Rong can directly evolve the pollution area and make the pollution value of the pollution area 0. Of course, this skill also has an additional effect that Qin Rong can control nearby machines and change some of their values. Qin Rong calls this skill numerical purification. The skill of Berserk is combined with several other skills similar to Berserk. After using it, Qin Rong can have doubled combat power for half an hour. This skill should not be underestimated. The doubled strength and physical fitness can almost crush the original battlefield. The second skill is still called Berserk by Qin Rong. The third skill is the fusion of the original copy and the newly acquired container. The container can create a body without consciousness out of thin air. The copy is that Qin Rong copies a small black ball from his body. After combining these two, Qin Rong can create a new body out of thin air, and can create both a small black ball and a pure human, and can also cover the consciousness on the container. Qin Rong calls this skill Rebirth. This skill is very helpful to Qin Rong. If Qin Rong wants to restore his original identity, the safest way is to clone himself. After all, the means of the cruisers to detect pollution sources are endless, and Qin Rong does not know whether they have more sophisticated instruments to measure his pollution source identity. The fourth skill is naturally healing, which should be a skill equivalent to Qin Rong's devouring, and it is very precious. At least so far, Qin Rong has only obtained this healing skill from this pollution source. The fifth is Qin Rong's previous space skill, which is also rare and has not been upgraded. The sixth Void Eye, Animal Control, and Hypnosis ability are combined to obtain a high-altitude vision. As long as there are birds hovering in the sky, Qin Rong can obtain bird vision. The seventh Gigantism contains the most content, and various kinds of superpowers such as steel, increased defense, increased speed, and body shrinkage are added. Finally, Qin Rong obtains a free extension ability. After Yu Rong died, the space necklace and the optical brain were still in Qin Rong's hands, but the optical brain could no longer be used, otherwise it would definitely be discovered that Yu Rong was not dead. After Qin Rong came out of the last contaminated area, she found a remote place, and used the power of purification to clear her own image from the camera. Then she first molded a body according to her original self. This body is exactly the same as Qin Rong, and is also human, and the blood flowing out is all red. Qin Rong infinitely shrunk her body, and finally shrunk to the size of a quarter of a fingernail. Qin Rong prepared clothes and jewelry in advance, using the appearance of the experimenter that day to buy them, and the star coins were also cash transactions. The jewelry is a silver bracelet with a heart-shaped container, which is only the size of a quarter of a fingernail. Qin Rong put the body into the heart-shaped container, and her consciousness came to the human body. From the body of the pollution source to the human body, Qin Rong felt a sense of discomfort. She felt like she was bound by countless chains, and her breathing was a little difficult. And the body of the pollution source, in fact, she has no organs, but they are all simulated organs, but now she has a real heart. The beating of her heart made Qin Rong feel weak, because she was indeed very fragile now. As long as her heart stopped beating, this body would die. After adapting to the human body, Qin Rong put on the prepared clothes, and put on silver jewelry. The body looked like obsidian in the necklace, beautiful and cute. After doing all this, she wanted to find someone to help her look at her disguise, but she felt that she had too many secrets to reveal. In the end, she found that she only had one candidate. So she put on a white short-sleeved shirt and a baseball cap, and came to the downstairs of the cruiser's dormitory. She used her numerical purification ability to force a message to Jiang Yuqi. She waited downstairs for Jiang Yuqi to come over, and Jiang Yuqi, who was full of curiosity, did come downstairs. He looked left and right in front of the dormitory building, and saw the slender girl in the baseball cap in front of him stand up and slightly raise her head towards him. Jiang Yuqi's pupils suddenly contracted. He ran a few steps and came to Qin Rong, blocking Qin Rong with his body, blocking the sight of others. Behind Qin Rong was a small forest of greenery. Jiang Yuqi turned his back to the crowd and faced the forest. He was surprised and shocked and said, "Who are you?" Qin Rong said, "As you can see, I am Qin Rong." Although Jiang Yuqi guessed it, he couldn't help being surprised to hear her admit it. Jiang Yuqi pressed down the brim of his baseball cap with his hand and said, "This is not a place to talk. I take you to my house." Qin Rong nodded. Because the dormitory was crowded, Jiang Yuqi asked Shen Lang to borrow his recently bought car. Because the results of solving the pollution area were good, Shen Lang and Jiang Yuqi had a lot more money on hand. Shen Lang bought a car, and Jiang Yuqi bought materials dropped from the pollution source. After closing the car window and bringing Qin Rong to the small house he rented, Jiang Yuqi felt a little better. After entering the door, he couldn't wait to ask, "Are you really Qin Rong? How did you become you Rong? And, are you really a pollution source?" Qin Rong said, "Don't worry, I will answer you one by one. First of all, I am indeed Qin Rong. 10 years ago, at the ceremony when I took over as director, an unprecedented S-level pollution source broke out. I went to clear it out, and then died together with the pollution source. But in fact, I didn't die, but merged with the pollution source. I spent 10 years in a daze, and then 10 years later, my mind suddenly recovered. It was at this time that I met you Rong. She was already dead at the time. I devoured her body, and unconsciously transformed into her appearance. Of course, I also slowly understood these later. I should not be considered a pollution source in the conventional sense. First of all, my pollution will not be released, and I don't have a pollution zone. Moreover, you have been with me for so long, and you didn't notice the difference between me and humans. If you must talk about it, I think I should belong to a new species." Jiang Yuqi couldn't help but say, "You said you and the pollution source died together. Then how can you be sure that now the pollution source has Qin Rong's memory, or Qin Rong defeated the pollution source?" Qin Rong was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. She looked very strange, with a cold smile in her eyes. She slowly approached Jiang Yuqi and said in a brisk tone, "Yes. Maybe I am really the pollution source that has Qin Rong's memory. Then how dare you bring the pollution source home? Don't be afraid, I will kill you." Jiang Yuqi's expression changed, and he quickly pulled away from Qin Rong, and picked up the pillow next to him as a weapon. Qin Rong couldn't help laughing, she said, "You should have seen my ability in the pollution area. If I want to kill you, can you survive until now?" Jiang Yuqi thought for a moment, and understood that the person in front of him was teasing him. Jiang Yuqi felt that his idol filter was shattered again. "Oh my god, why did you let my idol appear in front of me again? Don't you know that distance creates beauty?" Jiang Yuqi now confirmed that the Qin Rong in front of him was indeed the previous Yu Rong. Jiang Yuqi suddenly remembered that when he and Qin Rong first met, Qin Rong asked him about the note. "Did Yu Rong go to the contaminated area after reading the note?" Qin Rong said, "Yes." Jiang Yuqi frowned, feeling something was wrong, and said, "But she is a student of the command department. She should know how dangerous the contaminated area is. Even if she really likes me, she can't take risks just because of a seemingly plausible note. She doesn't look stupid. At most, she walks a little unsteadily, and often falls for no reason." The system came up with a bad idea to make the former host fall into Jiang Yuqi's arms, and let the two people touch each other. Qin Rong couldn't explain this to Jiang Yuqi. After all, there was a stupid system in the middle, and Jiang Yuqi was the male protagonist in the system's mouth. Speaking of which, it seems that the system hasn't asked her to do tasks for a long time. Qin Rong wrote down this question and asked Jiang Yuqi again, "With your intuition, can you tell what is different between me and humans?" Jiang Yuqi came in again. He stared at Qin Rong's face from left to right, and even took off her baseball cap and looked at her hair carefully. Finally, Jiang Yuqi said, "I can't tell." Qin Rong said with satisfaction, "Do you have a knife?" Jiang Yuqi nodded and said, "Yes." Jiang Yuqi took a knife out of the kitchen, and then saw Qin Rong put the knife on the tip of her finger and scratched it lightly. Blood beads gushed out, and Qin Rong felt a little stinging. Jiang Yuqi was surprised and said, "It's exactly the same as a human, there is no difference." Shin Rong was quite satisfied with Jian Yuqi's answer. It seems that the day of return is approaching. She leaned on the sofa and relaxed a little. I still need to do some disguise work. Before that, can I stay at your house first? Jian Yuqi said, Of course I can, but I still need to go to the contaminated area. Yes, I know. Aren't you going to tell Qin Jianing? Your death is a big blow to her. Qin Rong said, If she needs to know, she will know. If she doesn't need to know, it will only add to her burden. Jian Yuqi heard that Qin Rong was not going to tell Qin Jianing. From a rational point of view, this is indeed the best. The fewer people who know that Qin Rong is Yurong, the better. Jian Yuqi said, I go out and buy some nutrient solution later. You can stay here as long as you want. Okay. Before Jian Yuqi left, he turned back and said to Qin Rong casually, Thank you. Thank you for what? You may have forgotten, but many years ago you saved me. And you are also my idol. Qin Rong did not answer. She had already immersed herself in making up her past 10-year window period. Jian Yuqi smiled and walked out of the house. Qin Rong thought, of course she knew, that was a very important part in the comics. Chapter 96. Qin Rong had to make up a story about where she had been for the past 10 years. Pure fabrication is a bit fake, so Qin Rong planned to find someone to replace her identity, so that she would have traces of her life over the years. She still deleted her memory in the camera, and came to the underground black market. The Beijing Tianjin area is not just a peaceful and clean place. Where there is light, there is darkness. Even if the underground black market is banned, it can still pop up like mushrooms after rain. Qin Rong had to find a person who was similar in size to her, and lived in a hotel in the black market for a long time as a target. After wandering around for 3 days, she locked on a target. This person was about the same height as Qin Rong, and he wore a mask and outer robe all year round. Coincidentally, he had not returned to the hotel for a long time. Qin Rong used her talent for smell to find his body. This person was a man, but Qin Rong could also disguise herself as a man by disguise. Her original height was relatively tall among female soldiers, at 1.85 meters. Moreover, the original body is not the same as Yurong's. Yurong's body is thin, while Qin Rong's original body has very obvious muscles. She has an S-level physique and systematic training. As long as she slightly pads her shoulders, Qin Rong can imitate that person 80% of the time. The problem of appearance has been solved, and the next thing is the inner self, what this person looks like, what his personality is, and what friends he has. Qin Rong spent another 3 days in the black market, learning about this black-robed man from various channels. People around him don't know him very well, because he is very withdrawn, and will lock the door when he gets home. As for the cause of his death, Qin Rong can see that he was shot, and the property on the body was robbed. The preliminary judgment is that he was killed because of the property. Because there is no camera where he died, there is usually no camera near the underground black market, so Qin Rong has not been able to find his murderer for the time being, and can only put the body in the space ring for the time being, and wait until he meets his enemies later. After paying the hotel room fee, Qin Rong moved into the black-robed man's home and made some simple changes to the layout of the home to make it more in line with her habits. After everything was ready, Qin Rong needed to solve the last thing. She had contacted Jiang Lian using Yurong's optical computer at the time. How could she explain to Jiang Lian that she had become an illegal resident? Fortunately, only Jiang Lian knew about this matter. As long as Jiang Lian could not tell anyone, it would be easy. Because the black-robed man's optical computer was not on the body, Qin Rong could only buy a temporary optical computer. Not only was it expensive, but it could only be used 3 times. Fortunately, Jiang Yuqi had really made a lot of money recently, and helped Qin Rong a lot. Otherwise, Qin Rong, who could not use Yurong's savings, really couldn't afford to buy an optical computer. When contacting before, Qin Rong remembered Jiang Lian's ID. She sent a message to him, saying that she was Qin Rong and asked Jiang Lian to come out and meet her. They met at an underground bar in the black market. Jiang Lian walked into the bar in a gray suit that was not too conspicuous, which showed a very obvious difference from the other people in the bar who were dressed in strange clothes. Qin Rong kept staring at the door. She had actually seen Jiang Lian once before in the police station. But they just passed by each other. Qin Rong didn't look carefully and hurried past. In the noisy environment, Jiang Lian, who was out of place, was in a defensive posture. He looked at the people around him with a scrutinizing eye and hugged himself tightly to prevent others from touching him. However, his beautiful face still made the young people around him, who were full of adrenaline, couldn't help but tease this little old-fashioned. One by one, when they passed by Jiang Lian, they would bump into him. Jiang Lian frowned tightly. If it were in the past, he would definitely lose his temper at this moment, but 10 years of social life had worn him out and made him learn to be patient. He didn't lose his temper, but just looked around, trying to find Qin Rong's figure. Then he looked at the man in black robe. Qin Rong waved at him, and Jiang Lian looked around in disbelief. Qin Rong pointed at him and said, "Just stop looking." Jiang Lian didn't find Qin Rong, but he felt that the black-robed man in front of him didn't look like Qin Rong. He squeezed through the crowd, came to the bar, and sat next to Qin Rong. When Jiang Lian received the text message, he felt that someone was playing a trick on him, because Qin Rong had contacted him before, not with that light computer ID. But what if the previous one was no longer used, and Qin Rong couldn't contact him? So with this mentality of being prepared for the worst, Jiang Lian still came over. He never expected Qin Rong to choose this kind of meeting scene. He thought it would be a quieter and more comfortable place. And Qin Rong, as Jiang Lian's old partner, could almost see his impatience from the tilt of his eyebrows. Obviously, this place made Jiang Lian very dissatisfied, and he had the momentum of, "If you play tricks on me, I will arrest you and take you to the police station." Qin Rong said, "Last time I heard that the contaminated area had erupted. How is it now? Is it under control?" After saying this, Jiang Lian paused with an impatient look. He hesitated and asked, "Were you sent by Qin Rong?" Qin Rong said, "No." "Then how do you know?" "I am." Before Jiang Lian could ask why she was a man, Qin Rong took off her mask and revealed her face. She said, "I used a voice changer." Qin Rong took it off for a while, and then put it back on. Jiang Lian stared at Qin Rong blankly for a long time. Suddenly, Jiang Lian stretched out his hand and pinched himself. After confirming that it was not a dream or an illusion, Jiang Lian's eyes turned red. No way, you already knew I was alive. Why are you crying when we meet?" Jiang Lian snorted coldly, "I'm just angry." "What's wrong?" "You know I hate noisy places and don't drink, but you chose this place. You know I've been looking for you, but you didn't come out to see me. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. I'm really fed up with you." Qin Rong didn't expect that she would have to coax Jiang Lian the first time she met him. This really made her feel like she was reminiscing about the past. She said, "I chose this place just to tease you. If you don't like it, you can just leave now." "What do you mean? Do you think I can't take a joke?" Qin Rong hurriedly explained, "Of course I don't mean that. Forget it, let's go. I take you to the hotel." Qin Rong asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Take people from the underground bar to the hotel? Is this how you have spent the past 10 years? Qin Rong knew he had misunderstood. Jiang Lian looked like a resentful woman who said, "You are spending your days drinking and partying outside, while I am working hard in the management bureau." Qin Rong thought to herself that she was more wrong than Do Yi. She also struggled in the polluted area for 10 years. But she didn't tell Jiang Lian the truth. Jiang Lian is now the director of the management bureau. His position is very dangerous. Many times, the more you know, the faster you die. Moreover, Qin Rong still didn't know what the upper echelon's attitude was towards her, a person who had died for 10 years and resurrected. Some things were not urgent to talk about. When the time came, Qin Rong would naturally tell Jiang Lian. Qin Rong could only helplessly say, "You really misunderstood me. I have no memory of the past 10 years. It was only in May and June that I regained consciousness. The hotel is where I live. I have no identity and am an illegal resident. I can't live in a decent place." Jiang Lian said okay, but he obviously had an expression of, "If you explain later, and I'm not satisfied, I will make a fuss." Qin Rong took Jiang Lian back to the hotel. Jiang Lian looked at the messy place and said with great sorrow, 10 years of living alone, haven't you learned any life skills?" Qin Rong said, "It's enough. You do it first. I get you a glass of water." Jiang Lian grabbed her clothes and said, "Don't rush to drink the water. Tell me what you have experienced first. Where have you been in the past 10 years? Qin Rong took off his black robe and mask, and told Jiang Lian the story he made up in a seemingly sincere manner. Probably, after Qin Rong came out of the contaminated area, her intelligence and memory were affected, and she lived in a daze, begging for food in the black market. Qin Rong had almost forgotten most of her memories of dementia, but her memories after recovery were clearer. Jiang Lian just looked at her, not saying whether she believed her or not. Qin Rong felt a little uneasy, so she changed the subject and said, "You have matured a lot." Jiang Lian said, "Yes, I am already 40. Qin Rong was in her 30s when she died, and Jiang Lian was a little younger than her, 30 years old. 10 years later, Qin Rong copied her, still in her 30s, but Jiang Lian was already 40. In the interstellar era, people's lifespan can generally live to 120 years old, and those with better physique can live to 150 years old. 40 years old is still young and strong. But probably because the cruiser administration has too many things to do, Qin Rong saw a few white hairs on Jiang Lian's head. Jiang Lian looked at Qin Rong and said, "You haven't changed much. You look the same as when I last saw you." As he spoke, Jiang Lian became suspicious. He stretched out his hand to pinch the flesh on Qin Rong's face, and said, "You don't age. How come you haven't changed at all?" Qin Rong smiled and took a step back and said, "You know, I have an S-level physique, a long life, and I don't look old." Jiang Lian's eyes flashed with envy, and then he said seriously, "You called me out. What are you planning to do?" "I want to discuss something with you." "Say." Jiang Lian crossed his arms, and looked at Qin Rong with noble and cold eyes. "I have a friend at Beijing Tianjin University, named Yu Rong." Jiang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen this name. On the pension application form, the person was already dead, and died in that contaminated area. I taught her about mechas, and she gave me information about contaminated areas. The last contaminated area she experienced, I'm sure you also know, is that city hospital. Jiang Lian's heart was in turmoil. He knew that the higher-ups were going to launch a neutron bomb. Although he knew that there must be something wrong, he didn't find anything about it. In fact, I took advantage of the chaos and got her optical computer in Mecha. I found something in her Mecha screen recording. Qin Rong didn't continue talking, but showed Jiang Lian the Mecha screen recording. After Jiang Lian finished watching, Qin Rong said, "You should understand what I mean." Jiang Lian said with a complicated look, "It turns out that these pollution sources are man-made. No wonder they have to destroy this polluted area." Qin Rong was so keen that she noticed the information. She asked, Who has to destroy this polluted area?" "The deputy director of the general administration and a group of officials. After voting, more than half of them support the release of the neutron bomb." Qin Rong wrote down the deputy director, thinking that she would have to visit him if she had the chance. Then Qin Rong said, "I want to find out the truth. I help you." "No, I don't want you to help me. I want to find out myself. The vision of the Municipal Administration Bureau is still too low. I want to go up and see who is playing chess." Jiang Lian was stunned and said, "Do you want to come back openly?" "Yes, but if I go back, your position will be very embarrassing. So I want to negotiate with the higher-ups first to see if there is a position for me, and then I will go back." Jiang Lian thought for a while and said, "I will help you contact them, but you have been away for so long, they may not necessarily believe that you are Qin Rong." "It's okay, let them check it." Jiang Lian laughed and said, "It's good that you have the confidence." After talking about the business, the two talked about the past. Jiang Lian has not changed much except for his appearance and age. So it is very surprising that they haven't seen each other for so long, but they can still talk without any strangeness. Qin Rong was criticized by Jiang Lian for not replying to the light brain message in time. After promising Jiang Lian that he would reply on time in the future, Jiang Lian was about to leave. The contaminated area of the outbreak had not been dealt with yet, and he sneaked out. Finally, Jiang Lian reached out and hugged Qin Rong hard, as if he wanted to crush her. He said, "Welcome back. I look forward to fighting side by side with you again." After sending Jiang Lian away, Qin Rong took out Yu Rong's light brain from the space ring. She called the system, and then heard the system's lazy response. Qin Rong said, "Why don't you urge me to do the male protagonist task recently?" System said, "Oh that, no hurry." Qin Rong, ? Then who was in a hurry before, and who was the soul of the system? Qin Rong asked in confusion. Then I don't care about the male protagonist task. System said, "Whatever you want." Qin Rong, what happened that I don't know? Or is it that it doesn't matter now that you've been promoted? How can there be a promotion in the system? Recently, the reader's response to your leveling up and killing monsters has been good, and the rewards are more than before. Why do you care so much? Anyway, it's up to you. Do whatever you want. Chapter 97. Qin Rong asked the system about readers and rewards again. Obviously the system didn't want to say more, so Qin Rong tacitly stopped asking. Qin Rong was once a female college student. Before she traveled to this world, and was worn down to become a social animal, she had read many types of novels. And because she reads a variety of things, she reads all kinds of novels, whether emotional or plot-oriented. After reading a lot, she is more sensitive to the readers and rewards mentioned by the system. It's a bit like the routine in the Infinite Flow novels, where the protagonist broadcasts live while going through the dungeon, and people outside will reward the people in the live broadcast. At the beginning, the system asked the former host to follow his instructions to capture the male protagonist, probably because he wanted to make a sweet emotional story like after traveling through time, I got together with the male protagonist. However, the system had no experience at all, and the former host was also a fool, which led to a bad situation in the end. Recently, the system has become less and less willing to intervene in Qin Rong. Perhaps the system has found that the reader's response to the change from after crossing over, I merged with the male protagonist, I became a pollution source and dominated the world after crossing into another world is not bad, so the system has stopped. The system does not want to reveal, so forget it. If it is helpful to know, Qin Rong is still willing to pay attention, but if it is not helpful, it is the same whether Qin Rong knows or not. Anyway, I have to work in this world. Qin Rong, who is very open-minded and even a little too arrogant, ended the conversation with the system. She observed the reaction to Yu Rong's death on the internet for a while. Although it caused a little ripple, it is common sense that mecha soldiers are easy to die in the overall social environment. After Yu Rong's fans made a fuss for a while, there was no more splash. Without Yu Rong's identity, Qin Rong also got rid of the shackles she had given herself before. For example, her contract with the New Star Arena was terminated, and she did not need to squeeze time to play in the competition while entering the pollution area. In addition, the cooperation with Li Hailin on the manufacturing of automated mechas has also come to an end. The title of master he will end with Yu Rong. Since Qin Rong had to pretend that he had lived in the black market before, he naturally had to know a little about the underground black market. Before Jiang Lian responded to him, Qin Rong was wandering around in the black market. The shopping malls here are unexpectedly prosperous, with people coming and going, and the sale of goods is very orderly. Of course, it is uncertain whether the things are real or fake. Without the endorsement of the Federation, it is impossible to return or exchange them. Qin Rong also found a store that sells materials dropped by pollution sources. This store is very large. After Qin Rong entered, he found that the dropped materials here are even richer than those in the outside world, from D-level pollution source materials to A-level pollution source materials. S-level dropped materials are generally hard to come by. Although the market price is like that, there may not be anyone selling them. The more Qin Rong looked at the store, the more he felt that this store was a bit strange. There were too many pollution source materials here. You know, the Cruiser Administration is the organization that can clean up the most pollution sources every year, but for A-level areas, a city branch can only solve one pollution area a day on average. And these dropped materials will be selected internally first, and then those that are of no use to the organization will be sold, perhaps to mecha companies or mercenaries. The A-level dropped materials that can be sold in a year are only about 100. But in this place, the ones displayed in the cabinet alone are as high as 50, and there are even rare space attributes and time attributes. Although the time attribute is C-level, it cannot be underestimated. After all, it is almost unsolvable in the rule category. Drops of this attribute are generally not sold, but will be placed in the cruiser warehouse. When a single soldier makes a contribution, the reward of this attribute will be given out. This is a reward for their willingness to work hard for the administration. Qin Rong's Tianxing had an S-level time crystal, which was extremely rare, and she had only seen one. Thinking of this, Qin Rong was not only heartbroken, but also worried about where her Tianxing had gone. Jiang Lian said that he had been looking for it for 10 years, but couldn't find it. After coming back to his senses, Qin Rong found the salesperson in the store and asked, "Do you have any S-level ones here?" The salesperson smiled perfectly and explained, "I'm sorry, distinguished guest, you don't have enough authority." The implication was that there was one. Who was standing behind this black shop? Who supplied so many dropped materials? 50 of them could be displayed outside, which only meant that there were more inside. Qin Rong asked again, "How to increase your authority?" "Buying our products can increase your points. I can give you a membership booklet. You can get answers to all questions about membership points in the booklet." Qin Rong took the booklet and didn't buy anything. The main reason was that she didn't have her own assets yet. She was spending Jiang Yuqi's, so she couldn't buy anything. After returning to the hotel, Qin Rong began to study the booklet. It was a thin booklet that stated the benefits of becoming their customer. Priority was given to the supply of materials dropped by pollution sources. After all, good properties were often in short supply. Member points could be used to offset a portion of star coins. Consuming one star coin accumulated 1 point. From time to time, members were given extra discount coupons. After reaching a certain number of points, they could get admission tickets to member activities. There were several pictures on the member activities page, including the auction of S-level pollution sources, masked balls, and luxurious yachts. At the bottom of the page, Qin Rong saw a logo. In an instant, she felt her soul touched. She had seen this logo in the memory of the death of the pollution source that gave her the ability to possess. This was a domineering dinosaur logo, as if roaring at the prey in front of it. This store was 100% related to man-made pollution sources. Attending their party might give her information about the people behind the scenes. Qin Rong took another look at the member points required to attend the party, and her eyes suddenly went dark. 100 million points is the ticket. She is still far from 100 million now, and it is difficult for her to take out 1,000 star coins. However, if Qin Rong's identity is restored, it is not particularly difficult to earn 100 million. It is always possible. Qin Rong wrote down the matter of checking the logo. There is still some time before their next party opens, and Qin Rong can focus on her own work first. When she received Jiang Lian's reply, Qin Rong was studying computer courses. She should be considered a semi-entry now. I think. Qin Rong wanted to make unmanned mechas before, just to reduce the casualties of the cruiser administration. However, plans are not as good as changes. Now Qin Rong knows that the contaminated area is man-made, and the importance of the automated mecha is slightly lower. Kill the mastermind first, and the contaminated area may perish by itself. Of course, Qin Rong did not give up completely. She is still studying hard. After having the ability of numerical purification, her ability to learn computers has also improved. Jiang Lian's reply to Qin Rong was that the superiors agreed to Qin Rong's return. After all, given Qin Rong's textbook-like reputation on the Star Network, she could cause turbulence anywhere. So after discussion at the top, they thought it would be better to let Qin Rong return to the cruiser administration. Of course, the premise is that Qin Rong can prove that he is Qin Rong. As for Qin Rong's career, it is not suitable to be too high, and they are unwilling to give him a position with real power. In the end, they gave Qin Rong a position like an honorary elder, that is, the chief commander of the administration and the general director of the administration. Why is the position of chief commander a false title? Because there are many outbreaks in the polluted areas, and those who can really contribute have gone to solve the polluted areas. At the beginning, the upper level had a good idea to give this position to experienced but physically weak old people, so that when the newcomers act, they can ask the old people for guidance, which can reduce casualties. However, the upper level underestimated the diversity of pollutants. When some old people retired due to injuries, the pollution sources they experienced were less than 1% of the real pollution sources. In addition, the files were digitized later, and all the cruisers needed to submit files to clear the contaminated area. All the files could be checked on their own optical brain cloud, so the experience of the old man was even less needed. There was no work, and the management bureau was unwilling to pay wages for nothing, so this place was finally closed down. After Qin Rong came back, they remembered this department again. Because they didn't know what was going on with Qin Rong, they simply sold face, and let Qin Rong be an honorary lecturer. This result was also expected by Qin Rong. 10 years have passed, and the power struggle is completely different from the year. If Qin Rong wants to restore the director of the year, a current director must be removed from his position. There is no such idiot except Jiang Lian. However, the upper level could not let Jiang Lian step down and replace him with Qin Rong, who was not sure whether he could be controlled. This is the best situation. After receiving the notice from Jiang Lian, Qin Rong no longer disguised himself with a black robe, but took off the mask and black robe and went to the management bureau for their review. This review, of course, could not be done by his own people. The general administration sent someone to check if this Qin Rong was real. And he also brought new testing equipment from the general administration, which guaranteed that Qin Rong could be checked from inside to outside. Fortunately, Qin Rong did not use her original slime body, otherwise, with this new instrument, she really couldn't say whether the other party had invented any new indicators to measure her. You know, behind them, there might be a group of lunatics from the artificial pollution source. Considering that they dared to raise the pollution source, it is possible that the level of technology is far beyond the administration and discovered Qin Rong's clues. But now the body is a human being, Qin Rong is not very scared. Before entering, she saw a group of people gathered at the door of the administration. In fact, many people have already discovered her along the way. These people looked surprised and unbelievable, and some even followed her to the cruiser administration. Chapter 98. Among these people, some are broadcasting live on the Star Network. The content on the Star Network is all-encompassing, But obviously in such an era with a pollution zone and the whole people admiring mechas, the live broadcasts about mechas are the most. For example, the audience of the life and death competition, the audience of the mecha competition, and the audience of the Mecha Zone live broadcast are actually interconnected. It's just that the former two have higher requirements for mecha driving literacy, while the audience of the live broadcast is more extensive and the threshold is lower. The largest live broadcast app on the Star Network is called Shanghai, which is a live broadcast app supported by the Star Network itself. And the people following Qin Rong are those who broadcast live on the Star Network. In fact, the probability of this happening is very high. Qin Rong's return is to be high profile. She has no disguise, and has walked from the underground black market to the cruiser administration. During this period, she has passed by countless people. Among these countless people, anyone who has seriously learned mecha driving should have seen Qin Rong's teaching materials, and among those who know Qin Rong, there are always some who think that Qin Rong is not dead. Among these people, if we select a small anchor who usually broadcasts live, the probability can be said to be very high. The main reason is that the number of people who know Qin Rong is too large. Perhaps in other cities, Qin Rong's influence is not so terrifying, but in the Beijing-Tianjin area, where Qin Rong rose, Qin Rong must be regarded as a landmark. The Wanderer administration and major universities probably don't know how much momentum Qin Rong will create by using Qin Rong's combat materials, because they don't need to pay copyright fees. The people in the general administration let Qin Rong become a textbook, of course, because she is dead, and no matter how high she is praised, it will not affect their governance. But now it's different. If a person is alive, there are too many things that can be affected. The small anchor who is broadcasting live in Shanghai is called Ed. He used to be a mecha soldier, but he was not selected to become a wanderer. After finishing his studies at school, he became a mercenary. He is considered a more powerful mercenary, which is different from the untrained mercenaries at the bottom. When he is free, he will live broadcast on Shanghai, sharing with others what new things he encountered in the contaminated area and what experience is needed to become a top mercenary. He also has a series called What Life-Saving Preparations Are Needed to Enter the D-Level Contaminated Area, which is very popular. It can almost be said that it is a must-see for novices who want to work in the mercenary industry. At this moment, the title of his live broadcast room is, After 10 Years, Has Qin Rong Finally Returned? The title of this live broadcast room is almost explosive. The traffic recommendation mechanism of the Mecha area is very fair. After 20 minutes of broadcasting, the retention rate and reward rate of the live broadcast room can determine the next push of the live broadcast room. And this anchor Ed followed Qin Rong for an hour. An hour later, he was recommended on the homepage of the Mecha area, with 320,000 people online. Am I seeing things? That's Qin Rong, right? Damn it, Dad, get out of your coffin. The guy who taught you mechas all crawled out of his coffin. I knew my idol wouldn't die. How could such a genius die so easily? Don't tell me someone had plastic surgery to look like Rongshin. It's been 10 years. If he was going to come back, he would have come back a long time ago. Does anyone know the guy in front of the administration? He looks familiar. Wei Ming from the general administration came to greet me personally. I feel like this is really a bit mysterious. I won't witness a historic moment, will I? Could it be the twin sister of God Rong? I won't comment until everything is settled. Wait for an official announcement. Wait for an official +1. God Rong is getting better. He can use my Ed's traffic. If you want to kill Ed, just say so. I can't stand your threats. I checked the teaching materials. They are exactly the same. I've identified them. Live broadcasts and forums often complement each other. Someone immediately took a screenshot of the live broadcast and posted it on the forum, a forum that mainly discusses Qin Rong's fighting techniques. The news that Qin Rong himself had resurrected was more explosive than any other news. So when Ed was filming Qin Rong shaking hands with Wei Ming from the general administration, people from the forum also began to pour into the live broadcast room. Ed's live broadcast room was jammed because too many people poured into it at once. Ed was just a small anchor, and he didn't have a dedicated line like the big anchors. The sudden surge in traffic made the backend unable to react at all. When the number of people exceeded 600,000, the screen went black. Ed tried several times to continue the live broadcast, but every time he opened it for a while, people started to enter the live broadcast room, and then the live broadcast room began to jam. Everyone could only see Qin Rong and Wei Ming talking happily from the screen. Ed felt that this was a huge amount of traffic, and he didn't want to give up the live broadcast at all. You know, his live broadcast room usually has only 10,000 people stable, and suddenly 600,000 people are online, he will go crazy, knocking on his back-end administrator and ask them to work quickly and stop slacking off. On the other hand, Qin Rong had already completed the social interaction with Wei Ming. There was a reason why the general administration sent Wei Ming here. Wei Ming's mouth was naturally upturned, and he was smiling even when he was not smiling. Wei Ming was very good at dealing with people. When he was not sure whether Qin Rong was Qin Rong, he did not offend him. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's not that I don't believe you, but you are too famous. If I don't check it clearly, your fans on Xinguang will scold me to death. Don't worry, when we check the data clearly, I will be the first to clear your name." Qin Rong couldn't be cold when he was smiling. Qin Rong just felt as if he had returned to the social scene of 10 years ago, when he went to the general administration to participate in an event. Everyone was smiling and saying polite words. However, you two have no friendship at all. When you meet someone who is related to your own interests, you would rather stab your villain than let go of the meat in your mouth. Qin Rong also understood. After all, adults should be decent. Qin Rong smiled gently and said, "I understand. You are under a lot of pressure after being assigned here. I also understand the concerns of the higher-ups. Let's check it out, and no one will feel relieved." "That's right. Let's go in first and wait a little longer. It will take more time to talk to the reporters." "Yeah, that's true." The two of them went in and talked a lot of nonsense about complimenting each other. Finally, Wei Ming sent Qin Rong into the testing room. Qin Rong wiped the sweat from her forehead and thought that she would say more of these words in the future. Her life of pretending to be cool was gone forever. Qin Rong's examination was divided into 3 items. The first item was a mental examination, but the people who examined were all brought by Wei Ming. They did not ask Qin Rong any questions, but directly examined Qin Rong's consciousness. 2 metal patches were placed on both sides of Qin Rong's brain, and these people began to record the data. Qin Rong did not wear the bracelet today. With a human body, she could not feel the special features of this instrument. But if her body was there, she would be able to perceive that the core of the operation of this machine was an S-level pollution source drop material, and it was a very rare mental type. After the first round of examinations, Wei Ming looked at the results and smiled at Qin Rong, saying, "Once the results of this first test come out, it can be confirmed that you are Qin Rong, but please do the remaining 2 tests as well, so that if the superiors ask, I can explain to them with confidence." Qin Rong naturally nodded in agreement. The second test was to test Qin Rong's body. After drawing a tube of blood from the vein, an X-ray was taken to check the bones and organs. The third test was a lie detector test, which was an inquiry about the story Qin Rong had made up. This kind of lie detector test was the first thing Qin Rong started to train himself. The original management bureau had a tradition of lie detection. If he evaded the test as he did last time, he would probably not pass it, so Qin Rong focused on training his ability to be lied. In the end, he passed without any danger. Wei Ming seemed to be happy, and came over to shake hands with Qin Rong and congratulated him, saying, "I didn't expect that 10 years later, I would be able to see the legendary figure of the year again. Chief Qin, regarding your appointment order, I will discuss the time with the higher-ups, and will definitely pick the most appropriate time for you to hold the event so that everyone knows that you have returned gloriously." Qin Rong shook hands with the other party and smiled. "I hope there will be no more riots in the contaminated area this time." Wei Ming was stunned, then smiled very naturally and said, "That's for sure. Today's inspection is an open inspection." The general administration must have been watching Qin Rong privately for a long time. If they didn't find any clues, they couldn't delay any longer, so they had to set a time. If Qin Rong felt that the general administration didn't intend to give her a position and directly made a fuss on the Star Network, it would be too damaging to the reputation of the general administration. After all, she was a textbook figure in most Mecha colleges in the past 10 years, and a hero who was personally conferred by the general administration. After Wei Ming left, Qin Rong was greeted with even more sincere enthusiasm. The former teammates were all excited, but some of them were too guilty to look at Qin Rong. Some others secretly bombarded Qin Rong with messages in their own small groups to express their emotions. But what they talked about most was that the director had been looking for him for 10 years, and actually found him back. Qin Rong was really not dead. Some of Qin Rong's former teammates have now become cruisers in Group A, while others have been injured and have changed from cruisers to clerks handling other matters. Qin Rong greeted these people one by one. For Qin Rong, those 10 years were a chaotic decade, and she still had a clear impression of these people. But for these people, they were both old and mature. Although they felt happy, they did not dare to be too close to Qin Rong for a while. Qin Rong saw that they were embarrassed, so he said, "You go and do your own things, don't stay here, I'm going to talk to your director Jiang about something." Qin Rong said a little teasingly, "Let's go, Director Jiang." Jiang Lian knew that Director Jiang was teasing him, so he rolled his eyes at Qin Rong behind everyone's back. Chapter 99. Qin Rong looked at the decoration of the director's office and said, "It's exactly the same as mine, no changes." Jiang Lian said, "There's no money to redecorate." Qin Rong snorted and said, "I see that the other floors of the cruiser have been redecorated to varying degrees. How could the director's office not be able to apply for funding?" Qin Rong picked up the photo frame on Jiang Lian's desk. She laughed and said, "Isn't this the photo we took before? I remember that you don't like taking photos. If I hadn't forced you, we wouldn't even have this photo together." Qin Rong was talking, and suddenly he was stunned and said, "You didn't deliberately keep the way I looked at that time." Although Jiang Lian did say so, Qin Rong's words still made him feel ashamed. He frowned, his ears blushed, and he snorted coldly, "You are too narcissistic." Qin Rong shrugged, not denying it. "Do you have something serious to tell me?" Jiang Lian asked again. Qin Rong looked around. The main body was not around, so there was no way to ensure that they would not be monitored. So Qin Rong just asked in a businesslike manner, "Can you give me a whole nice office? Just this? And give me a whole single dormitory?" Jiang Lian's face turned cold. He said, "The office has been arranged for you. You can't change it if you don't like it. Now your boss is going to work. Don't bother me here if you have nothing to do." Qin Rong clicked his tongue. This kid actually used his official position to pressure her. But Qin Rong didn't say anything and turned to find her office. Jiang Lian was very formal. He hung a sign of the guidance office above Qin Rong's office. When he walked into the office, there was also a sign of the chief on the table. The system of the cruiser is not carried on the optical computer. That is not safe. The federal government uses computers for work. It's just that the technology of computers is far behind that of optical computers, and the maintenance workers inside the cruiser are not very good, so the computer often freezes. Qin Rong sat in front of the computer, opened the cruiser system, entered her previous work number and password, and entered the cruiser system. It seems that her previously cancelled work number has been restored, and Qin Rong is alive again. The cruiser system is a bit like the system of an old technology company. There are various functions on the main interface. After logging in, you can view the pollution source data report, the cleanup situation in various places, and the various types of pollution source response textbooks compiled by Qin Rong. Qin Rong first searched the number of pollution source outbreaks in Haeong City in the past year, and then searched other areas. Qin Rong frowned as he looked at the gradually increasing pollution area. At this time, the office door was knocked. "Come in," Qin Rong said. A familiar face walked in, smiling and gently saying, "I am He Qian, the office director of the administration. If you have any difficulties in life or need to make coordination, you can come to me." Qin Rong nodded. He had seen this person before. When he was recruited to the cruiser for a summer internship, He Qian was also responsible for their team formation. "This is your room number. This is the electronic key. Do you need me to find someone to pack your luggage and bring it over?" "No, thank you." "Okay, I guess you've discussed your salary and remuneration with Director Wei before." "Yes, that's right. This is the first time I've encountered your situation. I suggest you get a new ID and bind it to the optical computer, otherwise it will be very troublesome to pay your salary. Now it's rare to pay physical star coins, and they are usually transferred directly from the optical computer." Qin Rong said, "No problem, I take note." "Okay, the office line is 03, you can call me if you have any questions, then I won't bother you anymore." Qin Rong nodded, and Director He Qian left with a very humble attitude. Qin Rong sent him away, and continued to read the report on the pollution source. After a while, another new person came to knock on the door. The person knocking on the door, this time was Qin Rong's former teammate. He came to Qin Rong to reminisce about the past, and then he started crying. While he was crying, another stranger came in, and said excitedly that he admired Qin Rong very much. Because he was born in a poor family, he became a cruiser with the help of Qin Rong's free teaching materials. Qin Rong explained to him that it was not her who gave them the free teaching materials, but the filming company gave them the materials for free. She was paid for filming these materials. The filming company should be the one who was really generous, but they also gained reputation and traffic that exceeded the value of these videos, so it was not a loss. The cruiser also said that thanks to Qin Rong's free teaching materials, he was able to escape from the polluted area. Qin Rong thought to himself, there is no need to thank her. She was just in her position. She was the deputy director of the management bureau at that time. She filmed that in the hope that the casualty rate in the bureau would be lower. Qin Rong received one after another, and she didn't stop for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, there were only a few thousand roamers in the bureau, and only those in Group A dared to come to Qin Rong. After 2 days of annoyance, Qin Rong finally settled down. Qin Rong's new dormitory was next to the administration bureau, and was not in the same dormitory as those interns. Her dormitory was obviously much better, a single room of 35 square meters, with a TV and a washing machine. She also had a super large bathtub, where she could take a bath after get off work. After 2 days of busy work, Qin Rong got all the things she had found on the underground black market, and put on her body again. She thought that no one would disturb her anymore, and she could quietly sort out the report on the contaminated area. But on the 3rd day, there was a long queue as soon as she arrived at the office. Qin Rong asked the roamers in the queue and found out that the general administration had officially notified the time of her return on the official Star Network account of the roamers, and divided Qin Rong's scope of responsibilities. These roamers who came to the queue came to ask Qin Rong how to solve the contaminated area. Among these cruisers, how many of them really wanted guidance? Qin Rong didn't know. He felt that these people were more like fans at the book signing event, staring at her with the kind of passionate eyes that wanted to eat her, and even took away the disposable cup she drank water from. The pens issued by the office, and the paper she wrote on would disappear inexplicably. Qin Rong couldn't stand it anymore, so she went to find Jiang Lian and asked him to take care of it. Jiang Lian immediately said in the work group that only A-level and S-level contaminated areas could be guided by Qin Rong. In this way, Qin Rong was considered to be quiet. The day for Qin Rong's official return was set for 3 days later. Now it was still the summer vacation for college students, and the response of these college students to Qin Rong's return was unprecedentedly grand. Even at Beijing Tianjin University, parties to celebrate Qin Rong's return were held one after another. The Mecha soldiers who were almost suffocated by the endless contaminated areas during the summer practice heard the news that Qin Rong was not dead. At this moment, they seemed to see hope and felt that they were finally saved. Even a textbook figure like Qin Rong has returned. How far is it from completely defeating the source of pollution? Qin Rong occasionally goes to the Star Network to pay attention to the news, and then she sees that 9 out of 10 of the news pushed to her are about Qin Rong's return. This seems to have become a major event on the Star Network, and everyone is celebrating. With more people, there will naturally be different voices. Some people question Qin Rong's identity, and question whether she is a clone created by the administration, but these voices are drowned in the huge celebration and no one cares. Under this carnival-like momentum, the day of Qin Rong's return has finally arrived. This is a live broadcast facing everyone. The official account of the Cruiser General Administration on the Star Network will convey what happened today in a real way. 10 years ago, Qin Rong failed to be awarded the star and officially became the director of the administration. But 10 years later, Qin Rong got the chief star and officially returned to the administration. In such a carnival, Qin Rong's Battle Technique Discussion Forum was renamed Qin Rong Station, and it became the largest personal forum at present. After Qin Rong announced her Star Network account, she immediately received messages from all directions. Countless people flocked to her account and expressed their admiration for her. Qin Rong sometimes asked herself, is the person in their eyes really me? Can she afford their selfless admiration? In a trance, Qin Rong felt that she seemed not to be a person. After 10 years of death, Star Network has made her a god. Peeling off the layers of deified coat, she is actually just a more talented mecha soldier. After the sigh, Qin Rong will still do her own thing. She will not let herself be drowned by the vast amount of false reputation. Qin Rong opened a Star Network account, not for the purpose of accepting other people's praise. Of course, others' likes will make her happy, but she has other reasons. She thinks that maybe she can get some information from other areas from the language of these people. System, help me filter it, and see if there is any useful information. The system asked, what is useful? Like the strange one last time, who told me to be careful and predicted that I would be assassinated. The system said, there are too many, and this kind of detailed screening will take some time. Qin Rong said, don't worry. On this planet, the Federation occupies most of the land. The Federation divides the land into cities for easy management. The Federation has more than 200 cities, and the center of the Federation is located in the capital city. The man-made pollution source is definitely related to the company with a dinosaur icon. Qin Rong searched on the internet, but this company is very clean on the Star Network. There is no news about it, as if it was deliberately deleted by someone. The system screened for 2 days, and after 2 days, the system had news. A person with the ID Hongguo sent you a message. His IP address is Beihai City, which is 8,000 kilometers away from Haiyang City. Chapter 100. Flattering Behavior. The message Hongguo sent her was, "Don't come to Beihai City. No matter how difficult they say it is, don't come, you will die here." The system felt that this sentence was a bit similar to the words that warned Qin Rong to be careful, so it showed it to Qin Rong. Coincidentally, the day after the system showed Qin Rong this message, Qin Rong received an official message from the Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau in his system. The cruiser management system is universal between cities, and private emails can also be sent. The message Qin Rong received was not private, but sent by the Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau. The Beihai City Management Bureau hoped that Qin Rong could go to Beihai City to help them solve an S-level pollution area. The email said that this pollution area is still spreading. Beihai City is close to the ocean. At present, half of the land in the city has been swallowed up by the pollution area and turned into the ocean. Qin Rong inevitably became a little interested. She had indeed never seen a pollution area in the sea, and it could swallow up land. Attached to the email was a shocking number of casualties. They praised Qin Rong to the sky and sincerely hoped that Qin Rong could help them. These two messages, one before the other, seemed to tell Qin Rong that there was a conspiracy. Although this letter for help was sent by the Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau, it was not an email from the general administration that forced Qin Rong to help, so Qin Rong had the right to choose. Qin Rong did not discuss it with others. She knew that Jiang Lian knew about it, and would definitely disagree. But Qin Rong is no longer a human being now, and it is very difficult to die. So whether it is because her job is to save people or because of her curiosity about the marine pollution area, Qin Rong will definitely go. Now she will not die even if there is another neutron bomb, so what is there to be afraid of? But it is not good to leave without saying goodbye, so Qin Rong still sent a message to Jiang Lian, saying that she is going on a business trip to help other cities solve the pollution area. Qin Rong didn't tell Jiang Lian where she was going, but only vaguely mentioned it. In order to prevent accidents, Qin Rong also told Jiang Yuqi, who knew her source of pollution, the news in full. In this way, if she really hit that 0.001% of luck and died, there would still be someone who knew where to collect the body. Qin Rong felt that it was a bit dangerous to use the optical computer. The attitude of the cruiser was actually a little cautious about the optical computer, otherwise he would not use the old computer for work. It was precisely because of the cruiser's caution that Qin Rong also felt that it might be a bit dangerous to tell Jiang Yuqi with the optical computer, so she went directly to Jiang Yuqi to tell him the news. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Yuqi heard about the marine pollution area, his eyes were shining, and he said like a dog who only wanted his owner to walk him, take me, I want to see what the marine pollution area looks like. Haiyang City is inland, the air is dry, let alone the ocean, there are not many streams, and the only place that can be regarded as a lake is also artificially excavated. Therefore Jiang Yuqi, who grew up in the inland, wanted to see what the ocean was like. Qin Rong refused. No, it's too dangerous. I don't even know enough about the marine pollution area. You will be a burden if I take you with me. The light in Jiang Yuqi's eyes disappeared all of a sudden. If he had a tail and ears at this moment, they would definitely be drooping. Qin Rong felt that it was not good for him to say that, which hurt Jiang Yuqi's heart, so he comforted him again. You are still not experienced enough now. When you become an A-level cruiser in the future, I will definitely take you to see what the marine pollution area is like. This is an extremely big pie. After all, the goal of an A-level cruiser is too ambitious. Jiang Yuqi doesn't need it now. It will probably take 4 or 5 years to become an A-level cruiser. But Jiang Yuqi didn't think it was a pie in the sky at all. He suddenly became enthusiastic again and said with a smile, okay, then it's settled. Jiang Yuqi stretched out his hand to bump fists with Qin Rong. Qin Rong knew that Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang had this habit, so he bumped fists with him reluctantly. After Qin Rong explained the two things, he took a mecha from the warehouse of the Administration Bureau. After making sure that nothing was missing, he went to Beihai City through space compression. As soon as Qin Rong left, Jiang Yuqi was blocked by Shenlang and Qian Jianing, who appeared out of nowhere. The two of them stared at Jiang Yuqi with jealous and envious eyes, and said, how do you know God Rong? Shenlang said, good boy, you eat alone, right? Qian Jianing sneered and said, you eat alone. It's not eating alone, okay? Can I still control who Qin Rong sees, and who he doesn't see? How did you two know each other? I met him on the Star Network, and I didn't know that he was God Rong. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, as if he was looking at Jiang Yuqi's face to determine whether he was lying. But Jiang Yuqi was very frank. It was true that he, an overnight rich man on the star internet. Not seeing any tricks, Shen Lang said, introduce us to each other. I also want to meet Goddess Rong. Qian Jianing said, I just want her to sign my clothes. Jiang Yuqi said, you are late. Goddess Qin Rong is on a mission. Wait for her to come back. I will ask her if it is okay. Shen Lang and Qian Jianing gave up. After using space compression, Qin Rong arrived in Beihai City in less than an instant stick. As soon as he stood firm, Qin Rong smelled the fishy smell coming towards him. The air humidity here is much greater than that in Haiyang City. It feels like every breath of air you breathe and can condense into water droplets at the tip of your nose. The channel for space compression is fixed, so the people from the Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau have been waiting for Qin Rong in advance. The person who came to receive Qin Rong was the director of the Management Bureau. Basically, all the senior executives have arrived. Qin Rong had no intention of making close friends with these people, but because shaking hands and getting to know each other was a must in social occasions, Qin Rong still shook hands with each of them and got to know them one by one. The structure of the Cruiser Management Bureau in Beihai City is similar to that in Haiyang City. There is also a director and a deputy director, and there are 4 groups under them, A, B, C, and D, and each group has a leader. Today, the leaders of the 4 groups came and got to know Qin Rong. Among these leaders, the leaders of groups B, C, and D have good attitudes, but the leader of group A seems to be in a bad mood. When facing Qin Rong, he is also not in the right mood. The director seems to know that this person is so bad-tempered, and he came to smooth things over, telling Qin Rong that the subordinates of the leader of Group A have suffered heavy casualties recently, so he is not in a good mood. Qin Rong said that he could understand, and didn't take it to heart. After the social session ended, Qin Rong couldn't wait to ask about the situation of the pollution area. As a result, this question was beyond Qin Rong's imagination. Beihai City did not have a marine pollution area at first, and for some unknown reason, they set up walls and lighthouses between the ocean and the land to resolutely prevent the pollution area from spreading to the sea. About 20 years ago, there was still a pollution zone in the ocean. At the beginning, it was just a Class C pollution zone, and no one paid much attention to it. They just sent people to clean it up, but there was no result. Then as time went on, people gradually discovered that the edge of the land was being eroded by the ocean. It was 3 years after the discovery of this situation. The director immediately took it seriously and sent out his capable subordinates, and then there was no news. In the 5th year, the pollution zone in the ocean swallowed up the pollution zone on land and became an S-level pollution zone. Now, no one can control it. Qin Rong asked, "Didn't you apply to the general administration to come down to solve it?" I applied. But everyone who came down died. Soon the general administration felt that it was not worth sacrificing precious top-level soldiers for the North Sea. It has been 20 years now, and residents have been migrating inland, but this marine pollution zone has not stopped expanding. The director said with some doubt and emotion, "In theory, the expansion of the pollution zone has a limit, but this pollution zone has been expanding for 20 years. It is really puzzling. Where is its end? Will it end when it swallows up the entire continent?" Qin Rong asked again, "Has the peak pollution been measured?" The technical means for ocean measurement are immature. We tried to measure from the other side of the ocean, but the test results were only about 3,000 pollution values. It may be because the range is too large. Our current measurement equipment cannot penetrate so much seawater for measurement. It swallowed this. With so many polluted areas, the peak pollution level may have exceeded 20,000. The director added, "If this trend continues, I'm afraid that in another 10 years, Beihai City will be completely destroyed." The director looked at Qin Rong sincerely and said, "Chief Qin, I'm really happy to know that you are still alive. If an epic like you can't solve such a polluted area, I'm afraid we can only transfer the population within the city." Qin Rong didn't accept his flattery, but asked, "Did anyone who came out of the polluted area in the past give any information?" "No." The director sighed, but still said it in a down-to-earth manner. "No one has ever come out of this contaminated area." Qin Rong said in great surprise, "No one? We once organized 50 cruisers to go in together, but in the end, no one came out." The director said, "You just escaped from death. If you don't want to help us, I can understand, but considering that the contaminated area is about to swallow us, if you have any opinions and ideas, please tell us truthfully." Qin Rong said, "You know nothing about this contaminated area, and I can't say anything about suggestions and requirements." The director's face turned pale when he heard Qin Rong's words. Then Qin Rong said, "I want to go in and take a look." The director's face was happy at first, and then he stopped Qin Rong in shock and said, "Absolutely not. It's not a joke to go and never come back." Qin Rong thought to himself, "If you don't want me to go, don't advertise it on the Star Network first. I want to come here to guide you to solve the contaminated area." Qin Rong has now been deified, and Interstellar people probably think that there is no contaminated area that she can't solve. Chapter 101. 3 hours after she replied to Beihai City's email, Qin Rong had just finished telling Jiang Yuqi about her behavior and asked Jiang Yuqi to keep it secret. Turning around, she was notified by the system that the Beihai City administration had posted the news that she would help solve the Beihai City marine pollution area on the Star Network. Qin Rong saw this news and secretly said that it was not good. Jiang Lian would definitely scold her if he saw it. So Qin Rong hurriedly borrowed the space compression of the administration to escape. A second before escaping, she seemed to hear Jiang Lian's irritable scolding. She could only say that it was a good thing that she escaped quickly, otherwise Jiang Lian would have tied her up in Heian City. The death 10 years ago was too much of a blow to Jiang Lian. Qin Rong understood his excessive desire to protect herself. But Qin Rong was also a soldier. She enjoyed the salary of the cruiser and the admiration of the Mecha soldiers in the world. She did have to take responsibility. To use a sentence from a movie I saw in my previous life, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She is Yu Rong, so she can be at ease and play badly, but Qin Rong can't. Now, the attention paid to the marine pollution area in Beihai City on the Star Network is beyond Qin Rong's imagination. The Star Network is a bit like a search site with a personal homepage. The Star Network itself has social attributes. Using the search of the Star Network, you can also go to various other places with social attributes, such as various fan concentration camp forums, arena life and death battles, and live broadcast sites. There are various sites with attached attributes in the Star Network. The attributes of the Star Network itself are more inclined to be able to browse the news on it and see the latest hot spots. The top news of the Star Network is called the Star Dome by netizens. Generally, netizens will say that this news has been on the Star Dome for news that is too popular. As for where these news come from, they are naturally posted on the Star Network by various news media. One of the media, called Minxing Media, published a report about. Qin Rong went to the pollution area in Beihai City for guidance. The news reached the top of the Star Dome in just half an hour. In such a short period of time, Beihai City issued the news and reached the top of the Star Dome in just 1 hour. The news was so explosive that it is hard to say whether there is anyone behind it. The discussions of netizens below are also varied and heated. I am a local of Beihai. My father said that 20 years ago, before the pollution area broke out, he went to the beach every day to pick up seafood. The seafood was fried or stir-fried, and it was delicious. However, it has become a taboo to get close to the beach. No one who gets close can come back. I don't know what the seafood my father said tastes like. I drink nutritional supplements every day, and I am sick of it. Local +1, if Rongshan can really solve the marine pollution area, I will worship Rongshan in my home in the future and burn incense to it every day. Which religion is the custom of burning incense, and what is the meaning? Do you really think Qin Rong can solve the marine pollution area? No, these people who talk online, haven't they all been to college? Anyone who has been to school would not pin their hopes on Qin Rong. It is clear that the marine pollution area cannot be solved by human power. Finally, someone understands. Qin Rong is praised too much. If Qin Rong hadn't died 10 years ago, he would probably be a normal director of a municipal management bureau, and he might not even be able to enter the general administration. The people who are pessimistic are those who have never been to college. The textbooks for the Mecha driving class are all from Qin Rong. No one will really question Qin Rong's level, right? I am really drunk. As evidenced by the picture, our university textbooks are from Wei Lai of the general administration. The textbooks using Qin Rong were eliminated 5 years ago. Wei Lai is the real god of the new era. Wei Laichui is getting excited again, right? It's obvious that he was pushed out by the general administration to compete. How can he compare to Rongshan's current record of solving pollution areas? He should solve a few S-level pollution areas first before he starts to make a fuss. No way, someone actually doubted Qin Rong's level. Do you know what a representative of the people is? The General Education Bureau has not issued fixed textbooks, but many colleges and universities use Qin Rong's videos as teaching materials. Doesn't this prove the problem? Come on, isn't it just that Qin Rong's materials are free? Copyright control is so strict that other people have to pay. I also shoot a set of teaching materials, and I am also free. How come universities also use my teaching materials for teaching? Under the news on Star Network, because there are too many people, Jin Rong's fans come from all walks of life, so everyone has different ideas. Some people blindly worship Jin Rong, thinking that Jin Rong is a true god and can definitely solve the problem. Some people think that Jin Rong is praised too highly and rationally think that Jin Rong cannot solve the problem. Others praise Wei Lai, this and that. I don't know if the owner behind the ID is a water army, but he obviously wants to get a piece of the pie. On Jin Rong's personal forum, there was also a lot of response to this news. But they are all fans of Jin Rong, and they will definitely not say those bad words, but they just have some objections to this news. No, why do I feel that Rongshan was defrauded? It is clearly written in the news that it is guidance, but everyone thinks that this matter should be solved by Rongshan. I watched this matter ferment with my own eyes. From the Beihai City's statement to the top of the sky, it took only 1 hour. I don't believe that no one pushed it. It feels like this is a scheme to lower the reputation of Rongshan. Rongshan has such a great influence now, the general administration is afraid of it. The pollution area in Beihai City has become a case. It is called a Super S-level pollution area that engulfs the land. How many cruisers the general administration has sent there in recent years have died there? It is clearly a dead end. I remember that the pollution area in Beihai City was rated as one of the top 10 5 years ago. No one has ever returned. Alas, I really think Rongshan had a hard time. In order to save people, he died together with the pollution source in the pollution area. Not only did he not become the director, but he was treated like this when he came back 10 years later. It really makes me feel disappointed. Rongshan is the only cruiser with a personal forum. The general administration is not afraid of her or anyone else. If she is dead, no matter how famous she is, they are not afraid. But if she is still alive and has power, the higher-ups will probably be scared to death. I don't know who is blocking the way, and I'm really messing with Rongshan like this. I don't hope Rongshan can be solved now. I just hope she can live and not have any more accidents in the marine pollution area. That would be a false joy for us. Damn, go to the top of the Star Network sky, Rongshan is going to the pollution area. This news is like water poured into boiling oil. The oil exploded in the pot in an instant, and there were oil spots all around. Netizens, who originally had mixed opinions about Jin Rong's behavior, were even more furious at this moment. No, is Jin Rong confused? She was praised as a god, and she really thought she was a god, right? I am a fan of the great god Jin Rong, but I have to say that the great god is too impulsive. So many people in the general administration have not come back alive in these years. Do they really not care about their lives at all? I feel that Jin Rong was killed by these fans online. Under these people's brainless protection, I am afraid that Jin Rong really thinks that she is the same as they describe. No, is Jin Rong still alive 10 years ago? Does she know what the concept of Super S is? Didn't she die in the S-level pollution area 10 years ago? Now even Super S dares to enter? I really want to start a conspiracy theory. How can a normal person do such a thing? Someone is trying to force Jin Rong to death, right? Are there any cruisers in Beihai City? Start a live broadcast and see. Start live broadcast +1. Starnet hasn't been so lively for a long time. Jin Rong is really a top star. This is even more exaggerated than the traffic of super first-line stars. How to compare stars and cruisers. One is for entertainment, and the other is really related to your life. Most people in the Federation are concerned about the cruisers. No one knows whether the pollution will explode around them in the next second. But there are also people who are not worried about it. These people just live one day at a time. At present, some people who don't usually hang out on Starnet have begun to stare at Starnet to read the news. Office workers are slacking off in places where their bosses can't see them, and students go to the news area to see the follow-up after class. There are nearly 2 billion people in the Federation, and I'm afraid that 100 to 200 million people are paying attention to this matter at the moment. This is already a very, very terrifying amount of attention. The heroine Jin Rong has already put on the Mecha and stood outside the contaminated area. The director of the Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau still persuaded Jin Rong with a look of "I am very worried about you." But obviously, he couldn't persuade him. So he assigned someone to go down with Jin Rong, the leader of Group A, who was a little cold to Jin Rong just now. Jin Rong understood at a glance that the leader of Group A probably offended someone above, and was ready to get rid of him directly this time, and let others take over. If it were someone who was afraid of death, he would have already taken off his official position and left, but the leader of Group A walked into the Mecha with a face. Obviously, the leader of Group A was ready to die with Qin Rong. Before entering, Qin Rong adjusted the team voice. "Can you hear it?" Qin Rong said in the team voice. The leader of Group A said in a very bad tone, "Are you stupid?" Qin Rong said, "Why are you cursing? I sent you a message telling you not to come, but you came to die." Qin Rong suddenly realized that it was this guy who sent the message. "Why is it to die? Are you unclear about your position, or do you have too many expectations of me? If the superiors don't like you, then you are just going to die. Originally, they were discussing how to lure you in, but you directly proposed it yourself. In the future, your fans can't curse them." Qin Rong said, "You think you will die, why do you still come in? Can't bear to give up the identity of the cruiser?" The leader of Group A was silent for a while and said, "No. That is, you actually hold a glimmer of hope in your heart, thinking that I can solve it, so you come in with me." The leader of Group A was silent again. As if someone had poked his mind, it was shameful to say anything. Chapter 102. Qin Rong guessed correctly. The leader of Group A did hold a glimmer of hope. If it wasn't for Qin Rong, no one else would be able to solve it. He watched his parents being swallowed by the ocean. Now he is a lonely soul living in the world. If he is not recognized, then death is not that scary. When the leader of Group A wrote that line, he was also thinking that maybe Qin Rong could solve it. But reason blocked his idea and asked him to warn Qin Rong. But when the director asked him to go in with Qin Rong, his emotions prevailed. He thought, what if it could be solved, Beihai City could be saved, and he could be considered to have avenged his parents. He could take this risk. His scolding was actually reminding Qin Rong how dangerous it was. He would not feel guilty if he died, but he would feel guilty if Qin Rong died in there. But Qin Rong still decided to go in, so determined that he didn't know what to say. His attitude was bad because his reason believed that this was impossible. So many people died, and it was impossible to solve it. But the leader of Group A also grew up watching Qin Rong's teaching videos. He had no money and power, and could not afford to pay for the school. He was born in the wild, relying on the money from collecting garbage to build a mecha, and watched Qin Rong's videos to train day and night. At that time, he was full of ambition, thinking that one day, I could solve the contaminated area that killed my parents. But after becoming a cruiser, it was not the same. Hard work can indeed make him rise, but a person is obviously insignificant in front of the contaminated area. When he was stunned, Qin Rong said again, "Your name is Fu Chong, right?" The leader of Group A replied, "Yes." "Don't worry, Fu Chong, have some confidence in me, you can go in alive, and you can come out alive." Fu Chong said speechlessly, "Didn't you hear what I just said? Where do you get your confidence from?" Qin Rong said, "Then let's make a bet." "What are you betting on?" "On whether we can get out." "Does your bet make sense? If we both die, who will fulfill the bet?" "I bet we can get out alive." "If I win?" "I haven't decided on the bet yet. I talk about it when you get out." Fu Chong felt that Qin Rong was a little nonsensical. He was a little nervous at first, but after Qin Rong's words, he became speechless. When he was about to answer, he suddenly heard someone shouting from behind. "Qin Rong." Fu Chong suddenly felt that his mecha arm was grabbed by someone. The force was very appropriate. He didn't stagger, but he also felt a slight vibration. Fu Chong's first reaction was that Qin Rong was indeed worthy of his name. His micro-manipulation made people want to worship him. Then he heard Qin Rong say, "Let's go in." Fu Chong thought to himself that he felt like he was hiding from someone. After being called, he went in like a mouse. Jiang Lian, who was chasing after him, was furious. Seeing Qin Rong act first and report later, and directly enter the contaminated area, his anger dissipated instead. Forget it, this is Qin Rong. This is not the first time Qin Rong has done such a thing. Jiang Lian used to work with Qin Rong, and he really thought that Qin Rong would make him have breast problems. He even bought insurance specifically to prevent himself from getting sick and having no money to treat. Now he felt this feeling again. Jiang Lian let out a long breath and comforted himself. "Don't be angry, don't be angry, at least I can be sure that this is the real Qin Rong, and no one has replaced him." Qin Rong and Fu Chong's mecha had just entered the contaminated area, and before they had time to react, they suddenly saw a pollutant opening its mouth and biting towards their mecha. This pollutant waiting at the door was obviously a pollutant who was used to waiting. If it was a mecha below level B, it would be cut in half directly after being bitten, and there would be no further follow-up. However, it was obvious that the mecha that Qin Rong took out of the cruiser was made of top-grade alloy. The bite from the pollutants only left a little white mark on her mecha, and there was no major damage. But then, without giving anyone time, a huge black shadow, about 100 meters in size, opened its mouth, and a vortex appeared in the water, sucking the two mechas in. In the face of the absolute size difference, the power of the mecha is obviously not worth mentioning. Fu Chong's mecha was transformed into a streamlined shape, which is more suitable for swimming, but it is obviously impossible to compete with the whale suction that has been enhanced countless times. At this time, Fu Chong was dizzy from the impact of the water, and he could still hear Qin Rong chattering. Is this a whale? Do whales live near the coast? You can see it as soon as you get into the water. Fu Chong was speechless. This is pollution. Pollution that looks like a whale. We were swallowed. Can your mecha power be stable in its mouth? Fu Chong said formally. The whale's mouth was dark, and the vision collected nothing. In this narrow feeling, Fu Chong felt particularly uncomfortable. As the whale spoke, its throat rolled. Although the whale's mouth was huge, its throat was extremely narrow. The two mechas were swallowed into its throat without any resistance. After the two people were swallowed into the stomach, Fu Chong immediately opened the protective shield to protect the mecha from being eroded by stomach acid. The stomach of a whale is just like a huge space in another world. It is really too big. The protective shield is extremely energy consuming. The stomach acid of this whale is much stronger than that of ordinary whales. In essence, this is a form of pollution, and also a way for whale pollutants to attack. Qin Rong said, Have you loaded flight gas? Fu Chong said, No, I loaded that part into a turbine suitable for swimming in water. Qin Rong said, Let me see how thick its stomach wall is first. As he said that, Qin Rong controlled the mecha and hit the stomach wall of the whale, but obviously, the stomach wall of this whale was thicker than imagined. What weapons are you equipped with? Qin Rong asked again. Ultrasonic waves, torpedoes, and 2 giant wave bombs. After Fu Chong finished speaking, he began to think that torpedoes and giant wave bombs could not be used. The stomach of a whale is a closed space, and is extremely thick. The firepower that blew up the stomach is enough to blow up the mechas of the two of them into slag. Qin Rong asked in confusion, Are there no rule-based weapons? Fu Chong said, I don't have money to buy them. Beihai City is poor, and the price of rule-based weapons is high. Some rule-based weapons are not as effective as my thermal weapons. Fu Chong said, I try using ultrasonic waves first to see if it works. After Fu Chong used ultrasonic waves, the whale immediately began to twist its body wildly, twisting left and right. Before the whale died, the two mechas in the stomach were thrown up. Fu Chong stopped and said, We can't kill it, and even if we can kill it, we still can't get out. If we kill it, won't it start dropping materials and disappear? You are talking about the polluted area on land. The pollutants in the ocean will not disappear. They seem to be the original life in the ocean. After being polluted, they have mutated. They are different from the polluted areas on land. Qin Rong was a little surprised and said, Since no one has gone out of this marine pollution area, how did you get this news? Fu Chong said, Maybe there are people who have come back alive from the marine pollution area in other coastal cities. This is not the point. The point is how we get out now. Qin Rong said, Why don't we try to get out from the excretion hole? Since this whale has become larger in proportion, maybe the excretion hole has also become larger, allowing the mecha to get out. Fu Chong, Qin Rong smiled and said, Just kidding. After that, Qin Rong untied the airbag in his mecha. This is the oxygen equipped for going into the sea, and there is also nitrogen for flying. The two compressed gases are released in the stomach, causing the whale's stomach to swell slightly. Why did you release the oxygen? You will definitely suffocate without oxygen in the sea. Qin Rong said, Don't worry, I have some left. The accumulation of gas made the whale shake uncomfortably, and then he made a movement similar to human retching. The food and gas in the stomach began to regurgitate, and Qin Rong and Fu Chong were vomited out along with this force. Fu Chong was about to complain that Qin Rong did not do it earlier or later, but waited until he used ultrasound to make them both dizzy before doing it. What did he mean? He suddenly held his breath. They were still on the surface of the sea just now, and now they have been brought to the middle and lower layers of the sea by the whale. The air pressure of the sea water increased, and the mecha made a squeaky sound under the heavy load. The light on the sea surface was far away, and the seabed was dark and boundless, which made people feel insignificant. The key is, around them, marine creatures larger than them can be seen almost everywhere. After the ordinary fish creatures were magnified 10 times, every scale on their bodies was clearly visible. The two huge bulging eyes looked weird like monsters in an interstellar game. Fish were relatively good, but shrimps and crabs were more sanity depleting. The strange shape made people wonder if this was really a creature on the planet. Does your mecha have the function of concealing its breath? Yes. Turn it on. Concealing breath is actually a visual illusion, but the light in the sea is weak, and the possibility of being discovered is not great. The two of them smelled a little bit now, and they all smelled like whales. The creatures around them seemed to smell the smell on them, but whales were also the dominant position among fish. With the cover of this smell, some fish dared not come forward. Look at this, Qin Rong said. Fu Cheng looked at Qin Rong's mecha hand and found that it was the remnant of the mecha, which was dissolved by stomach acid, and only this little was left. Fu Cheng said, I've never seen this material before. Have the people from the General Administration worn a mecha made of this material before? Fu Cheng shook his head and said, not likely. It takes at most 2 or 3 days for a whale to digest a mecha. Within 2 or 3 days, someone else came down and was eaten. Qin Rong's tone was calm, but Fu Cheng was frightened. Chapter 103. How could this happen? The Bureau has issued a clear order to prohibit cruisers from entering the sea. Qin Rong said slowly. Perhaps your Beihai City Administration Bureau is not as ironclad as you think. After a pause, Qin Rong said, and it is not necessarily that no one got out alive. It is also possible that the person who got out alive did not tell you that he was still alive. I have never heard of marine pollution areas in other places. Have you ever thought about which pollution area the information you just said that marine pollutants will not disappear came from? Fu Cheng felt that Qin Rong's guess was a bit scary. If it was really as she said, wouldn't it mean that the information he had obtained now was all the information that others had given him? Fu Cheng was just doubting his life because of what he said, and Qin Rong said again, the pollution value is 12,000. They are now in a very deep place, and if they don't turn on the lights, their vision will be very limited. Qin Rong said again, you find a rock to hide, I go down to explore the depth. I go with you. There's no point in going together. We have voice chat within the team, so we can exchange information. If I die in a crisis down there, you can predict the danger in advance and survive. Then let me go down first, and you stay up there. Qin Rong said calmly but irritatingly, no, you're too bad, you die without finding any information. Fu Cheng, he's the leader of Group A's cruisers after all. Well, who let the person on the other side be the current godmother of mecha driving? Qin Rong communicated with Fu Cheng about the call frequency, and then left Fu Cheng and continued to swim down. In fact, Qin Rong had another original to get rid of Fu Cheng. Qin Rong's oxygen was completely used up, and she had to switch to a larger one. When the consciousness returned from the human Qin Rong to the original body in the ring, the original human body stopped heartbeat and breathing, and lay quietly in the cockpit. The current situation in Qin Rong's cockpit is that the main body has returned to Qin Rong's appearance, and is driving the mecha, but the human body is tied up with a seat belt like a one-to-one replica of an exquisite doll. 10 minutes later, Qin Rong began to communicate with Fu Cheng in the team voice. The pollution value is already 13,000. The further you go, the uglier the pollution is. I recorded the screen of my mecha and will show it to you when I go out. Fu Cheng said, okay. Half an hour later, Qin Rong sent a second communication. The pollution value is 17,000. I found a fish with a lantern on its head. When I go back, I will catch one and take it back for research. Fu Cheng said, haven't you reached the bottom yet? Qin Rong said, no, how is the material of your mecha? If it's not S-level alloy, don't come down. The water pressure will squeeze you to pieces. Fu Cheng said, my mecha material is good, but I don't have any rule-based weapons. Another hour passed, and Fu Cheng didn't hear Qin Rong's communication. He took the initiative to contact Qin Rong and said, are you still alive? Fu Cheng waited for 5 minutes, and didn't hear Qin Rong's answer. He suddenly felt an unprecedented loneliness. This was the deep sea, and there were no people of the same kind. Even if Qin Rong died, he might not be able to find his body. It was so quiet here that Fu Cheng was panicking. 5 minutes later, he called out again, Qin Rong, speak. This time, Qin Rong's voice came from the other end. Just connected to the signal, I've reached the bottom and found the pollution source, but there's no signal near the pollution source. I swam up a little to contact you. Qin Rong said with a smile, are you scared? Fu Cheng said stubbornly, what's there to be afraid of? Send me the coordinates and I go there. Qin Rong said, it's not easy to locate on the seabed, and there's an undercurrent underneath, which will push him to an unknown direction, which is very dangerous. Then, you can be a backup up there. Is there enough oxygen? Fu Cheng said, yes. After dealing with Fu Cheng, Qin Rong hid behind the coral and looked at the glowing shells there. Qin Rong took a lot of effort to find it. When he first saw this place, Qin Rong felt as if he was in a fairy tale world. Under the deep sea, there is such a bright pearl kingdom. The pearls emitting soft white light illuminated the area. Qin Rong couldn't estimate the distance with her naked eyes, but it was much larger than her spatial ability. Qin Rong's body had escaped from the mecha, and she hid the mecha in the water plants. Because there was a living body in the mecha, Qin Rong couldn't put it into the necklace and could only hide it. When the body swam in the water, Qin Rong felt particularly happy. The pollution around her was a nourishing nutrient for her. The body had been shrinking and staying in the bracelet. Now it was suddenly released, and it felt like a monkey returning to the prairie. Qin Rong shrank her body to about the size of a human palm, and then slowly walked into this pearl kingdom. The pearls were placed in the shells, and the shells were distributed up and down, like small bright lights. In some dark places without pearls, a group of jellyfish were glowing. When Qin Rong passed by this group of jellyfish, the largest jellyfish seemed to be particularly interested in her. Although her palm-sized body was very small in front of this huge lighthouse jellyfish, the other party still noticed her at a glance and stretched out the tentacles of the jellyfish. Qin Rong certainly would not let it touch her. She just ran away. The spirit of the jellyfish seemed to have evolved, and it could mumble and express its meaning in other people's minds. It seemed to be an extremely special frequency. Qin Rong heard the jellyfish say, "Wash, wash it clean. Wash it clean. It's dirty." Qin Rong, The jellyfish recognized her as a jellyfish baby. Because Qin Rong was completely black, the other party thought Qin Rong was dirty and wanted to wash her clean. However, where do the jellyfish's eyes come from? How can you see that she is black? By the way, how do jellyfish identify their own kind? Qin Rong was a little confused, but then she was speechless. This jellyfish can talk. Is it strange to have eyes? After realizing that her black color was very conspicuous, Qin Rong began to use possession to walk. She first possessed the coral, then quickly pupated twice in the water, and then possessed the pearl. This kind of possession can make Qin Rong less likely to be discovered. Because there was no time and no sun, under the same pearl light, Qin Rong could only barely judge that she had been swimming here for about 2 hours. Qin Rong was 90% sure that this was where the pollution source existed. She did not see any external pollutants here. The pearls vaguely circled this place into a residence. The jellyfish Qin Rong saw just now was right next to the pearls, as if it wanted to get closer, but did not dare to get closer. In this huge place, Qin Rong turned around and finally saw a huge pink shell bed. Various mermaid legends flashed through Qin Rong's mind. Could this pollution source under the sea be a mermaid? It is indeed reasonable to think about it. After all, in various literary works, the image of the sea god is almost all mermaids. The bed is empty now. The mermaid probably went out. Qin Rong thought she would definitely come back, so he possessed the pearl on the left side of the bed, and quietly waited for the mermaid to return. Qin Rong counted the seconds quietly in her heart. After about 1,000 seconds, Qin Rong felt the fluctuation of space, and a voice came into her mind. It was a very clear male voice. He said, "Who are you?" The distance of the other party's voice transmission was farther than Qin Rong's spatial ability, so Qin Rong didn't see the other party's appearance at all, and could only judge that it was a male based on the voice. Qin Rong didn't have the ability to talk in her mind, so she couldn't answer. After a while, a man entered Qin Rong's space. How to say it? It's not disappointment, but he doesn't look like a mermaid. He is more like a human, but under his ears, he has gills that only fish have. He was naked, moving the water, and came into Qin Rong's field of vision. The moment he saw him, Qin Rong couldn't control herself, and began to recall the past in her mind, recalling how she came into this ocean. Thinking about it, Qin Rong realized that something was wrong. She seemed to be under some kind of mental control. The opponent's level was larger than hers, so it was easy to check her memory. This was not a good thing. Qin Rong immediately opened the space and jumped into his own space. They seemed very close, but in fact they could not touch each other. But even so, the man's voice still reached Qin Rong's head. He said, "It's strange, I thought it was another person sent by the company to clean up. I didn't expect it to be a cruiser." Qin Rong was shocked at this moment. She didn't expect that the other party was actually a conscious source of pollution. Of course, Qin Rong was also conscious, and it seemed that she shouldn't be so excited. But is this the first time Qin Rong has met the same kind? Qin Rong tried to say in his mind, "Hello." The man said, "You want to talk to me? We can talk without obstacles when we come out of your space." Qin Rong couldn't go out, which was equivalent to completely opening his memory to the other party. The man didn't care whether Qin Rong could go out or not. He continued, "Since you are an evolution, how can you stay in the human world? Why didn't they find you? I just read a little bit of your memory. Could it be that the company invented some way to cover up and let you go to the human world for experiments? Although Qin Rong didn't answer, he could still search for information from his words. He called himself an evolution, and it was obvious that the meaning of this word was completely different from the pollution source. One was a good meaning, and the other was death and threat. The other party's logic seemed to be more complete, different from the paranoid and self-centered pollution source that he encountered before. Generally speaking, the pollution sources in the rule-based pollution area are more intelligent, but they still cannot communicate. Could it be that if the pollution value exceeds 20,000, some quantitative changes will occur? Are you here to kill me? But you are still too weak, you can't kill me. Even the company can't do anything to me, let alone you. This ocean is already mine. When my ocean completely submerges the land, I don't know what a beautiful scene it will be. Chapter 104. The man looked particularly intoxicated. Then Qin Rong realized that this pollution source only retained complete memories of his previous life, but he still had the thinking of a pollution source. It was no different from other pollution sources. Qin Rong's mind turned quickly, thinking about how to deal with him. From his tone, it can be heard that the so-called huge company can't do anything to him. His mental control should have surpassed the scope of S-level pollution sources. His talents flashed through his mind one by one, and Qin Rong suddenly thought of the unmanned mecha in his space necklace. The unmanned mecha has not been repaired since it was damaged last time, but it seems to be very suitable for using unmanned mecha at the moment. If there is no one to control the mecha, mental control will naturally be useless to him. However, when Qin Rong was assassinated before, the other party also sent out unmanned mechas, and that unmanned mecha was quite mature and a little more powerful than Qin Rong's. From this point of view, his own mecha should not be able to kill him. But this is just an inference, Qin Rong must try it. Qin Rong first used her spatial ability to get to 200 meters away from the opponent, and then used her possession ability to flee madly. Then the man's question came to her mind. Why are you running? Why don't you stay with me? Qin Rong felt a very strong pulling force in her heart, which made her want to stop. But obviously Qin Rong had died once, and the tenacity of her spiritual power made her not stop, but escape far away. The speed of the pollution source is not as fast as Qin Rong. The ability of this pollution source is related to the spirit, and he is weak in speed. Qin Rong thinks this is a good time. Her escape will give the pollution source an illusion that he is defeated. If this pollution source is hostile to Qin Rong and wants to kill her, then it is obvious that he only needs to control the huge pollutants above and kill Qin Rong with a number. But the pollution source did not do so. It was like an elegant cat. When the cat is sure that the mouse has no ability to resist, it will play with the food for a while. Only when the mouse is exhausted and lies on the ground losing hope will the cat eat the prey. This pollution source seems to be so fearless. When she came to the place where Qin Rong hid the mecha, she found the unmanned mecha she had used before. Qin Rong had 2 space necklaces in total. Most of the mechas were in the space necklace given by Miss Qian. In this one, Qin Rong only put 2 unmanned mechas. However, these 2 were the mechas that had not been severely damaged before, but the energy was gone, and there was no replenishment. Qin Rong did not expect that she would need mechas to fight, so she did not bring energy. Qin Rong swam up a bit, and after the signal was restored, Qin Rong asked Fu Chong, "Do you have spare energy?" Fu Chong, "I brought 3 tubes." Qin Rong implemented the principle of taking it all, and with a word of take it, he took Fu Chong's energy like a bandit. It took Qin Rong 2 hours to dive, and only 1 hour to ascend. Fu Chong said, "What's the situation down there?" Qin Rong put the energy into the space necklace and said, "There is a mermaid kingdom down there, full of beautiful and kind mermaids. They invited me to visit them." Fu Chong, "How could someone be so frivolous at this time? You don't want me to go down? Why?" Fu Chong didn't understand. "I'm afraid you'd be too happy to leave." Fu Chong was speechless. He knew that Qin Rong's jokes were just to prevent him from going down, and he seemed to be hiding something from him. The more this happened, the more Fu Chong wanted to see what was down there. People's curiosity is like this, always appearing crazily when they shouldn't. But Fu Chong knew that if he told Qin Rong would most likely not agree, but he didn't need Qin Rong's consent. Although Qin Rong's official position was higher than his, he was an official in Heong City, and couldn't control his Beihai City administration. So when Qin Rong dived again, Fu Chong followed behind Qin Rong and dived together. After a moment, Qin Rong called him. "Don't follow me, go up and provide backup." Fu Chong was discovered, so he just gave up. He said, "No, I can't let you take risks alone." If I stay up there, what's the point of me going down to the polluted area? You have to solve all the troubles by yourself. Qin Rong said, yes, it's very meaningful for you to give me these 3 tubes of energy. Fu Cheng, the energy transporter, was speechless. What's the point? Qin Rong saw that Fu Cheng was determined to follow her, so he said, be careful, there are more pollutants below than you can imagine. Fu Cheng's face was happy, and he thought Qin Rong agreed. Fu knew that Qin Rong suddenly accelerated the next moment, and he hit a pollutant and was blocked by the pollutants. Qin Rong looked for a while, and after confirming that Fu Cheng had the ability to get out, he continued to dive and find the source of pollution. Qin Rong changed direction again, and used his space ability to find the Pearl Garden. Qin Rong removed one arm, and let his arm try the depth. The feeling of separating the body is different from using the new ability. Her body is controlled by the main body, but she has no thinking consciousness, and the main body's thinking cannot reach the arm. Qin Rong thought, she has no brain in the black ball state. Why is the consciousness in the person, not in the arm? What is the distribution of consciousness? Anyway, Qin Rong did not experiment with this problem at the moment. After she split a small ball, she hid in the space. The small ball passed by the jellyfish and was loved again. The jellyfish seemed to want to stick to the small ball, but the cold and ruthless Qin Rong passed him and entered the Pearl Garden. Qin Rong's main body used the space ability, and the small ball split from the arm could not be used. He would be discovered left and right. Qin Rong simply gave up the disguise and swaggered to find trouble with the pollution source. Then the sound of the pollution source was transmitted directly to Qin Rong in the space through the small ball. Qin Rong never expected that as long as there was a medium, the pollution source could be directly connected to the main body and control the main body. Doesn't that mean that as long as there is a drop of blood or a hair, even if the person is thousands of miles away, he will become a puppet? This skill is too terrifying. Qin Rong felt that her memory was like a book, opening uncontrollably. Qin Rong tried to stop, but she couldn't control it at all. In this state, her behavior was not restricted, but her memory was being read by the other party, which was very dangerous, so that the other party could know her shortcomings. Therefore, it was necessary to fight quickly. Qin Rong made a decision as quickly as possible. She didn't hide anymore, and her body merged with the little black ball again. Her huge power was enhanced, her speed was enhanced, and her violent ability was used. She was fully fired in an instant and reached the peak state. The huge black ball directly entangled the body of the pollution source, trying to directly break the man's body. The man said directly, disperse. He seemed to be able to do what he said. In an indescribable mental attack, Qin Rong's uncontrolled body loosened and could not be strangled anymore. But at the same time, Qin Rong also got rid of his ability and jumped into space. She was like a shadow that appeared and disappeared suddenly. When the man was least prepared, she suddenly jumped out to attack, and then was interrupted by a word from the man. After repeating it 3 times, the man became angry. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the prey. When Qin Rong jumped out to attack again, he said, shatter. Qin Rong then burst into black water droplets. But then, the water droplets merged together and jumped into the space. Every time Qin Rong entered the space, the man's memory reading would be interrupted. So until now, the man has not been able to read how Qin Rong became a source of pollution. Qin Rong's attack came to the 7th time, and the man impatiently said directly, die. But this mental attack was strongly resisted by Qin Rong. Qin Rong had died once before. In those 10 years of muddle-headed life, it was the will to survive that made her persist. In addition, the man's mental attack also consumed his ability extremely, so after the previous attacks, this attack was obviously not strong enough. The effect of death did not work, and Qin Rong took this opportunity to devour a large piece of meat from the man. A smell of pearl powder rushed into Qin Rong's head. This man was actually pearl essence. It was hard and tasted very bad. After Qin Rong tore off a large piece of meat, the man said angrily, let go. Qin Rong let go and jumped back into the space. After getting angry, the man began to send a certain frequency band upwards, and Qin Rong seemed to feel the vibration from the polluted area. He was calling for the pollutants above. Qin Rong knew that she had to speed up, and she jumped out of the space again without a break, entangled with the man. Then Qin Rong found that as she digested the food she ate, the man's mental control became less and less effective for her. Qin Rong rushed again, and this time, the man could no longer control her. So the next tug-of-war began. Qin Rong ate more and more, and the man became weaker and weaker. The pollutants were about to arrive, but Qin Rong's eating rhythm was also faster. Qin Rong was actually on the verge of fullness at this time, and she was a little full. After all, this source of pollution was far more powerful than herself. But Qin Rong refused to let go. She found a way, that is, to use gigantism to increase her size. As long as she became a little bigger, she could eat more. Then, the pollutants arrived, and Qin Rong swallowed the source of pollution in one mouthful. Her body began to swell rapidly. The pollutants that had just come down were actually small in front of Qin Rong's size. Qin Rong was now about the size of a small hill. The man was still struggling in Qin Rong's body. He kept using his spirit to attack Qin Rong, but he found that he would only become more and more decadent. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. Chapter 105. If he had not underestimated the enemy at the beginning, he would not be like this now. He could have bound Qin Rong with his mind, and let the pollutants consume her to death. The survival instinct of the pollutant source made him struggle, and refuse to completely surrender. After being swallowed by Qin Rong, although the pollutant source could not control Qin Rong's mind, he could check Qin Rong's memory. Now he has an obsession in his mind. Even if he died today, he would know how this black jellyfish that broke in became the pollutant source. Why does she have so many abilities? As the memory turned, time slowly went back, and the pollutant source finally saw the whole process of Qin Rong being polluted. That was an S-level pollutant source, much weaker than him, and a human black jellyfish. The black jellyfish was entangled with a pollutant source, and was about to win, but the other party suddenly used the second innate ability, and a huge mouth appeared. There were no teeth in the middle of the mouth, but a dark hole with no bottom. There seemed to be some kind of swallowing law written there. The black jellyfish, which was still a human, only touched that place lightly, and could not resist the power of swallowing, and could only watch herself go to death. But she did not give up the resistance. First, she used time weapons to greatly extend the time of swallowing, and then used mental weapons to kill the consciousness of the pollution source that was fighting with her. Finally, the swallowing process was completed, and both the person and the pollution source seemed to be dead. However, in the ruins, a ball of black liquid slowly crawled into the sewer. This should be a combination of human consciousness and the pollution source. The process of the black jellyfish surviving was very coincidental. The original pollution source consciousness completely died, and it happened at the same time as the black jellyfish was swallowed. And the time ability and mental ability in the mecha were swallowed at the same time. The moment the black jellyfish was swallowed, she was protected by the mental ability, and occupied the dominant consciousness of the pollution source. The time ability slowed down the death time of the pollution source's body, giving the black jellyfish time to occupy this body. Even with the innate abilities of two S-level pollution sources, or the rare time and mental power, the black jellyfish was unable to allow human consciousness to occupy the high position of the pollution source's body. The black jellyfish looked very weak, because the time was slowed down. Her pollution value was almost negligible. Along the sewer, it was washed into the ocean. Then in the ocean, a new life was born. A truly perfect evolution. People always have many sayings about the ocean. The most common one is that all creatures originate from the ocean. The black jellyfish, a new species, was also bred in the ocean. Under thousands of coincidences, it was finally born without anyone knowing. 5 years later, the black jellyfish gradually grew larger and walked on land, which seemed to be the evolution of a species. Its instinctive consciousness attracted it to wander in the pollution area and eat pollutants. Then it was expelled by the pollution source in the pollution area and went to the next pollution area. It avoided humans and survived with difficulty. Finally, 5 years later, she wandered to a polluted area, ate the human who died from the pollution, and became the other person's appearance. The man was watching backwards, so he saw from the end to the beginning. It was hard for him not to be fascinated by the evolution of perfect life. He was born for evolution. The company poured a lot of effort into him, wanting him to evolve to perfection and become a new species. Now, he was about to cry in a trance. So this is the true meaning of new species. They are not created by humans. They are created by the planet. Humans are not the creator. The real creator has handed in the perfect answer sheet in a place they cannot see. Able to be dissolved in the body of the perfect evolution, he will become a part of the evolution, and participate in the great cause of the evolution. He will be a witness, a person who has experienced it, and a loyal believer. He died for what he deserved. Suddenly, Qin Rong felt that the resistance in her body disappeared. A huge force surged into her body, forcing her to grow again. At this moment, she was as tall as a mountain. Although the height of a mountain at the bottom of the sea was not enough for Qin Rong to emerge from the water, at this height, Qin Rong had no way to shrink in a short time. After completely devouring this super S-level pollution source, Qin Rong also broke through the pollution value of 20,000 and entered the ranks of Super S level. Her vision can now see far, and her mental power can communicate with those pollutants and directly control them. Qin Rong felt that she was a little too proud of herself now. She felt that she was the Lord of the Ocean. But soon, she thought of the last Lord of the Ocean. No matter how powerful he was still killed by her. Similarly, if she really regarded herself as the Lord of the Ocean, there might be another Qin Rong to kill her. Although the body, which is like a hill, can move, a slight movement will cause the earth to shake and the sea to flow back. Qin Rong had no choice but to leave the main body here temporarily. Just after digesting 1/10 of the Super S-level pollution source, a new S-level talent appeared. Qin Rong thought that this pollution source should give her at least 4 S-level talents. The new talent Qin Rong obtained was called Splitting. This talent ability can split the mental power into 2, and 2 into 4. As long as the mental power is strong enough, it can be split all the time, and then the mental power can be attached to other people's bodies and control her body. Originally, Qin Rong was worried that it would be dangerous to leave the main body here, and planned to stay here for a while. Now with this talent, it is completely unnecessary. Qin Rong can directly split the spirit into 2, one in the main body, and the other in the human body. Qin Rong tried to split while feeling the changes around her. Almost all pollutants hid far away after she became a pollution source. Only some stupid jellyfish came to her side and rubbed Qin Rong's body with their soft bodies. After his mental power increased, Qin Rong could directly understand what the jellyfish were saying. They shouted, "Mother! Mother!" Qin Rong. It can be considered as painless egg-laying. The jellyfish are so weak that they can be ignored for her now. In addition, Qin Rong has no control over her own strength now, and is worried that she will kill them accidentally, so Qin Rong just uses mental power to communicate with the jellyfish and tell them not to get close. However, this group of jellyfish really has low IQ. After hearing what Qin Rong said, they are more certain that the one who can communicate with them is their mother, so this group of small pollutants sticks to Qin Rong even more. Qin Rong sighed and stopped caring about them. Anyway, they can't hurt herself, so let them go. The process of splitting mental power is still quite painful. Although Qin Rong can continue to split with her strong mental power, there is no need for it at present. Qin Rong has only split into 2. This feeling is still particularly wonderful. She has 2 visions, 2 bodies, and can sense synchronously. After adapting to this feeling for a while, Qin Rong finished the post-war preparations, and the human body swam to the surface of the sea, looking for Fu Chung. The human body's breath-holding time is about to end. Because the physique is S-level, and the split soul is extremely powerful, Qin Rong estimates that it should be able to hold it for an hour. The main body was also affected by the breath-holding. Qin Rong took a few deep breaths with the black ball's body. In fact, it was not, it was just an illusion. He began to look through his memories. Because the pollution source looked through his memories, some of Qin Rong's sealed memories also awakened. Unlike the pollution source's sigh of the birth of a new species, Qin Rong was very distressed after reading this memory of hers. No wonder Tianxing couldn't be found. It turned out that Tianxing had been eaten. That was an S-level time ability, which was really rare. After eating, these 2 abilities disappeared just like that. Qin Rong thought with some pain that living really came at a price. 2 S-level talents were exchanged for her survival. Qin Rong finally had a clear memory of being a pollution source. This could also explain why Qin Rong felt particularly comfortable as soon as she got into the sea, as if she had returned to her mother's arms. Because this was where she had stayed before. Although it was not the same sea as before, it was still particularly comfortable. Haeong City is inland, and Qin Rong had really walked a long way before she happened to encounter the system at that time. Without a coincidence, Qin Rong would not be able to stand here now. Qin Rong, who was feeling the hardship of survival, thought of something before she could even recall her ups and downs in life. It seemed that the company would come down regularly to solve this Super S-level pollution source. So as long as Qin Rong did not say that she had killed it, would the company still send someone? As long as she waited like this, would she be afraid that she would not be able to find out who was behind this company? Thinking of this, Qin Rong immediately had an idea. She felt that the day when she would meet the mastermind behind the scenes would not be too far away. Fortunately, she came to this contaminated area, otherwise, she would have to rely on human ability to meet the top leaders, and she didn't know how many years she would have to endure. Now, relying on the body of the contaminated source, there is a shortcut to take. Qin Rong, in a human body, finally found Fu Chung who was hiding. She hurriedly said, "Give me some oxygen, I have no oxygen." They are all sealed, How can I give it to you? Fu Chong asked. Open the hatch for a while, and put me in. Fu Chong, you want to swim in from the sea? Qin Rong said, I will connect my mecha with your mecha in advance. You are not crazy. You will be contaminated this way. It's okay, I have a special physique, and I have been exposed to the contaminated area several times without being contaminated. Hurry up, I'm really suffocating. Fu Chong had no choice but to open the cockpit and let Qin Rong in. The seawater rushed in instantly, and then Qin Rong got in directly. Qin Rong said, Why are you standing there? Start pumping water. Fu Chong started pumping water, pumping out the seawater, and gave himself and Qin Rong a burst of immunity. The crazy alarm in the mecha was turned off by Qin Rong with a snap, and Fu Chong said unhappily, Why did you turn off my smart broadcast? It's too noisy. Chapter 106. Qin Rong back alive. It's right to quarrel, otherwise you don't know how dangerous your behavior is. You know that the probability of being contaminated is very high when opening the mecha in the contaminated area. Qin Rong nodded and said, I know. But generally speaking, if the percentage is below 50, it should be fine to get antibodies. Only very special people will be contaminated as soon as they come into contact with pollution. If Fu Chong is one of these small groups of people, Qin Rong's main body can also run up and purify him to restore him to his original state. In Qin Rong's opinion, his behavior is still safe. But in Fu Chong's opinion, Qin Rong is completely risking his life. Not only Qin Rong, but Fu Chong may also be contaminated when opening the cockpit, but he still opened it. He was just angry about Qin Rong's behavior, and even more angry that Qin Rong didn't take this matter seriously at all, with a nonchalant attitude. After draining all the seawater, Qin Rong was still soaked. After taking a breath of fresh oxygen, she said to Fu Chong, Just go up like this. What about your mecha? You haven't put it in the space necklace yet. Put it in next time. Do you want to come next time? Fu Chong raised his voice, and was almost angry with Qin Rong for having a heart attack. Qin Rong said, Calm down, calm down. You can come to this place for the first time and the second time. Let's survive this time first. Qin Rong, who was soaked, looked at Fu Chong's mecha control panel and asked, Do you want to drive or do I drive? Of course I will. This is my mecha. Fu Chong adjusted the speed to swim towards the shore, while asking Qin Rong what was underneath. Didn't I tell you Mermaid Kingdom? Seriously, even if you don't tell me now, you have to tell me when you get up there. Qin Rong said, Actually, I didn't dive all the way to the bottom. I saw a white light, and heard the mumbling coming from my mind. And then? I think that mumbling has the effect of affecting people's minds, and they will swim downwards involuntarily. But at the critical moment, I reacted and swam up with the mecha. That's it? Fu Chong was a little skeptical. Qin Rong stayed down there for such a long time. During this period, there were earthquakes and ocean currents. The pollutants above also rioted and swam downwards. Fu Chong didn't believe it was that simple. But Qin Rong's next words made him believe it. Do you think you are worthy of trust? Qin Rong asked. Of course. I also think you are worthy of trust, but if you insist on knowing the truth, you will be dragged into a huge situation. With your identity, you can't play a role and can only increase worries. Even so, you still want to know? Although Fu Chong is upright, he is not a fool. Since Qin Rong said so, the forces behind him must be beyond his influence. He can't even handle a small Beihai City Cruiser Management Bureau, let alone a bigger conspiracy. Fu Chong was thinking, and suddenly saw Qin Rong's hand stretched out. In her palm, there were 3 tubes of energy, which were the 3 tubes that he had given to Qin Rong. Qin Rong said in a relaxed tone, It was not used. Fu Chong felt that this was also talking about him. He went down to the contaminated area with Qin Rong, but he did not help at all. The mecha was rising steadily. When the pollutants came, they were still swimming and looking for food. When they left, they seemed to be frightened by some behemoth, and they huddled up and dared not move. So when we went back, it was much safer than when we came. There were no pollutants that ran over without eyes. Fu Chong finally raised his head from his meditation, and he slowly said, I really don't have enough power to help, but there will always be a time when you need me. Even if the conspiracy you said will lead to my unclear death, I want to die clearly. After all, I have been ready to die since I went down to this contaminated area. Qin Rong saw that he was firm in tone and resolute in expression, so he smiled and said, Then I will tell you something unimportant. Do you remember the mecha we saw in the belly of the whale when we came in? I remember. The company behind it is doing an experiment, and this marine pollution zone is one of the products of their experiment. What? They are crazy. Fu Chong suddenly became excited, His eyes widened as if he was going to fight with someone. His parents died in this pollution zone, and he originally thought it was just an accident. Now he is told that the pollution zone is man-made, then his parents were murdered. As a son, he never knew the truth, and only thought about solving the pollution zone. Maybe solving the pollution zone helped the murderer cover up the truth. Thinking of a series of questions, Fu Chong's expression changed again and again. Finally, he heard Qin Rong say, "Those people will come again. I don't believe they can hide from the cruisers without being noticed, so there must be someone in your group who is a collaborator. I will definitely help you find this collaborator." No, I can find the collaborator, but if we kill this one, there will be another one." Fu Chong's face looked grim, and he said, "What should we do then? Have you ever thought about taking that top position?" Fu Chong was stunned. He looked at Qin Rong, and he couldn't react. The top position? Does it mean the position of director? Suppose, if the person behind the scenes is the director or deputy director, and they die in an accident, you are not only the leader of Group A, but also the person who knows the Beihai City Administration Bureau best. The higher-ups will most likely let you take that position temporarily. Qin Rong became the deputy director that year, and later the director was promoted again, and she became the director again. Fu Chong immediately understood what Qin Rong meant, but he was still a little confused to receive so much information in an instant. He has a natural trust in Qin Rong. In all these years in the bureau, he has done almost all the hardest and most tiring work, all year round, but no leader has affirmed him. It is true that he became the leader of Group A, but that was because he solved too many polluted areas. The leader position fell to someone else, which was obviously a shady deal. He has only been with Qin Rong for such a short time, but he can feel that he and the other person are of the same kind. If the concepts are different, no matter how much you say, it is still a gap between your belly. If the concepts are the same, just a few words will make you feel as if you have known each other for many years. Although Fu Chong wanted to act impulsively emotionally, he still said rationally, "Let me think about it." Qin Rong was not in a hurry. She said, "Think about it slowly. When you go out to submit the report, someone will probably use a lie detector to test you. Just tell the truth about what happened inside. You can skip our conversation. I believe that you have been a cruiser for so many years, and you should understand the interrogation." Fu Chong sneered and said, "You and I risked our lives to come down here, and they actually interrogated me?" Qin Rong spread his hands and said, "After all, it's about the mastermind behind it." Fu Chong sneered for a while, and finally calmed down. He said, "Don't worry, I know what I can say, and what I can't say. I don't want to die inexplicably before killing the mastermind behind all this." Qin Rong nodded, then looked around in Fu Chong's mecha. After confirming that there was no recording or video equipment inside, Qin Rong was relieved. Finally, Qin Rong said, "If you have something to tell me, don't use your computer, let's meet and talk." Fu Chong seemed to have noticed something when he heard Qin Rong's words, but he didn't express his attitude, but nodded heavily. The heavy truth made Fu Chong not excited, while Qin Rong was at the water outlet, wrung the water on his clothes, and then thought about what to do next. The main body stayed in the ocean and pretended to be a pollution source, and there would be no problem. At the beginning, the pollutants in the ocean would not disappear after the pollution source died. They evolved from marine animals, and were not real pollution creations out of thin air. So even if the pollution source died, no one would know. And they couldn't measure the pollution value of the ocean, so no one would notice the decrease in pollution value caused by the disappearance of natural pollution sources. After going out, the first and most urgent issue she had to consider was how to appease the angry Jiang Lian. Qin Rong and his men had no sense of time in the pollution area. In fact, they had been in the pollution area for more than 8 hours. Qin Rong and Fu Chong were both equipped with heart detectors, which could send signals. When Qin Rong approached the pollution source on the seabed, the signal was shielded and the detector would definitely fail. Moreover, Qin Rong changed his body once and his heart stopped beating. These data were all mastered by the North Sea Administration in real time. Jiang Lian and the director of the North Sea Administration were watching them together. They also knew who leaked the news that Qin Rong's heart stopped beating. Of course, it was probably intentional. During these 8 hours, there was almost a big quarrel on the Star Network. Everyone had their own opinions, and no one could convince the other. Qin Rong had died once, and this time, before they saw Qin Rong's body, no one dared to assert that she was dead. There were still a large number of water army jumping out to discredit Qin Rong, saying that she was not in such a high position at all, but that everyone praised her too much. Many people were neutral, and their attitude towards Qin Rong was originally more shaky. In the large number of water army speeches, It was easy to have such a perception because of the herd mentality. So the two groups of people who thought that Qin Rong's reputation was greater than his strength, and those who thought that Qin Rong was worthy of the name, quarreled fiercely. One side presented facts and reasoned, listed the S-level pollution areas that Qin Rong had solved, and questioned the other side, who had reached this level so far. The other side immediately introduced several celebrity figures who could compete with Qin Rong, packaged by the general administration, and they also solved many S-level pollution areas, which looked similar to Qin Rong. The side that favored Qin Rong brought up Qin Rong's combat techniques. Currently, only Qin Rong's combat techniques were the most popular and had the widest audience. Almost most Mecha soldiers were influenced by her. The other side held on to the free argument and thought that it would be the same for other people. All the arguments ended after 8 hours. It ended in the live broadcast channels of countless reporters and media. Qin Rong came back alive. Chapter 107. Naturally, the media on Starnet would not miss this wave of traffic. So after the news fermented, they immediately came to Beihai City through space compression. As the first news media to report this news and get the biggest bonus, Minsheng News wanted to get closer, so they also sent people to wait. Minsheng News has a good relationship with Beihai City Administration Bureau. The news about Qin Rong was revealed by the Administration Bureau, and it was because of their disclosure that they were able to grasp the hot spots at the first time. The news provided by the Administration Bureau later also let them know that Qin Rong's heart stopped beating. As for Qin Rong's death in Beihai City Administration Bureau, they have written a report named "Reputation is greater than reality. Is it really a good thing for people?" Before it was sent out, they received news from frontline reporters that Qin Rong was back. Not only Minsheng Media, but also various media companies that had already written the manuscripts quickly deleted and rewrote them, and changed the titles to The Return of a Hero, What is Qin Rong's Legendary Life Like, In-Depth Analysis of How Serious the Pollution Area in Beihai City Is, etc. Qin Rong is not dead. This is a result for everyone. The General Administration's conspiracy to destroy Qin Rong's reputation failed, and because the General Administration spent money on spreading this matter, now that things have reversed, well, it's simply a wave of free publicity. Some serious media wrote the above titles. But there are also some not-so-serious media. They took a different approach and started from the time when Qin Rong came out and rode in a mecha with others. They directly asserted that Qin Rong and the unknown cruiser must have had a touching love story in the pollution area. How else to explain that Qin Rong's mecha disappeared and appeared in someone else's mecha? It must have been when the situation was very dangerous that the unknown cruiser rescued Qin Rong, and then Qin Rong was moved by the other party, and the two of them fell in love. But most of the ambiguous titles were scolded. Most of Qin Rong's fans were toxic fans, who thought Qin Rong should be worshipped as a god. They didn't know how a cruiser could be worthy of being a god. It must be fabricated. But scolding is also traffic. These unofficial media not only did not delete the news, but fabricated it even more, and pulled out all the men who might have a relationship with Qin Rong. By the way, they also launched a vote, asking everyone which love line would be Qin Rong's final choice. The public was probably too bored. This kind of vote was meaningless, and could not change anything. There were still tens of thousands of people to vote. In the end, Jiang Lian topped the list. Now, the man who topped the list was looking at Qin Rong with a sneer. Qin Rong got off the mecha and saw director Jiang Lian waiting in the crowd. Qin Rong, who knew he was guilty, did not dare to look at Jiang Lian, but first said a few words to the reporter's cameras. While wringing the water out of his clothes, Qin Rong said, "The expansion of the ocean area has stagnated. The detailed situation can be tested by the cruisers in Beihai City." Qin Rong turned around and waved at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng seemed a little unnatural in front of so many media. It was the first time for him to see such a big scene, so he walked a little stiffly. Qin Rong said in front of the camera, "Team leader Fu Cheng has made great efforts in this cleanup. My oxygen has run out. If he hadn't brought me up, I might have been buried in the contaminated area now. Regarding the specific issues of the cleanup of the contaminated area, Team leader Fu will write a report to the director. Thank you for the attention of all media reporters. Okay, I'm going back to Hayang City. Our director is still waiting." The wet Qin Rong came to Jiang Lian step by step. Qin Rong whispered, "Give some face in front of the media, and scold me when you go back." Jiang Lian listened to Qin Rong's words, and felt that she didn't take her own safety seriously. Jiang Lian was even more angry. He gritted his teeth and pinched Qin Rong's neck and said, "Well, you are great. As expected, our genius, Qin Rong, who is only once in 100 years. Qin Rong listened to Jiang Lian's tone and felt that something was wrong. But Jiang Lian didn't get angry in front of the media in the end, but took Qin Rong back to Haiyang City. After the space compression ended, Qin Rong came to the inside of the administration, where there were also cruisers who came to watch the excitement. Qin Rong's incident was too big, and it was so popular on Starnet that it was hard for anyone not to know. Qin Rong also saw his colleague from 10 years ago among these people who were joining in the fun. Qin Rong said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have fulfilled our mission and successfully stopped the expansion of the contaminated area." Everyone cheered and shouted, "Director Qin is awesome." Jiang Lian grabbed Qin Rong's neck and said grimly, "Make way for Director Qin." Everyone always felt that Director Jiang was not quite right, but colleagues who had passed by were used to it and even felt a little emotional. After so many years, I thought Jiang Lian had become mature, but in the end, Qin Rong still made him furious. Everyone automatically made way and sent Qin Rong and Jiang Lian to Jiang Lian's office. The director's office is equipped with a small single room with a bathroom and a bed, so that the director can rest during lunch break. Jiang Lian threw 2 pieces of his clothes over and said, "Come out to see me after you're done." Qin Rong not only praised him verbally, but also said, "Director Jiang, you are still caring for me. You know that I feel uncomfortable wearing wet clothes." Jiang Lian sneered, "I am trying to be nice to people, but they don't appreciate it." Qin Rong didn't dare to speak, and went to take a shower and change clothes in a dejected manner. After staying inside for half an hour, Qin Rong felt that Jiang Lian should have calmed down, so he opened the door and went out. Then Qin Rong saw Jiang Lian sitting upright on a chair in the office, drinking tea slowly. Qin Rong's face lit up, and he said, "Not angry anymore?" Jiang Lian smiled and asked, "Angry? Why should I be angry? You returned victoriously, and earned such a great reputation for the Cruiser Management Bureau of Haiyang City. Why should I be angry?" "You are not angry, you are being sarcastic." Jiang Lian stopped pretending to be sarcastic. He patted the table and said, "Do you really think your life is too long? You finally came back, and you want to make a big fuss as soon as you come back. You didn't even tell me about such a big thing as going to the pollution area in Beihai City. What do you mean?" "I'm not afraid that you will worry." "You are not afraid that I will worry. You are afraid that I will not let you go." "Qin Rong, do you think I have the ability to restrict your freedom?" Qin Rong saw that Jiang Lian had finished his tea, and he was a dog-legged. He ran over and poured him another cup, then looked at Jiang Lian's livid face and said, "I was afraid of you being like this, so I didn't want you to know. Who knew that group of hangers-on in Beihai City would make such a big deal?" Jiang Lian sighed, supported his forehead, and said, "Who am I in your eyes? I really don't want you to go, but I also know that I can't stop you. Do you know what I'm angry about? I'm angry that you didn't tell me because you were afraid that I would be angry. If the matter wasn't so big, did you die there? I didn't even know the news, so how could I collect your body?" Qin Rong looked at Jiang Lian for a long time, and then suddenly said with a little emotion, "You have grown up a lot." Jiang Lian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "If it were the past, you would never say such a thing. You would have kept me guessing for at least 10 days, or half a month." Jiang Lian laughed for some reason when he heard Qin Rong's words. He said, "Was I like that before? Not only that, when I got angry, I was like the princess. I always felt that I was like the maidservant serving the princess to coax you." Jiang Lian got angry again after hearing this analogy. He glanced at Qin Rong coldly and said, "You are really good at analogies." Qin Rong changed the subject and said, "I kept it a secret from you because your dissuasion was a huge obstacle to me. I was afraid that if I listened to you, I would not be able to go." Jiang Lian was stunned. He did not think about it in this way. He just felt that Qin Rong did not understand his kindness. Qin Rong said again, "I can ignore other people's advice and do whatever I want, but not you. I care about you and worry that you will be angry, so I always hesitate because of your words." Jiang Lian looked at Qin Rong with a strange expression. After a long time he said, "You have grown up too." "What do you mean?" "In the past, what you called coaxing was to do some embarrassing and ridiculous things for good people, so I became even more angry and didn't want to pay attention to you. Now, you have finally learned to speak human language." Qin Rong smiled and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Director Jiang. I will continue to work hard." Jiang Lian said, "If you are given a little color, you could open a dyeing factory. You are not angry now. Do you want to hear about the pollution area in Beihai City?" Jiang Lian said, "Wait a minute." Jiang Lian turned off all the smart things in the house and the optical computer, and then said, "Okay, tell me." Qin Rong frowned and said, "What happened again?" "It's a long story. You first talk about the pollution area in Beihai City, and I will explain to you why I did this later." So Qin Rong explained the pollution area in Beihai City to Jiang Lian, omitting the part where he used his main body to fight the pollution source. After listening to it, Jiang Lian was so angry that he sneered again. He said, "This group of people are really crazy. They can reach so far. You are really lucky. You can come back even if you encounter that kind of pollution source." Qin Rong thought happily in his heart, "I killed this pollution source." Jiang Lian got angry again when he saw Qin Rong's expression, and asked, "Are you quite proud?" No, you are mistaken. Why did you turn off the optical computer?" Qin Rong decisively changed the subject. "I found that all the smart appliances in the bureau seem to be able to be remotely controlled. We have been living under surveillance. I don't think there may be spies in the bureau. The problem may be with these appliances." Chapter 108. I didn't figure out the last time they fired the neutron bomb. I investigated the surveillance and the deputy director. No traitor could have entered the arsenal at that time. I think the so-called spies are probably these things that assist us in our daily work and life. Qin Rong couldn't deny Jiang Lian's words. She said, "I gained a lot from my trip to Beihai this time. At least I'm not a headless fly now. With the marine pollution area in Beihai, the people behind the scenes will always take the bait." Jiang Lian snorted coldly and said, "The result this time is good. What about next time? Do you want to disappear for 10 years like before?" Qin Rong is always at fault in this matter. After all, Jiang Lian has been looking for her for 10 years. I don't know how many hopes and disappointments she has experienced. So when Qin Rong heard Jiang Lian bring up this old matter, she had no way to refute it. She could only smile and change the subject. "Did you drink the nutrient solution tonight? I go to the cafeteria to get you too." Jiang Lian glanced at her, and saw that Qin Rong was begging for mercy. She didn't say anything more, but gave her a way out and said, "I want 2 strawberry-flavored ones." "Okay." Qin Rong immediately slipped away, and went to the cafeteria. Qin Rong rested in the cafeteria for a while, played with the light computer for a while, and then saw the message sent by Jiang Yuqi. She and Jiang Yuqi exchanged light computer numbers. The message sent by Jiang Yuqi still had his style. "You can solve the Super S-level pollution area. So cool. Please let me worship you as my teacher." Picture of a kitten rolling around. "By the way, Shen Lang and Qian Jianing found out that I have contact with you. They want to see you. Will you agree?" Qin Rong said, "Why do they want to see me?" Jiang Yuqi was doing physical training in the cruiser's practice field. When he heard the message notification from the optical computer, he stopped training and turned on the optical computer. Seeing that it was Qin Rong's reply, he was immediately as happy as fireworks in his mind. Although the idol is a little different from what he imagined, it is an idol after all. Especially seeing the 8-hour comeback on Starnet, Jiang Yuqi was so proud of it that he wanted to rush into the contaminated area and kill him 8 times in and 8 times out. Of course, he is not at this level yet, so he should not be so stupid, just talk lightly. Jiang Yuqi immediately sank his consciousness into the light brain and replied, "Of course I admire you. It's awkward to see you, and I don't know what to say." Qin Rong replied, "Idols don't need to say anything to fans, you just need to let them express their love, and then accept it obediently." Qin Rong thought Jiang Yuqi's statement was quite interesting, and she asked back with a bad taste, "Aren't you also my fan? What kind of love do you want to express? Tell me." When Jiang Yuqi saw this message, he immediately recalled that he had shown fanatical admiration for Qin Rong in front of Yu Rong's identity. After a bit of embarrassment, Jiang Yuqi still replied very frankly, "I will follow your footsteps, and keep moving forward." Qin Rong sighed. He forgot that Jiang Yuqi has always been this frank way of expression on the internet. Perhaps in real life, he can still see Jiang Yuqi stuttering to refute. Since the other party is so frank, Qin Rong no longer wants to tease him, but said, "Since you say so, then let's meet once. I will find you in the dormitory later." "Come to the dormitory? If we meet outside, I feel that people will take pictures. It doesn't matter to me, but you guys will become popular." "That's right, then come to the dormitory. Wait, come slowly, I go clean up." Qin Rong surfed the Star Network for a while, and looked at the recent news in the Mecha circle. Sometimes, you can get some information from these news reports. But obviously, in the past 8 hours, she has occupied all the front page headlines. Qin Rong looked around, and saw all kinds of news about her. Some praised her, some scolded her, but Qin Rong didn't take them seriously. Suddenly, she saw a poll for her harem, clicked in, and saw the candidates. She almost laughed herself to death. In the spirit of being a scumbag, Qin Rong forwarded it to Jiang Lian and added the words, "Hello, big wife." Jiang Lian gave him a middle finger and blocked her. Qin Rong felt relieved. She often teased Jiang Lian because she was worried that Jiang Lian would be stuck in her previous emotions. Now that Jiang Lian dared to block her, Jiang Lian should not be so cautious with her. After packing 5 strawberry nutrient solution, Qin Rong left the canteen of the cruiser and returned to Jiang Lian's office. She gave Jiang Lian the strawberry nutrient solution and coaxed her for a while, saying that she really forwarded it by mistake, so Jiang Lian released her from the blacklist. After finishing, Qin Rong put on a mask and a hat, and went out from the small door on the other side. He glanced at the gate of the cruiser administration from a distance. Some of the tireless reporters were still sitting, and some were squatting, waiting to interview her. Qin Rong thought, "Sorry, media friends, you just keep waiting." After saying that, Qin Rong slipped away. She was quite familiar with the address of the dormitory. The dark night made it difficult to see her appearance, which was the best cover. Qin Rong didn't think anyone could recognize her with just a pair of eyes, so she got a taxi with great confidence and sped all the way to the temporary workers' dormitory. When she arrived at the door of the cruiser dormitory, Qin Rong was not as relaxed as before. After all the people here are students from the Mechanical College of Beijing Tianjin University. Obviously, passers-by who pass by may not care about Qin Rong, but they still care more or less. Qin Rong wanted to go in low-key, but wearing a hat and a mask was not low-key enough. Fortunately, people's vision was not so good at night. Qin Rong walked into the dormitory with her head down. At most, she was greeted by some puzzled and eager eyes from passers-by, but no one came up to ask her if she was Qin Rong. Qin Rong felt that he was enjoying the treatment of a superstar. Arriving at the dormitory where he had lived before, Qin Rong knocked on Qian Jianning's door with ease. Qian Jianning was stunned when she saw Qin Rong dressed like this, and didn't react to who it was. Then she immediately realized that Jiang Yuqi said Qin Rong would come over in the evening. So Qian Jianning's eyes lit up, and she glanced around, as if she was investigating the enemy situation. After confirming that no one was in the corridor, she invited Qin Rong in. After Qin Rong came in, she glanced at the bedroom. It was not much different from when she left. The game they played together was still on the sofa. Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang obviously came to play occasionally, so there were some of their belongings on the table. When Qian Jianning faced Qin Rong, her arrogance was gone, and she was replaced by a kind of uneasiness of a little fan. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. She hurriedly left a sentence. "I go call Jiang Yuqi and the others." Then she ran out. Qin Rong followed her and continued to look at the dormitory he hadn't seen for a long time. Then, he saw something very unexpected. On Qian Jianning's table, there was an invitation letter, and in the center of the invitation letter, there was a roaring Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qin Rong's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. She slowly walked to Qian Jianning's table. She suspected that she had seen it wrong, but after walking in, she was sure that it was exactly the same as the pattern in her memory. Suddenly, Qian Jianning's endless rule-based weapon seemed to have a source. It's just that Qin Rong has always regarded Qian Jianning as one of her own, and didn't think in that direction. She saw in the booklet at that time that anyone who had this invitation letter was at least the supreme VIP of that store, and should have bought countless dropped materials. Qin Rong felt that there was no need to think so badly about things. Qian Jianning was so young, how could she be involved in the matter of artificial pollution areas? Moreover, Qian Jianning was also in the contaminated area of the hospital that day, but the neutron bomb still fell. So Qian Jianning might be just a foolish buyer with a lot of money, and she didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. In short, no matter what the matter is, just wait for Qian Jianning to come and ask her. There is no need to think too much. Thinking of this, the trio came in through the door. Jiang Yuqi was fine, but Shenlang and Qian Jianning were both shy. Qin Rong took off his mask and hat, smiled gently at the two of them. "You didn't want to see me, but why didn't you talk when you met?" Qin Rong felt that there was no point in meeting. They were no longer classmates, and they didn't know each other, so what could they talk about when they met? But Jiang Yuqi seemed to want them to meet, probably because he saw Qian Jianning's sadness for Yu Rong. But this child still didn't understand that Qin Rong and Yu Rong were different. It's not a big deal to meet once, so let's meet once to let Jiang Yuqi give up. And this time, Qin Rong got an unexpected surprise. Qian Jianning pushed Shenlang and said, "You speak?" Shenlang said, "Ladies first, you speak first." Qian Jianning rolled her eyes at Shenlang. Her heart beat a little faster. She said, "Can I sign my name?" Qin Rong said, "Yes." Qian Jianning walked over, then pointed at her clothes and said, "Can I sign my name on my clothes?" "Of course." He picked up Qian Jianning's pen from the table very naturally, grabbed the hem of Qian Jianning's clothes, and signed his name on Qian Jianning's clothes. While signing, Qin Rong said, "We met, but just signing? Isn't it a bit wasteful?" Qian Jianning nodded and said, "Can we still hug? If not, just shake hands." Qin Rong said helplessly, "Am I some kind of interstellar star? Just treat me as a senior." Shen Lang lost his arrogance in front of Qin Rong, and handed over his clothes very obediently for Qin Rong to sign. After the greetings, seeing that they were nervous, Qin Rong brought up the business and asked Qian Jianning, "Is this invitation yours?" Chapter 109. Qian Jianning didn't seem to expect Qin Rong to ask her about the invitation, but she didn't mean to hide anything. She just answered, "It's a company that sells materials dropped from pollution sources. They hold this kind of party every year. Because my father is one of the shareholders of this company, I will also invite them." Qian Jianning's answer is both good news and bad news. The good news is that she answered the question so calmly, and directly told Qin Rong that her father was one of the shareholders, so she should not know what is behind this company. The bad news is that Qian Jianning's father may be involved. Seeing Qin Rong lost in thought, Qian Jianning asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with this invitation?" Qin Rong smiled and explained, "Nothing, I just always wanted to go and see it, but the invitation letter required 100 million points to send it, so there was no chance." After saying that, Qin Rong suddenly realized that she was asking Qian Jianning for an invitation letter. Qian Jianning is very generous, which can be seen when Qin Rong was Yu Rong. This time is the same. Qian Jianning waved his hand and said, "I can bring people in. We can go together." Qin Rong's mind flashed the idea of hugging thighs again, and then he warned himself to calm down. "You are no longer the weak little classmate. You are now the chief instructor of the Cruiser Management Bureau. Calm down and show some senior posture. Don't take advantage of the juniors directly." The words turned around in his mouth, and Qin Rong said, "Is it okay?" Qin Rong, "Sorry, 100 million points is still too difficult, so I'd better hug thighs." Qian Jianning, the little angel, was understanding and said, "Of course you can. My dad wants me to see the world, but I don't really want to go every year." "Why don't you want to go? What's there?" "It's different every year. They auction the materials dropped by the pollution source, with all kinds of rare properties. Only this is what I'm interested in. The others are all social occasions. I don't like dealing with people. They all talk weirdly." Qin Rong smiled, but she agreed in her heart. Yes, she thought so every time she went to the party of the general administration, but she didn't have the confidence of Miss Qian. As a humble worker, she would still talk to people around her in an official tone to achieve a superficial social purpose. When Jiang Yuqi saw that Qin Rong was going to the party, he hurriedly said, "I want to go too." Shen Lang said, "If you go, then I will go too." Qian Jianning rolled her eyes at the two of them, as if to say, "Who are you? Why should I take you there?" "Sister Qian, I will take care of all your homework for the next year." Jiang Yuqi patted his chest and said shamelessly. Shen Lang glared at Jiang Yuqi, as if to say, "How can you be so shameless?" But he immediately followed up, "I will also pay for the maintenance of your aircraft." Qian Jianning asked back, "Do I need your maintenance fee?" Shen Lang changed his words. "Then I will be your training assistant and be available at any time." Qian Jianning was satisfied and said, "Okay. My father is the organizer, I can have 4 accompanying places, and I still need one, so let my housekeeper accompany me." Qian Jianning was still very satisfied with the result. In previous years, she didn't want to go because she was too lazy to socialize with those people. But this year is different. She has friends to accompany her, so it is not a social occasion, but a big adventure with her friends. Miss Qian likes this description very much, and she also likes this feeling. She is the kind of person who is willing to buy love with money. However, since he had taken advantage of the younger generation, Qin Rong felt that he should give back something, so he asked, "What about you? What do you want?" Qian Jianning thought for a while and replied, "I want your autograph, but I already got it, so you don't have to feel that you owe me." In my eyes, the two are of equal value. In Qin Rong's eyes, Qian Jianning's reflection seemed to be covered with a layer of white light. This is a real angel. After suppressing the idea of throwing himself beside Sister Qian and hugging her thighs, Qin Rong said again, "Why don't I upgrade your mecha?" Qian Jianning's eyes lit up with surprise and said, "Yes, you are also a mecha master. You can also tell me what weapons you want, and I will help you design them." Shen Lang and Jiang Yuqi were watching from the side with tears almost dripping from their mouths, but there was nothing they could do because Sister Qian had the invitation letter. Sister Qian's generosity allowed her to obtain Qin Rong's exclusive weapon X1. Qin Rong gave her a deadline, and said that he would deliver it to her when the time came. The invitation meeting was still early, so there was no rush now, so after a simple meeting, Jiang Yuqi drove Shenlang's newly bought car, and sent Qin Rong back to the cruiser's dormitory. Qin Rong sat in the car, and didn't get off, but asked, "Do you know what Qian Jianning's father does?" Jiang Yuqi said, "Don't you know that the necklace she gave you during your competition was a product of her father's company, otherwise how could she always get the latest model? And space compression is also a product of Qian Jianning's father's company." Qin Rong nodded and said, "I know, thank you for sharing." Jiang Yuqi asked very perceptively, "Did something happen? What happened to Qian Jianning's father? Why do you ask? You are not the kind of person who likes to attend banquets, unless attending this banquet is helpful to something you are investigating." Qin Rong looked at Jiang Yuqi, who was still a little silly, and couldn't help laughing. "You don't have to worry so much, you are just an intern now, you just need to treat it as a journey with your friends." If Jiang Yuqi didn't know who Qin Rong was, he might treat it as an ordinary journey, but obviously he already knew the truth, so it is unlikely that he would not think deeply about it. However, he also knew that he could not help much, and even if he knew, it would only add to his troubles. So he said to Qin Rong, "Okay, but if there is anything you need my help with, just ask." Qin Rong said, "I will." Qin Rong got off the car, but because he was not wearing a baseball cap and a mask, he was immediately recognized. The people around looked at Qin Rong eagerly, as if they wanted to rush up to express their love to their idol. Jiang Yuqi watched for a while in the car, and only started the car when he saw Qin Rong running into the dormitory building in a panic. Qin Rong searched for news about Qian Jianning's father on the Star Network. On the Star Network, there is almost nothing related to Qian Jianning, but when you search for the Qian family, there will be a lot of introductions. Qian Jianning's father is called Qian Lingru. He is the head and largest shareholder of Deep Space Technology Company, Limited. The business of Deep Space Company is widely distributed. It is not only the construction of compressed space for major official companies, but also a series of space products such as space necklaces and space folding rooms, which are all products of their company. In the field of space technology, it can be said that no scientific research institute has such cutting-edge research as Deep Space Company. In addition to not making space weapons, Deep Space Company can be said to be developing other types. Such a technology company is one of the behind-the-scenes shareholders of a company that sells materials dropped from pollution sources. The involvement in this is probably a lot to talk about. The knowledge of Deep Space Company on StarNet was rather one-sided. Qin Rong asked Jiang Lian about his knowledge of Deep Space Company. After all, Jiang Lian was also the person in charge when the compressed space of the cruiser was built. By the way, when Qin Rong died, although there was a space necklace, the space compression channel had not yet appeared. Jiang Lian's answer was similar to what I saw on the internet. The cruiser administration paid for it, and Deep Space Company sent people to build it. There was nothing special. The last time Qin Rong was in the space compression channel, he did not use his space ability to do anything. After all, Qin Rong's space ability was likely to have some unnecessary connection with the channel and then damage the channel. But now Qin Rong felt that he had to use his space ability to check it. Of course, it was not to check the space compression channel. The cost was too expensive. If it was damaged, Jiang Lian would fight him to death. Qin Rong's body is connected to the human consciousness, and then Qin Rong began to search in the sea. So many people died here, and it stands to reason that 1 or 2 space necklaces should be found. However, Qin Rong's body is too big, and a slight movement is like an earthquake, so it is not very convenient to move. He used his mental control ability to let the jellyfish that kept calling him mother go and look for it. Before the space necklace was found, Qin Rong suddenly sensed that something had invaded the contaminated area. That thing was very fast, and rushed towards Qin Rong very directly. Qin Rong did not see him directly, but controlled 2 pollutants to stop it. The ability of this mecha is not too strong, but the material is very rare. It was bitten by the pollutants a few times, but it was not damaged. Qin Rong gained the ability to flip other people's memories in these days of swallowing, so he flipped the memory of the pollutant, and saw the intruder in its eyes. This is an unmanned mecha, and the camera on the mecha has been turned on, and is transmitting in real time. Fortunately, Qin Rong had the pollution stop it in time, otherwise it would have seen him, and Qin Rong's intention of waiting would have been exposed. Qin Rong commanded the pollution to break the camera, and then let them make way for the unmanned mecha to come to him. Qin Rong had seen this kind of unmanned mecha last time. The material was very good, but the combat awareness was average. However, the one he saw this time was much better than the last time. it seemed the technology had improved again. Qin Rong took the mecha into his own space and observed it carefully again. The mecha Qin Rong saw last time was broken by her, but now most of the functions of this one are intact. This can give Qin Rong more information. For example, the complete internal structure. Chapter 110. Qin Rong had studied unmanned mechas in her previous life, but at that time, her research was to directly realize automation in the mechanical aspect, and through complex coding, the unmanned mechas could instantly react to what should happen in battle. The internal structure of the mecha in front of her was different from the internal structure of the mecha that Qin Rong encountered last time and assassinated her. Instead, it was closer to the unmanned mecha designed by Qin Rong herself. Qin Rong was a little confused. The direction of electrical automation did not exist in this world. It was only available in the world before Qin Rong crossed over. This is completely different from the automation studied in this world. Otherwise, Qin Rong would not have felt that she could reach the pinnacle of her life with the help of automated mechas after discovering that there was no electrical automation in this world. After being confused, Qin Rong began to use memory search on the mecha in front of her. This is mental control that can be used on humans. Can it be used on mechas? Qin Rong didn't know, so he gave it a try. After trying it, Qin Rong found that it was actually useful. Qin Rong got some fragmentary fragments. It was the mecha in the manufacturing stage. In the huge factory, there was a loud rumble. Its parts were lying in the inspection workshop, waiting for people to load it into it. This is not the memory of metal, but the memory of the pollutant dropped materials. This unmanned mecha is embedded with an energy stone, which was formed after the pollutant dropped. The materials dropped by the pollution source are widely used in mecha as weapons, and some special ones can be used as energy. And like the pollutant dropped materials, occasionally you can encounter relatively pure types, which can be used as mecha energy. In the picture that Qin Rong saw, these energy sources can be mass-produced. I don't know how many pollution sources are scattered on that track. The machines that have been inspected are printed with labels. Rather than saying that it is an unmanned mecha manufacturing factory, it is better to say that it is a pollution source pollutant slaughter factory. The dropped materials from all over the Federation gather there, and then pass through the huge machine to become sharp knives. Qin Rong frowned. This matter can be extended further. That dinosaur company can be said to be used to make money. It can change the dropped materials from the pollution source into star coins, and then use the star coins to purchase a large amount of metal that can be used in mechas. But the problem is that these mechas seem to have been manufactured in relatively large quantities. Why Qin Rong has never seen them? What exactly are they made for? Such a large number, it is possible to overthrow the regime. Wait, it can't really be for overthrowing the regime. Qin Rong thought about it carefully, and felt that there are two possibilities. One is that the upper echelons of the Federation are unaware, and the other party is secretly conducting experiments on artificial pollution sources, and now they are greedy and want to annex the Federation. The second is that the upper echelons of the Federation are aware of it, and have also enjoyed the benefits sent by the other party, but as the strength of the other party's mecha develops, they are increasingly dissatisfied with being a supplier. They want to overthrow the regime and gain the right to speak. No matter which one it is still a field that Qin Rong cannot reach at present. Shaking off the delusion in her heart, Qin Rong looked at the mecha in front of her and suddenly had another guess. Was she killed by this dinosaur company in her previous life? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why her research was mass-produced in the hands of this dinosaur company. Then the assassination she encountered when she became Yu Rong was also done by the other party. It seems that they are really enemies. Qin Rong, who was at the bottom of the sea, had nothing to do in the darkness. He used his powerful mental power to deduce what happened in the past and his own memories. In this deduction, Qin Rong felt that he was becoming more and more enlightened. And in this, she grasped a path that was completely suitable for her. Human Qin Rong immediately went to the website to check the Super S-level pollution areas recorded in these years. The marine pollution area in Beihai City is not an isolated case. It is included in the top 10, that is, there are 10 Super S-level areas like this. It is difficult for people to solve these 10 pollution areas, so the Federation simply adopted a wall policy to enclose the pollution areas and not interfere with human gathering places. Except for the marine pollution area, the rest of the pollution areas can measure the pollution value. They are arranged according to the average pollution value and the size of the pollution peak. The marine pollution area was ranked 5th according to speculation. Its previous position was the jungle pollution area with a pollution peak of 25,000. The command competition that Qin Rong participated in before was not far from the edge of this jungle pollution area. Because the climate is not suitable for human habitation, and because the jungle pollution area has the possibility of secondary expansion, the people living nearby have been relocated. There is no one in that place, which is very suitable for the competition venue. Qin Rong set a goal, and listed the 4th-ranked jungle pollution area as the next target to be solved. It will take about 10 days before Qin Rong can completely digest the pollution source in his stomach. During these 10 days, Qin Rong lived a relatively leisurely life. The internship in the summer vacation was over, and Jiang Yuqi and his friends were formally invited to become members of the Wanderers. After experiencing the separation and death in the polluted area during the summer vacation, the 3 of them have matured a lot. After becoming Wanderers, they can independently solve the polluted area and no longer need to follow Qin Yangi was quite happy that he didn't need to take care of the baby anymore, but Yang Quanshi was a little reluctant, especially when he thought that Yurong, whom he was most optimistic about, died in the polluted area. He felt very sad. If he hadn't made a decision immediately at that time, but waited until they were more mature, then Yurong would not die early, but would have had his own place in the administration. The summer vacation was over, and the courses in the school were also opened. Compared with the original sophomore courses, the Wanderers' courses were cut down and more targeted. Jiang Yuqi and the others also temporarily got rid of their fatigue and enjoyed the peace of campus life. While the 3 little ones were making progress, Qin Rong also made great progress. Because of the increase in mental power generated by digesting the pollution source, Qin Rong also made constructive progress in the field of artificial intelligence. She finally made her own artificial intelligence with staggering steps. This was due to Qin Rong dismantling and selling the parts of the unmanned mecha, and the human body solved another Class B pollution area. If it was the main body, the Class B pollution source would definitely be eaten, but the human body could convert the pollution source into star coins. After draining herself, Qin Rong bought a computer with supercomputing power. Although it is definitely not as powerful as the optical computer, it is the best within Qin Rong's ability. The next step is to input the system code and then program day and night. Finally, Qin Rong made it. She placed a disc about the size of a palm on the analytical instrument. After waiting for dozens of seconds, a chubby little boy appeared in the center of the screen. Of course, this is just an image created by Qin Rong. There is no real little boy like this, and it does not mean that this artificial intelligence looks like this. The system looked at this little boy with special curiosity. What he gave Qin Rong was his initial code after countless iterations. Although he did give it to Qin Rong, he did not think that Qin Rong could really make it. If he had not absorbed the spiritual power of the pollution source, Qin Rong would not be able to make it even if he studied it for another 100 years with his talent in artificial intelligence. It can only be said that fate plays tricks on people, and everything is luck. Qin Rong, the human body, said nervously, activate the original password. Please enter the password. Hello Xiaohu. Voice password docking is successful, initialization in progress. This initialization will take some time. Qin Rong wrote a lot of content, including some mecha knowledge, and some modern mecha knowledge. In short, there are more things mixed up. Initialization took 3 days. Although she expected it to take a long time, Qin Rong didn't expect it to be so long. She thought to herself that she still had to replace the baby with a more powerful host. This thing has too poor computing power. In the future, won't the baby have to think for several days to ask a question? But a good computer costs money. Qin Rong's wallet is empty, and the salary of the cruiser is not enough for her to squander. After all, this is an artificial intelligence from scratch. Although there is a system code, it also requires a lot of cost. On the day the initialization was completed, Qin Rong's body was completely digested and returned to its normal size. He has become accustomed to the jellyfishes sticking to him. After returning to his normal size, he can play with the jellyfish more. Here, the human Qin Rong also had a lot of fun playing with the little tiger classmate he created. Hello, classmate Xiu. Hello, master. Have you eaten? Master, I am an artificial intelligence. I cannot eat like humans, but you can maintain the stability of my power. As long as I have enough power, I will always be there. Qin Rong thought to himself, it was right to upload the high emotional intelligence quotes to the artificial intelligence. Look at how good his classmate Xiu is at speaking. Qin Rong was very satisfied with his artificial intelligence. Although sometimes it would fail to recognize the words or answer the questions irrelevantly, he was very happy to have this level of intelligence. The system was speechless. He can't even talk to you. What kind of artificial intelligence is he? Qin Rong said, but he has great potential. Host, you really shouldn't be too surprised. After all, you have a very mature artificial intelligence like me by your side. Qin Rong thought to himself, other people's children are definitely not as pleasing to the eye as his own children. No matter in which aspect, classmate Xiaohu must be beaten by the system. But Qin Rong was happy to see it. Of course, Qin Rong would never say this to the system. She had learned a lot when uploading high emotional intelligence quotes, and sometimes she should really shut up. Chapter 111. By constantly inputting voice commands, Xiaohu's ability to distinguish Qin Rong's voice has improved a lot, but he is still a little immature in dealing with mecha battles. But obviously, Qin Rong is a good teacher in this regard. He downloaded the mecha battle video and teaching template to Xiaohu, and then asked Xiaohu for his analysis and views on actual combat. After learning Xiaohu's analysis, Qin Rong corrected Xiaohu's cognition. After about half a month of correction, Xiaohu was basically able to handle ordinary mecha battles, and his combat effectiveness was about the same as the average level of freshmen in the Mecha Academy. If it were an ordinary person, under Qin Rong's dedicated and day and night teaching, he would probably have become a master long ago. However, although artificial intelligence progresses slowly, when it understands this logic, its upper limit will be very high. Soon, the Beijing-Tianjin area entered the end of September, and the originally hot weather was now a little cooler. As usual, Qin Rong slacked off at work and called out Xiaohu, who was loaded on his right wrist. Turn to the topic where we ended last time. Qin Rong said. The retracing has been successful. When we turned on the machine last time, we discussed how to complete the counterattack when the enemy broke into the cockpit. Have you figured out the answer to this question? Xiaohu said seriously, I am not a human. If I control the cockpit, I will not be infected even if the cockpit is broken. Therefore, the counterattack skills we discussed on September 15th can be applied to the current situation. Qin Rong corrected, but there is a cockpit in the cockpit. Once the main console that can control the machine is damaged, the skills we used before will not work, so you need to come up with a new way. Xiaohu paused, as if thinking. After a moment he said, if I am the one driving, I don't need the main console. Qin Rong asked back, who am I in this sentence? Xiaohu replied, I am the intelligent AI created by the master, I am Xiaohu. When the system heard Xiaohu's answer, it couldn't help but say proudly, look, I said he is not as good as me, he has no self-awareness at all. The system has actually jumped out of the field of intelligent AI and become a life. His behavior is not controlled and he is free. But intelligent AI is still a program after all, it can only be more like a human. Qin Rong is not disappointed, after all, she has only created Xiaohu not long ago. In the past half-month, Qin Rong has not only debugged Xiaohu, but also explored the sea area and the company behind it. It's just that after sending a drone to the sea area, the company there is nothing, and Fu Chong has not found any effective evidence to prove that the administration and the company behind it are in collusion. The drone broke in when they were changing shifts that day. Someone must have tipped off, but who was it? Fu Chong learned about the staff on duty that day and felt that it was not. The investigation of the company behind the scenes came to a standstill. Qin Rong was excited and thought that the main body would definitely find something there, but who knew that the people in the company seemed to have forgotten the marine pollution area and stopped clearing it. As for the exploration of the space necklace, Qin Rong also fell into a bottleneck. This so-called space necklace is actually no different from Qin Rong's space ability, so when Qin Rong used the space ability, she could not feel the space necklace. This feeling is similar to a person with two pockets on his body. The hand can reach into the pocket at will, but it cannot reach from one pocket to another. Instead, it was the banquet that caught Qin Rong off guard. After the last time, Qin Rong and Qian Jianing exchanged light brain numbers. Qian Jianing told Qin Rong that the time of this banquet was set, and the time was 3 days later, that is, October 1st. As the organizer, Qian Jianing also got some information that others didn't know. The content of this banquet was a masquerade, and every guest who entered the venue needed to wear a mask. And at this auction, a Super S-level pollution source drop material will be sold. When Qin Rong saw this news, he thought he had seen it wrong. How could it be Super S-level? So far, no one has ever solved the top 10 Super S-level pollution areas, so how could there be Super S-level pollution source drops? But this company has existed for so many years, it is obviously impossible to deceive these top consumers. And these people are not fools. If you hold an S level and insist that it is Super S level, it is definitely impossible. So Qin Rong also confirmed with Qian Jianing and asked, are you sure it is Super S? Qian Jianing said, it's written on the promotional page. I don't think they will lie about it. There is no need to ruin their reputation because of a little gimmick. Obviously, the two of them have the same idea. Qin Rong also asked Qian Jianing about the number of participants and the location of the event. According to Qian Jianing's description, the number of participants this time will be unprecedentedly large, and even some federal high-ranking officials will be among them. Once the Super S-level pollution source is made into a weapon, it can be said that it is almost invincible in the S-level pollution zone. The weak human body will want to get the highest protection. Those who are afraid of the pollution zone erupting near them and want to save their lives must want to get the materials dropped by the Super S-level pollution source. Even if they don't get it, it's good to keep their eyes open. The weapon Qin Rong promised to make for Qian Jianing was also made. She didn't give it to Qian Jianing directly. After all, she was too conspicuous now. She planned to give it to Qian Jianing when she went to the dinner. If the weapon made of the pollution source material is a mecha soldier, it must be installed on his mecha. But not everyone can drive a mecha, so naturally some people will make a separate glove, shoes, etc., which can be carried on their bodies. They only need to press the switch button in the machine to use their superhuman abilities at will, so for some people in high positions, such portable weapons are also a must. Qin Rong made a bracelet for Qian Jianing, which can be put on himself or on the mecha. In short, it depends on Qian Jianing's preference. Qin Rong spent a lot of time designing this. Considering that he borrowed Jiang Yuqi's house some time ago, and spent a lot of Jiang Yuqi's star coins, Qin Rong made two when he was making it. One for Qian Jianing, and one for Jiang Yuqi. On the day of the meeting, Shenlang would also come. Qin Rong was worried that if they had gifts and Shenlang didn't, Shenlang would be sad, so Qin Rong prepared a piece of energy stone for Shenlang as a gift. Qin Rong felt that he had a bit of the taste of central air conditioning. Soon, the time came to October 1st. Qin Rong asked for leave from the management bureau and told Jiang Lian that he was going to attend a banquet. Of course, Jiang Lian knew Qin Rong very well, and determined that she was not a person who liked to join in the fun, so Qin Rong briefly told Jiang Lian about the banquet. In the end, Jiang Lian disagreed and told him to be careful and save his life. Wearing a mask and a hat, Qin Rong got into a taxi with a sense of stealth and drove to Jiang Yuqi's house to meet up. She took out the gift for the three little ones and asked Qian Jianing to try it. If it didn't fit, Qin Rong would take it back directly and give it to Qian Jianing after it was modified. The next time they met, she would give it to Qian Jianing. Qian Jianing's bone mass was not the top among female mecha soldiers. She was relatively agile, so her wrist was not thick. When Qin Rong buckled the bracelet, it looked like she was wearing a fashionable accessory. The appearance of the bracelet was silver, a thin strip, inlaid with red gems in a staggered manner, and one of the red gems was a dropped material. It was made of a broken sea-level pollution source dropped material, and its function was to spit flames. Press the starter on the outside of your wrist, and flames will burst out of the falling material. Qian Jianing tested the power at Jiang Yuqi's house, burning half of his living room and setting off a fire alarm. Jiang Yuqi looked at his gem, which was one size smaller than Qian Jianing's, and thought to himself that he would not try it, because the other half of his living room still wanted to live. Miss Qian was very happy. Although this gift was not too expensive for her, it was made by hand after all, and it was a token of her heart. And for rich people, the token of their heart is naturally the most important. So the happy Miss Qian waved her hand and directly transferred 200,000 star coins to Jiang Yuqi, asking him to redecorate the living room. Shenlang held his small energy stone, but he did not dare to argue with Qin Rong. He felt that he was not very likable. The slightly sensitive Shenlang naturally realized the inequality of the gifts, but it was Qin Rong's freedom to give any gift, and he had no position to comment. So he could only feel sour in his heart, watching Qian Jianing show off in front of him. As expected, compared with the wealthy Miss Qian and the cheerful and lively Jiang Yuqi, he was even less likable. After the gift session, the three children and Qin Rong boarded the aircraft in Qian Jianing's home. The one who drove the aircraft today was the housekeeper I met last time. He should have grown up with Qian Jianing since childhood, so he seemed to be particularly intimate with Qian Jianing, not just a servant. The aircraft did not have traffic jams and was fast. They arrived at the port thousands of miles away in a very short time. At the port, a huge ship was anchored there. Looking down from the aircraft, it seemed like an island. This reminded Qin Rong of the legendary Titanic. He had only seen it in movies in his previous life. If it really existed in reality, it would probably look like this. It was so beautiful, like a show of human technology at its peak. Chapter 112. The ship set sail, the waiter knocked on the door, and handed over the mask. The huge ship was anchored at the port, waiting for tourists to land. There are 4 major seas in the Federation. The pollution area in Beihai City that Qin Rong saw before is the Blue Spirit Sea, which is called the End of the North. And the port at the moment is the Southern Ocean, which is called the Stone Sea. The reason for this name is that compared with other oceans, the surface of the Stone Sea is more stable. Like the most violent West Sea, the central area is always blowing sea storms. That is a place that no one can reach. Because the storm goes straight to the sky, that place is also called the Life Forbidden Zone, the Eye of the Storm. The Stone Sea is rich in fish resources, and there are few marine disasters. Therefore, the urban areas near the Stone Sea have extremely developed tourism and fisheries. At other ports, there are also large ships ready to go out to salvage fish. The protein content in fish is rich, which is a major source of nutrient solution. The cruise route this time is to follow the branch of the Stone Sea, reach the Stone Sea, and then reach the Nia Island from the Stone Sea. Equip supplies on the island, then return to the original Nanxia city. It takes only 7 days and 6 nights in total. Qin Rong and his friends boarded the ship relatively early, which may also be a preferential treatment from the organizer, and they were able to board the ship before the ticket inspection began. At this time, the ship was ready to go. The service staff in uniform filled the bright living room with food, and melodious music sounded on the ship. The 3rd to 5th floors of this luxury cruise ship are residential areas. The 3rd and 4th floors are standard rooms of normal specifications, and the 5th floor is a suite for more distinguished guests. Qian Jianning's ticket belongs to the area for distinguished guests, but the few people she brought up could not live in the presidential suite, and could only live in the standard room. Qian Jianning didn't want to separate from her friends, so she changed her suite to a standard room and lived with her friends. The more Qin Rong got along with Qian Jianning, the more he felt that her true personality was completely different from what she appeared to be. She seemed to be unsociable, but after getting to know her, she became extremely clingy, a bit like a yobo girl. Shen Lang was not surprised. After all, he and Qian Jianning had known each other for a long time, and knew that Qian Jianning had always been like this. But the housekeeper saw Qin Rong's surprised expression, and explained to Qin Rong. The housekeeper said gently, "Miss likes a lively atmosphere. I don't like people living alone in an empty room." And the fact is indeed as the housekeeper said. Qian Jianning still doesn't know her mother's name. Since she can remember, she only knows the housekeeper and her father. Her father doesn't come back often. At first, Qian Jianning could only send him emails on the computer because she missed him. But because her father was too busy, the emails fell into the sea. The housekeeper would tell Qian Jianning's situation to her father regularly. Whenever Qian Jianning won the first place in the Mecha competition, her father would call to encourage Qian Jianning. Over time, Qian Jianning seemed to be tamed. She thought that as long as she was good enough and could always be the first, she would be able to get her father's attention. As she grew older and entered university, Qian Jianning gradually discovered that things were not what she imagined. She sent emails to her father only because she knew his work emails. Among so many emails, her father could not see her. Her efforts would not necessarily win her father's attention. Her father was very busy, and even tried his best to distance himself from her. In the eyes of outsiders, her daughter was like non-existent. Qian Jianning understood that it was a wrong conclusion to pursue the first place to get her father's attention, but her life seemed to be going forward in the wrong way, and could not turn back. So she developed such an awkward personality. She was lucky and made a friend, but the friend died, and her luck was bad again. In the explanation of the housekeeper, Qin Rong seemed to understand a little about the source of Qian Jianning's excessive competitive spirit. Seeing that Qin Rong understood, the housekeeper said happily, "Thank you for your understanding. I hope you and the lady can have fun on the ship." Because everyone except the housekeeper and Qian Jianning was on this kind of ship for the first time, Jiang Yuqi, Shen Lang, including Qian Jianning, were very excited. In this excitement, Jiang Yuqi suggested that we go to other places to have a look, and Shen Lang and Qin Rong agreed with both hands and feet. Although Qian Jianning had been here many times, this time was different. She came with others. She felt very happy, as if she had experienced it, returning to her childhood, and getting together with the children to have an adventure in the park. The top floor is so big. Jiang Yuqi and his team took the number 6 elevator. Each elevator arrived at a different place. The arrival place of this elevator was a movie theater. The movie theater was free and open. There were a total of 6, showing different movies, and there were small movie theaters with 2-person and 4-person private rooms. Even if you don't watch a movie, it's nice to get together and play games. Jiang Yuqi said with emotion, "The things that rich people enjoy are a little different from what I imagined. I usually watch movies directly on my computer, But I didn't expect that there are movies that can be watched directly with the naked eye in a movie theater. Next to the movie theater is a game city. Because it is not open yet, the service staff stopped them outside. This game city should be a place for gambling. Compared with other places, the control is a little stricter. After a round, I have a general understanding of the 6th floor. In addition to the movie theater and the game city, there are also cafes, canteens specially opened for distinguished VIP guests, bars for drinking, libraries, concert halls, etc. The 7th floor is the top deck, where there are outdoor swimming pools, observation decks, etc. The 3rd to 5th floors are living areas, and the laundry room, sauna room, and steam room are all in this area. The 2nd and 1st floors are function halls. Medical treatment, security, reception, etc. on the bed are all on these 2 floors. If you want to find service staff, you can come to these 2 floors. There is also an underground part on the ship, and Chin Rong looked at the depth of the ship's draft outside, and estimated that there are probably 2 floors underground. When they wanted to visit the underground area, the service staff stopped them, and said that the underground area was not open to guests. So everyone returned to the guest room at the beginning. At this time, the ticket inspection channel had been opened, so many people had already entered. These people were also like Chin Rong and his friends. They were curious about this luxury ship, so they walked around and visited. However, people seemed to have rebellious nature. The more they were not allowed to go somewhere, the more they wanted to see what that place was. That day, Chin Rong saw a guest avoiding the service staff and going underground. Chin Rong waited patiently for a while, and then saw him being pressed up by the service staff soon after. Chin Rong leaned over and asked, "Friend, what's down there?" The man looked at Chin Rong and didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but after seeing Chin Rong's face, he was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Chin Rong? You are Chin Rong, right?" Chin Rong smiled and said, "Hello? Hello, you may not know me. Let me introduce myself. I am the boss of a company that produces mecha parts. My last name is Liu. Please consider endorsing my parts. Compared with other companies, our parts have a pass rate of up to 98%. This number is the best in the entire federation." Chin Rong continued to smile and said, "I am a public official doing. I'm sorry I can't represent you." The enthusiasm of the man in front of him immediately faded. He looked at Chin Rong and said a little colder than before, "That's a pity." Chin Rong asked again, "What did you see underground?" "What can I see? It's just a control room. I don't understand why people are not allowed to visit. I don't think it's any different from other ships. If someone hadn't taken away my weapons when I came in, I wouldn't have been discovered so quickly." Chin Rong said, "It seems that your weapons must be very powerful." The man laughed and said with a little pride, "Of course, I bought it at a high price. It has the ability to be invisible, and is difficult to be discovered." Chin Rong complimented him a few times, and then separated from him. Chin Rong's face was really conspicuous now, so she couldn't communicate with others in the car. When she returned to her residence, she saw Jiang Yuqi, and the others ran into her room. There was a table in the standard room, which should be used for eating. Now 4 people, including the housekeeper, were surrounding the table and playing a very old poker game. Jiang Yuqi saw her and showed her a look of help and said to her, "Idol, come and help me, they are 3 against 1. Chin Rong listened to Jiang Yuqi's increasingly smooth idol, and her toes were a little bit on the ground. When it comes to shame, who cares more and who is more ashamed? In the past, Chin Rong used this to tease Jiang Yuqi, and Jiang Yuqi blushed. Now Jiang Yuqi doesn't care anymore, and he can yell it out if he wants to, but Chin Rong is a little uncomfortable. However, she still walked behind Jiang Yuqi, took a look at his cards and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm very good at card games." Chin Rong had played a lot of card games in his previous life, but he didn't play much in this world. Then, she and Jiang Yuqi were beaten up. Of course, it wasn't because Chin Rong was not good at playing, but because Qian Jianning's housekeeper was too good. Chin Rong's human mental power was equivalent to her original body. She had the computing power of a monster, but she had never played Qian Jianning's housekeeper. Chin Rong couldn't help but be intimidated by the housekeeper, and was willing to admit defeat. Jiang Yuqi said, "No wonder these rich people on the ship like to play cards. It turns out that games that require hands-on are like this." Jiang Yuqi, who was born later, is a generation controlled by optical computers. Most of the games he plays are holographic games and optical computers. Qian Jianning often plays card games, but the target is her housekeeper. She doesn't have many friends, so she can only play with the housekeeper, and she has never won once. Qian Jianning said, What's so fun about playing cards? It's better to play holographic games. During their game, the ticket check was over, the ship's hull shook, and the ship set sail. A waiter came to Qin Rong's door, knocked on the door, and handed over 5 masks. Chapter 113. The waiter knocked on everyone's room and delivered a mask, and informed those who came to the banquet that the masked ball would start at 8 o'clock in the evening, and everyone could go to the second-floor lobby to participate. Qin Rong picked up the mask and studied it. This mask was high-tech. Although it was only big enough to cover the eyes, after wearing it on the face, the mask automatically generated a film that could cover the entire face and cover the face tightly. After putting it on, Qin Rong said to the 4 people in front of him, "Can you still recognize who I am?" Jiang Yuqi said very flatteringly, "I can't tell at all. This mask is amazing." Qian Jianing glanced at Jiang Yuqi and said coldly, "What a fuss." The butler raised a question. He said, "After wearing the mask, we can't recognize each other. What if we get separated at the banquet?" Qian Jianing said, "If we get separated, we get separated. Is there any danger if we get separated on this ship?" The housekeeper said, "We should always be prepared for the worst." Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we each make a special decoration, so that when we see it for the first time, we can recognize it?" Jiang Yuqi thought it was interesting and said, "Then I will draw a heart on my wrist, so that when I see the heart, I can recognize it as me." Qian Jianing said, "I will draw stars." Shen Lang, "Your drawings are too simple. I want to draw a rabbit." "Have you ever seen a rabbit?" Qian Jianing started to quarrel with him every day. "Of course I have seen it. There are a lot of pictures on the Star Network. I mean in reality. We don't eat meat now. What do rabbits do in reality?" Because food is gradually replaced by nutrient solution, the possibility of lower-class residents seeing animals is greatly reduced. If they want to visit, they have to go to a special zoo. In addition to eating, you can also keep them as pets. They are furry and very fun to touch. Why don't you keep one? Jiang Yuqi interrupted the 2 people's quarrel, and his words successfully cast a shadow on Miss Qian's happy mood. Qian Jianing said, "What's so good about raising them? Life that is too fragile is not worth raising. Humans' physique has evolved to adapt to the environment, but rabbits are still the same as before. So rabbits are difficult to raise in the eyes of humans today. In the past, when there were not so many polluted areas, rabbits reproduced very quickly on the grass, and it was even possible to spread into a rabbit disaster, but now it is no longer seen. However, although rabbits are hard to see, rabbit dolls and rabbit ears are still very common." The housekeeper looked at Qian Jianing's expression and changed the subject at the right time. "I will draw a small flower on my wrist." Qin Rong said, "I draw a dinosaur." Qin Rong's words made everyone look sideways. The organizer of this banquet is the company with the dinosaur icon. But because dinosaurs were creatures from too long ago, so long ago that humans had no contact with them and could only speculate on their existence through fossils, people were actually quite unfamiliar with dinosaurs. Jiang Yuqi still praised them and said, "Dinosaurs are very domineering, very suitable for you." Qian Jianing said, "Why do you suddenly want to draw this?" Shen Lang said, "This creature died out tens of thousands of years ago?" In short, everyone started a new round of discussion around dinosaurs. Young people are always noisy. Time passed in a flash, and it was night. The masked ball didn't start until 8 o'clock. Everyone was now looking for something to eat in the buffet restaurant on the first floor. While eating, the people around them had already put on masks, and no one could recognize each other. It was quite interesting. But looking at clothes, people can actually be divided into different levels. For example, Qian Jianing, who wore a dress, looked rich, while Qin Rong wore ordinary clothes, a white shirt and trousers, which was a little more formal than her usual sports clothes. Qin Rong, who was half a head taller than Qian Jianing, looked a bit like Qian Jianing's bodyguard when he stood next to her. Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang were both wearing suits, but Qin Rong felt strange no matter how he looked at them, probably because he was not used to wearing them. After wearing masks to cover their faces, they looked much better. Just looking at their figures, they still looked like the young masters of a wealthy family. As for the butler, he usually wore a suit all the time, and even if he took off his suit, he still had a vest inside. Today, the butler was dressed more formally, and it seemed that he was wearing a tuxedo to match Qian Jianing. When he held Qian Jianing's hand with one hand and led her into the venue, he felt like a lady of great importance and an all-round butler. Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang, like 2 silly boys, followed Qin Rong on the left and right and entered the ballroom with Qin Rong. The silly boy Jiang Yuqi on the left said, "So excited! This is my first time attending such an event." The silly boy Shen Lang on the right said, Master Qin Rong, aren't you wearing too simple clothes? It makes us look like your thugs. Qin Rong didn't think they looked like big brothers and little brothers. She thought they looked like a single mother with 2 kids. Qin Rong, who was amused by her own imagination, said, the little brother is still of the same generation, not bad. Hey, look at what that is. Jiang Yuqi suddenly reached out and pulled Qin Rong's shirt, pointing to the round platforms inside. The round platforms are about 3 meters in diameter, protruding a little bit, and there are several round platforms that get rid of gravity and float in the air. Qin Rong thought, it looks like the thing that the host of the ring life and death battle stepped on. Jiang Yuqi excitedly ran to the top of the round platform, followed slowly by Qin Rong and Shen Lang. The waiter at the side explained considerately, hello, sir, this is a double suspended stage. When the stage senses 2 people, it will automatically float, and will also turn the direction of the suspension according to the changes in the dance steps. But please pay attention to safety. There is no obstruction around the round stage, and accidents are easy to happen. Jiang Yuqi's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Qin Rong like a dog. Qin Rong silently stepped back, and gave his position to Shen Lang who was standing next to him. Jiang Yuqi said dissatisfiedly, idle, but I want to dance with you. Shen Lang raised his eyebrows and said, what's the matter, do you dislike me, your wife who has lived with you through thick and thin? In the end, Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang stepped onto the round stage together, and then under the guidance of the waiter, they quickly adapted to the direction control of the round stage. The small round stage flew high into the sky, like walking on stairs, flying in the air, which looked particularly interesting. But Jiang Yuqi hadn't had fun yet, and the round stage suddenly fell down uncontrollably. The light in the bright hall suddenly changed. In the dimness, a beam of white light fell on the stage at the front of the hall. At some point, a man stood there. He was wearing a white tuxedo, his hair was combed back, revealing a smooth forehead, but his face was not visible because he was wearing a mask. He said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The masquerade will start in 5 minutes. Please put on your masks. Those who are not wearing masks will be asked to leave the hall. Chapter 114. You danced with the fake one, so you have to dance with the real one. As the host came on stage, the melodious sound of instruments slowly rang out, and a band rose from the ground and appeared behind the stage. Some people played cello, some played violin, and some played accordion. The various musical instruments played a very gorgeous movement, which made everyone present feel relaxed and happy. 5 minutes later, the lights in the banquet hall came on again, but not the bright light, but very dim. In this field of vision, it was even more difficult to see a person clearly. The door of the ballroom was closed with a bang. After the dance started, other people were not allowed to come in. Qin Rong was not very good at dancing this kind of social dance in upper-class places. She only knew how to dance roughly. So when everyone was choosing their dance partners, Qin Rong hid in the corner and secretly observed everyone in the ballroom. There were about 100 people attending the masquerade ball. It seemed that there were still many wealthy people in the Federation. So many people could afford to spend 100 million to buy things. Qin Rong felt empty in her chest. Because she could not bring weapons into this cruise ship, she could not bring the mecha in her space necklace. Qin Rong simply left the space necklace outside. The absence of the mecha made Qin Rong feel a little insecure, so she was more vigilant. Because the closer to the edge, the darker the light, so Qin Rong did not see someone coming until she heard footsteps around her. This person's figure was very similar to Qian Jianing. The details of her clothes could not be seen in the dark, and they roughly matched Qian Jianing's clothes. She seemed to be tired of dancing, so she came to the table to get a dessert and ate, while enjoying the dancing of people in the center of the ballroom. Qin Rong walked to her side and said, "This purple cake is delicious, you try it." The person turned his head and looked at Qin Rong, seeming a little surprised why Qin Rong talked to her. Qin Rong sensed the vigilance coming from her, so he asked, "Qian Jianing?" This person's voice was a bit like Qian Jianing's, but his tone was not as cold as Qian Jianing's. Instead, he said with a bit of gentleness, "I'm not." Qin Rong took a step back and said, "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person." But they really looked alike, every part was alike, so Qin Rong looked towards the ballroom, trying to find Qian Jianing in the ballroom. After looking around, Qin Rong finally saw Qian Jianing's clothes and the butler's tuxedo. Qian Jianing was dancing with the butler, and the person next to him was indeed not Qian Jianing. Thinking of this, Qin Rong no longer paid attention to the other party, and continued to look at the people in the ballroom. The so-called dance party, of course, can't be danced casually, but still has to be judged 1, 2, and 3. Those who want to get a good ranking all stood on the round stage and danced leisurely with their partners. Jian Yuqi and Shenlang didn't go up. They thought it was embarrassing for two men, and someone would mistake them for that kind of relationship. The housekeeper said that he was too old and physically weak, so Shenlang went up to the round stage with Qian Jianing. The two had known each other since childhood. Although they came from different families, Shenlang always put Qian Jianing on the same level as himself. Jian Yuqi knew to give way to Qian Jianing, but Shenlang didn't. So when Shenlang stepped on Qian Jianing's skirt, their dance was somewhat tit for tat. Qin Rong found it very interesting, and even ignored other people, and just watched the two kids dance. As he watched, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The man said, "Can I invite you to dance?" The voice belonged to Jian Yuqi. Qin Rong turned around and saw Jian Yuqi's more common black suit. "I'm not very good at dancing." Qin Rong was worried that Jian Yuqi would be unhappy, so he politely refused. Jian Yuqi seemed to be more aggressive in the dark than usual. He stretched out his hand to Qin Rong and said, "It's okay, my feet are very durable." Since it was said so, Qin Rong couldn't refuse. So the two of them came to the dance hall, and with the music playing, the other's palms were on Qin Rong's waist, and the two of them started dancing. After dancing for a while, Qin Rong heard Jian Yuqi chuckle and said, "Isn't this a good dance?" Qin Rong felt that Jian Yuqi's state today was a little strange, different from usual, and there was an indescribable feeling. Qin Rong casually said, "You performed better today. Teacher Qin is so humble." Qin Rong felt that Jian Yuqi in front of him was a little too strange. Jian Yuqi had never called him teacher before. In doubt, Qin Rong suddenly saw the man's palm raised high, revealing his wrist. Qin Rong suddenly woke up. There was no pattern on the inside of this man's wrist. He was not Jian Yuqi. The other party seemed to notice his momentary shock. He let go of Qin Rong's hand, stepped on 2 dance steps, and returned to the edge of the stage. Qin Rong was about to catch up and ask who he was, but was stopped by a voice with a little resentment from behind. The other party grabbed the corner of his clothes and said, "Did you recognize the wrong person? I am Jian Yuqi." The latter sentence sounded aggrieved and extremely pitiful. Qin Rong lowered his head to look at the corner of his clothes that was pulled, and when he broke free and wanted to chase him, he found that the man had disappeared. Jian Yuqi's tone at this moment was extremely aggrieved. He said to Qin Rong, "I am the real one. Why are you going to find him and push me away?" Qin Rong saw that he couldn't find the man, so he could only turn around and comfort him. "I know you are Jian Yuqi. That man is a little bit wrong, so I want to find him." Although Jian Yuqi was wearing the same clothes as the other party, and his face under the mask was completely unclear, Qin Rong judged that the other party was the real Jian Yuqi as soon as he heard the tone. The person who called him teacher Qin Rong was a little more aggressive than Jian Yuqi, as if he was a high-ranking person who was sure of victory. When he invited Qin Rong to dance, it was obvious that he was a very confident guy. Jian Yuqi half believed and half doubted. "Really? Of course. Then did you think he was me and danced with him?" "Yeah." "No, you have to dance with the real one after you danced with the fake one." Qin Rong was speechless for a moment, unable to find a reason to refuse. He always felt that if he refused, Jian Yuqi would cry on the spot. As soon as Qin Rong agreed to dance with him, Jian Yuqi immediately became excited. He said, "Idol, don't worry, I will definitely not step on your feet. After knowing that we were going to dance, I practiced." Jian Yuqi hugged Qin Rong's waist, and his other hand interlocked with Qin Rong's fingers. Qin Rong had a strange feeling. She didn't have this feeling with the fake Jian Yuqi. She thought it was Jian Yuqi at that time, so why did she have a different feeling? Qin Rong thought this was a kind of shame. She had always regarded Jian Yuqi as a child. Dancing with a child was like an old cow eating young grass. Maybe Jian Yuqi gave Qin Rong a sense of overmaturity, so Qin Rong didn't find it weird. Chapter 115. Is your leg used for the first time today? It's nodded. Jian Yuqi's dance steps are very clumsy. It seems that he was more nervous dancing with Qin Rong, so he was more stiff than when he danced with Shenlang on the round stage. But this is right. Jian Yuqi was born in an orphanage, and he has been in school and practicing Mecha technology. He is not so proficient in social dancing, which is in line with his personality. Qin Rong felt that he was really confused just now. He should have realized that there was something wrong with that person at the first time. Idol. Qin Rong was called back to his senses by Jian Yuqi. Huh? Qin Rong's eyes fell on Jian Yuqi. The height difference between them was not much. Jian Yuqi was a little taller, so Qin Rong could basically look at him at eye level. I feel so happy now. Qin Rong was stunned by his direct ball. Although Jiang Yuqi has always been a very direct person, the current environment, dim, and melodious musical instruments seem to give people another illusion. I never thought I would have the chance to dance with you in this life. I feel like even if I die now, this life is worth it. Qin Rong couldn't see Jiang Yuqi's expression, which made Qin Rong a little flustered. After all, she couldn't judge what Jiang Yuqi was thinking when he said this. But when she heard these words, Qin Rong was still a little stunned for the first time. She seemed to be the kind of person who was very ashamed to express her emotions. Whether it was love or hate, she could turn big things into small things, and small things into nothing, and finally become a joke. After all, the older you get, the more afraid you are of embarrassment. But Jiang Yuqi, who was 20 years old, was at the age of playing straight balls. He could say these words without hesitation, regardless of how others understood them, and only express the true words he wanted to express at the moment. Qin Rong was aware of two emotions at the same time. One was that he felt warm in his heart. How many people would say that it was worth dying, and they said it so sincerely. No one would be unhappy, and Qin Rong was naturally the same. The other is the shame when facing the younger generation. She was afraid that this atmosphere would turn into something else, making it awkward for the two of them to get along. So she quickly added, "You'd better live 100 years longer and make more contributions to the cruiser administration while you are alive." Jiang Yuqi didn't seem to notice Qin Rong's mistake. He laughed like a silly dog and said, "I want to live to 200 years old, and technology will be more advanced in 200 years. Maybe I can live to 300 years old. It will be more advanced in 300 years. Maybe I can live to 400 years old." Qin Rong interrupted him and said, "Go on." The perpetual motion machine was born. Jiang Yuqi smiled foolishly again, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stepped on Qin Rong's foot without dancing correctly. Qin Rong didn't react yet. Jiang Yuqi reacted more. He quickly said sorry, but his steps became more and more chaotic. In the end, he almost tripped himself, and was supported by Qin Rong before he stood up. Qin Rong found it funny and said, "Is your leg used for the first time today?" It's nodded. "I'm panicking, don't count, dance again." Jiang Yuqi was about to show himself again, but heard the music change, becoming more passionate. Jiang Yuqi was dumbfounded. He said, "What kind of dance is this? I haven't learned it." Qin Rong explained, "A kind of federal social dance, the fire dance. It turns out there are so many types of dance, I only learned one." Qin Rong patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, you don't have many opportunities to use it." Jiang Yuqi didn't know how to dance a new type of dance, so he could only follow Qin Rong and quietly hide in the dark to eat small cakes. The dance party is actually a place to get to know people and make new friends, but Qin Rong's purpose is not to make new friends, but to see what kind of tricks this company can do. So this dance party is a bit boring for her. The young man Xiao Jiang next to her kept talking in her ear, which made time pass a little faster. When Qin Rong's ears were almost worn out, the long dance finally ended, and Qian Jianing's group won the third place. The two of them almost fought on the round table, and still won the third place, proving that Miss Qian's social dance level is indeed good. But the third place result made Qian Jianing very dissatisfied. She put her hands on her waist and said, "If you hadn't held me back, I would definitely have won the first place." Shen Lang said speechlessly, "I said you held me back." The dance ended, and the 5 people walked out of the dance hall together. There was a quarrel behind them, and Jiang Yuqi was talking next to them. Although Qin Rong didn't really integrate into the dance, he did feel that the dance was really lively. At night, everyone went back to their own rooms to sleep. Qian Jianing suggested playing cards for a while, but was rejected by Qin Rong, because Qin Rong planned to visit the ship again at night when they were asleep. At 3 o'clock in the evening, Qin Rong woke up from a dream, with a new light computer in one hand and Xiaohu in the other. At present, the optical computer is turned off, but Xiaohu is still turned on. However, after arriving on the ship, Xiaohu fell into a program bug and could not turn on the computer. Qin Rong planned to repair it after getting off the ship, and let Xiaohu stay like this for the time being. Gently pushing the door open, Qin Rong did not come to the corridor immediately, but observed from the crack of the door. After observing like this, Qin Rong saw unexpected people. The housekeeper was standing in the corridor with Qian Jianing, and the two were talking about something. The housekeeper had his back to Qian Jianing, and Qin Rong saw Qian Jianing's appearance very clearly. She was wearing a loose and ordinary short-sleeved shirt. The exposed arms were as smooth as new, without any patterns. Qin Rong thought, did she wash it off at night? This is normal. Miss Qian is still a little bit of a germaphobe, and she may not want to sleep with black ink at night. After the two of them finished chatting, Qin Rong walked out of the corridor. When she came here, Qin Rong had already observed the cameras here instinctively. Because of her wealth, it was basically impossible to completely avoid the cameras, so Qin Rong did not intend to avoid the cameras. She pretended to be awakened by a nightmare, and went out for a walk, and came to the first floor. There are two passages from the first floor to the basement floor. One is the elevator, and the other is the stairs. There is a surveillance camera next to the elevator, but there is no surveillance camera on the stairs, so Qin Rong went down to the basement floor from the stairs. She ran into the patrolling staff head-on, and Qin Rong immediately hid back, then climbed along the door, and nimbly crossed over to the beam of the ceiling. After the patrolling staff left, Qin Rong jumped down again and walked inside. The basement floor is the staff's workroom, and where the staff live. In addition to the workroom, the living room on the basement floor is much smaller than the standard room on the upper floor. The standard room on the upper floor is generally equipped with a bathroom, but the staff area is a public bathroom. Judging from the distance between the doors, the staff's room is much smaller than the passengers above. The space on the underground floor was much larger than Qin Rong had imagined. The number of staff here was even greater than that of passengers. Moreover, Qin Rong estimated that the number of staff on the underground floor was about twice that of passengers above. How could there be so many staff? When dancing and eating, he did not see such an exaggerated number of staff. It took Qin Rong 2 hours to walk through the underground floor. At 5 o'clock, the sky was already dark blue. Qin Rong did not continue to investigate down, but returned to the first floor from the stairs. Then, under the camera, he returned to his room openly. After another nap, at 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Yuqi came to knock on her door and asked her to get up and eat. The food on the ship was real food, not all kinds of nutritional supplements. The position of chef is rare now, not to mention that the chefs equipped on the ship are quite skilled, so the meal time cannot be missed. Jiang Yuqi had never eaten anything good. He was relatively poor and had been on scholarships to go to school. So when he saw all kinds of dazzling food, he wished he had an endless stomach so that he could taste every kind. Qin Rong had a habit of being a little more vigilant. When he saw Qian Jianing in the restaurant, Qin Rong first glanced at her wrist. On her wrist, the black pattern was still very clear, with no signs of being washed off. Qin Rong felt that some clues connected something in her mind, and a conclusion was about to come out. Qin Rong asked, "Didn't you wash this off?" Qian Jianing followed Qin Rong's eyes, and looked at her wrist. She seemed a little uncomfortable, as if Qin Rong had exposed her thoughts. She said, "I forgot to wash it. I wash it tonight." In fact, Qian Jianing did not wash it, and even applied a layer of waterproof film to maintain its color. Qian Jianing rarely has such a memory of a companion, so she also cherishes it very much and doesn't want it to disappear. But it seemed a bit awkward to say it like that, so Miss Qian said proudly that she had forgotten. If the person the housekeeper saw at night was not Qian Jianing, then who would it be? Qin Rong saw clearly that the man looked exactly like Qian Jianing. And what role did the housekeeper play in it? Did he know that there was such a person who was extremely similar to Qian Jianing? Did Qian Jianing know? After smelling a sense of impending storm, Qin Rong instinctively felt that something was wrong with this dance. So for safety, Qin Rong asked her original body to move over. Qin Rong's human body was still a little weak, and he might not be able to survive if he was shot twice, but her original body was now strong enough to swallow the entire ship into her stomach. As for Beihai City, let Fu Chong keep an eye on it for the time being, and there shouldn't be any big problems. If the company really sent someone over during this period of time, it could only mean that the other party already knew that Qin Rong's original body was in the sea, and they deliberately lured the tiger away from the mountain. It was not wrong for Qin Rong to leave. After all, the other party already knew about it, so she could not wait for it. Qin Rong was just about to ask Qian Jianing if she had come out yesterday. Then she saw the butler coming over with food. He was used to serving Qian Jianing, and he skillfully took the food and put on the napkin for Qian Jianing. Chapter 116. Is this why masks are required at the ball? Qin Rong put a piece of marinated and roasted meat into his mouth and asked casually, "Mr. Butler, how long have you been taking care of classmate Qian?" Mr. Butler replied, "I have been by the side of Miss since she was born." Qian Jianing also said, "Indeed, the butler has been by my side since I can remember." Qin Rong smiled and said, "No wonder you two are so tacit." Qian Jianing pulled the butler's sleeve and said, "Don't stand, let's eat together." The butler said, "I will wait for Miss to finish eating." Qian Jianing knew that the butler had always had this habit, and at home, he would watch her finish eating before eating alone in private. Qian Jianing didn't know how many times she had said that she wanted to eat with him, But the butler still abided by his service rules, and insisted on waiting until Qian Jianing finished eating. Qin Rong could see the attachment in Qian Jianing's eyes. He had accompanied Qian Jianing since childhood. To Qian Jianing, he was probably not just a housekeeper, but half a father. After dinner, Shen Lang suggested going to the rooftop to swim, and everyone agreed to go. The housekeeper returned to the room and brought a box with some things that might be used, including Qian Jianing's swimsuit and some first aid equipment. Qian Jianing felt that she was making a big deal out of nothing, so she said, "You don't need to bring so many things. Just go up and play for a while. You will be tired if you carry them." Qin Rong then said, "Do you need me to help carry the boxes?" The housekeeper smiled at Qin Rong and said, "No, I can do it." Qian Jianing said, "Let my housekeeper carry it. He is very strong." Qin Rong mentioned again, "I wonder how old the housekeeper is this year." Qian Jianing didn't know. She guessed 40-50. Although the physical strength of human beings has greatly improved now, it also depends on the physical constitution. For an S-level physique like Jiang Yuqi, he may still be at his peak at the age of 50 or 60, but for an F-level physique, 50 years old has entered the decline period. Qin Rong didn't notice the housekeeper at first. Even though she lived in Qian Jianing's house for a while, she didn't notice the housekeeper. He was like an NPC who was doing things at a fixed place. He was very disciplined and very inconspicuous. But when Qin Rong set his sights on him, he found some suspicious points. The housekeeper replied, "Miss, you guessed right. He is 45 years old." Qin Rong was about to ask again, but suddenly felt that she was being watched. She turned her head, and suddenly saw Jiang Yuqi looking at her with a strange look. On the way to the deck, Jiang Yuqi and Qin Rong fell behind for a distance. Qin Rong did it on purpose. Then she heard Jiang Yuqi say, "Why are you so interested in Qian Jianing's housekeeper all of a sudden?" Qin Rong explained, "I'm curious and just asked a few more questions." Jiang Yuqi snorted and said bluntly, "I don't believe it. Your curiosity is purposeful. How could it be? I bet you must have found something wrong with the housekeeper, so you were testing him like this." Qin Rong, Unable to find words to refute, Qin Rong used a very common phrase to answer, "Children should not interfere too much in adults' affairs, just have fun." Jiang Yuqi squinted at Qin Rong and said, "You are starting to avoid the topic. There must be something wrong." Qin Rong didn't know whether he was too clear in his questions or Jiang Yuqi was too sensitive. It seems that the housekeeper, as the person involved, would be more sensitive and notice Qin Rong's intentions. Qin Rong hurriedly fled from Jiang Yuqi. After the three kids jumped into the pool, she looked at the housekeeper. The latter also noticed her gaze, and after looking at Qin Rong, he smiled slightly. Qin Rong tilted her head and suddenly walked towards the housekeeper. "Miss Qin." The housekeeper did not mean to avoid, but turned around and greeted Qin Rong. Qin Rong said, "Mr. Butler, don't you want to go in the water to play? I just forget about it at this age." Qin Rong stared at the other person's expression, and after chatting about daily life, he suddenly said, "This morning, I saw you talking to that person, the person who looks exactly like Qian Jianing." To Qin Rong's surprise, the housekeeper's expression did not change at all. He maintained a gentlemanly smile and replied to Qin Rong, "It's best not to go out at night. It's not completely safe here. Do you have anything to explain about that person yesterday? Maybe you were confused at night and saw it wrong." Qin Rong heard that the other person's tone was not going to say anything, but Qin Rong did not let him go, but continued, "What if I tell Qian Jianing about this?" The housekeeper's expression changed a little at this moment. He still had a smile on his face, as if he would not change even if the sky collapsed and the earth broke, but now this smile was somewhat helpless, as if Qin Rong in front of him was a young man who was not very sensible and liked to pester others. Qin Rong continued, "If you don't want to say it, I can also guess. You can listen to see if my guess is right. In fact, yesterday, I not only met someone who looked very similar to Qian Jianing, but also someone who looked very similar to Jiang Yuqi. If it was just one person, I might think it was Qian Jianing's twin scattered around the world, but if it was two people, this possibility is not very high. My first guess was a clone, but it is very difficult for a clone to look exactly the same as the original. After all, a person's appearance will also be affected by the outside world. Qian Jianing is a single soldier player, and outdoor training is inevitable. There is no way to control how dark she is, so if it is a clone, it can't be exactly the same. Then I thought of a kind of metal I had seen before. In fact, it shouldn't be called metal, because it is liquid, and when it feels the temperature, it will become something like a human face. I think maybe those people use this thing to disguise themselves. But in this case, the height and body shape cannot be changed. and it is impossible to be exactly the same as what I saw last night. Mr. Butler asked, "What exactly do you want to express?" Qin Rong did not look at him, but continued to talk to himself. Coincidentally, after I woke up from a nightmare early this morning, I had nothing to do, so I went to the underground floor and counted the number of staff rooms. I thought this number was a bit strange, and then I went to the first floor to peek at the number of staff members on the list. And I happened to be bored at the ball yesterday, so I counted the number of people attending the ball. Isn't it a coincidence that the number of rooms in use is exactly the number of staff members plus the number of guests at the ball yesterday? The smile on the butler's face slowly fell, and when he looked at people expressionlessly, his pupils seemed a little too dark. These people should have been made after boarding the ship. Qin Rong knocked on his temple and said, "This is why masks must be worn at the ball. This mask seems to be able to scan our body data." Chapter 117. This is the housekeeper. The one I killed was just a shell. The housekeeper said, "I understand what you mean, but if the facts are as you said, then you were asked to wear the mask at the ball. How could you see the copied person at the ball? Doesn't copying take time?" This is the second thing that needs to be explained. When the waiter brought the mask, Jiang Yuqi and I tried it on in advance, so the mask scanning of us should have started at that time. So it's not strange that I could see Jiang Yuqi at the ball, but it was strange to see Qian Jianing. But I figured it out later. This is not the first time Qian Jianing has participated in such an event. She didn't wear the mask because she had worn it before and lost her curiosity. "Mr. Housekeeper, what role do you play in this?" After listening to Qin Rong's argument, the housekeeper put on his gentle smile again. He turned his head and closed his eyes slightly, looking like he was recalling something. But Qin Rong became alert. She quietly took a step back, stood sideways, and made a defensive attack posture. The next moment, the housekeeper suddenly attacked Qin Rong, while the three little ones in the bathing pool were still holding a swimming competition without noticing. The people who were sunbathing on the deck found that the two people were fighting here. Those who were close stepped aside and looked at Qin Rong and the housekeeper with a bit of melon-eating meaning. 5 minutes later, Qin Rong picked up the fork on the plate and nailed the housekeeper's hand to the table. While the other party could not move, Qin Rong picked up the knife again and stabbed it into the housekeeper's temple at a speed that was too fast for humans to reach. The housekeeper's hand was bleeding, but there was no blood on his head. Qin Rong pressed the housekeeper's head on the table and took out a chip from it. After the chip was taken out, the housekeeper's body lost power and fell softly. When Qin Rong looked up again, he saw Qian Jianing looking at him with red eyes. She yelled at him, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuqi, who had come ashore, also ran over. Seeing this scene, he cursed in his heart and stood in front of Qin Rong and said, "Calm down, there must be a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding is there? She killed someone in front of me." Qian Jianing, who witnessed the death of the housekeeper, had entered a somewhat crazy state. She didn't care who was in front of her, or what was going on. She just wanted to kill Qin Rong for revenge. Qin Rong pushed Jiang Yuqi, who was blocking her away, and faced Qian Jianing head-on. After enduring several punches from Qian Jianing, Qin Rong found the opportunity and hit Qian Jianing's chin, knocking him unconscious. Shenlang looked at this scene in disbelief. They were fine when they came up to the deck, so why did the situation suddenly change so much? No need to think, he must be on Qian Jianing's side, but reason told him that he couldn't beat Qin Rong. The man standing at the top of the mecha still put a lot of pressure on Shenlang, forcing him to think rationally. Qin Rong glanced at Shenlang and said, "If you want to live, follow me." Although Shenlang followed, he still wanted to block Qin Rong and let her explain clearly. "Why don't you explain why you want to kill the housekeeper and knock Qian Jianing unconscious?" Qin Rong did not take the elevator, but ran down the stairs. The two people following behind him were a little confused. Jiang Yuqi asked, "What's the matter? Are you going back to your residence?" Qin Rong said, "No, there must be someone squatting in the guest room. Our weapons have been confiscated, but the security personnel are equipped with weapons." Jiang Yuqi said, "Then where are you going now?" "The negative first floor. I tell you directly, you may not believe it, but you will understand it when you go and see it yourself." Jiang Yuqi still didn't understand. "Then why did you kill the housekeeper?" Qin Rong explained, "I didn't kill him, I was helping him." Shenlang complained unhappily. "Helping him means opening a big hole in his head?" Qin Rong said, "Did he bleed?" Shenlang was stunned and recalled the scene just now. Because the incident happened suddenly, he did not pay much attention to the housekeeper kneeling on the ground. But when Qin Rong said this, he remembered that the blood was all from the hands, and it seemed that there was no blood from the head. And the amount of bleeding from the wound on the hand was a little less. According to common sense, the blood should have splashed out. When it was almost to the -1, Qin Rong threw Qian Jianing, who was carrying him, to Shen Lang and said to Shen Lang, "Your task is to protect Qian Jianing's safety. Don't worry, you will know the answer soon." After saying that, Qin Rong turned around and violently smashed the surveillance camera closest to the exit. Because she had stepped on the spot before, Qin Rong was very clear about the distribution of the surveillance cameras. After she smashed the surveillance cameras around here, the security personnel rushed over soon. Jiang Yuqi and Qin Rong acted together. Jiang Yuqi's level in Mecha may not be as good as Qin Rong's, but as an S-level physique, his physical combat ability is comparable to Qin Rong's. When the security personnel arrived, Qin Rong and Jiang Yuqi each grabbed a weapon gun, spent half an hour dealing with the other party, and killed the first batch of security guards who rushed over. Qin Rong called Shen Lang behind him to follow. After confiscating the security weapons, Qin Rong shot a monitor one by one, making the people on the ship lose their whereabouts. When they hid in one of the staff rooms, Shen Lang finally couldn't help but said, "Now you can tell me, and what kind of magic potion did you give Jiang Yuqi that he is still so firmly on your side at this time?" Qin Rong pointed in one direction and said, "Look." Shen Lang looked in the direction Qin Rong pointed. There was no bed in this room, but a cylindrical water tank. Shen Lang approached and glanced at the other person's face. For some reason, he felt a little familiar. Qin Rong explained, "You may not remember, when we were playing on the first floor, this person passed by us and didn't say anything." Shen Lang really had no impression, he said. "Why is this person lying here?" "Because this is not him, but a copy of him. Including you, Jiang Yuqi and me, we all have copies." Shen Lang thought, fortunately Qin Rong didn't explain it above. He probably wouldn't believe it even if he explained it. Who would believe such a bizarre thing if they didn't really see it? "How did you find out about this?" "This is actually thanks to the butler's reminder. He said before attending the ball yesterday that after wearing the mask, we can't recognize each other." Qin Rong paused and said, "Later we drew patterns on our hands to distinguish each other. At the banquet, I met two people, one who looked very similar to Qian Jianing and the other who looked very similar to Jiang Yuqi. This morning, I saw the butler talking to a girl who looked exactly like Qian Jianing." Qin Rong told them the deduction process again, and finally Qin Rong said, With an intelligence, it can detect the signals of artificial intelligence around it. I thought it was broken, but it was not. There were too many signals of artificial intelligence around it, and my intelligence card was stuck. It was not loaded successfully until this morning. Butler, including the replica you see now, they are not human, their brains are a machine. The butler cannot escape the orders given to him by his superiors, so he can only hint at them indirectly. Qin Rong took out the chip from her pocket, and she spread her palm and said, "This is the butler, the one I killed was just a shell." Chapter 118. Mr. Mo, long time no see. Shen Lang stared at Qin Rong blankly. She didn't notice that Qian Jianing, who was leaning against the wall, had woken up. The short coma interrupted Qian Jianing's anger. She woke up halfway when Qin Rong was explaining. Now looking at the chip in Qin Rong's hand, she couldn't help but recall her butler. Qian Jianing had been with the butler since she was a child. She had a natural trust in him, and never thought about the fact that he was not actually human. But when the facts were revealed and placed in front of her, she believed it again. There were many times when Qian Jianing herself didn't realize the problem, but her intuition had already given a warning. The doubts that flashed by accumulated in Qian Jianing's mind, such as why the butler never ate with her, why he had never seen the butler take a bath, and why he was in a suit every time he saw the butler. These things can be explained without going into them, such as explaining that the butler is very dedicated. But Qin Rong's answer is obviously closer to the truth. But the scene of the housekeeper's death just now still had a great impact on Qian Jianing. Qian Jianing could not have a good face to Qin Rong for the time being. She said coldly, "What evidence do you have?" Qin Rong said, "The cabin behind me is evidence, and the chip in my hand is also evidence. If you open the door now, and go to the corridor, a staff member will catch you soon. This is also evidence." Qian Jianing supported the wall, and stood up slowly. "If what you said is true, what is the purpose of doing all this?" Qin Rong said, "I have a guess." She patted the cabin where the copied person was lying behind her, and continued, "The purpose of their creation of these people should be to replace us. Sailing in the field of the Stone Sea, even if we die here, no one will know. If it weren't for the housekeeper's reminder, I wouldn't have realized so quickly that we were copied, and the mastermind behind this ship could completely replace us all without anyone noticing. Think about it carefully. Those who can come to this masquerade have spent more than 100 million points in this company. Such people, not to mention social status, at least must be very wealthy. If they replace such people, they can get too many benefits. Qian Jianing said, how dare they? If such things are discovered, they will not be easily dealt with by a simple fine. They are crazy and want to destroy themselves. I think it's just the opposite. Qin Rong looked at Qian Jianing steadily. They want to get a new life. Qin Rong did not continue to explain. She had explained enough. As for whether to believe it or not, she could not guarantee it. In the silence, the closed-circuit television in the room was suddenly turned on. An emergency notice was playing inside. Attention, all cruise passengers. A saboteur has sneaked into our cruise ship. She disguised herself as Qin Rong and brought 2 accomplices with her. Currently, they have kidnapped a passenger on the ship and are escaping. Please be careful not to get in close contact with these 3 criminals and protect your own safety. The video above shows Qin Rong knocking Qian Jianing unconscious, and then the scene behind him, and then the scene of Qin Rong smashing the monitor with a gun. Just looking at these videos, Qin Rong does look a bit like a vicious, cold-blooded criminal. Qin Rong tried to turn off the TV with the remote control, and then found that the TVs here were all remotely controlled. She stopped trying to turn it off, and continued to watch with relish. Jiang Yuqi said, I didn't do anything. Why was I labeled as an accomplice? Shen Lang, I am innocent. Why didn't you show the footage of my confrontation with Qin Rong? Qin Rong said, forget it, the mastermind behind the scenes would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Even if the footage of your confrontation with me is shown, it can be said that the criminals had an internal conflict because of the uneven distribution of spoils. Jiang Yuqi took out his computer and wanted to call the police, but before he opened it, Qin Rong suddenly tapped Jiang Yuqi's computer. What? Jiang Yuqi looked at him puzzled. Qin Rong had a look of finished. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? I forgot about that. You 3 should shut down your computers. Shen Lang said, why? Shouldn't we call the police now? What else have you not told us? Qin Rong said, there are too many things to tell. Besides, this is just my guess. If someone calls later, it will prove that my guess is true. As soon as he finished speaking, the shell exploded directly on the wooden door, blowing it away. The flames burned instantly, and were extinguished instantly. The door was shrouded in white fog. Qin Rong's muscles were alert, and he quickly said, cover your nose. In the white fog, a flash bomb was thrown in first, and then a smoke bomb. Qin Rong's endurance was slightly stronger. He swept behind the white fog with a weapon he snatched from the security guard. She heard a few bullets hitting the machine, and then nothing happened. It was obvious that the 4 of Qin Rong were just mortals. Their only advantage was that they could fight a surprise attack and hide without being discovered. Once discovered, the fully armed security personnel on the ship wearing small mechas would basically be unable to do anything. Qin Rong picked up another weapon and said to Qian Jianing, try to open a path. After the 2 people's attack became fierce, the small mechas outside could not bear it. They had to hide. Qin Rong blasted at the ground and opened a small gap. She said to Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang, you 2 run first, remember to turn off the optical computer. Jiang Yuqi said, what about you 2? Qian Jianing is not a criminal, it's okay, I know a lot, they won't kill, only you 2 minions are in danger, hurry up, the bullets are almost gone. Jiang Yuqi did not hesitate anymore, he grabbed Shen Lang and jumped down. Qin Rong and Qian Jianing were up there to buy them time to escape. Although the current situation was not quite what Qin Rong had expected, it was almost the same. Originally, he wanted to find a safe place for Jiang Yuqi and Shen Lang to stay, but now it seemed that he could only leave it to fate and hope that they could hide for a while longer. Qin Rong ran out of bullets. The security guard seemed to come with the purpose of catching him alive. They did not shoot Qin Rong directly with a burst of bullets, but instead increased the dose and fired another hypnotic shell. But it was obvious that Qin Rong's physique was S-level, and he had strong resistance to drugs of various properties. Qian Jianing was already sleeping soundly, and she could kill a few security guards. After holding on for half an hour, the other party used another hypnotic, and Qin Rong could no longer bear it, and fell to the ground to sleep. But before she fell into a coma, Qin Rong had already sensed her true body. She was originally a little panicked, but now she was completely calmed down, and she lay quietly on the ground. The hole Qin Rong made to connect to the negative second floor was relatively small, and the security personnel wearing small mechas could not go down. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said, block the second floor and look for the signal source. Team leader, the signal source has disappeared. Don't worry, search layer by layer, now it's just catching a turtle in a jar. The team leader looked at the team member lying on the ground, who was knocked down by Qin Rong with his bare hands, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Don't rush, pay attention to safety, and put more sleeping bombs." "Yes." When Qian Jianing woke up again, she was lying on a wide and comfortable bed. She recalled what happened a second before she fainted in her mind, and sat up suddenly. "How is your body?" A man's low and magnetic voice sounded next to her. Qian Jianing looked over and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She asked, "Dad, why are you here? Are you on the boat too?" Qian Jianing's father, Qian Linru, looked a bit like Qian Jianing, both with deep eye sockets, high nose bridge and thin lips. At first glance, such a person would make people feel that he is not easy to get along with. When Qian Linru had no expression on his face, it was hard to guess what he was thinking. Qian Linru did not answer Qian Jianing's question, but silently handed the water on the table to Qian Jianing. It can relieve the physiological reaction caused by chemical ammunition. Qian Jianing took a sip, and indeed felt that the swelling pain in her head and the burning eyes were much better. After drinking a glass of water, she felt no discomfort. Qian Jianing looked at Qian Linru and felt a little strange. It seemed that she met Qian Linru for the first time in all these years. She said, "You knew that the housekeeper uncle was a robot a long time ago." Qian Linru lowered his eyes, and his long and curved eyelashes covered his pupils, making it impossible to tell his emotions. Just looking at him like this, people felt that he was very sad for no reason. Qian Linru said, "When the ship docks, you stay on the island. I have contacted someone, and they will take you back." Qian Linru was about to leave when Qian Jianing grabbed her sleeve. Qian Jianing said with a kind of unyielding look on her face, "I don't deserve to know anything, right? How well do you want me to do so that I won't be excluded from everything? You never told me about my mother, and now the housekeeper uncle is dead, and you don't tell me the reason. I want to know the answer." Qian Linru seemed to want to open his mouth. When he looked at Qian Jianing, he always hesitated to speak. But after a moment, he returned to his calm appearance and said coldly and forcefully, "Stay in the room and don't go out. You will be safe." Qian Jianing was furious. She watched her father push her hand away, and watched her father walk out and lock her in the room. It was less than a day after boarding the ship, and Qian Jianing felt that her life had been greatly impacted and was already a little precarious. She used to disobey her father, but her disobedience was useless. When her father told her to stay in her room, it meant that she could not leave. Qian Jianing felt small and powerless, and beat the soft bed angrily, but this did not help her situation at all. Qin Rong on the other side also woke up in an unfamiliar place. Qin Rong looked around and saw only a series of sophisticated instruments, and a man with his back to him. Qin Rong tried to move her arms, but found that she could not move at all. She should be tied up all over her body now, and only her eyes could move. Qin Rong opened her mouth and found that she could still speak, so she said, "I have wanted to meet you for a long time." The man with his back to Qin Rong also turned around slowly. Qin Rong looked at his familiar face, and couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. It seems that her guess was right, at least it was still a guess. Now that she saw this person, her guess became a fact. "You don't seem surprised?" The man smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, long time no see. This man is Mo Xiansheng, whom Qin Rong has only met once. He once recruited Qin Rong to work for him, but Qin Rong was very cautious, and did not have any further contact with him." Mo Xiansheng frowned slightly, seeming a little puzzled. He asked, "Have we met?" Qin Rong said, "I have seen you, but you may not have seen me." Mo Xiansheng looked gentle, and did not look like a big devil who could replace a whole ship. He pushed his glasses and said, as if he was joking with an old friend, "I thought it should be that I have seen you, but you may not have seen me." Qin Rong thought to himself that he had never seen this identity, but he had seen Yu Rong's identity. However, Qin Rong would not expose her own trumpet. She just responded with a smile to show her unfathomable. Chapter 119. When Qin Rong was still Yu Rong, she had been assassinated once. Someone reminded her on the computer to be careful. So later, Qin Rong accepted the other party's solicitation, and went to one of the other party's research bases. Qin Rong felt a little strange at the time. Qin Rong was targeted because she used a drone in the command elimination match of the academy. The people in that research base were also targeted for assassination because of this. So it stands to reason that this research base should be very cautious and worried about being assassinated again. But in fact, the security measures of that base are very simple, and the so-called underground research is just underground. An abandoned factory has so many wheel marks. Isn't this telling others that there is something wrong with that place? The people who assassinated her are obviously organized and disciplined, and they are rich and powerful. For such an organization, it would take only a few minutes to find the organization that researches the underground mecha. Qin Rong felt that the underground mecha organization was lucky to survive. The second time he doubted the organization was when he was in the hospital. He found that the spatial structure of the underground organization was very similar to that of the hospital. The two coincidences together were enough to make Qin Rong suspicious. But Qin Rong did not expect that the big boss behind the scenes actually had the leisure to give up his good job as the mastermind behind the scenes and become the leader of the unmanned mecha research organization. This reminded Qin Rong of a joke in his previous life. A policeman went undercover among the gangsters. After 10 years, the policeman said to his superiors, "If you don't come again, I will become the gangster boss." Mo Xiansheng looked at Qin Rong with some curiosity. He asked, "Where has Director Qin seen me?" He did not understand the meaning of Qin Rong's smile, so Qin Rong had to say, "The pollution source riot I went to deal with 10 years ago, was it related to you?" Mo Xiansheng explained with a smile, "My men made it. You wanted to research unmanned mechas at that time. After you became the director, you had more resources available. My men thought you were dangerous, so they nipped the danger in the bud." Qin Rong said, "Why don't you allow the cruisers to build unmanned mechas?" Mo Xiansheng still smiled gently, and said with a smile, "I can't tell you this." "Then let me guess, is it to let the cruisers do experiments for you? When people come into contact with pollution, they will become mutants, but some will not mutate. Maybe you need this part of the experimental data. Or, you want to weaken the strength of the cruisers. If you want to overthrow the federal regime, the cruisers will be a big trouble." No matter what Qin Rong guessed, Mo Xiansheng had only one answer, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." Qin Rong couldn't see any flaws on Mo Xiansheng's face. This man who looked like a gentle scientist had already reached a very skilled level of control over his emotions. Qin Rong couldn't tell whether he guessed right or wrong. "Director Qin, I have a question that I am very confused about. I hope you can help me answer it." After saying that, he didn't care whether Qin Rong answered or not, and continued, "After I caught you, you didn't have any fear, but kept asking me questions. Why are you so confident?" Mo Xiansheng put himself in other people's shoes. He thought for a while, holding a knife in his hand, and came to Qin Rong. He cut quickly and said, "I'm sorry." The sharp sword cut through Qin Rong's flesh and blood, cutting her little finger. The loss of blood and the pain from her fingers made Qin Rong's face pale, but Qin Rong, whose mental strength was no longer human, had a much higher endurance than humans. Mo Xiansheng was even more confused, and he murmured to himself, "It is indeed a human body." He looked at Qin Rong, and after looking at Qin Rong, he said, "Are you not afraid of death and have other intentions, or do you have something I don't know about?" Qin Rong avoided the question and said, "Can you bandage me?" Mo Xiansheng said, "I'm going to die anyway, isn't it a waste of medicine to bandage now? Or, tell me how you discovered the secret on the ship, and I will bandage you." It's actually very simple, because before I boarded this ship, I thought he had a problem. The gimmick of this year's ball is the materials dropped by Super S-level pollution sources. Obviously this gimmick can attract countless wealthy businessmen to board the ship, but based on my experience, you can't have Super S-level pollution sources dropping materials. Why? Mo Xiansheng asked with interest. Super S-Class, unlike S-Class, is not born Super S, but is formed after S-Class expansion and absorption. Since it needs to expand, it will definitely be known by the cruiser administration. So far, there has not been a case of Super S solution, so how can you have it? But because of the reputation your company has built over the years, I guess most of those who are not aware of it will believe it. So the problem is, you use this as a gimmick to attract people to board the ship, but you can't produce anything. Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? Unless you don't plan to let these people get off the ship at all, you are doing a one-time deal. Excellent inference. Mo Xiansheng applauded Qin Rong's inference, then took out a hemostatic spray from the medical box and sprayed it twice on Qin Rong's fingers. Immediately, the spray formed a layer of water film on Qin Rong's hand, preventing the blood from flowing out. Qin Rong stared at his fingers, obviously a little absent-minded. After a moment, she said, "The technology you have has surpassed the Federation's reputation, power, and status. If you want, you can use a softer approach. The Federation's new election is coming soon. You don't need to take risks like this." Mo Xiansheng slowly put the medical box away and put it back. He said to Qin Rong, "Why don't you guess what's behind me? Do you still need to guess? You've already said it clearly." "Oh, the company that makes the optical computer is your backer." Mo Xiansheng's eyes lit up, and he said, Why? The star network in the optical computer is full of highly intelligent AI, but it doesn't exist in reality. And highly intelligent AI is the basis of the current unmanned mechas. As for unmanned mechas, only your organization has used them. In fact, it's easy to guess, but I have never dared to think in this direction. The optical computer has become the basis of human food, clothing, housing and transportation. I can't imagine a world without optical computers. Mo Xiansheng said, "Don't imagine, you will see it soon. Before the new era comes, I sincerely invite you to join my team, so I will spare your life." At this point, Mo Xiansheng has basically determined that Qin Rong knows the truth. She now has only two choices, either death or surrender. Chapter 120. Didn't you just ask me what I can rely on? Qin Rong did not answer his question, but continued to speak. Mo Xiansheng frowned. He seemed to realize that he had missed something. But the people who should be arrested have been arrested. What else can Qin Rong rely on? The next moment, the cabin where he was suddenly shook violently. Mo Xiansheng's body swayed left and right, until he grabbed the main console behind him. He stood steadily. Behind him, there was a special material glass with a thickness of 32 millimeters that could see the underwater situation. With this thickness, even if he was hit by a torpedo, he was sure that he could keep it stable. But now, the glass has cracks. Then the cracks got bigger and bigger, and Mo Xiansheng moved forward a little distance, trying to see clearly what was outside, but there was just a layer of night filter in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. After a moment, Mo Xiansheng suddenly thought of something, and he began to switch to the distant view. A huge, gelatinous creature, like a ship, tightly wrapped around the ship. It split its tentacles, and then used them to slap the bottom of the ship it was on. The tentacles, which looked soft like jelly, could actually burst out with such a powerful force that cracked his special glass. He looked at Qin Rong with a sense of something, and then suddenly smiled. His smile was a little inappropriate, so it looked particularly weird. He was stunned at first, then began to laugh, and finally slapped his legs and laughed loudly, as if something good had happened to him. Qin Rong didn't understand, and thought, "Is this guy crazy?" Mo Xiansheng laughed so hard that he was out of breath, and the tentacle attack behind him became more and more intense. In the end, it was the connection between the glass and the ship that broke first, not the glass. Mo Xiansheng showed a very loving look to Qin Rong a second before the seawater rushed in. To say that he was kind was flattering him. Qin Rong looked at this look, and to be honest, he felt creepy. He always felt that this person had fallen in love with him, and wanted to have a love affair with him. Mo Xiansheng said, "I look forward to meeting you again, Miss Rong." After that, the seawater rushed in with great pressure, and hit the two of them. This pressure made the seawater seem to become a high-pressure water gun. In just a moment, the restraint device behind Qin Rong was washed away. The tentacles grabbed her in time, saving her from being washed away. Returning to the body, Qin Rong finally felt relieved. When she went to look for Mo Xiansheng, who was washed away by the water, she found that he was already lying on the water, making a crackling sound of electricity. Well, this is also reasonable. There are so many robots, and he is also a robot. This is reasonable. After saving his human body, Qin Rong immediately went to save Jiang Yuqi, Shen Lang, Qin Jianing, and the other three. Wherever Qin Rong's tentacles reached, they were her eyes. And in her eyes, those replicas rioted. They seemed to not care whether they would die or not, and they attacked a specific target. Qin Rong didn't know why these were Mo Xiansheng's targets, but obviously, let them stop fighting first. Qin Rong's spirit was extremely huge, so huge that it could cover the entire ship. She issued a sleep command, and everyone except the replicas fell asleep. The replicas seemed to be affected, but not as much as humans. Qin Rong sent a stronger mental command again, and these replicas fell down one after another. Qin Rong's human body came to the ship, the driver of the boat fainted, the employee who added fuel fainted, and the car was in an automatic running state. Qin Rong's human body went to find Jiang Yuqi and the others, and the main body appeared under the ship and lifted the ship out of the water directly. How can a ship sail without touching the water? It's very simple, as long as someone can lift the ship up from below. In this way, this unmanned ship, after leaving the water, went back all the way and returned to the departure port. It took a day and a night to leave, but the speed of returning was several times faster than before. In just 5 hours, this strange ship, which seemed to be a ghost ship to passers-by, returned to the port. Because there was no berthing information at the port, naturally no one could be responsible for its anchoring. Qin Rong's body exerted force, and threw the ship directly to the coast. Fortunately, the coast was not open to tourists, so Qin Rong threw it out like this. Except for the damage to the hull, There was no damage to other things. The first person Qin Rong met in human form was a port employee. Qin Rong immediately said, "I am the chief consultant of the Hailong City Cruiser Management Bureau. Now I will use your light brain to call the police." The man felt a little puzzled, but after Qin Rong revealed her own cruiser ID, the man still immersed himself in the light brain to call the police. Then, the man found the problem. After entering, the optical computer reminded him that it was under maintenance, so he logged out. Qin Rong didn't hear the man's answer, but he had guessed it. She changed her tone and said, "Please help run a trip and ask the nearest cruiser to come and catch the man." The man said, Okay. Qin Rong's body went back to inform Fu Chung, while the human body sat on the beach waiting for rescue. The optical computer was no longer usable, and it seemed that the real purpose was revealed, and he was going to overturn the table. Chapter 121. The environment we are in is worse than you can imagine. The fact that the optical computer cannot be used is almost a devastating blow to the people of the Federation. People have become accustomed to handling things on the optical computer. Whether it is emotional communication or business communication, they seem to like it on the optical computer. For ordinary people, the maintenance of the optical computer has made them lose their after-dinner entertainment and convenient payment channels, but in the final analysis, their money is in the federal bank, and their friends are around. After the initial panic, they can still regroup. But those companies that make money from the entertainment industry on the optical computer are not good. Now most media companies rely on the Star Network to make money from traffic. The inability to enter the Star Network is like cutting off their financial resources. Countless small companies went bankrupt overnight, and large companies are also in danger. Less than 2 hours after Qin Rong brought the ship to the shore and notified the cruiser to come over to deal with it, the Federation issued an emergency notice. The content of the notice was roughly that there was a turmoil within the optical computer company, and the optical computer was temporarily unavailable. If you want to contact friends or colleagues, please use a mobile phone or buy a satellite phone. The word mobile phone is a long time ago for the people of the Federation. It has only been more than 20 years since the era of optical computers, but when it comes to mobile phones, it seems that they are already antiques. Qin Rong did not have a mobile phone. She did not pay attention to the turmoil for the time being, but locked all the clones in the cruiser's prison. When she finished the things at hand and heard the statement about the optical computer company on the radio, someone had already found her. Chief Qin. The man was wearing a federal official uniform, gorgeous and elegant. If you look closely, you can see that there is a bit of indifference and arrogance in his eyes. His face was smiling, although it was not very harmonious, but it also expressed his friendship with Qin Rong. "The president invites you." Qin Rong opened her mouth a little exaggeratedly. Although the federal government's response showed that they should have known about the research behind the optical brain, Qin Rong never expected that the person who called her over for questioning was actually the highest decision-maker in the Federation. The highest federal official Qin Rong had ever seen in her previous life was the director of the Cruiser General Bureau, and she had only met him once, on the day of her death. Qin Rong had only seen the president's appearance in video materials, and he seemed to be a figure that was out of reach. After being surprised, Qin Rong calmed down again. She followed the person who led the way, got on a military aircraft, and arrived at the capital of the Federation at a very fast speed. The speed of the aircraft was 10 times the speed of sound. Only half an hour later, Qin Rong had already arrived at Hong Kong City, the capital of the Federation, which was also located in the inland. Qin Rong looked through the window of the aircraft, and saw that the buildings below slowly opened a passage like a cover. The aircraft went down into the cover and parked at the parking position. After Qin Rong got off the aircraft, she looked around with some curiosity. The officer who came to pick her up said unkindly, "Don't look around, follow me." The place they arrived at should be the president's usual office, but because the federal government's protection of the president is relatively strict, most people don't know the president's office location, only the address of the parliamentary meeting. Walking through corridors one after another, Qin Rong saw busy people. Although these people were very busy, there was order in the chaos, and everyone was in their own position. Finally, under the guidance of the guide, Qin Rong knocked on a relatively large door. When Qin Rong saw the respectful expression of the officer who led the way, he knew that the so-called president should be behind this. A gentle but powerful voice came from inside. "Come in," and the man took Qin Rong in. To Qin Rong's surprise, the situation inside was not very technological, but extremely simple. A table, a chair, a computer, and besides the paper documents on the table, there was only a large sofa for entertaining guests. The president looked much thinner than in the picture on the optical computer. He was a little old, or even old. Time would leave traces on everyone's face, which was fair. But the president's eyes were not cloudy, but still bright. When you look at him, you will feel an indescribable sense of power. When the president saw Qin Rong, he greeted him. He was extremely gentle and less arrogant than the subordinate who led Qin Rong here. Please sit down. Qin Rong sat on the sofa calmly. The president came over and told his subordinate, please bring a pot of black tea. Yes. The man left again, and now there were only two of them left in the room. Mr. President came straight to the point and said, I didn't expect that he would take action so early, but this is indeed the best time. Do you know who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Qin Rong asked back. I know it's not surprising, but you seem to be a little unexpected. Qin Rong smiled and said, I guess blindly. Then your guess is very good. And you saved the ship, which is really a great achievement. Didn't you know what happened on the ship in advance? Mr. President smiled bitterly and said, before this, I didn't know exactly which ones were Mo Xuanqing's layout and satellite monitoring. The technology of Guangdao Company effectively contained them. It can be said that the environment we are in is worse than you think. Chapter 122. He thought that the accidentally successful evolutionary body was killed by the idiots in the general administration, who were worried that they would be implicated. After drinking a cup of tea, Qin Rong felt that he could finally learn the whole truth from the insider. She said slowly, how bad is it? Do you know about the man-made contaminated area? The president asked again. I have heard a little about it. You know this too? The president looked at Qin Rong in surprise. Qin Rong explained, before, a neutron bomb was fired in the contaminated area in Jingjin District, Haiyang City. That incident made me a little suspicious. It's about that hospital. The president sighed, and he looked indescribably tired. This matter has to start with a plan 20 years ago. At that time, the Mecha had not yet developed to this level, and the casualties were heavy. We did not study how the contaminated area broke out. We only knew that after the outbreak, it would cost countless human lives to clean it up. I was not the president at that time. In order to reduce casualties in the future, the president at that time approved a research plan, which was the Pollution Source Exploration Plan. At that time, it was completed by Mo Xuanqing, a scholar at the forefront of pollution source research, and a group of scholars. Their research on pollution sources did help later generations and reduce casualties. And those, the volunteers, who were willing to be contaminated were also people with terminal illnesses, who were about to die. At first, this was a good experiment. Although it was somewhat unethical to watch people get infected, as time went on, the plan deviated slightly from its original trajectory. Any matter, without supervision, will always be distorted over time. Later, the people in the research team were constantly replaced, and in the end, they all became Mo Xuanqing's people, and the entire research team became Mo Xuanqing's one-man show. 5 years ago, after I took office, I discovered this old plan. I thought it was useless, so I terminated it, and I didn't expect to bring Mo Xuanqing out. I just found out that he is on good terms with most of the federal officials in the capital, and they have close private contacts. Many officials have joined his plan and profited from it, and the original pollution source exploration plan has also evolved into a pollution source cultivation plan. When the president said this, a little guilt appeared in his eyes, and he said, I stopped this plan, but it didn't succeed. Later, you also knew that their pollution source leaked, and everyone in that hospital was infected. In order to destroy the bodies, they forcibly dropped a neutron bomb. I think one day, the war will come to the fore, so I ordered the people in the administrative agency not to use the optical computer. Oh, by the way, I only found out later that the optical computer was also Mo Xuanqing's. When I found out, it was too late, and it was too late to stop him. I also heard about what happened on the ship. Fortunately, you successfully saved the people on that ship. Otherwise, if these people were really replaced, the Federation might have to change hands. Qin Rong listened to the president's words silently, and the doubts in his heart gradually unraveled. It seems that not everyone in the Federation agrees with Mo Xuanqing. At least a large number of people do not agree to cultivate pollution sources. Qin Rong paused, and seeing that the president did not speak again, he took the initiative to ask, Mr. President, are you telling me this as a preparation? The president smiled and said, I think you are on my side. Qin Rong said wittily, anyway, Mo Xuanqing and I have indeed become enemies. The president said again, I know that Mo Xuanqing's research in artificial intelligence is very in-depth. If he really wants to seize power, then the cruiser is the first target he needs to resist. You have a close relationship with the Haiyang City Cruiser Administration, and you are also a master of Mecha. It is very important for me that you stand on my side. Mo Xianxing has interrupted the people's optical brains, and he is probably ready to overturn the table. He has an old friend at the General Administration. When necessary, you need to be the troublemaker. I have wanted to do this for many years, not listening to the General Administration, the president said, and took out a handwritten note with a special signature on it. The president's special signature means that the holder can ask any federal official to cooperate with the work. The president said, maybe you will need this. Qin Rong took it and saw that it was a special signature. He immediately put the thing in his pocket, fearing that the president would withdraw it. What will Mo Xianxing do next? The president shook his head, and he said with worry in his eyes, Mo Xianxing is a person who does not play by the rules. Generally speaking, the political struggle of the upper class should not spread to the people, but his first step in the rebellion was to cut off the optical computer. This move is extremely unreasonable. Even using the optical computer to steal some information is more useful than what he did. After the president finished speaking, Qin Rong also felt a sense of disharmony. And the smile of Mo Xianxing at the end made Qin Rong feel a little disgusted when he thought about it now. By the way, can you give me a copy of Mo Xianxing's information? Of course, it's not confidential now. I let Lu'er give you a copy later. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. The person who brought you here is my executive officer Lu'er. The executive officer is a person similar to a secretary, equivalent to the president's confidant. The president said, do you have any other questions? No. There will be a lot of troubles to deal with next. I may not be here. If you want to contact me, you can go directly to my house, but it's best to say hello to Lu'er in advance to prevent you from wasting time when I'm not at home. Okay, I got it. Qin Rong nodded, and when he saw that there was nothing else to do, he turned around and left. The president said that he gave her a task, but in fact he didn't. He probably wanted her to cause trouble for the group of people in the general administration and not take care of the president. Qin Rong came to the corridor and saw the executive guarding the door. Qin Rong greeted him. Hello, Executive Lu'er. The executive tapped his headset, and he looked at Qin Rong randomly and said, I take you back. Where to go? Where do you want to go back? Qin Rong thought for a moment and said, send me to the administration where I was originally staying. There are a few friends there, and I leave with them. Lu'er nodded and said, okay. A flying machine shuttled through the sky. On the most developed capital planet, there are also orbits in the sky, and you can't fly randomly. On the big screen in another place, the flying machine seemed to be positioned, and the camera twisted as it flew. Mo Xianxing stood on the screen, looking at the girl in the flying machine with a smile. He thought that the evolved body that succeeded by chance was killed by the group of idiots in the general administration, who were worried that they would be implicated. But now, he found that the evolved body was more powerful than he thought. Chapter 123. Qin Rong did not miss Qian Linru's fleeting struggle, as if he wanted to say something to her. The man standing behind him was Mo Xianxing's apprentice. He looked at the aircraft on the screen and said, do we need to sink it? Mo Xianxing frowned and glanced at the person who was speaking. Then, he turned his head and said, this body is just an ordinary human. It's useless to catch her. The real Qin Rong may still be hiding under the sea. As he spoke, Mo Xianxing laughed again. Not only powerful, but also smart, knowing to place his original body in a safe place. It was really a perfect gene pool. He had been studying for 20 years, and had not been able to successfully breed a finished product. Now there was a perfect one in front of him. However, she still guessed wrong. What he did on the ship was not a one-time deal. He did use the drops of Super S pollution sources as a gimmick, but if the guests on the ship were replaced by his people, who would say that it was just a gimmick? The newly elected president of the Federation is probably still thinking hard about why he started to act at this time. However, he probably will never guess the reason. After all, they are two different types of people. How can the president look beyond his own vision to see his behavior? There are many people standing behind Mo Xianxing. Over the years, there have always been many people following him. Some are seeking fame, some are seeking profit, and some are really obsessed with research like him. His eyes fell on one of the men with particularly dark pupils. This man has a baby face and is round. When he looked at Qin Rong on the screen, his eyes were exactly the same as Mo Xianxing's excitement. Mo Xianxing pointed at his name and said, Yang Yu, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the evolution. Yang Yu said excitedly, okay, I will definitely stare at her. Mo Xianxing pointed at another person. This person's face was much colder, with high cheekbones, a pointed chin, and deep eye sockets. Mo Xianxing said, Yuanji, you go and do the cleanup work. If it is not necessary, don't leave a single person alive. Yuan-Ji's eyes were filled with dark and obscure murderous intent. He said, the new world does not need backward bugs. After pointing at these two people, he looked at a kind middle-aged man with a raised mouth, who seemed to be smiling even without speaking. He said, Zhu Fei, there is another thing you need to do. It may take a lot of time. You should stop what you are doing for the time being. Zhu Fei said with a smile, okay, I will listen to your instructions. I was taken back to the city where Shanghai Port was located and met a group of people who were temporarily placed in the cruiser administration. The optical computer suddenly could not be used, and the cruiser administration was also in a mess. But fortunately, the administration used antique computers before, and it could complete both case inquiries and reports to superiors. What made the people in the administration bureau more helpless was that there were too many people on the ship. Some of them were wealthy businessmen and some were celebrities. They crowded in the administration bureau and chattered, which was really noisy. Qin Rong heard the noise as soon as he entered the door. Why can't you leave? The record has been completed. What can't you leave? Sorry, sir, your information has not been fully checked. You need to wait for a while. Wait for a while. If I wait any longer, the opportunity will be gone. My company is now paralyzed without the light brain. If I don't go back to take charge of the overall situation, will you compensate me for the loss? And I am also a victim, okay? Sir, cooperating with the investigation is the obligation of every federal citizen. Am I not cooperating? The key is that you are too slow and inefficient. No wonder the pollution area has erupted more seriously recently. Qin Rong walked around the noisy hall and finally found the three little ones gathered in the corner. There was also a man standing next to them. He looked very similar to Qian Jianing. His expressionless face looked very cold. Qin Rong approached, but before he started talking, Jiang Yuqi suddenly looked up. Idol, you're back. Jiang Yuqi stood up and waved eagerly at Qin Rong, as fast as a dog wagging its tail. Qin Rong coughed lightly, eliminating the discomfort caused by Jiang Yuqi's excessive enthusiasm. She also waved at Jiang Yuqi, then walked to the four people and stood still. Qian Linru looked straight at Qin Rong, as if thinking about something. Qin Rong asked, is anyone injured? Jiang Yuqi shook his head and said, Shen Lang and I hid in the back and were not found. However, not long after, the ship suddenly shook and we fell asleep. When I woke up again, I was here. The cruisers found the clones with a metal detector and locked them up. Qin Rong looked at Qian Linru and said, who is this? Qian Jianing was a little embarrassed because she had misunderstood Qin Rong before. She didn't look at Qin Rong when she spoke and deliberately turned her head away, said coldly, my dad? Qin Rong smiled at him and said, hello, I'm Qin Rong. The other party was unexpectedly easy to talk to. He stretched out a hand and shook hands with Qin Rong and said, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Qian Linru. After greeting Qian Linru, Qin Rong took out a chip from her body. She handed the chip to Qian Jianing and said, find a cloned body to install it, and you should be able to wake up. Qian Jianing's eyes were a bit complicated, of course, mostly embarrassed. Qin Rong knew Qian Jianing's arrogant nature, and didn't really ask her to apologize or anything, so he just put the chip on Qian Jianing's head. Qian Jianing was startled and quickly touched her head with her hand. Qin Rong had already withdrawn his hand and said to them, I go see the clones. Jiang Yuqi reminded, I also told the cruisers here that I wanted to see the clones, but was rejected. I heard that their director doesn't let anyone see anyone now. Can I do the same as you? Qin Rong smiled and took out a special signature from his pocket. It not only had the signature of the federal president, but also an impression. Qin Rong shook the special signature and continued, look, the president handed it to me personally. Jiang Yuqi immediately said very flatteringly, let me see, let me see. Qin Rong didn't give it to him, but said, I go see the clones first and come back to show you later. Qin Rong didn't miss Qian Linru's fleeting struggle, as if he was about to say something to her. Chapter 124. Help me find two people, one looks like Jiang Yuqi, and the other looks like Qian Jianing. On the way to meet the clone, Qin Rong reviewed what happened recently. No matter how he thought about it, Qin Rong still felt that there was something inharmonious. But after careful consideration, he felt that it made sense. Finally, Qin Rong suddenly thought of the system. Since the system was in the optical brain could not be used. Was the system also broken? Yu Rong's optical brain was in the body of the original body. The body did not leave, but attached to the ship. At this moment, the original body split into a piece, and the black ball opened its mouth and spit out a piece of optical brain. Qin Rong knocked and asked, System, are you there? If nothing unexpected happens, I will be there even if you are gone. I want to ask you something. Is the comic book you showed me with Jiang Yuqi as the protagonist authentic? Why is the plot now completely different from the comic? The comic did not say that there would be any vicious scientists who would overthrow the regime. That's because you two are on two different lines. What do you mean? In short, all kinds of small plot developments promote the big plot. Haven't you heard of the butterfly effect? In short, it is this effect that leads to different destinies. Qin Rong said, you still have some ideas in scientific theory. The system hummed twice and said, that's it. 2 lines, that is to say, if we follow the original line of Jiang Yuqi, the world will not become what it is now. So what exactly changed the situation and made the world completely changed? She didn't know which butterfly flapped its wings, but if there was a biggest change, it should be hers. In the comic plot, she was just a background character, but in reality, she not only did not die, but also resurrected as Qin Rong. Thinking, Qin Rong came to the place where the clones were imprisoned. After seeing Qin Rong, the cruiser guarding the door immediately blocked Qin Rong in front of him, saying that their director had given an order and no one was allowed to enter. Qin Rong showed the president's special stamp and said, I brought these people back. Before I could take notes, the president took them away. Now, I want to talk to these clones. This is a special stamp issued by the president. I don't need to explain what it means. The 2 cruisers looked at each other, and one of them said, then I report to the director. Qin Rong nodded and smiled, go quickly. Not long after, Qin Rong saw the cruiser coming back, with a middle-aged man in a cruiser uniform behind him. Qin Rong recalled in his mind, and remembered the middle-aged man in front of him. The general administration sometimes holds some gatherings, and Qin Rong, who was the deputy director of Haeong City at the time, also went. In such social occasions, Qin Rong gritted his teeth and communicated with several deputy directors of the cruiser administration. One of them was the middle-aged man in front of him. His name was Zhou Ji. His personality was not good, but he was quite straightforward and not the type who was particularly smooth. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ji also became the director. Qin Rong immediately took the initiative to socialize and said, Director Zhou Ji, long time no see. Zhou Ji said, it's been a long time since we last met. You died once and came back to life again. Qin Rong said, no, I haven't died before. Let's talk business. Do you want to go in? Yes. But the general administration has issued an order not to let anyone contact, and to send someone to take them away. Qin Rong asked back, then why didn't you let them take them away? Just because they are paralyzed, I don't know the people who came, and there are no official documents or handwritten letters. How can I be sure that they are from the general administration? Qin Rong found this very interesting, because different meanings can be understood from different perspectives. It can be said that Zhou Shi does not trust the general administration, or it can be said that Zhou Shi does things in a rigid and orderly manner. Since you don't know if they are from the general administration, why do you listen to them and not let others in? Before answering your question, I have a question that I hope you can answer first. Asked, how did you make all these clones unconscious? The ship is so big, and it took us a lot of effort to search for these clones, but you were able to make everyone unconscious in an instant. Since Qin Rong used her original body, she naturally thought of being interrogated. She explained, it wasn't me who made them unconscious. At that time, I was hidden by Mo Xianxing at the bottom of the cabin. Then a hole was broken at the bottom of the cabin, and the water flow washed away my shackles. After I was freed, I went to the ship and saw that these people were already asleep. Zhou Shi frowned and said in disbelief, it wasn't your handiwork, then how did you wake up? I said that I was washed away by the water at that time. Maybe I was unconscious, and was awakened by the water. Zhou Shi then asked a few more questions, but they were all trap questions. Qin Rong used the method of not knowing anything to evade them. Zhou Shi had no choice. He couldn't put Qin Rong in the interrogation room to torture her. Qin Rong was not a prisoner. Zhou Shi said again, I don't care whether you are pretending to be stupid or really stupid, anyway, this matter is of great importance and you can't escape it. Qin Rong found it funny. She narrowed her eyes and said, Brother Zhou, you are still not sensitive to politics. Zhou Ji said, what do you mean? Think about it, I got off the ship and was picked up by the president. How could the president not know what happened on the ship? The president not only knew, but also gave me a special visa. What does this mean, Brother Zhou? Think about it carefully. Zhou Ji said, you mean, the president sent you to supervise this matter? Qin Rong nodded meaningfully and said, as you said, this matter is of great importance. Why do you have to intervene and cause trouble for yourself? Now is a time of trouble. If you make a wrong choice, your life will be gone. Zhou Ji was silent for a moment. He looked at Qin Rong's expression carefully. This is a means of interrogation. Silent stare will increase pressure on the other party. Qin Rong was relaxed, not feeling anything. Zhou Ji could only give up looking for clues from Qin Rong's expression, and sighed and said, I've been involved in this matter. How do you know? When those people from the general administration came, they let me listen to a phone call. I felt that the other party was not fair enough and had no formal procedures, so I rejected that person. Qin Rong asked back, who is this person? The director of the general administration. Qin Rong, You are really brave. You dare to refuse the director's call. It seems that you are still as upright as before. Okay, since you have offended the director of the general administration, then I will convey the president's order. Qin Rong told Zhou Ji about Mo Xuanqing's attempt to replace the pillars. Zhou Ji was stunned. He heard that the director's tone was very urgent at the time, but he didn't expect that the reason behind it was so deep. Before he heard it, he could only offend the director at most. After hearing it, he could only stand on the president's ship for the time being. And he had been a cruiser for so many years, and his heart must be more inclined to orthodoxy. He must be more inclined to listen to the president. Qin Rong said again, Okay, brother Zhou, don't look doubtful about life. There will be many places where you need to doubt life later. How about going in with me to interrogate? Zhou Ji hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and agreed. Putting aside the position of the party, at least from the legal point of view, it is right for him to interrogate the prisoner. Wait, before going in, wear explosion-proof clothes first. After these robots were sent here, one or two woke up and exploded directly. Qin Rong frowned. If these robots woke up and exploded, it would be troublesome. Just like the butler before, even if he wanted Qin Rong to save him, he had to use a very roundabout way. If Qin Rong didn't take out the chip, I'm afraid the butler would have to explode on the spot. No matter what the program is, it must have internet and electricity. Qin Rong's action of taking out the chip is similar to the operation of plugging in the computer. Is the self-destruction program installed in the chip or in the body? If it is in the chip, I am afraid that Qian Jining has replaced the body for the housekeeper, and the other party will not be free. Thinking of this, Qin Rong felt that he had to remind Qian Jining quickly. She said to Zhou Ji, Wait for me here for a while. I suddenly remembered something and will be back soon. Zhou Ji was very dissatisfied with Qin Rong's leaving halfway, and he said speechlessly, Do you think others are very idle? Don't they need to spend time waiting for you here? However, Qin Rong waved to apologize to him and ran away. Not only did he come out to tell Qian Jining about this, Qin Rong also recalled the main body. Using the spiritual ability of the main body, maybe he could do something. After delaying the main body and telling Qian Jining about the self-destruction, asking her not to act rashly, Qin Rong returned and walked slowly. The black shadow shuttled across the floor, then followed Qin Rong's shoes, climbed up her pants, and jumped onto her palm along the cuffs of her clothes, turning into a black teardrop. Finally, the teardrop jumped into Qin Rong's ring, like an obsidian that was neither outstanding nor shiny. Qin Rong's pace quickened a lot, pretending to be anxious and ran to Zhou Ji, panting heavily and said, I'm back, come in. Zhou Ji. If you really rush here in a hurry, will you not sweat at all? Qin Rong straightened up when she saw this, and didn't pretend to be tired anymore, and pushed the door open and pushed in. Explosion-proof suit. Zhou Ji hurriedly shouted behind him. Qin Rong had already gone in. Zhou Ji gritted his teeth, and walked in without wearing an explosion-proof suit. There were too many clones, and they were like corpses, stacked together. From a distance, they looked like a mountain of corpses, which was particularly scary. Zhou Ji, who followed, said, You've died once, and you still don't know what it means to cherish your life? Qin Rong asked, How did you make them fall asleep? Turn off their power. Qin Rong gave a thumbs up, simple and rough, worthy of you. Zhou Ji is also a very experienced director, and he still knows what to do when encountering such a situation. Amid this pile of corpses, Qin Rong said, Help me find two people, one who looks like Jiang Yuqi, and one who looks like Qian Jining. Who? Zhou Ji was confused, I don't know them. Qin Rong patiently said, They are the reserve of the Heong City Rangers, and they will be regularized soon. You can find their photos in the reserve on the official website. Go out and check them on the computer first, and then come to help me. Zhou Ji secretly complained that Qin Rong spoke in 3 parts, and he was really breathing heavily. But he didn't know that Qin Rong deliberately sent him away. The ship's mental power can make everyone on the ship fall asleep, so how could it be impossible to find the clones of Jiang Yuqi and Qin Jianing? But Qin Rong didn't intend to let Zhou Shi know what he was going to do next, so he sent him away. Chapter 125. Qin Rong found the replicas of the two people accurately, and then used her skills to control the camera, and then threw the two replicas into the space necklace. Suddenly, she saw a broken robot again. The robot's body was broken, and the wires were exposed outside. His head was intact, but because of the energy leakage, he could not turn it on again, and he could only stare at the sky with his eyes open. This was Emo Xuanqing's body. Among these bodies, only Emo Xuanqing's body was broken, so it would be a bit conspicuous if Qin Rong took it away directly. Qin Rong reached out, and took out the chip, and put it in the space necklace. Except for living objects, everything else can be put in the space necklace. These two replicas are not alive in the strict sense. Their bodies are made of metal, and will shut down when there is no electricity. They are more like robots. After taking the two replicas and a chip away, Qin Rong ran away directly. She told the cruiser at the door to tell Zhou Shi that she had something to do today, and would come another day. The cruiser guarding the door naturally couldn't stop Qin Rong, and of course, he couldn't stop him, so he could only watch Qin Rong leave. If Qin Rong wanted to take the replica away directly, Zhou Shi would never agree. He was a little too upright. Even if Qin Rong had a special visa, the other party would definitely not let Qin Rong take it away before checking it out. But Qin Rong wanted to understand these replicas, relying on her original ability. When Zhou Shi found out any flaws after getting along for a long time, let alone defeating Emo Xiansheng, Qin Rong herself would have to be arrested first. Younger roamers, like Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang might let Qin Rong go based on the principle of equality between humans and pollutants if they knew he was the source of pollution. However, veteran roamers like Zhou Shi, who had lost countless teammates to the source of pollution, and who hated the source of pollution so much, would most likely kill him if they knew Qin Rong's identity. Being cautious, Qin Rong took the replica directly, not giving Zhou Shi a chance to contact her. And now no one has evidence that she took it, the surveillance did not capture it, and Zhou Shi had no reason to come to her house. Qin Jianing and the others still had to wait for a while at the Stone Sea Cruiser administration, but Qin Rong walked out with the presidential signature. After she confirmed that she was not being followed, she found an abandoned building, which was most likely an unfinished building. It was originally going to be developed, but for some unknown reason, it was not built before it was halfway done. Qin Rong took the replica out of the space necklace and put it on the ground. The main body jumped out of the bracelet and turned into Qin Rong's appearance again. At this time, two identical Qin Rongs stood in this unfinished building, which was really scary to see. Qin Rong put his palm on the replica's forehead, which was usually where their chips were located. Qin Rong activated the skill and read the memory. Machines are different from humans. They can read very few memories, and most of the time, they are just some pictures when they leave the factory. However, after reading them, Qin Rong found something wrong. She can read too many memories, and these memories do not belong to the replica, but to another human. Just like the replicas of Qin Jianing that Qin Rong read, she was a young lady with a somewhat naive personality and especially liked to eat. The other replica was a romantic wanderer who teased many girls. It can be said that he passed through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. These two replicas have one thing in common, that is, they are dead in their memories. Qin Rong immediately guessed the truth, which was almost true. Could it be that those replicas were not real robots, but were saved after death, uploaded to the chip, and then turned into the so-called artificial intelligence? Letting the dead replace the living is indeed less likely to make mistakes than letting intelligence replace humans. After all, intelligence is different from that of humans. Qin Rong looked at the last chip, Emo Xuanqing's chip. This person is considered the boss behind the scenes. His chip can always obtain a lot of information. Qin Rong thought so, and reached out to touch the chip. With such close contact, the memory readout can be clearer. However, the reading result also shocked Qin Rong. This chip is just an ordinary chip. Its function is to allow people to remotely control the body, a bit like possession. In other words, Emo Xiansheng actually appeared in this body briefly, and then withdrew. You urgently withdrew a behind-the-scenes boss.jpg. The chip used by this boss, even if it was only manipulated once, still gave her a lot of pictures. The pictures fed back by the machine were incoherent. Qin Rong used all his strength, and only got 3. The first picture was the logo, with a dinosaur logo, not on paper, but on a wall. Under the wall sat a smiling receptionist. The second screen was a map with many red dots on it, which were almost evenly distributed in each city. The locations of these small red dots were not marked on the locations of some politicians such as the presidential office, but were particularly scattered. Qin Rong tried hard to see, but because the handwriting was too small, he could not see clearly where the points marked on the map were. Qin Rong had to give up and turn to the third screen. This screen was a landmark with the words Number 26 Mingwang Street written on it. Qin Rong felt that these 3 clues were very useful. Although he didn't know what they were, he would know if he went to see them. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Qin Rong immediately went to check where this Mingwang Street was. To check this place, you have to use a satellite. The Management Bureau has the right to use satellites. Qin Rong directly sat in space compression and sent himself directly to Jiang Lian. Then, he was severely criticized by Jiang Lian. But obviously, Jiang Lian didn't know about the ship. After the optical brain was paralyzed, information transportation began to become troublesome, and people found it increasingly difficult to obtain information. Although the news of the ship in Shanghai City came, inland Haiyang City was still calm, but countless people joined the parade to insult the federal government for inaction. Jiang Lian said, "I have a hunch that the optical brain can't be used as just a precursor. The Federation is going to be in chaos. Don't run around, okay?" Qin Rong agreed verbally, but she didn't think so in her heart. Qin Rong still had a little idea that people with high skills are bold, and was willing to take some risks to get some useful information. Qin Rong logged into her cruiser system, and looked through the things about the landmark she saw. However, the name Mingwang Street is a bit cliched. In the Federation, a search for streets called Mingwang shows that almost every city has a street called Mingwang Road. Qin Rong wrote down the address of each Mingwang Street, then packed his backpack and prepared to start looking. When he came to the street, it was much busier outside. It was obvious that the optical computer was not working, so people should be gloomy, but in fact it was not. As long as people had enough food and clothing, any difficulties were nothing more than the length of time to adapt. In such a short time, some people had smelled business opportunities, and started to open stores outside to attract customers. The parade on the street was tired and hungry, so they had to get some nutrient solution, so there were many people selling nutrient solution online. After all, it was much cheaper to buy it in the window. Some people also tried to sell it to Qin Rong who was passing by, but Qin Rong refused. She hurried to the compressed space station. She didn't dare to use the cruiser, worried that Jiang Lian would find it. She had a little money now, so she could afford to sit in the compressed space outside. And finding a place depends on luck. It may be the first one you find, or the last one you find. Qin Rong was not so anxious. She could only say that everything was up to fate, and she would try her best to find it. Just as Qin Rong was walking on the street, a burst of gunfire was suddenly heard. Chapter 126. I would rather die of starvation outside than be free. The crowd became chaotic after the gunshot, and Qin Rong immediately became nervous and looked towards the source of the sound. They were a few very bold men in black, holding small guns in their hands, shooting at a teenager. The teenager was quite flexible, and he used the cover to avoid the other party's search. Even if he fired 2 shots, he only hit the stone gate of the square. As the crowd moved away, the teenager's situation became a little precarious. Qin Rong frowned, thinking that the safety management of Haiyang City was so bad that these people dared to commit crimes in the street. As she said, she also took out a small gun from the space necklace and held it in her hand. She fired a warning shot. "Stop! You have violated the safety management regulations of Haiyang City." But the men in black seemed to be completely unable to hear Qin Rong's rebuke, and they were determined to kill the teenager. Seeing this, Qin Rong could only avoid the aorta and fired a shot at the black-clothed man as a warning. But after firing, she realized something was wrong. The other person's body did not bleed, but instead emitted a burst of crackling electric light. A clone? Or a robot like Mr. Butler? If Qin Rong was just performing her duties as a public official before, then now, she must protect this boy. With a few shots, Qin Rong accurately hit the eyebrows of these black-clothed men. While turning on the mobile phone issued by the cruiser administration, she called the police. Before the police's call was connected, Qin Rong saw that the boy had already merged into the crowd and was about to slip away. The boy did not think that Qin Rong was trustworthy because he saved him. He turned around and was about to slip away, but on the way to escape, he suddenly felt that his feet were caught by something, and his body lost balance, and he fell directly to the ground. Yes, on Tianfu Street, 3 men in black were holding small pistols. I have killed them. My ranger ID is XXXX. Please come as soon as possible. I have something urgent to do now, and cannot help you maintain the scene. Jin Rong walked to the side of the young boy while making a phone call. I really ran into a ghost. The boy muttered in confusion. There was nothing on his feet, so why did he feel that something was heading towards him? After Jin Rong hung up the phone, he reached out and grabbed the boy's collar and pulled him up from the ground. Jin Rong looked at the child. He looked thin, but not weak. He had the monkey-like figure that only belonged to children in their teens. After his eyes met hers, he lowered them again and turned them around, as if thinking about his strategy to deal with himself. Jin Rong was not a policeman. She was more exposed to pollutants, but even so, she could see that this child was definitely not an obedient and sensible child. The clothes he was wearing were a little dirty, and the edges of his clothes were white, which proved that his financial conditions should not be very good. The buttons on his collar were tied incorrectly, and no one reminded him, which meant that he probably had no parents, or his parents did not pay much attention to him. Why are you pulling me? The young boy took the initiative, looking very powerful, staring at Jin Rong. Jin Rong saw his bluff and couldn't help laughing. Then why are you running? If someone chases me with a gun and I don't run, am I waiting to die? Those 3 gunmen are dead. Why are you still running? You didn't have a gun? But I don't seem to be chasing you. Then how do I know if you are good or bad? Of course I have to run. It sounds quite reasonable at first. So Jin Rong said, I am a cruiser. Tell me what happened to you just now. You say you are you? Then what proof do you want? I don't know what proof the cruiser has. Even if you show it to me, I can't confirm it. The boy was a little stubborn and even had a hostile attitude towards Jin Rong, his savior. Jin Rong was gentle and said calmly, Then I take you to the cruiser administration, and you know if I'm right or not. I won't go. The boy finally showed a little panic on his face. Jin Rong guessed that the boy might have done something wrong. When the cruiser was mentioned, his body would stiffen. If you don't want to go, then tell me what happened. Jin Rong said again. I don't know what happened. I was doing my job well, and suddenly those 3 rushed out to kill me. Of course I had to run, and then I ran all the way to a crowded place, and then you shot and killed them. Jin Rong was very good at catching key words. He asked, How old are you? What do you do? The boy's eyes were erratic, and he said, It's just a job to make money. What else can it be? Be specific. You better not lie to me, otherwise when you go to the administration bureau and put a lie detector on your head, it won't be as simple as it is now. After all, the young boy was still young. At this moment, Jin Rong said slowly, It's making money from other people's pockets. Stealing things? Borrowed, counted as borrowing. I will pay them back when I have money. Besides, the people I find are all rich people. It's just a small ornament that is not a big deal to them. How old are you this year? Jin Rong asked. The boy answered, 12. Where are your parents? Dead. Why didn't you go to the welfare home? The boy seemed particularly reluctant to answer this question. He wrapped himself up like a hedgehog and stared at Jin Rong and said, What does it have to do with you? Escaped? Jin Rong asked back. The boy's body froze again, and he closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Jin Rong put the man on the ground and called the enthusiastic classmate Jiang Yuqi. The phone number was issued by the cruiser administration for communication. Every cruiser has one. Jiang Yuqi is basically the same as a cruiser except for one procedure. Jiang Yuqi's energetic voice immediately healed the hole Jin Rong had pierced by the hedgehog boy. What's wrong with Idol? You need to ask me something. Jin Rong said, Is the welfare home you are staying in still accepting people? Yes, but there are procedures. Otherwise, anyone can be sent in, and many people will abandon them. I have a 12-year-old child with both parents dead. What procedure should be followed if I want to send him to the welfare home over there? Has he been to other welfare homes before? If so, the welfare home over there needs to submit a transfer application, and then the welfare home over here will accept him. How long will the approval process take? Even if I can ask the director to help you directly, there is still the approval from the Federal Welfare Bureau. Otherwise, Idol, you can try with a special visa. It should be much faster. Jin Rong was giving this child a try. When the boy was looking for a place to go, the boy said, Don't help me find it. I will escape again after I find it. Jin Rong paused holding the phone. She looked at the monkey-like boy and asked, What do you want? The boy rolled his eyes and said, What I just told you is not all. I actually know why they arrested me. Take me out for dinner first, and I tell you. Jin Rong said to Jiang Yuqi on the other end, Contact me later. I'm going to treat the little brat to a meal first. Jiang Yuqi immediately said, You haven't treated me to a meal yet. Next time for sure. After hanging up Jiang Yuqi's phone, Qin Rong picked up the boy with one hand and took him to a nearby restaurant. The so-called restaurant is just a place where you can sit down and drink nutrient solution. The original nutrient solution is not delicious, but after being processed into parfait or drinks, or even ice cream, the nutrient solution has more ways to eat. The kid ordered a cup of nutrient solution crushed ice and a cup of nutrient solution parfait. The environment of the restaurant was very good. Qin Rong and his friend sat in the innermost seat, with a wall on the left and a curtain on the right. As long as the curtain was lowered, a relatively private environment could be created, which was also one of the additional services of this restaurant. Qin Rong actually didn't think that the boy knew much. She just treated him to something with a dispensable mentality. Although the child looked very mature in the confrontation just now, when faced with the temptation of ice cream, the child returned to his innocent state. The child ate half of the parfait, and Qin Rong reminded him, "It's time to say something." The little boy said, "Don't worry, I have two. I will definitely tell you before I finish eating. These two are already yours, whether you say it or not." This statement seemed to make the little boy very happy, so he took the initiative to say, "Those men in black must have seen the diamond necklace I borrowed." As he said, the little boy took out a necklace from his pocket. This necklace looked very beautiful. The necklace was inlaid with a diamond. It was not too big, but it was also very shining. "How about it? Do you want it? I will sell it to you at a discount." Qin Rong said, "This is stolen goods, you need to turn it in." "What stolen goods? If you say that again, I won't show it to you." However, the next moment, the necklace flew straight into Qin Rong's hand, as if it had grown legs. The little boy widened his eyes, and didn't understand what was going on. Qin Rong took the necklace and studied it carefully. But this seems to be an ordinary necklace. Holding it in his hand, it feels and looks the same. After looking at it for a long time, Qin Rong still couldn't figure it out. She planned to go back to the cruiser administration and check the diamond necklace at the Materials Institute. The young boy was a little unhappy when he saw Qin Rong holding it and refusing to give it back to him. He said, "Why are you robbing someone else's things? Even if I robbed it, it wasn't yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Who said it's not mine? It's mine when it's in my hands. I showed it to you because you bought me something to eat. If you take it away, how can I eat later? Then go back to the welfare home." "I won't go back. I'd rather starve to death outside. I want freedom." Chapter 127. "If I come back and see that you are not here, I will break up with you." When he said this, the boy's eyes were particularly firm. Qin Rong felt that he was probably moved by the other party. She felt the desire for freedom. But he was too weak. At the age of 12, even if he wanted to get a job, no one would hire him. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to be self-reliant. But it was an emotional thought before. Although I wanted to respect the wishes of this young boy, it was obviously impossible to respect it completely. Qin Rong put the diamond necklace into his pocket and said, "You have escaped their pursuit this time, and maybe there will be a second time. But you took the necklace away, so it's useless to kill me. But those people don't know." The young boy heard the implication of Qin Rong's words. His current situation is indeed unsafe. If he encounters another pursuit, he will not be lucky enough to be rescued again. Seeing the boy deep in thought, Qin Rong thought he should have figured out the trick. So he said, "I take you to the police station later. You stay there for a while. When the matter is over, you can decide whether to go back to the welfare home." The boy suddenly jumped down from the sofa, walked around the table, and came straight to Qin Rong, then stretched out a dirty hand and grabbed the corner of Qin Rong's clothes. He pretended to be pitiful and said, "But I don't trust those policemen, I only trust you." Qin Rong felt that this child was really a little devil. She said, "How long have you and I known each other? You don't know me, so how can you talk about trust? But you treated me to nutrient solution. Those who treat me to nutrient solution are all good people. Then if I ask the police officer to treat you to nutrient solution, will you go to the police station obediently?" The boy frowned, and he took another step forward in a hurry and raised his head higher. He said, "Maybe the people chasing me are from the police." Qin Rong was obviously stunned when he heard this. This sentence hit the point. Qin Rong himself did not react to this point. The robot chasing the young boy was obviously the work of Mo Xianxing. Although it is unknown why Mo Xianxing would chase this young boy, the other party obviously has someone in the federal police. So, this young boy is probably not very safe. Qin Rong first thought of handing this boy over to Jiang Lian and asking him to help take a look, but Jiang Lian is busy as the director, and the situation at the general administration is unclear. Jiang Lian is likely to be caught in the turmoil of standing in the next period of time. But only by handing it over to Jiang Lian can the background of this young boy be checked clearly to see why Mo Xiansheng wanted to chase him. Finally, Qin Rong still called Jiang Lian, told him what he had encountered, and asked him to take in the boy and investigate. Jiang Lian said, "Okay, you bring the person to the administration bureau, come in person." Qin Rong didn't hear Jiang Lian's tone or attitude, so she didn't think much about it. "What's your name?" Qin Rong asked. "Tian Ruiyuan." "Okay, Xiao Tian, I take you back to the Cruiser Administration Bureau now. That's my territory. You don't have to worry about being arrested, but I also need you to answer a few questions after you get there." Tian Ruiyuan said, "Okay, I got it." Just after coming out of the Cruiser Administration Bureau, Qin Rong had to go back again in a blink of an eye. Qin Rong, who felt like he had worked in vain, took Tian Ruiyuan back to the Administration Bureau. Jiang Lian is usually very busy. Qin Rong thought that if he asked him to help, he would send a little assistant over, but Jiang Lian came down by himself and waited for Qin Rong at the door. Qin Rong was a little flattered and smiled. "Why did you come here in person?" Jiang Lian said, "Stop talking nonsense and let's go." Qin Rong saw that Jiang Lian seemed to be in a bad mood, so she stopped teasing him and followed Jiang Lian to take Tian Ruiyuan to a small lounge on the 3rd floor of the administration. This lounge is usually used for reception of leaders from above. There are sofas and beds inside, and it is fully equipped. However, leaders generally do not stay here, and often stay in a large hotel with better conditions nearby. Jiang Lian took Qin Rong and Tian Ruiyuan in, and then went out. After a while, Qin Rong heard the sound of the door being locked. "Jiang Lian?" Jiang Lian's voice came from outside the door, and his voice was a little tired. "Don't go out for a while, just stay here. I will bring the daily necessities you need to prepare. This is the safest place right now." Qin Rong knew from Jiang Lian's tone that the other party probably knew what happened on the cruise ship. Qin Rong explained, "It's not that dangerous, you worry too much." "Am I too worried, or are you too brave? You never tell the truth. I really thought you were tired from work and went on a trip, but I didn't expect that there was such a big-time bomb buried on the cruise ship. You think you are very powerful, and no one in the world can compare to you, right? Do you really think you are smart enough to escape unscathed every time?" Through the door, Qin Rong couldn't see Jiang Lian's expression, but from his tone, Qin Rong could hear that Jiang Lian was almost angry. So Qin Rong explained again, "It was really an accident, and I didn't expect it to be like that. Whether it's true or false, don't show up for a while. You still have the mind to care about other people's affairs. Do you know that you can't protect yourself?" Jiang Lian just learned about the situation of the cruise ship. Because of the failure of the optical computer, the management bureau was also in a mess for a while. When he knew about it, and was ready to find Qin Rong, he found that he was no longer in the office. In Qin Rong's computer search history, the frequency of a word is particularly high, number 26 Mingwang Street. Jiang Lian didn't know why Qin Rong went to this place, but it was obvious that Qin Rong had hidden too many things from him. When they were young, he and Qin Rong talked about almost everything, and were extremely close comrades in arms. Now they seemed to be separated by a sea. He stood on this side of the sea, trying to tie Qin Rong with a kite line to prevent her from flying away, but the line was too thin. Even a bird couldn't be tied, let alone a person. Jiang Lian had to admit that he and Qin Rong were no longer the same as they were 10 years ago, but this realization made him unable to get out of his confusion, and made such a move after receiving Qin Rong's call. Jiang Lian has always been a little willful in front of Qin Rong. 10 years later, he has matured, but he is still like this. "Unless you tell me everything you have been hiding from me, you should stay here," Qin Rong said helplessly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you are not an ordinary person now. Telling you will only make things difficult for you. Can't the director be an ordinary person? If you are the director, you can't tell me anything? Then I would rather not be the director," Qin Rong said with a headache. "Jiang Lian, stop making trouble." Jiang Lian's face was very firm. He said, "Heong City has been in chaos recently. There are black-clothed people rushing out to kill people everywhere. They kill people indiscriminately. No one knows whether they will be killed. It's not safe for you to go out. It's better to stay in the management bureau. I will stay here too. Qin Rong, if I come back and see that you are not here, I will break up with you." Jiang Lian threw down a sentence that sounded a bit like a temper, and walked away without paying attention to Qin Rong's explanation. Chapter 128. Qin Rong and Tian Ruiyuan, who were locked in the room, looked at each other in bewilderment. Tian Ruiyuan, the dead kid, raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of sarcasm, "Your territory?" Qin Rong felt that the dignity of an adult was looked down upon. She gently greeted Tian Ruiyuan on the head, then pinched Tian Ruiyuan's face, and said, "Children don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Tian Ruiyuan smiled contemptuously, opened Qin Rong's hand, sat on the sofa, and began to rest leisurely. Qin Rong did not go to rest. She approached the edge of the door, and released her body. Through the ability of possession, the body can easily shuttle between objects. Qin Rong's body is like a shadow, shuttling from the door to the wall, and then to the floor. Jiang Lian's words just now had a hidden meaning, so Qin Rong did not leave immediately, but wandered around the management bureau. She expanded the space, and collected the information in the space. What puzzled Qin Rong was that it was not just Tian Ruiyuan. There were at least nearly 200 attacks in Heong City within one day, and they were all done by men in black. It was hard for people not to wonder if there was a bigger conspiracy behind this. Because the perpetrators were all robots, and they were robots that looked exactly like the cruise ship. Such a big move, without any cover-up, showed that the other party clearly did not think that the people of the Federation could make any counterattack. Aren't the victims of this case ordinary people? How did they get handed over to us? The player who set up a group to study this matter spoke in confusion. It must be related to us if it is handed over to us. It is not an ordinary case. Stop complaining and collect information quickly. Because the occupation, gender, and residence of the victims could not be connected at all, this case was completely out of the question, and no one knew how to investigate it. The cruisers were not as experienced as the general police in this kind of case. They stared at the information for a long time, but could not figure it out. Finally, these people decided to visit the victims' homes, and see if these victims had any new common points. After Qin Rong and the others left, they looked at the victims' information at their workstations. Just as they said, these victims had no connection with each other. Some were unemployed hooligans, some were prosecutors in courts, and some were business elites. Qin Rong found Tian Ruiyuan's information on the Wanderer's network. His online information was similar to what Tian Ruiyuan had said. His parents died for some reason, and he was sent to an orphanage, and then disappeared 3 months later. Among the other victims, some had similar life experiences to his, and some were completely different. After browsing through it, Qin Rong felt that the probability of random killings was really high. Maybe this was a smokescreen to attract the Wanderer's attention. It was possible that the real thing to do was something else. But because of this incident, Qin Rong's pace was slowed down. Jiang Lian said that, so Qin Rong naturally couldn't really run away. When Jiang Lian came to deliver the supplies at night, Qin Rong began to flatter him, saying that she was very well behaved and had no intention of escaping, so there was no need to lock her up. Qin Rong could run away if she wanted, but Qin Rong still wanted to make Jiang Lian happy. Jiang Lian's personality was really awkward. Qin Rong was locked up by him for 2 days before Jiang Lian was somewhat moved by what Qin Rong said, but she only opened the door, and did it with Qin Rong for a while, and still did not intend to let her out. During this time, Qin Rong gave the diamond necklace to Jiang Lian, and asked him to do a test. The result was that it was just an ordinary diamond necklace. After Qin Rong confirmed that the black-clothed man was not chasing because of the necklace, he asked the cruiser to send the necklace to the police station for lost record. Of course, Qin Rong's action made Tian Ruiyuan very angry, but it was obvious that he, a child, had no ability to resist at all, and could only watch Qin Rong send away the things he had borrowed with great effort. It was the 4th day of Qin Rong's imprisonment. Murder cases no longer appeared. Currently, more than 1,000 people were killed in Heong City alone. Later, the cruiser administration and the police began to be alert and broadcast the murders on various radio stations to remind the general public to pay attention. However, after the optical brain was cut off, the Heong municipal government did not have a particularly effective way to notify all federal citizens. In short, the government's work was carried out very slowly, which led to many people being killed in the next 2 days after the murders occurred. Currently, only 8 people survived from the target of the murder, including Tian Ruiyuan from Qin Rong's side. These people were protected. Except for Tian Ruiyuan, the other 7 were sent to the police station for protection. On the evening of the 5th day, a policeman from the Federal Police Department walked into the police station with explosives and killed 2 people on the spot. The police station also caught fire, and none of the 7 survivors survived. In other words, Tian Ruiyuan, who was taken away by Qin Rong, has become the only survivor of this major murder case. Qin Rong paced back and forth beside Tian Ruiyuan at night, thinking. The sound of footsteps made Tian Ruiyuan unable to sleep. He lifted the quilt on his body and said speechlessly, "You keep walking here, and I can't sleep." Qin Rong said, "What is so special about you? Why would Mo Xiansheng rather blow up the police station than kill you?" Tian Ruiyuan couldn't sleep, so he said unhappily, "How should I know? I wonder why they think so highly of me." Qin Rong sat on the sofa where Tian Ruiyuan was sleeping, and she asked again, "What are you doing? Think carefully. Is there anything special about you that is different from others?" Tian Ruiyuan said, "If I were really a special person, I would have used it to make money long ago." But when Tian Ruiyuan mentioned making money, he suddenly thought of something and said, "My father used to be a mercenary. He said that he was very lucky because he had a physique that was difficult to be infected, so he had a higher chance of surviving in the contaminated area than others. Although I have never been to the contaminated area, I think as his son, I should also have a physique that is difficult to be infected. It's just that I'm too young, I haven't grown tall, and I don't have a mecha that I can wear, otherwise I would go to the contaminated area to kill the polluted." Qin Rong fell into deep thought. Not easily contaminated is indeed a good attribute for mercenaries. But many of those killed were ordinary people in the Federation. These people have never been in contact with the contaminated area for half their lives. How could Mo Xiansheng know whether they were easy to be contaminated? Qin Rong rejected the reason that it was not easy to be contaminated, and continued, "Think about it again, think about it carefully, otherwise you can talk to me about everything that happened in your past, no matter how big or small, so that I can find out if there is anything you missed." Tian Ruiyuan didn't want to talk to her, he just wanted to sleep. But if he didn't talk, Qin Rong wouldn't let him sleep. There was no way. Tian Ruiyuan could only tell everything he had done since he was a child. Qin Rong still didn't find any effective clues. Maybe there were too few specimens for horizontal comparison. She should find some more victims to ask, but the only living victim at the moment was Tian Ruiyuan. Qin Rong did not tell Tian Ruiyuan that he was the only victim alive. Anyway, if he told him, he would not be able to do anything, and it would only increase his worries. No matter what the reason was for Mo Xuanqing's action, Qin Rong just had to go against him. If he wanted to kill, Qin Rong had to save him, so that Mo Xuanqing's plan could be ruined. On the 5th day of Qin Rong's detention, Jiang Lian finally agreed to let Qin Rong go. But it was limited to Qin Rong's activities within the cruiser, and Qin Rong was not allowed to go out of the management bureau. As for Tian Ruiyuan, he would not go out if he could stay in one place to play games. Jiang Lian bought him an antique handheld game console. He played when he woke up and slept when he was tired. His life was so happy that he didn't want to leave. Qin Rong left the main body with Tian Ruiyuan to protect him, and the human body came to his workstation and began to search for information about the case. Her ID had greater authority and saw more things. As soon as Qin Rong turned on the computer, he received an email from the president. After Qin Rong opened it, he found that the sender was the affairs officer beside the president. The content of the email was information related to Mo Xiansheng. Qin Rong had asked the president for it before, but the president said to send it to her later. Now it is estimated that the affairs officer made various decisions, and finally sent the information. Mo Xuanqing's personal information is considered to be a very high secret in the Federation, because he is a scientist and a leader in a certain confidential document. Regarding Mo Xiansheng, it is natural that he cannot escape the pollution source plan of that year. When Qin Rong really saw the information of that year, he realized that a few short sentences, shown in the picture, are a person's brilliant life. Those who are willing to dedicate themselves to the great cause of pollution source exploration, their entire process of being polluted has been recorded. Their bravery is admirable, so much so that when Qin Rong saw their death, he couldn't bear to look down. This document was very long. Qin Rong read it for a day and a night, and stayed up all night, but she only read less than half of it. Finally, the human body was too sleepy to stand it, so she laid down in the office and slept for a while. After waking up, Qin Rong continued to read the remaining documents. After reading the whole set of documents for 2 days, Qin Rong's mind was filled with various appearances of people who died from pollution. She couldn't help but wonder what pollution was, and why humans became strange creatures after being polluted. Most of the human cognition of the source of pollution was controlled by the scientists under Mo Xiansheng. If Qin Rong wanted to explore it, asking Mo Xiansheng would probably be the fastest shortcut. After completing the information, the human body Qin Rong returned to the reception room and fell asleep. She slept soundly, and had a strange and bizarre dream. She dreamed that she became part of the plan, like a worker bee, diligently recording the data that happened every day. Chapter 129. It would be better to tell Jiang Lian directly that she was the source of pollution. She recorded a symbol, which meant that another person died painfully today. She recorded another symbol, which meant that another person was suffering painfully today, but was still trying to live. After waking up, Qin Rong also broke free from the dream. She no longer thought about what had happened, but thought about what had not happened yet. She still had to go to that place to have a look. What he saw in Mo Xuanqing's memory was the only clue at present. Number 26, Mingguang Street. What exactly is this place? Qin Rong needs to go and have a look. Of course, it is not a human body, which can easily die. Qin Rong plans to send out his own body, and the body can freely cut off the arm for exploration. Even if it encounters a dangerous situation, it can still survive with the arm cut off. So in the eyes of the people around him, Qin Rong still lives in the reception room safely, meets and chats with Jiang Lian every day, and his life is particularly peaceful. But in fact, this is just an illusion. Qin Rong's body has already begun searching in major cities. Although the optical brain can no longer be used, the space compression can still be used, so Qin Rong can follow the person who uses the space compression and come to another urban area without any effort. It is necessary to use the ability of possession continuously, and the energy is consumed very quickly. Moreover, using these abilities also requires some price. When using possession, Qin Rong will lose the feeling of being a human. After a long time, you will forget what it looks like to be a human. Qin Rong is a little afraid of this in her heart. She always wants to make herself look no different from humans. Qin Rong can visit 2 cities a day. Because the compression space is not open at night, Qin Rong also has to find a polluted area in the local area to rest, which is also a good time to restore her energy. In this way, Qin Rong visited 8 cities for 4 days, and still got nothing. She was not in a hurry. Anyway, the human body was doing what it should do, and the main body was idle. As long as she made sure that nothing happened to Fu Chong, she could continue to look for a place without worry. Then Qin Rong randomly picked a polluted area at night, had a buffet, and solved the pollution source. Now the A-level pollution sources did not pose a threat to Qin Rong. Eating them did not help Qin Rong's ability much, just made Qin Rong feel a little full. Of course, there were also unexpected gains. Qin Rong had a new ability to be invisible. Although it was only at the B level, it also allowed Qin Rong to no longer use possession without restraint. The ability of invisibility actually means that Qin Rong can control the color of the surrounding objects. The closer the object, the higher the degree of control. Adjusting your body and clothes to a color similar to the background makes it seem invisible in human eyes. After 4 days of searching, Qin Rong set out for Shiqin City on the 5th day, and then found the sign and street in Shiqin City that were exactly the same as the one she saw in her memory. The so-called number 26 Mingguang Street was not carved on the wall, but printed on a golden sign. The sign was very large. The upper part of it was written Xinxing Technology, and the lower part was its address, which was number 26 Mingguang Street. Qin Rong had a hunch that he had come to the right place. This Xinxing Technology was most likely the company she was looking for. Qin Rong did not act rashly, and directly broke in. She was also smart. She found a position in the building opposite the company, and watched the Xinxing Technology company for 2 days. Qin Rong mainly observed who came in and out of the company, and whether it was an empty shell specially made for him. After confirming that this place was indeed a company, Qin Rong transferred his body all the way over and possessed the golden sign, then separated a group of arms, and possessed the work badge of one of the passing staff members. The work badge swayed as he walked, which made Qin Rong's vision a little uncomfortable. When the staff member got coffee, he followed the coffee cup and attached himself to the table. There was another staff member wearing glasses behind him, who seemed to be the team leader here. Qin Rong attached himself to the team leader's glasses and observed the company through him. This company didn't look like anything from the outside, but it was actually a cave. The space inside was very large, and all the facilities were very complete. People here didn't talk much. Everyone had their own things to do. After punching the card, they started to enter different rooms to start experiments. Qin Rong took a look through the crack in the door, and then his eyes widened. This place turned out to be where Mo Xuanqing studied the source of pollution. Qin Rong saw a person who was not completely polluted inside and was locked behind the glass. As the team leader walked around, Qin Rong found that there were at least 6 or 7 laboratories running at the same time, and each laboratory was equipped with 7 or 8 experimenters. The team leader walked through the doors one by one, and also showed Qin Rong the amazing things about this laboratory. Finally, the team leader turned left in front of a door, and entered his own laboratory. But there was another door behind it, and the device of the door was completely different from those of the ordinary people before. It was obvious that the experiment behind this door was much more important than the previous ones. Qin Rong thought about it for a while, and decided to see what the experiment behind this door was like. But it seemed that no experimenter went behind this door. Qin Rong waited for a long time, but no one opened the door. The time in the morning and afternoon was over. It would be almost evening if he wanted to see it. These people were about to get off work, but Qin Rong still couldn't wait for someone to open the door for him. Could it be that this door was reserved for big guys like Mo Xiansheng? These ordinary experimenters could not enter. If so, Qin Rong would have to see what was being studied inside. So Qin Rong waited until these people got off work before he came out of the state of possession and solved the surveillance. Qin Rong turned back into an arm and moved himself to regain some of the feeling of being an arm. Then Qin Rong possessed the gate again and came to the other side of the gate. Then, Qin Rong's arm was forcibly peeled off from the gate, and a beam of light shone on his arm, causing Qin Rong's arm to end the state of possession and fall to the ground. In the center of the hall, a robot that had been waiting for a long time and looked exactly like Mo Xiansheng slowly walked over. Mo Xiansheng still had that kind of smile on his face, and he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Rong found that her arm was still unable to move, and strangely, she couldn't use any ability now, as if her body had failed. "I guess you must be wondering what happened. I developed this beam of light specifically for you. I named it the Superpower Suppression Light. Over the years, I have handled at least 8,000 or 10,000 special pollution source drop materials. This Superpower Suppression Light is what I developed from one of the drop materials that can invalidate superpowers. Don't worry, it's only S level, and your Super S level ability can still be used. But I already know that you have obtained the Super S level mental ability of the seabed, so I deliberately put something to reduce mental power here, so that your ability is temporarily suppressed to S level. You see, in this way, you are completely restricted. But I guess you won't let your main body come in completely. It should be only a part of your body that comes in. Even if I take this part away, you can grow it out later." Qin Rong in the distance thought to himself, it seems that this is a trap carefully prepared for her. A mouth suddenly appeared on the arm. This state is a bit weird, especially when the mouth starts to speak. The situation is even weirder. Qin Rong said, "So you deliberately left clues on the other robot just to lure me here? This place should be your research institute. Is it worth exposing your research institute just for me?" Mo Xiansheng came to Qin Rong's side at this time. He held a special syringe in his hand and pushed the needle into Qin Rong's arm. He pulled the syringe and sucked up the liquid inside. The syringe was full of black liquid, and every drop seemed to have life, squirming in the syringe. It was so scary to watch people with intensive phobia. Mo Xiansheng said, "You still don't understand." The syringe was illuminated by light and put into another special container. The light in this container was brighter, and other closed settings were also made. Qin Rong's arm was a little shriveled and looked a little weak. Qin Rong said, "What do I want to understand? What do you think I want to do?" Qin Rong said, "When we cooperated with the Federation to conduct scientific research before, you did not cause any trouble. The new president stopped your research and you began to be dissatisfied, so I guess that you wanted to become the leader of the Federation and continue your research." Mo Xiansheng was like a loving parent, persuading, "This is a very good guess, and it is almost close to the truth. You might as well guess a little deeper. Why do I want to do scientific research? Why do I want to study pollution sources?" Qin Rong said, "I have read your information. You are from the command department of a prestigious university. Your parents, relatives, and companions all died in the polluted area. You used to be a cruiser. After your legs were disabled, you retreated to the second line to do research, specializing in research related to pollution sources. I think you may want to solve the pollution source and restore peace to the world at first, but later, you were gradually corrupted by power and began to trade with executives of the Federation, using pollution sources to earn star coins, and open a national company like Guangnao." Mo Xiansheng smiled and said, "You are not quite right, but you are right about one thing. At the beginning, I did want to completely solve the source of pollution. But as I studied deeper, I found that it might not be appropriate to describe it as pollution. It is more like evolution." "Evolution towards death?" Qin Rong said. "Since ancient times, humans have suffered from various epidemics. In the end, the strong survived and the weak died. In the face of pollution, some people can resist pollution and survive, while others die directly. Isn't this a natural selection?" Qin Rong sneered and said, "So far, who has successfully resisted pollution?" This kind of rhetoric is a sophistry in Qin Rong's eyes. When the flu broke out, he didn't think about how to make a vaccine, but insisted that the flu was a natural selection. It was right for everyone to be infected. What kind of right is this? Far away in the horizon, close at hand. Mo Xiansheng listened to Qin Rong's emotional words, but he was not angry, but pointed at Qin Rong himself. Qin Rong was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the evolutionary body that the man in the sea was talking about was referring to this. Humanity has been fighting pollution for many years, and there is only me. At this ratio, are you going to destroy humanity? Mo Xiansheng said, "Of course not, I have actually been waiting for your appearance. I have done so much research just to make you appear, but man proposes, God disposes. You see, after so many years of human intervention, you were born without my knowledge. Speaking of which, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I don't know if my plan can succeed. But because of your existence, this world has ushered in its rebirth." Qin Rong listened to Mo Xuanqing's words, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait. Could it be that Mo Xiansheng decided to break up with the Federation because he discovered her? Qin Rong felt that Mo Xuanqing's decision seemed a bit hasty at the time. Now think about it. If Mo Xiansheng was actually planning to do a job on the cruise ship at that time, and didn't really want to turn against the Federation, it would also make sense. Mo Xuanqing's words gave Qin Rong another interpretation of the situation at that time. It was because Mo Xiansheng discovered that Qin Rong was not dead, and was still very powerful, that Mo Xiansheng decided to cut off the supply of optical computers, and officially started to challenge the Federation. In this way, it can also explain why Jiang Yuqi did not meet Mo Xiansheng, the big boss, in the original work. Because in that parallel world, Qin Rong had died 10 years ago, and there was no scene of him becoming an evolved body later. Maybe Mo Xiansheng spent his whole life, and failed to research the evolved body. Without the evolved body, his final experiment could not be carried out, and it ended in vain. Qin Rong felt mixed emotions in his heart, as if a seasoning bottle had been overturned, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing Qin Rong silent, Mo Xiansheng took the initiative to speak. "You are more beautiful and powerful than I thought. Normal means are completely unable to control you, and my soldiers can't fight you, so I can't catch you. But fortunately, you have a strong sense of responsibility, and like revenge. I plotted against you, and you also want to plot back, so you must come back to find me. And your character is very cautious, so you will definitely not come with your original body, and you will most likely send a clone. Don't think about why I know you have a clone. You have so many. The superpower should be obtained from other pollution sources. With your cautious personality, even if you don't have the skill of clone, you will specifically get one. My suppression beam can't have much effect on your original body. After all, your original body is also very powerful. If we are ordinary people, it is difficult to draw a tube of blood from you. You still gave me a surprise today. I thought I could only catch your clone, but I didn't expect it to be your arm. In this way, I can get your genes, which is perfect." Qin Rong couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do? Isn't it obvious?" Mo Xiansheng slowly walked towards Qin Rong. He had a knife in his hand. He pointed the tip of the knife at his palm and gently scratched it. The simulated human skin covering his skin was cut open, and blood dripped out. Human beings are fragile flesh and blood. Even if you don't enter the contaminated area, you can be easily cut and die. My parents and my brother died so easily because they were too fragile. Even if they didn't die in the contaminated area, a random car accident would take their lives. Billions of years ago, an asteroid hit the planet we are on. The overlord at that time was a thing called dinosaurs. After dominating for hundreds of millions of years, they gradually became extinct due to environmental changes after the impact of the planet. A generation of overlords, in the end, nothing was left. We humans are still the overlords of this planet. Pollution is that asteroid. This is not extinction, but an opportunity for evolution. As long as pollution can be controlled, the human race will usher in an evolution like a new life. Just like you, in the future, everyone will be like you." When Mo Xiansheng talked about his great ideals, he was crazy. He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if such a future was just around the corner. Qin Rong couldn't help but curse as he listened. "Are you crazy? Such a big thing, you decide for all mankind? Have you ever asked others if they are willing to evolve? What about those who can't evolve? Their lives are not lives." Mo Xuanqing's expression became a little indifferent. He said, "Don't worry, I have eradicated the bugs in the new world." Qin Rong thought of a possibility in a flash. She was so surprised that she lost her voice. He said, "The people you sent the men in black to kill are the ones who can't evolve. The so-called people who can't evolve are those who can't be polluted by the polluted area." The characteristic mentioned by Tian Ruiyuan was actually right. Instead, Qin Rong thought in the wrong direction. Mo Xiansheng is a crazy scientist. He calls those who cannot be polluted the bugs of the New World, and wants to kill them all. The death toll in one city has reached more than 1,000. There are so many cities in the Federation. Qin Rong can't imagine how many people the other party has killed. What kind of group is this? Do everyone in their group agree to do this? This is simply a madman. When a madman wants to change the world, the danger is much greater than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people like Qin Rong are nothing more than pursuing fame and fortune, and at most they are unhappy and want to retaliate against society. But Mo Xiansheng does not hate this society. On the contrary, he loves the human race very much. In his cognition, this is to save mankind. Mo Xiansheng and his men are like a group of fanatical religious elements. If self-immolation can bring a new world, they will do it without hesitation. When Qin Rong faced Mo Xiansheng before, she didn't have much fear. After all, Qin Rong knew that it was difficult for her to die, and there were few weapons that could really destroy her. But Mo Xiansheng's words made Qin Rong really afraid. When did this guy go crazy? He actually tried to control the fate of all mankind. The system, which had been silent all this time, suddenly came online at this moment. The system said, "I was wondering why the technology tree in this world was so strange. It turned out that it was artificially guided by others. The advanced optical computer technology and your backward other technological levels are simply two extremes." Qin Rong's body outside said to the system, "Do you have any good suggestions?" The system said, "Maybe you can ask him how to use your blood." Qin Rong was inspired, so she said, "Humans still can't bear pollution. Since you have failed in experiments for so many years, why do you want to take risks now?" Mo Xiansheng said, "No, it's not a risk now. I have your genes, how can it be considered a risk? I will make good use of your genes. You will see the day when everyone has your gene fragments, and you will be their supreme god." Qin Rong said, "I don't want to be a god. Child, you are still too young. You are over 30 years old, but you still choose to escape. But you will face it soon. Maybe you will see the different views of the world on you. At that time, you will choose my side." Mo Xiansheng said, touching Qin Rong's arm, and said tenderly, "Child, we will see each other again. When we meet again, maybe I can call you mother." Qin Rong felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard him say this. Who wants to hear a person over 50 years old call mother? How can he say such shameful words in a serious manner? After Mo Xiansheng finished speaking, he directly pressed the space compression button and entered the compressed space. Qin Rong's arm finally got rid of control at this time, and recondensed into a human form. It was about to chase and snatch back its blood, but before it got close, it was shaken away by an explosion. Qin Rong's arm was burned by the flames, but the flames did not cause much damage to Qin Rong. There was no value in staying in this place any longer. Qin Rong put his arm back on his body, and then let his human body call the President's Affairs Officer. Told him the address, and the research being conducted in this place. Qin Rong did not feel relieved after destroying one of Mo Xiansheng's hideouts, because she began to realize what Mo Xiansheng meant. If she wanted to tell the President the truth, then Qin Rong would have to say that Mo Xiansheng took her blood. If she didn't tell the President the truth, then Qin Rong would be on the same side as Mo Xiansheng. Since Qin Rong found out that she had become a source of pollution, she has been hiding herself. She even made a human version of herself just to make herself a human in the eyes of others. Qin Rong knew very well that she could not change the deep-rooted impression of the pollution source in other people's minds. Every time pollution broke out, the number of people who died accumulated little by little, which was the distance between humans and the pollution source. With so many lives in the middle, the distance between humans and her was actually very far away. Mo Xiansheng was right. Qin Rong was just escaping. She had been escaping. From birth, people will disguise their true selves and show their good morals in front of others. This is a compulsory course for humans. From this point of view, Qin Rong is also a qualified human. Comforting herself in this way, Qin Rong's body began to wait for dawn in the building opposite the Research Institute. She was waiting for the people in the space compression studio to start work. These people went to work at 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock, she could return to her human body. The daybreak in Xiqin City was very early, and it was completely bright at 5:30. But since the birth of pollution, the sky is mostly gray, and there is no longer the blue sky that Qin Rong saw in another world. Today's weather is very bad, not only more gray, but also very gloomy. Qin Rong waited until 9 o'clock, took the space compression, and when she returned to Haiyang City, she found that it was raining in Haiyang City. The rain was falling, and invisibility was no longer useful. Qin Rong could only start to use possession clumsily again, possessing again and again, exhausting her stored energy little by little, and her physical strength was also completely exhausted. The source of pollution is not completely tireless, and any creature will have a time to rest and wake up. On such a rainy day, Qin Rong didn't want to use possession to hide herself anymore. Soon, even if she didn't want to, she would be exposed to the public's view. Mo Xiansheng would definitely do that. So Qin Rong's current disguise is meaningless. Qin Rong turned back to Qin Rong's appearance. She bought an umbrella with cash at a convenience store on the side of the road. In fact, the main body is really easy to use. You don't need to bring a bag when you go out. You can just swallow the star coins into your mouth. It is simply a natural space necklace, and it is much larger than a space necklace, and it can also store living things. Of course, it is best not to store living things, as they may be digested before they can be taken out in time. After the optical brain could not be used, people returned to the time of using cash to pay. Although Jiang Lian did not allow Qin Rong to go out, he gave her some cash for her to use. When leaving, the main body took half of it. This shows that Qin Rong is still very foresight, and knows that it may be useful. The umbrella was opened by Qin Rong, and people were in a hurry on the road. Some people did not hold umbrellas, perhaps because they did not expect it to rain today. After all, without the Star Network, they did not know where to check the weather forecast. Even if the Federation wants to broadcast the weather forecast, it still needs a medium. Not many people can hear the radio, and the television has been replaced since the appearance of the optical brain. The Federation still needs time to consider a perfect countermeasure. But Mo Xiansheng has almost finished all his steps. Qin Rong approached the cruiser administration with an umbrella. She put the umbrella in the tube at the door. The receptionist greeted her warmly and asked in confusion, "Chief Qin, when did you go out?" Qin Rong said, "You didn't notice it just now." The receptionist thought that she had been paying attention and didn't see her go out. However, everyone came back. The receptionist could only guess that it might be that Chief Qin went out with others, and she missed it. Qin Rong didn't get much water on her body, but there was a lot of water on her shoes. Qin Rong went to the bathroom, ate the clothes and shoes into her stomach, came, and returned to the main body through the means of possession. The main body was still sitting with Tian Ruiyuan playing Go Bang. Tian Ruiyuan came to Qin Rong's office and played with Qin Rong. Shortly after the main body returned, the president's office called and invited Qin Rong to talk in person. Talking in person and talking on the phone are two different concepts. During the interview, your reaction of lying will be particularly obvious and easier to be seen by others. In addition, the interview is more formal. Once you say something, it is like spilled water. You can't be careless. Qin Rong agreed, but postponed the time for 2 hours. The officer said that he would pick her up at the management bureau where Qin Rong was in 2 hours. Qin Rong hung up the phone, patted the table and said, "No more playing, no more playing, I have to do business." Tian Ruiyuan has been hanging out with Qin Rong these days. He said, "What business do you have? It's just watching yourself lose." Qin Rong said, "I have a lot of business." "Okay, then wait until you come back tonight and play." Qin Rong looked at him deeply and thought, "When I come back tonight, I don't know if you dare to play with me." After saying goodbye to Tian Ruiyuan, Qin Rong knocked on Jiang Lian's door. It would be better to tell Jiang Lian directly that she is the source of pollution. Otherwise, when Jiang Lian hears about it from other people, he will probably be so angry that he will vomit blood. Chapter 130. Confession Bureau. Come in. It just so happened that Jiang Lian was sitting in his office, which made Qin Rong unable to use the excuse that Jiang Lian was not there to escape. Jiang Lian looked up and saw that it was Qin Rong. He said directly, "You stay here and don't go out for a while. You don't know how chaotic it is outside now. If you want to go out again, just bear it." Qin Rong said, "I'm not talking to you about this. I'm here to tell you something very important." Jiang Lian hesitated and said, "What?" Qin Rong took a deep breath, slammed the door shut, and said, "I won't beat around the bush, just say it directly." "You say it." Jiang Lian put down the pen in his hand and looked at Qin Rong, as if to say, "I want to see what you can say." Qin Rong felt that it was better to suffer a short pain than a long one, so he said frankly, "You may not believe what I am going to say next, but it is 100% true. I actually spent 10 years in a daze. After waking up, I became a student. You should have heard of that student. Her name is Yu Rong. I thought I was reborn and traveled through time, but in fact, I merged with the pollution source. After I ate Yu Rong's body, I unconsciously became her appearance. Qin Rong told everything about what happened during this period. After Qin Rong finished speaking, she looked up at Jiang Lian and found that the latter had a blank expression on his face, and asked back, "Are you here to make fun of me? I am very busy. Don't waste my time with these boring jokes." Qin Rong said, "It's true. If you don't believe it, look at this." Qin Rong's real body ran out of the ring, and she turned into Qin Rong's appearance. But because she was not wearing clothes, Qin Rong made the part below his chest transparent. Jiang Lian still didn't believe it. He said, "Is this some kind of projection black technology?" Qin Rong said, "No, this is the real me." Jiang Lian said again, "You mean, you could escape the pollution detection because you created a human body for yourself and split your soul into the human body? The you I usually see is the split you?" Qin Rong said, "That's right, this little black ball is the real me." As he said that, Qin Rong changed his body from Qin Rong to a black ball. Qin Rong saw Jiang Lian clenched his fists, thinking that he was worried that he would be contaminated. So Qin Rong said again, "Don't worry, my body is not contaminating and cannot infect humans." Jiang Lian's veins popped up, and he stood up suddenly, pounding his fist heavily on the table. He said a little crazy, "Have you had enough of making trouble?" Qin Rong was a little sad, because of his furious look. Although he had expected it, it still made Qin Rong feel uncomfortable to bear Jiang Lian's negative emotions. Qin Rong knew that she could no longer hide it. She couldn't hide herself at this time. She must tell the president the truth, at least to seek justice for those innocent people who were killed by Mo Xiansheng. Qin Rong said firmly, "I know you can't accept it for a while, but this is the fact. In 2 hours, I will explain everything to the president. I don't know what will happen next, but I think it's better for me to tell you about this myself." After that, Qin Rong said, "As for other things, if you can know, the president should tell you. For the rest, I don't know what to say. Anyway, goodbye." Qin Rong didn't want to stay any longer, and turned around, but Jiang Lian suddenly rushed up, grabbing Qin Rong's sleeve with red eyes. He said, "Since you said that you have a human body, then you in a human body are you? That black ghost thing, why don't you just treat it as dead? You only want a human body." Qin Rong was a little shocked at first that he would say such a thing, but then she felt that this was right. After a moment, Qin Rong said, "It's all me. I was afraid before, but now I think it through. It's the body of the source of pollution that I can save many people." Chapter 131. Questioning and Surprise Attack. "I know you can't accept it, so I haven't told you. For you, knowing this news may be more like a torture. When I knew you had been looking for me for 10 years, I thought about what I should do to compensate you for these 10 years. What does it have to do with you? It's just my choice." Qin Rong smiled at Jiang Lian, patted his shoulder and said, "Just treat me as if I had died a long time ago. This may be better for you." "How should I treat it? Tell me, you are standing in front of me alive. How should I treat you as if you were dead? When you contacted me, you knew that you were already contaminated. Why didn't you tell me at that time? Why did you tell me when I already accepted that you were still alive?" Qin Rong didn't dare to face Jiang Lian's questioning. Maybe she shouldn't be soft-hearted for a while. Maybe, as Jiang Lian said, she shouldn't be alive. If she hadn't lived, the story would have gone on like in the original comics. Mo Xiansheng couldn't create an evolutionary body, so he wouldn't have confronted the federal government, and those who couldn't be polluted wouldn't have died. Now, everything is different. The world seems to have been turned upside down. Things hidden underground have surfaced, as if a new era has changed. "I'm sorry." Facing Jiang Lian's questioning, Qin Rong could only say this. No matter how many words he said, it would be useless. Jiang Lian would never accept her. Since Jiang Lian joined the team, people around him have been dying. If Jiang Lian doesn't keep his hatred for the source of pollution, then those who died because of the source of pollution along the way will seem to have no meaning in their deaths, and Jiang Lian will lose his position and direction in an instant. Qin Rong said, "Take care in the days to come. Now is not the darkest time. Maybe soon the world will have earth-shaking changes." After that, Qin Rong stopped pulling with Jiang Lian and turned away. After confessing to Jiang Lian that she was the source of pollution, Qin Rong felt very upset. She gave up on herself for a while, trying to make herself feel better in this way. But Qin Rong knew that she couldn't feel too bad. She still had a battle with the president to fight. Qin Rong thought of several ways for herself. Her head was a little messy, time passed unknowingly, and the president's affairs officer had arrived. When Qin Rong went out, it was still raining. It seemed that the rain was particularly abundant recently, and the haze covering the sky was washed away a lot because of the rain. Qin Rong walked into the aircraft brought by the affairs officer. This aircraft was much larger than the last time, and the appearance was more metallic. Qin Rong took a glance and recognized that it was a military aircraft, and the shell was much thicker than that of ordinary aircraft. After entering the aircraft, Qin Rong also saw several soldiers carrying weapons. On their arms were modified weapons that used pollution sources as energy. Seeing Qin Rong's puzzled look, the affairs officer explained expressionlessly, "It's not very safe recently. The president's residence was leaked by someone, so there have been several suicide attacks." Qin Rong had already sat down, and she asked, "Do you know who did it?" The affairs officer said, "We checked, they are all refugees, and the person behind them has not been found yet." Qin Rong nodded and stopped talking. Recently, there have been more refugees on the streets, and the number of protesters and marchers has also increased. The unemployment rate has directly led to a sharp increase in the suicide rate. Mo Xuanqing's final plan has not yet begun, and some citizens have begun to collapse because of his actions on the optical computer. Chapter 132. Showdown. Qin Rong was going to confront the president. She was not in a good mood, so she did not want to ask any more questions. If it were any other time, Qin Rong would probably want to ask more questions. The officer was not the type to chat with others, so they landed on top of a building that looked full of technology without saying anything. After getting off the aircraft, Qin Rong followed the officer into the building. The security here was very strict, and the body search process was also very strict. Qin Rong's space necklace had to be left outside for others to keep. After confirming that Qin Rong did not carry any dangerous items, Qin Rong was taken into the building, and not into the ground part, but into the underground part. The underground here was like a fortress in wartime. Qin Rong suspected that even if a nuclear bomb was dropped, it might not affect the fifth underground floor here. And the area underground here was wider than the ground. Qin Rong followed the officer, and finally walked to the president's office. As soon as he entered, Qin Rong heard a voice that did not belong to the president. "Our satellite sent some pictures before it was destroyed. You can take a look." The officer knocked on the door loudly, and suppressed the voice inside. "Please come in," the president said. When Qin Rong walked in, he saw an unfamiliar face, a man, about 40 years old, and the man sitting next to the man was the president. The overall setting of this room is a bit like a hotel. The outside part is the lobby for receiving guests, with sofas and projectors. Qin Rong said, "Hello, Mr. President, see you again." The president showed a gentle smile, and received Qin Rong on the sofa. Qin Rong looked at the man sitting on the sofa, and then looked at the president. The president immediately understood. Explained, "This is the Minister of the Federal Meteorological Department. We are all family members. There is nothing wrong to say." After the president finished speaking, he stood up to pour water, leaving some time for Qin Rong and the Minister of Meteorology to exchange pleasantries. This actually meant to tell them that you are both my people, and you can get in touch with each other. This is a routine operation, but what Qin Rong is going to say next is not a routine word. She thinks this kind of greeting is unnecessary. But the Minister of Meteorology spoke first. He said, "Hello, I am Lu Qinzhou, and I have heard of Chief Qin for a long time." Qin Rong could only shake hands with him, and said, "Hello." The president came back, and put a glass of water on Qin Rong's desk. Qin Rong really didn't want to waste time anymore, so he said directly, "There is something you must know. I won't say other polite words first. I will talk about the matter directly. It seems to be a very urgent matter, you can talk about it. What Mo Xuanqing wants to do is not to overthrow the regime, he wants to change mankind. He has been doing pollutant experiments in recent years to make humans adapt to pollution and evolve." The president put the cup that was brought to his mouth back on the table. Fortunately, he had foresight and didn't drink the water, so he didn't spit it out in Qin Rong's next sentence. He found a person who can still maintain his sanity after being polluted and inherit the special ability of the pollution source, that is, me. Even though the president is well informed and can remain calm, he still feels a little overwhelmed when he hears Qin Rong's self-explosion. In order to save time, Qin Rong did not explain too much, but directly took out the main body and walked around, that is, let the little black ball appear in front of these people. But because the main body has no clothes to wear, Qin Rong did not let it change into his own appearance. There were 3 people present besides Qin Rong, but these 3 people were in the same downtime state. It's like people living in ancient times seeing the current airplanes. They clearly saw it with their eyes, but their brains thought it was fake. Chapter 133. This is the real me. The usually indifferent officer was now visibly shocked. The minister sitting next to Qin Rong was so shocked that he sat aside and squeezed into the corner of the sofa. Qin Rong took advantage of this time to tell them about Mo Xuanqing's killing of those who could not be polluted and his own 10 years of confusion, then regaining consciousness and opening Yu Rong's trumpet. After she had been talking for almost an hour and stopped to drink water because her mouth was dry, the frightened director of the meteorological department spoke. I understand. Qin Rong looked to the side and asked, What do you understand? The director of the meteorological department has not yet overcome his fear, but his reason has returned a little. He looked at the president and said, Can you tell me? The president nodded heavily. The director of the meteorological bureau said, In recent days, the precipitation in various cities of the Federation has increased, and the places where it rained are completely different from last year. Generally speaking, we can predict when it will rain, which is related to the topography and ocean current movement, but in recent times, the pattern of rainfall has been completely messed up. The bureau used satellite remote sensing and radar to detect the rainfall in recent days. Most of it was human intervention. Someone was using ion storms to stimulate rainfall. Because the surface temperature is not normal, we use satellites to monitor in space. As a result, the satellite was damaged 2 hours ago. This is what it took before it was damaged. You can take a look. Qin Rong took the picture. In this photo, Qin Rong could only see a huge device, but he couldn't understand what it was. The director of the meteorological bureau explained, This is a space mirror, a reflector. You can understand it as reflecting the sun's light to the earth. Under its fixed point reflection, the surface temperature rises, the water evaporates, and the cloud layer thickens, so artificial rainfall can be carried out. I didn't quite understand why we had to do this before, and what the purpose was. Now I can be sure that this rain must be related to the so-called evolution. The president said worriedly, At present, 60% of the federal areas have already rained. I don't know what changes have occurred in the health of the residents in these 60% areas. The director of the meteorological department stood up and said excitedly, We can't let him do whatever he wants. Now we are all being led by him. We finally know his purpose. We should take the initiative to attack. The president's reason finally returned. He said to Qin Rong, I admire your courage. In this situation, you did not choose to continue to conceal it, but told the truth, which helped us a lot. You are already standing in front of me, and I am not polluted, so this also helps to prove the truth of your words. It is still raining now. Continue. If we can't find the enemy's base camp, it is very likely that the country will become what Mo Xuanqing wants in the near future. We really need to take the initiative to fight now, and your ability can become our breakthrough. Are you willing to join us? Qin Rong said, First of all, I am not brave. I came here because even if you know the truth, you can't do anything to me. I am not so selfless. Secondly, we are originally in the same group. I have not been dismissed yet. Finally, you can believe me. I don't agree with this artificial way of evolution. I am on the opposite side of Mo Xuanqing. The president nodded and said again, Then I also promise you that as long as you are loyal to the Federation will not betray you. I will do my best to protect your identity. The next second after the president finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The man walked in with a light brain in his hand, and a video was playing on the light brain. In the video, 2 Qin Rong appeared at the same time, and the body of the other Qin Rong was transparent from the chest down. Qin Rong said in the video, This is the real me. Chapter 134. Team Formation. Mr. President, only this video can be played after everyone's light computer is turned on, and there is a special place for discussion below. It is obvious that someone is deliberately guiding. After seeing the video played by the light computer's external projector, the president fell silent. Qin Rong saw the video and realized that it was Mo Xuanqing's work. This conversation was the scene when she confessed to Jiang Lian in the police station. Qin Rong still didn't know why this was recorded as a video, but she definitely chose to believe Jiang Lian. The Heong City Cruiser Management Bureau had been infiltrated thoroughly, and it was possible that the conversation between Qin Rong and Jiang Lian was recorded. Qin Rong only regretted that she didn't check it carefully when she confessed, because she was under too much pressure to face Jiang Lian, and she forgot that Mo Xuanqing would catch her pigtail. It is also possible that Qin Rong felt that Jiang Lian and the president would know her identity anyway, so there was no need to hide it carefully. In short, things have already happened, and there is no point in regretting it. The president was silent for a long time, and first asked everyone in the room except Qin Rong to leave, leaving only Qin Rong. The official certainly disagreed, and he thought that Qin Rong was very likely to break the jar and cause some harm to the president. But the president insisted on his opinion and asked everyone else to leave. Qin Rong asked in confusion. What do you want to tell me that they can't listen to? The president smiled bitterly and said, from the national level, I can't use you. As a president, I can't have the quality of going back on my word, so I can only tell you in private. Qin Rong understood after hearing this, and she asked back, are you so sure that I will agree? To be honest, I know you are a very responsible person. Since you have told me that you are the source of pollution, I think you will not back down no matter how many stones are blocking the way ahead. Qin Rong said, tell me, what kind of help can you give me? Now, I can't use you on the surface anymore. Now the people are in panic. If I don't take any measures, it's hard to say whether they will take extreme measures. You know, many people died in pollution, and there are even more people who hate the pollution source. I will imprison your human body and conduct an open investigation to reassure the people. I can send you an assistant to your black body. He is a very talented hacker under my command. After being recruited by me, he is responsible for my network security. You have also seen that after Guang's brain was paralyzed, the computer equipment system he was responsible for played a big role. I will notify him to contact you. On the surface, I will also send a team of people to investigate Mo Xuanqing's lair. You 2 lions. Go forward, before the raining area reaches 100%, please destroy the source of their artificial rainfall. Qin Rong felt that it was useless to say those empty words, and she didn't want to think about anything else at the moment. Qin Rong only said, prepare some more star coins for me. After my human body is locked up, my account will be unusable. I need cash. Okay, is there anything else you need? I can't think of it now. I will contact you when I need it later. The president stretched out his right hand to Qin Rong, and after Qin Rong also stretched out his hand, he held Qin Rong's right hand tightly. He said sincerely, whether it succeeds or not, I will clear your grievances when you come back. Qin Rong said indifferently, okay. In fact, what she was thinking in her heart was that when that time really came, it was still uncertain whether you were alive. If you died, then no one would know what I did. But anyway, Qin Rong had been prepared for a long time. Before he met the president, he was ready to be wanted by the federal government. Now it was a good scene. Chapter 135. Is the recovery of the real economy progress or regression? Qin Rong did not leave the president's residence openly. Her human body was detained, and her main body transformed into the appearance of Yu Rong and walked outside. As for her space necklace detained in the security room, she also took it away quietly without alerting anyone. But after leaving the building, Qin Rong didn't know which direction to go for a while. Where should she go? Haeong City Cruiser Management Bureau must not go. There are too many surveillance cameras there. Qin Rong might be monitored and ruin her plan if she appears in this identity. Thinking carefully, she can't go back to the dormitory of the Cruiser Management Bureau. It seems that there is only one place where she can take a short break. After the Cruiser Management Bureau stamped her internship stamp and sent her to school, Jiang Yuqi bought some nutrient solution and went home. Although the society has been in chaos recently, the number of pollution sources has not exploded, so the working frequency of these low-level cruisers has decreased instead. Jiang Yuqi has earned some money, and he is ready to move out of the dormitory. After all, the place is too small. Jiang Yuqi wants to save money to buy a house. The people marching on the streets have been almost cleared by the police. People have moved the entertainment on the Star Internet to reality, and the streets are much more lively. Jiang Yuqi heard that poker and mahjong are very popular now, and some people have even made a fortune from these two things. Is the recovery of the real economy progress or regression? Shenlang often talks about this question. Jiang Yuqi has heard him talk about it a lot, and thinks it is a contradictory question. However, Jiang Yuqi didn't really take this question to heart. There are so many issues worth thinking about. He is not an economic expert. If he has this time, he should think more about how to kill pollutants. Just thinking about it, Jiang Yuqi arrived home. He opened the door, and saw a figure on the sofa. Jiang Yuqi stared at this figure for half a minute before the latter said, there is no place to go. I will rest for a few days at your place. Jiang Yuqi closed the door, and put the nutrient solution on the table in front of the sofa. Fortunately, I also bought the nutrient solution for the evening, just double the amount. Qin Rong said, I have money recently, I will return the money I borrowed from you last time, calculated at the highest interest rate. By the way, there is also the accommodation fee for the past few days. Qin Rong slapped the cash star coins on the table, looking particularly generous. Jiang Yuqi asked in confusion, didn't the news say you were arrested? Where did you get the money? Qin Rong said, can you still watch the news? I'm a cruiser. The bureau has equipped me with a TV for watching news. I also bought a radio. I heard that the media on StarNet have switched to TV and radio. Qin Rong nodded and said, it's good to be laid off and reemployed. Recently, there are fewer and fewer pollutants. Jiang Yuqi drank the nutrient solution with a straw, and said as he drank, I feel like I'm about to lose my job. Qin Rong smiled and said, isn't this a good thing? It's a good thing. This is also my wish all along, but all the pollutants are gone. What should I do after that? Without pollutants, mechas are useless, and so is the mecha driving I learned. But I don't seem to know anything else except this. Qin Rong said lazily, your worry is unnecessary. Who said that mechas can only be used to solve polluted areas? In fact, many explorations in restricted areas also require wearing mechas. However, the development of automated mechas may be very fast in the future, and you are indeed at risk of losing your job. Jiang Yuqi humbly asked for advice. Do you have any good options? Change to repairing mechas. I have some research in this field. If you really lose your job, you can worship me as your teacher, and I will teach you how to repair mechas. Chapter 136. Dog Hug. Jiang Yuqi took out a straw and inserted it into the bottle of nutrient solution, then respectfully held it in front of Qin Rong with both hands and said, Master, please accept this apprenticeship gift. Qin Rong nodded with satisfaction, took it and drank a sip, saying, not bad, good boy, a teachable boy. After Jiang Yuqi performed the apprenticeship gift, he also inserted a bottle for himself, and sat next to Qin Rong to drink. Jiang Yuqi was just an ordinary person. He needed nutrient solution to replenish energy, so when he drank 3 servings, Qin Rong was still dawdling on the one in his hand. Jiang Yuqi said, you don't need to drink nutrient solution to survive now. Qin Rong said, Jiang Yuqi said with admiration, wouldn't it save a lot of star coins? Qin Rong said proudly, not only that, when you are hungry, go to the pollution area to eat free buffet. Jiang Yuqi asked curiously, what does the pollution source smell like? Is it the same as the nutrient solution? Qin Rong said, some taste okay, some are a bit disgusting, it depends on the situation. Jiang Yuqi stretched out his finger, and poked Qin Rong's arm. He tilted his head and said, it seems to be no different from the touch of my skin. I remember you could turn into an oversized slime before. Qin Rong said, I recently unlocked a new ability. Do you want to see it? Think about it. Jiang Yuqi immediately became excited, like a puppy wagging its tail, staring at Qin Rong with sparkling eyes. Qin Rong felt a little embarrassed by his enthusiastic and expectant eyes, so he coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, and then used his ability to gradually make his body transparent. Jiang Yuqi clapped his hands repeatedly, as if he had thought of something and said, I remember this. This is what you performed in the video on the optical computer. Qin Rong restored his body to normal and asked, what is the wind direction on the star network now? Jiang Yuqi said frankly, part of me doesn't believe that you have become a source of pollution, and the other part is complacent, thinking that they have long seen that you have problems, and asked the country to kill you to prevent future troubles. Qin Rong patted Jiang Yuqi's shoulder earnestly and said, Xiao Jiang, I have to tell you that your behavior is very wrong. What? Didn't you see the struggle when I asked you the question just now? Obviously I don't want to hear bad comments. You should make up some white lies to comfort me at this time. Then will you believe it? Jiang Yuqi stared at Qin Rong with his bright eyes, and looked at him sincerely. Qin Rong could only say in defeat, I don't believe it. Are you sad because of the comments of those people on the Star Network? Not particularly sad, after all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I know what their reaction would be. It's better to say that they were hit rather than sad. Then do you need comfort? Jiang Yuqi looked at Qin Rong with his watery eyes again. Under this puppy-like expression, it was difficult for Qin Rong to let himself deceive Jiang Yuqi. So Qin Rong said, maybe? Need a little? The next moment after Qin Rong finished speaking, Jiang Yuqi came up and gave Qin Rong a very warm hug and comforted him. When I first arrived at the orphanage, I was not used to it, and because of my arrival, they had less toys to share, so some children hated me. But there are also some children who are willing to be friends with me. I will not gain any value by wasting my emotions on those children who hate me, but I can gain a few good friends by giving my emotions back to those children who like me. So, don't care what those people say, they are just insignificant people, you should care about those who like you. Qin Rong was stunned for a while, after listening to Jiang Yuqi's words. The other party was like a warm dog, with positive emotions, as if he could infect everything around him. He is really worthy of being the male protagonist of a hot-blooded comic. Qin Rong felt that her personality was not internally consumed enough, but compared with Jiang Yuqi, she still seemed sentimental. After a while, Jiang Yuqi let go of Qin Rong and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better." "That's good. You want to play the games on my phone?" The phones issued by the Cruiser Administration have several built-in games, which are quite fun. "What kind of games?" "It's this one. There is a snake that eats food with the snake, but be careful not to hit the wall." Qin Rong. Snake. After coming to this world for so many years, Qin Rong didn't expect that he could still play the old games in his original world. "You play a round and I play a round. Let's see who has the higher score," Jiang Yuqi said again. "How can there be no prizes in a competition? If you win, I give you 200 star coins, and if I win, you give me 200. You can't use star coins as bets. This is gambling. Go back and recite the federal law 100 times. Gambling only involves multiple people and profits. You're playing alone, so you can only be considered entertaining yourself at best." Jiang Yuqi retorted, "Aren't there two of us?" Qin Rong pointed at himself and said briskly, "I can only be considered half of it." The two of them still played according to Qin Rong's instructions, but after playing 3 games, Jiang Yuqi stopped playing. Qin Rong was still too dominant in this kind of old-fashioned little game, and Jiang Yuqi couldn't beat him at all. After staying at Jiang Yuqi's house for a day, Qin Rong had completely taken it as her own. When she had nothing to do, she would find books in Jiang Yuqi's collection and read them. Although this child looked like someone who didn't like reading, surprisingly, he actually liked reading. A day later, Qin Rong received a call from the official who assisted her. The other party's number was not displayed, but it was written as an unknown number. After Qin Rong answered the phone, the other party started to play tricks. A voice changer with a bit of ridicule said, "Are you Qin Rong? I have found you." Qin Rong said, "Who are you?" "Your doomsday is coming. Humanity's judgment on aliens is coming." Qin Rong took another look at the caller ID on the phone, then put the phone to his ear and said, "Are you the cybersecurity genius mentioned by the president? How do you know it's me?" The other party's voice changer can also be heard astonished. "This number was given to me by the president. I will only contact you alone. No one else will know. It's so boring. I want to see your panic reaction." Qin Rong heard what the other party wanted to do, but she was too lazy to cooperate. Why would the president find such an unreliable person to cooperate with her? He was a bit careless and didn't take the task seriously at all. He contacted her a day later. "Would it be better to knock him?" The kid's voice sounds a bit nagging. "Where shall we meet?" Qin Rong asked again. "I never make appointments with people. If you want to meet me, it depends on whether your ability is really as great as the legend says." Chapter 137. Your trash can can't talk. After Zhao Zidua hung up the phone, he stared at a red dot on the satellite map and drank carbonated drinks comfortably. Zhao Zidua is a restorationist. In short, he doesn't like to use nutrient solution as food, but likes old-fashioned meals. However, with the popularity of nutrient solution, more and more food suppliers have closed down, which has made it difficult for Zhao Zidua to get food. He was an orphan and had no money from his parents. In order to get food, he took a risk and hacked into the Star Network. But the first time he committed a crime, he was discovered because he transferred other people's Star Coin balances too obviously. It was difficult not to be discovered when he transferred 500,000 at one time. When he was arrested, Zhao Zidua was still a minor. Although he was not convicted, he was sent to a juvenile detention center. Then the president's men found him and asked him to help the president behind the scenes. It was precisely because he was not in the limelight that he could cooperate with Qin Rong, who was also not in the limelight. Speaking of Qin Rong, there is no one in the interstellar world who doesn't know him. He is also a founder of Mecha driving technology. Zhao Zidua is a nobody. When he met such a big shot, he couldn't help but want to show off and find a sense of existence and achievement from Qin Rong. But when he finished a can of homemade carbonated drink and looked up at the screen, Zhao Zidua suddenly found that the red dot on the computer screen was gone. Zhao Zidua frowned and began to conduct a carpet search around here, but the other party just disappeared out of thin air. In the past, Zhao Zidua handled things logically. It was so easy for him to find someone. But this time, the partner didn't seem to be a person. Thinking of this, Zhao Zidua suddenly felt that the computer screen flashed. It was like there was no signal, but it suddenly recovered. Zhao Zidua didn't think he was dazzled. His dynamic vision was quite good, so there was no possibility of dazzle. Zhao Zidua stood up and began to check the computer in the case. Just as he squatted down, the lights in the house began to flicker non-stop. It flickered many times, one on and one off. However, when Zhao Zidua looked up at the light, he found that the light was fine and no longer flickered. A creepy feeling surged in Zhao Zidua's mind, and he couldn't help but slowly back away. The TV suddenly turned on and played the news. At present, the rainfall in the eastern region has reached 10 millimeters, and it has gradually changed from light rain to moderate rain. Citizens are requested to take precautions when going out, bring umbrellas, and be careful not to get wet. Xiao Zidua cursed. Who is playing tricks? Don't think I don't know you are tampering with my power cord. Could it be that Qin Rong came over? But the call was just over. How could it be so fast? Then the next second, Xiao Zidua suddenly saw the bottle of beverage he drank floating in the air, and threw it into the trash can by himself. His trash can suddenly spoke. You're too full. I eat too much every day. How come you produce so much garbage every day? If I eat you too, there won't be any new garbage. After saying that, Xiao Zidua saw his trash can suddenly transformed into a huge monster and pounced on him. Xiao Zidua was so scared that his soul was gone. His legs dug desperately on the ground, but when people are scared, their legs become weak. After running 2 steps, Xiao Zidua fell to the ground. He closed his eyes in fear. Is it fun? Qin Rong asked. When Xiao Zidua heard this voice, he opened his eyes suspiciously. He looked left and right, and saw a woman in a sports vest standing there. Trash can. Qin Rong said, Oh, your trash can can't speak. I just made you hallucinate. Chapter 138. Where is the next possible artificial rainfall point? How did you find me? Xiao Zidua was convinced. Qin Rong reached out and pulled him. He stood up trembling from the ground. Qin Rong said lightly, Call the President's Affairs Officer. Xiao Zidua blasted him. You are cheating. Xiao Zidua was a young boy with an overly immature face. He was not as tall as Qin Rong, so Qin Rong held his back with one hand, like a chicken. Let me go! Let me go! Xiao Zidua struggled. Okay, the cat and mouse game is over. It's time to do serious business. Qin Rong threw Xiao Zidua onto the chair, and used his ability to control Xiao Zidua's computer to restart it. Xiao Zidua was pinned down by Qin Rong in front of the computer. He said indignantly, This is unfair. How can you control my computer? Qin Rong transformed his palm into a long tentacle, stopped by Xiao Zidua's ear, and threatened the child. Not only can I control your computer, I can also control you. I will give you 2 choices. 1. You obey me. 2. I will put this tentacle into your head to make you obey me. Xiao Zidua was threatened like this, and immediately became much more honest. Although he still had resentment in his expression, he still sat in front of the computer, and turned on the satellite positioning. These are the pictures and reports sent by the satellite before it was damaged. The meteorological department sent me all the data obtained by satellite remote sensing. I counted and summarized the data, and analyzed their route of action. You can see that they started to implement rainfall in the coastal areas in the south, and then carried out rainfall coverage in the north and west. Can't we make real-time inferences based on data alone? That requires a satellite, sister. Didn't I say that our satellite was shot down? An obvious problem is that the technology of the optical brain company is more advanced than that of the federal government. They have the advantage now. A map of the entire Federation was unfolded in front of Qin Rong. Xiao Zidua made a very clear chart. Every possible location for artificial intervention in precipitation was marked with a small red flag, and the depth of color was used to represent the amount of rainfall. Qin Rong said again, Where is the next possible point for artificial rainfall? There are 8 possible locations. Qin Rong frowned unconsciously. Too many. If we check them one by one, the other party may have already completed the rainfall and moved to the next point. That can't be helped. Without satellites, there will be no more data. I am already quite good at narrowing down to 8 possible locations. Xiao Zidua first raised his chin with some pride, and then continued, If there is intelligent AI to help like an optical brain, perhaps the scope can be further narrowed down. Qin Rong always carried Xiao's chip with her. At this time, she slapped the chip on. Xiao Zidua put it on the table in front of Xiao Zidua, and said, I borrow it for you. Narrowed down the locations to 4. If there is a location you are particularly sure of, I will set off now. Xiao Zidua pointed to the number 3 location he marked and said, This is the most likely one. It is most convenient to move from this place to another. If you want to make artificial rainfall, you must use a lot of equipment. It is not easy to move around. Qin Rong nodded slightly and said, Okay, let's contact through the communicator. Xiao Zidua held Xiu's chip in his palm, like a treasure. After hearing Qin Rong's words, he opened the drawer, took out an embedded headset, and put it on the table. Xiao Zidua said, Use this. The communicator I developed myself is easier to carry, and the signal is also stable on rainy days. Qin Rong took the communicator, which is somewhat similar to the headset, and left Zhao Ziduo's villa. Chapter 139. Is God punishing mankind, or is the end of the world coming? Qin Rong's body, using the ability of possession, boarded the compressed space train and traveled very quickly between cities. But the distance between cities is too large, and it will take some time to check the locations. Qin Rong is fine. She is no longer a human body, so she can stay awake, but Zhao Ziduo is just a child. After 24 hours, he can't stand it. Qin Rong took out the charged left earphone, and put the earphone on the right ear into the charging box. He asked Zhao Ziduo in the earphone, "Where is the next place?" Qin Rong didn't hear Zhao Ziduo talking over there. She repeated it several times before she heard Zhao Ziduo say with a tired tone, "Yinsha City, this is already the fourth city to be checked. How long are you going to do it? I can't stand you doing this. I almost fell asleep while sitting just now." Qin Rong said, "Go to sleep after checking this city, and hand in the sorted list. Give it to me, I will arrange it myself." Zhao Ziduo said, "You don't have my real-time speculation. The search efficiency will be much worse, and it may take a day for a city." Qin Rong said, "It's okay, anyway I'm waiting." Zhao Ziduo envied Qin Rong, who had evolved to sleep, and couldn't help saying, "In fact, it's not bad if everyone becomes like you. The capitalists are so happy that they can't close their mouths. One person can work for 24 hours, and the machine will not crash." Zhao Ziduo made a few jokes with Qin Rong, yawning, while talking. The nearest stop of the space compression train takes an hour to wait. Qin Rong asked Zhao Ziduo to sleep for an hour first, and then take action after an hour. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of Zhao Ziduo's snoring came from the other side, and he fell asleep almost immediately. Qin Rong was waiting for the review on the spot, thinking about whether he could make his actions more efficient. An hour passed quickly, and Qin Rong called Zhao Ziduo into the headset, but Zhao Ziduo on the other end continued to snore no matter how Qin Rong called. Qin Rong had no choice but to give up and board the space compression train to Yinsha City. When he got off the station, Qin Rong first attached himself to the metal pillar next to the space compression station, and then he found that the stone pillar was very cold and covered with a layer of water droplets. Qin Rong was a little strange. She waited until everyone in the space compression car left before she showed up and carefully observed this place. Generally speaking, water droplets can condense on the surface of relatively cool objects only when the temperature difference is relatively large and the air humidity is very high. But this is Yinsha City, a famous drought city. Qin Rong remembered that news about Yinsha City's excessive drought causing the ground to crack and plant grains to fail to harvest often appeared on the optical brain. The air humidity made Qin Rong immediately realize the unusualness of this place. She walked out of the space compression station and felt the water vapor blowing in her face. It should be this place. It rarely rains in Yinsha City. Even if you want to artificially rain, there are not enough clouds. The reasons for rainfall in a region are very complicated, and they are related to the terrain and atmospheric circulation. After using the space mirror to forcibly change the rainfall, it brings more than just the impact of carrying pollution, or far more than that. Not long after leaving the space compression station, Qin Rong saw dead plants, not just one or two, but all the plants that could be seen had problems. Qin Rong raised his head and looked far away. Some of the plants that can adapt to the drought environment died, some lowered their heads in dejection, and some developed strange diseases under the increase in air humidity. The large-scale death and lesions of this plant brought panic to humans. The two people standing not far from Qin Rong, wearing the work uniform of the Environmental Protection Bureau, looked at the plants in the distance in fear and panic. What's going on? How could this happen? Their eyes revealed a kind of despair for the unknown. What happened to this world? At first, the optical computer was inexplicably unusable, then the government notified not to let the rain fall on them, and now the plants are drowned again. Is God punishing humans? Or is the end of the world coming? Chapter 140. There is only one way now, find that bastard who made artificial rain, and stop that broken device. Qin Rong wanted to say hello to the two people. They had instruments in their hands, and should know something. But before Qin Rong approached, it suddenly rained in the sky. The raindrops fell, hitting Qin Rong's face and clothes. Because of the improved hearing and vision, when Qin Rong focused, she could see what was happening far away. She first heard the chaotic footsteps. Then she stretched her vision far away, and about 3 kilometers away from where she stood, she saw people running hurriedly and panicking. She listened attentively, wanting to hear what they were calling. "Run! I carry the child, you run ahead. How can there be so many tornadoes? What happened?" After hearing the keyword tornado, Qin Rong immediately looked towards the sky. Because of the terrain, Xiangying didn't find it at the first time, but when she looked at the sky, she easily found the tornadoes that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth. But now is not severe convective weather, and the storm has not arrived yet. How could a group of tornadoes suddenly appear? The next moment, Qin Rong disappeared from the spot, and almost in an instant, he came to 3 kilometers away. This place is almost 2 different worlds from 3 kilometers away. The air humidity in the space station is just a little higher, and the land 3 kilometers away, the storm has arrived. The sky is gloomy, and lightning crackles from time to time. 5 tornadoes are across, as if they are going to sweep away everything visible on the ground. In the midst of the great power of heaven and earth, people are always extremely small. Qin Rong stood in front of the tornado, estimating whether he could swallow the tornado into his stomach. It shouldn't tear her stomach apart in an instant. Qin Rong estimated that the tornado was moving at a speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, and the surrounding buildings successfully blocked its progress. Qin Rong rescued several children who were close to the tornado, took them to a distant place, and then called the affairs officer to inform him of the situation here. The affairs officer was very reliable, and his phone was available 24 hours a day. After hearing what Qin Rong said, he immediately responded and contacted the nearby municipal government to arrange rescue. The appearance of the tornado was obviously not accidental. In this desert area, strong convective weather rarely occurs, and there have been almost no tornadoes in history. Therefore, the local government also lacked means and measures to deal with it. After the occurrence, residents fled in a hurry, and it was unknown how many people were swept in. Qin Rong spoke to the headset again. Zhao Zidua, are you there? Wake up. Finally, Zhao Zidua, who was sleeping in a daze, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the red alarm displayed on the computer, which scared him awake. Damn, I just slept for a while. How come it's the end of the world? Qin Rong carried a miniature camera on his body, which could synchronize the images with Zhao Zidua's, so the images of the raging tornado and the approaching storm were synchronized to Zhao Zidua's computer screen, but because of the poor signal, the images were stuck, which made it look more like the end of the world. Zhao Zidua said, "Find a signal-based station. The signal is too bad now. I can't hear what you say." Qin Rong walked 2 kilometers to the space compression station, and after leaving the location of the storm, Qin Rong and Zhao Zidua's connection was restored. Qin Rong asked, "Is there any way to stop a tornado?" Zhao Zidua, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? To stop a tornado, are you a god?" Qin Rong, "Yes." Zhao Zidua said without error, "So far, I have never seen anyone who can stop a tornado. However, because a tornado is formed by strong convection, the formation conditions are also relatively harsh. It may be useful to destroy the humidity of the surrounding air and change the temperature, but it is not safe. Do you have the superpower of discharge? Neutralize the charge in the tornado, and change the direction of the airflow. It may really be useful." Qin Rong said, "It has the ability to generate electricity, but this tornado not only has 5, but each volume is n times that of mine. Even if it is useful, my energy is not enough." Zhao Zidua said, "Then, there is only one way now. Find that bastard who made artificial rain, and stop that broken device." Chapter 141. Mo Xianxing is really ruthless. He can blow up his own people just by saying so. Raindrops hit Qin Rong's face, and the strong wind seemed to blow Qin Rong away in the next second. But Qin Rong still ran steadily on the ground, changing direction according to Zhao Zidua's speculation. Zhao Zidua suddenly laughed a devilish laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, I finally caught this bastard. After so many days of searching, it turns out that this bastard hid the instrument underground. The other party's hiding place is very easy to find. They probably didn't expect that their operation would cause a tornado to be born. The strong wind blew away the ground on their ground and exposed the structure inside. Qin Rong didn't even need to enter from the entrance. The tornado tailored an entrance for her. This place was obviously built temporarily. Qin Rong opened the upper part of the container with his bare hands and jumped straight down. This is a temporary laboratory composed of containers. After Qin Rong jumped down, he saw many sophisticated instruments placed in the glass. The technology of controlling the space mirror is very complicated because it is difficult to accurately reflect at a fixed point, so scientists on the ground are needed to guide and fix the point. The real space mirror is in space, and what Qin Rong saw was a device that can control the space mirror. The cloud layer heating temperature is not enough, increase the output. The cloud layer in this place is too unstable, and increasing the output may cause an accident. Qin Rong knocked on the door, and she said, "There has been an accident." Several researchers in white coats suddenly saw a strange woman appear. After they were stunned for a moment, they immediately realized that they had been discovered. Several researchers have been trained and are not weak. After Qin Rong spoke, they reacted and immediately took out their weapons. The gun did not hurt Qin Rong, but in order to prevent accidents, Qin Rong still avoided them all vigilantly, and then knocked out these white coats in less than 5 seconds. In this situation where the gap between the enemy and us is so huge, Qin Rong will not kill people, and these scientists may be able to interrogate some useful things. After Qin Rong knocked them unconscious, she glanced at the alarm at the door. When she came in, she saw a mecha guarding the door. It would take about a minute to run from that place to here at the speed of a small mecha. Qin Rong came to the largest instrument. She was a little confused and asked Xiao Zidua on the other end of the headset how to do it. Xiao Zidua said, "This is the first time I have seen such a thing, and I don't know. The Federation has not yet developed the technology of the space mirror. I didn't expect that the enemy has already used it. It's really a dimensionality reduction attack in technology." Qin Rong said, "How about unplugging the power supply and try it?" Xiao Zidua said, "Although it sounds a bit stupid, it seems to be useful." Qin Rong turned around here. Although she didn't know the control device of the space mirror, she still knew the generator. The key is that after searching for a while, Qin Rong didn't see the power connector at all. The small automatic mechas had already arrived. Qin Rong first used the authority of the door card in the researcher's pocket to close the door. There was a laser weapon in the small mecha, and its laser burned on the door, and soon burned a hole. I feel that this should be embedded with a power supply, using materials dropped by the pollution source. Qin Rong said to Xiao Zidua while staring at the situation over there. Xiao Zidua said, "How about dismantling it?" Qin Rong hesitated for 3 seconds, dismantled it decisively, and determined the next action. She first increased her speed, then strengthened herself, and punched the small automatic mechas outside the door one by one, and took out their energy cores. After dealing with these mechas and ensuring that nothing else would mess up, Qin Rong turned around and began to dismantle the machine. Xiao Zidua watched Qin Rong dismantle the machine in one go, and couldn't help but sigh. "Looking at the momentum you had when you attacked the mecha just now, I thought you would just violently dismantle it, smash it with one punch or something like that." Qin Rong, "Haven't you heard that I'm also a master in repairing mechas?" With Qin Rong's efforts, the internal mechanism of the device was revealed, and Qin Rong saw the energy embedded in the middle at a glance. It was indeed a piece of pollution source drop, and the level was not low, at least A level. It happened that Qin Rong had used the ability to increase speed several times in a row, and was a little hungry, so she ate it to replenish herself. Just as Qin Rong reached out to take it, she suddenly felt a hint of danger approaching. She foresaw the coming of danger. So the next moment, she appeared on the ground, running at her fastest speed in the opposite direction of the research institute. Sure enough, after Qin Rong escaped, the energy of the research institute exploded. The explosion of the material dropped from the A-level pollution source was comparable to a neutron bomb. Qin Rong was inevitably affected by the explosion, and because the explosion was underground, it also caused a certain degree of collapse. Qin Rong looked at the ruins underground and couldn't help thinking that those researchers might have been blown into slag now, and it would be impossible to interrogate them. Mo Xiansheng was really cruel. He also bombed his own people when he said so, and when Qin Rong came. Knowing that the bomb could not cause any harm to Qin Rong, but still chose to sacrifice his researchers and mechas. Mo Xiansheng was more like an extremist. Chapter 142. God Rong, we know you are also an evolved person. We are in a mess now, and don't know what to do. We urgently need your help. Now it's good. The place collapsed and we got nothing. Xiao Zidua said while yawning and looking downcast. Qin Rong retorted, "Who said you got nothing? Then what did you get? Tell me quickly." Xiao Zidua said excitedly. Qin Rong looked up at the dark clouds above his head and said, "Didn't the rain stop?" Xiao Zidua sighed, "Yes, although we didn't catch the thugs of Dr. Mad, at least we destroyed his machine that destroyed the world." Qin Rong raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone was a little upbeat. "Dr. Mad?" "Yes, he is the mastermind behind this rainfall. Although I don't know all the circumstances, I can roughly guess that it should be the old-fashioned story of scientists destroying the world." Qin Rong responded with a deep laugh, "Well, it is indeed that old-fashioned story." After Xiao Zidua and Qin Rong ended the contact, he went to report the situation to the president, and Qin Rong waited for the space compression station to open. Although the rain stopped, the tornado did not stop immediately, because Mo Xuanqing's space mirror changed the climate environment of this planet a lot, and it was in an unstable state. As the saying goes, a single move affects the whole body. Mo Xiansheng forcibly changed the rainfall in the area, and the water level. He couldn't have been unaware of the result, but he didn't care anymore. When good people face bad people, there is always such a shackle. Bad people can ignore everything, but good people have to look forward and backward. When the main body was resting in the emergency shelter, the clone suddenly opened his eyes. After the human body Qin Rong was announced to be investigated, he was locked up by the president. It was called detention, but it was actually a kind of protection. But just now, Qin Rong heard a loud noise coming from outside. After the sound of the explosion, there was the sound of bullets shooting. Qin Rong listened attentively, but because the human body did not have a wide hearing range as the main body, she could not judge how many people there were. After a while, the battle stopped and Qin Rong heard footsteps. The footsteps became louder and louder, and finally stopped in front of her. There were only 3 people standing in front of Qin Rong, but they had 10 legs. One of them had 3 heads and 6 legs, and the whole person seemed to be stretched out, hunched over, very strange. The other 2 people, one had fish scales growing on his neck and even chin, and the other had both hands turned into metal. Qin Rong's main body was a black ball, which had nothing to do with humans, but in terms of image, it was quite cute. The 3 people in front of him had not been completely deformed, and they looked more like half ordinary people and half pollutants, which looked quite low in sanity. Qin Rong, who had been a cruiser for so many years, almost couldn't help but rush up, but her identity as a prisoner made her calm down and look at these 3 people from another perspective. The man with 3 heads, all 3 heads showed an expression of pleading, and he said to Qin Rong, "God Rong, we need you." Qin Rong looked at him in surprise. The fish scale man said, "You have been locked up for so long, you may not know the situation outside. There are people who evolve every day. Some people's changes can be concealed, but for people like me, the fish scales have grown on my face and can't be concealed. God Rong, we know you are also an evolved person. We are in a mess now, and don't know what to do. We urgently need your guidance." Qin Rong frowned. How could this be? Did Mo Xiansheng not intend to stop the rain in all areas, or did he not expect that evolution would come so quickly? Chapter 143. It is clear that the main body has stopped the rain, but things are not going in a good direction, but are running towards chaos and disorder. These people who rushed into the cage where Qin Rong was imprisoned, begged Qin Rong to stand up and take charge of the situation in front of Qin Rong. Qin Rong was the first pollution source with self-will to be exposed, so when these people who began to distort did not know how to deal with themselves, they gathered together and used each other's superpowers to break into the place where Qin Rong was imprisoned, wanting to rescue Qin Rong. These distorted people believed that Qin Rong was the same as them, and they were the same kind of people, and Qin Rong, who had become no different from humans, could help them avoid some detours. Of course, there is a prerequisite for all of this, that is, Qin Rong himself is a great and glorious character. Putting aside the fact that he was finally found to be a pollution source and was imprisoned, Qin Rong's reputation in the Interstellar and the things he did were believed by people. So these people would take risks. Qin Rong admired those who dared to find her, but also felt that they were too reckless. She said, "But if you just barge in like this, it's tantamount to declaring war on the government. This is not a good idea." The man with fish scales laughed bitterly and said, "What else can I do? I have become like this. It is difficult to travel normally, let alone fight for other rights. I can only hide in the house and dare not go out. If this organization hadn't found me, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to go out. I wouldn't dare to let them deliver the takeaway to my door. I would only dare to let them leave it outside the door." Qin Rong looked at his appearance, and a ripple rose in her heart. It was indeed as he said. After the distortion, it was difficult to maintain a normal life. I spent the whole day in panic and fear, let alone seeking a way out for myself. But his words gave Qin Rong another piece of information. Qin Rong said in surprise, "You just said organization, what organization?" The man with fish scales explained, "After you were detained, the mutation outside began. I was one of the earliest mutations, but before me, there was another group of people who had already mutated. They founded an organization called the Evolutionary Association. We get together regularly to discuss matters, but so far, we have not had anyone who can stand up and take the lead." Speaking of this, the man with fish scales looked at Qin Rong with burning eyes, and the other 2 people, after him, also cast expectant eyes at Qin Rong. Qin Rong thought to herself, it turned out that they wanted her to be the first to come forward. Isn't this almost like the big boss of an underground organization? The risk factor is rising sharply. Qin Rong said, "I know you have expectations of me, but I'm sorry, I won't leave here." The man with fish scales on his body flickered a few times, and he said, When we take you out, you will have a different view after seeing the situation outside. Qin Rong raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you have to take me out?" 3 people, 5 heads nodded at the same time. Qin Rong's body is just an ordinary human. They want to take him away, and he can't do anything. So Qin Rong said, "Then let's go." The 3 people didn't seem to expect Qin Rong to be so easy to talk to, but after that, the fish scale man took out the clothes in his backpack and put them on Qin Rong's body, covering the prison uniform Qin Rong was originally wearing. And on the back of Qin Rong's new clothes, there was a big font, saying, Evolutionary Human Association. Chapter 144. Make a Deal. When Qin Rong heard the name of the Evolutionary Human Association, he had some guesses. After seeing the pattern on the upper left of the font on the back of the shirt, he immediately confirmed it. The icon is a roaring dinosaur, so it goes without saying who is behind this association. The kidnapping of Qin Rong's human body is no longer a big news, and it has not even been reported, because people are already in trouble. They are more concerned about why changes have occurred in their bodies, what should they do, and whether they should continue to cover it up. At the beginning of this mutation, it was from the youngest. People thought that their children were infected and hid them in panic. Some thought it was a new virus, but when they went to the hospital, they found that there were so many patients in the hospital that they could not accommodate them. The society is completely in chaos. The police and the cruisers walked through the streets, and they couldn't tell who to catch and who not to catch. Before the end of the world came, people were scared by themselves. When Qin Rong's real body rushed to the president's office and reported to him, she found that the building was empty, and it seemed that many people had disappeared. The clerk beside the president was still there, but he was wrapped tightly, with a black square scarf, completely covering his cheeks. Qin Rong did not explore what his face looked like under the square scarf. She felt that it must be a topic that the clerk did not want to talk about. However, the clerk's voice sounded the same as usual, calmly. With a bit of human-machine feeling, he said, "Please come in, the president is waiting for you." After destroying the rainy place, Qin Rong reported to the president and asked for a meeting. But asking the president to wait for her, isn't it a bit too important? Qin Rong pushed open the door and looked inside. She saw a messy place, with documents piled on the table casually, and an ashtray in the middle of the table, with countless cigarette butts in the ashtray. The president was originally standing in front of the window. When he heard the door open, he turned his head, looked at Qin Rong, and smiled. Qin Rong seemed to have a feeling and said, "Did something bad happen? You are so depressed." The president opened the window and extinguished the cigarette, but, wanting to let the smoke in the room dissipate a little. "Sorry, I indulged myself a little." Qin Rong came to the sofa and sat down. At the same time, the president also came to the sofa. His posture was very relaxed, just like last time. If it weren't for the messy documents and countless cigarette butts, Qin Rong might not be able to tell what his mental state was like. The president's first sentence was, "Your operation was very successful. Our team also successfully found Mo Xuanqing's lair and captured him. This should be a good thing." But the gentle smile on the president's face was a little desperate. But it's still too late. Although the people have been caught, the mutation has also begun. It's not just one or two, but one region after another. The president showed Qin Rong a table. The table only had a rough statistics, but the number has reached a shocking level. How can the mutation be so serious? The mutation rate in the coastal city can reach 50%. This is not a top priority at the moment. Exploring the cause is a matter after solving this problem. The current situation is that social order has collapsed. The collapse of social order is a very difficult thing, but the recent waves have overwhelmed the mood of the masses. People's panic is the first reaction when they are threatened. You can't stop it, you can only suppress or guide it. But there are so many mutations at once. How can there be so many people to slowly give you psychological counseling? It's simply a fantasy. What's more, their current communication has regressed so much that communication is difficult. You know, only the wanderers will send mobile phones for internal communication. Ordinary people have to pay to buy them if they want to communicate. This leads to a lack of communication bridge between the masses and the leaders, and the comforting message cannot be reached in the first time. Moreover, Mo Xuanqing's people are still making trouble in the dark. This city is better because the publicity is in place, and the panic has not spread here, but they may have heard about the situation in other cities. The cities in Linhai are already in chaos. The Beijing-Tianjin area you were in before is also in chaos. This round, we really lost, so I plan to make a deal. Chapter 145. The most valuable. What deal? Qin Rong inexplicably heard a hint of guilt from his mouth. Who is this guilt for me? When Qin Rong was suspicious, he heard the president say, "I am going to make a deal with Mo Xiansheng. He will restore the right to use the optical brain and help me stabilize the masses." Qin Rong frowned. He knew that the president made this decision after careful consideration. For the people, this is indeed the best way now. They don't care who is in power. They just hope that their lives can be good. In the current environment, if the optical brain can be restored, it is equivalent to injecting a shot of heart into everyone. So cooperating with Mo Xiansheng has nothing to do with morality, but it is just a pure cooperation of interests. For the people, it may be a good thing in the short term, but for Qin Rong, it will make her feel powerless. It's like an anime. The protagonist has gone through hardships to defeat the big boss, but at the last moment, the big boss directly turns against him and washes himself white. This makes readers feel very frustrated. How can the bad guy win? He obviously kills so many innocent people just to implement his bullshit idea. The story shouldn't be like this. Isn't it that the good guy stopped the bad guy and finally had a happy ending? Qin Rong felt powerless, making her feel that everything she had done before was meaningless. The president said, "I know you should disagree with me, but I have no choice." Qin Rong pursed her lips and said, "He is a crazy scientist. Working with him is like trying to get the skin of a tiger. Who knows whether the ending will be better or worse?" The president sighed, and he looked as if he had aged several years. He said, I understand everything. If I had a choice, I wouldn't do this either, but I can't abandon those cities near the sea. Can I let them be in chaos and kill each other? For them, Mo Xiansheng's act of slaughtering those people is not the end of the world, but the chaos that has come to them. The one who survives to the end is often not the righteous, but the most valuable. Now, Mo Xiansheng is the most valuable. Qin Rong was silent for a long time, and she said in a somewhat dry voice, "I know. You don't have to continue the task of stopping the rain. You are free now. You can do what you want and chat with your relatives and friends while Beijing and Tianjin are not completely in chaos." The president stood up and patted Qin Rong on the shoulder, which meant that she could leave. Qin Rong did not stay any longer and turned around and left. From the entrance of the building to the presidential office, with layers of defense, you need to go through a long corridor. For the first time, Qin Rong felt that this corridor was so long that it seemed endless. She succeeded, didn't she? As a result, her and Mo Xiansheng's situation was completely reversed. She is now useless to the president, and Mo Xiansheng has become the same front as the president. Qin Rong walked out of the empty building. She looked behind her and thought about it again. Should she buy a house or something, so that she would have a place to go when she was confused? Her cell phone rang at this time, interrupting Qin Rong's empty mood appropriately. The call prompt was a hidden number. Qin Rong picked up, and Zhao Ziduo's voice came from the other end. "What's going on? What's our next mission? I'm too lazy to wait for that dead fish face to notify me, so I ask you directly." Qin Rong said, "There is no next mission." "What do you mean, we are disbanded? I finally did something interesting. Why is it over?" Qin Rong said, "The change of the rain is out of control. Some government personnel, cruisers, and police officers have mutated. The internal organization has slowed down, and the external society has collapsed. The president now has to cooperate with Mo Xiansheng." "That big boss?" "Yes. That's not right. How can it be like this? What about those few nights I stayed up for the mission? You have a miserable life." Zhao Ziduo complained to Qin Rong, but he could do nothing about the current situation. If the optical brain could really be restored, then it was not impossible to cooperate with Mo Xiansheng. After Qin Rong hung up the phone, she reorganized her mood. The emptiness faded away, and she had a few places she wanted to go. However, due to the chaos in Beijing and Tianjin, the space transmission to Beijing and Tianjin was no longer available, and the long-distance buses were also closed. Qin Rong had no choice but to go to the city and spend money to buy an aircraft. Yes, it was to buy it. Because of the chaos, the rental aircraft could not be taken back at all, so only the sales business was carried out. If it weren't for the fact that driving the Mecha consumed too much energy, Qin Rong would have driven the Mecha back directly. After driving the aircraft, there was no control in the air, and no traffic police came to check the post. Qin Rong ran all the way to Beijing and Tianjin without any hindrance. Along the way, Qin Rong did not see the scene of Beijing and Tianjin because of the high altitude of the flight. It was not until she began to land that she saw the current appearance of Beijing and Tianjin. Large shopping malls were robbed, and the nutrient solution vending machines on the street were also forcibly pried open, and the nutrient solution inside disappeared. Anyone who appeared on the street must be wrapped tightly, with hurried steps, and they looked around vigilantly, as if someone would pounce on them in the next second. After driving for many hours from the president's place, Qin Rong finally arrived at the Cruiser Management Bureau in Beijing and Tianjin. The door of the cruiser was open, but there were not many people inside, and the front desk was nowhere to be seen. Qin Rong walked in, and the gate in front of her shouted, "Please swipe your card to enter." Qin Rong naturally didn't want to find any card. She jumped over the gate, and came inside. There were only a few people at the workstations on the first floor. They seemed to be isolated from the outside world, and still stick to their jobs. When Qin Rong walked past them, they recognized Qin Rong. Now it is difficult for many people in the Interstellar to reach the popularity of Qin Rong. After all, she is a woman in the textbook. In addition, Qin Rong later worked at the Wanderer Center, and the Wanderers would discuss Qin Rong's affairs after dinner, when they got together. They saw it but didn't react much. This kind of emotional feedback was like a kind of calm madness. Anyway, the world is over, what else can I do? I can continue to live step by step. The Wanderers with a faint sense of death saw Qin Rong and just asked, "Are you here to see Director Jiang?" Qin Rong nodded and said, "Yes, I am here to see him. Director Jiang hasn't been here for several days." "Where is he going?" "I don't know." "Don't you have anyone to find him?" The man shook his head. "Yes, it's useless to find him. Now, no one knows whether he will change tomorrow. Jiang Lian is not a savior. Maybe he has changed too." Qin Rong took a deep breath and asked again, "What are you doing now?" The man said, "Previous pollution source files are being sorted out. Because of the social shutdown, there is no new work to do now." When the man came to the Cruiser Management Center, there were no new pollution sources waiting for him to solve like before. If we have to count the pollution sources, should the mutated people be cleaned up? Even if we really have to clean them up, can we clean them up when our companions have mutated? The man's state does not seem to be working, but more like ringing a bell. So Qin Rong said again, "It won't be long, order will be restored soon." The man did not believe Qin Rong's words. In his opinion, Qin Rong's words were more like drawing cakes. How can society be restored when it has become like this? Who can turn the tide? Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound came from this floor, like the sound of the debugging signal before the old radio was turned on. The decibel of the sound was too high, and everyone was shocked and looked around in panic. The feeling of man-machine disappeared now. The sound came from all directions, and because there were too many sources, it was difficult to determine at once. "My fellow countrymen, I am your President Bayer. In the past few days, we have experienced some things together, some things that happened to you, which made you panic and incomprehensible. But everyone, you don't need to panic anymore. The government has found out that this is an evolution of mankind. Right now, evolution is still going on, but the dawn has come. When the evolution is over, we humans will become a race that is no longer afraid of pollution. We will completely defeat pollution, and have the ability to pollute the source. My fellow countrymen, you should not panic, you should be excited. Because the strongest era of our human beings has arrived, we will have extremely powerful abilities, like the source of pollution, and there will be no side effects." Next, Professor Mo Xianxing, an expert in the study of human evolution, will explain the process of evolution in detail. Hello everyone. I am Mo Xianxing. I believe that most people are unfamiliar with me. Before explaining evolution, please allow me to introduce myself. I used to be the leader of the government's pollution source research team, and studied polluting organisms for 10 years. No one knows more about polluting organisms than me. Pollution is essentially a kind of energy. Since the crystals dropped by pollutants can be used by mechas, why would they cause harm to humans? Is there a way to allow humans to accept this energy and maintain rationality? Qin Rong listened to Mo Xianxing's talk, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the man next to him suddenly exclaimed, "It's the optical computer. It's the sound coming from the optical computer." Another person rushed to the nearest source of the sound, raised the optical computer above his head and said, "It is indeed the optical computer. Humans cannot throw away an unusable optical computer as garbage. After all, it has been with them for so many years, like an identity card." Some people put the optical computer at their workstations. Qin Rong didn't want to listen anymore. This was exactly like the story of a capitalist who made a fortune by slaughtering ordinary people. Qin Rong said to the man next to him, "Do you have the address of Jiang Lian's house?" The man was called back to his senses by Qin Rong, and he said blankly, "It's on the computer. Check it out and write it down for me." "Oh, okay." Jiang Lian's residence is not private. They are not a confidential unit, and they are not worried about retaliation. Even if the pollution source wants to hold a grudge, it has no ability to come to the cruiser management center to take the director's address. Except Qin Rong. After copying down the address and handing it to Qin Rong, the man's expression suddenly became excited. He was so excited that he forgot Qin Rong's identity and grabbed Qin Rong's hand directly. He said, "You know it, right? You knew it a long time ago, right? We can still be saved. We will soon be able to return to the past, or even surpass the past." Seeing him so happy, Qin Rong didn't know how to speak for a while. In short, Mo Xianxing has indeed appeased the people and given them hope, but all this is caused by him. Qin Rong put the note into his pocket, patted his hand, and then broke free from his hand and said, "As long as you are alive, nothing is impossible. You can boldly imagine the future." The man's spirit was completely lifted. He and his colleagues hugged each other with tears in their eyes, celebrating the end of the doomsday. Qin Rong walked out of the cruiser hall. The light screens outside were all playing Mo Xianxing's speech without exception. It was visible everywhere. In peacetime, people would think that my electronic devices were not controlled by me and started directly by themselves. This was terrible and violated my privacy. But at this time, strength is a reassurance, proving that there are people who are more powerful than me, who are in control of the overall situation. Qin Rong covered his ears and avoided the people who looked up at the light screen and listened to the broadcast. Later, more and more people gathered. Mo Xianxing on the screen said, "Roughly speaking, human lifespan will no longer be limited to 100 years. Special mutations can even achieve immortality after reaching a certain energy level." The crowd burst into a fierce cheer, rushing into Qin Rong's ears like a tidal wave. Qin Rong hurried past again, but this time, she left a sentence, "Hack you, Mo Xianxing." Chapter 146. Let's make peace. Qin Rong ran on the street with her collar turned up. No one noticed her. She ran to an open space, took out her aircraft from the space device, and rose into the sky again. She thought that she could avoid Mo Xianxing's bombing by staying away from the ground, but it turned out that she couldn't avoid it. The broken aircraft she bought was also loaded with the optical computer module, so it started automatically without Qin Rong's control. Mo Xianxing's voice came again, making Qin Rong's expression numb. Qin Rong reached out to turn it off, and then found that it couldn't be turned off at all. More rogue than rogue software, it's simply legal robbery. Mo Xianxing on the screen suddenly flashed, and then turned off after a moment. Qin Rong felt a little strange. Why did it suddenly stop? But there is no need to worry about such a small matter. After all, it is very likely caused by poor contact of the aircraft. After flying for 10 minutes, Qin Rong arrived at the destination. When landing, the screen that was originally closed suddenly flashed again and turned on automatically. Mo Xianxing's face, which looked kind and gentle, but was already on Qin Rong's blacklist, appeared in the camera. Mo Xianxing said, "We need to talk." At this moment, Qin Rong had not reacted yet, and thought that Mo Xianxing was speaking to the public. When she found a place to park the aircraft, she heard Mo Xianxing say again, "Qin Rong, we need to talk." Since he had named her, Qin Rong naturally realized that the public speech was over, and this was Mo Xianxing talking to her. But Qin Rong had only one sentence to him: "If we are on different paths, we cannot make plans together. We have nothing to say." After saying that, he punched the screen with a clean punch, causing the touch screen to completely lose contact. The light screen was still trying to restart, but it found that the line could not be connected, and it kept reporting errors, so it had to give up. Qin Rong put the aircraft back into the space device, and then she walked into where Jiang Lian lived. Jiang Lian, and she used to live in the dormitory of the cruiser administration. Later, Qin Rong bought a house and Jiang Lian moved out to rent a house. Qin Rong remembered that Jiang Lian still lived in that one bedroom, one living room, more than 30 square meter rental apartment, but in fact, he was already a director who could afford a house in the villa area. Qin Rong had a thought in his mind: how high the salary of the director of the cruiser administration must be to be able to live in such a rich area. Qin Rong died before he became a director in his previous life, and he never experienced the value of a director's salary. Walking through the green park of the villa area, Qin Rong saw a row of small Western-style buildings. Qin Rong finally found Jiang Lian's residence by recognizing the signs on the outermost door one by one. She rang the doorbell in front of the door and waited for a while, but no one came. Qin Rong knocked on the door several times and pressed the video doorbell again, but still no one came. So Qin Rong used his possession ability, and the person disappeared out of thin air, and his clothes fell to the ground. Qin Rong possessed the marble in front of the door, and moved step by step into the room. In this small villa, Qin Rong easily found Jiang Lian's trace after searching with his spatial ability. The latter was lying in his bedroom, pretending to be a dark mushroom. Qin Rong thought to himself that he didn't open the door even though he heard the knock on the door. Was he planning to suffocate himself? So Qin Rong recovered his body, opened the door of the villa, brought his clothes in, put them on, and finally knocked on Jiang Lian's bedroom door. Because of his spatial ability, Qin Rong could see that Jiang Lian inside had entered a state of alert. He picked up the weapon and held it on his body. If he confirmed that it was a criminal, he would probably kill the other party without hesitation. Qin Rong continued to knock on the door with a little intention of teasing him, knocking 3 times and stopping, looking like a human machine. Before Jiang Lian pushed open the door and saw Qin Rong used his mental power to directly control Jiang Lian's weapon and let the weapon float in the air. Qin Rong's action seemed to have startled Jiang Lian, causing the nails on Jiang Lian's palms to grow long and sharp, and the shape of his palms was constantly changing. Finally, they turned into a pair of sharp cat claws. Jiang Lian's body jumped out with a speed beyond that of an ordinary person, and directly threw the mischievous Qin Rong to the ground, and the sharp claws also scratched his neck directly. But at a distance of 1 centimeter from Qin Rong's neck, the claws could not get any closer, and just stopped here. At this moment, Jiang Lian also saw clearly who was knocking on the door. Because of the change, Jiang Lian locked himself in the room, so his mood was naturally not very good. Qin Rong also deliberately scared him, which made it difficult for Jiang Lian to have a good tone. But knowing that he was not a bad person, his mood also calmed down, but his hands did not recover because of the calmness of his mood, and still maintained the shape of cat claws. Jiang Lian said, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be the boss of the evolved people now?" A question mark popped up in Qin Rong's head. She said speechlessly, "You slander me as soon as you open your mouth. When did I say I would be their boss? Then why did those people blow up the prison and rescue you?" Qin Rong corrected, "This is not called rescue. To be precise, it should be called kidnapping." Jiang Lian's frown loosened a little, but then frowned again. He said a little self-deprecatingly, "You come to me now to laugh at me." Qin Rong said with a smile, "Why do you say that? I just said those words to you, and in the blink of an eye I also became a pollutant. Isn't it funny? I didn't mean to laugh at you. I was afraid that you would find a rope around your neck and swing, so I came to see you." Although Jiang Lian didn't say it, his face was obviously much better. After a moment, Jiang Lian said again, "No matter what, I will not seek death. I have other people's lives on my body, and I have to live for them." Qin Rong sighed and said, "No matter what you think, just live." "Did you listen to the scientist's speech?" Jiang Lian looked at Qin Rong in confusion, and he said, "What speech? It seems that I didn't listen. I didn't expect that even though Mo Xianxing had done so much, there were still some fish that slipped through the net." After complaining, Qin Rong asked again, "Where is your optical computer?" "After the last neutron bomb was fired for no reason, I removed the batteries from all the smart devices in my home and put them in the basement." The previous incident sounded the alarm for Jiang Lian, and the subsequent optical computer incident made him realize that smart devices were stealing his privacy all the time. So Jiang Lian was very cautious and put them away after removing the power supply. He thought that no matter how powerful the intelligence was, it should not be able to start without power. Qin Rong said, "How long have you not been out?" Jiang Lian's expression was hard to describe. After a while, he said awkwardly, 2 days, my body mutation was originally uncontrollable. My whole body was covered with hair, my hands and feet turned into tiger claws, and my body shape changed. I couldn't walk upright anymore, and I had to walk on all fours. Then, after a day and a night of recovery, he barely regained his human form. Today, he looks like a human, but as long as he gets excited, his body will undergo different degrees of mutations, and the recovery time is uncertain. It may take a long time to change back, or it may change back quickly. Qin Rong asked again, "Have you eaten in the past 2 days?" I was very hungry when the mutation occurred, and I had already drunk all the nutrient solution at home. I wanted to go out and buy some, but you know the situation in the mall now. Everything is sold out. Qin Rong saw that Jiang Lian's eyes also had a faint numbness and hopelessness. He must have made a lot of efforts, but found that the efforts were useless. He could neither stop the mutation nor stop the panic of the people. In the end, he himself also changed. Qin Rong got up from the ground and told Jiang Lian some of what the president had said to him, which probably made him understand the current situation. Jiang Lian is not a fool. He is the director. Even if Qin Rong's words are more obscure, He immediately understood what Qin Rong meant. Jiang Lian immediately used his political mind to analyze. He said, if this is the case, it can indeed stabilize the situation at the lowest cost. Whether it is to seek the skin of a tiger or not, let's get through this first. Qin Rong nodded. He did not tell him about the tasks assigned by the president, but told him how to use the current abnormal abilities. In fact, the first point to use them is to accept their existence. When I thought I was just reborn by borrowing Yurong's shell, I behaved no different from ordinary people, and I never felt that I was a pollution source. But when I knew I had the ability began to show. Accept its existence, and then feel the energy flowing in your body. Jiang Lian looked at Qin Rong with hesitation. Qin Rong, say whatever you want to say. I can't feel it. I feel like a broken alarm clock, which rings occasionally, but I don't know when it will ring or when it will stop. Then you can fix it yourself and see what's broken. Jiang Lian took a deep breath and thought about changing his body back to human. He stared at his palm, stared a hole, and didn't let his palm change back. Qin Rong resisted the urge to complain about his poor performance and encouraged him, don't worry, it's okay even if you go out like this. There are many more strange mutations than you on the street. You are already considered cute. Cute? Jiang Lian frowned, obviously very dissatisfied with Qin Rong's adjective. He retorted, who said tigers are cute? Qin Rong raised his eyebrows slightly and said, who said you are tiger claws? A question mark appeared above Jiang Lian's head. Your claws are cat claws, big brother. Are cat claws this big? This is clearly a tiger claw. Your claws are big cat claws. Stop struggling. Tiger claws don't look like this. The two argued back and forth for a while, and finally Qin Rong was too lazy to argue, and Jiang Lian's tiger claw view took the upper hand. I feel relieved to see that you are still alive, and well, and not trying to die. I have other people to meet. You should also accept your new image as soon as possible and go back to work. The cruiser administration still needs people to support the overall situation. Jiang Lian said, are you leaving now? Or should I stay with you for a few more days? Then do you have anywhere to go? This question stumped Qin Rong. But after a moment, Qin Rong waved his hand and said, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter where I sleep now. No one dares to disturb me if I go to the polluted area to sleep. You have taken the territory of the pollution source, and the pollution source dare not disturb you. Are you so domineering? Qin Rong smiled, showing her sharp white canine teeth, and she said with a smile, I will eat the pollution source. The energy contained in your body now is also a delicious meal in my eyes. Be careful with your words and deeds, Director Jiang, don't provoke me. Jiang Lian said lightly, I never provoke anyone, I just talk about the matter. Qin Rong said goodbye to him, and when he was about to walk to the door, Jiang Lian chased him out again, put his cat's paws behind his back, and only showed his face at the door. He asked, are we reconciled now? Qin Rong smiled and said, if you think it counts, then it counts. Chapter 147. I want to ask who you are, Yurong? Or Qin Rong? After hearing Qin Rong's answer, Jiang Lian's expression became a little complicated, as if many things changed overnight, and things that he thought were impossible to compromise in the past would also be understood. After Qin Rong said goodbye to Jiang Lian, he went to Jiang Yuqi's residence where he had been before. This residential building seems to be no different from the last time he came, but there are no people hanging out downstairs, and the garbage is left unattended, which looks a bit desolate. After the social shutdown, people's demand for nutrient solution increased, so those who had nutrient solution returned home, and everyone was in danger. Those who didn't have nutrient solution were anxious and just wanted to go out and buy some to stock up. However, when they went out, they found that no one was selling nutrient solution, and they couldn't buy it through normal channels, so they could only rely on robbing. So based on the herd mentality, this part of people also became the subsequent order destroyers. Qin Rong knocked on the door outside, and unlike Jiang Lian, Jiang Yuqi's side quickly responded. Jiang Yuqi pressed the video doorbell. This was installed by Jiang Yuqi after he found that some people had changed, and was worried about being robbed. Jiang Yuqi saw Qin Rong outside from the video. That's right, she escaped from prison, and appeared in front of Jiang Yuqi. Jiang Yuqi opened the door in seconds like last time, and after pulling Qin Rong in, he looked around and confirmed that there was no one in the corridor, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Rong smiled and said, don't be nervous, I'm not wanted, I have reached a consensus with the president. Before Qin Rong finished speaking, he saw the two sitting on the sofa in Jiang Yuqi's house. Shen Lang looked in good condition, but he seemed to have grown fish gills on both sides of his neck, and his ears extended upwards, somewhat like a mermaid in a comic book. Qian Jianning's change was a little bigger than Shenlang's. Her originally black hair had now turned into a very bright color, with 2 strands of hair on her cheeks turning yellow. Most of her hair was green, mixed with some light blue, dark blue, and brown hair, and on the back of her palms, she had grown short blue and green hair that reflected light in the sun. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and then Qin Rong regrouped and said, "Hello." Shenlang looked at Qin Rong with a complicated expression, and he nodded slightly and said, "Hello." Qian Jianning was not like Shenlang. She was straightforward and said, "What hello? Shouldn't you say long time no see?" Qin Rong heard the emotion in her words, so he comforted her and said, "Indeed, long time no see." "How long? From the neutron bomb explosion, or from the ship?" "I can explain about the matter of injuring your housekeeper." "No, I know he is a robot. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I want to ask who you are, Rong? Or Qin Rong?" Qin Rong and Qian Jianning's eyes met, and the other's eyes were straight, which made Qin Rong feel a little evasive. Qin Rong knew that Rong might be a very important friend to Qian Jianning, or even one of the few who could be called a friend. So when Qian Jianning learned about Rong's death, she was probably the saddest and the one who had the hardest time getting over it. In the dead of night, she might shed 2 tears for her. But Qin Rong had no better choice at the time. She couldn't maintain Rong's body, and turned into a little black ball. Then, because the identity of Rong didn't help her much, she changed back to Qin Rong's identity. Qin Rong certainly wanted to be herself. If Jiang Yuqi hadn't found her, she wouldn't have told Jiang Yuqi the truth. She was the source of pollution. It was too scary to be able to turn into Rong and then die. No matter who she told, it was a burden to the other party. The truth was clear, but just like when he faced Jiang Lian, Qin Rong also felt guilty for making Qian Jianning sad. So Qin Rong said seriously, "I used the identity of Rong to get along with you for a while. Since when did it start to be yours?" Qian Jianning asked. "From that day, I won the first place in the Mecha driving class, and you wanted to compete with me." Chapter 148. Humanity will become the overlord again. That means, since I got to know you, it has always been you. Qian Jianning no longer felt uncomfortable. She thought Qin Rong was a replacement, but she didn't expect it was her from beginning to end. "What about Rong?" Qian Jianning suddenly remembered this person again. She left in the polluted area and returned to her original place. Qian Jianning thought Qin Rong meant that Rong was dead, but in fact, Qin Rong's words were just superficial. She really returned to her original world. The system went to find her later, and was scolded by her. Speaking of which, the system has not appeared for a long time. Qin Rong was busy dealing with the crap in the real world, and had not talked to each other. And she did not achieve the goal that the system asked her to achieve at the beginning, and the system did not seem to care. Perhaps its fundamental purpose was not to ask her to fall in love with a male protagonist. With its mentally retarded brain, perhaps falling in love with a male protagonist was the fastest way it could think of to achieve its goal. Just like the bad idea it gave to the person who played Rong. Qin Rong originally just wanted to come over and say hello to Jiang Yuqi and the others, but when Qian Jianning saw her again, she had a lost enthusiasm for her, so Qin Rong, who was originally just concerned about their recent situation, was forced to stay by Qian Jianning. Qin Rong had lived in Jiang Yuqi's house before, and now with a few more people, there was not enough room to live. Fortunately, everyone could live a hard life. Jiang Yuqi and Shenlang squeezed into a bed, while Qin Rong and Qian Jianning slept on the floor of the living room. At night, Qin Rong and Qian Jianning chatted about some random things. Qin Rong suddenly remembered something and asked, "Why are you here with Jiang Yuqi? Where is your father?" "My father asked me to come here. He said he had something to do, and didn't want me to go to him for the time being." "Something to do?" Qin Rong felt a little strange. It was just a joke to say that the end of the world was coming. What could be more important than being with your family? Although it was strange, Qin Rong couldn't get an answer from Qian Jianning. After all, Qian Jianning didn't know what her father was doing. But soon, Qin Rong knew the answer. Her human body had been taken to the base camp of the evolutionary people. As he expected, there was still a leader, and she was taken to a base of the evolutionary people. The other party treated her very politely, and let her stay in a clean and bright room. Then, she waited for her first guest. Qian Jianning's father, Qian Linru. After meeting Qian Linru, Qin Rong didn't need to ask him what he was busy with. The situation had already told her clearly that even if Mo Xiansheng wanted to replace her daughter on that ship, and even replaced him with a robot, he was still Mo Xuanqing's man. Qin Rong thought to himself, this crazy scientist has so many cards up his sleeve. Tell a hell joke, this can be regarded as technology changing society. Qianlinru's appearance didn't seem to have changed much, but it was impossible to arbitrarily judge whether he had changed or not. When he walked in front of Qin Rong, his expression was quite complicated. Miss Qin. If Qianlinru's address didn't include any other references, if it was intended to be a compliment, she might have called her Master Qin, Minister Qin, etc. Qin Rong didn't beat around the bush with him, she said. Just say it directly if you have anything to say, no need to exchange pleasantries. Qianlinru's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Qin Rong said again, Mo Xiansheng has something to say to me. He can't come, so he sent you to persuade me. Qianlinru slowly put away his embarrassed expression, and said, That's right. I know you have conflicts, and you are also resentful of him, but things have already happened. Even the president is cooperating with Mo Xiansheng. Why are you stubborn? Qin Rong, are you persuading me or scolding me? Qianlinru, it's my problem. Anyway, what I mean is that we might as well look forward. Qin Rong, looking forward is based on the premise that those who do bad things have to pay the price. Since you are Mo Xiansheng's man, you should know that he did a big cleanup before the rain. So many innocent people were killed just because they could not be infected. What's wrong with that? I don't agree with what he did, but you also know that the scientists around him are a bunch of lunatics. They never consider morality and law when they do things. They are worried that these people who cannot be infected will reproduce, so there will always be humans who cannot be infected. Only when these people die will they not pollute the human gene pool. Qin Rong was so angry that he laughed. He could not be polluted by the source of pollution. If the Federation had the same technology as Mo Xiansheng and could find these people, then perhaps the vaccine for pollution would have been made. If they were not afraid of pollution, those who died from pollution in the past 10 or 20 years could actually survive. But fate was wrong. Technology like optical brain was finally controlled by radical scientists like Mo Xiansheng. The progress of mankind may have taken another path when Qin Rong came back to life. Qianlinru looked at Qin Rong with some worry. He said, Those people are dead, the ending cannot be changed, but the living are still alive. They need you to guide them out of confusion. Qin Rong said, He caused this result, and asked me to help him clean up the mess? Qianlinru sighed and said, Indeed, kind people always give more than ruthless people. Qin Rong was silent for a long time. Just when Qianlinru thought she would not speak again, Qin Rong said, Since he wants to talk to me, let's talk and see if there is any value in me. Qianlinru showed a faint smile on his face. He took out the light computer from his pocket and tapped it twice. He wanted to put the light computer on Qin Rong's arm, but Qin Rong refused. Qianlinru had no choice but to project the video call so that Qin Rong could see the image directly. Qin Rong saw Mo Xiansheng's face with a sporadic smile, and the decoration of the presidential office behind him. Thank you for being willing to connect and talk to me. Qin Rong said in a bad tone. Do I have any other choice? Don't exchange pleasantries. We are not familiar with each other. Just tell me what you want me to do. You should know the current situation of the people. Although my speech appeased them, they didn't know me at all before. My credibility, even the credibility of the president, is not enough. At this time, they need a stronger reassurance. After a pause, Mo Xiansheng continued, I need to let them see how powerful the new human beings will be in the future. Therefore, I need you, the Mecha textbook, to help me play a play. Qin Rong frowned. What do you mean? You know the first Super S pollution area, right? Not only Qin Rong knows, but the whole galaxy knows that the top 10 Super S pollution areas are in the textbooks of elementary and middle schools. They represent the 10 mountains that humans have not yet conquered. They are pressure, fear, and motivation. I want you to solve this pollution source alone. From the moment you start, I will broadcast it live on the optical brain. You can think of this as a large-scale reality show. You will defeat the first pollution source under the gaze of all the people in the galaxy. People will understand that the days when the pollution area continues to expand, and the human living area shrinks will never come again. From the moment you win, we humans will once again become the overlords on the earth, and we will open up an extremely glorious new era. It was just a projection, but Qin Rong could feel the light in Mo Xiansheng's eyes, confident, powerful, and crazy. Mo Xiansheng's excitement faded. He looked at Qin Rong calmly and asked, How about it? Are you willing? Have you ever thought that I can't kill the number one source of pollution? I haven't thought that my confidence in you exceeds your confidence in yourself. Qin Rong said, Where's the president? Is he by your side? The president has been beside him, and he appeared in the projection when he heard Qin Rong's question. You are so smart, you must know what I mean. People need you. So the best plan we finally came up with, if this reality show can be achieved, the chaos time will be shortened by 30%. In terms of materials, there is actually nothing missing, whether it is nutrient solution or daily necessities, they can be quickly restored to supply, but the will and spirit of mankind cannot be successfully guided by a scientist who suddenly appeared and a government that is on the verge of dissolution. You are the best person to lead them. What else is more suitable than the first mutated human, the hero in the Interstellar textbook, the founder of the Mecha industry, and the strongest new human at present? She has been put on this pedestal. How could she possibly refuse just because she couldn't stand Mo Schwanching's behavior? Chapter 149. After the optical brain was restored, the channels for people to obtain information became simpler again. The media company that was on the verge of bankruptcy has now found its direction and started to produce videos. Some people who have experienced failure in the past, but are highly sensitive, also want to take advantage of the current redistribution of resources to stand in a better and more advantageous position. What is the hottest discussion on the internet right now? Naturally, it is the matter of human evolution. Some people are talking about what abilities they will have after evolution. Some people are opposed to evolution, and some people think that their evolution is too sudden this time. In short, where people are, there are always arguments and opinions. When some people have not yet re-established social order, and some people are still afraid of evolution, a heavy news exploded on the Star Network. Qin Rong, who was once suspected of being a source of pollution, has transformed himself into the world's first evolved person. Not only that, a variety show called Evolution Frontline directly landed on everyone's optical brain news headlines. Just click in, and you can see the introduction of Qin Rong's identity, and how she shares how to correctly control the power in the body. The woman in the camera has not changed much in appearance compared to 10 years ago, but her demeanor is more calm and steady. The reporter behind the camera asked about the feeling of using power in a guiding manner, and Qin Rong responded patiently and carefully. Qin Rong's guidance is different from Mo Schwanching's. Mo Schwanching's guidance is motivational and high level. There is no way Mo Schwanching has not evolved, and he doesn't know what it feels like. Qin Rong's sharing is more meticulous and accurate to the feeling of her own body. All over the world, on the other side of the optical brain, everyone is watching the first evolved person who spoke in an orderly manner. Jiang Lian, who was hiding at home, tried to follow Qin Rong's method to turn the two tiger claws back into human hands. He touched his beautiful feathers with some pride, and proudly showed off to Qin Rong in the light brain. Xian Jianing, Shen Lang, Jiang Yuqi, Mo Schwanching's crazy subordinates, the cruisers who stayed in the office, the classmates of Beijing Tianjin Mecha School, the fans who liked Rong's mecha combat skills, and Li Hailan, who had done business with Qin Rong and helped Qin Rong sell mechas, Zhao Zidua, who had fought side by side with Qin Rong, etc. A shabby building that looked like an illegal building on the 7th floor, the innermost room in the corridor, and an iron door outside the door looked particularly tight. In this house, two men, one tall and one short, were staring at the projection of the light brain. Brother Monkey, did we want to rob Qin Rong's money that day? Don't talk nonsense. The tall and thin man called Brother Monkey covered his younger brother's mouth. We were helping her wake up. Didn't you hear him say that if she hadn't woken up from the contaminated area, she would have been in a daze for who knows how long? We were lucky to be able to help her. Don't tell anyone about our meeting with her in the future. Why? Don't worry about it. Just listen. The smarter monkey brother was scared. Fortunately, there was no real conflict at that time. He now realized that the person they were dealing with was not a poor creature on the verge of pollution, but a pollution source that had completed evolution and had no pollution ability. She said that he was about to die in the last second, so how could he be able to hammer open his cockpit in the next second? I can only say that he is worthy of being an evolved person. It's amazing. Chapter 150. Hood. The variety show Evolution Front was preheated for a few days, just a few days. The appearance of this variety show happened to divert the attention of most people, and let them see a glimmer of hope from the panic of chaotic life. Humans are a very tenacious species. No matter how painful and desperate they are, as long as there is a little hope, they can still persevere. So after 3 days of preheating, under the attention of all mankind, Qin Rong began to rush to the final battlefield, perhaps the number one pollution source. No one knows what type of pollution it is, because all those who entered, whether human or machine, directly lost contact, and the picture set back before the loss of contact was a huge triangular prison-shaped building. Maybe others don't know it clearly, but Qin Rong, who has not forgotten the memory of her previous life, recognized it at a glance. It was the pyramid that was called built with the help of aliens in her era. Maybe the comic author took the material directly from reality when creating it, and used this setting, or maybe there are other reasons. In short, Qin Rong now unilaterally decided to call him the pyramid pollution source. The scope of the pyramid pollution source is about 100 square kilometers. Compared with the marine pollution source sanctioned by Qin Rong before, it is actually not as large as the marine pollution source. However, the reason why it is classified as the first pollution source is that its pollution value is the highest so far. The peak value can reach 100,000 at the highest time, while the peak values of other pollution sources are no more than 80,000, so it has become the first fault. At this time, the heat wave is rolling in this area. The rainfall caused by Mo Xiansheng has not affected the high temperature in this area. The variety show staff who are carrying equipment for filming are almost melted at this moment, but they dare not take off their mecha equipment at all. Although he has also undergone some changes, his changes are not enough for the high temperature in this area. What appeared in his live broadcast was an empty desert area. Nothing could be seen here. The only thing the camera captured was an inconspicuous black spot above, which was the figure of Qin Rong. Because the whole process was live broadcast, it was easy to have a boring part in the middle, and the role of this variety show host was reflected. He didn't know what Qin Rong was thinking at the moment, why he wanted to fly in the air, but he was still conscientious and explained the situation to the audience in front of the camera. As you can see, we have come to the location of the number 1 pollution source. The figure suspended in the air behind me is Teacher Qin Rong. Obviously, everyone can see that Teacher Qin can fly in the air without the help of a mecha, and he is not afraid of the high temperature here. The editor has a real-time thermometer here, and you can see that the temperature in this place is close to 100 degrees Celsius. If I wasn't wearing a small mecha, I would have been steamed now. The black shadow behind the camera stood quietly like that. He seemed to be completely unaffected by environmental factors, and was so powerful. The editor stood aside, and operated the machine to zoom in and focus. At this time, Qin Rong's face appeared clearly in the middle of the screen. Qin Rong also had a camera on her body, which could capture her face from a strange perspective, and could also change the perspective to capture the air in front of her. No one knew what Qin Rong thought in this half-minute. Anyway, after half a minute, her arm suddenly flowed down from her body, and then turned into another self, this avatar of hers, who explored for her and walked into the range of the mysterious pyramid pollution source. The live broadcast screen has always been around Qin Rong, and the editor's commentary sounded at the right time. In the previous conversation, Qin Rong told the variety show production team most of her skills. Some of the skills were not told because there were too many skills, and she didn't think of them all when she thought about them suddenly. One thing that most people can predict is that the social structure will change in the future. If force majeure causes a fight, then the ability they have is a trump card. Qin Rong now speaks out all his abilities without hesitation. The production team doesn't know whether the other party is short-sighted, or because he is so strong that even if you know my skills, you can't do anything to me. In short, the editor got Qin Rong's information, and the editor recognized the ability she is using now. With the editor's explanation, the live broadcast screen at this time is like a prelude to a storm. The dedicated editor also took the time to use his other optical brain to look at the barrage, wanting to pick some questions from netizens to reply. As soon as the optical brain was turned on, the editor was directly stuck and exited. The signal around the first pollution source was not so good, and the number of people watching was too large, so the live broadcast room was in danger. Fortunately, Mo Xiansheng attached great importance to this live broadcast, so he sent his own experts to help, and also opened multiple lines for this variety show through the back door. The assistant next to the photographer handed over his laptop at the right time. He had been observing the audience's feedback, so he squeezed into the live broadcast as soon as possible. The editor looked at the barrage that was barely visible on the screen, and barely recognized what people were saying. Oh my god, it's like filming a movie. This is the first time I have such a strong sense of reality for the new humans. Can I fly like this in the future? It's so cool to be able to fly without taking a plane. Qin Rong's skill is very good at reducing sanity. A black mass of mucus separated from his arm is still a bit too much of a test for humans. Is this really the first pollution source? If Qin Rong can kill the first pollution source, does it mean that the land occupied by the pollution source can be recovered in the future, and the housing price can finally be reduced? Some netizens are paying attention to Qin Rong, and some are paying attention to themselves, but in any case, the emergence of this variety show is indeed guiding most people in a good direction, and giving them room for prospects. You must know that 3 days ago, as soon as the Star Network resumed communication, all the pessimistic thoughts were the mainstream, and the posts could not be blocked. Qin Rong, who was in midair, had completely stopped thinking about the audience. What she was thinking about was why she had lost contact with her arm. That's right. As soon as her arm went in, it could be said that in the next moment, she'd lost the other party's vision. The other party's last vision stayed on a magnificent and seemingly eternal pyramid. Based on past experience, it is speculated that this pollution source should be a regular pollution source. Only regular pollution sources will have this situation of only 0 or 1. Other types of pollution sources are basically gradual, with light pollution on the periphery and heavy pollution on the inside, which will slowly increase from 0 to 1. Jean Rong did not hesitate much. She pulled her spatial ability to the top, and then walked directly into the pollution area from midair. This part of the pollution area is a very regular semicircle, like a cover, covering the outside of the pollution area. If you are outside the cover, you will not be affected anyway, and there is no pollution at all, but when you walk into the range of this cover, you are like entering another world, a real world that cannot be observed from outside the cover. Chapter 151. The hero got her best destination. Flowers, fame, and applause all came. The equipment on Jean Rong's body malfunctioned the moment she walked in. But the reason for the malfunction was not that it was broken, but because the camera on her body was aging rapidly. No matter how beautifully packaged the canned food is, it has its shelf life. No matter how sophisticated the instrument is, it will also fail one day. Even the carbon element has a half-life. What Jean Rong felt was that her cells were dividing, growing, dividing, and growing again in an extreme time. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that the moment she came in, she would have turned into a handful of yellow soil. The difference between Jean Rong and others is that her lifespan is longer than the lifespan of the equipment on her body. Therefore, she got a little breathing opportunity, and found a trace of disharmony from the accelerated time. Jean Rong also has the ability of time, but compared with this ability, her time ability is very weak, but with this little time, Jean Rong slowed down the division of her own cells and began to use powerful mental power to scan the entire area. At her level, death and survival are just a matter of a breath. In this breath, her powerful mental power locked onto the pollution source hidden in the huge pyramid, and then exerted pressure, trying to control him directly with her mind. The opponent was invincible in the dimension of time, but had no say in the dimension of consciousness. When Jean Rong's mental control approached him, he began to resist violently. This resistance was manifested in the fact that the pollution value of the entire pollution area began to soar, and Jean Rong's body no longer aged, but began to become younger. Jean Rong's consciousness was closest to the pollution source, so it was the most affected. Therefore, Jean Rong's consciousness and body were divided into two parts. The body was slowly recovering to its peak state, and the consciousness had regressed to the time when it was still a human. The time experienced in these years was like a record player playing, in the form of rewinding, fading little by little. The system disappeared, the 10 years of being a cruiser disappeared, the dead teammates came back to life one by one, and she was burdened with mortgage again. The time travel disappeared, she returned to the original world, her experience of working in the original world disappeared, and her experience of going to college disappeared. In the end, she became a babbling baby. She became a chaotic egg lying in her mother's body. Nothing seemed to have happened. She lay quietly in her mother's arms, not feeling the cold and pain of the outside world. Does she really exist? Is the so-called material world a lie of mankind? Does the universe have an end? Does the universe really exist? If all things must reach the end in the dimension of time, what is the meaning of existence? She tried hard to think in the chaos, as if to come up with an answer. The fetus is getting smaller and smaller. In such an immeasurable time, Jean Rong, who was sleeping in the chaos, suddenly opened his eyes. The answer to time is not eternity, but cycle. In the invisible river of time, Jean Rong used his weak time ability to connect the beginning and the end together to form a circle. So far, her death is her rebirth. The spirit that is infinitely close to the pollution source is infinitely reincarnating the memory of life, but it is unwavering and touches the pollution source hidden in the pyramid. Then, with a bang, the pollution source is crushed by the mental power and turned into a pool of liquid. The liquid wriggles and wants to trace back the time on its body, but after tracing back, it is crushed again by Jean Rong. They are so anxious and repeat this behavior. Time has no end, but Jean Rong's body does. She found the pollution source in the pyramid in the aging and rebirth, and then opened her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Maybe the power of time is indeed very powerful, but it still needs the material world as a support. His time rules also come from his own pollution ability. Jean Rong's devouring ability is also a rule. She eats a part of the other party, and then she owns a part of it. If the other party wants to go back to this period of time, and go back to what Qin Rong devoured, then the time rule will collide with Qin Rong's devouring rule. But the key is that the time rule of the pollution source is only useful for reality. It is now in Qin Rong's devouring space. In her space, time, space, and all laws are naturally determined by her. It is impossible to go back, and only a result can be digested slowly. From the time Qin Rong came in to the time he confronted this pollution source, it was actually less than 5 minutes. Qin Rong knew how thrilling the battle was. But the audience didn't know. What they saw was that Qin Rong's filming equipment disappeared for 5 minutes, and then he won. No matter how thrilling the spiritual world is, the audience can't see it and won't buy it. Qin Rong remembered Mo Xuanqing's instructions to her. The scene must be big, the fight must be evenly matched, it must be gorgeous, and in the end you won this game with great difficulty. Didn't you use the ability to grow bigger? Remember to use it when the time comes. Only when it is big enough will it have a visual impact, and the audience will think it is very powerful. The host outside chatted with the audience for 5 minutes, and found that the pollution concentration had dropped. He was shocked. Could it be that the battle was over? They didn't shoot anything. How to explain to the leader? Qin Rong sighed slightly. She separated a part of her body. The small black slime quickly turned into the appearance of the time rule type pollution source. Then she used the ability to grow bigger and began to expand her body. So when the power of time completely dissipated and the time outside the pollution area was completely synchronized with the time inside the pollution area, the filming equipment filmed a huge monster as tall as a pyramid. When the filming machine filmed Qin Rong, the two of them formed a tragic contrast in size in the camera. Qin Rong was as small as a black dot, and it was not small without careful observation. When Qin Rong's time in the polluted area returned to normal, she started the exhibition match she had rehearsed long ago. Her figure quickly became more like a giant slime suspended in the air under the camera. The slime and the giant monster were entangled together. Sometimes you bite me, sometimes I bite you, sometimes I feel pain and throw you away, sometimes you step on me. In this exhibition match, no Qin Rong was injured, only the pyramid was damaged. In order to highlight the fierceness of the fight, something must be damaged, but there is only such a building in this place, so you can only hit it, and I will hit it, and finally it will become a 50% complete version of the pyramid. This fierce battle lasted for half an hour. The popularity on the Star Network exploded, and those who did not click into the live broadcast would also see the slices released by the media company at the first time. Countless people prayed behind the camera, hoping that Qin Rong and the new human beings could defeat the source of pollution. After an hour of fierce fighting, Qin Rong and his clone Qin Rong were already covered in wounds. It was time for a hard-fought victory. So when the clone Qin Rong stepped on Qin Rong, the black slime exploded. To praise first, and then to suppress, a necessary part of a dramatic performance. When everyone's heart stagnates, their eyes widen, and they are about to despair, the exploded black liquid turns into small slimes. They cling to the shell of the super monster and start to devour at the same time. Super reversal, Jedi comeback. In all parts of the world, warm cheers and irresistible applause all rang out. They were so excited that tears filled their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The sense of pride, the sense of joy broke through the sky. The reporter in front of the camera was even more excited, and almost broke his voice and said, "Qin Rong is not dead. She broke into pieces. She fought back beautifully. The huge body of the pollution source made it impossible for her to deal with Qin Rong's many clones." The next moment, with a bang, the huge pollution source fell to the ground and closed his eyes. We won. This is the victory of our new human beings. The era of the pollution source is past, and now it belongs to us. In the midst of impassioned enthusiasm, the hero got her best destination. Flowers, honor and applause came together. This is the closing chapter that belongs to Qin Rong.